The world has been invaded by illusions, and monsters roam freely. Only a small number of people will be enhanced and can move freely in the illusions and contaminated areas. They can unlock class abilities by fighting monsters in the illusions or through other activities. These people are known as illusion awakeners. The man awakened the rare card monster summoner, but only had a weak and useless goblin. The man was stuck in the beginner trial for a full 6 months, dying 101 times. Every time he opened his eyes, he was faced with nightmares of being stewed into a pot by goblins, trampled into mincemeat by giants, and poisoned to death by poisonous mushrooms. The man thought he was doomed to be at the mercy of this useless summoned beast, until the beast stuffed poisonous mushrooms into a pheasant and carried it into the goblin's lair. Zhao Huanshi suddenly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, his breathing rapid, a throbbing pain still lingering in his head. Recalling the feeling of his head being smashed into his chest cavity, he could never get used to it, no matter how many times he experienced it. At this moment, a notification appeared in my mind. Newbie trial ended. You failed the trial. It's all this stupid thing's fault. I told it to be careful about attracting monsters, but it just brought the boss out with it. I've died over 100 times, and I was almost ready to accumulate enough evolution points. As a result, his stupid summoned beast pulled a big stunt at the crucial moment, and Zhao Huan really wanted to drag that idiot out and give it a good beating. Perhaps sensing Zhao Huanshi's deep resentment, a new notification immediately popped up in his mind. Gray monster card, Goblin. Status, damaged. Remaining repair time, 13 hours 53 minutes. Unable to upgrade the card level further, you can consume 100 evolution points to evolve the gray card into a white card. Just then, his phone rang, and Zhao Huanshi knew it was time to get back to work. An F-level illusionary rift has appeared near number 45, Chuanyun Street, North District 6, Dongchuan City. Cleaners who receive this message, please go and explore immediately. Zhao Huanshi changed into an uncomfortable set of full-body brown leather armor, took the steel greatsword from the wall, and slung it diagonally across his back. He opened the window, glanced out, saw no one on the ground, stood on the windowsill, and jumped down. The third floor, less than 10 meters high. With a skillful roll to dissipate the force of the fall, he nimbly stood up and ran nimbly towards the shared electric bicycle parking area at the entrance of the community. Zhao Huanshi arrived at his destination shortly after. Luckily, this time the rift appeared on the ground, saving him the trouble of climbing the ladder again. He parked the shared electric scooter in the designated spot, thinking to himself. A group of heavily armed police officers stood around the rift in the illusion to prevent unauthorized personnel from getting close. When the police officers saw Zhao Huanshi dressed as a street cleaner but riding a shared electric scooter, they looked at each other, their serious expressions almost faltering. After confirming his identity and Zhao Huanshi entered the illusionary rift, one of the officers finally couldn't help but speak up, saying, I remember cleaners usually earn quite a lot, right? Haven't you heard the saying, save where you should, spend where you should, and ride a bike to a bar? However, the police officers were wrong this time. Zhao Huanshi's reason for riding a shared electric scooter was simply because he was poor. 2 years ago, a medium-sized illusionary rift was accidentally breached and merged with reality, creating a contaminated zone. The parents were affected by the illusionary rules, and their bodies rapidly deteriorated. To save his parents' medical treatment, Zhao Huanshi signed a contract with the Dongchuan City Special Affairs Bureau to become a street cleaner in Dongchuan City and also borrowed a large amount of interest-free loan. Although his parents couldn't be saved in the end, he didn't return the remaining money. Instead, he bought a house in Dongchuan City and sent his younger sister, Zhao Lejia, to study at Dongchuan University. Zhao Huanshi used most of his salary to pay off his debts, and the remaining money was just enough for him and his sister to live a comfortable life. As Zhao Huan passed through the luminous band of the spatial rift, he saw several familiar faces. After all, there were only 30 or 40 low-level cleaners near the 6th district of Dongchuan City, so he was bound to run into them during missions. I knew it. Old Zhao's family lived so close to here, they would definitely be conscripted. The speaker was Li Xiaoshui, a middle-aged man who was also a low-level cleaner and an acquaintance of Zhao Huanshi. Hey, handsome old man. I'm only 24. You keep calling me Old Zhao. You're making me feel old. Zhao Huanshi ignored a gaze that was clearly hostile and looked around at his surroundings. This place was clearly a cave, damp in nature, with moss and lichen covering the walls and floor, and some small, grotesque insects crawling around inside. Underground cave. Did you bring any lighting equipment? Zhao Huanshi asked Li Xiaoshui. Of course we did. I'm not like you, always coming in completely naked. As Li Xiaoshui spoke, he pressed a glowing crystal into the groove in the center of the metal shield. A beam of white light shot out, illuminating the depths of the cave where a dozen humanoid monsters, resembling apes and wielding stone spears, were visible. Cave dwellers. Cave dwellers have no eyes and rely on infrared sensors to perceive their surroundings, but they can detect obvious changes in light and have sensitive hearing. Realizing they had been exposed, the leader of the cavemen roared and charged out with all his companions, stone spears in hand. Behind him, a slender middle-aged woman drew her bow and knocked an arrow without hesitation. A blur flashed by, and the fastest caveman fell to the ground without a sound. Soon, the other cave dwellers rushed in front of them. Zhao Huanshi dodged the stone spears that were thrust at him and swung his steel greatsword with both hands, severing the arm of the enemy in front of him. He then shifted his feet, using its body to block the attack of another caveman, and once again swung his sword to cut down the caveman who was entangled with Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui suddenly found himself in front of an empty space. He moved his shield aside and looked down, only to see 7 or 8 cavemen lying haphazardly on the ground. He immediately exclaimed, "No wonder it's old Zhao. Awesome." Zhao Huanshi was about to turn around and complain when a cold snort came from the side. "Tsh, so good. How come you haven't gotten a professional title yet?" Realizing that Li Guangcai was deliberately provoking him, Zhao Huanshi curled his lip. In truth, Zhao Huanshi's profession was all thanks to Li Guangcai. During a clearing operation of a rift in the illusionary realm, the fool Li Guangcai retreated out of fear, causing a breach in the defenses, which resulted in Zhao Huanshi being kidnapped by monsters. Later, during his escape, Zhao Huan discovered the ruins of an altar. On the offering table in the center of the altar, he found a glowing, floating artifact. Zhao Huan immediately thought, "I'm rich. Submitting this career stone will definitely clear out my remaining debts, and if I'm lucky, I might even get a large bonus." Career stones are something else entirely. Any sanitation worker who dares to steal will truly be sentenced to death. If the profession awakened after the theft is rare enough, they will probably be used as cannon fodder or an experimental subject, squeezed dry of all their value before being sentenced to death. Strategic resources like occupation stones are something the authorities, or rather, the city's rulers, would definitely prefer to keep under their control. They can't control what happens in the contaminated zone, but they'll do everything they can to keep this vital resource obtained from the illusion rift in their grasp. However, the moment Zhao Huan grasped the profession stone, it vanished from his palm. Immediately afterward, a message popped up in his mind, notifying him that he had activated the profession, Card Monster Summoner. Zhao Huan was dumbfounded. He wondered how credible it would be if he told the higher-ups that he had only touched the professional stone and it had come in on its own. Typically, after an awakened one acquires a profession, their body will develop battle aura or elemental energy. Afterwards, due to the peculiar altar ruins, all the scavengers who participated in the battle were taken in for examination. Fortunately, after activating the Card Monster Summoner, Zhao Huanshi did not change at all. He was thoroughly examined for a long time, but no abnormalities were found. It was all because of that good-for-nothing Li Guangcai that Zhao Huanshi was almost killed by the monster and almost dragged out to be executed live. Wow, it's a trainee soldier. We're saved. So, you'll be in charge of leading the way, right, you powerful trainee soldier? Li Xiaoshui said in a sarcastic tone. Upon hearing this, Li Guangcai's expression stiffened slightly. It was just an F-rank illusionary rift. There shouldn't be too many monsters. He immediately made up his mind and coldly snorted. Then let me show you the strength of a professional. Hey, powerful trainee warrior, hurry up. If you take too long, the command center will issue a second warning. The cleaners need to destroy the illusion core within the allotted time and leave the illusion rift with their spoils. If the time limit is exceeded, the Special Affairs Bureau will directly dispatch a more powerful awakened to enter the illusionary rift to prevent any unexpected situations from causing the illusion to merge with reality. As for why the more powerful awakened ones aren't directly assigned to handle the lower-level illusions, one reason is that powerful awakened ones need to be on standby, ready to deal with bigger troubles at any time. Another reason is that the lowly cleaners serve as both cleaners and cannon fodder. In case they encounter unexpected dangers in the illusion, the surviving scavengers can at least bring back some intelligence. Li Guangcai's face turned grim when he heard Li Xiaoshui's urging, but he gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. Before long, the scavengers spotted the cave dwellers' true lair, and their leader, leading 5 female cave dwellers, roaring as he charged out. The leader was merely a slightly more robust figure than the average cave dweller. The caveman leader, however, was quite strong. His stone spear pierced Li Guangcai's large metal shield, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. In the chaos, Li Guangcai stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. Zhao Huanshi let out a sneer, brushed past Li Guangcai, and charged towards the caveman. Li Guangcai, his face flushed, got up from the ground, gritting his teeth as he stared at Zhao Huanshi's retreating figure, his resentment growing wildly within him. After his underlings were all dead, the caveman chieftain was left all alone. Facing 6 scavengers, he couldn't make a dent in their power. After a relatively mild battle, Zhao Huanshi plunged his sword into the caveman chieftain's neck. Watching the caveman chieftain scream and collapse to the ground, blood gushing from his wounds, Zhao Huanshi silently thought to himself, if only I could bring the steel greatsword into the summoner's trial dream. Then the entire underground cavern trembled slightly. A vague sense of déjà vu appeared in everyone's minds, realizing that the core of this illusion had been destroyed. In low-level illusions, the monsters within are usually the core of the illusion. Once all the monsters are killed, the illusion will quickly collapse and disappear, spitting out anyone left inside. Sometimes it's a single, intact person, and sometimes it's scattered all over the ground. However, the collapse of the illusion lasted quite a while, giving the scavengers ample time to evacuate. They exited the illusion rift and handed their loot to the officers on duty outside. Zhao Huan found a restaurant nearby, ate lunch, swiped his card for a shared electric scooter, and leisurely rode home. Once home, he collapsed into bed and went to sleep. After all, fighting is physically demanding. I opened my eyes and found myself outside the familiar forest again. The fresh air brought back painful memories. If Zhao Huanshi didn't usually keep a diary, his experiences in the trial dream over the past 6 months could fill a book called 100 Ways Goblins Kill Humans. Having entered the trial dreamland over 100 times, Zhao Huan had already explored every nook and cranny. Centered on the goblin's lair, there was an invisible wall extending for a radius of 7 or 8 kilometers. Zhao Huanshi once wondered if the answer to clearing the level was hidden in the goblin's lair. One possible solution was to have the goblin summons anger the goblin warrior and trick him into leaving. Zhao Huanshi took the opportunity to sneak into the goblin's lair, dealt with the few goblins left behind, and searched the place thoroughly, but found nothing but a pile of garbage and leftover food scraps. Finally, the returning goblin warriors broke his arms and legs, threw him into a pot, and stewed him with a bunch of brightly colored mushrooms. Recalling this, Zhao Huanshi remembered that he seemed to have thought of something at the time, but because of the overwhelming pain, he quickly forgot it. Wait, brightly colored mushrooms. Zhao Huanshi's eyes suddenly lit up. Wild goblins aren't stupid. Although the mushrooms stewing in the pot are brightly colored, they're certainly not poisonous. But it doesn't matter if those mushrooms aren't poisonous. Zhao Huan could just have his goblin summon send in some poisonous mushrooms. However, under normal circumstances, there should be goblins guarding the pot of soup. After a while, Zhao Huanshi smiled. These wild goblins must have never seen a katydid before. Why don't we have the goblins deliver some mushroom katydids to them? Fortunately, Zhao Huanshi knew where to find pheasants and poisonous mushrooms. He patted his behind and stood up. How do they catch pheasants in those wilderness survival videos? To his utter surprise, Zhao Huanshi killed the 2 pheasants very easily without needing any traps. However, he was scratched several times, and the scratches on his face and back stung terribly. When exploring the environment earlier, Zhao Huanshi saw these pheasants from afar. Fearing that they might be disturbed and make noise that would attract the attention of wild goblins, he did not get too close. I didn't expect these pheasants to have such a fiery temper. Seeing him approach, they didn't run away. Instead, their eyes turned fierce, their feathers stood on end, and they charged forward menacingly. Zhao Huanshi shook his head and plucked most of the feathers off the 2 pheasants. He then found a sharp stone on the ground, cut a small opening in the pheasant's belly, and emptied its internal organs. He took out the poisonous mushrooms he had picked from the cloth bag made from his clothes, carefully stuffed them all into the pheasant's belly, and then put some of the pheasant's internal organs back in. Zhao Huanshi rubbed his fingers together, and a small, gray-edged card, about the size of a playing card, appeared in his hand, a card only he could see. Looking at the goblin grinning slyly in the center of the card, Zhao Huanshi's face showed disdain, yet a hint of amusement lingered in his eyes. He tossed his hand to the ground, and magical light coalesced into a goblin with bare hands. The goblin summon looked down and saw 2 bald chickens. Its eyes lit up, and it reached out to grab them. Zhao Huanshe raised his hand and flicked it on the head. This is a prop, not food for you. Besides, you're a summoned beast transformed from a card. What would you eat? By the way, do you need to eat anything? As he spoke, Zhao Huanshe suddenly seemed a little confused. These 2 chickens are stuffed with poisonous mushrooms. You can't eat them. When you get to the goblin's lair later, put these 2 chickens in the big pot they're cooking soup in. Understand? The goblin blinked twice and nodded vigorously. Gobo, you seem quite confident. Zhao Huan looked at the goblin's large, intelligent eyes, but felt a little unsure. All right, you'd better hurry up. Otherwise, we won't have enough time. Zhao Huanshe guessed that each dream trial had a time limit. Sometimes, when he gave up and didn't want to experience death, he would stay in the dream for too long, and the goblin warriors would come to him with their minions. However, this time limit doesn't seem to be related to his sleeping time. Sometimes, he's suddenly woken up by external forces, and when he checks the time, only an hour has passed since he went to sleep. About half an hour later, the goblin summon, carrying 2 bald pheasants upside down, swaggered into the goblin's lair amidst the astonished and puzzled gazes of the wild goblins. Following the rich aroma in the air, they found the large pot. The goblin summon tiptoed and peeked into the pot. It was clear broth with only some mushrooms, wild vegetables, and unknown plant roots. TSK, TSK, TSK. The goblin summon shook its head with a look of disgust. Then it picked up the bald pheasant in its hand, showed it to the goblins watching nearby, and gently tossed it into the pot. Goo! The surrounding goblins all exclaimed in surprise. Instantly, the goblin summon raised its head even higher. It then held the pheasant in its other hand high, spun it around to show it off, and then gently tossed it into the soup pot, splashing water everywhere. The wild goblins immediately erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The broth in the pot had been boiling for a long time, emitting a rich aroma of chicken and mushrooms, making the goblins' mouths water. The goblins watched with longing as their tribal leader, a goblin warrior, scooped up a large bowl of soup from a nutshell bowl, blew on it to cool it down, and then gulped it down in one go. The goblin warrior licked his lips, a little puzzled. Was it because he added 2 pheasants? Why did this soup taste so exceptionally delicious today? He ladled out another large bowl of soup and took away a whole pheasant. After the goblin warrior left, the other goblins swarmed forward, jostling and scrambling to grab the loot. The goblin warrior, having eaten and drunk his fill, sat to the side watching his underlings in their chaotic state. As he watched, his eyes gradually became glazed over. Zhao Huanshe waited for a long time, but his summoned beast didn't return, and he began to feel anxious. This guy, did he succeed or not? He should at least come back and say something. In a little while, that big green-skinned beast will come chasing after us again. At this moment, Zhao Huanshe's heart stirred slightly. Gray monster card, Goblin. Remaining repair time, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Why did they suddenly come back from the dead? Did the plan fail? Zhao Huanshe abruptly stood up, frowned, and thought for a moment before deciding to go to the goblin's lair to find out what was going on. Even if I don't go, the goblin warriors will bring their minions to find me. When he arrived at the goblin's lair, he found wild goblins lying scattered on the ground, most of them lifeless, with eerie smiles on their faces as they died. Only a small number were twitching slightly, their eyes rolling back and foaming at the mouth. Zhao Huanshe found the scene before him somewhat eerie. He picked up a wooden spear from the ground and, one after another, stabbed all the giggling goblins to death. Only after he had stabbed them all did Zhao Huanshe remember a question. Since the poisoning was successful, how did my goblin die? It couldn't have been because it was greedy and poisoned itself by drinking chicken soup, could it? At this moment, the whole world suddenly became blurry, and the moment Zhao Huanshe's mind was filled with surprise, his consciousness quickly became blurred. Chapter 6. 3 Goblins. Newbie trial completed. Trial successful. Class rank unlocked. Current rank, Apprentice Card Monster Summoner. Gained class enhancement, all attributes +5. Gained basic skill, card throw. Flying cards. You can now throw monster cards to any area within 10 meters to summon monsters. This distance increases with your class rank. Class rank, LV1. Acquire more cards, or summon card monsters to participate in various activities, accumulate summoner experience, and level up. Leveling up grants job skills and attribute enhancements. Gained 100 evolution points. Current evolution points, 199. Received trial reward. White equipment card, Thief's Rusty Knife. Completed the novice trial and received a novice reward card. Trial dream is regenerating. Holy crap, 100 evolution points. I'm rich. Zhao Huanshi suddenly sat up in bed, his face full of excitement. He had worked hard for half a year to save up 99 points, and then he got 100 points in one trial, just enough for the Goblin card to evolve. But after the initial joy, a sense of unease settled in his heart. He had spent over half a year battling those goblins, setting traps, laying snares, trying every method imaginable, only to find the answer hidden in that pot of soup. All that effort felt like he was figuring out how to die in the most spectacular way possible. However, Zhao Huanshi quickly suppressed his frustration. The hard times were over. It was time to reap the rewards. He rubbed his hands together, and 3 phantom cards appeared in his palm, one of which was the newly appeared Rusty Thief's Knife. Relevant information immediately flooded his mind. White equipment card, Rusty Thief's Knife. A magical knife custom-made for a certain thief, abandoned in the wilderness and eroded by wind and rain. The blade is no longer sharp, but it still retains some magical effects. Attack 02. Equipping this item slightly enhances the monster's stealth ability. Small weapon, usable only by certain small to medium-sized monsters, can only be linked to one monster card. Zhao Huan stared at the rusty little knife on the card, and no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't believe it could kill anyone. However, it did have some stealth bonus, so even if it wasn't lethal, it wasn't useless as an accessory for monsters. Then, he looked at another, newbie reward card, its edges glowing with iridescent colors and its center adorned with a magnificent treasure chest. He tossed it forward. The card shattered instantly, and the 7-colored light coalesced into a golden treasure chest the size of 2 palms, which landed on the blanket. Quite the ritualistic touch. Zhao Huanshi chuckled as he picked up the treasure chest, opened it, and found a new card lying quietly inside. It had a black edge, with a purple gem encased in a halo in the center, and information appeared alongside it. Special consumable card, Greed Gem. A magical gem that gathers powerful greed, can be used on monster cards to mutate and transform them. This consumable card will disappear after use. The description is very short, and the specific effects are completely incomprehensible. After he took out the greedy gem, the magnificent golden treasure chest disintegrated and disappeared. Zhao Huan felt a little regretful. If it had truly been a pure gold treasure chest, he could have sold it and paid off his remaining loans. The polluted area now covers a large portion of the world. Mineral resources have dwindled, metal prices have skyrocketed, and gold has increased several times over. Now, the real main event begins. Zhao Huanshi cleared his mind of distractions, gently rubbed his fingers together, and 2 cards disappeared, leaving only the repaired Goblin card. He stared at the cheeky grin on the card, his feelings a mix of emotions. Although he always complained that it was stupid and weak, they'd spent over half a year together, and he'd developed some affection for it. Zhao Huan was about to speak when he suddenly stopped, whispering, Wait, I need to wash my face first." At such an important moment, how could he evolve looking disheveled? What if Lady Luck thought he was too unkempt and refused to take care of him? Zhao Huanshi immediately put away the cards, ran to wash his face and brush his teeth, took a shower and dried his hair, and finally solemnly changed into his card-drawing set. It was a pair of red lucky underwear with gold patterns, along with clothes covered in the words Lucky, Great Fortune, and Top Luck. After everything was prepared, he faced east, held the Goblin card high, his expression serious, and with a deep breath, uttered 2 words in a clear and resonant voice. Evolve. There was no golden beam of light, nor any rainbow-colored phenomenon. The Goblin card simply changed from having gray edges to white edges, and the image in the center of the card changed from a cheeky goblin to 3 cheeky goblins. Zhao Huanshi froze on the spot, thinking he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes, brought the card closer to his face to check again, but it still looked the same. New information simultaneously popped into his mind. White monster card, 3 goblins. What do 3 goblins represent? It means you can summon 3 goblins at once. Outnumbered. When your forces outnumber the enemies, the goblins receive a slight boost to their combat power and a significant increase in their fighting spirit. Wow, 1 goblin has turned into 3. Our combat power has tripled, Zhao Huan exclaimed, feigning surprise. The next second, his face darkened, and he hurled the card out the window. Damn Li Liang, you think this is a battery? 3 of them are better than 1. The card spun out the window, shattering and disappearing instantly about 10 meters away from him. Zhao Huanshi let out a long sigh, plopped down on the sofa, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, the 3 goblins card was back in his hand. After calming down, He had to admit that the improvement of 3 goblins was definitely more than 3 times that of 1 goblin, and with the overwhelming the weak trait, the actual combat effect would indeed be much stronger. The problem is, after waiting for half a year, what he got was still a goblin. The disappointment was too great. Killing 1 goblin was easy, and killing 3 wouldn't take much effort. He's a summoner now, but the monsters he summons aren't even worth a few hits from him. What are these guys supposed to do? Are they supposed to stand behind him in short skirts with pom-poms, cheering him on? What a terrifying scene. What a horrible thought. Zhao Huanshi shuddered at the image he had conjured up in his mind. He quickly banished this absurd thought from his mind. Then, upon reflection, he realized that a reward from a beginner's trial, upgrading a gray card to a white card, turning 1 goblin into 3, wasn't unreasonable. Right? Don't I still have a greed gem? Chapter 7. The Goblin Trio. Anyway, it's just a beginner's reward. It shouldn't be anything too valuable. Zhao Huanshi held the 3 goblins in his right hand and conjured a greedy gem in his left. The previous evolution had utterly disappointed him, so he didn't bother with any more posturing this time, simply saying, strengthen. But this time, the commotion was on a completely different level. With a thought from Zhao Huanshi, 2 cards instantly flew out of his hand and hovered in midair. The surface of the greedy gem quickly became covered with cracks, and the next second it exploded with a bang, as if some evil and terrifying thing had been released. Accompanied by a chilling whisper, a torrent of purple mist erupted from the gem, instantly enveloping the 3 goblins and completely sealing the card. The mist continued to shrink and permeate, and when it finally dissipated, the card had completely changed. The original white edges turned blue, and a mysterious purple pattern appeared around the card. The 3 goblins in the center were still there, but their appearance was completely different. The one in front rubbed its hands together, a wicked grin on its face, its eyes greedy. Next to it was a disheveled goblin, filthy as if it had just crawled out of a garbage dump. The last one lurked furtively at the back, only half its sly face showing. Information flooded his mind. Special blue monster card, Goblin Trio. Affected by the power of greed, the 3 goblins have mutated and gained strange abilities. The Goblin Thief has mastered basic stealth and advanced thieving skills. Whether in battle or at rest, he will proactively steal supplies, equipment, and anything of value from non-friendly units. Goblin scavengers like to search for lost treasures in unnoticed corners. The dirtier they are, the stronger their shabby aura, and the less other life forms want to approach them. Although they are easily driven away, this also greatly reduces the desire of monsters to attack them. The Goblin Merchant is a master of deception, carefully selecting its targets to trade its goods for something more valuable. However, it needs capital to run a business, so it always carries some goods with it when it goes out. Whether it makes a fortune or gets bitten to death as soon as it sets out is purely a matter of luck. However, the power of greed is too strong, and this card can't handle it yet, so only one of the 3 scoundrels will appear randomly each time it's summoned. To release more, we can only continue to upgrade the card's level and quality. In addition to its normal summoning ability, this card also has a special ability called placement summoning. Besides the normal summoning, Zhao Huanshi can also randomly place it in a location between 10 and 30 kilometers away. If there happens to be a goblin horde within the range, thieves and swindlers will most likely be thrown near the goblin horde as well. The summoning will only end if left for more than 24 hours, or if the goblin dies. The 3 rascals can also smell wealth and follow the scent to find valuables. Even after they die, there's a 50% chance they won't drop any items they're carrying. Even more outrageous, they share a 125 cubic meter greedy space. After the summoning ends, the items brought back will be stored inside. Zhao Huan can retrieve them at any time, but he cannot actively add items. Additionally, this card is currently LV1, and the level cap for blue quality cards is 15. Monsters summoned and active in battles will accumulate experience to level up. Every 5 levels, additional materials are needed to strengthen the card before it can continue to level up. Once it reaches the maximum level, it can continue to evolve. After processing all the information, Zhao Huan sat on the sofa, mouth slightly agape, completely stunned. It took him a long while to finally come to his senses. Isn't this just an idle game? As long as you move your fingers every day and throw them out, these 3 guys can keep bringing things back. But he quickly frowned again. No, if goblins appear in the city, they'll probably be killed immediately. I still have to put them in the contaminated area. He held the card, looking at the 3 smug faces on it, and his mind gradually calmed down. These three guys didn't seem to have any real fighting ability. If they were thrown into the contaminated zone, they probably wouldn't survive long. If you really had to say who was more likely to survive, it would be that scavenger whom everyone looked down on. As for the Goblin Thief's stealth abilities, he wasn't sure just how strong they were. Thinking of this, Zhao Huanshi suddenly slapped his forehead. Right, didn't he still have a rusty thief's knife? Maybe he could equip it on them. He immediately took out the rusty thief's knife and silently recited the equipment command. The next second, the white equipment card automatically attached itself to the Goblin Trio card, shrinking into a small square and landing in the left corner. At the same time, the Goblin Thief on the card grinned even more smugly. It was clear that the knife had fallen into its hands. New information has also emerged. The three goblins in the Goblin Trio have independent equipment. Linked equipment cards will be automatically assigned to the goblin that best suits the card. Normally, this card can be linked to a maximum of 9 more equipment cards. That makes sense, Zhao Huanshi said, but he was actually thinking about something else. He had originally thought that if he could duplicate this rusty knife into 3, that would be a real bargain. He gently twirled the card between his fingers, hesitating whether to use a normal summon to bring the Goblin Trio directly into the room to see them for himself. Just then, his phone beeped with a text message notification, abruptly interrupting his thoughts. Zhao Huan looked down and saw it was a transfer notification from Dongchuan Bank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 zeros, 1,300,000? A scam. Chapter 8, West 4 Research Zone, the polluted area within the city. Zhao Huan was pondering the origins of this sudden large sum of money and was about to call the bank when his phone rang first. Seeing Jia on the screen, he couldn't help but laugh. This was the nickname he gave to his younger sister, Zhao Lijia, deliberately making it sound like her real name, yet not quite, just in case her phone was lost and someone used it to scam her. Zhao Huan was a street cleaner, on call 24/7, and couldn't stray too far from the North 6th District. My younger sister, Zhao Lijia, studies at Dongchuan University, located in Zone 3 of the East Campus, which is quite far from home. She is an awakened individual with excellent grades and has been taken by her mentor to participate in an important project. She hasn't been home for over half a year. Hey, Lijia, why are you calling me all of a sudden? Are you missing your brother? Yeah, it's all right, not really. Did you receive the money I transferred to you? Zhao Huan was taken aback after hearing this. He immediately frowned. Huh? You transferred this money? Where did you get so much money? Zhao Lijia said that the research project she had participated in had made significant progress, and this money was a bonus that had just arrived in her account today, so she transferred it over. Zhao Huan still didn't believe it. Don't lie to me. You're just a student. It's good enough that you even got into the project. How could you possibly get so much bonus? The person on the other end of the phone immediately became unhappy. Of course, it's because I made a big contribution. You're just a college slacker. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. Zhao Huanshi blurted out. Really not dating a rich guy? Zhao Huanshi, do you want to die? Hearing that his sister was really angry, he quickly coughed twice to smooth things over, saying that he was just joking, mainly because there was just too much money. Zhao Lijia was too lazy to argue with him further, only telling him to hurry up and pay off the loan, and then quit his job as a street cleaner. She didn't want to suddenly receive a call one day telling her to collect her brother's death benefit. Zhao Huanshi retorted rudely. If you don't pay off the remaining loan, you probably won't get my death benefit. The next second, an even louder roar came from the phone. Zhao Huanshi chuckled and tried to appease her for a few moments, finally agreeing. After hanging up, he stared at his phone and sighed softly, knowing his sister was genuinely worried about him. Silly sister, quitting a job isn't that easy. We signed a contract in black and white back then. He looked up and glanced eastward, towards Dongchuan University. I'll take some time off to go see her. But he didn't know that Zhao Lijia wasn't at Dongchuan University at all, but in the West 4th District of Dongchuan City, where a large area was surrounded by high concrete walls. Within several kilometers outside the wall, there were no residential areas or commercial buildings, but inside, the area was filled with military fortifications and various high-tech research facilities. Further in, separated by a thin, ethereal white mist, lay a primeval wilderness overgrown with vegetation. Further away, beyond a massive trench, lies a dense jungle dotted with many languid green figures. This place was originally a small to medium-sized illusionary rift that descended upon Dongchuan City. Later, it merged with reality, forming a contaminated zone, which was then transformed into the current West 4 Research Zone, specifically for studying topics related to the contaminated zone. Later, Humans discovered that as long as the number of monsters in the contaminated area was maintained at a certain level, the probability of monster spatial rifts appearing would decrease. Therefore, most of the monsters here were cleared out, leaving only a medium-sized goblin tribe of nearly 1,000 members, and some weak monsters. Zhao Lejia hung up the phone, let out a soft breath, and the gentleness on her face quickly faded, replaced by her usual cool and rational demeanor. She put her phone back in the cabinet, tidied herself up, left the dormitory, and headed towards the research base. She ran into a fellow student on the way, and the two walked together, casually chatting about the project's progress. The senior student complained in a low voice that they were almost out of 2 whole aerosol mushrooms and hadn't found any new ones yet. Cell culture hadn't been successful either, and the teacher was so anxious that he was practically losing his hair. Zhao Lejia quickly told her to keep her voice down so the teacher wouldn't hear. My senior colleague added that the 2 stomated mushroom originally appeared in the area associated with the giant rock-armored burrowing worm. The base had sent people to hunt it in the contaminated area, but after killing several worms, they still couldn't find it. Because of the significant casualties, they had to withdraw for now. Zhao Lejia asked if the Special Affairs Bureau had put up a bounty, and her senior sister said they had long ago, but even the Special Affairs Bureau couldn't find it, so there was even less hope for those civilian explorers. As they were talking, Zhao Lejia suddenly asked seriously, "Senior sister, you said this thing clearly looks like a pig's nose, so why does it have to be called the oval double-penetrated jet mushroom, instead of just called the pig nose mushroom?" The senior student paused for a moment, then replied seriously, "Because it sounds more high-end. High-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods." Zhao Huanshi lazily sprawled on the sofa, watching a burly man on TV, dressed in a chef's uniform and looking like a boxer, making steamed pig brains from the brain of a mid-level magical beast, the Earthshaker boar. Although he had promised Zhao Lejia he would repay the loan, half a day had passed, and he hadn't taken any action whatsoever. Interest-free loan, interest-free. Only a madman would rush to pay it back. If it weren't for the contract, he'd even consider not paying a single penny and dragging it out until he died. Unless someone helps him, or his strength skyrockets, leaving the cleaners won't be easy for him before the contract expires. His identity as a card summoner couldn't be revealed, and asking for favors would leave him indebted, so he figured he might as well keep going. Since he wasn't planning on leaving, there was no rush to pay off the loan. Just as Zhao Huan was leisurely lying down, his phone suddenly rang again. He picked it up and was immediately stunned. Why are people from the Special Affairs Bureau calling me? After a while, Zhao Huanshi hung up the phone, his expression even more bizarre. Expelled? What the hell? Has my sister become so powerful after 2 years of university that she even has connections in the Special Affairs Bureau? Chapter 9. Aren't you envious that I'm being kept by a rich woman? Zhao Huanshi, filled with doubt, rode his electric scooter to the northern branch of the Dongchuan City Special Affairs Bureau. Just as he parked, he looked up and saw that unlucky fellow Li Guangcai standing at the entrance, looking around as if waiting for someone. Zhao Huanshi pretended not to see him and walked straight ahead without looking to the side. Li Guangcai suddenly jumped in front of him, laughing triumphantly. "Huh, Zhao Huanshi, you've been caught." Zhao Huanshi was startled, his face turning pale. For a moment, he thought his activation of the profession stone had been exposed. Seeing his reaction, Li Guangcai laughed even more wildly. "You stole the things you got from the illusionary rift and sold them. The Special Affairs Bureau already knows about it, and you're about to be fired." Zhao Huanshi was stunned at first, then cursed inwardly. So that's what they were talking about after all. It almost scared the soul out of him. He caught his breath and immediately realized. "Wait, you're the one who reported me for selling things?" Li Guangcai didn't admit it directly, but the smug expression on his face made the answer clear. Zhao Huanshi was astonished. "Are you fucking crazy? Everyone knows what's going on. You've exposed it. Do you even want to stay in the cleaning crew after this?" This kind of shady income is something almost every street cleaner touches, and even the Special Affairs Bureau usually turns a blind eye. Li Guangcai's audacity in reporting this puts him directly in opposition to all the street cleaners. Sure enough, as soon as they raised their voices, people around them started looking over, and many of their gazes began to turn hostile. But Li Guangcai didn't care at all. Instead, he sneered, "Huh, your brother Li has already awakened his profession. Who would want to hang out with you cleaners? I've already become an explorer, and I'm about to join my uncle's expedition team to make a fortune in the polluted area." Zhao Huanshi looked him up and down, his face full of suspicion. "Really? With your guts, you dare to go into the contaminated area? Have you suddenly become fearless of death?" Li Guangxi's face stiffened slightly. Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone that he was actually going there to do logistics. He could only sneer and steer the conversation back on track. You should worry about yourself first. You've lost your job as a cleaner, and you'll have to pay back the money you owe the Special Affairs Bureau right away. I think it's over $1 million. You can sell your house to pay off the debt. Tisk, you've lost your job and your house. How miserable. He spoke with a smug, irritating air, making Zhao Huanshi's hands itch with rage. However, Zhao Huanshi still had some doubts. The Special Affairs Bureau wouldn't fire me just because of a report, would it? Just then, a capable-looking middle-aged woman walked out and gave Li Guangxi a cold look, because his uncle has some connections in the Special Affairs Bureau. Zhao Huanshi immediately understood and was speechless. Good heavens, they'd even used connections to get him. The middle-aged woman turned to him and said, "Little Zhao, don't worry too much. I can help you convert your loan to a low-interest commercial mortgage. 10 or 20 years is negotiable." Li Guangxi immediately panicked. "Isn't that against the rules?" The woman sneered. "Rules? You're talking to me about rules in the Special Affairs Bureau?" Her eyes narrowed, and her sharp aura instantly pressed down on him. Li Guangxi's face stiffened, and he immediately fell silent. Zhao Huanshi smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Sister Lu, don't get angry with such a fool. It's not worth it. Thank you, but don't bother with the loan. I'll pay it back myself later." Li Guangxi looked at him incredulously. "Impossible. Where did you get the money?" Zhao Huanshi glanced at him sideways and said slowly, "Oh, this morning a rich woman suddenly transferred over $1 million yuan to me. I didn't want it, but she insisted, saying she'd support me for life. I had no choice but to reluctantly accept it." Li Guangxi immediately sneered. "Are you daydreaming?" Zhao Huanshi looked surprised at first, then suddenly realized. "Isn't this normal? Haven't you ever met a rich woman who wanted to take care of you?" "Oh, right. With your looks, you can only dream about such things." These words were too harsh, and they hit the nail on the head. Li Guangxi's face darkened. He opened his mouth, but didn't dare to boast. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and say, "Just keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep it up." After he finished speaking, he refused to leave and followed Zhao Huanshi to the counter, watching him process the repayment. Li Guang was completely dumbfounded when he saw Zhao Huanshi take out her bank card and pay off the loan in one lump sum. He stared wide-eyed and stammered, You're really being kept by a rich woman?" Zhao Huanshi suppressed a laugh and nodded seriously. "Yeah, otherwise where would I get so much money?" Li Guangxi's face flushed red with anger. "How could you degenerate like this?" Zhao Huanshi almost lost his composure, inwardly cursing the guy for being crazy, but outwardly he sighed helplessly. "She originally advised me to quit the cleaners, saying she was afraid I would encounter danger. I was a little hesitant before, but now that I think about it, I really have to thank you, brotherly. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to make this decision." Li Guangxi's face darkened further, and he was so angry he could hardly breathe. The next second, he suddenly looked at Sister Lu as if grasping at a straw. "Sister Lu, I want to withdraw my report against Zhao Huanshi." Sister Lu didn't even lift her eyelids, pointing to the door. "Get out." Watching Li Guangxi's dejected figure leave, Zhao Huanshi sneered inwardly. Did this fool really think he'd be a cleaner forever? He'd offended him like this today. He'd suffer for it later. After Li Guangxi left, Sister Lu suddenly asked with a look of regret, "Little Zhao, are you really being kept by a rich woman?" Zhao Huanshi quickly waved his hand. "Hey, I was just trying to annoy him. There's no rich woman involved. This money came from my sister. She studies at Dongchuan University, has good grades, and was taken by her professor to participate in a very important project. This money is the project's bonus." Speaking of his sister, Zhao Huanshi's face was full of undisguised pride. But Sister Lu clearly didn't care how outstanding her sister was. As soon as she heard that he wasn't being kept, her eyes lit up. "Not being kept? Then are you interested in getting to know one of my sisters? She met you last time and thought you were quite interesting." "Huh?" Zhao Huan looked at Sister Lu's bright eyes and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Chapter 10, Ancestral Craft. After completing the formalities, Zhao Huanshi practically scrambled out of the Special Affairs Bureau, hopped on his electric scooter, and sped home as fast as he could. He rushed to the refrigerator, grabbed a bottle of iced drink, and gulped it down. Only after the coolness settled in his stomach did the fear in his heart finally subside somewhat. What introducing sisters? It's obvious that Sister Lu had her own ideas. She always seemed so serious and capable. Who would have thought she was like this in private? Especially that burning yet mournful look in her eyes when she left. It almost made Zhao Huan's scalp tingle. He leaned back on the sofa, lost in thought for a while. even entertaining the absurd idea of maybe I should just give in. But the next second, he suddenly shuddered and slapped his face. What the hell am I thinking? After calming down, Zhao Huan made himself a bowl of instant noodles for dinner, then turned on his computer and began to look up information about the contaminated area. Today, besides paying off his loan and completing his resignation procedures as a cleaner, he also conveniently registered as a contaminated zone explorer. This identity is essentially just a record kept by the Special Affairs Bureau for Unified Management, and it also allows him to log in to the Special Affairs Bureau's website and app to view missions, bounties, and various latest news. The tasks listed on the platform are mostly legitimate and openly advertised. As for the shady, clandestine jobs, there are other ways to get them. Zhao Huanshe opened the app and noticed an explorer-level system, similar to those in a game. Completing tasks earns experience, and the higher your level, the more tasks you can access. Many tasks even have entry requirements. If your level isn't high enough, you won't even see the content. Additionally, using the Explorer account to enter the contaminated zone through the official entrance saves a lot of paperwork. With his current strength, Zhao Huan knew very well that he wasn't qualified to venture deeper into the contaminated area. For now, he only planned to wander around the entrance area and try out the summoning system, throwing out the 3 goblin rascals to see the effect. After the illusionary rift merges with reality, the environment of the contaminated area is primarily influenced by the illusion. If the illusion is a swamp, the resulting contaminated area will most likely also be a swamp. If the illusion is hilly, the contaminated area will most likely also be hilly. If 2 polluted areas overlap and merge, the landscape will change accordingly. Sometimes, a section of the real boundary that has not been completely swallowed up will remain in the middle, resulting in strange scenes, such as a swamp on the left and a desert on the right, separated by only a very narrow line. They don't affect each other, and the environment doesn't affect each other, but monsters won't stay quietly in their own territories. Giant sandworms in the desert will burrow into the swamp to drink water, and in the process, swallow a few unlucky monsters. Lizard men in the swamp, enraged, chase after them into the desert, only to find their skin cracked from the scalding heat shortly after entering, forcing them to slink back in disgrace. The area surrounding Dongchuan City is almost entirely contaminated. Apart from a few scattered paths, there is only one main road to the north that leads to other cities. A large number of troops and special agents are stationed there year-round to prevent monsters from rushing out and to guard against new illusionary rifts suddenly appearing and completely severing Dongchuan City's last passage. The city's outskirts were also heavily fortified, encircled by towering walls like an ancient metropolis. Artillery, machine guns, intelligent surveillance systems, and patrol drones were all present. According to online information, explorers wishing to legitimately enter the contaminated zone could choose any of the 8 checkpoints in Dongchuan City. To the east lie the poisonous fog swamp and the spore forest, while to the south are the frigid giant lake and the dragon volcano. The northern area has the strictest regulations, presumably to prevent anyone from causing serious trouble in the contaminated zone and sealing off the northern passage. In comparison, most people recommend that newcomers first acclimatize in the verdant forest to the west. The monsters there are weaker, the environment is safer, and while explorers aren't necessarily friendly, at least it's less likely to be killed immediately. After all, contaminated areas are lawless zones. Information online is a mix of truth and falsehood. Official and Special Affairs Bureau data is relatively more reliable. Zhao Huanshe searched for a long time and finally decided to check out the Emerald Forest tomorrow before making further plans. As for now, it was time to wash up and go to bed. Zhao Huanshe was still very much looking forward to seeing what the trial dream would be like after the novice trial. Trial objective: kill the plant symbiote. Zhao Huanshe opened his eyes and found himself in what seemed to be a hilly area. Looking around, there were rolling hills everywhere, and the vegetation on the ground was not lush, mostly shrubs and weeds, with only a few low trees growing here and there. They only said to kill the plant symbiote, but didn't tell me what it looks like or what its characteristics are. Zhao Huan muttered under his breath, and with a flick of his fingers, the Goblin trio appeared in his hand. He first tried placing the card for summoning, but immediately received a message saying this operation cannot be performed. Either the trial dream realm couldn't use placement summoning, or the trial's range wasn't sufficient to meet the distance requirements for placement summoning. Zhao Huan didn't dwell on it. With a flick of his finger, he simply tossed the card to the ground. The card shattered, and a blue aura swirling with purple energy quickly coalesced, revealing the Goblin Thief, one of the three scoundrels, standing before him. The moment he landed, he immediately lowered his stance, gripping a rusty knife in his right hand and a burlap sack at his waist, furtively surveying his surroundings. He certainly looked like a seasoned pro. Huh? At least he knows to observe the surroundings first. He seems much more reliable than that guy who came out picking his nose and scratching his butt. Zhao Huan had barely finished speaking when the goblin thief, after confirming there was no danger around, instantly straightened up, lazily stretched, and then, holding a small knife in his right hand, skillfully extended his little finger to pick his nose. Damn, is this some kind of ancestral skill? Chapter 11 definitely holds the key to breaking the deadlock. The goblin thief scratched his butt, looked up, and stared at Zhao Huanshi with a puzzled expression. Gob, what is a family-inherited craft? Zhao Huan sighed, his expression somewhat helpless. It's nothing. Remembering the card's description that the goblin thief possesses stealing and stealth skills, she asked curiously, your stealth skill, is it invisibility magic, or the kind of skill where a thief reduces the sound of their footsteps when stealing something? But then the goblin thief revealed a sly smile, his demeanor instantly turning sinister and lewd. As he bent over and squatted down, his body slowly disappeared from Zhao Huanshi's sight. Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up with surprise. It really is invisible. Although upon closer inspection, the light and shadow around the goblin thief's location appears somewhat distorted and strange, it is still an extraordinary ability. If Zhao Huanshi possessed this ability, then I definitely won't go to women's bathhouses or changing rooms. 10% of the cameras in the city have been equipped with infrared, thermal imaging, sound wave detection, magnetic field scanning, and other surveillance instruments, just to guard against these monsters and awaken beings with the ability to become invisible. However, if you can become invisible, you will be much safer, whether in the illusionary rift or the contaminated area. As the goblin thief moves, the light distorts and shifts, making him appear even more obvious. Seeing this, Zhao Huan frowned. The moment you move, the abnormality becomes too obvious. Goblin gurgle. The goblin thief revealed himself and murmured something to Zhao Huanshi. Oh, the dimmer the light, the fewer flaws there are. Zhao Huanshi looked up at the sky. It was clear and sunny, with the sun shining brightly, the time when natural light was at its brightest. That's all right. He then glanced down at the seemingly harmless dagger in the goblin thief's hand and hesitated for a moment. They don't seem to have much combatability. I was planning to try out the summoning effect in the Emerald Forest tomorrow, so I can't let the goblins die. How about I just explore the surrounding area today? I'm not expecting to beat it on my first try anyway. Seeing that Zhao Huan was deep in thought and ignoring him, the goblin thief felt a little bored. With a gentle flick of the fingers, the rusty knife twirled nimbly between them, like a gray butterfly fluttering in the air. Out of the corner of his eye, the goblin thief saw a large black beetle on the ground, pushing something like a dung ball backward. With a flick of his finger, the rusty knife shot out with a whoosh, pinning the fist-sized beetle to the ground. He picked up the beetle, whose legs were still struggling, broke off its head, dug out its shell, and put the rest of the beetle's body into his mouth, chewing it with relish. Crunch, crunch. Zhao Huanshi snapped out of his daze, heard the gnawing sound, and turned around to see the goblin thief spitting juice from its mouth. Half of the beetle's rear end was still sticking out of its mouth, and its two legs were kicking frantically. Huh? Where did you catch such a big bug? The goblin thief pointed to the ground, at the large ball of dung that emitted a faint stench. Zhao Huanshi's lips twitched. A dung beetle? You can actually bring yourself to bite it. Gopamiskio stick. The goblin thinks it's delicious. Would you like to try some? As the goblin thief spoke, he handed over the remaining half of the worm that he hadn't finished eating. I don't eat sashimi. You can eat it yourself. Zhao Huanshi refused immediately. Upon hearing this, the goblin thief immediately stuffed half of the beetle back into his mouth. It can actually eat. Zhao Huanshi's eyes twitched as he watched. After it had almost finished chewing, he asked, Do you know about plant symbionts? Glug. The goblin thief swallowed what was in his mouth and shook his head blankly. What a coincidence, I don't know either. But I guess, since it's called a plant symbiote, it must be a monster with some kind of plant growing on its body. Okay, you go that way. I'll go this way. We'll explore separately. You stay invisible, and whatever you do, don't die. If you encounter enemies, prioritize survival. We'll meet up here again later. Zhao Huan was thinking that the goblin thief could turn invisible and was much better at protecting itself than he was, so it might be safer for it to act alone. Although recalling the goblin thief would be safer, And although they said they were only exploring the environment this time. But what if? What if we discover some clues and pass the trial dream in one go? Zhao Huanshi had previously tested this. If he died before the Goblin card would not be damaged. So as long as the Goblin Thief stays invisible, he can basically survive until the end. Even if I were to die, it would just mean spending another day lying around at home. Anyway, the money Zhao Huan had left was enough for him to slack off for a long time. No, I have to work hard, otherwise I'll really have to rely on my sister to support me. Zhao Huanshi shook his head, banishing those depressing thoughts from his mind. Seeing the Goblin Thief disappear into the shadows, he turned and walked in the direction he had chosen earlier. I picked up a dry branch more than a meter long along the way and used it as a weapon to beat the bushes and grass to drive away any poisonous snakes or monsters that might be lurking there. Instead of finding the venomous snake, 2 grass-green slimes sprang out and spat at Zhao Huanshi. Zhao Huanshi easily dodged the slime's attack and used a branch to smash their bodies. Whether it was the scent of their dead kind or the noise of Zhao Huanshi's battle, more slimes emerged from the bushes and grass, swarming towards Zhao Huanshi. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi hurriedly fled, using his speed advantage to escape the pursuit of the slime horde. There didn't seem to be any powerful monsters in these hills, except for an excessive number of slimes, some gopher rabbits, and some fist-sized black beetles. After walking for a while, Zhao Huan saw a small, slightly trembling hill in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a rock giant over 10 meters tall, covered in moss, vines, and various weeds and shrubs. Zhao Huanshi was startled and quickly ducked into a bush nearby. After hiding for a while, they didn't see the rock giant make any moves. Instead, they could faintly hear the hollow sound of the wind blowing through the cave. Huff puff huff puff. The sound was long and very rhythmic. Zhao Huanshi secretly peered through the bushes and discovered that the enormous rock monster seemed to be asleep on the ground. I breathed a slight sigh of relief, but then I started to feel a headache coming on. It's obvious that this ridiculously large rock giant is the target of his trial. As for why it's called a plant symbiotic creature instead of a rock giant, it's probably related to the lush plants growing on its body. Don't panic. Think about the beginner's trial. There must be a solution. There's no way to fight him. Even if Zhao Huanshi were armed and unarmed, it wouldn't make a difference. Unless he brings in a tank or a few rocket launchers and demolishes the rock giant as an illegal structure, nothing else will help. Zhao Huan could only wonder if there was any weakness in this rock giant that could be easily killed in some unexpected yet reasonable way. So what is the key to this trial? Why did Chapter 12 start playing by itself? Just as Zhao Huan was pondering how to deal with the rock giant, the Goblin Thief, chewing on a beetroot stolen from a ground squirrel's paw, also spotted a monster that resembled a plant symbiote. Compared to the colossal creature that was over 10 meters tall, the target the Goblin Thief found was much smaller. From head to toe, including the huge golden sunflower on its head, its length is only about 2 meters. Its skin is rough and green, shaped like the bark of an old tree, and its surface is covered with thick, tough thorns, like those thorny vines. The monster's 2 arms were thick and long, and it walked using both its hands and feet, much like a gorilla. Perhaps because it looked too much like a plant, the Goblin Thief felt that this monster was wooden and moved somewhat slowly. Having found their target, the Goblin Thief planned to follow Zhao Huanshi's plan, return to their previous location, and tell Zhao Huanshi about the monster. Just as they were about to leave, a deep, angry roar suddenly rang out in the distance, followed by a slight tremor in the ground. The Goblin Thief found a shady spot nearby and crouched low to the ground. Before long, the ground shook more and more violently, and the roaring sound grew louder and louder. From afar, the Goblin Thief saw his summoner, like a stray dog, being crushed and scattered by a giant rock monster. Boom! A huge rock fell from the sky, but Zhao Huan dodged it using a move called a vicious dog pouncing on its prey. It rolled twice, quickly got up, ignoring the mud in its mouth, and, taking advantage of the rising dust, secretly changed direction and continued its escape. Wasn't he supposed to go back and exchange information? Why is he playing hide-and-seek with a stone monster all by himself? The Goblin Thief scratched his head, puzzled. Forget it. Human minds are too complicated. Goblins can't fathom them. The Goblin Thief glanced at the green-skinned monster not far away, which had burrowed into the ground in fright and disguised itself as a giant sunflower, and was momentarily at a loss for what to do. After a while, the ground tremors gradually subsided, and a green slime, its body wrapped around a struggling black beetle, slowly moved toward the shadowy spot where the goblin thief was. The goblin thief's eyes lit up. Shouldn't he hurry up and accept the food that had been delivered to his door? With a swift, quick movement of its tiny paws, gripping the rusty knife, the large black beetle encased within the slime's body fell into the goblin thief's hands. The slime felt something poke it, and then the food it had been lying in wait to catch disappeared. After searching for a long time with its tentacles, it still couldn't find any enemy. By this time, the goblin thief had already silently changed locations and hidden in a place where the slime couldn't detect him. I put the beetle under my nose and smelled it. It smelled like rotting grass and leaves, and I also felt a slight burning sensation on my fingers. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be slime fluid from the beetle corroding the skin of his finger. Tisk! The goblin thief curled his lip in disgust and casually tossed the beetle away. The black beetle rolled a few times on the ground and landed right in front of the plant symbiont that had just been pulled from the ground. The plant symbiont paused for a moment, then reached out, picked up the beetle, and put it in its mouth. Smack! A blob of green slime splattered onto the plant symbiote, making a sizzling sound and emitting a faint, foul odor. The plant symbiont raised its hand to brush away the slime, then looked up at the large green jelly in the distance. After a while, the goblin thief, chewing on grass roots, squatted in a corner, looking at a group of slimes that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, fighting fiercely with the plant symbiotes. Strange, why did these guys suddenly start fighting? Wow, that monster is completely engulfed by slimes, and it looks like it's about to die. I can't go on, I'm almost at my limit. Zhao Huanshi was still being chased by the rock giant. He was covered in wounds, and blood was flowing out as he stood among the dust and grass, looking extremely miserable. In other words, Zhao Huanshi was tortured for over 100 days in the novice trial without breaking down, and his pain tolerance was greatly improved. If it were someone else being chased like this by a rock giant, they would probably have given up and waited to die long ago. Damn it, just how much resentment does this guy hold towards humans? We've been running for so long, and he's still relentlessly chasing after us. Hearing the whooshing sound behind him, Zhao Huanshi quickly lunged out in any direction he could find. I've used this method to dodge the stone golem's throwing attacks several times before. This time, however, he was too exhausted. He couldn't fly very far despite his best efforts. In addition, he was unlucky and the falling rock hit him right in the body, smashing his lower body to pieces and burying him in the mud. Flutter! Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly to the ground. Damn, that hurt so much. I'd rather have just been crushed to death. The heavy footsteps grew closer, and the ground trembled more violently, as if the whole world was shaking. Zhao Huanshi's consciousness gradually faded, and he quickly sank into darkness. Trial ended. Trial successful. Zhao Huanshi opened his eyes, stared at the bedroom ceiling, slightly dazed, and didn't pay much attention to the information prompts in his mind. It's just a failure announcement, right? It doesn't matter whether it's there or not. TSK. Another painful way to die. Evolution points gained, 58. Current evolution points, 157. Huh? Wait a minute. I remember I only killed 2 slimes. How come I have so many evolution points? Zhao Huanshi finally realized that something was wrong. Trial reward obtained. Gray monster card. Symbiotic primal species. The trial dream is being regenerated. Estimated time, 58 hours. Zhao Huanshi suddenly sat up in bed, his face full of disbelief. With a gentle rub of his fingers, a brand new card he had never seen before appeared in his hand. Enclosed by gray edges, the central image features a large plant seed radiating a green glow. Encased in a thick, hard-looking shell, half a tender green bud peeks out from the center. Gray monster card, symbiotic primal. A plant seed that's just about to sprout, with no special abilities. Perhaps it could be thrown out, and its hard shell could be used to smash an enemy's head. Card level, LVMEX. It can be evolved into a white card by consuming 100 evolution points. The information on this symbiotic original species was limited and was read quickly. Zhao Huanshi, however, was holding the card in his hand, looking it over with a puzzled expression. That rock giant roared so spiritedly, it didn't look like it was about to die at all. Could it be that the stone it threw at me was torn apart from itself, and because it tore itself apart too much, it broke apart itself? Chapter 13, Symbiotic Vine. Zhao Huanshi shook his head. Compared to this unreliable guess, it was more likely that while he was unconscious, the goblin thief killed the rock giant? That seems unlikely. Oh well, we'll just call them out and ask. He sat down on the sofa, disheveled and sleepy-eyed. With a slight twitch of his fingers, he took out the Goblin trio and casually tossed them onto the ground. There's a 1 in 3 probability, so... The card shattered, the light and shadow reformed, and a goblin rubbed its hands together, a cunning smile on its face as it glanced at Zhao Huanshi, its eyes darting left and right, as if calculating the value of the items in Zhao Huanshi's room. Then, a hint of disgust appeared in his eyes. Hey, what do you mean by this? He was actually rejected by his own summoned beast. Zhao Huanshi was too lazy to communicate with this snobbish fellow, so he placed his palm on its head. Return. The goblin merchant's body instantly collapsed and dissipated, returning to Zhao Huanshi's hand as a card. When summoning, you simply drop the card on the ground. Now with the flying card, you can throw it even further. Recalling them is a bit more complicated. Zhao Huanshi must touch the summoned monster to turn it back into a card. Well, that counts as meeting a shady merchant. Now it's a 50/50th chance. Bang! The blue-purple light coalesced once more into the shape of the goblin merchant. Receive. Bang! Another unscrupulous merchant. After this was done 3 or 4 times, Zhao Huanshi suspected that the summoning mechanism of the goblin trio might mean that once one of them is summoned, it will always be the same guy no matter how many times it is summoned for a period of time. What? A matter of luck? How could this be? How could his luck be so bad? Sometimes, even gacha pulls in games don't guarantee a pity system. Let's try again. If it's still a shady merchant, then forget it. If we're going to the Emerald Forest, it's about time we set off. Zhao Huanshi picked up his phone, glanced at it, and muttered to himself. This tactic is called feinting to the east while attacking in the west, similar to shouting, "I'll uninstall the game if I don't get the perfect card," when drawing gacha pulls, essentially threatening the game company with your mind. Bang! A goblin with a large sack slung over his shoulder, a slovenly appearance, and an aura of extreme poverty appeared before Zhao Huanshi. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi clenched his fist with a hint of excitement. Yay! I knew this trick would work. The goblin scavenger glanced around and saw no other creatures besides the summoner. Its droopy eyelids snapped open, revealing a pair of large eyes filled with shrewdness and greed, and even the air of poverty emanating from it vanished. Looking at the furniture and various items inside the house, the goblin scavenger didn't seem to mind at all, and even wanted to take some of the stuff into his sack. Zhao Huan was afraid that this guy would actually make a move, and then he would have to take the things out and reorganize them, so he quickly recalled them. After discarding the card again, the goblin thief was finally summoned. Zhao Huanshi breathed a sigh of relief. If this guy didn't come out soon, he would have to give up exploring the truth for the time being, wash up, get dressed, and head to the contaminated area. After the goblin thief's animated gestures and rapid-fire explanation, Zhao Huanshi deduced the general course of events. So, that stone golem wasn't a plant symbiote at all. Then what happened to me being chased for so long and being crushed to death by rocks? Free? Zhao Huanshi felt as if his intelligence had been insulted. He looked up and saw that the goblin thief was not paying attention to him and was looking around with curiosity. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I focused my attention on the symbiotic original species and pondered for a moment. Evolution. The edges of the card changed from gray to white, and the outer shell of the plant seed in the middle fell off, quickly growing into a slender green vine with only a few green leaves and dense, thin roots. White monster card, symbiotic vine. The symbiotic vine will insert its roots into the bodies of animals or monsters, forming a mutually beneficial symbiotic cooperative relationship. Symbiosis. After summoning, select an object and perform symbiosis on it. Photosynthesis. Under sufficient light, the symbiotic vine will provide the symbiotic host with a basic self-healing effect, continuously restoring a small amount of stamina and vitality and accelerating wound healing. Hiss. The effect looks pretty good, but so many roots piercing into the body is terrifying. Zhao Huanshi raised his head and looked at the goblin thief. But then, following the scent, he pulled the chicken bones that Zhao Huanshi had finished gnawing out of the trash can, stuffed them into his mouth, and began to suck on them with relish. Holy shit. Spit out what's in your mouth. If you wanted chicken legs, you should have just said so, and I'd have opened a new bag for you. Upon hearing the order, the goblin thief, though unwilling, still grabbed the chicken bone with his hand and slowly pulled it out of his mouth. While pulling, they sucked hard, as if that would keep the delicious flavor of the chicken bone in their mouths. If I had known, I would have just chewed it up and swallowed it. As the goblin thief pondered this, his nose suddenly caught an even stronger fragrance. Turning around, I saw Zhao Huanshi open the packaging bag, take out a braised chicken leg, and hand it over. Tui, tui, tui. The goblin thief threw away the broken bone in his hand, spat it out several times, and cleared his mouth of the broken bone fragments. He took the chicken leg from Zhao Huanshi, took a big bite, and his eyes widened instantly, revealing a blissful expression. Looking at the goblin thief's exaggerated appearance, Zhao Huanshi vaguely saw its body glowing, and heard a familiar background music playing in his ears. You're exaggerating a bit too much. The goblin thief savored the delicious food in his hand, having no objection whatsoever to Zhao Huan's suggestion of using his own body for experiments. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi pressed the symbiotic vine card in his hand onto the goblin thief's back. The card shattered, and white light coalesced into thin vines half a meter long, coiling around the goblin thief's body, sending out dense roots that pierced his skin. Even after experiencing so many deaths, Zhao Huanshi still felt his scalp tingle and his teeth ache when faced with this scene. However, the goblin thief, while munching on a chicken leg, showed no sign of anything amiss. Even if the food in your hand tastes delicious, you can't possibly not feel pain, right? Do those roots have a numbing effect? Zhao Huanshi guessed what was going on in his mind, walked to the window, and pulled the curtains open a crack, letting in some sunlight. He casually picked up a fruit knife from the table and brandished it at the goblin thief, considering where to strike. The goblin thief immediately stopped chewing, stared wide-eyed at Zhao Huanshi, and showed a terrified expression. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi simply said, "Add another chicken leg, and cut yourself to see the self-healing effect of the symbiotic vine." No sooner had he finished speaking than the goblin thief pulled out a rusty knife and stabbed himself without hesitation. Chapter 14 was quite awkward. I told you to make a cut. Why did you stab so deep? Your crappy knife is covered in rust. Aren't you afraid of getting tetanus? Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself as he took a braised chicken leg from the refrigerator and gave it to the goblin thief, then dragged it into the sunlight to observe the healing of its wounds. It was quite obvious that the wound stopped bleeding and healed much faster, especially when the symbiotic vine's body and leaves were exposed to sunlight. The goblin's wound even showed a faint green glow, which accelerated the healing process. It seems a bit less effective than the basic healing spells I saw online. But spells consume mana, and it's said that a trainee healer can only cast a maximum of 5 basic healing spells before being drained of mana, while the symbiotic vine just needs to bask in the sun. Zhao Huan was really focused on researching the nascent self-healing effects of the symbiotic vine. Meanwhile, the goblin thief, having finished his chicken leg, was sucking on the bone, his eyes darting around, occasionally glancing at the refrigerator in the kitchen. After studying the self-healing effect provided by the symbiotic vine, Zhao Huanshi wanted to see what would happen if the roots poked out small holes after the symbiotic vine was peeled off. He reached out and pressed his hand on the symbiotic vine, silently reciting the mantra to summon it back. The symbiotic vine dispersed into white light, transforming into cards that returned to Zhao Huanshi's hand. Huh? No wounds. After the symbiotic vines disappeared, Zhao Huanshi was somewhat surprised to find that the goblin thief did not have the dense, tiny holes he had expected. I can't figure it out. I can only attribute it to the magic of cards and spells. No wonder the goblin thief didn't seem to be in any pain just now. Zhao Huan pondered to himself, deciding to find an opportunity to experience it for himself. He picked up his phone and glanced at it, only to find that it was already past 10 o'clock. It's already so late. Reach out and press down on the goblin thief who was sneaking past, summoning him back. Zhao Huan put on his leather armor, grabbed his steel greatsword, and took the food and water he had prepared in advance. He then headed to the bus stop outside the residential area. After several transfers, I boarded a bus bound for the checkpoint in the contaminated area of Xiqing. As a megacity, Dongchuan has a large number of subway lines and intercity rail lines. However, most of these once convenient public transportation facilities have now ceased operation, with only a few special-purpose lines still running. Whether it's a rift in the illusion or a spatial rift that releases monsters, both can pose a huge threat to the subway with its fixed lines. In the event of an accident, hundreds or even thousands of people on the subway train would have almost no chance of escaping. In comparison, buses and public transport, while much slower, are also much more flexible. Even if an accident occurs and the entire bus is wiped out, there would only be 40 or 50 people on board. Zhao Huanshi leaned his arm against the window, watching the scenery rushing past outside. Below his arm, on the side of the bus, were several large red characters printed on it. Fighting inside a vehicle, threatening public safety, shall be punished with death. A faint alarm could be heard from afar, as if a spatial rift had appeared in some corner of the city and monsters had escaped again. TSK. It's said that the concentration of magic in the air is getting higher and higher, which is causing the probability of monster rifts and illusion rifts to appear to increase as well. A rough voice rang in my ears. Zhao Huanshi turned his head to look at the seat behind him and saw a tall, burly man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, wearing a dark blue leather armor that emitted a faint blue halo. Seeing Zhao Huanshi turn his head, the burly man revealed a kind smile. It's clear that the older brother was trying very hard to express his goodwill, but he couldn't hide the fierce aura emanating from the scars on his face. He seems to be a powerful warrior, the kind who could kill 10 Liguankais with one slap. Young man, are you heading to the verdant forest? Right. Zhao Huanshi smiled and responded, glancing at the large travel bag next to the big man, a slight doubt creeping into his mind. Professionals with this level of skill usually ride motorcycles by themselves or drive large off-road vehicles as a team, right? Why is this guy acting like a complete newbie, taking the bus all by himself? Zhao Huanshi's choice of rookie certainly didn't refer to himself, although this was indeed the first time he had voluntarily entered a contaminated area, aside from when he fled his hometown. But he had worked as a scavenger for 2 years, personally killing countless monsters, and even murdering a goblin hero in the trial dream with his bare hands and a scheme. In contrast, the few young men and women sitting in the other seats, with their youthful faces filled with trepidation and anticipation, chattering incessantly the whole way, were the real complete newbies. I wonder whose kid it is, who's watched too many weird videos and now wants to go on an adventure in a contaminated area. Just watch. They won't even be able to get out of the city gates, and they might even have to call their parents in school to come and pick them up. The burly man said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huanshi smiled, and then asked the burly man the question that had been bothering him. Brother, how come a master like you would take the bus to a polluted area? The burly man waved his hand. What expert? He just got lucky. He was fighting monsters, and somehow became a mid-level warrior. A mid-level warrior isn't powerful enough. What's so great about it? Warriors are just common cannon fodder, not some rare profession. Cough. Well, my name is Zhang Dashuan, and I'm a member of the middle-aged unemployed frontline exploration team. Brother, your exploration team's name is quite unique. The team members were all online friends who played games together before. Actually, not all of them are middle-aged people like me. It's just that our guild in the game is called this, so we just used it as the name of the exploration team. Zhang Dashuan said with a smile. Our team actually has an armored bus, and we all go out together when we're on missions. You know, the city isn't exactly safe, so we all moved our houses to one place so we could look out for each other. Seeing Zhao Huanshi nod, Zhang Dashuan continued. However, this time, something came up unexpectedly, which is why I was a little late. So that's how it is. Afterwards, Zhang Dashuan talked to Zhao Huan about how great his team members were, how harmonious their relationships were, and how they never abandoned or gave up on each other when facing danger in the contaminated area. As Zhao Huan listened, he realized something was amiss. The more he listened, the more it seemed like the older brother was advertising for his team's recruitment. Perhaps noticing the strange look on Zhao Huanshi's face, Zhang Dashuan licked his dry lips and said somewhat embarrassedly, Li Xuanhuan, right? Actually, I know you. There's a girl in our guild who's a cleaner in the North server, and she mentioned you to us. Brother, my name is Zhao Huanshi. Zhang Dashuan was immediately silenced, his face turning red, and he opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He silently took out his phone and started typing rapidly, seemingly chatting with someone. Zhao Huan mentally added a fitting voice. Family, does anyone understand? Chapter 15 came out as soon as she went in. Dongchuan City West second public exit. Because he had registered as an explorer, Zhao Huan only had to scan his face and go through a bunch of machines to get through the checkpoint in less than a minute. Just as Zhang Dashuan had predicted, the group of teenagers were stopped by a team of heavily armed police officers, given a scolding, and then slumped dejectedly in the corner. After passing through the checkpoint, it's still 7 or 8 kilometers to the polluted area, which is actually the lush green forest. This stretch of land is not empty. Instead, it is filled with hastily constructed, makeshift buildings, transforming it into an adventure town that brings together a large number of explorers and ordinary staff. This place is extremely dangerous. It is often bombarded by the city walls due to monsters that rush out of the contaminated area. It is normal for it to be bombed 3 or 4 times a year. However, Each time the town is destroyed, it is quickly rebuilt. High risk, high reward. Even ordinary people who work in various service jobs earn 3 to 10 times more than those in similar jobs in the city. You can imagine how high the profits are for businessmen and capitalists who do business here. This area has almost no surveillance cameras. It's kind of a gray area. Zhang Daxuan pointed to a group of explorers in the distance, holding up signs to recruit temporary team members. Those guys are just scammers who prey on newbies. Zhao Huanshe raised an eyebrow. Oh, I know. I've seen some cases online, saying that the Green Forest scammers only want money, not lives. Who knows? You don't even know who posted this content online. You mean them? Oh, these few don't have that kind of guts. They're just looking for a few greenhorns to scam some tuition fees or something. The real sly snakes lurking in the shadows wouldn't stand out so openly and attract attention. Alright, I need to go find my companions. Brother Zhao, I hope you'll seriously consider my suggestion again. The members of our exploration team are all really quite good. Zhang Daxuan said to Zhao Huanshe with a sincere expression. Zhao Huanshe smiled and nodded. Okay, Brother Zhang, I will seriously consider it. Although Zhang Daxuan seemed like a nice person and was very sincere in wanting Zhao Huanshe to join their exploration team. But you can know a person's face, but not their heart. Zhao Huan wouldn't be so foolish as to believe a stranger's words as soon as they met. Moreover, he needs to resolve the source of his professional stone first, to avoid any future troubles. Well, it makes perfect sense that you would venture deep into a contaminated area and discover a newly arrived, unexplored otherworldly ruin, where you would find a profession stone. Alternatively, you could unexpectedly encounter 2 powerful monsters in battle, and then reap the benefits by searching the humanoid monster's corpse for a strange profession stone. There are so many examples online. You can just pick one and use it as a reference. Zhao Huan pondered for a moment. Then, following the online guide, he stored his phone in a shop in the town that specialized in temporarily storing valuables. Then they headed towards the far end of the town, towards the vast expanse of white mist. Although he was a complete stranger and all alone, no one was so foolish as to come up to him for tutoring or to join his group. People in this line of work usually have a good eye. Zhao Huanshe's leather armor, although patched up in many places, still bore many marks of being attacked by monsters, as well as grime from being soaked in blood and repeatedly layered with stains that couldn't be cleaned properly. It was clear at a glance that he was not someone to be trifled with. Upon reaching the edge of the polluted area, one can vaguely see the scene behind the fog. A lush primeval forest has been distorted into a bizarre and grotesque spectacle. Zhao Huanshe stood before the mist, lost in thought. I wonder if the summoning of the Goblin trio will be affected by the rules of the contaminated zone. If he places a goblin outside the fog, is there a 50% chance it will be thrown into the contaminated area, or is it guaranteed to be thrown outside? Yeah, you'll know after a few tries. A team of explorers entered the mist in formation, their figures distorted into strange shapes. No battle ensued, and they headed straight into the depths of the verdant forest. After Zhao Huanshe and the others could no longer see the group, he drew his great sword and stepped into the mist. As Zhao Huan passed through the mist, he felt slightly disoriented, just like when he entered the illusion through a spatial rift. With a slight movement of his left-hand fingers, he created the Goblin trio. Place a summon. The card in my hand shattered and disappeared. Zhao Huanshe immediately stepped back and walked out of the contaminated area in a few steps. The entire set of movements was fluid and took no more than 10 seconds. Seeing Zhao Huanshe go in and then quickly come out again, several explorers waiting for their teammates outside the contaminated area couldn't help but burst out laughing. Dude, that's so lame of you. You should at least stay inside a little longer and breathe in the fresh air of the lush forest. Otherwise, you've come all this way for nothing, a blonde-haired man with a buzz cut said with a grin. Lu Xian, don't talk nonsense. Huang Mao's teammate quickly stopped him. Zhao Huanshe wasn't angry. He just smiled and replied, I'm a little nervous going in alone. I'll do some more mental preparation. Huh, judging from your imposing manner just now, I thought you were some kind of expert. Wait a minute, buddy, you didn't see online that the Emerald Forest is a beginner's forest, so you stupidly came here to explore it all by yourself, did you? The blonde-haired man named Lu Xian said with great surprise. Brother, let me tell you, the monsters in the contaminated zone aren't like those stupid programs in a game. They're real killers. If you want to be an explorer, you'd better join a reliable exploration team first. Oh, those over there don't count. They're all scammers. You'd better check with the Special Affairs Bureau to see if they have any exploration teams recruiting. Those are more reliable. Lu Xian spoke very quickly, rattling off a whole bunch of things. Zhao Huan listened with a smile, thinking to himself that this blonde-haired guy looked like a thug, but he turned out to be a pretty nice person. Oh, I didn't know there were so many intricacies involved. Thanks, brother, I'll go back and study it some more. Hey, we're all brothers, no need to be so polite, Lu Xian said with a hearty laugh. Watching Zhao Huanshi turn and leave, Lu Xian shook his head slightly. This guy is too reckless, actually thinking of running off to the lush forest by himself. The female companion beside her, carrying a longbow and quiver, rolled her eyes. Come on, you bastard. It was you who tricked us into coming to the Emerald Forest. We almost lost our lives. If it weren't for running into the boss. Hey, boss, what are you looking at? The robust middle-aged man, who had been staring at Zhao Huanshi's retreating figure with a puzzled look, snapped out of his reverie. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought that young man didn't look like a newcomer. Huang Mao. Lu Xian nodded. Right. I was just fooled by his aura and thought he was some kind of expert. Who knew he was just a clueless greenhorn who didn't know anything? Perhaps. Chapter 16. What could possibly taste worse than me? Deep in the verdant forest, a team of fully armed explorers had just been attacked by a group of venomous claw cats. After a battle that wasn't too difficult, the exploration team successfully repelled the horde of demon cats, leaving behind more than a dozen corpses of the poison claw demon cats. At this moment, some explorers were dismantling the corpse of the poison claw cat, extracting valuable materials from it. Others sat to one side, cleaning their wounds and taking antidotes. The poison claw cat's claws are highly venomous. If you are scratched, you will be poisoned and the wound will be extremely painful, severely affecting the explorer's combat and movement. The battle had ended quite some time ago, but the injured explorer was still hissing and gasping for air. Ouch, that hurts so much. No wonder many exploration teams would rather take a detour than get close to the demon cat's territory. If only there was a healer or water mage in the team, one antidote spell would make the cat poison disappear instantly. You're dreaming. Such an important support profession is either recruited into the Special Affairs Bureau for special training, following the breakthrough team to solve the illusion rift, or accepted by large corporations to join powerful exploration teams. How could it possibly be our turn? Aren't there healers who, because of their poor talent, are stuck in the apprenticeship stage and can't be promoted, and are kicked out by large corporations? You've been posting too much nonsense from those idiot marketing accounts. It's possible for a trainee mage to be fired by the group, but for a special profession like a healer, even if they're still just a trainee, they won't be easily given up on, okay? That's not necessarily true. I heard that a new formula for technological healing potions has been developed. In the future, mass-produced technological healing potions will be able to achieve 70% of the effect of low-level healing potions handcrafted by alchemists. Apprentice healers will probably be of little use then, right? I saw that news too. Apparently, the production cost of the new formula is very high, and it's uncertain whether it can be mass-produced. Don't worry about the healing potion yet. Is there any genius who can improve the formula for the antidote? Even if it's only a third as effective as the alchemical antidote, it would be great. This pain is just too much. The exploration team leader, a mid-level warrior clad in metal armor, scoffed. Instead of relying on those things, you should focus on improving your own strength. A few demonic cats injured you like this, and you still have the nerve to complain. Just then, the member on guard duty suddenly said with some surprise, where did that goblin come from? There was nothing there just a moment ago. Upon hearing this, the explorers immediately tensed up and grabbed their weapons. The captain, raising his large metal shield, said in a deep voice, Everyone, prepare for battle. Don't be nervous, everyone. It seems there's only one goblin. One? How is that possible? Don't goblins always appear in groups? Look for yourself, that goblin is filthy, like it came from somewhere wandering. Which goblin isn't filthy? This one seems excessively filthy, and it's dragging around a tattered bag, looking like a beggar. Can monsters get food? That won't do. It's good enough if he wasn't slapped to death. Should we kill him? He looks rather pitiful. Why waste that energy? There's no threat, and I don't have anything valuable on me. 2. For some reason, the explorers either disdained or were too lazy to attack the poor, pitiful goblin, and instead started talking about other things. That patch of decaying leaves is said to be infested with giant burrowing worms. Everyone, please walk softly, and if you feel the ground shake, immediately move to the side. Okay, no need to be too nervous. Look at that goblin. It walked on those rotten leaves for ages, and it's fine, isn't it? Boom. No sooner had one of the explorers finished speaking than the ground suddenly exploded open, and a huge, tooth-covered worm-like mouth shot out, swallowing the goblin scavenger whole. Splattered dirt and rotting leaves fell in a flurry, but the giant worm had already retreated into the ground with the goblin and disappeared. Holy crap! What was that thing just now? Do we really have to deal with this terrible thing? Captain, I'm suddenly feeling unwell. I think I'm getting my period. Can I apply to go back? You're a man. What right do you have to have periods? Captain, my hemorrhoids are acting up. I need to go back for surgery immediately. All right, stop arguing. The exploration team leader interrupted the team member's nonsense. The intelligence said that what was appearing was a giant burrowing worm with a body diameter of no more than 1.5 meters. But that one we just saw was clearly a rock armor burrowing worm with a diameter of at least 3 or 4 meters. This is not an enemy we can deal with. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. Upon hearing this, the exploration team members breathed a sigh of relief, quickly packed their things quietly, and tiptoed away from the area. Just a few hundred meters below their feet, in a huge cave, the head of the rock armor burrowing worm suddenly popped out, opened its mouth, and poof, spat out the goblin scavenger covered in sticky liquid. Burrowing worms detect enemies and capture prey by sensing ground vibrations. Most of the time, the prey is dissolved in the digestive juices in its stomach, and it has no idea what it has swallowed. The moment the goblin scavenger took a bite, the burrowing worm felt a pungent, nauseating stench that penetrated its body and went deep into its soul. Wherever the goblin scavenger passed, every organ in the insect's body reacted with intense rejection and resistance. For the first time, the insect felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Then, the goblin scavenger was spat out. The goblin scavenger rolled twice on the ground, its slime mostly wiped off by the moss and mushrooms on the ground. Standing up and looking back, I saw the burrowing worm spit out a few more mouthfuls of mucus in all directions before burrowing back into the rock and disappearing. The worm's slime is corrosive, and the goblin scavenger's body surface is covered with many burn marks. The tattered sack, however, was completely undamaged. No one knew what it was made of, and the goblin scavenger used it as a rag to wipe the sticky residue off his body. Although he didn't know where the burrowing worm had thrown him, the goblin scavenger didn't care at all. Using the faint glow emitted by the bioluminescent plants in the cave, the goblin scavenger briefly observed its surroundings, its nose twitching slightly, before heading deeper into the cave. Passing by a fluorescent mushroom, I saw a plump worm crawling on it, its rear end flashing as if it were summoning its kind to mate. The goblin scavenger grabbed the worm and stuffed it into his mouth, but after chewing it once, he immediately spat it out with a pooey. After vomiting, he went up and stomped on it a few times. Damn, what garbage. It tastes even worse than me. Chapter 17, Scavenging in the Grave. The goblin scavenger wandered around in the burrow, going deeper and deeper. Along the way, I picked up any colorful mushrooms or fluorescent flowers I could find and stuffed them into my bag. Following the faint scent of wealth, they entered the lair of the cave spider, only to get caught in a transparent spider web and become trapped, unable to move. Then, the cave spiders, who had heard the commotion, rushed over and threw him out. It took the goblin scavenger a lot of effort to free himself from the spider's silk. Afterwards, the goblin scavenger wandered around and ended up at the place where the cave dwellers were farming, where he picked a bunch of mushrooms that looked like pig noses and put them in his bag. They were chased for a long time by a group of cave dwellers wielding stone spears. Having finally shaken off his pursuers, the goblin scavenger looked up and found himself running into a tomb. The surroundings were filled with an aura of decay, evil, and coldness, and the smell of great wealth. Without a second thought, the goblin scavenger strode deeper into the tomb. After walking a few steps, a strange sigh suddenly came from above. The goblin scavenger looked up and saw a terrifying ghost emerge from the coffin suspended in midair, roaring as it pounced on it. The goblin scavenger was overwhelmed by the terrifying aura and felt immense fear. He tried to turn and run away, but his body was ice cold, his limbs were weak, and he was completely unable to move. Just as the ghost roared, about to pass through the goblin scavenger's body, stealing all its life force and turning it into a dried-up corpse. Halfway through its attack, the ghost suddenly stopped, looking at the trembling, dirty green creature on the ground with a puzzled expression. Even though he had completely lost his sense of smell after death, he suddenly smelled a strong, sour, and foul stench. In the ghost's chaotic and evil consciousness, it briefly recalled a scene from its previous life when it was still a nobleman of high status, encountering a disheveled commoner dragging a manure cart as it passed by in the distance. Ugh, what disgusting memories. The ghost's terrifying face, showing an expression of disgust and loathing, suddenly seemed to have a hint of anger. Then he turned around and quickly fled back into the coffin that was suspended in midair. Bang! The coffin lid, which wasn't tightly closed to begin with, was slammed shut. It took the goblin scavenger a while to recover after the ghost left. He rolled his eyes at the suspended coffin, got up, and continued walking deeper into the tomb. The mutilated corpse, dressed in tattered leather armor, and with its body mutilated, clutches a rusty iron sword tightly in its hand, surrounded by scattered burial goods of gold, silver, jewels, wine cups, and other utensils. It seems the goblin scavenger wasn't the first visitor to the tomb. But who cares about that? Anyway, the goblin scavenger won't care. Upon seeing the valuable items scattered on the ground, the goblin scavenger's eyes widened suddenly, as if golden light was emanating from them. He ran over to the mummified corpse in a few quick steps, picked up the items on the ground, and put them into his pocket. Just as they were happily finding the body, the mangled, mummified corpse suddenly began to tremble violently. Eerie flames flickered from its empty eye sockets, and its mouth opened slightly, emitting a hoarse, chilling sound. Ha! Physics wada wala say. What kind of nonsense is this? The goblin scavenger said he didn't understand, and stepped on the mummified corpse's arm, pulling the rusty iron sword from its hand and throwing it into his bag. Roar! They took my treasure and then stole my weapons? The mummified undead was enraged and lunged at the goblin scavenger. The goblin scavenger picked up his bag and ran away. Although the mummified undead crawled very fast by gripping the ground with its hands, it was still not as fast as the goblin scavenger's 2 legs, and it was unlikely that it could catch up with the goblin on its own. However, the howls of the mummified undead disturbed the other monsters in the tomb. Skeleton warriors clad in rusty metal armor, the mummified corpses of tomb raiders who perished in a grave for wealth, and wandering, malevolent spirits awakened by the disturbance. Perhaps because they had been asleep for too long, these undead had just awakened and were not quite clear-headed, not yet fully aware of what had happened. Combined with the characteristics of goblin scavengers, it managed to escape all the way to the most magnificent tomb chamber in the deepest part of the cemetery. Along the way, I also picked up a lot of random things and stuffed them into the bag without even looking at them. Then, the goblin scavenger saw in the tomb chamber, in front of the ornate coffin inlaid with numerous jewels, a set of grotesque-looking metal armor, and a pitch-black greatsword shrouded in ghostly energy. The goblin scavenger went berserk instantly, completely ignoring the terrifying aura emanating from the ornate coffin. He ran over, grabbed the black greatsword, and stuffed it into his bag. It also reached its claws towards the armor next to it. A roar came from inside the coffin, and the coffin lid was suddenly flung off, flying like a cannonball towards the goblin scavenger. Boom! The entire tomb, along with the surrounding underground passages, trembled. A coffin, made of some unknown material, was driven into the ground, splitting the goblin scavenger in two, one piece to the east and the other to the west. Even so, the goblin scavenger still held onto the metal helmet tightly. After struggling for a moment, the goblin scavenger realized it simply didn't have the strength to lift it up and put it in the bag. With a regretful sigh, it turned into a glowing light and disappeared with its tattered bag. Clang! As the metal helmet fell off, a large amount of stuff exploded on the ground. The burial goods included gold and silver vessels, colorful mushrooms still covered in soil, a rusty iron sword, broken eggshells left behind by some unknown monster, and large, perfectly round balls of dung. Sitting up from the coffin, the hideous mummified corpse, dressed in luxurious clothes, discovered that its black greatsword was gone. It immediately opened its mouth and let out an angry roar, which turned into terrifying ripples that swept outwards. Hearing the roar, the spirits in the tomb collapsed to the ground or huddled in corners, trembling with fear. Only the suspended coffin at the entrance of the tomb swayed slightly, causing the lid to close even tighter. After leaving the contaminated area, Zhao Huanshe did not go straight back. He first retrieved his phone from the storage area, and then wandered around the town. Zhao Huan didn't know how the ownership of these houses in the town was determined after each reconstruction, but he figured it must be related to the Dongchuan city government. The houses in the town are all shops, not residences. There is only one expensive hourly hotel that can provide explorers with a place to rest for a while. After all, Dongchuan City isn't far from here. If the explorers really need to rest or sleep for a long time, they would definitely go back to the inn inside the city walls, rather than stay in this temporary town where they could be attacked by monsters or bombarded at any time. If you're unlucky, you might not wake up again after a night's sleep. Chapter 18: Strolling Around the Town. In Explorer's Town, apart from restaurants and taverns that provide food and water, most of the shops are run by buyers who specialize in purchasing the loot that explorers obtain from the contaminated areas. Some common materials obtained from monsters or gathered in the wild. Those independent explorer teams that are unwilling to be bound by the rules of large companies or groups, and who have little logistical support, will mostly sell all of their loot to buyers after the expedition to reduce their own troubles and burdens. In addition, some explorers who feel that their loot is unique or rare will set up a small stall in the market area to sell it. In addition to all sorts of strange and rare materials, there are also magical equipment that are said to have been obtained from certain ruins and possess various magical abilities. The acquirer had nothing to do with Zhao Huanshi, this penniless newcomer to the field. Moreover, he actually has his own sales channels, which he established when he was a cleaner dealing with the black market goods he handled. After working together for 2 years, he felt that the other party was a pretty good person. If possible, he would still prefer to work with his original acquaintance. The food prices in the restaurants and taverns were 10 or even 100 times higher than those on the other side of the city wall, making Zhao Huanshi, a poor man, unable to afford them. All I could do was take out what I had prepared beforehand, nibble on a piece of bread, gulp down a couple of mouthfuls of cold water, and wander aimlessly around the stall area. He didn't buy anything. He just wanted to have some fun. I've seen people expose this online before. Some guys, I don't know if they're awakened, set up stalls in Explorer's Town selling fake goods. They make things that seem real but aren't, claiming their treasures unearthed from some ruins, and set up scams to cheat people out of their money. Their methods are similar to those guys who used to sell fake antiques. From time to time, some messages circulate online, saying that so-and-so bought an inconspicuous stone in the Explorer's Town of a certain city, and after soaking it in water/heating it with fire/fuming it with farts, they discovered that it was a career stone/a powerful magical equipment/something that is unknown, but is in any case very powerful. In short, it was an unexpected windfall that led to overnight wealth and a life of luxury. However, not all stalls sell counterfeit goods. Some sell genuine items, but the prices are a matter of opinion. The main reason is that the channels for obtaining magical equipment are too scarce, and the demand from awakened individuals is too great. Aside from obtaining materials from the ruins, tombs, mysterious treasures, and various humanoid monsters in the contaminated zone, only a very small number of blacksmiths and similar professionals can use materials obtained from the contaminated zone to craft magical equipment. Blacksmiths are already a rare profession, and their efficiency in crafting magical equipment is not high. However, it is said that, apart from profession stones, talented awakened individuals who continuously use materials to manufacture equipment in contaminated areas have a very small chance of awakening the craftsman profession. Then, with continued effort, there is a small chance that the craftsman will advance to become a foundry or another profession. Similar examples include pharmacists and alchemists, gardeners and planters, etc. However, these rumors only circulate online and have not been officially confirmed by the Special Affairs Bureau. Although Zhao Huanshi had heard similar rumors, he was not sure if they were true or false. In Dongchuan City, there is indeed a blacksmith who awakened his professional skills with a professional stone. He is Gao Qiguang, the youngest son of the Gao family, one of the powerful families in Dongchuan City. However, even after 4 or 5 years of awakening, Gao Qiguang is still a junior blacksmith. Many people online are criticizing him for lacking talent and being unwilling to work hard, wasting a precious rare professional stone. However, Zhao Huanshi heard a rumor from a certain uncle party cleaner that Gao Qiguang had used an ordinary professional stone and unexpectedly awakened the profession of blacksmith. He originally wanted to be a fire mage, but now, as a descendant of the prestigious Gao family, he's forced to forge iron by the furnace every day. Well, he's definitely gotten himself into trouble with fire. While lost in thought, Zhao Huanshi casually glanced at the magical equipment displayed on the stall in front of him. He didn't have the ability to appraise magical equipment, nor had he ever heard of the profession of appraiser. However, several appraisal institutions in the city had a mature equipment testing process that could detect most of the abilities of magical equipment. However, the fees charged by the testing agencies are not low, and most of the equipment or items that show obvious signs of magic emission are sent for testing. As for these items at the street stalls, well, the awakened ones can only rely on guessing and luck. Zhao Huan was thinking that once he could openly summon the Goblin trio, he would bring them to the marketplace in Explorer's Town and use his keen sense of wealth to pick out and buy all the valuable items. Get rich overnight and reach the pinnacle of life. First let's see if the Three Musketeers' financial acumen is reliable, and then they need to have some money on hand. Actually, there was a uniquely shaped greatsword on the stall that exuded a faint magical aura that caught his eye, but unfortunately, Zhao Huan was short of money, so it was destined that they would never be together. With a slight sigh, Zhao Huansher stood up and looked up to see a familiar figure in the distance. Li Guangcai? Seeing Li Guangcai carrying a large bag on his back and a bunch of miscellaneous items in his hands, following behind several explorers like a mule, Zhao Huansher was immediately surprised. This guy said he was going to be an explorer, but he ended up here working like a beast of burden? Although he saw his enemy, Zhao Huansher was not too excited. In fact, Zhao Huansher couldn't tell whether Li Guangcai was a disaster or a lucky star for him. If it weren't for him, I definitely wouldn't have been able to find the Profession Stone and become a card monster summoner. I also wouldn't have been able to escape from the scavenger so easily without arousing anyone's suspicion. Of course, gratitude is out of the question. If given the chance, Zhao Huansher would definitely take revenge. But Zhao Huansher had no intention of deliberately causing him trouble. Once I'm powerful enough, I can crush these little shrimps with ease. Upon seeing Li Guangcai, Zhao Huansher lost interest in continuing to wander around Explorer Town. Besides, it was getting late, and it was indeed time to go home. If you lightly press your fingers together and don't see the Goblin trio, it means the goblins are still alive. This survival ability is impressive. It's lasted longer than I expected. Maybe it can stay AFK for a full 24 hours. I wonder which goblin it is. I hope it brings back some good stuff. Full of anticipation, Zhao Huansher returned to Dongchuan City and took a bus home. 7 or 8 hours passed after he left, and it was midnight. Many explorers who were active in the lush forest suddenly fled in panic. Run! The monsters beneath the Emerald Forest have rioted. Quickly send a distress signal to the city wall. Request fire support. Everyone, retreat towards the city walls. Chapter 19, The Dark Greatsword. Zhao Huansher did not sleep well that night. After being tortured to the point of death in the dream world for more than half a year, I suddenly have a vacation and my brain is a little out of sorts. I dreamt of the scene when the illusion merged years ago. The world collapsed and my parents, along with my sibling, were trapped in a crowd, desperately fleeing from a horde of monsters. Zhao Huansher suddenly woke up with wide eyes, staring at the familiar ceiling, and her rapid breathing quickly calmed down. I haven't had this dream in a long time. Zhao Huan touched his head and found it was covered in cold sweat. I got up, grabbed a bottle of water from the refrigerator, and drank it all in one go. Seeing that it wasn't fully light outside, I picked up my phone to check the time and saw a red warning from the Special Affairs Bureau. Warning: a monster riot has broken out in the verdant forest. A large number of undead monsters have appeared and are indiscriminately attacking explorers and other monsters. Warning: the Explorer's Town in the west of Dongchuan City is under attack by an army of undead monsters. Breaking news: the undead army that attacked the West 2 Explorer's Town has been repelled. The current situation in the Emerald Forest is unknown. Explorers are advised to enter the contaminated area from other locations. Click the link to see safer entry points near the Emerald Forest. Breaking news: a battle has broken out in the West 2 Explorer Town. No casualties have been reported so far, but a few buildings have been damaged in the fighting. Click to view the battle video. Zhao Huan was taken aback. Huh? Explorer Town was attacked by monsters? Luckily I got back early. While saying this, Zhao Huan honestly clicked the link to the battle video. The phone screen automatically switched to the Explorer app and opened the battle recording of Explorer Town. In the video footage taken by the drone, countless hideous ghosts howled as they rushed out of the mist at the edge of the contaminated area, either attacking the explorers who were evacuating on the ground or rushing towards the armed drones in the sky. He was then struck by the laser beams and sonic waves carried by the armed drone, screaming in agony as his body collapsed. There were also a large number of skeleton warriors and mummies clad in metal armor. As soon as they left the contaminated area, they were torn to pieces by the drone's machine guns, with fragments of their bodies flying everywhere. Finally, a powerful, high-level ghost appeared, dressed in a set of black, shimmering, and obviously high-grade magical armor, carrying a. Zhao Huan didn't see clearly what kind of weapon it was, but the comments on the screen said that the powerful ghost's weapon was the strongest coffin lid in history. The ghostly creature opened its mouth and let out a hoarse, unpleasant howl as it flew through the sky. The armed drones that attacked it crackled and popped, falling shakily. Before they even hit the ground, their ammunition exploded, turning them into clusters of sparks. In the comments section, someone said that the ghost had unleashed powerful mental magic, but the drone filming it was far enough away that viewers couldn't feel the suffocating fear through the screen. Realizing the monster's immense power, the remaining armed drones took off and flew away. Then, from a distance, probably from the direction of the city wall, came several rapid roaring sounds. Amidst a barrage of nonsensical comments such as "high energy ahead," "the hope of the shield warriors," and "the strongest coffin lid in history has appeared," the powerful ghost, fully armored, slammed the coffin lid in its hand onto the ground. Its ghostly energy surged forth, condensing into a massive black coffin lid barrier in midair, blocking all the incoming cannon fire. Then, accompanied by a piercing alarm, 2 missiles flew out from the walls of Dongchuan City. Accompanied by blinding light and strange comments on the screen such as "the fall of the strongest shield warrior," "the otherworldly people have no martial ethics," and "the adults ate shit." The enormous phantom of the coffin lid shattered instantly, and the powerful monster, struck by the intense explosion, was blasted back into the contaminated zone with an angry howl. Guided by the barrage of comments, Zhao Huanshe saw that on the ground that had been bombed by missiles, there was still half a coffin board stuck diagonally in the ground. Is this coffin lid really that hard? The video has finished playing. Zhao Huan glanced at the comments section below the video. Some were speculating about the cause of the monster riot. Some were discussing the skills used by the powerful ghost, and others were just daydreaming about the armor on the ghost's body and the coffin lid in its hand. "It has nothing to do with me. I'll sleep a little longer." Wait, the goblin is still AFK in the Emerald Forest. Will he get killed by these undead? With a sudden thought, the card of the Goblin trio appeared in his hand, its surface covered with fine cracks. Status: damaged. Remaining repair time: 42 hours. Card level: LV2. It's dead as expected. Wait, why is the card repair time taking longer? Zhao Huan frowned. Could it be that as the quality of the card increases, the repair time after damage also increases? Or is it also related to the type of monster? Zhao Huan made a guess in his mind, his eyes fixed on the Goblin trio. After looking at it for a while, it seemed as if one's gaze could penetrate the cards and see a void space, in which many items were arranged in a disorderly manner. Some plants with soil clinging to their roots, brightly colored, obviously poisonous mushrooms, many strange fungi that look like pig snouts, armor parts and weapons covered in rust, antique gold and silver utensils covered in dust, and a jet-black greatsword that exudes an evil and chilling aura. Ignoring all the other random things, Zhao Huanshe's attention was instantly drawn to the pitch-black greatsword. With a thought, a jet-black greatsword appeared out of thin air and fell straight down. Zhao Huan hurriedly reached out and grabbed the sword hilt, only to see the sword tip silently pierce through the floor, after which a faint black, decaying aura emanated from the sword. The smooth, polished, and painted floor instantly rotted and turned black, as if it had been buried in a dark cemetery for thousands of years. Zhao Huan didn't have time to mourn his floor right now. He could clearly feel the eerie, pitch-black greatsword in his hand rapidly draining his strength. The sword hilt was translucent and cool, looking like it was carved from some kind of jade. But Zhao Huan, seeing the sword's eerie appearance, was more inclined to believe that the hilt was made from the bones of some unknown monster. At the junction of the hilt and the blade, there is a fierce-looking white skeletal skull that is tightly gripping the blade with its teeth, and 2 points of scarlet light shining from its empty eye sockets. It was as if a demon was being awakened by the life force Zhao Huanshe had contributed. Zhao Huanshe released his grip and flung the black greatsword horizontally onto the floor, leaving a large dent. However, after Zhao Huanshe released the sword, the decaying aura emanating from it quickly dissipated. Zhao Huan looked at his arm and wondered if it was just his imagination, but apart from feeling a little weak, the skin on his palm seemed to have aged considerably. Holy crap! Is this some kind of legendary evil artifact? Chapter 20: The Strange Mark on the Black Greatsword. In the morning, sunlight streamed in through the window. Zhao Huanshe raised his right hand, exposing the symbiotic vine wrapped around his arm to the sunlight. The surface of the symbiotic vine shimmered with a faint glow, and its emerald green leaves swayed gently. Wow, this feels pretty good. Zhao Huanshe felt like a robot plugged into a solar power bank. His body was fully charged, yet energy was still flowing continuously into his arms. After holding the black greatsword, my palms felt a bit dry and wrinkled, but they quickly returned to normal and even looked more moisturized. As time went by, Zhao Huanshi felt his energy growing stronger and stronger, and he had a feeling of having energy but nowhere to use it, so he wanted to do something to burn it off. Wow, if I could wrap this around my waist and do something fun on a sunny day in an open space, like a high-impact ball sport like soccer or basketball. Zhao Huan glanced around nervously. Even though she was alone in the room, after doing or thinking about anything awkward, she always worried that someone was watching her. After personally experiencing the effects of the symbiotic vine's photosynthesis, Zhao Huanshi turned to look at the pitch-black greatsword lying on the floor. He hesitated for a moment, then exhaled softly to ease his tension and reached out his right hand to grab the hilt of the black greatsword. Zhao Huan wanted to try and see if wearing the symbiotic vine could alleviate the negative effects of the black greatsword absorbing stamina or life force. The best solution would actually be to find someone to sell this evil yet powerful weapon. Selling directly to the Special Affairs Bureau might lead to questions about the weapon's origin, which could cause some trouble. But there's no problem selling them to middlemen who buy smuggled goods. Although the origin of the black greatsword is somewhat unclear, it is certain that it was not obtained through murder and robbery, so there is no need to worry about anyone specifically investigating it. Middlemen offer lower prices, but they generally don't pry into the origins of the greatsword. Such important information requires extra payment to obtain. Zhao Huan was simply captivated by the sight of the strangely shaped black greatsword, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. If possible, he would prefer to keep it for himself. As he gripped the hilt, Zhao Huanshi once again felt the eerie, draining power emanating from the black greatsword. There was no feeling of being sucked in, but something was constantly flowing out of my arm. A faint black mist emanated from the sword and lingered on the blade. The skull eye sockets connecting the hilt and the blade lit up with a faint scarlet light again, as if they were about to awaken. However, unlike before, Zhao Huanshi now has a solar-powered power bank on his arm, which continuously generates physical strength and vitality under the sunlight. Originally intended to flow into Zhao Huanshi's body through his arm, it was now being used to feed the black greatsword. When exposed to sunlight, I can barely maintain my balance, but once I leave the sunlight's reach, I can't. Zhao Huanshi moved his arm in and out of the sunlight, carefully feeling the changes in his body. Turning his head, he saw a small metal stool with slightly deformed legs at his feet. He swung his sword, and, without feeling any resistance, the stool was instantly sliced in two. So sharp, a black aura swirled and spread, and the spot on the metal stool that had been cut looked as if it had endured a long period of wind and rain, becoming rotten and fragile. Zhao Huan didn't pay any attention to the innocent little stool. Looking at his arm, he frowned and muttered to himself, "Does the loss of stamina accelerate when I swing my sword?" Use your foot to hook the remains of the stool over, and place the black greatsword on it to prevent it from corroding the floor or table. After letting go, the strange phenomenon of the black greatsword quickly disappeared, and Zhao Huanshi's strength slowly recovered under the effect of the symbiotic vine. As long as I don't hold it for too long, it's not a big problem. Besides, if I upgrade the quality of the symbiotic vine card, the recovery effect will definitely be enhanced. Aside from the loss of life force, I don't know if there will be any other problems. I'll hold it for another 10 minutes, and then go to the hospital for a full checkup. Zhao Huanshi felt that his body had almost recovered, so he picked up the black greatsword again and stood in the sunlight. As time passed, the intensity of the sunlight seemed to increase, and the symbiotic vine's regenerative abilities changed accordingly. Just then, Zhao Huanshi's phone beeped with a text message notification. Zhao Huan used his left hand to unlock and view the message, which was from an unknown number, sincerely inviting him to join the exploration team. Super Hot Tyrannosaurus Exploration Team. With such a ridiculous name, can this exploration team really recruit members? Zhao Huan frowned, puzzled. Then, his phone received 2 more text messages, both from unknown numbers, asking him to join the exploration team. What's going on? Are these exploration teams so short of cannon fodder? Zhao Huanshi asked, somewhat puzzled. Although he was somewhat famous among the North District cleaners, he was still just a nobody whose profession hadn't even awakened. So why were so many exploration teams taking the initiative to invite him? Ding. Special Affairs Bureau reminds you that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Be vigilant and beware of scams. If you want to join the exploration team, be sure to use official channels. Zhao Huanshi raised an eyebrow. So I've been targeted by scammers? Then the question is, who leaked my information? This is hard to guess. Just as I was about to block those numbers, I saw that Li Xiaoshui, an acquaintance of the cleaner, had also sent me a message. Most of the cleaners knew that Zhao Huanshi had been fired, and that idiot Li Guangcai was practically becoming the public enemy of the cleaners. After chatting for a bit, Li Xiaoshui said that a friend had asked him to inquire whether Zhao Huanshi was interested in joining his friend's exploration team, and that the salary and benefits were negotiable. Zhao Huanshi wasn't interested in joining the exploration team for the time being. He was more curious as to why so many exploration teams were looking for him. Li Xiaoshui replied that, compared to those clueless greenhorns, the scavengers with 2 years of experience fighting monsters were more welcome to the exploration team. Moreover, with Zhao Huanshi's exceptional combat talent, awakening the warrior class is only a matter of time. However, Li Xiaoshui also reminded him that most of the exploration teams that would actively recruit Zhao Huanshi were of average strength. If he wanted to join a better team, he would have to take the initiative to talk to people himself. So that's how it is. So not all of these text messages were sent by scammers. Zhao Huanshi originally wanted to block all those numbers, but now that he thought about it, he decided to reply politely. Although it's unclear whether these people are genuinely recruiting him or simply after his money, they are at least outwardly polite. It's just a matter of typing a few words. There's no need to make enemies for yourself over such a trivial matter. While Zhao Huanshi was busy replying to messages via voice, he didn't notice that as time passed, more and more power was being absorbed, and the red light in the eye sockets of the black greatsword skull finally reached its peak. Faint black threads climbed up the palm to the skin on the back of the hand, forming an eerie black mark before gradually disappearing. Chapter 21. You're a robber. Zhao Huanshi didn't notice the abnormality on his hand. After replying to all the messages, he hid the black greatsword at home, carried his steel greatsword on his back, rode a shared electric bike, and went to the hospital for a detailed full-body checkup. No problems were found during the examination. In fact, his physical condition was abnormally good. After all, Zhao Huan actually has a 5-point bonus to all attributes from the card monster summoner. Oh, now it's 6 points. It's unclear what the summoned Goblin did, but not only did its card level increase by 1, its summoner level also increased by 1. The job level and attribute bonuses are not unique to Zhao Huanshi. All awakened individuals can upgrade their class level and gain additional attribute bonuses. For example, when an awakened warrior first becomes a trainee warrior, she will receive a bonus of 3 points of strength and 3 points of constitution. After that, with each level increase, depending on the combat style, she will also receive 0 to 2 points of strength, agility, and constitution, for a total of 3 to 4 points of attribute bonus. The way to level up is not by killing monsters and gaining experience, but is related to the characteristics of each class. Trainee warriors usually level up suddenly during training or combat, while legendary alchemists are said to gain new insights while concocting alchemical potions, which is how they can increase their level. However, professionals only know the additional attribute bonuses provided by their profession and do not know their complete attribute values. In addition to the bonuses from their profession attributes, awakened ones can also grow stronger through training, combat, and even the consumption of magical items. One's attributes can also decline due to injury, illness, poisoning, curses, aging, etc. Attributes like strength and physique can be quantitatively compared to calculate that the average strength and physique of athletes are between 8 and 10. Then, strength and physical fitness tests can be used to roughly estimate the current strength and physique values of awakened individuals. However, for attributes like intelligence and mental strength, there is currently no way to quantify them. To find out the specific value of these attributes, one would have to go to certain special architectural ruins in polluted areas for testing. 1 point of all attribute bonus is equivalent to adding 1 point to each of the 5 attributes: strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, and spirit. Doesn't that mean I'll have 1 or 2 more attribute points every time I level up compared to other trainee level professions? Add to that the base 5 points of all attribute bonus, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call me an all-rounder. Zhao Huan thought to himself, amusing himself. The all-powerful card monster summoner, Zhao Huanshi, currently only has the pure support card, Symbiotic Vine, and the logistics card, Goblin Trio, which has some combat ability, and both are in a repaired state where they cannot be summoned. For the past 2 days, Zhao Huanshi has simply chosen to stay at home and do nothing. Watch TV, play games. When he first started working as a cleaner, Zhao Huanshi would also go to the Special Affairs Bureau's training base to improve his combat and survival skills. Since activating the card monster summoner class, Zhao Huanshi has been getting wrecked by goblins every night, so he rarely goes to the training base anymore. When I have nothing to do, I just lie around at home like this, doing nothing. Zhao Huanshi hasn't touched the items in the greed space of the Goblin Trio cards for the time being. If the Goblin Merchant is summoned the next time you place a summon, you should leave him some resources as startup capital, right? During this time, some people sent him messages asking if he wanted to join the exploration team, but he politely declined them all. Until another acquaintance of the cleaner, Lu Xingyu, a single mother and a strong woman skilled in using a large bow, sent him a message. She said she was friends with the members of the middle-aged unemployed front's exploration team through gaming and had mentioned Zhao Huanshi's situation to them before. Initially, it was because Zhao Huanshi was good-looking that Lu Xingyu shared his photo with several sisters in the game group. Later, when Lu Xingyu mentioned Zhao Huanshi's rapidly improving combat skills, it caught the attention of the members of the middle-aged unemployed front exploration team in the game group. Lu Xingyu explained why Zhang Daxuan recognized Zhao Huanshi on the bus, and then carefully introduced him to the situation of the middle-aged unemployment front exploration team. Their skill level is neither high nor low, the members are mature and steady, and their overall style revolves around the concept of survival. The exploration team has been established for more than 4 years. Apart from losing 2 members due to an accident at the beginning, no one has died since. Compared with the exploration teams in Dongchuan City that often lose contact with the entire team, it is simply a miracle. If Lu Xingyu didn't have elderly people and children to take care of at home, he would have more free time and a more stable income as a street cleaner. Moreover, if she were to die in the Rift of Illusion, she would receive official compensation and have her family taken care of. Lu Xingyu would probably choose to join the exploration team of the middle-aged unemployed front. Zhao Huanshi did not directly refuse, but only said that he needed to think about it carefully. Although he's not middle-aged yet, he has indeed just lost his job, which makes him quite compatible with the name middle-aged unemployed front. The Goblin Trio was repaired around 4 a.m. Zhao Huanshi had no intention of going to the contaminated area to place the summon again. The trial dream will open again at night, and he needs to go inside to check the situation. He might need the Goblin's help. I still don't have enough cards. I need to complete more trials to acquire more. Zhao Huan pondered for a moment, then gently tossed the Goblin Trio out. He wanted to know which goblin owned the great black sword and where it came from. I was lucky. I summoned the Goblin Scavenger on my first try. The Goblin Scavenger rattled off a long, animated explanation of his experiences. Seeing that Zhao Huan seemed to be stunned, sitting blankly on the sofa with his eyes vacant, the Goblin Scavenger scratched his stomach and looked around boredly. Zhao Huanshi came to his senses and was about to say something when he saw that the Goblin Scavenger had disappeared from his sight. Turning my head, I saw this guy dragging a bulging sack, heading towards the kitchen. As he walked, he stuffed all sorts of odds and ends within his field of vision into his pockets. Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened immediately. Holy crap! What scavenger? You're a complete robber. Under Zhao Huanshi's orders, the Goblin Scavenger reluctantly took the items out of the bag and put them back in their original places. Not a single item was put in the right place. Helpless, Zhao Huan stuffed a few packets of the braised chicken legs he had just bought into the Goblin Scavenger's hands, ordered it to sit obediently on the floor and gnaw on the chicken legs, and then put everything back in its place himself. Regardless, the Goblin Scavenger had just snatched a black greatsword from that powerful undead, so Zhao Huanshi certainly wouldn't have the heart to beat or scold it. If Zhao Huanshi had known how much alcohol the Goblin Scavenger could handle, or whether it would go berserk when drunk, he would have even considered giving it a few cans of beer to try. Chapter 22 Objective: Kill the Wealthy Greedy One. Having learned the origin of the Black Greatsword, Zhao Huanshi naturally understood that the undead riot in the Emerald Forest was most likely caused by the Goblin Scavengers. He wasn't worried that bringing the Black Greatsword into the contaminated area would attract the wrath of that powerful undead. Shortly after the Necromancer uprising, the Special Affairs Bureau dispatched a team of powerful professionals to the Green Forest. They claimed to be there to quell the riot, but everyone knew that the Special Affairs Bureau was actually after the Necromancer's magical armor. Not long after, news spread that the ghost that carried the missile on its coffin had been reduced to ashes. It is said that the battle was so fierce that the terrain of the lush forest was completely altered. The monsters in the vicinity suffered even more misfortune. A number of them had been killed by the rampaging undead army, and then they were caught in the crossfire of the battle, resulting in the deaths of almost all of them. After that, whether spatial rifts appear and release new monsters, or monsters migrate from other areas, the monster ecology of the Green Forest will undergo tremendous changes. Zhao Huan originally thought this matter had little to do with him and hadn't paid much attention to it, but now he was searching for related information on his phone. He didn't recall the Goblin scavenger, but instead gave it a bunch of treats, turned on the TV, and taught it how to use the remote. It's a great contributor, so it deserves to be treated well. However, the Goblin scavenger didn't initially find it particularly enjoyable. Although the snacks were delicious, it preferred to wander around and collect things rather than sit motionless on the ground, which felt like torture to it. Until it got bored and stared at the screen for too long, it gradually became engrossed. Trial objective: slay the greedy one. After a moment of confusion, Zhao Huanshi found himself in the ruins of an underground palace. The broken crystals on the wall and the glowing plants growing in the corner emitted a faint light, preventing the surrounding environment from falling into complete darkness. TSK, I just got the symbiotic vine, and you've already banned it? What's the difference between this and pulling out a card and then nerfing its strength? Zhao Huan complained somewhat discontentedly. But clearly, no one would respond to him, and he couldn't even find a place to give this trial dream a bad review. There's nowhere to leave a bad review, so I'll give it a bad review. And what is this greedy one thing? They never explain it to me clearly, which made me get beaten by the stone golem for nothing last time. Muttering to himself, he sculpted the Goblin trio. I glanced at the greed space. It was completely empty. So you really can't bring anything in from outside? Well then, show yourself, Goblin Thief. The card shattered upon landing, transforming into intertwined blue-purple light that coalesced into a Goblin Thief. Huh, one shot, and it's a kill. Wait, what's this? Using the light emitted when the card shattered, Zhao Huanshi caught a glimpse of something stuck in the corner of the wall, which looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a jet black greatsword. Huh, what are you doing here? Zhao Huan was stunned for a moment, wondering if he had been under some kind of spell and was hallucinating, but his hand unconsciously reached out and grabbed the hilt of the black greatsword. As Zhao Huanshi experienced the familiar sensation of strength draining from his arm, he stared wide-eyed in shock. It's really true. He gripped the hilt tightly and pulled the black greatsword up from the ground. Although I don't know why you're here, but... A twisted smile gradually appeared on Zhao Huanshi's face. Finally I've got a greatsword. Now, monsters, prepare to die? Hee hee. As for stamina depletion, we can worry about that after we've had our fun. Anyway, we can do whatever we want in the trial dream. So it's a good opportunity to test the actual combat capabilities of the black greatsword. The Goblin Thief was startled by Zhao Huanshi's sudden, grotesque laughter. He leaned against the wall and looked at his summoner with a strange expression. Then his ears twitched slightly, and he abruptly turned his head to look into the distance. Snicket, there are enemies. While warning Zhao Huanshi, the Goblin Thief went into stealth mode, completely disappearing into the dim environment. Zhao Huanshi stopped his madness and quickly entered combat mode. His eyes narrowed, and through the enemy's blurry body outline and low growls that resembled dog barks, he instantly determined the type of enemy. Kobolds, about 6 or 7 of them. We can fight them. Call. An orange fireball hurtled towards them. Zhao Huanshi quickly ducked to avoid it. Boom. Feeling the scorching heat wave coming from behind him, Zhao Huan felt a chill in his heart. Holy crap, there's a kobold mage too? How the hell are we supposed to fight this? That's what they say, but Zhao Huan had no intention of closing his eyes and waiting for death. Dodging the kobold warrior's thrusting spear, he seized the opportunity to close in on the enemy, gripped the black greatsword with both hands, and swung it forcefully. Sizzle. A head flew off instantly, leaving behind a headless corpse that swayed twice before collapsing to the ground. Upon closer inspection, the headless corpse was not bleeding. Instead, it was shrouded in a cold, black aura and looked rather shriveled. Huh. Zhao Huanshi let out a surprised cry. One was that the sharpness of the jet black greatsword exceeded his expectations. Another reason was that after he killed the kobold warrior, a force surged through his arm into his body, replenishing the energy he had just used up and that had been absorbed by the black greatsword. Huh, it even feeds back to its parents. Zhao Huan laughed with delight. Facing the large sword slashing at him from another kobold warrior, he neither dodged nor evaded, but instead swung his sword forcefully in response. With a crisp sound, the sparks suddenly ignited and then went out. The kobold warrior and its cheap-looking greatsword were cleaved in two by the black greatsword. The life force of the kobold's corpse rapidly dissipated, and before it even hit the ground, it, along with the broken sword in its hand, turned into a decaying mess, worn smooth by time. Taking advantage of Zhao Huanshi's weakened state, a kobold stabbed him in the waist with a spear. Fortunately, Zhao Huan twisted his waist quickly, and his vital organs were not severely damaged, leaving only a thin, long wound. The wound had barely appeared, and before the blood could even flow out, it began to heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After Zhao Huanshi swung his black greatsword and cut down the remaining 3 kobolds, he looked down to look for the wound on his waist, only to find that there wasn't even a trace left. This, killing enemies and absorbing their life force not only restores the wielder's stamina, but also helps heal wounds. It really is an evil magical equipment. I fucking love it. Hee hee. Zhao Huanshi raised the jet-black great sword in his hand, which exuded an eerie aura, and examined it closely, becoming more and more satisfied with it. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but after I cut down those kobolds, the shape of the hilt of the black greatsword seemed to have changed, and the red glowing skull looked even more vivid and terrifying. Hey, wait, where did that kobold mage go? Chapter 23: The Strange Phenomenon of the Black Greatsword. Seeing that his fireball was dodged by the enemy, the kobold mage was about to fire another one. But the kobold warriors had already rushed up to Zhao Huanshi and started fighting him. To avoid accidentally harming his companions, the kobold mage had no choice but to abandon the fireball spell and prepare to switch to a support spell to enhance his companions' combat abilities. Mineral Frenzy involves scattering a special powder made from finely crushed metal or mixed with low-level magical materials, then activating and strengthening it with magic. This powder emits a peculiar magical metallic scent, stimulating the blood of kobold warriors and instantly putting them into a frenzied state. The kobold mage held a wooden staff in his right hand and reached for the small leather pouch containing spellcasting materials hanging at his waist with his left, only to find it empty. The kobold mage looked down in confusion and discovered that the leather bag that had been hanging on his belt just moments before was nowhere to be found. His nose twitched as he smelled the rich aroma emanating from the spellcasting materials. Following the scent, I looked down and saw the small leather bag lying not far behind me, with powdered material scattered all over the ground. The kobold mage muttered something, seemingly intending to go back to retrieve his small leather bag, but in the instant he turned around, he forcefully swung his wooden staff, sweeping it to the side. Bang! A dull thud. Suddenly, the goblin thief appeared in what was once an empty spot, baring his teeth as he retreated, forcefully throwing the rusty knife in his hand. The kobold mage had just revealed a smug and ferocious smile, when his right eye was instantly pierced by a rusty dagger. Before the mocking bark could even begin, it turned into a painful howl from the dog. The goblin thief seized the opportunity to grab the kobold mage's wooden staff and kicked him in the waist, knocking him to the ground. After snatching the weapon, he used the staff like a hammer and repeatedly pounded it on the kobold mage's head, killing him instantly. When Zhao Huanshi arrived, he saw the kobold mage lying in a pool of blood, his face full of resentment. One eyeball had been gouged out, leaving a bloody eye socket, while the remaining eye stared wide open, as if it couldn't believe, even in death, that it had died at the hands of a goblin. The goblin thief squatted beside the corpse, picking through the kobold mage's scattered trinkets, trying to find a few valuable items to put in his small leather bag. Zhao Huanshi glanced down and said, "Things from the trial dream shouldn't be able to be taken out, right? This trial dream is like a game instance. Every time you enter, everything inside is reset." Zhao Huanshi felt that the things here couldn't be brought back to reality. Otherwise, he could have found a gold mine or something inside, and without even clearing the level, he could have just brought his 3 rascals in every night to buy goods. What if he can actually take these things out of here? Wouldn't he be rich? Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up, but the goblin thief listlessly tossed away the loose change in his hand. It found it strange that the kobold mage's ornaments, though clearly made of gold, didn't smell of wealth at all. They were all fake. Seeing the goblin thief's state, Zhao Huanshi instantly understood. His dream of getting rich, which had just begun to sprout, was suppressed once again. This packet of powder is the spellcasting material for the kobold mages, right? You can use it as lime powder, Zhao Huanshi said, pointing to the powder scattered on the ground. Gopo. The goblin thief wondered what the lime powder was. Zhao Huanshi scooped up a handful of powder from the ground and threw it at the kobold mages, those unseeing, lifeless eyes. Look, like this, throw it at the enemy's eyes. If the enemy doesn't react in time, their eyes will be injured. The goblin thief pondered for a moment and quickly understood Zhao Huanshi's meaning. He enthusiastically put the scattered powder back into his small leather bag, then hung the bag on his belt, in a place where he could easily reach it. Zhao Huan didn't know where the wealthy, greedy person was, nor did he have any clues, so he simply walked towards the place where the kobold had rushed out. Perhaps because he had just killed 5 kobolds and was full, the black greatsword no longer drained his stamina. The skull's eye sockets glowed brightly with red light, and black mist swirled around the sword, making it look like nothing good. Zhao Huanshi had no objection to the current design of the black greatsword. On the contrary, he thought it was quite cool. The only problem was that once the black aura on the sword became dense, it would emit a hissing and howling ghostly sound. The sound wasn't loud, but it was very noisy, like a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing incessantly in one's ear, which gradually annoyed Zhao Huanshi. Fortunately, Zhao Huanshi did not go far before he saw the ruins of a building occupied by kobolds. Several female dog heads were busy slicing mushrooms into pieces with cheap metal knives and laying them out to dry on a stone slab. A group of kobold cubs were also playing around. Perhaps the strong smell of blood on Zhao Huanshi was too much for the kobolds to detect, even before they got very close. The female kobold howled as she picked up nearby weapons, preparing for battle. The kobold cubs all silently fled into their lair. Upon seeing this, Zhao Huanshi quickly stepped forward with his sword in hand. Compared to the group of kobold warriors from before, the female kobolds left behind in the lair were much weaker. They were all cut down by Zhao Huanshi with a single sword strike, quickly turning into shriveled corpses. After killing all the female kobolds, Zhao Huanshi went into the kobold's lair and stabbed the cubs to death one by one. After searching for a while, no clues were found about the wealthy, greedy person. However, after the greatsword slaughtered several more lives, its appearance underwent a noticeable change. Grotesque bone spikes sprouted from the sword guard, and the skull emitted a hoarse growl. Black, ghostly energy was inhaled through the nostrils and exhaled through the mouth. The greatsword was brushed by ghostly energy, and strange runes gradually appeared on its blade. Zhao Huan muttered to himself, "How could the seal on the greatsword be broken by killing lives? Could some kind of ghost have escaped from the sword?" Fortunately, this is a trial dream, so even if something extraordinary is released, he won't panic. After all, dying once in a trial dream is no big deal. On the contrary, if there really was some powerful monster hiding inside, the first thing Zhao Huanshi would do after waking up would be to find a way to secretly throw the black greatsword at the entrance of the Special Affairs Bureau. Let me see just what you're capable of. Zhao Huan's true purpose in the trial dream had shifted at this moment from finding the wealth-greedy one to completely unsealing the pitch-black greatsword. Based on his previous experience in the novice trial, Zhao Huanshi could only stay in the dream for about 8 hours. Now that about 2 or 3 hours have passed, Zhao Huan really needs to kill as many monsters as possible in the remaining time to fully feed the black greatsword. Chapter 24. No poisonous mushrooms, only poisonous spiders. About 6 or 7 hours later, Zhao Huan kicked a zombie head covered in shriveled, rotten flesh away. Looking around, apart from the skull the goblin thief was fiddling with, there were no other enemies nearby. He looked down at the even more ferocious-looking, jet-black greatsword in his hand. "You're quite picky about food. Killing a spirit doesn't even count. Do you not like cured meat?" The black greatsword did not react at all, but the ghostly aura spewed from the skull's mouth became even more intense, and the ghost's murmurs and roars became much clearer. The already dimly lit underground palace became even more eerie and terrifying with this kind of gloomy background music. But Zhao Huanshi actually felt that the sound now was much more pleasant than the faint buzzing of mosquitoes before. Strange, more than 8 hours have passed. How come there's no unusual phenomenon at all? The scavenger needs to have some time estimation skills so that he can make timely judgments when unexpected things happen while conquering the illusion, such as whether to continue conquering the illusion or return to reality through the rift and ask the Special Affairs Bureau for help. Although the longer the time frame, the greater the estimation error, Zhao Huanshi felt that his judgment of 7 or 8 hours was still not a big problem. After all, during the novice trial, every time it took almost 8 hours, the goblin warrior would rush out with a bunch of minions. This period of time had almost become a psychological trauma for Zhao Huanshi. Perhaps the time limit for this trial dream is more than 8 hours? After all, my judgment is based on the rules of the novice trial. Last time, I was also crushed to death by a stone golem. Oh no, I was sent out after completing the task ahead of schedule. The goblin thief glanced back, saw that Zhao Huan was talking to himself and ignoring him. then turned back and focused his attention on the skull in front of him. The skeleton's body was smashed to pieces, but its head remained intact. The goblin thief grabbed a handful of powder and threw it forcefully. The will-o'-the-wisp in the skull's eye socket vibrated violently, like a candle flame blown out by a sudden gust of wind. It looked like it was about to go out, but it always managed to reignite. With curiosity on his face, the goblin thief picked up another stick and poked it into the skull's eye socket. With a faint, almost imperceptible sigh, filled with a sense of relief, the will-o'-the-wisp inside the skull was extinguished by the goblin thief. 2 hours later, Zhao Huanshi finally found the person who appeared to be the target of his mission in the underground palace ruins. In the center of a dilapidated building that appears to be the ruins of a church, a 2-meter-tall minotaur is roasting the body of some monster over a campfire. The minotaur was all muscle, with well-defined lines, and its body reflected a faint black copper metallic luster in the firelight. Not far behind the minotaur, there was a magnificent treasure chest, more than 2 meters long, with its surface inlaid with a large number of pearls and gems, shimmering with dazzling golden light. With such a huge treasure chest, this minotaur must be a miser. We've definitely found our target this time. Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself as he secretly observed the minotaur's state from behind a corner in the distance. What do you think? Zhao Huanshi turned to look at the goblin thief. But the goblin thief's eyes were shining as he stared at the large treasure chest behind the minotaur, completely ignoring what Zhao Huan was saying. What's the point of staring at that treasure chest? You can't take the things out of here. Gappa burged. Even if you can't take it out, the goblin will be happy just to open the box and touch it. Alright, I'll let you touch it as much as you want when you get the chance. Now let's leave here first, then go find some monsters to kill elsewhere. See if we can get the final form of the great sword. And while we're at it, think about how to deal with this minotaur. The minotaur is a mid-level monster and rarely appears in low-level illusionary rifts. Zhao Huanshi had no experience fighting it. According to information published on the Special Affairs Bureau's official website, the strength and constitution attributes of an average adult minotaur range from 70 to 200. If they enter a state of rage during battle, these two attributes can be increased even further. Zhao Huanshi felt that the minotaur didn't look that powerful. With his own strength and the black greatsword, he could at least fight it to a standstill. Cut into 5 pieces, skewer them, and grill until medium rare. If you can't win a direct confrontation, then you have no choice but to resort to underhanded tactics. Zhao Huanshi's first thought was to poison the minotaur's food. However, after walking around the underground palace for so long, he didn't see any poisonous mushrooms growing there. Otherwise, he could have tried the secret technique of hiding poison in his stomach. I wonder if the minotaur guts the meat when he's grilling it. Zhao Huan didn't find any poisonous mushrooms, but he unexpectedly discovered a blue-striped bull spider, a large spider monster that, excluding its 8 legs, was about the size of a bull and had indigo patterns on its abdomen. This creature can not only weave nets and set traps, but it also runs extremely fast and will pounce on its prey to bite. The blue-striped bull spider has 2 venomous fangs hidden in its mouth. Once bitten, someone like Zhao Huanshi, who has little resistance to venom, will be instantly paralyzed and lose all ability to move, and can only watch helplessly as the spider wraps its body in silk. However, the blue-striped bull spider's body is not very tough, and it can be easily penetrated by ordinary weapons. With the strength of the jet-black greatsword and its bizarre ability to absorb the life force of enemies, Zhao Huanshi could probably kill the blue-striped bull spider with a single strike, as long as he was careful not to get bitten by the spider's venomous fangs. However, enemies killed by the greatsword will have their life force drained and turn into dried mummies. The venom in the spider's venom glands will turn into poison powder by then, and we don't know if it will still be toxic after being mixed with water. Also, the venom of the blue-striped bull spider is injected directly, so will heating it before ingestion make it ineffective? After thinking for a moment, Zhao Huan returned to the place where he had killed the monster and picked up a few spears and a shriveled corpse. They found the hiding place of the blue-striped bull spider and threw the shriveled corpse onto the transparent spider web in the center of the passage. The spider web shook violently, and the blue-striped bull spider, thinking it was prey coming to its door, quickly rushed out from its hiding place. Upon running up to the spider web, they found a half-dried corpse. It feels like a takeout delivery arrived with a lump of... The blue-striped bull spider let out an angry hiss, its several eyes glowing crimson, and immediately locked onto Zhao Huanshi, who was standing arrogantly in the middle of the passage in the distance. He immediately jumped off the spider web, his 8 long legs moving incredibly fast, charging towards Zhao Huanshi like an angry bull. Zhao Huanshi stood still, holding a wooden spear with a cheap metal head. Just as the blue-striped bull spider was halfway there, and suddenly leaped to attack, Zhao Huanshi's eyes sharpened, and he forcefully threw the spear in his hand. Without even looking at the outcome of the attack, it lunged forward and rolled out from under the body of the blue-striped bull spider. After getting up, he pulled out the black greatsword that he had planted in the ground beforehand, and turned around to prepare for an attack. But then they saw that the wooden spear that Zhao Huanshi had just thrown had pierced through the body of the blue-striped bull spider and emerged from its back. Chapter 25 Soul-Devouring Greatsword, Gloves. Insect monsters are incredibly resilient. Being pierced through the chest isn't considered a serious injury. But the blue-striped bull spider had a long spear stuck in its chest, and any movement would tear the wound open and widen it. In fact, when the blue-striped bull spider was shot, the spear didn't penetrate this deep. However, after the blue-striped bull spider was shot, its body landed on the ground and pressed down, pushing the spear completely in. The blue-striped bull spider was about to turn around and continue its charge after landing. But as soon as it moved, the tip of its spear scraped against the ground, tearing a large gash in its chest, and insect fluid flowed down the shaft and onto the ground. The blue-striped bull spider immediately hissed and dared not move. Upon seeing this, Zhao Huanshi raised an eyebrow, and his expression relaxed considerably. He took a few steps back, switched the black greatsword to his left hand, picked up a spear from the ground with his right hand, and shot it out. The blue-striped bull spider tried to dodge, but the wound was pulled again, causing its movements to become distorted, and it was unable to dodge in time. A few minutes later, the blue-striped bull spider lay limp on the ground, its limbs powerless, its body on the verge of death, completely unable to resist. Zhao Huanshi took a rusty knife from the goblin thief and skillfully cut open the spider's head, removing the 4 venom glands from its mouth. Smelling the pungent stench emanating from the poison glands, Zhao Huanshi thought that if the minotaur wasn't even dumber than a goblin, it probably wouldn't have eaten this thing. Never mind, let's keep it for now. If it doesn't work, we can apply it to the weapon. Zhao Huan gave one of the 4 poison glands in his hand to the goblin thief, telling it to first stab the rusty knife into the poison gland and stir it when it was fighting the minotaur. Although the rusty knife probably wouldn't even be able to pierce the minotaur's skin, what if? After extracting the venom glands, the blue-striped bull spider's corpse was not wasted. Zhao Huan plunged the jet-black great sword into the giant spider's belly, watching it be enveloped in a chilling black mist as its body rapidly withered away. 2 hours later, the cave dwellings on the edge of the underground palace. Zhao Huanshi plunged the black great sword into the body of the last caveman cub. As the life force of the caveman cubs was completely drained, their bodies rapidly shrank and shriveled. The hideous skull on the black greatsword let out a long, satisfied sigh. The eerie, murmuring aura that had been swirling around the greatsword suddenly fell silent, gathering entirely onto the black runes on the sword's surface. Similar black runes appeared on the back of Zhao Huanshi's hand, echoing the runes on the sword. How did this get on the back of my hand? Is this the real price of using this sword, an inescapable curse? Just as Zhao Huanshi was starting to panic and making wild guesses, suddenly, the great black sword in his hand dissipated into a thick black mist, surging and enveloping his right palm, condensing into a black jade bone glove with a main body made of a black skull head and 5 fingers with sharp claws protruding from its mouth, its appearance ferocious and terrifying. At the same time, some vague information flooded into Zhao Huanshi's mind. Traitor, Dark Knight. Soul-devouring greatsword. Freedom unyielding. Slaughtering their minions. All are falsehoods, the source of suffering. It was like a language from another world, translated into a meaning that Zhao Huan could understand through mental resonance. However, because the information was incomplete to begin with, and some things were lost during the translation, Zhao Huan was completely confused and didn't understand most of the things. Perhaps the original owner of this soul-devouring greatsword was very powerful, and one day he suddenly awakened. For the sake of freedom, dignity, and other things, he broke with his original master, took his weapon with him, and ran away. Or did he fall into depravity? That's roughly the idea, right? Zhao Huanshi wasn't actually very interested in the origins of the soul-devouring greatsword. Knowing that the black mark on the back of his hand was merely a contract symbol binding him to the soul-devouring greatsword's soul, and not some evil curse of a ghost devouring life, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. According to the information provided by the soul-devouring greatsword, this mark is bound to Zhao Huanshi's soul, and it cannot be removed simply by him dying once in a trial dream. If it really is some kind of death curse, then Zhao Huanshi is basically doomed. I can't just touch things of unknown origin like this again. Zhao Huan thought with lingering fear. He quickly realized that the soul-devouring greatsword was probably able to enter the trial dream with him because of the soul contract mark on the back of his hand. The soul-devouring greatsword can transform into a glove because the monsters in the slaughtering palace absorbed enough life force to fully awaken its functions. But logically speaking, these monsters in the trial dream aren't real. So, after I leave the trial dream, will the soul-devouring greatsword revert to its unawakened state? Zhao Huan played with the black bone skull gloves on his hand, pondering to himself. Forget it, there's no point in thinking about it so much. I'll just go out and see for myself. Now, I need to deal with that minotaur and clear the trial. At this moment, Zhao Huan was filled with boundless pride. The next moment, Zhao Huanshi and the goblin thief dog sneaked around the corner, secretly observing the minotaur lying next to the campfire in the church ruins, snoring loudly. Good opportunity. Now poison the knife, then sneak over and stab the minotaur in its most vulnerable spot. Where's the most vulnerable? The throat. The throat seems to have relatively thick hide. How about the eyes or the nose? The nose looks a bit more vulnerable. Ideally, the goblin thief should carry the soul-eater greatsword, sneak up, and deliver a powerful blow to the minotaur. However, after the soul-devouring greatsword formed a contract with Zhao Huanshi, it wouldn't allow anyone else to touch it. Whoever touched it would have their life force drained. With his small stature and the soul-eater greatsword, the goblin thief was sucked into a mummy before he even reached the entrance of the church ruins. The goblin thief nodded, plunged his rusty knife into the blue-striped bull spider's venom gland, and stirred it back and forth a couple of times. Seeing that the rusty knife had turned pale blue, the goblin thief vanished and stealthily crept towards the minotaur. The goblin thief originally intended to follow Zhao Huanshi's plan and stab the minotaur in the eye or somewhere else. But as it slowly approached the minotaur's head, the minotaur, which had been snoring loudly, suddenly fell silent, then opened its eyes and sat up. The goblin thief was startled and quickly took a few steps back, hiding in a corner. The minotaur gripped the long-handled giant axe beside him, twitched his nose and looked around, but found nothing unusual. He muttered a few words in confusion, lay down again, and soon started snoring again. The goblin thief thought for a moment, then quietly circled behind the minotaur, gripped his rusty knife, and forcefully stabbed it into a vulnerable spot. Chapter 26: The Man-Eating Box. Zhao Huan transformed the soul-eater from a glove into a greatsword, coating the blade with the venom glands of the blue-striped bull spider, while keeping an eye on the situation with the minotaur. The goblin thief suddenly appeared behind the minotaur, stabbing him forcefully with a rusty, blue knife. Zhao Huan suddenly clamped his legs together, gasping for breath. In the ruins of the church, the enormous minotaur roared and leaped up from the ground like a carp. Staring with his bloodshot, large eyes, the minotaur turned and saw the goblin thief tiptoeing away, his body gradually disappearing as he was about to re-enter stealth mode. Enraged, the minotaur didn't even have time to pick up his weapon from the ground before roaring and charging over. The goblin thief let out a strange cry, breaking his invisibility, and ran away as fast as he could. With the minotaur's speed, a single charge would have been enough to get behind the goblin thief and stomp him to death. However, some pains are unbearable even for a tough guy like the minotaur, and the venom of the blue-striped bull spider has some effect. The minotaur's gait became somewhat seductive, and he dared not take too big a step, relying solely on his long legs to continuously close the distance with the goblin thief. Just as the minotaur was chasing the goblin thief out of the church ruins, Zhao Huanshi, who was hiding against the wall, launched a sneak attack from behind and slashed the minotaur's thigh with his sword. Zhao Huan originally intended to use the sharpness of the soul-devouring sword to deal a severe blow to the minotaur. But the minotaur's outer skin is as tough as iron, and its inner muscles are as hard and dense as rock. Zhao Huan's strength was insufficient, and he could only leave a shallow wound on the minotaur's leg. As the skin and flesh rolled back, no blood flowed. Enveloped in a faint black aura, the once vibrant dark red muscles rapidly withered and shriveled. The minotaur felt a sharp pain in his thigh, and immediately the flesh around the wound went numb. At the same time, a numb sensation spread rapidly along the flesh. Having been ambushed by two ants in succession, the minotaur was truly enraged this time. It raised its head and let out a deafening roar that shook the entire underground palace, its eyes glowing red and its body enveloped in a scarlet radiance. Damn ants, I'm going to use my big axe. Wait, where's my axe? Zhao Huan wanted to launch a surprise attack while the enemy was stunned, but the Minotaur kicked off with its intact left leg, and the ground around it suddenly shook. A strange force came from beneath his feet, causing Zhao Huanshe to lose his balance instantly. Even though the ground was flat, it felt like I was standing on surging waves. I couldn't stand steadily and felt nauseous. When Zhao Huanshe raised the soul-devouring greatsword to block the Minotaur's fist, producing a metallic clang. Then the greatsword slammed into his chest, sending him flying. He rolled several times on the ground and coughed up blood as soon as he got up. Damn, this thing is way fiercer than a goblin warrior. Despite constantly dying, Zhao Huanshe's pain tolerance threshold is frighteningly high. However, the effects of physical trauma cannot be offset by willpower alone. Perhaps warriors can achieve this through certain professional skills, but Zhao Huanshe, as an apprentice summoner, is truly incapable of it. Zhao Huanshe could clearly feel his body weakening, which would greatly affect his performance in the upcoming battle. Fortunately, the soul-devouring greatsword was replenishing Zhao Huanshe's body with the meager life force it had just stolen from the Minotaur, healing his injured internal organs. Then, he slowly drained his strength through his arm. Although the Minotaur was eager to rush up and crush Zhao Huanshe, the muscles in his right leg had withered, and he was also affected by the paralyzing toxin of the blue-striped bull spider, making him very stiff. He walked with a limp, like an old man. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshe sighed inwardly. The poison resistance of intermediate-level monsters was indeed amazing. He had only experienced numbness in his legs after being poisoned by the blue-striped bull spider. Feeling that his body had recovered somewhat, Zhao Huan gripped his greatsword tightly and took the initiative to meet the Minotaur. The Minotaur became even more enraged when it saw that this ant dared to attack it. It opened its arms, ready to grab the audacious creature and tear it apart. Unexpectedly, Zhao Huan actually turned around and circled around to the Minotaur's right side to its back. Seeing the Minotaur hurriedly maneuvering its stiff right leg and limping around, Zhao Huanshe's face relaxed. Just as I expected, the probing is over. The real battle is about to begin. Zhao Huanshe's eyes sharpened as he charged at the Minotaur once more. Taking advantage of its infirmity and the height difference, he ducked and rolled to dodge the Minotaur's large hand, circled around to its side and rear, and swung his sword at its right leg. The Minotaur raised its leg and stomped the ground, but Zhao Huan suddenly leaped out of the Minotaur's skill range like a giant toad. Trying to use the same trick twice. The soul-devouring greatsword absorbed life force to heal Zhao Huanshe's injuries and restore his strength. On the other hand, the Minotaur had an extra piece of dead flesh on its right leg, making it even more difficult to control. Realizing the situation was dire, the Minotaur turned around and tried to return to the church ruins to retrieve his weapon. Turning around, I saw the goblin thief sneaking out of the church ruins, dragging its long-handled giant axe. Upon seeing this, the Minotaur glared with its bull-like eyes and let out a furious roar. The goblin thief was startled. He shrank back and ran even faster, dragging his giant axe. Half an hour later, the unarmed, disabled old ox was slowly worn down to death by Zhao Huanshe, who had no martial ethics, using a sinister and eerie black greatsword. When it died, the Minotaur's entire body was shriveled and blackened, with not a single piece of good skin to be found. Rather than saying it was hacked to death, it's more accurate to say it was sucked to death by the soul-devouring greatsword. Zhao Huanshe was filled with an excessive amount of life force, like eating 3 meals in one sitting. His body was so full that he felt like he wanted to burp but couldn't. Strange, the Minotaur is dead. Why isn't the trial over yet? Zhao Huanshe looked up at the ceiling of the underground palace, then looked down at the corpse of the Minotaur. They've been sucked dry to this ghastly state. They can't just keep pretending to be dead, can they? Zhao Huan was puzzled and was about to go up and chop off the Minotaur's head. Suddenly, the screams of goblins echoed from the ruins of the church behind them. When Zhao Huanshe went inside, he saw the goblin thief running out in a panic, his right arm missing halfway, blood flowing from the wound and splattering the ground behind him. Behind the goblin thief, the ornate treasure chest, its body inlaid with gems that transformed into eyes, opened its mouth, revealing sharp metal teeth growing from its edges. With 8 long, golden legs somewhat resembling crab legs, it swiftly chased after the goblin thief. Holy crap! Is this box some kind of sentient being? Zhao Huanshe was startled by the sight before him. Chapter 27 Greedy Treasure Chest Monster. The treasure chest monster looks terrifying, but it's not very strong, and its only attack seems to be a single bite. Although the treasure chest itself is exceptionally hard, even the soul-devouring greatsword could only leave a shallow scratch when it struck it. However, its 8 long golden legs are merely for show. They look like gold, but they are actually just a layer of gold plating on the outside of the insect's shell. After dodging the monster's attack, Zhao Huanshe rolled and swept his legs, instantly severing both of its thighs. After losing 2 legs, the mimic's movements became much sluggish, and it couldn't even perform its only attack, the pounce and bite. When Zhao Huanshe cut off all 4 legs on one side, the creature actually hid its other 4 legs under its body, retracted its sharp metal teeth, closed its eyes and mouth, and transformed itself back into a magnificent treasure chest, radiating an alluring golden glow. The golden glow emanating from the mimic seems to be some kind of skill, capable of arousing desire and curiosity in people's hearts. A thought suddenly popped into Zhao Huanshe's mind. This golden treasure chest contained countless gold and silver treasures, as well as various monster cards. As long as he opened the treasure chest, he could get everything he wanted. Only, it's one thing to not move at first, but to suddenly transform halfway through the fight. Who are you trying to fool? But no sooner had he finished speaking than the goblin thief, clutching his severed arm, charged forward with gleaming eyes. Fortunately, Zhao Huan reacted quickly enough, grabbing the goblin thief's belt and pulling it back, thus avoiding the treasure chest monster's attack. Holy crap, you've already bitten off your hand, and you still haven't learned your lesson? You almost got your head bitten off. Zhao Huan muttered to himself as he recalled the goblin thief into a card and put it away. Considering the goblin trio's greedy nature, this mimic is practically their nemesis. Zhao Huanshe shook his head, went around to the back of the treasure chest monster, and planned to grind it down with the Soul Eater greatsword. After slashing twice, I accidentally hit the mimic's gem eye. The gem shattered, and the mimic's body trembled slightly. Huh? Could these gems be its weak point? Zhao Huanshe's eyes lit up. While guarding against the treasure chest monster's sudden attack, he used the tip of his sword to poke at the gems. As the gems were shattered one by one, the golden light on the mimic quickly dimmed, and even the golden color of the box itself seemed to be covered with a layer of dust, becoming less dazzling. Even as all the gems were shattered and the mimic reached the end of its life, it patiently remained motionless, waiting for its chance to turn the tide. Truly a master of ninja mimicry. Trial ended. Trial successful. Evolution points gained, 183. Current evolution points, 240. Trial reward obtained. Green monster card, Greedy Treasure Mimic. The trial dream is being regenerated, estimated time, 62 hours. As expected, the mimic monster is the real objective of this trial. Zhao Huanshe lay on the bed and began to offer hindsight advice. No, it should be called a recap of the trial process. If the soul-devouring greatsword hadn't interfered, according to the normal mission procedure, I should have sent a goblin to lure the minotaur away. For example, have a goblin thief steal its weapon, or do what the goblin thief does and strike its vitals. Then I took the opportunity to sneak in, found the mimic's weak point, and killed it with a weapon I stole from another monster. If I hold a long spear and stab the gems on the mimic from a distance, without getting close to it, it might never transform before it dies. Zhao Huanshe looked as if he had just realized something. So that's how it is. What a load of rubbish. Damn it. This lousy trial doesn't even clearly state the mission objective, and they deliberately put a minotaur there guarding the box to confuse people. This isn't a game. Who would expect such a big box to actually be a monster? If it weren't for the soul-devouring greatsword interfering, I would have had to fight that minotaur to the death, and I don't know how many times I would have been killed before I discovered the truth. Zhao Huan scratched his head, feeling that he needed to learn more about monsters. Previously, I was just a low-level monster cleaner, only paying attention to information about some low-level monsters. Now I need to learn more about other monsters, especially those strange and unusual varieties. Who knows, I might encounter them in the trial dream sometime. With a flick of his little finger, the cards Goblin Trio and Greedy Mimic appeared in his hand. The goblin thief took some odds and ends and put them in its little pocket during the dream trial. Now that I look, it's clear that it didn't appear in the greed space. Although he had expected this, Zhao Huan was still somewhat disappointed. If he could have brought out the items from the trial dream. Forget it, it's already dawn. Let's stop having such unrealistic daydreams. There's an additional status bar above the Goblin Trio. Damage repair in progress. Time remaining, 3 minutes. Damage repair. When a card monster takes damage, it needs time to repair itself after being recalled. While in the damage repair phase, card monsters can still be summoned, but the repair process will pause, and the card monster will fight with its damage intact. They're probably repairing the Goblin thief's arm that was bitten off by the mimic. Zhao Huanshe roughly estimated that the actual repair time should be around 7 or 8 hours. I don't know if all repairs take about the same time, or if more severe injuries take longer. Previously, Goblin cards were simply destroyed upon the Goblin's death, requiring the entire card to be repaired. Zhao Huanshe had no idea that monster cards could be repaired after being damaged. Recall the Goblin trio, and focus your attention on the Greedy Mimic. Green monster card, Greedy Mimic. Affected by special rules, these are peculiar monsters born in labyrinths, ruins, and even desolate caves. When digesting their prey, mimics leave behind valuable items, so powerful mimics usually carry a considerable amount of wealth within their bodies. Perfect disguise. The Greedy Mimic can disguise itself as various types of chests, such as golden chests, silver chests, and dilapidated wooden boxes, depending on its surroundings, quietly waiting for its prey to come to it. Light of Greed. When the Greedy Mimic disguises itself as a treasure chest, its body emits various colored lights, arousing the desires of its prey and lowering their sanity. The lower the prey's sanity and the stronger its inner desires, the better the effect of Light of Greed. Both a monster and a box. Items stored inside the mimic's body remain even when recalled as cards, but are dropped when the mimic dies. The internal size of the mimic is related to the card's level and quality, and does not change due to the mimic's appearance. Upon seeing the characteristics of the Greedy Mimic, Zhao Huanshe's first reaction was, a novice trap. Then I thought, using the Greedy Mimic as a portable storage space might also be a good option. Chapter 28 Gold Chest, Silver Chest, or Wooden Chest. The intertwining green light converged into a golden treasure chest, less than half a meter in length, width, and height, roughly the same size as the storage box Zhao Huan used to store clothes and blankets. Compared to the magnificent treasure chest disguised as a treasure chest by the Greedy one, the Greedy treasure chest monster is much smaller and has a much simpler appearance. There are not many decorative patterns or gemstone embellishments, only the front of the treasure chest, with a large ruby inlaid in the center of the lid. Hey, wake up! Zhao Huanshe gently patted the treasure chest monster. 8 long legs emerged from the bottom of the box, along with a pair of large crab claws. Ruby opened her eyes, revealing a wet, red eyeball, looking at her summoner with a somewhat bewildered expression. Zhao Huanshe reached out and touched the mimic's large pincers. Hey, why do you have another pair of pincers? Aren't you the same kind as the wealth-greedy one? The treasure chest monster looked bewildered, completely failing to understand what Zhao Huan was saying. Zhao Huanshe thought the guy was kind of cute because he was silly, so he reached out and touched the top of its head. As the summoner stroked its palm, the mimic swayed gently, its ruby eyes narrowing slightly, looking as if it were quite comfortable. You look like the big yellow dog that the old man downstairs keeps. Do you really look dangerous? To level up a monster card, you need to perform certain actions to gain something similar to experience points. The mimic probably needs to disguise itself as a treasure chest to lure enemies over, and then attack and kill them in order to grow stronger. But this treasure box crab in front of us doesn't seem to pose much of a threat. Seeing that the summoner doubted its combat ability, the mimic immediately raised its 2 large pincers. Click, click. The lid of the box was slightly raised, revealing a row of sharp, gleaming metal teeth that snapped shut a few times. Jingle bells. Although the mimic tried its best to demonstrate its aggressiveness, Zhao Huanshe looked at its small size and felt that it was not very convincing. Okay, I know you're the best. Go play somewhere else for now. Zhao Huan gently patted the treasure chest monster's head, just like coaxing a child. The mimic seemed greatly encouraged, excitedly circling the house before finding a corner and crouching down, disguising itself as a golden. The mimic sensed something was wrong, opened its ruby eyes, looked at the surrounding furniture and decorations, and changed its appearance and material from gold to silver. Still feeling something was off, it changed from silver to iron, then to wood, before finally closing its eyes contentedly and quietly waiting for its prey to come to it. Zhao Huanshe, who had been observing all of the mimic's actions, was inexplicably stabbed twice. My family is too poor to let you use your full strength. I'm really sorry. Zhao Huan sighed, crawled under the bed, and dragged out the metal frame holding the soul-devouring greatsword. Looking at the makeshift shelf pieced together from the wreckage of a metal stool and transparent tape, Zhao Huan sighed again. This is a perfectly good magic greatsword. Wasted on something like this. They're so poor, it's unbelievable. Reaching out and grasping the hilt of the soul-devouring greatsword, a feeling of being connected to it through flesh and blood surged within him. With a thought, black contract runes appeared on the back of his hand. The soul-devouring greatsword transformed into a cloud of black mist, swirling and enveloping Zhao Huanchu's palm. Huh, it's actually unsealed? So you don't really care how much life force you absorbed, as long as you had your fill of killing. Zhao Huan said with a bit of a laugh. Feeling his strength being continuously drained by the soul-devouring gloves, Zhao Huanchu whispered again, soul-devouring, enter hibernation mode. The red light in the skull's eye sockets of the soul-eater gloves receded, the claws retracted, and the bone spikes dissipated. In an instant, it transformed from an aura-filled magical artifact into a strangely shaped, ordinary glove. After entering a dormant state, Zhao Huan's physical strength stopped decreasing, but the soul-devouring gloves also lost almost all their offensive capabilities. It takes 5 to 10 seconds to reawaken it, put it into battle stance, or transform it into the soul-eater greatsword. Brushing teeth, washing face, washing hair, taking a shower. The trial dreamland can only be entered on the third night, so I might as well go to the contaminated zone now, summon the Goblin trio, and leave them there to AFK. If the Goblin dies outside again, it will be perfect to enter the trial dreamland once the card is repaired. However, the green forest was severely damaged in the last battle, and the monster density is too low. Recently, spatial rifts have appeared, which greatly increases the probability of monsters being released. Goblins going into AFK, away from keyboard, will probably not gain any benefits and are likely to encounter danger. Zhao Huanchu plans to change the location this time, sending the Goblin to the polluted area outside the western checkpoint of Dongchuan City, either to the 7-Star Marsh or the Yellow Grass Hills. 7 Stars Marshland is a swampy area, but it contains 7 relatively large lakes. It is inhabited by aquatic monsters and various venomous snakes and insects. Compared to the poisonous fog swamp in the east, it is less dangerous because it lacks the perennial toxic fog. The Huangchao Hills, however, are extremely dry, causing the plants there to frequently wither and turn yellow. The two contaminated areas are not far apart, but they do not merge directly. There is a real-world passage more than 100 meters wide between them. The monsters of 7-Star Marsh have little interest in Yellow Grass Hills, but the monsters of Yellow Grass Hills will run to 7-Star Marsh to seize territory and occupy water sources. Sometimes the monsters from both sides would run into the middle isolation passage to fight, scattering before the patrolling armed drones arrived. As Zhao Huanchu put on his leather armor, slung his steel greatsword over his shoulder, and took bread and a water bottle to go out, he suddenly remembered the greedy treasure chest monster squatting in the corner. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Forget it, I don't plan to go any further, so there's no point in bringing it along. I'll just leave it at home to guard the house." When I got downstairs, I remembered that I had opened the window for ventilation and forgot to close it when I left. I looked up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, and it didn't look like it was going to rain, so I was too lazy to go back and close the window. The neighborhood felt unusually empty today. I paused for a moment before realizing that the elderly people who usually practice martial arts and exercise outside were nowhere to be seen. Just as I was wondering what was going on, I walked to the entrance of the residential area and saw this group of people gathered together, talking excitedly about something. As Zhao Huanchu passed by the guardhouse, he casually asked the guard on duty, Grandpa Huang, What big thing has happened?" Grandpa Huang glanced at the steel greatsword on Zhao Huanchu's back and said calmly, "It's nothing. We discovered a spatial rift too late, and a few monsters escaped and killed 7 or 8 people in the nearby neighborhoods. This is a minor matter. A few deaths are nothing to worry about these days. Besides, most of the monsters have been cleared out, except for 2 sharp-toothed birds that have disappeared somewhere." "Oh, so it's a sharp-toothed bird. Those things are a bit fierce, but their fighting ability isn't that strong. As long as they don't come in a large group, they're easy to deal with." Zhao Huanchu glanced at the double-barreled shotgun hanging on the wall by Grandpa Huang and nodded. Chapter 29 The Box Eats Birds. The green belt of the residential area. A particularly large black bird hopped and skipped through the grass, searching for food. Not far behind it, a half-grown tabby cat, using the greenery as cover, crouched down and slowly approached. The black bird noticed the tabby cat and frantically flapped its wings, trying to escape. Perhaps because it was too fat, the black bird was clumsy in its escape. It was pounced on by the tabby cat and rolled into the dense greenery, disappearing from sight. Suddenly, a terrified scream came from deep within the greenery. The scream was very short and was immediately silenced by something, without attracting anyone's attention. A moment later, a black bird's head emerged, its mouth slightly open, revealing fine, sharp teeth. With a gentle lick of its long, thin tongue, it rolled back the blood and bits of flesh remaining on the edge of the beak into its mouth. Its scarlet eyes, filled with brutality and ferocity, carefully observed its surroundings. When it saw a reconnaissance drone flying overhead, it quickly shrunk its head back into the bushes. After a while, the gatekeeper, Grandpa Huang, carrying a double-barreled shotgun, patrolled the community with a large black dog and took it for a walk. The big dog smelled the blood coming from the green plants and immediately sensed something was wrong, barking at Grandpa Huang as a warning. Grandpa Huang's eyes narrowed. He released the safety of his shotgun, pointed the barrel at the bushes, and slowly approached. Just then, a black bird, seemingly startled by the dog's barking, suddenly flew out of the green belt. The blackbird was too fast. By the time Grandpa Huang raised his gun to aim, the blackbird had already flown far away, circled the building, and disappeared from sight. Judging by its appearance, it doesn't seem to be a sharp-toothed bird. Grandpa Huang looked at the sky, frowned, and muttered to himself. Half a minute later, the large black dog followed the scent of blood and found the tabby cat's body, which had been torn apart beyond recognition. Grandpa Huang looked up in surprise, gazing in the direction the blackbird had just left. Could it be a more intelligent mutant that knows how to disguise itself? We need to report this to the Special Affairs Bureau immediately and also warn the residents of the community to be on guard. The sharp-toothed bird concealed its barbed claws within its black feathers, hiding in the shadows of a building corner. Its scarlet pupils were covered by black, suppressing its murderous desires, and it surveyed its surroundings with curious eyes. I finally found a secluded spot and lured a prey over, but it got scared away before it even had a chance to eat its fill. After tasting the blood, it became even more unbearable. I saw a 3- or 4-year-old child on the balcony of the building across the street, watering the bonsai with a small watering can. Those chubby, pink little faces and those pure, innocent eyes instantly ignited the killing and bloodlust within the sharp-toothed bird. With a powerful push of his legs, his body shot down like a black arrow. Its mouth was slightly open, revealing fine, sharp teeth. Sharp barbs extended from the tips of its wings, ensuring that it could tear the throat of the human cub the moment its claws gripped its body, preventing it from crying out for help. Its eyes were shrouded in a scarlet light, as if it could already see its prey's gruesome death. Wait, what's that? The sharp-toothed bird caught a glimpse of a strange bright color out of the corner of its eye, which instantly caught its attention. With a slight turn of its wings, it adjusted its flight direction and landed on the windowsill of the third-floor bedroom. A wooden box sat quietly in the corner of the room, emitting a faint red glow. The sharp-toothed bird tilted its head, looking at the wooden box with a puzzled expression. The red light in its eyes intensified, as if it were covered in viscous blood that was about to drip down at any moment. In a daze, the sharp-toothed bird seemed to smell a strong, sweet, bloody scent emanating from the wooden box. The feeling was as if the box contained the corpse of a high-level monster cub, 1,000 times more delicious than a human cub. Eating it will not only grant you the most exquisite taste in the world, but also immense power, allowing you to monopolize the mating rights of all the female birds in the entire flock. Yes, what you want is right here. Just come in and eat it, and all your desires will be satisfied. The lid of the wooden box was slightly ajar, revealing an opening just large enough for the sharp-toothed bird to crawl inside. The sharp-toothed bird didn't question why the box opened by itself, because through the opening it saw that there really was the cub of the powerful magical beast it imagined was badly injured and on the verge of death, huddled trembling inside the box. The sharp-toothed bird let out an excited, piercing scream, and with a push of its feet, it shot straight toward the wooden box. Smack! The moment the sharp-toothed bird stepped inside, the wooden box lid was closed behind it. Then the wooden box began to vibrate slightly, and there were faint sounds of something struggling and roaring inside, but they were indistinct and unclear. Not long after, the wooden crate fell silent again, peacefully sitting in the corner, silently waiting for the next victim to come. TSK. Such an obvious trap. Only a fool would fall for it. In the exploration town outside the western checkpoint of Donchuan City, several people squatted in front of a stall, surrounding two seemingly innocent-looking, easy targets, and shouted loudly, "My darling, this looks like a good product. What a pity, we arrived too late. Young man, do you want it or not? If not, give it to me. Hearing this cliched rhetoric, Zhao Huanshe couldn't help but shake his head. These people's acting was far too perfunctory. These days, there aren't enough idiots to begin with, and even when they're lying, they don't know how to act professionally. Sure enough, the two easy targets rolled their eyes, tossed the item into the hands of the person shouting the loudest, and turned to leave. Pa, who do you think you're fooling? The group of people who had been making a ruckus suddenly fell silent, looking at each other with the stall owner in an awkward silence. Zhao Huan grinned, turned to leave, and suddenly an idea popped into his head. Why bother going into the polluted area to look for career stones? Why not just rip off those stalls and buy a few career stones as decorations? Turns out, one of them was actually real. No, this doesn't seem to fit my usual persona. The act of directly buying fake career stones is too strange. Rather, it's more like a whim, guided by some unseen force, that someone took a fancy to a piece of junk that an explorer brought out from the polluted area, and then opened it up to find a rare career stone. The items need to look decent, and the prices can't be too outrageous. I need to spend some time carefully searching through these stalls. Zhao Huanshe shook his head, putting the matter aside for now. He had only been dismissed from the Special Affairs Bureau a few days ago, so there was no need to rush. Right now, it's more important to send the goblins to 7-Star Watermarsh to AFK Farm. Only by bringing back some goods and selling them for money could Zhao Huanshe be qualified to be a sucker. The Huangqiao Hills have a harsh environment and fewer resources than the Qixing marshland. The only drawback is the abundance of poisonous insects and snakes in the swampy areas. Zhao Huanshe weighed the pros and cons for a long time along the way, and finally decided to send the goblin to 7-Star Watermarsh to AFK. However, although he used the placement summoning method while standing at the edge of the 7-Star Watermarsh, the goblin eventually ran off to other places. Chapter 30 Mushrooms for Rings. West 4 Research Area. Wild goblins' range is limited by terrain and walls, and they can only move within areas designated by humans. To maintain the wild goblin population and reduce the probability of spatial rifts, the people in the research area regularly feed the goblin population. However, when goblins gather together, they become bolder and more brutal and belligerent. Moreover, every now and then, a genius or a mutant will emerge from the group, leading a bunch of idiots to do all sorts of messy things. To reduce complications, scientists in the West 4 research area developed some targeted additives to put in goblin food. After eating this food, the wild goblins became drowsy and lacked energy every day, just like castrated boars. They did nothing but eat and sleep, and had little interest in reproducing, so naturally they stopped messing around. Goblins are humanoid monsters, and in some ways more like humans than monkeys. Researchers in the West 4 research area often take people to goblin groups to select goblins with specific traits to capture and conduct experiments. Gao Qiqiong is a scholar specializing in the cultivation and research of magical plants. She is also the youngest daughter of the Gao family in Dongchuan City. She awakened the water attribute mage profession using a profession stone and is now a novice water mage. She has 2 older brothers, the youngest of whom is Gao Qiguang, the spendthrift son of the Gao family who wanted to awaken the fire magic but ended up becoming a blacksmith. Gao Qiqiong had just obtained several highly dangerous carnivorous magical plants through a bounty and planned to go to the goblin food distribution area to catch a few strong green-skinned goblins to conduct experiments. Standing on the high platform, his eyes swept over the goblins lying haphazardly on the ground nearby, having eaten and drunk their fill. Gao Qiqiong asked her assistant behind her, "Still no news about the 2-stomach air mushroom?" The assistant nodded, "Not yet." So now, in the entire research area, only Professor Jiang has a piece of fungal tissue the size of a fingernail. Gao Qiqiong sighed. "Miss, while Professor Jiang's research is important, what's the use of developing more if we run out of raw materials? It would be better to let them give you the materials. If you can successfully cultivate new plants." Gao Qiqiong shook her head. "Forget it. Because of my status, I don't get along well with others. Let's not make things worse. Besides, with so few materials, it's not easy to cultivate a new 2-hole air mushroom plant. Even my teacher doesn't have a clue yet." Pointing to several of the more robust goblins, he said, that one, and that one. Catch them all. Hey, what's wrong with that goblin over there that looks so cheeky? It seems like it hasn't taken its meds. It looks so energetic." Following Gao Qiqiong's gaze, the assistant saw a thin goblin carrying a cloth bag, wandering around. Every time it passed a dead goblin, it would stop and say something. So thin. Could it be an intelligent mutant goblin that realized there was something wrong with the food we gave it, so it deliberately didn't eat it? Before the assistant could speak, the cheeky goblin picked up a piece of artificially flavored meat from the ground, took a bite, and its face instantly lit up with a look of delight. Assistant, Gao Qiqiong frowned. Could it be that a spatial rift has appeared, releasing new goblins in? The assistant suddenly realized, yes, that must be it. That's why this goblin is so thin. Seemingly noticing Gao Qiqiong and her assistant's gaze, the goblin merchant looked up at the platform, and his eyes lit up the moment he saw Gao Qiqiong. Miss, why do I feel like that goblin's eyes are glowing with gold? Gao Qiqiong nodded slightly. This goblin does look very strange. Send a few people in to catch it. Just then, the goblin merchant pulled out a palm-sized mushroom that looked like a pig's snout from his burlap sack, held it up, and waved it at Gao Qiqiong, as if to put it into his mouth. Stop! Gao Qiqiong's eyes widened instantly, and she stretched out her palm, shouting at the goblin merchant. The goblin merchant grinned wickedly, holding a 2-hole mushroom in his left hand and raising his right hand high, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together twice. The assistant whispered, Hiss, this green-skinned guy looks so arrogant. I'll have someone kill him right now. Wait. Gao Qiqiong stopped her assistant, her brows furrowed slightly. What did that gesture mean? If anyone else made that gesture, they'd probably charge money, but a goblin. Money. Gao Qiqiong's brows relaxed, and she stepped to the edge of the platform, looking down at the goblins with an arrogant gaze. How much money do you want? Name your price. But goblins have no use for money. The assistant muttered under his breath, finishing what he hadn't said before. The goblin merchant's eyes darted around. Then he looked at the sapphire ring on Gao Qiqiong's finger, which shimmered with a faint magical glow. Oh, you want this? Gao Qiqiong took off the gemstone ring. The goblin merchant nodded repeatedly, his smile growing even brighter. Miss, this healing ring is too valuable. Let's take it out. Gao Qiqiong ignored her assistant. For some reason, she was now extremely eager to get her hands on the 2-hole air mushroom from the goblin. With a gentle toss of his right hand, he tossed the ring out. The goblin merchant rushed out with lightning speed, snatched the gem ring, and stuffed it into his tattered bag. Here's the ring. Give me the mushroom on your hand. You'd better not try anything funny, or else. The cold voice carried a chilling pressure. The goblin merchant looked up at Gao Qiqiong and vaguely saw a dazzling golden light soaring into the sky behind her. The goblin merchant's smile instantly became much more sincere. When doing business with big customers, one should maintain a degree of honesty, especially since they'd already made a killing this time. With a forceful throw of both hands, the 2-hole mushroom flew high into the air and was caught by Gao Qiqiong. Upon receiving the 2-slot air mushroom, Gao Qiqiong smiled, and her rationality seemed to return. Go, send someone to capture this guy. I want to see what kind of person he is. Yes, the assistant responded, turned around and rushed down the platform, afraid that the cheeky goblin would get away. Sensing something was amiss, the goblin merchant pointed at Gao Qiqiong and started hurling insults at her. Although they couldn't understand each other's languages, you could tell from the goblin merchant's expression that he was swearing venomously. Gao Qiqiong's face darkened, and she conjured a water ball in her hand, throwing it at the goblin merchant. Water balloons aren't very aggressive, but they can still hurt a lot if they hit your face. Gao Qiqiong originally wanted to teach the goblin merchant a lesson because he thought he was being sarcastic and rude. Unexpectedly, the water balloon hit the goblin merchant on the head, causing him to stumble and fall. His head struck a rock on the ground, instantly splattering his brains and killing him instantly. He exploded into a blue-purple glow and disappeared. Apart from a large, slightly swaying, colorful mushroom, nothing else was left on the ground. Gao Qiqiong's mouth gaped open, and she was completely stunned. This is too weak. Wait, where's the corpse? My healing ring. Chapter 31. Only 2 bird feathers left. When the commotion broke out in the West 4 research area, Zhao Huancher was still wandering around the stalls in the explorer town at the West 2 checkpoint, looking for something with a peculiar appearance that might be suitable for unearthing a professional stone. I suddenly felt a slight unease, like a hair falling on my skin, causing a slight itch. With a gentle rub of his fingers, a goblin card, its surface covered in cracks and visible only to him, appeared in his hand. Back so soon. Were you really killed as soon as you stepped out the door? Staring intently at the goblin trio, I saw through the cards that 2 unfamiliar fruits and a striking blue gemstone ring had appeared in the greet space. The gemstone ring was spotless, without a trace of dirt or dust, and didn't look like something a goblin would steal from a monster or pick up from a ruined graveyard. Could it be that the goblin thief stole it from the explorer? Zhao Huanshi had no intention of continuing to wander around, so he turned around and left Explorer Town. It was late afternoon when he got off the bus at Lichunyuan Community. Because the name of the community was so outrageous, Zhao Huanshi usually didn't like to mention where he lived. I went to a nearby street to get a potato and beef rice bowl for dinner, and then strolled into the residential area. However, police officers were seen everywhere in the residential area, searching for something with police dogs and drones. The residents of the community also gathered in the open space downstairs with their families, and the atmosphere looked very tense. Uncle Huang, what's going on? Did a rift in the illusion fall into the community? Zhao Huanshi popped his head into the guardhouse and asked Grandpa Huang, who was leisurely watching TV. Grandpa Huang rolled his eyes. Can't you wish us something good? A sharp-toothed bird killed a cat in the neighborhood. I found it while I was patrolling and reported it. But I searched all afternoon and couldn't find any trace of the sharp-toothed bird. I guess it escaped to another place. Zhao Huanshi gave a thumbs up. This sense of security is truly admirable. You are a veteran who retired from Donchuanwei. It's a pity we didn't issue you a special firearms license. Otherwise, we would have given you a sniper rifle, and that sharp-toothed bird would definitely not have been able to escape. Stop talking nonsense. You leave your windows open when you go out. That sharp-toothed bird might be hiding in your house, waiting for you to fall asleep before it crawls out and bites your head off. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huanshi remembered that the treasure chest monster was still at home, and he immediately felt a little panicked. Didn't they check every house? Grandpa Huang glanced at him sideways. What? Do you have something you're hiding at home? Afraid someone will find out? Don't worry, they just let the drone go in for a quick look around. They didn't search thoroughly. What are you saying? What do I have to hide? Zhao Huanshi breathed a sigh of relief and retorted with a grin. Grandpa Huang sneered. Wasn't that the human-shaped package wrapped up like a mummy last time? Young people are hot-tempered, so they go find a girlfriend. If that doesn't work, they can go to a foot massage parlor and do those crooked things. Aren't they afraid of attracting some dirty things? Zhao Huanshi's face fell. That thing really isn't mine. I don't know which scoundrel wrote my home address on it. And I didn't even pick it up later. Who knows? When they were picking up their things, they were completely covered up, and you couldn't see their face. They're a little taller than you, so maybe they were wearing shoe lifts. You're presuming me guilty. You're throwing all sorts of accusations at me, and you're supposed to be a soldier. Forget it. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going home to kill some sharp-toothed birds. After saying that, Zhao Huanshi turned and left. Grandpa Huang smiled. Of course he knew that the mummy was not Zhao Huanshi's. Although the boy who came to collect the things was about the same height as him, he was obviously much thinner. As for why Zhao Huanshi looked a little guilty just now, well, he's a cleaner, so it's normal for him to feel guilty when he hears the police are searching him. Zhao Huanshi opened the door, holding a fine steel great sword in his hand, his expression vigilant, ready for any possible surprise attack. Although Grandpa Huang was just chatting idly, he was also reminding Zhao Huanshi to be careful. Finding nothing amiss in the house, Zhao Huanshi put the packed rice bowl aside and went into the bedroom. Seeing the wooden box quietly crouching in the corner, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Upon seeing Zhao Huanshi return, the treasure chest monster opened its eyes and was about to spread its legs and transform into a treasure chest crab. Shoo! Don't move. Zhao Huanshi hurriedly reached out to stop him. I walked to the window, glanced outside a few times, and seeing that no one was paying attention, I closed the window and drew the curtains. Then he walked over to the mimic, squatted down, searched for a picture of a drone on his phone, and put it in front of the mimic's gem eye. Did something like this fly in before? Did you show any unusual behavior? Click-clack. The treasure chest lid opened and closed with a sound. You were processing your prey when the drone came in, so you disguised yourself as an ordinary box and even turned off the light of greed. Click-clack. Prey? What prey? The mimic opened its mouth wide with a pop, revealing the interior of the box. At the bottom center of the box, 2 feathers lay quietly. Zhao Huanshi picked up the feather and examined it. Could this be a feather from a sharp-toothed bird? This low-level monster has nothing of value except for the 2 feathers on its rear end, which are worth a little money, except for being used to roast small birds. So, you ate that sharp-toothed bird that ran into the neighborhood? Click-clack. It's all digested, leaving only these 2 bird feathers? Zhao Huanshi stroked his chin. So the light of greed isn't just effective against money grubbers? I thought it could only be used to lure goblins and novice explorers. This thing is more useful than I imagined. but the sharp-toothed bird was swallowed whole. I saw the greedy one bite off the goblin thief's arm, and I thought the mimic would kill its prey before eating it. Come to think of it, the mimic's bite force should be pretty good, right? The remains of a metal stool, which was previously used as a weapon stand for the Soul Eater greatsword, are now useless and can be used for testing. Zhao Huan put the metal stool leg into the mouth of the treasure chest monster. Come on, give it a try. Snap! The sharp metal teeth easily bit the stool leg in two. Seeing the clean edges of the stool legs cut, Zhao Huanshe raised an eyebrow. Not bad. The teeth are indeed sharp. I'll find a thicker one. Just as Zhao Huanshe was scanning the house, wondering which piece of furniture to destroy, his phone suddenly rang. Zhao Huanshe was quite surprised to see that it was his younger sister calling. Hey Lele, you're going home tomorrow? Okay. Zhao Huanshe looked at the treasure chest monster. I have a surprise for you. Sister-in-law? What sister-in-law? There are 2 bags of dumplings in the fridge. Chapter 32. This is the truth. Zhao Huanshe never told Zhao Lijiao that he had become a card monster summoner. It's not that I wanted to deliberately hide it. After all, my sister is my only family. If I can't even trust her, then there's not much left in this world for me. Zhao Lijiao just hadn't had time to go home. And on the phone, she said she was worried that her information would be captured by the communication system and leaked. Zhao Huanshe could only keep everything bottled up inside, which made him very anxious. Especially during the initial novice trials, he would die once every night while sleeping, which made Zhao Huanshe afraid to sleep. Several times he couldn't help but want to confide in Zhao Lijiao and complain, but he forcibly held back. The next morning around 10 a.m., Zhao Huan met Zhao Lijiao at the bus stop outside the residential area. Zhao Lijiao clearly said on the phone that she was going home to stay for 2 days, but she brought a large suitcase, as if she had brought all her belongings back with her. Didn't you say before that you were very busy with the project and wouldn't have time to go home before the end of the year? Why are you suddenly back? Zhao Huanshe took the box from his sister and asked with some curiosity. Oh, a strange goblin ran into the research area yesterday. Now the whole research area is searching for that goblin, causing panic. The teacher simply gave us 2 days off so we could come back and rest. As soon as Zhao Lijiao finished speaking, she noticed that Zhao Huanshe's expression turned somewhat strange. Goblins? What kind of goblins? Zhao Lijiao pondered for a moment. They say he looks very sleazy, has a cunning smile, and carries a large, patched, beige bag. Zhao Huanshe's lips twitched. There was no mistake. This image was definitely that of a goblin swindler. However, it was summoned in the 7-star water marsh. So how did it end up in the West 4 research area? In terms of distance, the West 4 research area is exactly within 30 kilometers of the entrance to Qixing Shuai's. So whether you enter the contaminated area or cross the boundary fog zone, it doesn't actually affect where the goblin appears. They said they tricked Gao Qiqiong out of her healing ring using a 2-hole mushroom, and then vanished using a magic I'd never seen before. What do you mean by hiding? That's clearly just dying. Wait, who did you say, Gao Qiqiong? The youngest daughter of the Gao family? Zhao Huanshe asked, somewhat surprised. Zhao Lijiao nodded. Yes, it's her. Wow, that magic ring actually belongs to the Gao family. Zhao Huanshe suddenly felt a bit of a headache. Last night, he found some information online and studied it on his own, and quickly figured out how to use and what the magic ring was for. As long as there is physical contact, such as wearing it on a finger or hanging it around the chest against the body, and then focusing attention on the magic ring, the spells stored in the ring can be released. The healing ring, as the name suggests, is a magical item that can cast healing spells. Zhao Huan tried it out, and the magic released from the ring condensed into a clear spring that sprinkled onto his body. My whole body felt cool and refreshed, like I had drunk a sip of ice spring water. Zhao Huanshe couldn't bring himself to cut himself, so he didn't know the actual healing effect of the spell, but he felt it should be better than the symbiotic vine. However, the healing ring has a limited amount of magic power stored. It can only cast a maximum of 3 healing spells at a time before the magic power in the ring is depleted. It can only slowly recover by drawing magic power from the surrounding environment. According to information found online, the mana recovery speed of magical equipment, like that of awakened individuals, is related to the concentration of mana in the environment. The recovery speed is much faster in polluted areas than in the outside world. Everyone says Gao Qiqiong got into the research area through connections, taking someone else's spot, and she seems arrogant, so nobody wants to talk to her. Hearing his sister's complaints, Zhao Huanshe came to his senses and said with some surprise, with the Gao family's influence, do they really need to compete for a spot and steal other people's resources? They could just give her a position on her own. Wouldn't that be fine? Zhao Lejia shook her head. I don't know about that. Our teacher and her teacher don't get along very well, and we don't usually have any contact with her. By the way, you told me yesterday that there was a surprise. Zhao Huan gave a wry smile. It should have been a pleasant surprise, but now it's hard to say. By the way, why did Gao Qiqiong trade her magic ring for that goblin mushrooms? It's a two-hole air mushroom, a new material that was just discovered recently. All the experiments I've been doing lately are related to it. However, that two-hole air mushroom was accidentally obtained by the explorer from the contaminated area, and it's almost used up now. We haven't been able to find a new plant. It is said that when Gao Qiqiong saw the goblin take out the two-slot air mushroom, she was so shocked that she unknowingly fell under the goblin's mental spell. She was so focused on completing the deal with the goblin that she didn't kill it before it destroyed the two-slot air mushroom. What kind of mental magic, mind-controlling spell? Zhao Huanshi thought of the goblin merchant's introduction and muttered to himself. Huh? What did you say? No. You mean the double air mushroom you mentioned? It's not like it has two holes and looks like a pig's nose, is it? Yeah. How did you know? Did you see the bounty we posted on the Special Affairs Bureau's website? Zhao Huanshi shook his head. Let's talk about it when we get home. Half an hour later, Zhao Lejia held an alloy steel pipe in her hand and placed it in the mouth of the treasure chest monster, watching it bite it with a clinking sound and sparks flying everywhere, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons with laughter. Haha, bro, this box monster of yours is hilarious. Zhao Huanshi looked helpless. I've been talking to you for so long. Didn't you hear me? I heard you. So you stole a class stone from the illusion rift, and now you're getting tormented by a bunch of goblins every night while you sleep. What theft? That was an accident. How was I supposed to know that career stone was so special that it would activate automatically with just a touch? Zhao Huanshi quickly retorted. Okay, it was an accident. What's the name of this box? It looks so cute, all golden. How about we call it Little Yellow? Be good, my foot. I'm right here, otherwise it would have bitten your hand off. Besides, it's not a dog. What's with the name Little Yellow? I'm not talking to you about something. Can't you concentrate and play later? It's no big deal. Zhao Lejia released the steel pipe to let the treasure chest monster play by itself, then turned around and rummaged through her suitcase to find a black object resembling a pyramid model, engraved with numerous magical runes. This was found in the ruins of the contaminated zone. It has a magical reaction, but I don't know what it's for. My teacher gave it to me to play with. Weren't you planning to pretend you accidentally bought a profession stone from an explorer? Why don't you say that I brought this magical black triangle with unknown purpose home, and it accidentally activated after you touched it, thus activating the summoner profession? Doesn't that sound reasonable? Zhao Huanshi nodded firmly. So this is the truth. Chapter 33, The Fishman of the Spatial Rift. Zhao Lejia found an animated film online using her phone and pointed to the scene where magical items transformed. If someone asks you how the triangle became a career stone, just describe it according to this picture. Zhao Huanshi took the phone from his sister. You know what? It really does look like it. Zhao Lejia then took out many small bottles of medicine from her suitcase. This is a paralyzing vine toxin extract, and this is a spider venom mixture. Both are venoms, highly toxic and extremely fast-acting, effective against most low to mid-level monsters. These bottles contain healing potions, and these are mild antidotes. They are all formulated to mimic alchemical potions. Although their actual effectiveness is only 50% to 70% of real alchemical potions, and they take some time to take effect, they are much more effective than potions sold outside. And this, an energy recovery potion made with the two-hole air mushroom as the core ingredient. It's like the mana potion in the game, which can restore a class's mana and battle aura. These are all laboratory products. You can use them yourself, but please don't sell them. Zhao Huanshi frowned. Did you steal these medicines from the research institute? How could that be? Zhao Lejia glared at him irritably. I'm not stupid. The teacher knows you're a cleaner. That's why he asked me to bring these potions back. Anyway, we're going to find awakened individuals to test them on, so just write a review after you've used them. Huh? I have to write a report too. Zhao Huanshi suddenly felt a headache coming on. Zhao Lejia ignored him. Most people wouldn't even get such an opportunity. It seems your teacher treats you very well. Zhao Huanshi asked. Zhao Lejia immediately became a little proud. Of course, I'm a top student. He then lowered his voice. The teacher had a daughter, about my age, who was also affected by the polluted area. She was too weak to survive. Most of the teacher's research was to treat pollution-related weakness. Other drug research was just incidental. Zhao Huanshi sensed that the atmosphere was tense and knew that if things continued, His sister would probably start crying again when she thought of their parents. He quickly rubbed his fingers together and pulled out the goblin trio. From the greedy space, he took out the largest one, a two-hole air mushroom with a large clump of mud still attached to its base. Huh. Zhao Lijiao was startled when she saw a mushroom the size of a human head suddenly appear in Zhao Huanshi's hand. But when she saw the big clump of mud on the root of the two-hole air mushroom, her eyes lit up instantly. I'll take this soil back to the lab and analyze it. Maybe I can find the key to artificially cultivating Aeromonas vaginalis. Then the energy restorer can be mass-produced. Aren't you taking this pig's snout back with you? I have a whole bunch more here. Zhao Lejia shook her head. Forget it. I can find other reasons for the soil, but I can't explain the origin of the two-hole air mushroom if I bring it back. Let's just leave it for now, and you can send a goblin to sell it to Gao Qiqiong after she uses up the one she has. You can't take advantage of someone else's misfortune. She's still the youngest daughter of the Gao family. Zhao Lejia nodded. That's true. They might tamper with the items being traded, like adding radioactive elements as a marker to gold bars. Even if you melt them down, you can't get them out. If you dare to take them out and use them, someone will come knocking on your door very soon. It seems I can't expose my relationship with the goblin merchant for now, Zhao Huanshi said, stroking his chin. Fortunately, I can place summons, so no one will associate them with me. Over time, things will inevitably slip up. Besides, if you can't summon goblins, how can you expect to go to the contaminated area with the exploration team? You call yourself a summoner, but all you can do is throw mimics to bite people. Zhao Huan said with a smug smile. I'll play support. With just my symbiotic vine summoning skill, those exploration teams will be begging me to join. We finally escaped the cleaners. Why do we have to become explorers again? It's so dangerous. Zhao Lejia said, somewhat unhappy. The cards need upgrading, and my class needs upgrading too. This world is not what it used to be. We must be strong enough to ensure our own safety. Others are unreliable in crucial moments. I know, but don't worry, I'll be careful. Zhao Huanshi patted his sister's head. Zhao Lejia slapped his hand away. How old am I? Why are you still touching my head? Are you a siscon? Bullshit. I'm not that kind of pervert. Who knew? He still hasn't found a girlfriend. TSK. Stop reading those weird novels. Aren't you a top student? All you do is read that kind of stuff? What's wrong with being a top student? Top students also have their own hobbies and need to relax too. Zhao Lejia rested for 2 days, stayed at home for 1 day, and stuffed all sorts of random things into the mouth of the treasure chest monster. Zhao Huanshi couldn't stand it anymore, so the next day he took her out shopping, eating delicious food. When Zhao Huanshi is alone, he can eat whatever he wants. Since his younger sister is back, he decided to take her to a restaurant for a meal. However, seeing Zhao Huanshi's enthusiastic expression, Zhao Lejia didn't dare to say that the buffet she ate every day in the research area's cafeteria was much more refined and delicious than the food in these restaurants. But whatever, it doesn't matter what we eat, as long as we can eat with our family. Zhao Lejia thought to herself with satisfaction. After finishing their meal, the brother and sister strolled around the street, wondering if they should go see a movie or something. Suddenly, the air in the middle of the road began to vibrate violently. Zhao Huanshi's eyes narrowed, and he pulled Zhao Lejia and ran back. Immediately, the alarm devices on both sides of the street sounded a piercing alarm. At the same time, 2 or 3 meters above the ground, the space seemed to be torn apart by a pair of giant claws, revealing a spatial rift that was more than 10 meters high and 8 or 9 meters wide. Countless monsters surged out of the spatial rift like a tidal wave. Some of the unfortunate ones either landed incorrectly, breaking their limbs and splattering their brains on the concrete, or were hit and thrown away by vehicles that couldn't react in time. After most of them landed successfully, they glared with bloodshot eyes, brandished their crude weapons with ferocious expressions, and charged towards the panicked crowds fleeing from the roadside while yelling loudly. However, not everyone panicked and ran away. Many people drew their weapons and took the initiative to protect the elderly and weak around them. Once they saw what the monster looked like, they immediately calmed down. Huh, is that a fishman? Don't panic, everyone. These monsters are almost as strong as goblins. The fishman has a head like a fish, but a body like a large, upright walking frog. It has webbed hands and feet, and can move freely in the water, but on land, especially on dry, hard concrete roads, it is not very fast. As long as adults remain calm, it's quite easy for them to escape the fishman's pursuit. If it can hold out for just a minute or two, nearby armed drones and armed patrols will arrive immediately to kill the monster. Chapter 34 The Murloc Mage Shoots Down Planes. Zhao Huan had encountered these monsters in low-level illusionary rifts. It happened in a swamp. A low-level Murloc spellcaster, accompanied by 2 Murloc warriors and a dozen ordinary Murlocs, cast a spell that created a mist that obscured their vision. Then, the Murlocs charged forward with a whoosh. Fortunately, the weapons wielded by Murlocs are truly terrible. Aside from their ability to dive, ordinary Murlocs are practically no different in combat strength from goblins, and Murloc spellcaster's magic is primarily supportive. After killing 2 Murloc warriors, the remaining Murlocs were easily dealt with. The group of fishmen monsters in front of us seemed to be less used to the concrete surface, and their movements appeared much clumsy. Zhao Huanshi went out shopping without his steel greatsword, only carrying a metal pipe with him. With a gentle press on the handle of the steel pipe, a sharp blade pops out from the top of the pipe, transforming it into a short steel pipe gun. With a casual thrust, it pierced the fishman monster's forehead. Seeing the merman collapse to the ground and convulse, Zhao Huanshi hurriedly took out the soul-devouring gloves from his backpack and put them on. Looking up, I saw Zhao Lejia holding a long-handled stun gun that was making a sizzling sound in his right hand and a metal ball that looked like a hand grenade in his left hand. His face looked tense, but his eyes clearly showed some eagerness to try. Zhao Huanshi wasn't initially afraid, but seeing his sister's appearance, he suddenly felt a little flustered. "What is that in your hand?" The self-defense weapons issued by the Research Institute include a high-voltage stun gun and a smoke bomb, which will release irritating gas smoke after detonation. "Oh, it's a smoke bomb." Zhao Huanshi instantly relaxed. Not far away, a woman was running away with 2 children when suddenly a fishman fell from the sky and crashed heavily onto the road in front of them. The merman was smashed half to death, his bones were broken all over his body, and he could no longer get up and was no longer a threat. The woman was startled by the falling fishman and tried to pull her child away, but she stumbled and fell to the ground. As they chased after them, a rather tall merman warrior saw this and let out a surprised cry, charging forward with a stone spear. "Brother, over there," Zhao Lejia urged urgently. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi was about to go up to help. But then the woman pulled out a small pink pistol, screaming in terror as she pressed the trigger, emptying the magazine instantly, and firing 7 or 8 bullets at the fishman warrior's head and groin. The merman warrior collapsed to the ground, riddled with bullet holes. Fortunately, its physiological structure was different from that of humans, so despite being shot multiple times in its lower body, it did not feel much pain. Zhao Huanshi's expression changed drastically, and he stopped in his tracks, not daring to approach for a moment, for fear of disturbing the older woman and getting shot himself. That accuracy is terrifying in every respect. Just in case, Zhao Huanshi first summoned the symbiotic vine and wrapped it around his arm. Soul Eater then entered battle mode, its fingers extending sharp claws, a faint red glow emanating from its skull eyes, and its appearance gradually becoming more ferocious. At that moment, accompanied by the roar of wings, dozens of armed drones flew in from all directions, locking onto every fishman monster they encountered and accurately shooting bullets into their heads. In just a few seconds, the fishman monsters that were just now baring their fangs and claws and chasing passersby on the street were all turned into corpses and lay on the ground. The swarm of drones enveloped the space rift. Below the spatial rift, a tall merman adorned with a multitude of ornaments made of pearls, seashells, and gemstones swung his coral staff with great force, uttering incomprehensible roars. The moisture in the air gathered frantically, turning into a thick white fog that enveloped the area around the spatial rift and spread rapidly in all directions. Obscured by the white fog, the drone swarm immediately changed its target acquisition mode, activating radar and thermal imaging scanning. The thermal imaging was ineffective. These fishmen appeared to be cold-blooded animals, with their body temperature almost indistinguishable from the surrounding environment. But the drone swarm instantly relocked the enemy's location using sonic and LiDAR scans, and continued to clear out the merman monsters hiding in the thick fog with extremely high efficiency. With a sharp whistling sound, more than a dozen water arrows wrapped in ice shards suddenly shot out from the thick fog. Several of them were locked onto and destroyed by drones, while the rest each hit a drone. The drones that were hit either exploded or had large amounts of frost condensed on their bodies and fell from the sky. Soon after, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and countless sharp hailstones began to fall. "Damn, a high-level spellcaster." Zhao Huanshi hurriedly stepped forward to help the woman pick up a child, and together with his sister, they hid in a nearby building. At this moment, With the roar of motorcycles, several awakened individuals, whose equipment was surrounded by colorful lights and who were clearly advanced players, rode their motorcycles into the thick fog without hesitation. Behind them, several armored vehicles sped up. The patrol team has finally arrived. Various booming sounds and explosions, along with the roars of monsters, echoed from within the thick fog, suggesting that the battle inside had intensified considerably. However, the group of people who had been hiding with Zhao Huanshi and his sister relaxed. Sai, this is the 5th time this month that spatial rifts have appeared in Dongchuan City. The frequency of these appearances is getting higher and higher. I heard that a giant spatial rift appeared in Chiyue City last month, and a group of demons escaped, killing tens of thousands of people. The authorities, fearing panic, suppressed the news online. I've heard about it too. With so many people dead, how could the news possibly be suppressed? We have to suppress it even if we can't. Otherwise everyone will be in a panic and will collapse before the monster even arrives. Don't panic, everyone. I heard that the research institute in Dongwang City has developed a space stabilizer. Once it's installed, it can significantly reduce the probability of spatial rifts and illusionary rifts appearing. There are devices for stabilizing space, but the cost and layout requirements are too high, and they can also have serious effects on the human body. They can only be used to protect nuclear power plants and a few other important facilities. This stabilizer is different. Zhao Lijiao whispered in Zhao Huanshi's ear. I've also heard from our teacher that the Dongwang Research Institute discovered a new metallic material in the contaminated area, successfully overcoming previous difficulties and building a new type of fixed space base station. It can simulate the effect of the solid space array discovered from the ruins, stabilizing the space within a few kilometers without causing any harm to the human body. I bet that metal is very rare. Otherwise they would have publicized it extensively to reassure the public, Zhao Huanshi said in a low voice. Zhao Lijiao nodded and whispered, so far, only a small vein has been discovered. Even if we use it all, it will only cover half of Dongwang City. At this moment, the dark clouds that had been covering the sky gradually dissipated, and the thick fog that had filled the streets also quickly faded away. They're done fighting inside. Chapter 35 Trial Target, Knoll Beast Tamer. With the battle site sealed off, Zhao Huanshi and his sister lost interest in continuing their stroll. Back home, Zhao Lijiao had Zhao Huan summon the mimic to play with her for a while before packing her luggage and taking the bus back to the West 4 research area. The siblings had agreed that Zhao Huanshi would post on his WeChat moments later, sharing how he had unexpectedly triggered the black triangle and gained a new profession. When Zhao Lijiao returned to the research area, she pretended to complain to her senior sister about her brother's troublesome behavior, saying that he had just obtained a profession and was already spreading the word everywhere. Then she inadvertently spread the source of the profession stone. Zhao Huan posted about becoming a professional on several of the social media apps she usually uses in a boastful tone. After a while, Zhang Dashuan from the middle-aged unemployed front exploration team sent a congratulatory message, casually mentioning that they were going to the Emerald Forest for a mission tomorrow and asking if Zhao Huanshi was interested in joining them. I was just dozing off, and someone brought me a pillow. Zhao Huanshi replied with a smile. That's great. Where should I look for you? Perhaps not expecting Zhao Huan to actually agree, Zhang Dashuan took a while to reply. Our plan is to enter the Emerald Forest tomorrow at noon, and meet in Explorer's Town then? Okay, see you tomorrow at noon. Could I ask you, Brother Zhao, what profession did you obtain? Monster Summoner, Professional Support. Trial Objective, Slay the Knoll Beastmaster. Does this Knoll Tamer refer to a Knoll who can tame wild beasts, or some kind of monster that controls Knolls? In the lush wilderness, Zhao Huanshi stroked his chin and muttered to himself. Having learned from the experiences of the previous 2 trials, he dared not draw any conclusions lightly now. Don't fight to the death again. You finally managed to kill a powerful enemy, only to turn around and find you've got the mission objective wrong. However, standing still and daydreaming is useless. Zhao Huanshi looked up. The sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. It was time for the symbiotic vine to make its appearance. First, wrap the symbiotic vine around your hand. Then pull the soul-devouring greatsword from the ground and transform it into a glove. Look around and observe the environment. I feel like the space in the trial dream has become much larger. The underground palace from last time seemed to have a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. How about we test it out using the 3 Musketeers' idol summoning method? Zhao Huan thought about it for a moment, then shook his head. Try it and you'll die? Randomly summoning goblins will just throw them somewhere, and the abilities of the merchant and scavenger are useless. They'll just get killed by monsters as soon as they appear. It's better to keep them to summon a goblin thief. At least they can steal a weapon and scout ahead. Discard the card. Come out, you goblin thief. The goblin merchant had just poked his head out, about to take a breath of fresh air, when Zhao Huanshi pressed his head back down. Lose it again. The goblin scavenger stared with dead fish eyes, scanned the area, and noticed a clump of wild berries not far away. Its eyelids twitched slightly, and it was about to take a step forward when its body suddenly transformed into a radiant light, intertwining into a card that returned to Zhao Huanshi's hand. TSK. This time it must be a thief, right? Zhao Huanshi threw out another card, but it was still the goblin merchant. Seeing that Zhao Huan was about to take it back, he hurriedly raised his hand to stop him and took a deep breath of fresh air. The goblin merchant nodded to Zhao Huanshi and said, "Come on, I'm ready." Zhao Huanshi's lips twitched. "It's like I'm trying to kill you. I told you to go out for some fresh air before, but you died so quickly. Who can you blame for not seizing the opportunity?" After hesitating for a moment, he withdrew his outstretched hand. "All right, I'll let you wander around for a bit. We'll switch to the thief when you encounter a monster. Don't you dare run off." The goblin merchant grinned and nodded. Then I realized that there was nothing in the bag in my hand, and I felt light and uncomfortable. I ran to the bushes next to me, picked 2 handfuls of wild fruits, and put them in the bag. It popped one into its mouth and found that the fruit was unripe and so sour that its whole face distorted. While grimacing, he handed one to Zhao Huanshi. Zhao Huanshi was speechless for a moment. "You're actually being quite polite." As they walked, the goblin scavenger picked up trash the whole way, and Zhao Huan couldn't help but wonder if the guy was possessed by a goblin scavenger. The goblin merchant, however, argued that if he had no goods on hand, he had to pick up some startup capital on the road. On the road, they encountered a wild rabbit, and the goblin merchant even tried to rush over, grab it, and skin it. Unexpectedly, the wild rabbit, though a vegetarian, had a fiery temper. It leaped up and kicked the goblin merchant in the face, making him dizzy and causing his nose to bleed. With a flying kick, the rabbit restrained the enemy. A faint breeze wafted from its body, and it quickly escaped. "No way. How come you're even weaker than an unevolved goblin? You can't even beat a rabbit. With this level of skill, you dare to go out and do business with other monsters?" Zhao Huanshi complained. The goblin merchant wiped the blood from his nose, seemingly unconcerned. "Gobo Guala Saza. I only do business with customers who have an IQ." Then, the goblin merchant was shot in the knee by an arrow from a highly intelligent gnoll crossbowman. The monster hid behind a patch of dry bushes, and even Zhao Huanshi didn't notice it. Suddenly, it popped up and fired an arrow at the goblin merchant. The goblin merchant screamed and fell to the ground, but Zhao Huanshi pressed him down and pulled him back. Zhao Huanshi rolled away to dodge another crossbow bolt, and charged forward at full speed while the jackal crossbowmen were reloading their crossbows. A gnoll warrior suddenly appeared from the side, attempting to intercept the ambush, but Zhao Huanshi severed his weapon and arm with a single sword strike, causing the warrior to clutch his rapidly withering limb and let out a shrill scream. Zhao Huanshi killed the gnoll crossbowman with a single sword strike, but the gnoll warrior's screams attracted even more gnolls. Damn, so many. Seeing a dozen or so gnolls howling as they charged towards him from a distance, Zhao Huanshi turned around and finished off one of the howling gnoll warriors with a single blow, then fled quickly into the distance. Against other monsters, Zhao Huan might have relied on the sharpness of the soul-devouring greatsword and its life-absorbing ability to fight back. But half of those dozen or so jackal men were carrying crossbows, and they were about to shoot 7 or 8 arrows at once. One of those arrows might hit a vital spot and take Zhao Huanshi away. After running a long distance and seeing that the jackals hadn't caught up yet, Zhao Huanshi found a rock and sat down. After crafting the goblin trio, a damage repair message appeared on it. Perhaps because the goblin merchant was only shot in the knee, unlike the goblin thief who lost half an arm, the countdown to the injury repair was only half an hour. Looking at the cards in his hand, Zhao Huan said in a low voice, full of doubt, "Can a goblin swindler really do business with monsters? Does he just give them away for free every time he goes out?" Chapter 36. The Gnoll Beast Tamer. The jackals were quite vengeful. Zhao Huan relied on the symbiotic vine to restore his strength and escaped for 3 or 4 kilometers in one go. These guys actually followed the traces and scents he left behind and caught up with him. However, there was a significant difference in physical ability among the individual gnolls. In the end, only a small group consisting of 2 gnoll warriors wielding wooden shields and stone hammers, and 3 gnoll crossbowmen, ran the fastest, and broke away from the main force to catch up first. Zhao Huanshe lurked in the corner, flicked the greedy treasure chest monster out of his finger, and tossed it lightly to the side. The card spun and flew 10 meters away, where it condensed a radiant glow on the side of a large rock, transforming into a small, golden treasure chest. 2 Gnoll warriors stood guard on either side of the Gnoll crossbowman, walking at the front of the group. After taking 2 steps forward, one of the Gnoll warriors caught a glimpse of a corner of the treasure chest. The Gnoll warrior paused for a moment, then quickened his pace involuntarily. When he saw the intact treasure chest, his eyes lit up, he shouted with joy, and rushed forward. Another Gnoll warrior spotted the treasure chest, and hurriedly gave chase. What? Protect teammates? Protect my ass. They're all competitors now. The 3 Gnoll crossbowmen were a bit bewildered by the sudden turn of events. But when they got closer and saw the golden treasure chest hidden behind the rock, they immediately understood everything. They were so angry that they almost raised their crossbows to shoot the 2 bastards. The Gnolls are quite intelligent, and the greedy light of the treasure chest monsters is weaker, unable to fully ignite their desires and turn them into flames that completely devour their reason. Although somewhat tempted, the Gnoll crossbowman ultimately refrained from firing a sneak attack on their comrade. He put down his crossbow and chased after them, cursing under his breath. Everyone who sees it gets a share. We can't let those 2 bastards divide up all the treasure. At this moment, Zhao Huanshe suddenly leaped out from his hiding place and charged straight at the jackal crossbowman. The 3 Gnoll crossbowmen turned around at the sound, and, seeing the enemy had appeared, quickly raised their crossbows to attack. Unexpectedly, a flash of light appeared behind him, and the goblin thief swiftly approached, stabbing a Gnoll crossbowman in the neck with his knife and pulling it hard. Blood splattered on his face, making the goblin's Jing smile even more terrifying. The screams of their teammates startled the 2 Gnoll crossbowmen, who turned around in a panic, only to see the goblin thief waving his left hand and sprinkling a handful of sand in their faces, blinding them. A flash of black light appeared, and 2 dog heads shot into the sky. Before their heads even hit the ground, their bodies were already enveloped in black, ghostly mist, turning them into 2 dehydrated corpses. Just then, a scream suddenly came from the side. It was the fastest Gnoll warrior who had his arm bitten off by the mimic. While one Gnoll warrior was clutching his severed arm and screaming in agony, and the other Gnoll warrior looked completely bewildered by the situation, the mimic stretched out its legs, transformed into a treasure chest crab, and quickly escaped with the furry severed hand in its mouth. Huh, this guy is much smarter than a goblin, Zhao Huanshe said with a smile. These words immediately drew the attention of the goblin thief. What are you looking at? I'm telling you, what's wrong with the goblin merchant? Holding a jet-black greatsword shrouded in ghostly mist, Zhao Huanshe walked toward the Gnoll warrior with a cold smile. With a look of sudden realization, the goblin thief bent down and began looting the Gnoll crossbowman. The goblin thief slashed the first crossbow to pieces with a single sword strike. He then collected the remaining 2 crossbows and gathered all the bolts together. After Zhao Huan had killed 2 Gnoll warriors, he turned around and saw that this guy was already playing around with his crossbow, aiming it here and there. Zhao Huanshe himself didn't have much talent for shooting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen the steel greatsword in the first place, hoping to awaken into a warrior during the battle. It's better to have a common profession than a corpse rotting on the roadside. However, after becoming a card monster summoner and gaining 6 points to all attributes, Zhao Huan felt like he was back to his old self. A crossbow isn't a bow. As long as your hand is steady enough, you can basically hit the target. With that thought in mind, Zhao Huan took a crossbow from the goblin thief, aimed at a beetle 20 meters away, and pulled the trigger. Do! The crossbow bolt struck a rock 3 meters away from the beetle, producing a short, sharp sound. Zhao Huanshe paused for a moment, threw the crossbow on the ground, and said with disgust, "The jackal people's craftsmanship is too poor. What kind of rubbish did they make? It has no accuracy at all." The goblin thief also aimed an arrow at the unsuspecting beetle and fired it. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt flew like a blur, striking the beetle in the mud half a meter away, startling it into a hasty retreat. The goblin thief nodded, agreeing with his boss. The crossbow's accuracy was indeed a bit lacking, but as long as the target was closer, he wasn't worried about missing. After throwing the Gnoll corpses together, Zhao Huanshe retrieved the mimic and, together with the goblin thief, lay in ambush again. After waiting for a long time, no other Gnolls came after them. Zhao Huanshe was puzzled. He found some strongly scented plants nearby, squeezed out the juice, and smeared it all over his body to cover the smell. Then, he led the goblin thief back along the way they had come. Halfway there, they heard the howling of gnolls in the distance. They sneaked over to take a look and found that these guys had given up the chase and gone hunting. What about the 5 dead gnolls? Zhao Huanshe found it somewhat amusing and muttered to himself. Legit. Are they stupid enough? The goblin thief answered with some confusion. That's called dedication. Are they finishing their hunt and heading back to their nest? Let's go, follow them and see. Zhao Huanshe and the goblin thief followed the pack of gnolls to the outside of a cave. A large, fat jackal man emerged from the cave, leading 2 large, ferocious jackals, each about 1.67 meters tall at the shoulder. After exchanging a few howls, the burly gnoll seemed somewhat dissatisfied and gave the gnoll who had returned from the hunt a harsh scolding. If the trial dream doesn't cause me any trouble, this guy should be the mission target, right? Zhao Huan lay prone in the weeds, muttering to himself. However, those 2 jackals looked difficult to deal with. Zhao Huan was actually planning to use the same trick again, to look around for poisonous mushrooms, spiders or something similar, and try to poison the 2 large jackals or the animal tamer. Unexpectedly, after being reprimanded, the jackal men left the cave with 2 large jackals. Zhao Huanshe guessed that these gnolls were probably searching for the 5 missing gnolls. After the gnolls left, the stout man who looked like a beast tamer went into the makeshift wooden shed outside the cave, dragged out a yellow chocobo with a leather collar around its neck and a terrified expression, and began to whip it hard. Seeing that there were only 3 gnoll warriors following the beast tamer, Zhao Huanshe's eyes lit up. There's a chance. Chapter 37: The Lure and Kill the Gnoll Tamer. There should still be quite a few gnolls living inside the gnoll cave. A gnoll cub ran out of the cave and was scolded by the gnoll tamer. Immediately, a small gnoll came out of the cave and took the cub back. If you launch a direct attack, you'll most likely be ganged up on by the jackals. Zhao Huan observed the environment near the gnoll cave and stealthily approached under the cover of grass, trees, and rocks. He threw the greedy treasure chest monster between 2 rocks, so that only the gnoll beast tamer could see the golden treasure chest from his position. The gnoll tamer, who was violently whipping a chocobo, suddenly saw a golden light in his vision and instinctively turned his head to look. Upon seeing the faintly glowing golden treasure chest, he paused for a moment. Then his eyes widened, and he was about to step forward. However, being a leader monster, its intelligence was considerably higher. Although it was influenced by the light of greed, its mind was filled with wild thoughts, and its eyes were filled with greed. It did not completely let its guard down. With a roar, he called his 3 henchmen to his side, pointed to the location of the golden treasure chest, and ordered one of them to go and retrieve it. The 3 gnoll warriors saw the golden treasure chest, and immediately wanted to go and pick it up. The gnoll tamer shouted angrily, summoning the 2 gnoll warriors back. The gnoll tamer's eyes held a hint of cunning. The golden treasure chest was very tempting, but its appearance was too strange. If it's a trap, just send one of your underlings to test it out. If it weren't a trap, wouldn't everything inside still be as if he took the treasure chest back? The 2 gnoll warriors who were called back probably realized this as well, and despite their longing, they obediently returned. Anyway, it has to be handed over in the end, so what's the point of snatching it? But I still really want to open the box and see what's inside. Seeing that the gnoll tamer hadn't fallen for the trick and had sent a gnoll warrior to test the waters, Zhao Huan remained calm. When the gnoll warrior crouched down, his eyes filled with greed as he reached out to open the chest. Zhao Huanshe suddenly leaped out of the bushes, severing the gnoll warrior's neck with his greatsword and kicking its corpse aside. Amidst the gnoll tamer's surprised and angry roars, he grabbed the golden treasure chest and turned to run. The gnoll beastmaster panicked instantly and, with his 2 henchmen, hurriedly gave chase. When the gnolls in the cave heard the gnoll tamer's roar and came out to investigate, the gnoll tamer had already dragged the yellow chocobo and, with 2 underlings, chased after them for over 100 meters. The golden treasure chest was probably too heavy, making it difficult for that damned human thief to run, and he was about to be caught up with. A savage glint appeared in the gnoll tamer's eyes. Once it retrieved the treasure chest, it would capture this human and torture him mercilessly. Perhaps, putting leather straps on humans and whipping and abusing them like wild animals every day would be a pretty good form of entertainment. Ah, what a fresh and great idea. The gnoll beast tamer, whose home didn't have internet access, thought to himself with a touch of smug satisfaction. At this point, the human thief probably realized he couldn't escape with the box, so he threw the gold box on the ground. Upon seeing this, the 2 gnoll warriors immediately wanted to stop and pick up the box, but were reprimanded by the Gnoll Tamer and could only reluctantly get up and continue chasing the humans ahead. Those two bastards are definitely trying to steal treasure from the box and hide it on themselves. Don't even think about it. When we get back, we'll strip them of their equipment and make them do menial tasks. The Gnoll Beastmaster thought angrily, looking down at the golden treasure chest with a maniacal smile on his face. The treasure chest was made of pure gold, with a huge ruby embedded in the center. This box alone is already a huge fortune. How many rare treasures must it contain? The Gnoll Beast Tamer was lost in his own imagination, completely forgetting everything around him, and excitedly reached out his hands towards the golden treasure chest. Suddenly, the lid of the golden treasure chest burst open, revealing neatly arranged sharp metal teeth that snapped into the Gnoll Tamer's arm. Snap! The Gnoll Tamer's two arms snapped instantly, and he opened his mouth to let out a shrill scream. Suddenly, a huge eyeball emerged from the ruby in the center of the treasure chest, looking at the Gnoll Beast Tamer with a ferocious and triumphant expression. The Gnoll Tamer hurriedly tried to escape, but then he heard a familiar sound of a crossbow string snapping, and a crossbow bolt suddenly shot towards him. The Goblin Thief intended to shoot the enemy in the eye, but the Gnoll Tamer happened to stand up, and the crossbow bolt hit its chest. Gnolls have tough fur, and their Beast Tamers wear leather armor, which reduces most of the force of the crossbow bolts. In addition, these guys are fat, and have a very thick layer of fat. The Goblin Thief's arrow had almost no effect on it. The Gnoll Tamer had neither the ability nor the will to fight back, and turned to run away. In the distance, 20 or 30 gnolls of various sizes, armed with weapons, hurriedly approached. The Gnoll Tamer's eyes lit up with joy. As long as he escaped into the protection of his tribe, he could save his life. At this moment, the yellow chocobo, which had been obediently following behind the Gnoll Tamer with a terrified look in its eyes and trembling, suddenly stretched out its claws, tripped the Gnoll Tamer, and sent it sprawling face-first into the dirt. The Goblin Thief screeched and lunged forward, plunging his rusty dagger deep into the Gnoll Tamer's neck. The Gnoll's body was covered in oil from the layers of swimming rings. The mimic waved its two large pincers, clamped them onto the Gnoll Tamer's thigh, and then opened its mouth and bit off the Gnoll Tamer's right foot. The yellow chocobo, its eyes filled with hatred, fiercely kicked the Gnoll Tamer's head with its feet, making it unable to lift its head. When it tried to open its mouth to scream, it only managed to eat a mouthful of dirt. After Zhao Huan dealt with the two Gnoll warriors, he turned around and saw the Gnoll Beast Tamer in such a miserable state. With a look of surprise on his face, he stepped forward and plunged his sword into the body of the Gnoll Beast Tamer. The grotesque jackal, shrouded in black mist, deflated rapidly like a punctured balloon. At this moment, the gnolls who came to their aid finally arrived, raised their crossbows and fired bolts, most of which hit the yellow chocobos. Zhao Huan was startled. He pressed down on the treasure chest monster and recalled it. He called out to the Goblin Thief and rolled away to escape. The whole world suddenly went dark. Zhao Huanshi's vision went black for a moment, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw the familiar ceiling. Damn, you scared me half to death. I thought I'd mistaken the target again and almost got riddled with bullets. Trial ended. Trial successful. Gained 65 evolution points. Current evolution points, 305. Trial rewards obtained. Green consumable card, Beast Taming Hood Ring. White monster card, Yellow Chocobo. Job level upgraded to LV3. All attributes +1. The trial dream is being regenerated. Estimated time, 40 hours. Chapter 38 Beast Taming Rings and Chocobos. Green consumable card, Beast Taming Hood Ring. Tools used by animal tamers to control wild beasts. Consuming the Beast Taming Hide Ring grants some Beast-type monster cards the taming trait. Beast-type monster cards with taming properties can be used as equipment and linked with some humanoid monster cards to obtain monster combo cards. Note: green-grade Beast Taming Hide Rings can only be used on monster cards of green quality or lower. Warning: monster combo cards can be broken down and reassembled into their original form. However, when a monster card is linked with a compatible equip card or tame monster card, it may undergo fusion mutation or evolution, becoming a new monster card. This process is irreversible. White monster card, Yellow Chocobo. Although flightless, chocobos are large birds with strong legs and swift movement. Because of their docile nature and ease of care, they are often captured and domesticated for riding or pulling carts. While docile, chocobos are not without offensive capabilities. Strong legs. Chocobos have strong legs, allowing them to run fast and steadily, and when used for attack, they can inflict massive damage on enemies. The logical approach would be to put a rubber band on the chocobo and equip it on the goblin trio. Looking at the large, bewildered yellow bird in the center of the card, Zhao Huan really imagined it. The goblin merchant, grinning wickedly, took the money and pushed the trembling chocobo towards a drooling ogre. Or perhaps they carry a bunch of messy things on their backs, their feathers disheveled and covered in filth, following dejectedly behind the goblin scavenger. Or perhaps it was a dark and stormy night when a goblin thief was stealing from a monster's lair, and a chocobo stood guard outside, its eyes gleaming. Then the chocobo carried the goblin thief on its back and fled frantically, pursued by a group of monsters shooting arrows, all of which pierced the chocobo's rear end, making it bleed with pain. No matter what, it feels like a really pitiful situation. While Zhao Huanshi spoke of pitifulness, a gloating smile unconsciously appeared on his face. But chocobos, I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. I took out my phone and searched, and sure enough, I found relevant information. In Diong City, there is a mid-level beast tamer who has the ability to tame and raise monsters, and a related industry chain has even been formed. Calico birds, gentle creatures that eat only grass and not meat, can be used as mounts in cities after being tamed and undergoing testing and completing the necessary procedures at the Special Affairs Bureau. However, when engaging in activities in public areas of the city, they must be accompanied by their owner. Unless there are special circumstances such as spatial rifts, mounts including horses and chocobos can only run at a limited speed on non-motorized vehicle lanes or walk slowly on pedestrian lanes. However, neither native horses nor monster mounts like chocobos are common in Dongchuan City. There are no beast tamers in Dongchuan City, and there are no particularly worthwhile monsters to tame in the surrounding polluted areas. Native horses are difficult to raise and have little fighting or self-defense ability, making them prone to injury when brought into polluted areas. Only the Special Affairs Bureau and a few corporate exploration teams have raised many horses and well-trained riding monsters purchased and transported from other cities at high prices. So, as long as I don't summon chocobos on the main road, I shouldn't need to go to the Special Affairs Bureau and the Transportation Bureau to complete the procedures, right? Zhao Huan muttered to himself, somewhat uncertainly. Zhao Huanshi didn't have time to continue pondering things, as he had to go to the West's 2nd Explorer Town at noon to interview the exploration team of the middle-aged unemployed front. I put away the cards, got up, brushed my teeth and washed my face, put on my equipment, and stuffed the healing potion and antidote my sister gave me into my waist pouch. After thinking about it, instead of hiding the soul-devouring gloves in his backpack, he put them on his hands and entered a dormant state. Spatial rifts are appearing more and more frequently, and who knows what dangers we might encounter on the way. It's safer to wear the Soul Eater on our wrists. As for the healing ring, it wasn't hidden at home either. When I went out with Zhao Lejia before, I went to a jewelry store and bought a big gold-plated chain. I didn't have any money and couldn't afford a gold chain, so I could only buy a gold-plated one to make do for now. The healing ring was strung on a chain and hidden inside his clothes, close to his chest skin. Zhao Huan could use the sapphire ring to cast healing spells at any time, as long as he had the will. Zhao Huanshi had originally put a case on the ring, but he found that once the healing ring was encased, it could no longer cast spells. If you have a symbiotic vine and still need to use a healing ring to cast a healing spell, it must be a life or death situation. Wasting time peeling off the outer shell is just too foolish. When he was a cleaner, he experienced various spatial environments in the illusory rift. Although Zhao Huanshi always went out empty-handed, he actually kept a lot of wilderness survival supplies such as insect repellent ointment and water-filtering membrane in the lining of his leather armor. This time, I went deep into the contaminated area with the exploration team. I originally wanted to buy some supplies to take with me, but time was a bit tight. Fortunately, Zhang Dashuan said that their exploration team had extra supplies. If Zhao Huanshi trusted them, he could take them directly. Zhao Huan sincerely thought that this would save on expenses. As for whether you can trust them or not, people have already followed them into the contaminated area, so why would you worry that they might tamper with these things? Isn't that just plain stupid? Aside from his personal belongings, his phone, and his house key, Zhao Huanshi left empty-handed, as if he were going out for a stroll. As he passed the guardhouse, old Huang called out to him, "Hey kid, weren't you fired by the cleaners? Why are you still running around dressed like this every day?" "Huh? I didn't mention that to you. Where did you get this information from?" Zhao Huanshi said, somewhat surprised. "What's it to you where I heard that?" Old Huang looked you up and down. "You never bring anything with you when you go out. You don't seem like you're going to be an explorer." Zhao Huanshi interrupted Grandpa Huang with a smile. "When did you become so gossipy?" Grandpa Huang snorted. I just saw you've got nothing better to do all day, so I was wondering if you'd like to join the neighborhood security team. They happen to be short-staffed right now. Let's wait 20 or 30 years before talking about it. I'm still young now. You don't know anything, kid. You're only valuable now that you're in. Work for a year or two, and I'll promote you to deputy captain. Then, when I retire, the security captain position will be yours. You can stay until retirement, and even get rehired. When you get older, it's hard to say whether they'll even want you. Even if they do, you'll be a greenhorn, and at your age, you'll have to stand guard at night every day. Zhao Huanshe rubbed his nose. Forget it, Uncle Huang. I still want to try one more time. If I really don't want to try anymore, I'll apply for a security guard job in that villa area over there. Maybe one day a rich second-generation girl passing by will take a liking to me and bring me home. Hey, the bus is here. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. See you later, Uncle Huang. You kid, and you call yourself a rich second-generation heiress. Grandpa Huang wanted to say something to Zhao Huanshe's retreating figure, but after thinking about it, he realized that this kid might actually be able to make a living off his looks, and he suddenly felt uneasy. Damn it. If only I had been this aware back then. Chapter 39 Unemployed Exploration Team Members. Explorer Town at West Second Pass. Inside a private dining room, Zhang Daxuan pointed to his companions and introduced them one by one. Qian Mantang, Intermediate Warrior. Lin Honglei, Intermediate Archer. Qian Xiaolin, Beginner Archer. Su Duojin, Beginner Warrior. Li Xiang, Trainee Warrior. Wearing thick leather armor, sporting a buzz cut, and with dark skin, Li Xiang, a middle-aged man who looked to be over 30, but was actually only 28, quickly raised his hand and said, Level 9 Trainee Warrior. I could advance to a Junior Warrior at any time. Sitting next to him, Su Duojin, whose skin was just as dark, laughed and said, Come on, you've been saying that for almost half a year now. Shut up, you two noobs. You haven't even introduced yourselves yet. Zhang Daxuan said. Zhao Huanshe smiled and said to everyone, Dear brothers and sisters, my name is Zhao Huanshe. I've been a cleaner for 2 years and have 2.5 years of experience fighting monsters. My profession is monster summoner, but I only awakened my powers a couple of days ago, so I don't have much combat ability yet. I can only provide support for everyone. The members of the exploration team looked at each other, their expressions somewhat strange. Wearing a blood-stained leather armor, an exaggerated skull glove on his hand, and carrying a steel greatsword on his back, his murderous aura was not much less than that of the intermediate warrior next to him. You say you're a summoner? Are you kidding me? You really got the summoner class? Zhang Daxuan asked, full of surprise. Zhao Huanshe also looked puzzled. Yes, didn't I tell you all that in my message? I thought you were joking with me, playing on a pun. Zhang Daxuan said with a wry smile. Because of years of outdoor activities, Qian Xiaolin, a 25-year-old short-haired female archer with a tan bronze complexion that was completely different from the two soldiers next to her, said with surprise, Weren't we just playing a pun? Zhao Huanshe scratched his head. There are too many people here. How about we go to the Green Forest and find a secluded spot, and I'll demonstrate for you. Let's go? Let's go now. Everyone immediately got up and started working. Monster Summoner. It sounds like a very rare and high-level profession, and the members of the middle-aged, unemployed frontline exploration team were all extremely curious about it. A moment later, a verdant forest appeared. Looking at the tall, dense forest in front of him, Zhao Huanshe was slightly puzzled. Wasn't it said that the trees in the Emerald Forest were all torn down in the last fight? Why do these trees seem to have grown even stronger than before? A few days ago, a large spatial rift appeared, and a giant banyan tree monster ran out, leading a group of tree monsters to take over this place. This forest was created by those tree monsters, Zhang Daxuan explained to Zhao Huanshe. Brother, stop chatting and hurry up and summon a monster for us to see. Li Xiang urged from the side. Zhao Huan nodded, stood in the sunlight, opened his palm, and a monster card that only he could see suddenly appeared between his index and middle fingers. The card shattered, turning into white light that flowed and coiled along the arm. From the perspective of the rest of the exploration team, Zhao Huanshe spread his palm, and white light spots exploded, wrapping around Zhao Huanshe's arm and turning into a slender green vine, with a few leaves swaying slowly in the sunlight. The symbiotic vine can convert the energy produced by photosynthesis into life force and inject it into the body of the host, restoring physical strength and healing injuries. When Li Xiang saw the dense roots of the symbiotic vine piercing into Zhao Huanshe's arm, he felt a chill run down his spine and his scalp tingle. But when he looked at Zhao Huanshe's face, He seemed completely unconcerned. Li Xiang hissed softly. Doesn't your arm hurt? Zhao Huanshu explained with a smile. It just looks scary. Actually, these roots, well, I can't really explain it. You'll see when you see them. With a slight movement of his arm, Zhao Huanshu's symbiotic vine transformed into white light and dissipated, then reformed into a card that flew into Zhao Huanshu's hand. Looking at his arm again, there wasn't a single scar left. Seeing the curious and amazed looks on their faces, Zhao Huan twitched the corners of his mouth. Would you like to experience the parasitic effects of the symbiotic vine first? Upon hearing this, the group showed signs of eagerness, but the sight of the fine roots piercing their skin was still too terrifying. Only Zhang Daxuan and Qin Mantang, 2 intermediate-level soldiers, had their eyes light up. This vine can be used by others? Here, let me try it. To become an intermediate-level warrior, you're a tough guy who's endured countless beatings and suffered a lot. A mere root penetrating the body. Well, I'm still a little scared. However, Zhao Huan proved that the parasitic vines did not actually cause wounds, and his expression showed that he did not seem to be in any pain. As a mid-level warrior, he couldn't possibly be worse than him, right? Of course, I already said I'm playing support. Zhang, don't move. With a flick of his finger, Zhao Huanshu sent the card spinning and shooting it onto Zhang Daxuan's neck, where it exploded into white light and transformed into symbiotic vines that clung to his neck and shoulders. Hey, it really doesn't hurt at all. Zhang Daxuan said with some surprise. It feels like something is flowing into my neck, warm and comforting. No, it's power. I can feel it. It's the power of the sun, intense. Surging. I feel like I'm about to burst into flames. Is it really that exaggerated? The little energy provided by the symbiotic vine isn't even enough for Soul Devourer to unleash its full potential. Could the symbiotic vine's effects also be related to the host's constitution or something? Zhao Huanshu's expression was strange, and he was making wild guesses in his mind. But then they heard Qian Xiaolin and Lin Honglei, 2 female archers, secretly chirping crickets behind them. Oh no, Brother Zhang's gone crazy again. I feel a little embarrassed. It's a pity I don't have a phone, otherwise I could record it and send it to the group. Everyone in the group knows who's who. He wouldn't care. Qian Mantang couldn't stand it anymore. All right, you're all getting on in years, stop acting crazy. Didn't Huanshu say it could speed up the recovery? Hurry up and make a cut to see the effect. Why don't you scratch yourself? Zhang Daxuan was somewhat dissatisfied that his performance had been interrupted. Isn't this wrapped around your neck? Hurry up, stop dawdling. During their argument, Zhang Daxuan pulled out a dagger from his waist and slashed his palm. TSK. So shallow, Qian Mantang said disdainfully. Shut up. Hey, I'm getting aroused. Zhang Daxuan spread out his palm, and the exploration team members gathered around him. Then, a faint green glow appeared on the wound on his palm, and it slowly began to heal in a visible manner. Holy crap. Awesome. It feels even more effective than the treatment potion that costs 3,000 yuan a bottle. It should be about the same, right? But it can keep healing. The medicine saved alone is worth a lot of money. It can also restore your strength. Seeing how excited they were, Zhao Huanshu quickly spoke up to remind them. The photosynthesis of the symbiotic vine requires light, preferably sunlight. Firelight is not very effective, and at night or in a dark environment, it is basically ineffective. Upon hearing this, Zhang Daxuan immediately said, Did you hear that? Everyone move aside. Don't block my way from photosynthesis. TSK. Why didn't you let Huanshu parasitize your head with the symbiotic vine? That's where the sunlight is the best, and your head would be so green and full of life. Qian Mantang said with dissatisfaction. Chapter 40 Tree Monster. Based on our speculation, that giant banyan tree monster is likely a Lord-level monster. The Special Affairs Bureau has now designated a 10-kilometer radius around the center of the verdant forest as a high-risk area. However, this plant-type monster usually stays buried in the ground and doesn't move much. As long as you don't deliberately do anything reckless, it's actually safer than most monsters. Furthermore, the existence of the plant lord has its advantages. Plants grow much faster around it, and the resources of the verdant forest will become much more abundant. Our target for this mission, the moonlight jungle deer, seems to have been attracted by the rich scent of plants and came from other areas deep within the contaminated zone. As the group walked through the dense forest, Zhang Daxuan explained to Zhao Huanshu the changes in the lush forest and the objectives of their mission. Moonlight jungle deer? I remember that's a mid-level magical beast, right? It doesn't seem to be very strong in combat, but it's cautious by nature, incredibly fast in the forest, and can even use healing spells. Although its entire body is made of valuable materials, it is much more difficult to hunt than high-level magical beasts. Zhang Daxuan was somewhat surprised. You also know about the moonlight jungle deer? Zhao Huan smiled somewhat embarrassedly and said, when I was a cleaner, I was afraid that I might encounter something valuable in the illusionary rifts but not recognize it, thus missing out on the opportunity. So I went to learn about the most valuable materials and mid to low-level magical beasts. Haha, we're all the same. Before we went into the contaminated area, we also collected a lot of information about valuable things, afraid that we would miss them during the adventure. Zhang Daxuan said with a smile. Zhao Huan used his right hand, clad in the soul-devouring gloves, to swat away an unknown flying insect, then turned to ask Zhang Daxuan, is the mission to bring back the entire moonlight forest deer? No, that's not it. The person who posted the quest wants fresh jungle antlers and deer antler velvet to make medicinal wine, and he's willing to pay 5 times the price. Soak it in alcohol? What are the effects? Zhao Huanshe was somewhat surprised. Who knows? This stuff's been around for so long. It should have some effect, right? I've never tried it before. As Zhang Daxuan spoke, he looked ahead at Qian Mantang, whose arm was bound with symbiotic vines, and who was using his inexhaustible strength to cut through the grass and clear a path. Old Qian likes to drink, so he might know something about these things. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Mantang was cutting through the thorns and weeds on the road when a thick, sharp old root suddenly sprang up from the ground and stabbed right between his legs. Holy crap! Fortunately, when the ground beneath his feet trembled slightly, Qian Mantang realized something was wrong and dodged the fatal blow in time with a lunge and a roll. Enemy attack. It's a tree monster. It's over there. Lin Honglei, an intermediate-level marksman who had been vigilantly observing her surroundings, instantly located the enemy's position. There stood a large tree, 5 or 6 meters tall, with thick branches. The burls on its trunk split open like eyelids, revealing 2 enormous eyeballs that glared menacingly at the exploration team. Zhang Daxuan pushed off with his feet, his body turning into a blur as he instantly rushed to the tree monster 50 meters away. The great sword in his hand emitted a dense white light, and he slashed down heavily with a violent whistling sound. Countless wood chips flew everywhere, and a huge wound appeared on the tree monster's body, emitting a dull, hollow, and strange sound. The ground shook, and more than a dozen sharp tree roots burst out of the soil, instantly reaching a height of 2 meters. However, Zhang Daxuan had anticipated this, and after making one slash, he turned and ran. When the tree roots pierced out, his legs were already enveloped in white light, and he had already escaped more than 20 meters away. At the same time, Lin Honglei took a few steps back, and under the protection of Li Xiang and Su Duojin, she held her breath and focused her mind, the specially made arrow in her hand shining with a faint white light. Almost the instant she let go, the arrow struck the tree monster's massive wound. With a loud boom, the arrow exploded, spraying flames that bounced back and forth through the tree monster's wounds, igniting a raging fire. The tree monster's branches and leaves shook violently, and it stretched out its roots to try to extinguish the flames on its body. But Zhang Daxuan and Qian Mantang, 2 intermediate warriors, hacked wildly at it, cutting off all the roots. Without the tree roots, the tree monster seemed to have completely lost its means of resistance and was quickly chopped into a pile of logs. The lowest level tree monsters, besides being relatively sturdy, have rather insidious attacks. Well, especially insidious. If your pants aren't tough enough and your reaction isn't quick enough, once the tree roots hit you, you're utterly destroyed, your guts ripped out. Seeing that the battle was over, Li Xiang began to explain to Zhao Huanshe, the newcomer. This is the lowest level tree monster. Zhao Huanshe considered whether he should go back first, buy a pair of iron crotch pants to wear, and then come back. As long as you spot them in advance, low-level tree monsters pose little threat. They move very slowly and have a small attack range, making them easy to fight or run from. We just didn't expect to encounter tree monsters on the outskirts of the lush forest, which made us lower our guard and not carefully observe the surrounding trees. Otherwise, low-level tree monsters would be easy to spot. Qian Xiaolin explained to Zhao Huanshe. A faint light gleamed in Lin Honglei's eyes as she carefully observed her surroundings, but she did not find any new targets that resembled tree monsters. There's only one here. It must have wandered out from the central area of the forest. At this moment, the 2 intermediate warriors dismembered the tree monster and returned with a palm-sized piece of emerald green wood that exuded a faint aura of life. Not bad, at least we dug out a low-level life-giving wood core, so it wasn't a complete waste of time. By the way, I don't think I've talked to Huanshe about the distribution of the spoils yet. Zhang Dashuan suddenly remembered and said, "You can forget this?" Qian Mantang said, then looked at Zhao Huanshe. "The salary hasn't been agreed upon yet, and you've already come out?" Zhao Huanshe said with a smile. "In an interview, you can't just talk about salary right away. You have to see if it's a good fit first." Lin Honglei said, "Did you hear that? They didn't say they would definitely stay. You two better hurry up and show your skills." "Hey, why are you looking at the two of us? You guys are the front line, the meat shields. Whether the team is strong enough or not depends entirely on you. So you're still the main damage dealer. Isn't my output high enough?" "Hey, you slacker, you have the nerve to say that? The other day we were playing a game. Everyone was going all out to deal damage, and you were secretly eating takeout with your mic off." Zhang Dashuan rubbed his head. "You two are both over 30 years old. Can't you act a little more mature?" "Who's over 30? I haven't even celebrated my 29th birthday yet." "You old-fashioned anime fanboy. How dare you call others immature?" Qian Xiaolin raised her hand. "I think if you keep arguing like this, Zhao Huanshe should really consider running away." Zhao Huan smiled. He thought it was pretty good. The team members were experienced in combat, had harmonious relationships, and he didn't have to worry about any dirty tricks or infighting. The key is that it's also very free. Chapter 41, Seamlessly Infiltrating the Goblin Squad. Our middle-aged unemployment front exploration team has a total of 14 people, but whether or not to participate in the mission is entirely up to everyone's free will. Sometimes we have enough money, but everyone's too lazy to move, and we often can't even organize a team. So I'm thinking of recruiting some reliable team members from outside. Regarding the distribution of rewards, after deducting all expenses and costs incurred during the task and the money from selling items, 20% of the remaining amount will be split equally among everyone, and the remaining 80% will be distributed separately according to each person's contribution. If a member is injured during a mission, the medical expenses will be included in the cost. If someone makes a mistake during a mission, their share will be deducted and distributed to other members. Zhang Dashuan walked beside Zhao Huanshe and quietly explained the allocation method of the middle-aged unemployment front exploration team. Zhao Huan walked in the middle of the group, observing the surrounding environment while silently calculating the distance between their current location and the edge of the contaminated area. 10 kilometers or 20 kilometers. It still doesn't seem very reliable. Let's explore further before sending goblins out to AFK. Brother Zhang, are there any goblin tribes around here? Zhao Huanshe suddenly asked. Goblins? Zhang Dashuan thought for a moment and said somewhat uncertainly. Probably not, but you never know. There are a lot of goblins in the twilight wilderness behind the green forest. Occasionally, they will come to the green forest in groups. Before, there were poison claw cats and other monsters guarding the area, and the goblins would be driven away. But now it's hard to say. These greenskin monsters are the most annoying. They don't have much of value on them, but they are also very irritable. They will attack anyone they see, and if they can't beat someone, they will run away very quickly. Moreover, they are very vengeful. If you catch one, a whole bunch of them will come after a while. Qian Xiaolin complained from the side. Zhao Huanshe said with a smile, "There's nothing we can do. These guys love to fight outnumbered, and most goblins aren't very bright or sharp, so they often attack with confidence only to flee in disarray." "But why are you asking this?" "Oh, I have a strong impression of these greenskin monsters, so I just thought of asking about them. Have you encountered goblins in the illusion rift?" "That happened far too many times." In the evening, the exploration team found a relatively safe spot in the forest, built a campfire, and set up a simple tent. "You're new here and haven't settled in yet, so you don't need to keep watch tonight. Eat something and get some rest. Many monsters like to be active at night, and if you're unlucky, you won't be able to sleep all night." Zhao Huan nodded, but looking at the only tent, he asked in a low voice with a hint of surprise, "You're all sleeping together?" Zhang Dashuan smiled and said, "It's safer to sleep together. We're all dressed, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about. You're not worried that Hong Lei and the others will attack you at night, are you? Should I go and warn them for you?" Zhao Huanshe's lips twitched. After spending time with him, he realized that this guy was actually a rascal. No wonder he had no authority as the team leader. With a slight twitch of his finger, a card with blue-purple edges shattered into specks of light and disappeared without a trace. Then I drew the greedy treasure chest monster. If it's about keeping watch, I can actually help out a bit. As Zhao Huan spoke, he flicked his finger, and the card fell to the ground, transforming into a golden treasure chest. Meanwhile, on the western edge of the verdant forest, near the twilight wilderness, The goblin thief broke free of the branches and emerged from a thicket, brushing the weeds and leaves off his head before looking around at his surroundings. In the distance, I saw a group of wild goblins, their rear ends sticking out, crouching behind the bushes, acting suspiciously. I wondered what they were doing. The goblin thief scratched his behind. His body quickly blurred and disappeared, and he quietly crept towards the group of goblins. The goblin captain, whose body was twice the size of an ordinary goblin, was leading a group of underlings, lurking in the dense grass, secretly watching 8 or 9 explorers gathered around a campfire in the distance, roasting their prey and chatting. The goblin captain counted on his fingers twice. The enemy only has 7 fingers, while our little brothers can't even count them on 2 hands. The goblin captain's face immediately broke into a sinister grin. The advantage is with me. Guys, get ready to follow me. Holy crap, where the hell did you come from? The goblin captain turned his head and was startled to find a goblin, whose face he didn't recognize, lying next to him. The goblin thief chuckled sheepishly. Wagabo Wallashila. Brother, shall we make our move now? Shouldn't we wait until they're asleep? Damn, it's my little brother. Yeah, who else could be here at this time but my little brother? The goblin captain scratched his head, then realized that the goblin thief dared to question him, and his face immediately darkened. If I weren't afraid of being discovered by the enemy and didn't dare to make too much noise, I would have kicked him on the spot. Gitsawaga. Foolish creatures. By the time those humans are asleep, they'll have already eaten all the roasted meat on the fire. You're nothing, get out of my way. Lowering his voice and with a fierce expression, the goblin captain reprimanded the goblin thief, his right hand holding a rusty, chipped sword, his left hand reaching for his waist. Where's my dagger? That was a trophy that the goblin captain had pulled from the corpse of his underlings when he was defeated and fled after fighting a group of explorers with the goblin warriors. The blade was completely rust-free and was a rare treasure. It even specially crafted a wooden scabbard for this short knife. Looking around, he couldn't find the dagger. Could it be that the scabbard was too loose and fell off on the way here? The goblin captain scratched his head, somewhat puzzled, but he had no doubt whatsoever that his goblin underlings would come to steal his weapons. The goblin captain would pry open the mouths of these idiots one by one to examine them carefully, and then kill all the suspects. However, most goblins probably wouldn't find a short sword as useful as a stick they could just pick up from the ground. Forget it, whatever. Anyway, those humans in front have a lot of weapons. I'll kill them and pick up a couple more better ones. Brothers, charge with me. The goblin captain roared, brandishing his rusty iron sword, and led the charge. The goblin minions leaped out of the weeds, grabbing stones and pieces of wood, and followed closely behind their captain, yelling as they charged forward. Seeing the surprised, bewildered, and panicked expressions on the faces of the humans in the camp, the goblins shouted even more excitedly and ran even faster. Then, accompanied by screams, half of the goblins instantly lay down. Seeing that things were not going well, the remaining half turned and ran without hesitation. They wanted to run away, but humans didn't want to let them go. In the end, only 2 goblins, who were slow to charge but quick to escape, managed to get away. My backpack has been rummaged through. My bag of beef jerky is gone. Damn it. The Shadow Panther's core has been stolen. Chapter 42. Another boss. As darkness fell, the 2 goblins who had luckily escaped were running when they discovered that a companion had appeared beside them at some point. The guy was chewing something, and it smelled like roasted meat, mixed with a peculiar aroma. The 2 goblins were panting heavily and starving. The aroma made their stomachs rumble, and saliva dripped from their mouths. The goblin thief was finding the beef jerky too hard and difficult to chew when he saw the 2 goblins staring at him longingly. So he took out 2 pieces of beef jerky and gave them to them. The 2 wild goblins were stunned for a moment, seemingly unable to believe that the goblin thief would share his food with them. After realizing what had happened, he hurriedly took the beef jerky, fearing that the goblin thief would return. He stuffed the beef jerky into his mouth and chewed it with great difficulty. While biting, it also gave the goblin thief a smile. If you're willing to share food, then you're like my half-brother. The goblin thief didn't pay much attention. A promise from an ordinary goblin is worth less than dog shit. It's not a matter of honesty or dishonesty. The brains of ordinary goblins can't hold much at all. They forget most of what happened yesterday after a good night's sleep. It would be more appropriate to use a high-level mutated goblin or a goblin spellcaster instead. Although the goblin was missing half of its left ear, as if bitten off by a wild dog, and was rather thin, its eyes seemed much smarter than those of its companion beside it. Gobo Guji, what are you going to do now? Regardless of whether they would forget it later, at least for now, they were still chewing on the beef jerky the goblin thief had given them, and the beef jerky was so hard that they probably wouldn't be able to chew it up anytime soon. The two wild goblins were grateful and answered all the goblin thief's questions. Goblintus, Kronhamitz. Now go back to the camp to find the boss. Go back to find those damn idiots and avenge the boss. Gurgle, gurgle. The previous big boss is dead. This new big boss is someone the old boss found later. He's even more powerful than the old one and will definitely beat those humans to a pulp. The goblin thief scratched his head. Huh. Sending off one big boss wasn't enough. You also need to drag another newly sworn big boss along to send off? Lowering his arm, the goblin thief subconsciously touched the burlap sack hanging at his waist, and his eyes lit up. The big boss should be richer than their poor boss, right? 2 hours later, the goblin thief was somewhat disappointed to see the goblin knight, who was surrounded by a group of goblins, riding a bull, wielding a thick-spiked club, and exuding a fierce aura. This guy has a lot of muscle, but he's wearing a bunch of ill-fitting, tattered leather armor and doesn't even have a single valuable accessory. He's not even as good as that dead goblin captain from before. However, after Half-Ear ran to the goblin knight and complained loudly, the goblin knight roared and immediately set off with his minions to seek revenge on the humans. The goblin thief's eyes lit up again. Revenge? Revenge is good. Those humans actually had quite a few good things, but they were too strong, and the wild goblins were defeated too quickly. The goblin thief wasn't confident he could steal from them under their noses, so he could only grab a couple of items from their luggage and run away. The goblin thief, mingling gleefully among the wild goblin tribe, gradually began to lose his senses, influenced by the excited shouts of the surrounding goblins. Why should we lose to a bunch of goblins against a mere 8 humans? As the goblin knight roared and rode his bull into the charge, the surrounding goblins all screamed and rushed forward. The goblin thief, his eyes bloodshot, raised his rusty knife and was about to charge with the other goblins when Half-Ear pulled him back, leaving him at the very back of the group. When you see the goblins ahead swarming like rows of chives, charging in, and they fall one after another, limbs and remains flying everywhere, blood dripping all over the place. The goblin thief's mind instantly cooled down, and he hid in the shadows with only one ear, observing. Although the goblin knight was quite powerful, riding a bull and driving 2 human warriors around, its subordinates were too weak. In a short time, only 30% of them were dead, and the result was that it killed only 1 trainee warrior and 1 trainee archer. Once all the goblins are dead, the goblin knight will soon be surrounded by humans, and by then it will be too late to escape. But what does this have to do with goblin thieves? While the battle is still ongoing and the humans are too preoccupied to worry about themselves, the real priority is to hurry up and loot the corpses. Under Half-Ear's astonished gaze, the goblin thief crouched low and slowly crept towards the human camp, his body gradually blending into the night and disappearing from sight. Half-Ear hid in the grass, its eyes wide open, trying to find the goblin thief, but to no avail. After a while, Half-Ear felt something pull his arm, and when he turned around, he saw the goblin thief suddenly appear next to him. The bag hanging from my waist became heavy, looking like it was filled with a lot of things. Completely ignoring the roars and screams of the goblin knights being besieged by humans behind them, the 2 goblins took advantage of the darkness and slipped away unnoticed. They ran to the desolate wilderness at dusk, killed a fat rabbit, and stole its burrow. The goblin thief dumped out all the loot he had just stolen with a clanging sound. In my haste to steal it, I didn't sort them carefully and just stuffed them all into the bag, hanging it on my belt. It's too heavy and it's affecting my movement. We need to carefully examine the items and discard anything that is heavy and worthless. Half-Ear spotted the familiar-looking dagger among the pile of things and scratched his head in confusion. Isn't that the former boss's treasure? How did it end up in the hands of the eldest brother? However, in the blink of an eye, its attention was immediately drawn to the dry food and beef jerky that the goblin thief had thrown out. Steel dagger, gold necklace, silver amulet, healing potions, monster materials. The goblin thief stuffed the more valuable, lighter items back into the bag. Turning my head, I saw Half-Ear drooling over half a bag of beef jerky. I casually tossed the beef jerky into its arms and picked up a compressed biscuit from the ground and stuffed it into my mouth. He frowned after taking just 1 bite. What kind of crap did these humans bring? The taste and texture were nowhere near as good as the chicken legs at the summoner's house. Gobo muttered, "Brother, where are you going next?" With 1 ear half-eaten and beef jerky in his mouth, he answered indistinctly, "Gobwalatala. Let's go find a new leader." I know a few places where powerful goblin lairs have been established. The goblin thief glanced at Half-Ear and had a feeling this guy was a bit of a pain. Chapter 43 The Adorable Mimic. Midnight. A verdant forest. Zhang Dashuan sat by the campfire, occasionally adding a piece of firewood to the flames, but his eyes would frequently drift towards the golden treasure chest in the distance that emitted a faint glow. He always felt that the box seemed to contain many rare, out-of-print cartoon figurines, truly out of print, the kind where the animation company and manufacturing plant were swallowed up by the descending illusion, and 7 or 8 out of 10 production teams died. With the shrinking of the human living environment, the disappearance or transformation of a large number of resources, and the extreme difficulty of transporting goods between surviving cities, many industries have basically disappeared. Most of the factories that originally produced toys were converted into weapons production workshops, with only a small portion remaining to meet the basic needs of city residents. On the contrary, the entertainment industry, such as games, animation, and movies, which serve as a source of spiritual support for many people and an important window for popularizing science, has received strong support from the federal government and most city leaders. As a longtime anime and manga enthusiast, Zhang Dashuan's desire for rare, out-of-print figurines far surpasses his desire for women and wealth. Even though Zhao Huan had shown the exploration team that the mimic's belly was empty, Zhang Dashuan still felt an urge every now and then to go open the box and take another look. At this moment, Zhang Dashuan felt as if something was spying on him in the darkness. He instantly became alert, his body shifting from a cross-legged position to a slight crouch. Holding a knife in one hand and a shield in the other, he scanned his surroundings, carefully searching for the enemy's figure. Whoosh! A dark figure suddenly appeared and rushed into the golden treasure chest at an extremely fast speed. Zhang Dashuan, who was holding a shield in front of his chest, preparing to withstand the enemy's attack before counterattacking, was stunned for a moment upon seeing this. Oh, this! The golden treasure chest shook violently, and a sharp cat's meow could be faintly heard. Zhang Dashuan was worried that the monster would break free of the treasure chest and escape. He was thinking about whether to go and help when he saw that the shaking treasure chest quickly calmed down, and the shrill meows turned into whimpers and then disappeared. Recalling the mimic's true form and its mouth full of sharp metal teeth, Zhang Dashuan swallowed hard, a strange sense of dread creeping into his heart. Before dawn, the members of the exploration team had already woken up. Regardless of gender, people simply wipe their face and pop some chewing gum into their mouths, and that's considered washing up. Qian Mantang said with a smile. Huanshe, you seem to have slept well last night? I thought you would be very uncomfortable spending the night like this for the first time. It's a bit crowded, but otherwise it's fine. Zhao Huanshe replied with a smile. Zhang Dashuan reminded him. Several things crawled into your box last night. Why don't you open it and see what's inside? Maybe we can roast them for breakfast. It should have digested it all by now, right? Zhao Huanshe said somewhat uncertainly. He clapped his hands at the treasure chest monster. Come here. Upon hearing the summoner's call, the mimic immediately stretched out its claws and ran over with a pattering sound. Qian Xiaolin grabbed Lin Honglei's hand and said excitedly, It's so well behaved. I really want to have one too. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dashuan thought to himself, I also want to raise a mimic. Open your mouth. The mimic opened its mouth wide, then retracted its teeth. Sure enough, the monster's corpse was no longer inside the box. Only some of its body parts remained. Several sharp teeth, 2 claws gleaming with green light, 2 amber eyes, a piece of white jade bone, a translucent crystal about the size of a thumb that emits a faint magical fluctuation. These look like the claws and teeth of a poison claw demon cat. Judging by the size, they belong to a demon cat that has just come of age. Those 2 eyes look like those of the night owl. What kind of monster left these bones and crystal cores? It looks like the neck bone of some animal. I'll have to check it out when I get back. Zhang Dashuan, cough. Huanshe, these things. Zhao Huanshe said with a smile. Just follow the rules of the exploration team. Don't worry about me overthinking it. Upon hearing this, the other members of the exploration team exchanged glances, showing a greater sense of agreement. Zhao Huan placed his hand on the mimic and put it away. Is it time for the little treasure chest to be summoned? Qian Xiaolin said with some disappointment. Little treasure chest? Is that considered a nickname? Zhao Huanshe smiled and said, It's too conspicuous to carry it around. Let it go back and rest for a while. His eyes swept over the cards in his hand. Green monster card, Greedy Mimic. LV3. The mimic has leveled up to level 3. It didn't level up even after eating the sharp-toothed bird. What did it swallow last night? As expected, you have to go to the contaminated area to upgrade your cards. After repacking the tents and quickly tidying up the campsite, the exploration team continued their journey into the depths of the forest. The exploration team members, including Zhao Huan, all carried a travel backpack, but the weight of each backpack was different. Zhao Huan has the lowest physical attributes and the lightest backpack. He thought that he could actually put some supplies, such as tents that he wouldn't need on the road, into the mouth of the mimic monster. However, he had only recently joined the exploration team and didn't yet have that much trust with the other members. If he rashly brought up this matter, the others probably wouldn't agree, and it would only create more awkwardness. Furthermore, Zhao Huansher still needs to conduct some experiments to ensure that the contents placed inside the mimic's stomach won't be digested by it. Most predators in the jungle have their own territories. As long as you carefully avoid the monster's lairs, the not-so-powerful monsters in the Emerald Forest will not come to attack the human team, with 3 intermediate professionals who exude a dangerous aura unless they are starving. Of course, some rather eccentric individuals are an exception. At noon, the middle-aged unemployed front exploration team encountered another exploration team that had retreated from the west. They all seemed to know each other, and Zhang Daxuan even chatted with the opposing team's captain. They originally planned to go to Dusk Wasteland to gather materials, but last night they were attacked by a group of goblins. 2 newbies who helped carry supplies died, and the rest of the team was injured in the battle, so they had to retreat for now. Speaking of newbies, Zhang Daxuan turned his gaze to Li Xiang. Hey, Zhao Huan is also an intern. Brother Zhang, why are you only looking at me? Zhang Daxuan snorted. Zhao Huan is actually a summoner, and now he's playing support, and you probably can't beat him anyway. Although Zhang Daxuan can be unreliable at times, the team members still trust his judgment. Li Xiang did not refute what he heard, but secretly did some calculations in his mind. He has the basic warrior skill Heavy Slash, and the body strengthening skill learned by a level 5 apprentice warrior, which adds 5 points to his constitution and strength. Zhao Huan actually has a mimicry monster assisting in the attack, and symbiotic vines to restore his stamina and health. If they fought during the day, he might not be a match for him. However, Li Xiang was unaware that when Zhang Daxuan assessed their strength, he had not actually taken Zhao Huansher's summoned creatures into account. Chapter 44, A War Started by a Thief. Smack! Zhao Huan swatted a giant mutated mosquito to death, wondering to himself if his insect repellent ointment had expired, as it was completely ineffective. Looking up at the departing figures of the exploration team, he thought, those people on the exploration team were quite good. They even knew to bring their teammates' bodies back. Bringing the body back and clarifying the cause of death will prevent damage to the exploration team's reputation and affect future recruitment. Qian Mantang explained. Zhang Daxuan shook his head slightly. I told Huansher yesterday that there were no goblins in the Green Forest, but I didn't expect that those greenskins would start targeting explorers. Where did they encounter the goblins? West of the Verdant Forest, near the Twilight Wasteland. They were ambushed by a small group of goblins. 2 escaped, but they had already set up camp and thought they'd be fine for the night. Unexpectedly, they were attacked by a large horde of goblins in the middle of the night. Will those goblins interfere with our quest? Probably not. They wiped out all those goblins, and the Moonlight Jungle Deer are all active in the central area of the forest, so the goblins shouldn't dare to come near, right? Listening to the exploration team members discussing, Zhao Huansher thought of the characteristics of the thief and the shrewd merchant in the goblin trio, and felt slightly uneasy. I gently twirled my fingers, but the goblin trio card didn't appear. Well, he's still alive, so it shouldn't have anything to do with the 3 musketeers. Next time, I need to talk to them, especially the goblin thief, and tell them not to attack humans on their own initiative. Otherwise, if our relationship gets exposed in the future, I might be charged with treason and have to go through a live-streamed execution. But where exactly did the goblin AFK, away from keyboard go? Twilight in the wilderness. The goblin thief followed Half-Ear and infiltrated another goblin tribe. Compared to the goblins led by the Goblin Knight, this goblin tribe looked much more organized. Not only did they occupy a large cave as their lair, they also divided up the activity areas within the lair for goblins of different strengths. The leader of the tribe was a powerful goblin mage who wielded a staff made of magic crystals tied to a piece of wood. He was also adorned with many valuable items and occupied the largest platform in the center of the cave. The goblin mage also has a goblin warrior under his command, along with many goblin captains, goblin warriors, and other mutated goblins, who usually rest near the central high platform. Ordinary goblins can only roam in other areas of the cave and are strictly prohibited from approaching the high platform. The goblin thief originally intended to sneak up on the goblin mage and steal something from him. Just as they approached, they were almost spotted by a keen-sense goblin scout and quickly retreated. After 2 attempts, the goblin thief finally managed to bypass the goblin scouts and climb onto the platform, but was almost detected by the powerful goblin mage. The goblin thief had no choice but to give up. The goblin thief wandered around the cave, casually taking some cheap trinkets from passing goblins. Following my instincts, I left the goblin lair, wandered around the wilderness for a while, and found a kobold mine. With a dazed look in his eyes, he took a deep breath. Oh, he smelled it. It was the scent of gold. There were no kobolds guarding the mine entrance, so the goblin thief slipped inside undetected and followed the clanging sounds to the kobold miners at work. The kobolds had a fairly sensitive nose, but the dust in the mine, with its strong smell of stone and metal, conveniently masked the goblin thief's scent. Each kobold miner had a basket at its feet, filled with the ore it had collected. The goblin thief peeked into the basket and quietly scooped up 2 pieces of ore that looked relatively valuable. Some kobold miners collected enough ore and carried their baskets deeper into the mine. The goblin thief's eyes darted around, and he tiptoed after them. Deep within the scorching space of the mine, a fist-sized red magic gem lay on the ground, forming a fire-gathering magic circle together with many smaller magic crystals and metal materials. This circle drew magma from the depths of the earth, converging it into a magma pool at the center to help the kobolds smelt ore. At the same time, the intense magical energy emanating from the magma created an excellent training environment for the kobold leader, a tall kobold warlock adorned with gold and silver. As soon as the goblin thief entered, he was immediately drawn to the magic crystal on the ground, which was about the size of his head. He didn't even bother with the impurity gold nugget that the kobold had smelted and placed on the ground to cool down. Meanwhile, several kobolds with keen senses seemed to have smelled the intruders, but the air was filled with a pungent sulfurous smell and a jumble of mineral and metallic odors, making it impossible for them to pinpoint the source of the smell. Not daring to disturb the leader's meditation, they could only twitch their noses and search for any suspicious traces with a heart full of doubt. After searching for a long time without finding any enemies, the scent that resembled goblins, along with the smell of sulfur in the air, gradually dissipated. Sensing that the surrounding magic was becoming abnormal, the kobold warlock awoke from his deep meditation. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the core of the fire-gathering array, the fist-sized lava crystal core, was gone. He immediately let out an angry roar carrying a faint sense of oppression. The goblin thief shuddered, and, taking advantage of the fact that all the kobold miners around him were cowering in fear in the corners in fear of their leader's roar, he quickly hurried out of the kobold mine. After hesitating slightly at the cave entrance, they decided to return to the goblin's lair. There are many of their kind there, as well as powerful goblin mage leaders, which can give goblin thieves a great sense of security. A moment later, the kobold warlock led all the kobolds out in full force, following the lingering scent in the air, and aggressively pursued the goblin lair. The kobold warlock unleashed a massive fireball, instantly blasting away over a dozen goblins. Roar at the goblin lair, demanding they hand over the lava core and that damned goblin thief. However, the greenskins in the goblin lair couldn't understand what the kobold warlock was barking at all, and took it as a threat and provocation. At the goblin mage's command, the goblin warrior led hundreds of goblins in a charge, while the goblin mage himself stood at the rear, exchanging fireballs with the kobold warlock. Sparks flew and flames flew everywhere. The 2 monster leaders were completely unharmed, but their underlings, who were fighting amongst themselves, were screaming and howling as they were burned by the scattered flames. Hidden in a corner of the cave, the goblin thief and half-ear watched as the goblin mage, protected by 2 goblin warriors wielding shields and constantly throwing fireballs with his staff, had some ideas. Chapter 45: The Demise of the Goblin Clan. There were several times more goblins than kobolds, but their equipment was far inferior. Ordinary goblins carry wooden sticks and stones, while the smarter ones tie stones to sticks to make things like stone hammers and stone spears. Even better ones were shields made from metal pots picked up from who knows where, or metal swords with rust and nicks on the blade. Kobolds almost always carry a metal weapon, and those who are better off will wear a metal helmet or a suit of armor that is half metal and half animal skin. Upon first contact, the goblins were decimated, and then, relying on their numerical advantage, they killed many kobolds. By haphazardly stripping enemy equipment and wearing it themselves, the goblins gradually regained some of their advantage. At that moment, the kobold warlock gathered his power and opened his mouth to let out a huge roar. A roar that intimidated the spirits swept across the battlefield. In a daze, the goblins seemed to see the kobold warlock sprout wings and suddenly transform into a terrifying behemoth, opening its mouth to devour them. Instantly, fear gripped their hearts, and their bodies trembled violently. This was clearly a perfect opportunity to attack, but unfortunately, the spell's effects did not discriminate between friend and foe. The kobold was affected by the dragon's roar, just like everyone else, crouching on the ground, trembling and clutching his head. Only one kobold berserker, covered in blood and enveloped in a dense red light, was completely unaffected by the kobold warlock's roar. He kicked aside the goblin blocking his way and roared as he charged toward the goblin mage. Fortunately, the effects of the dragon's roar did not last long, and the goblin warriors protecting the goblin mage were able to regain their senses in time and step forward to block it. I blocked it, but only for a moment. The kobold berserker swung his metal axe twice, shattering the wooden shields in the hands of the two goblin warriors and cutting their bodies in two. The goblin mage was about to finish preparing the fireball, but the kobold berserker had already rushed in front of him, and it looked like it was too late. Whoosh! The goblin thief suddenly appeared beside the goblin mage and threw a handful of gravel and sand at the kobold berserker's wide-open, scarlet eyes. The kobold berserker instinctively turned his head, closed his eyes, and raised his hand to block. Taking advantage of this brief moment, the goblin mage finally managed to conjure a fireball, which struck the kobold berserker on the head. Boom! The kobold berserker screamed as it flew away. The goblin mage breathed a slight sigh of relief and turned to nod approvingly at the goblin thief. Gobo Gwalabier. Well done. As a reward, I'm promoting you to be my bodyguard. The goblin thief turned his head and glanced at the two goblin warriors lying on the ground, their bodies mutilated beyond recognition. Only an idiot would want something like that. I've already taken the rewards, you can just play by yourself. The goblin thief grinned, and, while the goblin mage turned his head to continue casting his spell, quietly retreated and hid back in a corner. The kobold warlock was enraged to see the kobold berserker fall in battle and was about to throw a fireball at the goblin mage. The goblin mage thought to himself, who's afraid of who? Let's keep attacking. However, as the magic gathered, the goblin mage sensed something was wrong. The fireball's condensation speed had suddenly slowed down considerably. Looking down, I realized that the magic bracelet I wore on my wrist, made of magic crystals and monster crystal cores, was gone. Boom! The goblin mage flew in an arc, and the charred corpse rolled twice on the ground before landing right in front of the goblin thief and half-ear. The goblin thief's eyes lit up, and he wanted to pick up the crystal staff dropped by the goblin mage. But as soon as he got up and took a step, his body suddenly turned into a glow and disappeared. Seeing this, half-ear paused for a moment, then hurriedly went out and retrieved the staff. He called out softly a couple of times, but the goblin thief didn't return. Seeing that the goblin mage was dead, the remaining goblins began to flee in disarray. Half-ear hesitated for a moment, then grabbed the crystal staff and sneaked away along the corner of the wall. A verdant forest. As darkness fell, the exploration team finally found the tracks left by the deer in the moonlight jungle. However, this location is in the central area of the lush forest, and the probability of encountering tree monsters in the surrounding area has greatly increased. If it's just a lone tree monster, killing it is fine. However, killing one tree monster in the central area of the forest might attract a whole group, so it's best to avoid provoking it if possible. The stronger the tree monster, the harder it is to detect when it disguises itself as an ordinary tree. After dark, when visibility decreases, it becomes impossible to identify it by sight. Let's find a safe place nearby to rest for now, and continue when it's light tomorrow. After Zhang Dashun finished speaking, he turned to look at Zhao Huanshi. That's how it is when you're doing missions in a contaminated area. You can't be impatient. More important than completing the mission is to avoid all kinds of dangers. Yes, safety is the most important thing. Zhao Huan nodded in agreement. He didn't care at all whether the mission was completed or not. If he could, he would even like to stay in the lush forest for a few more days. Zhao Huanshi smiled slightly and looked down at the cards in his hand. Special Blue Monster card, Goblin Trio. LV3. The AFK session is over, and the goblin has safely returned. Looking through the card into the greed space, the fist-sized red gem was particularly eye-catching. Just as Zhao Huanshi was feeling overjoyed, he suddenly saw the blood-stained gold necklace and silver amulet. as well as the healing potion with the merchant's logo printed on the glass. These items clearly came from the explorers. No way. Did this guy really sneak off to kill someone? Zhao Huanshi frowned. He always considered himself a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. If classified according to the game's faction system, he would be in a neutral to benevolent position. I will repay kindness and avenge wrongs. If I have the means, I will do some small acts of charity that don't cost me anything, but I would never kill a stranger with whom I have no grudge for a little money. Forget it. There's no point in thinking about things that aren't certain yet. The trial dream realm will open tonight, so I'll go in and ask them then. Then, Zhao Huanshi remembered something else. We're going into the trial dream tonight. What should we do with the mimic? Wouldn't it seem a bit strange if we didn't release it? But if you leave the mimic outside, you'll probably be unable to summon it in the trial dream. Could it be that the lack of the treasure chest monster caused the trial to fail? Or I could come up with an excuse, but it would be embarrassing if they found out later, and it would also affect their opinion of me. What a blunder. I should have known better than to let the mimic monster out last night. After much deliberation, Zhao Huanshi finally decided to leave the treasure chest monster outside. Maybe if I get lucky and eat a few more monsters tonight, I can level it up to level 5? After level 5, the monster cards seem to undergo some changes. Chapter 46: The Bird's Claw That Smashes Coconuts. The exploration team's current location is more dangerous than before, and the night watch has been changed to 2 shifts. Zhang Daxuan, Qian Xiaolin, and Su Duojin, a mid-level warrior, led 2 novice professionals to keep watch for half the night. Qian Mantang and Lin Honglei, 2 intermediate-level professionals, led Li Xiang, a trainee soldier, on guard duty for the rest of the night. The exploration team's night watch handover was at midnight. Zhao Huan estimated the time and volunteered to join the second half of the night watch team. With 2 fewer people sleeping in the tent, it suddenly became much more spacious, and Zhao Huanshi quickly fell asleep. Brother Zhao, you sleep really well, Zhang Daxuan said with some envy. Su Duojin nodded. He's really thick-skinned. When I first came to the contaminated area with you guys, I was so worried that I couldn't sleep at all, but he didn't seem to care at all. After working as a cleaner for 2 years, I'm bound to be a bit bolder. But I think the main reason is that we seem reliable enough, Zhang Daxuan said with a hint of pride. Su Duojin tossed a piece of firewood into the fire. That's what they say, but isn't he too trusting of others? Qian Xiaolin guessed. Is it because Sister Xingyu is acquainted with him that she thinks we are reliable? Zhang Daxuan smiled and said, before he came over, he asked around about our situation. At this moment, Qian Xiaolin pointed to the mimic crouching in the corner not far away. Look, the little treasure chest is glowing. It's about to start hunting. This treasure chest isn't small at all, but it looks so well behaved. When it glows, I feel like it has lots of magical jewelry inside it, each piece sparkling and possessing powerful magical effects. You're an archer, shouldn't you be thinking about magic bows and magic arrows? I think the box contains weapons and armor that will make you stronger than a high-level warrior. Right, Brother Zhang? Huh? Oh, right, weapons and armor. The kind that can cut down old Qian with one strike. Zhang Daxuan replied somewhat guiltily. My hands are itching to open the box and take a look. Me too. Inside the tent, Zhao Huanshi's lips were tightly pressed together, his eyelids trembled slightly, and he was dreaming. He dreamt of a pair of terrifyingly large claws tearing the sky in 2, from which a horrifying, bloody eyeball emerged. The terrifying giant eye merely shrank its pupil, and the entire city immediately collapsed. Countless humans, having just escaped the building in a state of panic and disorientation, were horrified to discover that their flesh and blood were beginning to crumble and disintegrate, turning into wisps of red thread that were being sucked away by a terrifying giant eye. At this moment, Zhao Lejia suddenly jumped out and told her that she was actually a magical girl who protected the world, but her magic wand broke when she was cracking walnuts and needed 5,000 yuan to repair. Zhao Huan frantically took out all the money he had on him. But no matter how he counted it, he was short 50 cents. He was almost going crazy with anxiety. Suddenly, the world transformed, the sky became real, and there were rolling waves and a sea breeze. The trial begins. Trial objective: eradicate the Goblin tribe and the nearby Merman tribe on the deserted island. Zhao Huanshi was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. He raised his hand to wipe his face, wiping away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Damn. What a lousy dream I just had. The world almost ended because I was short 5 cents. Looking around, I realized I was standing on a rocky outcrop by the sea. Behind me stretched the boundless ocean, and in front of me was a wild sandy beach with several coconut trees growing along its edge. Behind the coconut trees was a lush forest. To be honest, aside from the taste produced by technology, it's been years since I've had fresh coconut juice. Zhao Huanshi licked his lips, remembering that he still needed to ask about the goblin's AFK, away from keyboard, behavior. The goblin scavenger said he knew nothing and wanted to go to the wild beach to search for seashells and find pearls. The goblin merchant said he didn't know anything about the gold necklace, but there seemed to be some treasure in the sea. Summoner, why don't you dive down and take a look? Suppressing the urge to kick the goblin into the sea, Zhao Huanshi summoned the goblin merchant back and, after a second summoning, finally brought out the real goblin thief. After some animated gestures and rambling, Zhao Huanshi had a pretty good idea of what was going on. The whole thing actually had little to do with you. You just touched two corpses, or rather, you stole the goblin captain's dagger before he made his move, weakening him. After figuring out the whole story, Zhao Huanshi realized that the goblin thief was actually just an onlooker and a thief, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After giving the goblin thief a few more instructions, telling it to stay away from humans as much as possible while it was AFK, he put the matter out of his mind. Can you climb trees? Zhao Huanshi pointed to the coconut tree. Go up and pick a coconut for me. The goblin thief nodded, put the rusty knife in his mouth, and quickly climbed to the top of the coconut tree using both hands and feet. It took me a long time to cut the coconut stem with a rusty knife, and I managed to drop 2 coconuts down. So, how do we get the coconut to open up? Zhao Huanshi picked up the coconut, first glancing at the soul-devouring great sword in his hand, then at the rusty knife in the goblin thief's hand. Neither seemed like a suitable tool. If the soul-devouring greatsword were to stab it once, the coconut would probably turn black and rot immediately. A rusty knife. Even though it was a dream, Zhao Huan still didn't want to drink the coconut water that tasted like rusty iron. TSK. It's still missing the mimic. Otherwise, I could just let it take a bite. Come to think of it, I haven't let the chocobo out since I got it. Zhao Huanshi summoned a symbiotic vine that wrapped around his arm, and then threw the yellow chocobo to the ground. The white light intertwined and converged, transforming into a large bird with golden feathers all over its body. After the yellow chocobo appeared, it tilted its head and looked around at its surroundings before spotting Zhao Huanshi. He leaned closer and nuzzled against Zhao Huanshi affectionately. Zhao Huanshi stroked its head. It was fluffy and felt quite comfortable to touch. Zhao Lijia must be ecstatic to see this. That guy always wanted to have a furry pet at home when he was a kid. Gurgle. The yellow chocobo even waved to the goblin thief. The goblin thief was sitting on the wild beach, holding a coconut and figuring out how to eat it. The rusty knife was too dull to cut the coconut shell. I tried to bite it with my teeth, but my teeth ached, and I only managed to get a mouthful of wood chips. Upon seeing the yellow chocobo, the goblin thief's eyes lit up. He pointed at the coconut in front of him and gestured with his fingers. The yellow chocobo seemed to understand what the goblin thief meant, and went over to kick the coconut. With a thump, a crack and 2 holes appeared on the coconut shell, and clear coconut water flowed out from inside. The goblin thief quickly lifted the coconut, brought it to his mouth through the hole, and began to gulp it down. Zhao Huan was somewhat surprised. No wonder the card specifically noted that the chocobo's claws were indeed quite powerful. Chapter 47 Fish Head Steak. Kill the Goblin tribe and Murloc tribe on the deserted island. The objective of this trial seemed clear and straightforward, but Zhao Huan instinctively felt that something was amiss. After finishing the coconut juice, Zhao Huanshi led the goblin thief to the island to check the situation and find the mission target. The yellow chocobo was large and brightly colored, making it too conspicuous to carry around, so Zhao Huanshi took it back. Not far from the wild beach, Zhao Huanshi encountered several goblins wandering in the forest, searching for food. The goblins were quite surprised to suddenly see humans on the deserted island. Upon realizing that Zhao Huan was alone, the goblin let out a strange cry and pounced on him with a ferocious expression. Zhao Huanshi slashed them down one by one with his sword, turning them into a pile of withered corpses. Only one goblin remained. Seeing that things were not going well, it tried to escape, but the goblin thief kicked it over and beat it up on the ground. After a long, rapid-fire exchange, they revealed the location of the goblin tribe. With a single strike of his sword, Zhao Huanshi created another goblin mummy on the ground. These stupid creatures are so numerous that they can't even be counted on 10 fingers. Zhao Huan didn't really expect to get much information out of them. He knew the approximate location of the goblin tribe, but he would have to find out the rest himself. This group of wild goblins built some simple wooden structures at the highest point in the center of the deserted island. Once you know the direction, it's quite easy to find them. Zhao Huanshe and the goblin thief hid in the waist-high weeds, enduring mosquito bites while secretly observing the situation in the goblin camp. Zhao Huan estimated that there were about 70 goblins living in that messy and simple group of buildings. Besides the small, ordinary goblins, there were 7 or 8 stronger goblin warriors and 2 even taller goblin captains. In the middle of those oddly shaped, drafty buildings that were worse than dog kennels, there stood a small wooden house that looked quite decent. Zhao Huanshe guessed that there should still be a goblin spellcaster living in that wooden house, who was the leader of this goblin tribe. Compared to mutated goblins with muscles stuffed into their heads and strong bodies, these intelligent leaders are usually more difficult to deal with. Assuming half of the goblins are currently active outside, the goblin population could reach 150 or 160. That's a bit large, but with goblin thieves acting as inside agents, we should be able to handle it in a while. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Huanshe decided not to target the goblins for now, but to find the other mission objective, the merman tribe, in other parts of the deserted island. Carefully avoiding the goblins roaming the island, Zhao Huanshe led the goblin thief along the edge of the deserted island, searching for traces of the mermen. These amphibious monsters would definitely prefer to live by the water rather than in the mountains and jungles. Sure enough, Zhao Huan spotted the fishman near the reefs on the other side of the deserted island. These monsters either sunbathe on rocks or poke crabs on the wild beach with harpoons made of stone or bone. However, there were not many fishmen who stayed on the shore, only about 20 in total. Most of the fishmen were soaking in the seawater, occasionally popping their heads out, or climbing ashore to move around for a while before jumping back into the sea. This is troublesome. The trial objective is to kill all the goblins and murlocs. The goblins are stuck on this deserted island anyway, with nowhere to escape to, but the mermen, seeing the situation is bad, will definitely hide in the sea and not come out, meaning the trial objective will definitely not be completed. Setting such a goal, hoping that like in the beginner trials, the monsters will go berserk and attack me on their own near the end of the trial time, is probably unlikely. But who knows? Maybe some terrifying monster will emerge from the sea and stomp me to death, ending the game. Zhao Huanshe frowned in thought, when he inadvertently noticed the goblin thief beside him. The guy was playing with a knife in his hand, his eyes fixed on a fishman eating a crab in the distance, his lips moving as if he was curious about the taste of the crab meat. Remembering what it had done while it was AFK farming in the wild, Zhao Huanshe's eyes suddenly lit up, and an idea instantly came to mind. On the wild beach, 3 basketball-sized fishman cubs were making loud, strange noises as they chased after crabs on the sand. Seeing the crab escape into its hole, they kept poking it with a stick. As long as the merman cubs don't leave the beach area and run into the island's forest, the surrounding adult mermen don't care. Apart from those green-skinned monsters, there were no other dangerous creatures on the entire deserted island. On the contrary, there are many ferocious marine creatures beneath the sea, which are more likely to threaten the safety of the fishman cubs. Just then, the 3 fishman cubs spotted a large red crab crawling out of the sea onto the beach and immediately chased after it with a whoosh-whoosh sound. As they chased after it, just as the big red crab was about to disappear into the crevices of the rocks, a green claw suddenly appeared in the air and stomped down hard, crushing the big red crab half to death. The 3 merfolk cubs stared wide-eyed at the sight of a green-skinned, strange uncle, giving them a sinister smile. The wild beach erupted in commotion as the fishman cubs screamed in agony. The goblin thief, with half a large red crab in his mouth and 3 murloc cubs by their hind legs in his hands, like carrying 3 giant toads, excitedly rushed off the beach and ran straight into the woods. A dozen or so angry mermen, armed with harpoons, stones, and other miscellaneous weapons, followed closely behind and chased after him inside. After a long time, the mermen who had been chasing the enemy did not return, so the nearby mermen went into the sea to find reinforcements. Soon, a merman warrior, much taller and stronger than the average merman, carrying a large stone spear, emerged from the sea and led a group of mermen, following the trail into the forest. They didn't find any murlocs, but they did find several goblin corpses, with obvious signs of battle and what appeared to be footprints left by large birds. It seems that the pursuing mermen encountered an ambush by goblins here, and after a battle, the goblins took away their bodies. As for why the goblins only took the murloc corpses and ignored the goblin corpses, it's probably because goblin meat is so disgusting that even these monsters' own kind dislike it. The Murloc warrior who had once tasted Goblin thought to himself. With a resentful glance into the depths of the island, the merman warrior did not venture any further, but instead led the mermen back into the sea. As expected, the death of a few cubs and their kind isn't enough of a shock to these monsters. Zhao Huanshi, who was observing from the shadows, pondered silently. Then we'll have to go for something more exciting. Chapter 48, Chocobo Rider Charge. The fishmen were still shaken from the attack. Just then, the goblin that had run away earlier was seen carrying several sticks, swaggering to the edge of the wild beach. Under the wary and angry gazes of the fishmen, the goblin stuck the sticks he carried into the sand, gave the fishmen the middle finger, dusted himself off, and turned to walk back into the forest. When the fishmen cautiously approached, they saw that 3 fishmen cubs and the heads of 2 adult fishmen were stuck in the sticks. The fishmen were immediately enraged, opening their mouths wide to reveal their fine, sharp teeth, and letting out angry roars. Night fell, and moonlight enveloped the earth. Amidst the surging waves, countless figures emerged from the sea, disappeared into the woods, and headed towards the center of the island. Zhao Huanshi, who was secretly observing from a distance, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Most of the dozen or so adult fishmen had been sucked dry by the Soul Eater during the battle, turning into dried fish jerky. Only 2 of their heads still looked relatively normal. I was initially worried that there weren't enough fish head steaks to provoke the fishmen's anger. Fortunately, most intelligent races would instinctively feel an uncontrollable rage when they saw their offspring being abused in this way. Add to that the goblin thief's smug, provocative look as he planted the fish head steaks, and any creature with a shred of decency would find it unbearable. Even the lame and blind ones have come out. These fishmen must have come out in full force, right? If there are still fishmen hiding underwater and not coming out, then there's nothing I can do but wait until next time and try again with a mimic. Zhao Huanshi spoke in a low voice, then took the goblin thief and followed far behind the Murloc army. As fellow inhabitants of the deserted island, the fishmen were also very familiar with the goblins on the island, knowing where their nests were located. Taking advantage of the poor visibility at night, I stealthily made my way to their doorstep. The Murloc mage waved his staff, condensing water vapor to summon a thick fog that drifted towards the goblin camp. At this moment, most of the goblins lay sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. They felt the surrounding air become damp and cold, and instinctively huddled together, showing no sign of waking up. The few goblins who were still awake looked at the sudden surge of white mist with puzzled expressions, completely at a loss. It wasn't until the merman's figure suddenly emerged from the thick fog and thrust his weapon fiercely at them that the goblins realized they were under attack, and they all screamed and cried out in alarm. Zhao Huanshi heard mostly goblin screams coming from the mist, and couldn't help but feel uneasy. Given this situation, could those goblins still be no match for these Murlocs? Zhao Huan didn't care about the goblins' lives or deaths, but his goal was to keep the fishmen on the deserted island. If the goblins were defeated too quickly, he probably wouldn't be able to keep all the fishmen by himself. Looking at the Murloc mage in the distance, surrounded by 5 or 6 Murlocs, Zhao Huanshi waved his hand gently. The goblin thief nodded, disappeared into the night, and crept towards the Murloc mage. Zhao Huanshi himself also quietly approached, wielding a large black sword. It seemed that the moisture in the vicinity enhanced the Murloc mage's senses, for it immediately detected the goblin thief as it approached. He immediately stopped casting the spell, turned around to look behind him, grabbed the blue magic pearl on his chest, and uttered a series of sharp, rapid, and indistinct syllables, condensing a pale blue transparent shield to envelop his body. The goblin thief was experienced and knew that the guy had discovered him. He no longer cared about hiding. He threw a bunch of sand and took advantage of the chaos to stab the eye of the merman closest to him. Then he turned around and tried to run away. The Murloc mage roared and ordered his guards to chase after the bastard and kill him. He raised his staff and waved it, chanting incantations as he drew magic from his body and condensed it into a water arrow, which he was about to shoot at the goblin thief. Suddenly, a large yellow bird darted out from the side, rushed up aggressively, and kicked him. The Murloc mage's shield jerked violently, and he nearly stumbled and fell, his water arrow spell flying off somewhere. The merman mage cried out, calling for the mermen to return and protect him. But then another figure darted out from behind the yellow chocobo, its eyes indifferent, like the cold, clear moon in the sky. The great sword in its hand was shrouded in black mist, and it slashed down heavily with a murmured roar. Wave! The shield on the Murloc mage burst instantly, like a bubble being pricked by a needle. The soul-devouring greatsword was propelled upwards by the impact of the explosion. Zhao Huan was pulled back several steps by this force. The Murloc mage tried to escape, but the chocobo caught up with him in 2 steps, kicked him over, and stomped on the back of his head, burying him in the ground. With his mouth full of dirt, he didn't even have a chance to use magic to save himself. He pointed to the other Murlocs to come and save him. But little did he know that when Zhao Huan saw the Murloc mage being controlled by the chocobo, he immediately turned around and attacked the other Murlocs, working with the goblin thief to chop them all into dried fish. Zhao Huan plunged the great sword into the Murloc mage's body, watching it quickly wither away. The crimson light in the skull's eye sockets of the soul-devouring greatsword grew even brighter. Without the spellcaster's support, the thick fog in the goblin camp quickly dissipated. The fishmen originally planned to retreat before dawn, regardless of the outcome of the battle. In the darkness and fog, Murlocs can have a significant advantage in battles against goblins, but this advantage will quickly disappear once the sun comes out. Revenge is one thing, but we can't drag all the fishmen down with us. If the population suffers too much loss, survival in the sea will become extremely difficult. But as the fog dissipated and the goblins regained their vision, they wouldn't let the Murlocs retreat so easily. You think you can just take all the benefits and run? There's no way it's that easy. Moreover, on land, goblins can run much faster than Murlocs. Only a dozen or so fishmen noticed the fog dissipating and immediately realized something was wrong, so they hurriedly fled. However, as soon as they ran out of the goblin camp, they saw a human riding a yellow chocobo blocking their way. The cold moonlight shone down, as if draping a frost-covered armor over the person and the bird, radiating a chilling gleam. The great sword in his hand spewed out thick, ink-like mist, emanating eerie whispers that yearned for the nourishment of vibrant life. At the foot of the giant bird lay several shriveled corpses, their features barely discernible as those of fishmen. Seeing the scene before them, the already panicked fishmen felt a chill run through them, as if they had been swept away by underwater currents into a deep, cold abyss. Chocobo riders, charge. The fishman's last memory was of that human suddenly letting out a roar, riding a yellow chocobo, and charging forward, wielding a terrifying demon sword, and killing all his companions one by one. Chapter 49, The Pearl Thief. After that, a few more Murlocs escaped, sometimes followed by a few goblins. Zhao Huan blocked the road, cutting down anything that appeared, whether it was a merman or a goblin, sparing no monster. As dawn broke, the noise in the goblin camp gradually subsided, and the battle came to an end. The chaotic buildings had been completely reduced to ruins. The corpses of goblins and Murlocs lay piled on the ground, and the heavy smell of fish and blood filled every space in the goblin camp. Although the goblins ultimately won, it was a Pyrrhic victory no matter how you looked at it. Most of the members died, and those who survived were all badly injured. The sky ahead was dark and the fog was thick. They didn't know how many enemies were appearing around them. Some goblins were scared and wanted to escape, but they didn't know where to go. They could only run around in the fog like headless flies. When the fog cleared, they discovered that their companions outnumbered the enemies, and the goblins, who had been filled with fear, suddenly started trembling again. With their leader, the goblin mage, having exhausted his magic, relied on his roar to keep the goblins in check, and all the goblins managed to fight until the very last moment. Zhao Huanshe rode his chocobo into the goblin camp, ignoring the ordinary goblins lying on the ground groaning or in a daze, and charged straight at the wounded goblin captain. The goblin captain realized the danger and roared, issuing a battle warning to the exhausted goblins around him. He picked up a stone spear left behind by the merman from the ground with one hand as a weapon, and pulled a goblin from the side to stand in front of him as a shield. His eyes were sinister and fierce, ready to attack when the enemy got close. Unexpectedly, the yellow chocobo, charging at high speed, pushed off with its thick legs and came to an abrupt stop, luring the goblin captain out of its attack. Then it suddenly accelerated and ran past the goblin captain. The black greatsword, accompanied by a frenzied roar, flashed past in a blur, severing the goblin captain's head. Just as the fierce and ferocious expression on his face was about to turn into fear and confusion, it was entangled and eroded by black, ghostly energy, and quickly withered and shriveled. When it landed on the ground, it was completely lifeless, looking as if it had been dead for at least 100 years. The goblin mage brandished his staff and roared angrily. All the goblins who could still move scrambled to their feet, grabbed their weapons, and charged toward Zhao Huanshe. Faced with these wounded green-skinned monsters, Zhao Huanshi remained completely calm. Instead, worried that the chocobo would be stabbed to death by the goblins, he jumped off it and let it go play by itself. With the soul devourer in hand, Zhao Huan was not afraid at all. These weaklings, exhausted from fighting all night, did less damage to Zhao Huan than he recovered from. On the contrary, the life force absorbed by the soul devourer surged into his body, making Zhao Huanshi more and more excited as he fought, wishing he could fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Seeing his underlings being felled in swathes like wheat being cut down by a lawnmower, the goblin mage was unusually furious. Drive all the goblins around him into battle. The goblin mage forcefully pulled off the blue crystal from his neck, his eyes twitching slightly with a hint of heartache, before hardening his expression and stuffing the crystal into his mouth, crushing it with all his might. Like parched ground being moistened by a light rain, the goblin mage, whose magic power had been completely exhausted in the previous battle, felt a cool sensation spreading from his mouth, along his throat, and into his lungs. The feeling of comfort almost made it lose itself. His narrowed eyes suddenly snapped open, and he glared fiercely at the enemy in the distance, a ferocious smile spreading across his face. In just 3 more breaths, it will have enough magic to cast a fireball and blast this opportunistic bastard into the sky. The goblin mage retrieved the black wooden staff inlaid with deep-sea pearls. Huh, where's my staff? My huge staff. It was just stuck in the ground a moment ago. The goblin mage looked around and discovered a cheeky goblin hugging his staff and using a knife to pick at the deep-sea pearl on it. The goblin mage stared wide-eyed, his face full of disbelief. After realizing what had happened, he immediately jumped up and down, pointing at the goblin thief and cursing him. That damned bastard, as stupid as the fish-headed monster in the sea. Instead of fighting, he tries to pry pearls off my staff? The goblin thief picked at his ear, glanced at the goblin mage, and then continued to pry at the pearl with his knife. Although he couldn't take the items from the trial dream back, the goblin thief was still pleased to be able to pry off such a beautiful pearl and put it in his bag for a while. The goblin mage was enraged when he saw that this bastard dared to ignore and even despise him. He waved his hand, gathering the magic power that had just entered his body into his hand, and quickly condensed it into magical flames. Even without a staff, the goblin mage can still cast spells, just slower, more energy-consuming, and less powerful. The goblin wizard had always lived on this deserted island, and all the goblins obeyed its every command, making it regard itself as the king of the goblins. Little did it know that its kind were not necessarily allies, but could also be enemies. As a spellcaster, it was far too close to the enemy at that moment. Roll, throw sand, groin stab, throat slit. With eyes closed, he screamed in agony, his legs clenched in agony, in agony. The goblin mage's throat was slit, and he couldn't scream anymore. Seeing the goblin mage struggling in pain on the ground, the goblin thief sneered disdainfully, then turned back to clutching his staff and gritted his teeth as he began to pick at the pearl. This bastard used something that made the pearl and would stick together so tightly that I couldn't budge it no matter how hard I tried to dig. At this moment, some goblins heard their leaders scream and turned to look. Seeing the goblin mage lying in a pool of blood, his throat still bleeding, his limbs twitching, it was clear he was beyond saving. Looking back at the other side, black smoke filled the air, demons roared, and with a flash of sword light, the once lush green goblins turned into ashen, dried-up corpses in the blink of an eye. The goblins shuddered, their fighting spirit vanished instantly, and they turned and scattered in all directions. Even some of the men who were lying on the ground groaning and on the verge of death suddenly got up and limped away from the camp. Holy crap! Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi immediately increased his killing speed, completely abandoning defense and focusing on attack, cutting down more than a dozen goblins in front of him who had not yet realized the situation. I killed the goblin captain first, instead of directly killing the more threatening goblin mage, because I was afraid that if the leader died, the goblins would scatter and flee. Although they can't escape the deserted island no matter how much they run around, they can easily find a corner to hide in, and it will take Zhao Huanshi quite a while to search for them, and he might even run out of time. Zhao Huan hurriedly called back the yellow chocobo that was chasing and kicking the goblins' butts, preparing to ride it to hunt down the fleeing goblins, when suddenly the whole world went dark. Chapter 50 The Fisherman. Zhao Huanshi, wake up, it's our turn to keep watch. Zhao Huanshi felt someone calling his name and gently patting his shoulder, which woke him from his deep sleep. Trial ended. Trial successful. Evolution points gained, 123. Current evolution points, 428. Trial rewards obtained. White monster card, Goblin Warrior. Green monster card, Shallow Sea Murloc Hunter. Gray equipment card, Fishbone Lance. White equipment card, Turtle Shell. Green equipment card, Coral Staff. Job level upgraded to LV4. All attributes +1. The trial dream is being regenerated. Estimated time, 93 hours. It turns out you don't need to kill them all. Killing the main force of the monster horde is enough to wipe them out. Leaving a few smaller minions is fine. Zhao Huanshi. Seeing that Zhao Huanshi was staring blankly with his eyes open, Lin Honglei thought he was still not awake, so she called out to him again. Oh, Sister Lin, I'm awake. I'll get up now. I was having a dream, and I'm a little dazed to be woken up like this. As Zhao Huanshi spoke, he got up and crawled out of the tent. Zhang Daxuan and his two companions exchanged a few words with them before crawling into their tents to sleep. Nothing unusual was found in the first half of the night, except that something that looked like a big rat and a bird whose appearance was unclear went into the treasure chest monster's belly. Zhao Huanshi turned his head and glanced at the treasure chest monster in the distance, which was quietly sitting in the corner, emitting a faint golden glow. I lowered my head and found a spot to sit down by the campfire. His eyes were fixed on his palm, seemingly studying his fingers, but he was actually examining the card he had just acquired. White monster card, Goblin Warrior. A mutated goblin, stronger, and with a more intense fighting spirit than a regular goblin. Outnumbered strength. When your team outnumbers the enemy, your physical attributes receive a slight boost, and your fighting spirit is greatly enhanced. The three goblins were common cards before, and the Goblin Warrior was also a common card, with similar descriptions of their traits. But the Goblin Warrior could easily take down three at once, so perhaps the three goblins were just there to make up the numbers? A single Goblin Warrior certainly cannot trigger a numbers advantage, but if a Goblin Warrior and three goblins attack together, the combat ability of all goblins is instantly boosted. Zhao Huan pondered in his heart, then looked at another monster card with a green edge. Green monster card, Shallow Sea Murloc Hunter. A variant of the merman that inhabits shallow waters and surrounding coastlines, skilled in hunting and combat using long-handled weapons such as javelins and harpoons. Fish sense. Fish people have a special skin structure that allows them to keenly sense changes in the surrounding water flow and have a good ability to perceive air currents, especially humid air currents. Fisherman. This fishman likes to contemplate life while fishing and always carries a fishing rod made from deep-sea fish bones. The fishing rod has a sharp tip with barbs and can also be used as a harpoon or javelin in combat. Because it comes with its own weapon, this monster card cannot be equipped with other polearms. Fisherman? Don't fishermen just jump into the water and spear fish with a harpoon? Fishing. Shouldn't that be considered unorthodox? Judging from the appearance of the murloc on the card, it doesn't seem like it's reached the age where it can receive a pension. Why is it starting to think about the life of a fish? Zhao Huanshi frowned, looking at an elderly man on the subway with a puzzled expression. It's strange that someone who's a fishman likes fishing. But on the other hand, it would be perfect if a fisherman were a fishman. The ability to sense fish is simply a god-level skill for anglers. Unless there are no fish in the water, you can catch it even if you can't catch it yourself. You're guaranteed to bring a fish home with you, and there's almost no chance of coming home empty-handed. As he thought about it, Zhao Huanshi almost burst out laughing. However, he knew he was looking at the characteristics of the monster cards, but others couldn't see the cards in his hand. Seeing him staring at his palm, sometimes frowning, sometimes grinning foolishly, I thought he was having a relapse. Qian Mantang said in a low voice, "What's going on with Xiao Zhao? He's probably addicted to his phone. He's used to having his phone around in the city, and he'll check it when he's embarrassed or bored. But since he doesn't have his phone with him, he's pretending to be looking at it." Li Xiang was quietly analyzing the situation with a serious expression. Qian Mantang didn't believe it at first, but Zhao Huanshi's silly grin while staring at his palm really did look too much like him. Lin Honglei said in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense. Maybe she just thinks her hands are so beautiful that she's mesmerized. Some good-looking people do have a narcissistic streak. Her hands are calloused from gripping a sword. How can they look good?" Zhao Huanshi's attention was focused on the cards, and he didn't notice that his companion was secretly playing with him. After looking at the two monster cards, I looked at the three equipment cards. Gray equipment card, Fishbone Spear. This weapon, crafted from the bones of large, dead fish, has a sharp point that can easily pierce the bodies of most low-level monsters. However, the Fishbone Spear is not durable enough and is easily damaged in battle. Attack 1-3. Defense 0-1. Standard polearm. Usable only by certain medium-sized and a small number of large or small humanoid monsters. When an equipment card linked to a monster card is completely destroyed, it enters a repair state. During the repair period, the equipment card will temporarily lose its effect, and the linked monster will not appear in the player's hand when summoned. However, you can still link and unlink the equipment card. White equipment card, turtle shell. The shield, made from a giant sea turtle shell, was used as a cooking pot by goblins to boil soup. This caused the shell to scorch and crack, significantly reducing its defensive capabilities and durability. Defense 2-8. Cracks. The surface of a sea turtle's shell is covered with cracks, and it may shatter completely under sustained attack or severe impact. Standard shield. Usable only by some medium-sized and a small number of small humanoid monsters. Green equipment card, coral staff. A beautifully crafted staff, imbued with the essence of the sea, forged from magical corals grown deep in the ocean and the crystal cores of sea creatures. A very good weapon for water-based spellcasters. Attack 0-1. Magic 3-8. Low-level water staff. Equipping a staff increases the wearer's casting speed and spell effects by 10%, while reducing mana consumption during casting. When casting water spells, the staff's effects will receive at least a 50% bonus, meaning an additional increase of over 5%. Water bullet barrage. The wearer can infuse the staff with water magic to activate its built-in spell effect, rapidly firing 3 high-speed water bullets that deal impact damage to enemies. Fragile. The coral staff is made of a fragile material and is very easily damaged. Standard staff, limited to use on small, medium, and large humanoid monsters. Chapter 51 Treasure Mimic LV5, Card Enhancement. Why do all 3 pieces of equipment look so fragile? The coral staff is one thing, since it's a spellcasting tool and it's not usually used for direct confrontation. Is it reasonable for a turtle shell to break on its own after being hit? Zhao Huan frowned, thought for a moment, and then simply equipped the goblin warrior with the fishbone spear and the turtle shell, combining them into a fragile spear and shield warrior. Although the murloc hunter is of a higher grade, it is better suited to operating near water. Zhao Huan is currently in the jungle. If he really needs a human shield to take bullets for him, then a goblin warrior with all his limbs intact would be more suitable. Anyway, as long as the fusion is not triggered, the equipment card will not be swallowed and cannot be removed. You can exchange it with the fisherman in a watery area. Why is he frowning again? Maybe it's because I've finally seen the calluses on my palms. Zhao Huan put away the cards and looked up to meet 3 strange gazes. The air suddenly froze. Lin Honglei turned to Qian Mantang and said, "Old Qian, the potatoes should be cooked by now. Hurry up and take them out, or they'll burn." Oh. Qian Mantang hurriedly bent down and reached out to dig, but was burned by the flames before he realized what was happening. He then picked up a stick and began searching in the fire. After searching for a long time, they found nothing but charred stones. Did we just put the potatoes in? It seems not yet. Zhao Huan was completely bewildered, not understanding why these 3 people had suddenly become flustered. Strange. He pinched out the Goblin 3 musketeers with his fingers and crushed them. The trial dream is over, and it's time to send the goblins out to hunt in the wild again. Morning. Zhao Huan retrieved the odds and ends that the treasure chest monster had dropped from its mouth. After thinking for a moment, I threw a stone, a rag, a piece of jerky, and a potato into its mouth, which finally made it close the lid. I then pressed it down with my hand and recalled it into card form. As a result, after the treasure chest's magical light disappeared, the stone and rags were left behind. Does this mean I'm being rejected? What are you doing? Qian Xiaolin asked, somewhat puzzled. Zhao Huanshe explained with a smile. The mimic can actually be used as a temporary storage. You can put things inside its belly and summon it to retrieve them when needed, so you don't have to carry things with you all the time, saving a lot of effort. However, I'm not sure if it will digest anything, so I'll have to do an experiment to verify. It can also be used as a temporary storage room. This little treasure chest is so useful. I really want to adopt one, Qian Xiaolin said with envy in her eyes. Unless you can also change your class to summoner, you probably don't have much of a chance. Zhao Huan smiled and intended to summon the treasure chest monster again, but then he noticed that there was some additional information on the card. Green monster card, Greedy Mimic. LV5. New skill added, Basic Expansion. Basic Expansion. The Greedy Mimic's interior now has an additional 1 cubic meter of space. The monster card has reached level 5 and cannot be leveled up further. A card enhancement ritual is required to continue leveling it up. Greedy Mimic Card Enhancement Ritual. Place a gem or crystal, any 5 types of metal, and 5 or more types of fresh monster flesh into the mimic's body. Bury it 3 meters underground, or place it in a maze, tomb, or treasure room where a mimic might appear, and wait 8 hours. Note, the quality of gems or crystals may affect the mimic's abilities. The pure weight of each metal after removing impurities must be at least 1 kilogram. The weight of each monster's flesh must be at least 5 kilograms, and the monster must have been dead for no more than 72 hours. The materials for the reinforcement ceremony weren't difficult to obtain. I could easily gather all the metal materials by going to a hardware store after returning to the city. Within the space of the Goblin trio, including the gold necklace and silver accessories, at least 3 or 4 different metals can be found. However, there are 5 kinds of fresh monster flesh and blood. The monsters must have died within 72 hours. We can only wait until we complete the mission and go back to see if we can hunt down the 5 monsters. If that doesn't work, you can also go to Explorer Town and buy it from other people. Actually, as long as the mimic tricks the monster into biting it to death and leaves the corpse undigested, it can gather enough monster flesh and blood on its own in 1 or 2 nights. Since gems or crystals can affect the mimic's abilities, we can't just use any old piece of glass as a substitute. The first thing Zhao Huanshe thought of was the fist-sized magic gem that the goblin thief had stolen from the kobold's lair. Judging from the rich magical energy naturally emanating from the gem, its value is definitely not low. It could probably fetch a lot of money. Using it as material seems a bit too extravagant for him. Oh no! Zhao Huanshe suddenly widened his eyes. He suddenly remembered that the gem was still in the greed space and hadn't been taken out. What if the one who goes out to hunt in the wild this time is a goblin merchant who takes that gem and ends up getting killed? Achoo! The central area of the lush forest is marked as a red high-risk zone, the territory of the giant banyan tree monster. The goblin scavenger was bending down to pick the magical fruit from the lush bushes in front of him when suddenly his nose itched and he sneezed loudly. The sneeze startled the fearsome predator, and a giant man-eating flower suddenly sprang from the bushes, swallowing the goblin scavenger whole. Less than half a second later, the giant man-eating plant, poof, ed the goblin scavenger out again. The goblin scavenger traced an arc in the sky, was stopped by the branches of tall trees, and fell into a thicket of thorns. It crawled out of the thicket of thorns with a loud howl, its body covered in barbs, like a green-skinned, yellow-haired hedgehog. It struggled for a long time, grimacing as it pulled out the thorn, the pain bringing tears to its eyes. Wiping his face with a tattered sack, the goblin scavenger quickly forgot the pain and turned his attention to the red fruit growing on the big tree in front of him. Smack! The terrifying face on the trunk of the high-level tree monster showed a disgusted expression, and with a huge hand formed by intertwined branches and old vines, it slapped the goblin scavenger more than 10 meters away. It was about to crash into a clump of dark green vines. Whoosh! Snap! A thick vine suddenly shot up, forcefully slapping the goblin scavenger, who was in midair, to the other side. The goblin scavenger screamed, fell to the ground, and rolled several times, lying there motionless for a long time. After a long while, the goblin scavenger sat up with a blank stare, wiped the blood from his nose, took out a vibrant red fruit from the tattered sack, and stuffed it into his mouth to chew. A rich life force spread from the mouth to the body, quickly healing most of the goblin scavenger's injuries. The goblin scavenger stood up, dusted himself off, and continued strolling through the woods as if nothing had happened, seemingly forgetting that he had just been pelted and sent flying like a volleyball by the plants. Chapter 52: The Allure of the Treasure Chest. How low is your IQ? After daybreak, the middle-aged unemployed front's exploration team carefully searched the jungle for half a day and finally found the moonlight jungle deer on the edge of the central area of the lush forest. The moonlit forest deer is highly perceptive and cautious by nature. It immediately turns and runs away as soon as the exploration team gets close. The group dared not get too close, fearing they would drive the moonlight jungle deer deeper into the forest, so they could only observe from a distance. Lin Honglei's eyes gleamed faintly. Here there are at least 6 low-level tree monsters and 2 mid-level tree monsters in this area. If we hunt jungle deer here, it will definitely attract their attention. Then let's finish this quickly. You, Lao Qian, and I will find a place to ambush it, while the others will appear from other directions to drive it away. When the jungle deer is frightened and runs away, Lao Qian and I will rush out to ambush and stop it, and you can take the opportunity to use your charged shot to pierce its eyes, Zhang Dashuan said in a low voice, explaining his plan. Lin Honglei snorted lightly. You seem to have a lot of confidence in my archery skills. That's right. You're our exploration team's sharpshooter. But I don't have much confidence in you. The moonlight jungle deer is fast and agile in the jungle environment. We can't surround it with just a few of us. Instead, we might easily alert the tree monsters around us. Moreover, once the jungle deer is greatly frightened, it will definitely escape into the central area and won't come out for a while. What should we do then? Should we set up a few traps nearby and wait for it to take the bait? It's a bit of a hassle, but it feels safer than taking direct action. Qian Xiaolin whispered a suggestion. Why don't we set the trap first, then have Zhao Huansher's treasure chest monster lure the jungle deer into it? That's a good idea. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhao Huansher had no objection to using the mimic as bait, but he gave everyone a heads up beforehand. The lower the intelligence, the stronger the desire, and the stronger the attraction of the mimic. But the moonlit forest deer is cautious by nature, and its intelligence is not low. It doesn't seem to have any strong desires, so the mimic might not be very attractive to it. As Zhao Huan spoke, he noticed that everyone's expressions suddenly became strange, and the atmosphere froze for a moment. He couldn't help but wonder if he had said something wrong. Zhang Dashuan suddenly realized and said, Ahem. So that's how it is. No wonder I didn't have much of an urge to open the chests when the mimics were glowing, and I was wondering why those monsters kept trying to get into the chests. Right. Huh? What impulse? I don't know. Qian Xiaolin looked puzzled and turned to ask Lin Honglei, Sister Lin, do you think the little treasure chest will cause any impulses? Lin Honglei shook her head. No. I didn't feel anything at all. Zhang Dashuan's eyes widened suddenly, revealing an expression of disbelief, and he abruptly turned to look at his male comrades. Li Xiang and Su Duojin exchanged glances, while Qian Mantang patted Zhang Dashuan on the shoulder. Have you not washed your feet in too long? Are you starting to hallucinate? Get lost. You're the one who's hallucinating. The exploration team spent some time using the tools they carried to find a place where there were no tree monsters nearby and set up a trap. Zhao Huan threw out a card, placing the mimic in the center of the trap, which disguised itself as a golden treasure chest and emitted a rich golden light. The exploration team members walked around to a distance, alerting the deer in the moonlight jungle without startling them, so that they would unknowingly approach the area near the trap. Lin Honglei and Qian Mantang were left behind to lie in ambush in the dense undergrowth not too far from the trap. Once the moonlight forest deer triggered the trap and got trapped, they would immediately rush out and kill it. However, while the deer in the moonlight forest were still wandering in the distance, Lin Honglei noticed something else amiss first. Several furtive figures crept over from the direction the exploration team had come from, seemingly investigating something along the way. Lin Honglei whispered a reminder to Qian Mantang. There are 6 people over there, and they seem to be coming for us. Qian Mantang's expression hardened. Can you tell who they are? Lin Honglei's eyes gleamed faintly as she observed carefully for a while. They were all masked, so their faces were obscured, but their clothes were very dirty and stained with blood. Could he be a wanted criminal hiding in the contaminated area, too afraid to return to the city? Anyway, it's not a good thing. Let's go inform old Zhang and the others first. Should we just go? Lin Honglei hesitated. Qian Mantang assumed she was worried about the mission failing and whispered to her, safety first. At this point, we can't worry about whether the mission can be completed. Lin Honglei gestured for him to look at the golden treasure chest in the center of the trap. What about Zhao Huansher's mimic? It shouldn't matter, right? Zhao Huan said that summoning mimics is his skill, and he can summon them again even if he dies. But won't that lure those people into a trap? They can't be that stupid, right? This isn't a game. If a golden treasure chest were to be hidden in the woods out of nowhere, even a fool would know something's wrong. Even if you know there's something wrong, you'll still go check it out. Just like even if you know there's nothing in the box, the thought of opening it still pops into your head. I don't. Lin Honglei gazed at her silently. Qian Mantang was defeated. What do you think might be inside the box? Lots of gold bars. TCH, how tacky. And what about you? Beautiful jewelry and ornaments, as well as various exquisite handbags and clothes. Women. What do you think old Zhang will put in the box? It's probably one of those figures with revealing clothing, like the ones on his shelf at home. I think so too. The two spoke in hushed tones and quietly slipped out of their hiding place. After a while, 6 men wearing masks and hoods, completely covering their bodies, crept over stealthily under the cover of grass and trees. Be careful. Those people should be nearby. Don't rush to attack. First assess their strength. TCH. There are only 6 or 7 of them. They'd come to the Emerald Forest for a mission, so their strength probably isn't that great. At most, they'd have 1 or 2 cowardly mid-level professionals leading the team. We have the blessing of demonic power. Why should we be afraid of those scum? Are you fucking brainless? Do you still think the Emerald Forest is that newbie map from before? Didn't you get enough of being poked by those tree roots yesterday? Grass mud horse. Shut up, all of you. If any bastard shouts again and scares away those prey, I'll chop him up and use him as a sacrifice. The speaker seemed to be the leader of these people. He shouted angrily in a low voice, and the others immediately fell silent. Hey, look, there's a treasure chest over there, someone suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The others crowded around to take a look. Huh? There really is a box, and it even seems to be glowing. Why would a box be placed here out of nowhere in the middle of nowhere? Huh? This is clearly a trap. Who would use something like this as a trap? Is it possible that this box fell out of a spatial rift, and that it really contains a lot of treasures? Upon hearing this, the group suddenly fell silent, their eyes slowly revealing greed and suspicion. Chapter 53 Demon Worshippers Fighting Amongst Themselves for the Treasure. The more I looked at it, the more I felt that the golden box contained some extraordinary treasure. Rare, precious, powerful. You can use it to enhance your strength, or offer it as a sacrifice to demons to gain their favor and acquire more powerful and evil energy. As for the originally planned offerings, those explorers had been completely forgotten by them. How can the flesh and blood of a few low-level awakened beings be compared to rare and precious treasures? When they passed through Twilight Wasteland before, these demon worshippers even tried to take advantage of the evil power bestowed by the demons to rob the kobolds and steal some gem or... Little did they know that the kobolds were far stronger than they had imagined. Their attempt to rob them failed, and instead, the kobold warlock led a full-scale kobold horde for 10 kilometers, losing several of his companions before finally escaping. One of the demon worshippers said with feigned generosity, "If there were any treasure, the explorers would have already taken the box with them. I reckon this is most likely a trap. I do know a lot about wilderness survival and have studied all kinds of traps. You guys wait here while I go scout ahead for you." TCH. Scouting ahead. You probably just want to grab the treasure chest and run away, don't you? You're talking nonsense. How could I possibly run fast while carrying such a huge box? Huh. You received the blessing of power, so what's wrong with running away with the box? Why carry the box? Just take the most important thing inside. Won't that be enough? Someone was sinisterly fanning the flames from the sidelines. Some people even pretended to be peacemakers. All right, we're all partners. If you don't trust him, then let me go and take a look first. Do you fucking think we're stupid? At this moment, the most powerful demon worshipper, who was tacitly considered the leader of the group, spoke up. What's all the noise about? Everyone go over there together, take the stuff, and then we'll distribute it all. As soon as he finished speaking, the other demon worshippers couldn't help but exchange glances. Unified distribution sounds nice, but in the end, doesn't this guy still take the lion's share? Every time a demon sacrifice is performed, this guy takes the center position by virtue of his strength and takes the largest share of the demon's rewards. If things continue like this, the gap in strength will only widen, and won't we never have a chance to turn things around? Originally, it was because she didn't want to be a servant that she abandoned her human identity when the demon appeared, choosing to throw herself into the demon's embrace, becoming this inhuman and ghostly creature, wanted by the authorities and unable to even return to the city. If you're an ordinary person, you're treated like a beast of burden and oppressed. If a demon comes and you have to side with it, you'll still have to obey orders and be enslaved. Then what's the point of that demon coming here? The more they thought about it, the more uneasy they felt. The gazes of the demon worshippers turned violent and fierce. Lin Honglei and Qian Mantang found Zhao Huanshe and the others and told them that someone wanted to harm them. Unsure of their strength, but given that those guys dared to come out and kill, they must have some backing. For safety reasons, the group discussed it and decided to leave first and go back to report the matter to the Special Affairs Bureau. But then they heard the sounds of fierce fighting coming from afar. After exchanging glances, they couldn't resist sneaking back and hiding in the shadows to observe. Qian Mantang asked in confusion, "Why did these guys suddenly start fighting amongst themselves?" "It's probably an internal conflict," Zhang Dashuan guessed. "But why does it look like 5 against 1? As the battle raged, the demon worshippers' clothes and mask were torn apart, revealing the black scales covering his face, neck, and chest, the menacing keratinous barbs, and a mouthful of sharp, inhuman teeth. Holy crap, what kind of monsters are these? They can even wear clothes and disguise themselves as humans. Not only can they wear clothes, but they can also speak human language and curse their ancestors. The profanity they utter is clearer than some actors' lines. Could it be a monster mutated from a human corrupted by magic? Lin Honglei shook her head. The monsters mutated from humans corrupted by magic have chaotic consciousness, so they wouldn't look like this. I look at the scales on these people, and they do look similar to the scales on the demon monsters that appeared in Chiua City. Zhang Daxuan's eyes narrowed. Could it be the demon worshippers that the Special Affairs Bureau warned us about before? No way. The city where demons have appeared is at least 200 kilometers away from here. How did those monstrous things get here? Whether it is or not, we'll know once we take the body back and ask. Lin Honglei's eyes sharpened as she drew her weapon, ready for battle. By this time, the battle in the distance had basically ended. Although the 5 demon worshippers were very much in sync, they wanted to work together to kill the most powerful leader first, and then compete for the treasure in the box based on their own strength. I originally thought that even if the leader was strong, he would be defeated quickly when facing 5 opponents alone. They didn't expect their leader to be even more cunning than they thought, having concealed most of his strength in previous operations. When the battle actually began, the 5 demon worshippers each had their own agenda, all thinking of conserving their strength and letting the others suffer more losses. Unexpectedly, halfway through the fight, just as the leader was about to exhaust the group, he suddenly unleashed his full power. Its pupils blazed with fire, its mouth exhaled the smell of sulfur, its body suddenly swelled, and sharp barbs grew from its hands and feet. With a grab and a tug, the weakest demon worshipper had his neck scales torn off, his throat snapped, and half of his neck flesh ripped away. Seeing this, the other 4 demon worshippers dared not hold back any longer and launched a frenzied attack with all their might, but it was of little use. After a fierce battle, one of the demon worshippers, seeing the situation was dire, fled with his wounds, while the other 3 demon worshippers died on the spot. The leader of the demon worshippers, covered in flying scales and numerous wounds, seemed completely unconcerned. With one foot stomping on the head of a dead demon worshipper, his sharp claws dug deep into the flesh, he threw his head back and let out a wild laugh. You ants dare to lay a hand on me? I was prepared for this. Now, all the treasures are mine. Upon hearing this, Zhang Daxuan, who was about to jump out and launch an attack, suddenly ducked back into the bushes. Did he just mention treasure? Yes. I heard that too. If I'm not mistaken, the treasure he's talking about should be. Everyone peered through the gaps in the grass at the golden treasure chest, emitting a faint golden light in the trap in the distance. No way, this is such an obvious anomaly. His body has mutated like this. How can you expect his brain to be normal? That's true. Then we'll attack after he triggers the trap. Chapter 54 The Demon Statue is enhanced a second time. After the demon worshipper undergoes a transformation, his mind seems to become even less sharp. Those scarlet eyes were fixed on the golden treasure chest. They could no longer see anything else around them. His ferocious and terrifying face was filled with greed and expectation, like a gambler who had staked everything on a football bet, dreaming of the huge wealth and bright future that was about to come. Snap! The demon worshipper felt as if his foot had stepped on something. He sensed something was wrong, but before his mind could react, dirt and dry leaves were suddenly thrown up, and a sharp-toothed animal trap snapped shut, clamping its jaws tightly onto the demon worshipper's right leg. It really was a trap? The demon worshipper's eyes widened suddenly, the shock in his heart far exceeding the pain in his leg. Whoosh! 2 burly men suddenly leaped out of the bushes, one holding a shield, and the other a greatsword or machete. One of them had a green vine wrapped around his neck. They roared and charged at the demon worshippers. The demon worshipper's expression changed drastically at first, then he was filled with rage. You damned bastards, how dare you play me? With a ripping sound, the demon worshipper, ignoring the pain, forcibly freed his right leg from the bear trap, leaving several bloody wounds. He took a step forward with a fierce expression. Snap! Another bear trap. Who knows where the moonlight jungle deer might come from if it were lured by the mimic. So the explorers used all the animal traps they had on them, and set up a circle of traps around the mimic. The second trap bit right into the wound, causing more damage than the first trap. As the demon worshipper was about to step forward to meet the enemy, he was caught off guard, and his right foot was pulled hard. As the wound tore open, he staggered and almost fell over. Zhang Daxuan and Qian Mantang arrived just in time, and with a knife and an axe, they slashed the demon worshipper, leaving 2 deep, bone-revealing wounds. The results were astonishing, but the 2 intermediate-level warriors did not show much joy on their faces. When I watch these monsters fight, They were able to beat each other bloody with their fists and claws, but I never expected that this guy's body would be so tough. The heavy slash, enhanced by the battle aura of an intermediate-level warrior, only managed to pierce his body without breaking a single bone. Roar! The demon worshipper's sharp claws, shrouded in a faint black mist, slammed down with a whooshing sound. Qian Mantang dared not be careless and raised the gleaming metal shield in front of him. Boom! A huge roar. Qian Mantang felt as if the large shield in his hand had been struck hard by the wooden hammer of a bell, causing him to lose his balance and stumble back several steps. Damn! What kind of superhuman strength is this? My strength test showed I was close to 100, and I still couldn't withstand it. Looking at his own shield again, he noticed a noticeable dent. Forgetting about the damage to his equipment, he quickly alerted his companion. Holy crap! Watch out, Lao Zhang. This guy's strength is at least 130 or 140. Tear! Zhang Dashuan tore a wound in the ribs of the demon worshipper, crouched and rolled to dodge the attack. Retreating a few steps away, the light of the great sword in his hand gradually becoming more intense. Wave blade slash. After gathering his strength slightly, he swung his greatsword forcefully, unleashing a wave-shaped light blade more than a meter long, which struck the demon worshipper hard. Amidst the splatter of blood, a specially crafted arrow, radiating a rich light, silently shot towards the demon worshipper, piercing his chest before exploding violently. Flames splattered everywhere, and flesh and blood writhed and burned. Roar! With his life threatened, the demon worshipper roared and pulled out his last trump card. He pulled a sinister, pitch-black demon statue from his robes and roared something in a strange tone. The demon statue's eyes glowed red. It uttered strange whispers, and a thick, dark mist rose from its body, flowing into the mouths and noses of the demon worshippers. Instantly, countless fleshy tendrils sprouted from the wounds on the demon worshipper's body, intertwining and pulling at each other to heal the wounds. At the same time, more scales and keratinous barbs grew on his body. His hair fell out, his head deformed and grew horns, and he almost lost all human characteristics, completely turning into a monster. Holy crap, this guy actually has a second stage. Qian Mantang and Zhang Dashuan roared simultaneously, gathering all their strength in their weapons and slashing fiercely at the transforming enemy from the left and right. The demon worshipper shielded the demon statue in his arms, using his body to block the attack. Scales shattered, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Zhang Dashuan raised his shield and ducked to block the enemy's counterattack. Seeing the wounds his attacks had left on the enemy, he felt a slight sense of relief. The monster's defense and physical strength are a little stronger than before, but not to an exaggerated degree. There's still a chance to fight it. But then, it was immediately seen that as soon as the two wounds appeared on the demon worshipper's body, countless tiny buds of flesh began to wriggle and extend out. This healing power. Smack! The demon worshipper raised his hand to block the incoming arrow. Behind the bursting flames, his crimson eyes, besides being filled with anger and madness, were also filled with a thirst for fresh flesh and blood. His extraordinary self-healing ability came at a price. His body's energy was completely depleted, and he desperately needed food to replenish it. All the organs, muscles, and cells in the body are frantically sending hunger signals to the brain. Roar! The demon worshipper struggled to break free of the bear trap, gripping the demon statue with one claw and slamming the other into a fist, which he then slammed heavily against Qian Mantang's shield, sending him staggering backward. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhang Dashuan launched an attack, leaving a huge wound on the back of the demon worshipper. The demon worshipper ignored everything, smashed Qian Mantang aside, and stared with bloodthirsty, scarlet eyes at the few weaker explorers protecting Lin Honglei in the distance. Using both hands and feet, he charged forward at lightning speed, like a mad beast. Zhang Dashuan realized what was happening. His legs glowed, and he chased after them at an even more exaggerated speed. Thump! The demon worshipper suddenly stopped, turned around, and slashed back. Fortunately, Zhang Dashuan reacted quickly and blocked the enemy's attack with his shield, but his charge was interrupted and his body involuntarily retreated several meters. However, just as the demon worshippers repelled one warrior, another mid-level warrior recovered and charged forward like a raging bull. Seeing this, the demon worshipper felt a surge of annoyance. He had no desire to get entangled with these two muscular brutes. If he delays any longer, the evil power he temporarily gained from the demon statue will have nothing to consume and will likely begin to devour his flesh and blood. The demon worshipper leaped away, dodging the warrior's charge, and charged straight at the intermediate archer in the distance, seemingly enraged by Lin Honglei's attack, intending to take out the exploration team's ranged damage dealer first. As he turned his head to scan the area, his gaze clearly lingered for a moment in another patch of dense grass. Chapter 55 Where's My Shit? The treasure chest monster was placed in the trap as bait, and the symbiotic vine wrapped around Zhang Daxuan's neck. As a newly appointed support character, Zhao Huanshi has no skills on the surface and is unable to participate in combat. All he needs to do is hide in a corner and wait for the battle to end. Did that monster sneak a glance at me just now? The demon worshipper felt his gaze was very subtle, but the predatory hunger in his eyes was too intense. Even though the gaze only flashed by, it still made Zhao Huan's heart pound, and alarm bells go off in his mind. That look in their eyes definitely means they've already spotted me. Zhao Huanshi frowned, gripping the steel greatsword tightly in his right hand. The claws of the soul-devouring gloves extended, and a faint red glow appeared in the skull's eye sockets. 2 cards, Goblin Warrior and Shallow Sea Murloc Hunter, materialized between his left fingers, ready to be summoned at any moment. Su Duojin and Li Xiang stood guard with their shields in front of the 2 archers, looking tense and ready to face the enemy. Despite being the obvious target, Lin Honglei showed no sign of panic. She stood tall and straight, her eyes sharp, and the arrow in her hand was poised to be released, with energy constantly gathering on it and emitting a dazzling light. Qian Xiaolin stood to the side and behind Lin Honglei, quickly drew her bow, and shot an arrow at the head of the demon worshipper. She didn't care about causing much damage. As long as she could disrupt the enemy's actions, she would consider it a success. Zhang Daxuan drew upon the remaining strength within him and charged once more. However, this time he did not rush directly behind the enemy, but instead circled around, attempting to block the enemy from the front. Unexpectedly, the demon worshipper suddenly made a sharp turn midway, and with a mocking smile, rushed straight towards the bushes where Zhao Huanshi was hiding. Upon seeing this, Zhang Daxuan's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, this monster's target is Zhao Huanshi. Lin Honglei's eyes were serious. She adjusted the angle of her large bow and shot the arrow, which was imbued with power, towards the position in front of the demon worshipper, attempting to intercept his attack. To everyone's surprise, the demon worshipper neither dodged nor evaded, but instead raised his arm to take the attack head-on. This time, Lin Honglei didn't use the special arrows that could explode, but rather armor-piercing steel arrows with sharp arrowheads and barbs. Although it lacked the explosive effect, its penetrating power was stronger. With the enhancement of the chi-gathering arrow skill, the arrow pierced through the scales and flesh, and pierced into the arm bone of the demon worshipper. The intense pain caused the demon worshipper to let out a cry of agony. He secretly vowed that after he caught the boy in front of him and devoured his flesh to replenish his strength, he would leave the woman who shot the arrow until the very end and torture and ravage her to death. A sinister grin spread across his face as he plunged into the bushes, reaching out to grab. Huh, what's that? It's a goblin. Taking advantage of the enemy's momentary daze, the goblin warrior roared and thrust his fishbone spear into the enemy's eye. But the demon worshipper reacted faster, grabbing the incoming weapon and pulling hard, trying to throw the goblin warrior blocking his way aside. Get out of my way. Unexpectedly, with a snap, the fishbone spear broke cleanly and decisively. You damned greenskin, how dare you play me? Seeing the goblin warrior holding the remaining half of the fishbone, raising the turtle shell in front of him to retreat, the demon worshipper stepped forward and threw a powerful punch. Bang! The turtle shell shattered instantly, and the goblin warrior screamed as he flew backward. The demon worshipper misjudged the situation, exerted too much force, and nearly fell over. Seeing that the enemy had revealed an opening, Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously stepped forward and swung his fine steel greatsword. Once his greatsword had already struck the enemy, he suddenly realized that this wasn't a trial dream anymore. Why was he stupidly heading towards the enemy instead of taking the opportunity to escape? Moreover, this thing's skin is even thicker than a minotaur's. Unless he summons the soul-devouring greatsword, Zhao Huan's strength can only barely cut through its scales, without even damaging the flesh underneath. Zhao Huanshi reacted immediately, releasing his greatsword and rolling on the spot to dodge the demon worshipper's grab. At the same time, he also used the hook claw of the Soul Eater gloves to strike it. The demon worshippers wanted to continue their pursuit, but were interrupted by incoming arrows. Having just been hit by an armor-piercing arrow, his bones were broken and his arm movement was greatly affected. The demon worshipper dared not use his bare body to catch another arrow now. Seeing that Zhang Daxuan and Qian Mantang, two intermediate-level warriors, were charging towards them menacingly, the demon worshipper roared angrily, grabbed the heavily injured goblin warrior who had fallen to the ground, and quickly fled to a distance. Hiding most of his body behind a large tree, he grinned maliciously and bit down on the goblin warrior's throat. You just wait. Wait until I eat this pile of flesh and blood. Ugh, what is this thing? It's so disgusting. Zhao Huanshi hid behind Zhang Daxuan, his eyelids twitching as he watched. This guy is really hungry. He'll even eat a goblin. What's the difference between this and eating shit? Eat. Once I replenish my strength, these bastards in front of me will immediately become my food. So what if we have to eat shit first in order to enjoy a delicious feast of flesh and blood? Unable to find an outlet for its evil power, the demon worshipper has begun to erode his body. The demon worshipper had no other choice but to quickly mentally prepare himself, then close his eyes and take a deep breath. I got nothing. The goblin warrior was already severely injured, and then he was bitten in the throat, bleeding profusely. He finally died completely, and along with the shattered shield and broken fish bones on the ground, he exploded into white magical light and disappeared. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the demon worshippers were dumbfounded. I finally made up my mind to eat shit, and then the shit suddenly exploded and disappeared. Ugh, you bastards, you won't even give me shit to eat. The demon worshipper let out a furious roar. Just as the explorers were on high alert, expecting the creature to launch a furious attack, the demon worshipper unexpectedly turned and fled into the depths of the forest. With the enemy on guard, the demon worshippers were not confident they could snatch someone from the exploration team in a short time. But the evil power within him didn't have much time left. He might as well go into the jungle, catch a few wild beasts, devour their flesh and blood, and recover his strength before seeking revenge on these bastards. Seeing the demon worshipper flee, the exploration team breathed a sigh of relief. The enemy's strength was somewhat unexpected. Whether we could win if we continued fighting was uncertain, but some members would definitely be injured or even killed. What did that guy just say? Qian Mantang doubted his ears. Li Xiang said somewhat uncertainly. It seems like they're saying we won't let him eat shit. Hiss, this bastard is pretty twisted, isn't he? Zhang Daxuan glared at them. Stop talking nonsense. We need to get out of here quickly, or that guy might come back and beat the shit out of you. Lin Honglei pointed to the 4 demon worshippers in the distance, their deaths gruesome. What should we do with these corpses? Old Qian and I will each carry one and take it back to the Special Affairs Bureau. We'll leave the other 2 as is. Hey, you make it sound so easy. Xiaohuan, pick the symbiotic vine off old Zhang and let me wear it for a while. Give it to him. A mid-level warrior is this weak, and all he does is go to the foot massage parlor every day. What do you know? I'm calling this helping women. Chapter 56. The scavenger found a demon statue. That monster can even eat goblins, so why doesn't it eat the corpses of its own companions? Li Xiang asked with some doubt as he quickly tidied up his things. After packing up, Su Duojin slung his backpack over his shoulder and glanced back into the depths of the forest. Who knows? Maybe he doesn't like cold dishes and wants something hot. Speaking of which, was that Goblin Zhao Huanshi summoned beast just now? I didn't expect him to have such a trump card up his sleeve. What's so strange about that? He's not that familiar with us yet. It's normal for him to hold back a little. He's not our captain. You can't just chat with anyone and expose everything. Isn't it usually Brother Qian who does things like exploding underwear? Hey, you know what I mean. The 2 huddled together and let out a strange, chuckling laugh. Why do I feel like someone is cricketing behind my back? Zhao Huan scratched his head and continued selecting heavy objects to put into the mimic's body. He had tried it before. As long as he told the mimic, the things he put in the mimic wouldn't be digested by it. However, once the chest is full of items, the mimic's movements become much slower, and it can no longer swallow and digest its prey. Zhao Huanshi wanted to try letting the treasure chest monster kill its prey and leave it undigested, to see if it could gather all the necessary enhancement materials. But where should we bury it then? The green belt in the community is either made of cement or a septic tank. Where am I supposed to find a place 3 meters deep to dig for me? Or go to a park or a mountain, find a place without cameras. Alternatively, you could dig a hole anywhere near the exit of the green forest, bury the mimic in it, and then dig it out 8 hours later. Thinking about it, Zhao Huanshi quickly shook his head again. What if that ghostly thing smelled the scent and came looking for revenge, only to find me digging a hole by myself with a shovel? Wouldn't I be doomed? Forget it. Let's go back to the city and figure out a solution. At the same time, after the demon worshipper left, he discovered that the scratches left by Zhao Huanshi on his arm were emitting a faint black mist. The surrounding flesh was withered and blackened, some muscles had lost sensation, and his arm had become less flexible. However, the demon worshipper couldn't care less about any of that at this point. Intense hunger and a frenzied bloodlust completely overwhelmed his reason. His body gradually became thinner, and his shape and appearance became increasingly ferocious. Seeing the jungle deer grazing leisurely in the distance, its body glowing with a faint white light, its eyes blazed with red light, its mouth slightly open, drooling as it let out a hoarse roar. It lay on the ground, crawling rapidly with its hands and feet in strange postures, and rushed towards the moonlight forest deer. The deer in the moonlit forest let out a terrified cry, its body light and agile as it leaped away at great speed into the depths of the forest. The demon worshippers ignored everything and relentlessly pursued them, awakening countless tree monsters and ferocious magical plants along the way. Amidst the dense foliage of a large tree, a bright green head suddenly emerged, topped with a few green leaves, gazing with a puzzled expression at the distant jungle where a sudden commotion had broken out. I casually picked a green fruit from a branch, took a big bite, and the strong, sour taste instantly filled my mouth and went straight to my head. The goblin scavenger's face was scrunched up like a green chrysanthemum, his teeth chattering and his muscles twitching. It took him a while to recover. Wow, this flavor is amazing. Maybe the summoner boss will like it. The goblin scavenger stuffed the half-eaten green berries into the tattered burlap sack. Fearing that half a berry wouldn't be enough for Zhao Huan, he picked several more from the branches and stuffed them into the sack as well. The goblin scavenger's tattered sack was heavy, already stuffed with quite a few things. Besides various kinds of fruits, there were also some colorful mushrooms, branches and flowers that emitted a faint magical fluctuation, and unknown plants with soil still clinging to their roots. 2 goblin scavengers risked their lives to dig out monster cores from the roots of man-eating vines. These cores were nearly depleted of magic, and a few stones whose purpose I don't know, but which I feel will be very useful. The commotion in the distance gradually subsided, and the faint hoarse roars of monsters could be heard. The goblin scavenger's nose twitched. He smelled the scent of bargains coming from that direction. He licked his lips, hoisted the burlap sack, and prepared to climb down from the tree. As a result, he lost his footing and fell straight off the tree branch. Excellent. Everything is done in one go, quickly and efficiently, all according to plan. The goblin scavenger casually got up from the ground, carrying a sack in one hand and supporting his waist with the other, and limped toward the direction from which the monster's roar came. As darkness fell, strange noises began to rise from the surroundings, and the bushes and grass rustled, as if some unknown creatures were moving about rapidly inside. The jungle at night is fraught with danger, but the goblin scavenger, carrying a tattered bag, strolls around as if nothing is amiss, as if he were simply wandering into his own living room. Smack! What suddenly jumped out? I slapped it across the face. The goblin scavenger turned around, about to start cursing. Slap! 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 Seeing that the poor-looking goblin was dawdling and not leaving, a bunch of vines sprouted up and lashed at its body, making the goblin scavenger howl and jump away as it fled. Having finally escaped the territory of some unknown entity, the goblin scavenger turned around and spat a mouthful of saliva. Just you wait, I'll set you all on fire sooner or later. After being driven away by jungle natives many times along the way, the goblin scavenger finally reached his destination after going through countless hardships. There was a shriveled, ugly monster bound and pulled by thick vines, its body twisted into a bizarre shape. The monster's limbs were still twitching and shaking slightly, and its mouth was slightly opening and closing, emitting meaningless hoarse roars. The goblin scavenger glanced at it casually and knew that the monster didn't have anything valuable on it. The goblin scavenger glanced down at the ground and spotted a palm-sized, pitch-black demon statue in the distance. His eyes lit up instantly. The goblin scavenger quickly stepped forward, picked up the demon statue, and examined it. The demon statue is exquisitely crafted with rich details, vividly depicting its ferocious and terrifying appearance. Especially those red eyes, which seemed to be inlaid with 2 fire magic gems, looked particularly bright in the night. The moment the goblin scavenger's gaze met the demon's eyes, a strange, rustling whisper suddenly echoed in his mind, drawing him in irresistibly. You've been babbling on and on without giving me a single penny. What are you even talking about? The goblin scavenger curled his lip, then stuffed the dark demon statue into a sack and lay down next to a pile of fruits and mushrooms. Chapter 57 Special Affairs Bureau's Reward. The middle-aged unemployed front exploration team didn't dare to set up camp and sleep at night, fearing they might be attacked by demon worshippers in the middle of the night. They drank water when they were thirsty and ate dry rations when they were hungry, hurrying along the way. After traveling more than halfway, the group found a spot with a relatively open view and stopped for a short rest. When they encountered two other exploration teams, Zhang Daxuan took the initiative to step forward and warn them from a distance. After issuing the warning, he turned and left without offering any further explanation. During the break, Li Xiang asked, "Brother Zhang, it seemed like those people didn't really believe what we were saying. Whether they believe it or not is their business. Whether I do it or not is my business," Zhang Daxuan said. Zhao Huanshi gave Zhang Daxuan a thumbs up. He rubbed his fingers together to create the Goblin Warrior card and looked at the information displayed on it. Remaining repair time, 14 hours and 45 minutes. The Goblin Warrior was killed around 3 or 4 p.m., and the Goblin Warrior card takes 24 hours to repair, so now, it's already 1 or 2 a.m. The Goblin Trio should be back by now. It actually stayed outside for a full 24 hours. Could it be that this time it summoned the Goblin Thief with the strongest survival ability? Zhao Huanshi guessed in his heart, subconsciously rubbing his fingers together, trying to rub out that familiar card. About half an hour later, the rest ended, and everyone was about to continue their journey and return to Explorer Town in one go. Suddenly, Zhao Huanshi had a thought, and he abruptly raised his index and middle fingers, holding a card of the Goblin Trio between them. Zhao Huanshi quickly focused his attention on the greedy space. Everything that had been placed inside was there, except for a lot of unfamiliar mushrooms, fruits, and other things. The style was clearly the work of a goblin scavenger, especially since several of the fruits had been gnawed on. Zhao Huanshi breathed a sigh of relief, then hesitated whether to take out the fist-sized magic gem first and send the goblin out again while they were still within the green forest. Then he saw the demon statue that looked somewhat familiar. Because it was piled up with a bunch of plants, especially gnawed fruit, the surface of the demon statue was covered with many colors, making it red and green, perfectly blending into the surrounding plants, so much so that Zhao Huanshi didn't notice its existence for quite a while. No way. Although the color doesn't quite match, the shape and the evil aura that seems to emanate from across a distance clearly make it the statue carried by the fleeing demon worshipper. Zhao Huan really wanted to take the statue out and examine it, but he was also afraid that this strange-looking thing might carry some kind of peculiar curse that could turn people into the same kind of monsters they had encountered before. Furthermore, it's not appropriate to remove the demon statue from the greed space right now. Explaining the origin of the demon statue would inevitably expose the existence of the Goblin Trio, but apart from his sister, Zhao Huanshi didn't want anyone else to know about his relationship with those three goblins. He always felt that as long as he continued to let them go out to farm and AFK, given the characteristics of these three goblins, they would eventually become something that everyone hated. For your own safety, it's best to avoid contact with them as much as possible. However, the characteristics of the card monster's death are too obvious. Unless there are other professionals with similar abilities, I will be suspected sooner or later. I still need to grow stronger as soon as possible. As for the demon statue, Zhao Huanshi decided to wait until he got home and asked the goblin scavenger before making a decision. This trip has been incredibly fruitful. Let's not send the goblins out to roam any further. Zhao Huanshi originally planned to let the treasure chest monster earn food for him, but he didn't expect Zhang Daxuan and the others to be so cautious. In order to ensure the safety of the team, they actually had to travel overnight to leave the polluted area. Then we can only wait until we return to Explorer's Town and see if we can buy enough fresh monster flesh from other explorers. 7 or 8 hours later, Zhao Huanshi and the others returned to Explorer Town with dark circles under their eyes and looking haggard. I retrieved my phone and other belongings from the storage area and reported the encounter with the suspected demon worshipper to the Special Affairs Bureau. The Special Affairs Bureau seemed to take this news very seriously, instructing the exploration team to wait in Explorer Town with the corpse of the demon worshipper, saying they would send someone over soon. Zhang Daxuan didn't refuse. He and his companions found a restaurant and ordered several dishes that Zhao Huanshi thought were ridiculously expensive. They ate while waiting for the Special Affairs Bureau to arrive. Carrying 2 grotesque, gruesome corpses into a restaurant for a meal, and instead of being afraid or disgusted, the diners around would gather around to watch and chat. This kind of situation is almost impossible to happen in the city. When questioned by onlookers, Zhang Daxuan did not hide anything, explaining that the main reason for hiding the team members was Zhao Huanshi's abilities. The story simply states that a few suspected demon worshippers suddenly started fighting amongst themselves while walking, using words like maybe and probably to subtly suggest that the cause of the conflict was something wrong with the minds of these mutants. When the Special Affairs Bureau came to investigate later, Zhang Daxuan, after questioning Zhao Huanshi, revealed some of the abilities of the symbiotic vine and the mimic, but kept the existence of the Goblin warrior a secret. Isn't Brother Zhang pretty reliable? Why do you guys keep saying he can't keep secrets? While the Special Affairs Bureau investigators were examining the body of the demon worshipper, Zhao Huanshi asked the question that had been on his mind. Lin Honglei glanced at Zhang Daxuan, who was still talking to the investigators, and whispered, "Other people's affairs are fine, but it's mainly his own stuff. He'll tell you everything as you talk, especially after he's had a few drinks." "I see." Zhao Huanshi nodded slightly. At this point, the investigators completed their examination and confirmed that the two corpses were indeed those of demon worshippers. "Thank you for the information. We've taken the body, and the reward will be sent to the exploration team's account later. If you remember any further clues, please contact us immediately." "And that demon worshipper who escaped? We will likely send high-level professionals into the Emerald Forest to search for them, and we will also issue wanted notices and bounties. Although the possibility of being corrupted by the demon statue is unlikely due to your brief contact with it, you should still pay close attention to yourselves and your companion's condition recently. If you notice anything unusual, please contact us immediately." Okay. After the Special Affairs Bureau personnel left, Zhang Daxuan turned around and revealed an unusually bright smile. "Guess how much reward the Special Affairs Bureau gave us?" Lin Honglei said irritably. 8,600,000. It's not like we're deaf. I used over 30,000 worth of armor-piercing and incendiary arrows this time. Old Xian's shield was almost destroyed. Repairing it cost about the same as buying a new one. Your weapon and shield will also need major repairs. After deducting all expenses and costs, we should have around 500,000 left, which is much higher than the previous estimate of 200,000 to 300,000. Chapter 58: Digging a Hole and Burying a Box. At the entrance of Lichuan Garden residential area, an armored minibus with a heavy metal shell rumbled in. The name, Lichuan Garden, seems more suitable for Brother Qin to live in. Bullshit. What do you mean suitable for me to live here? I'm not a prostitute. What are you saying? Are you implying that Xiao Zhao is a prostitute? With Zhao Huanshi's looks, she should be able to become a top courtesan, right? Zhao Huanshi's lips twitched as he bid farewell to the exploration team members one by one, then got out of the car carrying large and small bags. As they approached the entrance of the residential compound, Grandpa Huang and his large dog peered out of the window. Good heavens, who was the genius who converted this minibus into an armored vehicle? It must be worth at least 1.5 million. It's supposedly for easier loading. Actually, Zhao Huan didn't quite understand their thinking. Armored trucks or off-road vehicles seemed much more practical. Uncle Huang, you know a lot about cars. Nonsense, I'm from Dongchuan Guard after all. How did you get off that car? Oh, I've been kept by a rich woman. She insisted I live in a big villa. I begged and pleaded, and she finally let me out. She said she was worried I'd encounter danger on the road, so she sent an armored vehicle to take me. Grandpa Huang rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm blind? Can't you see those big characters on the vehicle, middle-aged unemployment front exploration team? What a terrible name. It looks so unlucky. Well, isn't it better to be a security guard and live a peaceful life? Why become an explorer? You might lose your life out there one day. Zhao Huan smiled to himself, thinking that even demon worshippers had emerged. What peace and stability could there be in this world? Grandpa Huang pointed to the large and small bags in Zhao Huanshi's hands. What are all these things you're carrying? Little Huang's been staring at them so intently, he's practically drooling. His surname is Huang, and he even named his dog Xiao Huang, Little Yellow. Grandpa Huang truly treats his dog like a grandson. These are specialties from the lush green forest, like magic rabbits and green leaf snakes. I happen to have a few extra here. I can give you 2 if you want. Zhao Huanshi was also surprised to find that the monster flesh needed to strengthen the treasure chest monster could be bought directly at the restaurant in Explorer Town. Although they were all weak but delicious low-level monsters that were captured and used as food, they were just right for Zhao Huan. The enhancement of Mimic only requires the type and quantity of the monster's flesh and blood, unlike gems, which make special provisions. The strength of the monster should not have any impact on the enhancement result of the card. The price was a bit high. The corpses and pieces of flesh from 8 different monsters cost Zhao Huanshe over 20,000 yuan in total. Upon hearing that it was monster food from the contaminated area, Grandpa Huang quickly waved his hand, telling him to leave. Don't let Xiao Huang get a taste of it. Or if this guy causes trouble, my monthly salary won't even cover 2 meals for him. Back home, Zhao Huanshe put the things in his hands aside, took out the Goblin trio, and retrieved the fist-sized red magic gem. Even through the space of greed, Zhao Huanshe felt that this gem was extraordinary. After it was taken out, a rich, scorching magical energy emanated from the lava crystal core, causing the temperature of the entire room to rise significantly. Even though there was no burning sensation in his palm, Zhao Huan felt as if he was holding not a gemstone, but a fireball that could explode at any moment. It's at least a high-grade magic material, and it's very rare. Zhao Huan searched online and on the Special Affairs Bureau's app for a long time, but only found some rare materials with similar properties, but they all looked somewhat different from the gem in his hand. Should I sell it for money, or use it to upgrade the treasure mimic? My card is almost empty. Just as Zhao Huan was hesitating, a text message suddenly popped up on his phone. Upon opening the notification, he found it was a bank transfer notification. Someone had transferred over 110,000 yuan to him. At the same time, Zhang Dashuan's message also came through. They said the money was a reward from the Special Affairs Bureau, and since Zhao Huanshe might be short of money, they had Lin Honglei estimate the cost and transfer Zhao Huanshe's share of the money first. After selling the monster materials, there will be a sum of money, but that money will only be transferred to Zhao Huanshe after all costs have been calculated. Zhao Huanshe opened the bank app, looked at the 5-figure balance, and his smile gradually turned into a distorted expression. Selling it is a waste. It's easy to sell, but hard to buy it back. I'll use it to strengthen my cards. Moreover, upon closer reflection, there are still so many things in the greedy space. Just the materials and monster cores he recognizes inside could fetch tens of thousands of dollars if sold. He's actually not that short of money at all. If all else fails, isn't there still that thing? Zhao Huanshe focused his attention on the demon statue that had been dyed in bright colors, greatly reducing its evil aura. The Special Affairs Bureau's app has a reward of 500,000 yuan offered specifically for the demon statue in the possession of the demon worshipper. If it weren't for the fact that it would expose the Goblin trio, Zhao Huan would have already taken a taxi to the Special Affairs Bureau to collect his reward. This thing feels really weird. Let's call the scavenger out and ask him. Zhao Huanshe threw the card on the ground. The light coalesced into a goblin wielding a small knife, with a sleazy air about it. The goblin thief looked around and realized he was in Zhao Huanshe's house. He immediately turned his head to look at the kitchen. Zhao Huan realized that it was a goblin thief, hesitated for a moment, and did not take it back. After all, we brought back so many spoils of war, we should at least reward it. Go get whatever you want to eat. Seeing the goblin thief nod and run eagerly to the kitchen with drool dripping down his face, Zhao Huanshe lowered his head and continued with his own work. Summon the mimic and take out everything that was inside its body. Then he put in the metal parts he bought at the hardware store he passed by, along with the monster's flesh and blood and the blazing gem in his hand. These are all materials for you to strengthen, so don't eat them all, Zhao Huan said to the treasure chest monster. Click-clack. The mimic understood, closed the lid, lay down on the ground, and stared with its big ruby eyes, looking very obedient. Zhao Huanshe gently patted the golden box and put it away again. Seeing that it was getting dark outside, I felt that it was about time. Zhao Huanshe summoned the goblin thief who was happily munching on a chicken leg, then went to a supermarket near the neighborhood to buy a shovel and wandered around. When the night was deep and quiet, Zhao Huanshe took a shovel and ran into a nearby park. He found a secluded corner, hid in the shadows, and began to dig. The 3-meter deep hole was much harder to dig than Zhao Huanshe had imagined. Working from the dead of night until dawn, Zhao Huanshe finally managed to bury the treasure chest monster in the ground and refill the soil before the elderly people in the neighborhood came out for their walks. After briefly covering himself with withered branches and leaves, Zhao Huanshe hurriedly left with his shovel. Chapter 59 The Mind-Laying Genius is actually me. Zhao Huanshe hadn't slept for 2 consecutive nights and had been busy all night. When he got home, he was so tired that he took off his clothes, threw them aside, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep immediately. When I woke up, it was already dark. I glanced at the time. It was a little past 7 p.m. I slept for 13 hours. No wonder I was so hungry. Zhao Huanshe rubbed his hair, which looked like a bird's nest from sleeping, and groggily got out of bed. He rummaged through the kitchen for a bit, ate a few bites, picked up a shovel, and went out. Although he would have to wait until there were fewer people before digging the mimic out of the ground, it wouldn't stop him from taking a look at it in the park now. This kid came back covered in mud in the morning and went out with a shovel in the evening. Is he going to dig up a grave or bury a corpse? Inside the guardhouse, watching Zhao Huanshe leave with his shovel, Grandpa Huang muttered to himself with some confusion. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the distance. Grandpa Huang was slightly taken aback, then realized what he meant. It's a spatial rift alarm. He hurriedly took the shotgun off the wall, opened the drawer, took out the ammunition, and left the guardhouse with his big dog, Xiao Huang. He then directed the panicked crowd running out of the community to take refuge in a nearby shelter. Although the houses in the community are of good quality, who knows what kind of monsters might come out of the spatial rift? Maybe when the fighting starts, they'll demolish the whole community. While there's still time, it's safer to stay in the shelter. Zhao Huanshe was completely stunned when he saw the large spatial rift that suddenly appeared in the middle of the park and was suspended more than 10 meters in the sky. Holy crap! No way! With a piercing roar, a giant burrowing worm, its body covered in thick rocks, its mouth wide open like a chrysanthemum, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, emerged from the spatial rift. Hiss, a giant excavator? As soon as this guy appeared, Zhao Huan felt that the treasure chest monster was probably in grave danger, so he turned and ran without hesitation. Fortunately, if it hadn't been dug up, the mimic's enhancement ritual should have been completed, and all the materials inside its body would have been consumed. Even if it died, there wouldn't be any loss. At that moment, the roar of aircraft wings filled the sky as more than a dozen armed drones quickly arrived. Upon seeing that the monster emerging from the spatial rift was a giant burrowing worm, the drones did not launch an immediate attack. Armed drones carry only light firepower, which is unlikely to cause any damage to the giant burrowing worms covered in rocks. On the contrary, if the giant burrowing worms are attacked, they will retaliate by spitting large rocks or concentrated acid at the drones, which could easily injure nearby refugees. Although the armed drones did not launch an attack, the giant burrowing worms still sensed a faint threat from these never-before-seen mechanical creations and instinctively wanted to burrow underground to hide. Just do it. The giant burrowing worm plunged headfirst into the ground beneath the spatial rift. Boom! The ground suddenly shook, and a huge explosion rang out behind us, the flames instantly illuminating the entire sky. Zhao Huanshe turned his head and saw gushing hot magma, carrying countless dust particles, shooting into the sky. A giant burrowing worm, half its body buried underground, its gaping maw billowing black smoke, resembling a giant, burnt sausage, screamed as it flew into the sky. Holy crap! Who planted a super landmine under the park? Zhao Huanshe's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed. With a slight thought, he rubbed his thumb together, and a monster card with cracks on its surface appeared. Huh? So this mine-laying prodigy is me. Card enhancement complete. The Greedy Mimic's box durability and fire resistance have been greatly increased. The Greedy Mimic has received an additional boost and has been changed to the Fiery Greedy Mimic. Green Monster Card, Fiery Greedy Mimic. An ordinary Greedy Mimic chest, after being enhanced by the rare, high-grade magical material lava crystal core, gains the power of fire and magma. Perfect disguise. The Fiery Greedy Mimic can disguise itself as various types of chests depending on its surroundings, quietly waiting in the corners of the maze or soaking in volcanic lava, patiently waiting for its prey to come to it. Blazing Greed. The light of greed awakens the desires within its prey, lowering their sanity. When in scorching environments such as volcanic lava, the light of greed is amplified, causing the prey's desires to swell and accelerate, making them irritable, easily angered, and extremely aggressive. Flammable and explosive. The Fiery Greedy Mimic is too low-level to fully harness the power of the lava core, but it can coat its body with scorching flames, inflicting burning damage on enemies during both defense and offense. When the Fiery Greedy Mimic dies, it detonates the lava core, instantly releasing all the power within the core and causing a terrifying lava explosion. Gem Charge. After the Fiery Greedy Mimic is damaged and repaired, the lava core needs to draw fire magic from the environment to replenish itself. The flammable and explosive properties will be temporarily reduced and gradually recover over time. The Fiery Greedy Mimic will not trigger a lava explosion effect upon death until its lava core magic is fully replenished. Improving card quality or linking with certain fire-related cards can shorten gem recharge time. A monster and a heat box. The fiery, greedy mimic can now be used not only to store items, but also to heat and keep items or food warm. Status: damaged. Remaining repair time: 35 hours and 59 minutes. Remaining time for the lava core to fully charge: 719 hours and 59 minutes. Holy crap, 720 hours of repair time, 24 hours a day, means the mimic's self-destruct can only be used once a month. Zhao Huan was initially shocked, but then he thought of the lava explosion earlier, which had blown even a huge burrowing worm into the sky, and felt that it was reasonable for the explosion to last a long time. With a mind this powerful, once a month should be enough. Moreover, as the quality of mimic cards improves in the future, the gem recharge time will be shortened. In that case, if we encounter a dream trial that's hard to pass by intelligence, can we just throw the mimic out? No, the distance of the flying card is only 10 meters. With that power, it would definitely blow me up too. We still have to let the mimic lure the monsters out on its own. The light of greed lures monsters, then lets the treasure chest monster fight them one-on-one. If it can win, it kills the enemy. If not, it blows them up, or it launches a suicidal charge directly at the enemy. This ability is simply invincible. As Zhao Huanshi was lost in thought, another piece of information popped into his mind. Card Monster Summoner class level increased to LV5. All attributes +1. Professional skill, card throwing. Throwing range increased from 10 meters to 20 meters. Unlock professional skill, card swap. Swap. Use a flying card or other method to make monster A touch a monster B that is already in battle, instantly summoning monster A and immediately recalling monster B. This skill doesn't seem very useful. When you encounter an enemy, just go all in and let the monsters gang up on you for a righteous brawl. Why bother changing your cards? Chapter 60 couldn't have been buried with a shovel, could it? Of course, there was more than one burrowing worm that emerged from the spatial rift. Compared to the first giant burrowing worm that emerged and was blown away by a landmine, the worms that emerged later were much smaller, and the rocks or scales covering their bodies were thinner. As soon as these burrowing worms emerged, armed drones hovering in the sky launched an attack, seemingly trying to suppress them behind the spatial rift before they could emerge. The burrowing worms launched a counterattack, spewing rhomboid stones or corrosive solution projectiles into the sky. The armed drones skillfully evade attacks, while simultaneously guiding the burrowing worm's direction of attack. As for the damage to the surrounding buildings, the explosion just now blew up most of the park's land, leaving a huge crater. The 4-lane road next to the park arches up a hill, resembling a small volcano that has just erupted. As long as the burrowing worms don't shoot too far, they won't cause much more damage. Subsequently, armored vehicles arrived and bombarded the spatial rift with artillery from a distance, blasting the burrowing worms that crawled out into a pile of mangled flesh. The other burrowing worms, probably aware of the danger, hid behind spatial rifts and, relying on the fact that artillery fire couldn't penetrate them, spit at the enemy. Suddenly, a huge howling sound came from the sky. Holy crap, a missile? That's unnecessary, isn't it? Zhao Huanshi suddenly looked up at the sky. But then a blurry figure enveloped in a whirlwind descended from the sky, hovering high above, waving a staff in its hand, gathering the surrounding magic power to condense into a blue hurricane. After the drone swarm quickly retreated, the hurricane, carrying countless rapidly spinning wind blades, rushed into the spatial rift, shredding the burrowing worms inside to pieces. Although the distance was too far to see the face clearly, there was only one wind mage with such power in the entire Dongchuan city. Dongchuan Fengshen, Lin Xingfeng. Some say he is now a high-level mage, while others say he has advanced to a higher-level profession that is even more powerful than a mage. Why did Fengshen, a powerful missile, come here? This is even more absurd than dropping a missile. Suddenly realizing something, Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened sharply. It shouldn't have been attracted here by the mimic's self-destruction, right? After a while, the spatial rift closed and disappeared. Lin Xingfeng looked around and found nothing unusual, then rode the raging wind away. Patrols surrounded the area around the park, and swarms of armed drones patrolled the skies. Shortly after, a fully armed army, equipped with sophisticated instruments, entered the park and began carefully searching the crater left by the explosion. Although the security appeared tight, Dongchuan Guard only prohibited people from entering or leaving, but did not prevent crowds from gathering and watching outside the cordon. They simply scanned back and forth intentionally or unintentionally, using the electronic eyes worn on their helmets to retrieve the identity information of the onlookers and observe their changes in expression. Zhao Huanshi only glanced at it from afar, not daring to go over and join the fun. With a calm expression, he carried his shovel and walked past. A soldier glanced at him casually, and the electronic eye immediately retrieved his information. A scavenger with nearly 2.5 years of work experience was dismissed by the Special Affairs Bureau. He joined the middle-aged, unemployed front exploration team as a temporary member. He discovered demon worshippers in the Emerald Forest and reported it to the Special Affairs Bureau. He became a full member of the middle-aged, unemployed front exploration team. Yesterday afternoon, he returned to Lichuan Garden Community, went out to buy a shovel, and allegedly entered the park in the middle of the night, not leaving until the morning. Marked as a key suspicious person. Captain, look at this person's information. Reviewing the surveillance footage, he did seem a bit suspicious, but apart from the shovel, he didn't seem to have any other suspicious items on him. As for his resume, what kind of reason for dismissal is this? Did he offend someone in the Special Affairs Bureau? Judging from the magical reaction, this explosion likely involved a powerful magical creature lurking beneath the park. It was unexpectedly attacked by a burrowing worm, prompting it to retaliate with magic and thus revealing its location. It shouldn't have anything to do with the shovel. It's impossible that he buried the monster there, right? Oh well, let's get the surveillance system to keep an eye on it. Yes. Zhao Huanshi had no idea that he had become a low-level VIP in the city's surveillance system. He returned home and waited quietly for a while. He didn't hear anyone come to check the water meter, nor did a fully armed Dongchuan guard suddenly burst in and aim a bunch of weapons at his head. Zhao Huan glanced at the few magical plants, still covered in soil, in the cardboard box on the table, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He was just thinking that if Dongchuan Wei came to ask him what he was doing in the park in the middle of the night, he would say that he had picked a few plants from the lush forest and planted them in an inconspicuous spot in the park to see if they could grow. Since most of the park has been blown up, it's normal that there's no trace of any planted vegetation. As for whether Dongchuan Wei would believe him, he wasn't really confident. If all else failed, he would have no choice but to confess honestly. After all, I didn't intentionally destroy or bomb the park, so I shouldn't send him to a live broadcast, right? Little did they know that Dongchuan Wei was currently in a hurry to find the trace of that non-existent powerful monster, and had no time to pay attention to a man carrying a shovel. The next day at noon, Dongchuan Wei lifted the cordon and left the scene, and the maintenance team entered the site to repair the road and park. Zhao Huanshi ran downstairs, sat by the flower bed, and listened to the elderly people chatting for a while. He then went to the guardhouse and chatted with Grandpa Huang for a bit. Not noticing anything unusual, he finally relaxed completely. Back home, summon the Goblin Scavenger and inquire about the origin of the demon statue. The Goblin Scavenger started chattering and gesturing wildly. You mean this statue promised you immense power and endless wealth, and then said that with that power, wealth would be readily available, and you think it's just trying to fool you? Gitska la Jili Golu. This broken statue is treating the clever Goblin Scavenger like a fool, making empty promises. If it weren't for its some value, it would have been thrown into the mud long ago. So, the demon worshipper ended up running into the central area of the lush forest, where he was attacked by magical plants, leaving behind a demon statue that was later retrieved by a Goblin Scavenger. Zhao Huan finally understood what had happened and looked at the demon statue in the greedy space. Since this thing can even actively manipulate minds, let's just let it stay in the greed space. Its origins are unclear, and we can't exchange it for a reward from the Special Affairs Bureau. We'll figure out what to do with it later. Seeing Zhao Huanshi lost in thought, talking to himself, the Goblin Scavenger picked his nose, dragged his tattered sack to the living room, found the TV remote on the sofa, recalled the functions of the buttons on the remote, fumbled to turn on the TV, and sat on the floor to watch it with great interest. Zhao Huanshi was startled awake by the sound of the television and turned to see the Goblin Scavenger sitting on the floor, grinning foolishly. Weren't you quite reluctant to watch TV last time? Zhao Huanshi chuckled and went to the kitchen to get 2 bags of chicken legs, which he then tossed to the Goblin Scavenger. Chapter 61 consists of people who aren't very bright. Monster cores, magic crystals, and some other magical materials that Zhao Huan already recognized or could find information about online. Zhao Huanshi planned to take these items out of the greed space and sell them to the middleman he had previously cooperated with. Although the price is lower than the market price, it is discreet and unlikely to attract attention. There were some materials that I couldn't find information about online, and I took a picture of them along with the plants that the goblin scavengers had pulled up whole, mud and soil, and sent it to Zhao Lejia. I said it was a local specialty that a friend brought back from the lush forest, and I wanted to ask her if she recognized it. Zhao Huanshi believed that his sister would understand what he meant. After sending the photos, Zhao Huanshi put his phone aside and continued organizing the materials in his hands. Zhao Lejia seems to be very busy with experiments, so she might not reply to messages until the evening. But less than 5 minutes later, Zhao Lejia called. Zhao Lejia's tone was somewhat displeased. Ew. Did your friend go to a high-risk area? How could he go to such a dangerous place? Hey, my friend, the one whose girlfriend cheated on him, and he was so green with envy. He probably didn't want to live anymore, so he ran into a high-risk area. But who knew he didn't die and even brought back a lot of stuff? Zhao Huanshi hinted. Zhao Lejia suddenly realized. Oh, you mean that person? These plants of yours are a bit special. They haven't appeared in the polluted areas near Dongchuan City before. You should tell your friend to keep these plants. I need them. I'll ask for leave in a few days. They'll probably wither and die in a few days, right? Should we soak them in water for now? No. Zhao Lejia hesitated for a moment. Why don't you come over tomorrow and bring the things to the research area? I can apply for research funding from the professor and buy all of these things. Public funds. Certainly. My friend said he wants to pay more. I'll try my best to get it for him. Okay. I'll deliver it to you tomorrow morning. I'm going to talk to the teacher now. By the way, the inspiration I brought from home has made great progress in the artificial cultivation of Aramona's hydropiper. I might get a bonus later. Should I ask the teacher to use his connections to buy you a better set of equipment? You can keep it for yourself. I haven't decided what career path I should take in the future, so buying it would be a waste. Okay then. Call me when you arrive tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Lejia thought for a while, prepared her words, and then turned to find her teacher. Halfway there, they ran into members of other research project groups. Huang Tianxiao, a man in his late 20s, with a slightly disheveled appearance, wearing black-rimmed glasses and a dull gaze, perfectly fits the stereotypical image of a bookish researcher. Hello, senior. Zhao Lejia greeted him. Huang Tianxiao quickly forced a polite smile. Hey. Hello, junior. For Huang, wouldn't it be more polite not to say hello? Zhao Lejia muttered to herself, then glanced back and saw that Huang Tianxiao seemed to be heading towards the research area gate. Is Senior Huang going out? She quickly put the matter out of her mind and continued to think about how to get more money from the teacher for her brother. After completing the formalities at the guards, Huang Tianxiao walked out of the research area gate, raised his hand to hail a taxi, and got in. The taxi sped along the road. Huang Tianxiao looked around in the back seat of the taxi, but couldn't find what he was looking for. He paused for a moment, wondering if he had gotten into the wrong car. At that moment, the driver in front suddenly spoke. Stop looking, the item hasn't been delivered. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianxiao frowned, and his previously dull eyes suddenly turned sharp and savage. What's going on? Wasn't it planned that I would bring the stuff into the research area? Something unexpected happened. Before our people even arrived, the cannon fodder the demon priest had hired got into infighting in the Emerald Forest, and then they got into a fight with a group of explorers. The matter of the demon statue has now been exposed. The Special Affairs Bureau has dispatched the breakthrough team to the Emerald Forest to find the escaped demon worshipper and the demon statue he possessed. They have also issued a high reward for clues. The driver spoke calmly, but Huang Tianxiao's expression was quite unpleasant. Damn demon priest, why didn't you just send your own men instead of those brain-dead idiots? You wouldn't feel sorry if an idiot died. So what do we do now? Stay home for the night as planned, and return to the research area tomorrow morning. The sensing array we obtained from the demon priest has been set up. As long as the demon statue remains in this world, we will soon be able to locate it. Huang Tianxiao calmed down. Won't the Special Affairs Bureau beat us to it? Perhaps. But as long as the organization's plan hasn't been exposed, if one demon statue is missing, we can just have the demon priest send another one over. I doubt it will refuse. I always feel like we're dealing with a tiger for its skin. We're too weak right now, so taking some risks to achieve our goals is normal. Creating a better future and a new world. Huang Tianxiao raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with sarcasm. His face then contorted into a grimace. Ha ha ha, I don't care about the future. I just want them all to die. I'll love you even if it kills me. I won't be satisfied until I've loved you to the fullest. Gobla wala wa. The goblin warriors shook their heads and swayed, making indistinct noises along with the music from the speakers, which made Zhao Huanshi's head buzz. Fortunately, his house is well soundproofed, so the goblin's screams shouldn't disturb the neighbors next door. Looking over at the bathroom, the bathtub was full of water, and next to it was a small plastic stool. A black-scaled fishman, holding a fishbone fishing rod, was intently fishing in the crystal-clear water. This murloc hunter doesn't seem to be very bright. The goblin scavenger was still sitting on the floor, watching TV and grinning like an idiot. You're laughing like that even if you can understand it. You're probably not a very bright person. Zhao Huanshe originally thought that these card monsters seemed to have their own independent thoughts, and it was a bit pitiful for them to stay in the cards all the time. So he summoned them out to let them get some fresh air and exchange feelings with them. But now he's starting to regret it. Especially that noisy goblin warrior. If it weren't for the fact that it had risked its life for me before, I would have stuffed it back into the card long ago. From this perspective, among the card monsters in my hand, apart from the symbiotic vine, which has little consciousness, the mimic and chocobo are the most obedient. Unfortunately, the mimic hasn't been fully repaired yet, and the chocobo is too big to summon in the room. Chapter 62, Delivering Materials. Worried that it would interfere with her younger sister's research, Zhao Huanshe carried 2 snakeskin bags early in the morning and took a bus for more than 2 hours to reach the entrance of the West 4 research area. Zhao Lijia rushed out of the gate. Why did you come so early? Isn't it because I was worried about interfering with your work? Zhao Huanshe said with a smile. He opened the 2 burlap sacks. These are the things you asked for. Here are some other materials. Take a look and see if you need anything. If you don't want them, I'll have someone take care of them later. Just as Zhao Lijia was about to say something, her eyes lit up when she saw several large, colorful mushrooms in the snakeskin bag. He took a pair of rubber gloves out of his pocket, put them on, and carefully removed the colorful mushrooms. Upon seeing this, Zhao Huanshe's eye twitched slightly. What would happen if we just took these mushrooms directly? If you accidentally come into contact with the sap secreted by the bacteria, you may experience mild poisoning, which can cause temporary muscle paralysis, Zhao Lijia said, then realized. You weren't wearing gloves when you picked it up? Why are there teeth marks on it? Did you bite it? I'd have to be crazy to bite this. Zhao Huanshe rolled his eyes. It must have been my friend who got cheated on who bit it when he was looking for trouble. Your friend? He's really lucky. They are indeed quite tough. But what's the use of these poisonous mushrooms? To concoct poisons and antidotes. There's an alchemist's potion recipe that includes a highly poisonous enhancement potion that also uses some highly poisonous mushrooms. I'll take it back and try it out. Maybe I can concoct a scientifically based potion. A highly toxic enhancer? It's that kind of one-time potion that makes you super powerful, but you die when the power spike ends. This one-time use doesn't refer to the medicine itself, but rather to the person who takes it, right? Just then, Huang Tianxiao passed by and saw Zhao Lijia carrying a snakeskin bag, chatting and laughing with a man of similar age. He was slightly taken aback. In a daze, Huang Tianxiao seemed to see that familiar pair of figures again, standing somewhat awkwardly at the school gate with snakeskin bags in their hands, their faces showing kind and joyful expressions when they saw him appear. Who is that person? Why is he staring at us? Zhao Huanshe said in a low voice. Zhao Lijia turned her head and saw Huang Tianxiao had just woken up. He smiled and nodded at her before turning and walking towards the research area gate. That's strange. Why does Senior Huang look so odd? It was really strange. The way he looked at me was like he was looking at an elderly father. Your suitor? How could that be? Senior Huang is a doctoral student at our school. He and his supervisor are researching space rift-related projects in the research area. He's usually very quiet and doesn't talk much. I'm not very familiar with him either, but his supervisor has a good relationship with our teachers, and sometimes they eat together. Zhao Huanshe nodded. Indeed, she doesn't seem like the type you would like. Zhao Lijia asked in confusion, what type do I like? A rich and handsome guy with melancholic eyes, frequent insomnia, domineering on the surface but soft on the inside, lacking any basic life skills and likely to starve to death at any moment, but with 8-pack abs when he takes off his clothes. Zhao Lijia glared at Zhao Huanshe and said through gritted teeth, Zhao Huanshe, did you sneak into my room and go through my novels? Zhao Huan grinned. Zhao Lijia rolled her eyes. Then, as if remembering something, whispered, why don't you ask your friend to go in and sell some mushrooms? We've almost used up the last one. Don't treat people like idiots. Besides, I can't control which friend comes. Who knows what trouble they might cause in the city and get me involved. And we have activities tonight, so we need to conserve our energy. Tonight? Well, the event time isn't very fixed right now, but based on previous experience, the venue for tonight's event might be a bit larger than before. Oh, Then you should go back and prepare properly. There's not much we can prepare. You can prepare yourself mentally beforehand. Tisk. Understanding his sister's meaning, Zhao Huanshi glared at her irritably. However, if you need mushrooms, I can get them for you right now, but their origin is. Zhao Lejia shook her head slightly. Never mind. Let's talk about it later. I told the teacher about the information you provided before as a guess. Maybe someone will find fresh mushrooms based on this information later. Zhao Huanshi recalled the Goblin scavenger's experience of gathering mushrooms. Unless a highly skilled professional went underground for adventure and stumbled upon a two-hole mushroom along the way, it would probably be difficult for an ordinary exploration team to find one. By the way, although the teacher has already submitted the money for purchasing these materials, it will take some time for it to be approved. My bonus will also take some time to come. Do you have enough money on you? TCH. This little brat is already worrying about me. Look, this is the money they gave me a couple of days ago when I went on a mission with the exploration team. Zhao Huan used his mobile phone to show his sister his bank card balance. So many? What kind of mission is so lucrative? Is the exploration team leader a woman? You wouldn't. Zhao Lejia's eyes widened in shock. TSK. Our captain is a guy in his 40s and a longtime anime fan. The older brother is in even greater danger. Zhao Lejia, does your teacher know about this strange trait of yours? What strange attribute? I don't have any. I'm just concerned about you. Your brother here is a rare profession, after all. Whether it's the symbiotic vine or the treasure mimic, I've made outstanding contributions to the team, and my future development is limitless. What's so strange about the exploration team giving me a bigger share of the profits to win me over? Zhao Huan emphasized his own importance, fearing his sister would worry unnecessarily, and never mentioned encountering the demon worshipper in the Emerald Forest. Yes, my older brother is the best. Zhao Lejia gave Zhao Huanshi a thumbs up, albeit somewhat perfunctorily and without any sincerity. It's almost time. I should go in now. Be careful on your way back. I know, but you should also be careful. After all, it's a contaminated area, and there might be some danger. Zhao Huanshi reminded him. Don't worry, with a talent like me, I might suddenly awaken as a pharmacist tomorrow. What combat abilities does a pharmacist, a logistics profession, possess? Zhao Huan frowned, but a scene popped into his mind. Facing a monster, his sister took out a bottle of purple potion bubbling with lots of bubbles and drank it all in one gulp. In an instant, her size exploded, transforming her from a delicate girl wearing glasses into a bizarre monster 3 or 4 meters tall. Laughing maniacally, she charged forward and smashed the monster into small pieces, picking them up and stuffing them into its gaping maw. Zhao Huanshi was amused by his own thoughts. This kind of combat ability was more like that of an alchemist, while a pharmacist was far inferior to an alchemist. It is said that one can awaken to become an alchemist, but there has never been a single instance in Donchuan City so far. Chapter 63 Villagers? The remaining items were packed into a snakeskin bag, which Zhao Huanshi carried to North District 5. Knowing the way well, they walked through a back alley of a street and into a small door. This is where Zhao Huanshi used to dispose of stolen goods when he was a street cleaner. The owner here is Zhou Liaoshu, and people call him Rat. Zhao Huanshi didn't know his background. He was able to do this kind of work in Donchuan City without being arrested. Although the Special Affairs Bureau deliberately let him go, not just anyone could do it. Besides, this guy didn't try to hide his business at all. The reason he opened a small door in the back alley was simply to make it easier for customers to enter and exit without attracting attention. Zhao Huanshi wore a hoodie, mask, and sunglasses, completely covering his face. When they went in, Zhou Liaoshu had just finished a transaction with someone. Upon seeing someone enter, the customer, who was even more covered up than Zhao Huanshi, wearing height-increasing insoles and shoulder pads, making it impossible to tell whether he was male or female, nodded to Zhou Liaoshu and turned to leave. After the person left, Zhao Huanshi couldn't help but complain. Wrapped up like that, are you sure there's really a person inside? Zhou Liaoshu ignored his words and instead said with some surprise, didn't you go to be an explorer? How come you still have time to come here? Is it because you haven't finished clearing out the goods you left behind? Damn, I disguised myself like this, and you recognized me without even looking? Zhou Liaoshu was speechless. Where's the pretense in your appearance? Thinking about the customer who had just left, Zhao Huanshi really had nothing to refute, so he simply handed over the snakeskin bag in his hand. Zhou Liaoshu emptied the contents of the bag, picked through them, and then picked up 2 gnawed fruits, looking at Zhao Huanshi with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Can't we use materials that have been gnawed on? Didn't you also accept the materials that were half-eaten by bugs last time? Zhao Huan asked, puzzled. Zhou Liaoshu shook his head. I'm just curious. Who has such good teeth that they can even put their mouth on something like this? A normal person would feel unbearably sour just from the smell. Moreover, these materials were clearly only recently harvested, and Zhou Liaoshu couldn't understand why Zhao Huanshi wanted to sell them to him. However, he didn't ask any more questions. He checked the materials, estimated the price at 12,000, and seeing that Zhao Huan had no objections, he took out the cash and gave it to him. Then, the items Zhao Huanshi brought were thrown into several boxes behind him, mixed together with similar materials brought by other customers, making them indistinguishable. Apart from the few gnawed fruits and mushrooms, they stood out conspicuously among the pile of ingredients. Night. Zhao Huanshi was sleeping soundly, just about to start dreaming, when he was suddenly forced to turn on his phone and woke up. Trial objective. Help the villagers clear out the monsters and reclaim the occupied village. Huh? Villagers? Upon seeing the mission objective, Zhao Huanshi was momentarily stunned. Could we possibly see living people in the trial dream? Before he could continue thinking, a series of crackling sounds suddenly rang out around him, like bones stretching and rubbing together, along with eerie groans and howls that he was very familiar with. Zhao Huanshi then realized that he was in a dark valley, surrounded by many mummified corpses and skeletons with tattered clothes and remains hanging from their bodies. Perhaps realizing that a guest had arrived, the mummies and skeletons lit up with eerie flames in their eyes and rose to their feet, preparing to hold a feast to warmly welcome Zhao Huanshi, their unfamiliar guest. Two ghosts even emerged from the corpses and the ground, hovering in midair and letting out mournful howls at Zhao Huanshi, making his head spin. Holy crap! The places we came in from before were all pretty safe. How come we ended up in a graveyard this time? Zhao Huanshi flicked his right hand, throwing all the monster cards in front of him. He took a step back, pulled out the soul-devouring greatsword stuck in the ground, and swept it backward. A mummified corpse, bearing its fangs and claws, charged forward. Its head was smashed to pieces by the greatsword. Its skull flew 5 meters into the air, and its body tilted to the side before collapsing to the ground, motionless. They all seem to be low-level undead, not difficult to deal with, except for those two wraiths which are a bit troublesome. The soul-devouring greatsword cannot draw life force from the undead, and with the valley being dimly lit and the symbiotic vine unusable, Zhao Huan's stamina consumption will increase significantly during the battle. He must end the battle as soon as possible. At this moment, several monster cards landed and materialized into monster shapes. The goblin warrior blocked the skeleton's lunge with his shield, let out a low growl, pushed the enemy aside, and thrust his fishbone spear with all his might, severing the skeleton's head completely. The Murloc hunter was much stronger than the goblin warrior, and his weapon was also more sturdy. Holding the gun with both hands, he swung it forcefully and smashed the heads of 2 mummies off with a single blow. In addition to its original ruby eyes, the mimic has an extra, slightly dull, round ruby on the back of the box, hiding a listless, sleepy-looking big eyeball. The lava core released scorching energy, forming a blazing flame that enveloped the mimic, as if a campfire had been lit in a dark valley, instantly brightening the surroundings. The giant, flame-encased pincers swung violently, smashing all the legs of the creature taller than itself, and burning it as firewood. The goblin merchant quickly hid behind his companions, secretly sizing them up by the firelight, a clear look of disgust on his face. A bunch of paupers, they don't have a single thing of value on them. Zhao Huan also looked at it with great disdain. How come this thing that could not even defeat an ordinary goblin came out? However, Zhao Huan didn't have time to pay attention to this guy right now. Feeling the scorching firelight emanating from the mimic, he cut down the 2 undead in front of him and summoned the symbiotic vine to wrap around his right arm. The 2 ghosts continued to hiss and roar, carrying a faint mental impact that disturbed Zhao Huanshi and the card monster's minds. The goblin merchant, driven mad by the noise, couldn't help but jump up and point at the ghosts above his head, shouting insults. You 2 penniless wretches, the goblin lord already finds you unlucky enough, and yet you keep howling like ghosts. The 2 ghosts paused, then opened their mouths and let out an even sharper roar, their faces contorted as they pounced on the goblin merchant. The goblin merchant let out a strange cry and crouched down, covering his head. Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up, and he swung his sword backhand, sweeping it across the body of a ghost. Unfortunately, the soul-devouring greatsword hadn't absorbed any life force yet, and the ghostly mist on its blade wasn't thick enough to instantly kill the ghost. It only made the ghost's body fade considerably, and it fled with a miserable howl. The mimic leaped with all 8 legs, its body soaring into the air, and its mouth full of sharp metal teeth, wreathed in scorching flames, bit down on another ghost. The ghost let out a scream as its body was instantly engulfed in flames and burned to ashes in less than 2 seconds. Chapter 64. Are these all NPCs? The undead in the valley were numerous but weak, and were soon wiped out by Zhao Huanshi and his card monsters. The goblin warrior was slightly injured, and his fishbone spear broke in the battle, turning into a fishbone pistol. The merman hunter, an amphibious monster, was actually more agile than the goblin warrior, and with its tough fish scales protecting it, it didn't suffer any damage. In contrast, the goblin merchant card monster's base was only hit by a jumping mimic, and it was immediately knocked unconscious. Then it was burned awake by the mimic's flames, rolling around and howling, almost dying on the spot. Zhao Huanshi was quite speechless as he recalled the guy, respawned the goblin thief, and also recalled the murloc hunter who didn't like taking the land route. Having had a lot of stamina drained by the soul-devouring greatsword during the battle, Zhao Huan felt somewhat weak and summoned a yellow chocobo to perch on. Using the mimic as a torch, they circled the valley and found a cave that seemed to be the valley's exit, only to discover that the entrance was blocked by fallen rocks. If you block my way, how am I supposed to find the villagers to take on the mission? Zhao Huan looked up at the narrow valley entrance, which was covered by lush vegetation and allowed only a small amount of light to pass through. Do you expect me to climb out from up there? Zhao Huanshi rubbed his nose and instructed the goblin warriors and goblin thieves to collect the nearby dry firewood and other materials to build a campfire and use the photosynthesis of the symbiotic vines to quickly restore their strength. Whether you dig a hole and crawl out or climb out of the valley wall, it takes a lot of physical strength. The 2 goblins searched the valley and, feeling they hadn't collected enough withered vines and branches, stripped the undead remains and tattered cloths from the corpses, piling them together with the dried bones and clubs to make a firewood pile. The bone sticks crackled and popped as they burned, occasionally emitting wisps of eerie green flames, giving it a somewhat ghostly appearance. Zhao Huan didn't care. He raised his right hand, trying to expose the symbiotic vine to the firelight. He picked up a loose bone from the ground with his left hand, intending to casually toss it into the fire. Why is the color of this bone a deep purple? Could it be that it has mutated, or that the owner of this skeleton was poisoned or had some disease before his death? Speaking of which, why are there so many corpses in this valley? Is the trial dream designed as a mass grave? Zhao Huan looked around and had the goblin warrior drag over another relatively intact mummified corpse from the corner that hadn't mutated into an undead. When the goblin warrior dragged the corpse to his side, Zhao Huan was stunned. The mummified corpse, which had been curled up in the corner, was pulled away, revealing the small skeleton that was being held tightly in the arms of the child. Thinking back, there were also some short, undead monsters in the previous battles. Zhao Huan was used to killing monsters, and he never hesitated to kill the old, weak, or disabled. He didn't pay much attention at the time, and simply kicked the little head away like a ball. Thinking about it now, these are clearly human corpses and skeletons, and those little skeletons are naturally transformed from the corpses of children. If this were in reality, Zhao Huan might feel guilty for a few seconds, but this is a trial dream, and these monsters are all made up out of thin air in the dream, so kicking them away is fine. However, due to some of the strange things that happened in the trial dream, a terrible idea suddenly popped into Zhao Huanshi's mind. Could these corpses be the villagers who were part of the trial objectives, trying to reclaim their village from the monsters? What if I beat up the NPC's corpse before even starting the quest, then piled it up as firewood and set it on fire? No wonder they sent me to this valley. It turns out the trial dream uses this place as a safe zone? Zhao Huan suddenly understood, then shook his head, somewhat helpless. This trial dream system is pretty stupid. It can't even distinguish between the living and the dead. Fortunately, the actual task and reward are given by the trial dream itself. Whether these NPCs are dead or alive, or neither dead nor alive, will not affect the final result, right? Zhao Huan was somewhat uncertain whether this dreamlike trial of breaking through the wall would require him to kill all the monsters occupying the village and then carry the human remains back to the village. The remains were smashed to pieces during the battle and then burned as firewood by goblins, so most of them probably couldn't be pieced back together. He sighed softly and turned to look at the dried corpse that the goblin warrior had dragged over. The flesh was rotten, and the exposed bone looked black and purplish. Zhao Huanshe looked around and noticed many purple mushrooms growing in the corners of the valley and on the rock walls. Could it be that these people fled to the valley? Their cave entrance was accidentally blocked by falling rocks, and after running out of food, they ate these purple mushrooms to stave off hunger and were poisoned to death. Zhao Huanshe muttered to himself, guessing. After a period of rest, and with the help of the photosynthesis of the symbiotic vine, Zhao Huan felt that his strength had almost recovered. He stood up and looked up at the rock wall of the valley. The rock face is smooth with few bumps or protrusions for climbing. Perhaps because the valley was dimly lit, apart from some shade-loving moss and mushrooms, there were no vines growing along the rock walls. The withered branches and leaves scattered in the valley were probably fallen from plants growing near the valley entrance. Zhao Huan estimated the height of the valley wall to be about 15 or 16 meters, but it was definitely not more than 20 meters. He immediately had an idea. After you go up there, look around for any thicker vines or ropes or something, and put them down so I can pull you up. The goblin warrior raised his head, staring blankly at the faint light filtering through the leaves above. Go up? How are we supposed to get up there? Boss, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about my abilities? Zhao Huanshe was too lazy to explain. He reached out and pressed down on the goblin warrior's body to summon it back, and then put the treasure chest monster away as well. With a forceful flick of his right hand, the two cards spun out and landed right at the valley entrance. The goblin warrior opened and closed his eyes, and found himself truly outside the valley. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and find something to pull me up. If you can't break it, let the mimic bite it. Hearing Zhao Huanshe's shouts from the valley, the goblin warrior snapped out of his daze and left with the mimic. After quite some time, just as Zhao Huan was wondering if the goblin warrior had encountered some monster and died outside, the goblin warrior finally returned with a thick vine more than 10 meters long. After the goblin warriors lowered the vines, they found that the ends of the vines were still 4 or 5 meters from the ground. Zhao Huan squinted and assessed the situation, feeling that there shouldn't be any major problems. Put away the yellow chocobo and the goblin thief. Have the goblin warrior hold on to the other end of the vine. Take a running start, accelerate, and push off with your feet to leap into the air. He placed his left hand in front of him and gently pressed it against the rock wall to prevent his body from crashing into the stone and injuring himself. With his right hand, wearing the soul-eating gloves, he firmly gripped the end of the vine. Chapter 65. The slime blows up. Zhao Huanshe was pulled up by the goblin warrior while holding onto the vine with one hand. Where did you get these injuries? It looks like you were just beaten up. The skin around them is all purple. Seeing the goblin warrior covered in marks that looked like he had been whipped, Zhao Huanshe asked, somewhat puzzled. The goblin warrior sniffed hard, sucking back the blood that was flowing from his nose, and pointed at the thick vine that Zhao Huanshe was holding, muttering something under his breath. The story describes how, while searching for a suitable vine, the individual was ambushed by this thick vine. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and fought bravely, and with a little support from the mimic monster, they successfully defeated this powerful and treacherous magical plant. Zhao Huan looked down at the vine in his hand and found that the surface of the vine was covered with a large number of tiny thorns. Upon closer inspection, the needles had a slight purple tinge and a faint, sweet smell. Zhao Huanshe's eyes twitched slightly. Good heavens, I asked you to find a vine, and you brought me a poisonous vine. Luckily, I was wearing the soul-eating glove on my right hand, otherwise my entire arm would probably have turned purple by now. The goblin warrior's nose was bleeding profusely, and although there were obvious wounds on his body, the bleeding had not stopped, which was clearly a sign of poisoning. Since the antidote couldn't be brought into the trial dream, and Zhao Huan had no way to cure the poison, he simply pressed down on the goblin warrior and took him back. Then recall the mimic and repeatedly summoned the goblin trio to spawn the goblin thief, and let it go ahead to scout the way. After climbing out of the valley, Zhao Huanshe felt a faint stench in the air. At first, Zhao Huan thought it was the smell of the undead in the valley rotting, so he didn't pay much attention. He turned the soul-devouring gloves into a black greatsword and swung it to clear away the weeds and vines around him. While clearing the way, it can also drive away and frighten away poisonous snakes or other monsters hiding in the weeds. Instead of finding the venomous snake, many ferocious-looking insects emerged from the grass, flapping their wings and scattering in all directions. Some insects got too close to the soul-devouring greatsword and were touched by the thin, ghostly mist emanating from the sword. They instantly lost their life and fell to the ground. A barely perceptible life force surged from the soul-devouring greatsword into Zhao Huanshi's body, only to quickly dissipate. After walking for a while, they didn't see a single animal or monster, only a sharp hissing sound coming from afar, the source of which was indistinguishable. Moreover, even though they had already left the valley quite a distance, the stench in the air had not faded but had instead become even stronger, and Zhao Huanshi immediately sensed that something was wrong. When he left the small forest where the valley was located, he found that thick green fog, or rather miasma, was floating around him. The wind cannot disperse it. It merely transforms into various alluring shapes, emitting a strong, rotten, and foul odor. Zhao Huanshi's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously covered his nose and mouth with his hand, then realized that this action was meaningless. Even if you tear a piece of fabric from your clothes to use as a mask, it won't stop these ubiquitous toxic gases. Moreover, since the beginning, numerous tiny mosquitoes had been hovering and buzzing above Zhao Huanshi's head, eager to taste his blood, yet hesitant and afraid to get too close. Zhao Huanshi suddenly used his legs to propel himself upwards, and swung his black greatsword with force. The ghostly mist swept across, and a large number of insects fell down with a crackling sound. The remaining insects were startled and scattered with a whoosh. After chasing away the swarm of insects, Zhao Huanshi looked up at the sun, then down at the symbiotic vine wrapped around his right hand, his brows furrowing slightly. I was wondering why my physical exertion was so much greater than usual. Was all the life force provided by the symbiotic vine and soul devourer being used to repair the damage caused by the toxic substances in the air? The toxicity in the air has become more intense, and the healing effect of the symbiotic vine is completely insufficient. Zhao Huanshi feels that his body is gradually starting to feel unwell. A slight burning sensation in my nasal cavity, a tightness in my chest, and a mild itching sensation on my skin, especially on the parts exposed outside my clothing. Damn, they just threw a poison circle at me? How am I supposed to escape this? Do I have to find a village and clear out the monsters inside before I die from the poison? A guess formed in Zhao Huanshi's mind, and he looked up into the distance. The goblin thief squatted on the ground, pierced a hideous, brightly colored caterpillar with a rusty knife, and examined it closely, seemingly considering whether the fat worm would taste good. The colors looked quite appealing to goblins. Puff! The caterpillar opened all its pores, spraying out a thick, inky mist that quickly dissipated. Although the goblin thief reacted extremely quickly, he flung the caterpillar away from the knife the moment the poison mist appeared, and then rolled backward with a push of his feet. However, a large amount of foul-smelling toxic gas inevitably flooded into the nasal cavity. The stench was disgusting, and the poison caused the goblin thief to vomit violently. If a goblin is vomiting like that, it must smell really bad. Zhao Huanshi instinctively covered his nose and took several steps back before realizing what was happening. The goblin thief seemed to have a much stronger resistance to the toxic substances in the air than I did. Even without the soul eater and symbiotic vines to provide life force to repair its internal damage, it remained vigorous and energetic, even wanting to try the taste of poisonous insects. Even goblin scavengers can survive eating poisonous mushrooms raw. Could the key to this trial dream lie with them? Zhao Huan was considering whether he should retreat back into the valley and leave the goblin thief outside to scout out the situation. Then they saw that the goblin thief had just been sprayed with poison gas, and now his whole body was green. Although it was originally green, the goblin's skin color became even brighter, its eyes rolled back, and it was spitting out a lot of white foam. Although this creature can resist the toxins in the air, it won't go very far before it gets poisoned by eating insects. Zhao Huan thought to himself, then quickly stepped forward, squatted down, and carefully touched the goblin thief's body with his fingernail, summoning it back into its card form. As he stood up, Zhao Huan felt dizzy and almost fell. The symptoms of poisoning became more and more obvious, with red spots appearing all over the skin, causing both pain and itching. Suppressing the urge to scratch, Zhao Huanshi decided to return to the valley first, where he could bask in the sun and think of a solution. Just a few steps after turning around, accompanied by a strong stench, a venom slime emanating purple poisonous mist sprang out of the bushes. Zhao Huanshi looked disdainful and launched an attack, inflicting fatal damage on the venom slime. The venom slime exploded. A highly corrosive purple mist instantly enveloped Zhao Huanshi, who was trying to escape. Chapter 66. Please turn on voice chat. Trial failed. Gain 2 evolution points. Current evolution points, 430. Damn, that slime can actually self-destruct? Well, After half a month, I've finally unlocked a new way to die in the trial dream. Being blown up by a slime. Or poisoned to death. Zhao Huan stared at the ceiling, his face full of speechlessness, and then began to complain about the intelligence of the trial dream. The AI in the trial dream is so stupid. It says it's helping villagers clear out the monsters that have taken over their villages. How could anyone possibly build a village in an environment filled with poisonous gas? Besides, those villagers have already turned into undead. At this point, Zhao Huanshe suddenly paused. Huh? You actually know what? Assuming the villagers are in an undead state, they really could survive in this toxic gas environment. Helping a group of undead villagers reclaim their village from the toxic gas zone from the monsters, logically speaking, doesn't make any problem. Zhao Huanshe lay on the bed lost in thought for a while, then took his phone and went to the living room to pour himself a glass of water. As he passed the sofa, he casually sat down, picked up the TV remote, and turned on the TV. Without even looking at what was on TV, he unlocked his phone and started searching for information about the polluted area east of Dongchuan City, the poisonous fog swamp, and guides for explorers. The poisonous mist swamp was also filled with poisonous gas, somewhat similar to the environment of the trial dream. Zhao Huan wanted to see if the little geniuses online had any ingenious ideas that would allow explorers to venture into the poisonous fog swamp without antidotes, purification magic, or any resistance to the poison. But after looking at it all, most of it is just nonsense. The slightly more plausible idea is that if you run out of antidotes, you can mix the juices from several magical plants that grow in the poisonous swamp to create an emergency antidote. It is called an emergency antidote because although it can resist the toxic substances in the air of the poisonous fog swamp, you must go to the hospital for gastric lavage within 3 days after drinking it. Otherwise you will die or be paralyzed due to chronic poisoning. Zhao Huan wasn't afraid of being poisoned to death in the trial dream. Being able to survive for 3 days would be more than enough. However, the swamp emergency antidote can only be used in the poisonous fog swamp. Not only is it difficult to gather the materials in other places, but even if you manage to make it, it will most likely be useless. Are we supposed to write down the properties of the toxic substances in the air and the various plants in the dream so that Zhao Lejia can specially prepare an emergency antidote? No. This is the wrong approach. As he was thinking, Zhao Huanshe suddenly frowned. This is a trial for card monster summoners, not an alchemist trial. When problems arise, you should naturally look for solutions in the cards. Although the cards I have right now don't seem to have any antidote abilities, they can be upgraded and evolved. Of the cards, the one most likely to gain detoxification abilities after being enhanced is probably the symbiotic vine. Alternatively, if the Murloc Hunter can mutate into a spell ability, it might be able to create a purification spell or something. As for the goblins, hoping these idiots can cure the poison is less realistic than hoping the chocobos will mutate. Previously in the Emerald Forest, the symbiotic vine was worn by the members of the exploration team in turns. They also fought with the demon worshippers in between, and the card level has been upgraded to level 3. Zhao Huan felt that simply wearing it while sunbathing would result in a very slow rate of level increase for the symbiotic vine. Only by fighting alongside the symbiotic vine and using photosynthesis to recover stamina and injuries can the symbiotic vine level up faster. Zhao Huanshe originally planned that when he went on another mission with the exploration team, he or a member of the exploration team would fight monsters with the symbiotic vine. After returning, the symbiotic vine should be around level 5 and ready to be strengthened. How about we ask Brother Zhang when he's going on a mission? Zhao Huan sent a message to Zhang Dashuan. However, Zhang Dashuan replied that Qian Montang's shield was too badly damaged, and he was going to make a new one. Although it was mechanically made, it would still take several days to complete. In addition, the online game the exploration team members play together is currently having some kind of collaboration event, so they plan to take a week off before seeing if there are any suitable missions. Zhang Dashuan also invited Zhao Huanshe to play games together, but Zhao Huanshe was not in the mood for it at the time. The symbiotic vine cannot be upgraded or evolved, and it gets poisoned to death every night in the trial dream. Just thinking about it makes my head hurt. Zhao Huan sighed, turned his phone to landscape mode, and skillfully tapped an icon. Team, so what if I die? Is being poisoned more painful than being crushed to death? When in doubt, let's play team. An hour later. Damn it. What idiot teammates. They're so bad. This game is trash. It's ruining my youth and wasting my money. Zhao Huan angrily threw her phone aside. The phone screen also displayed the results screen of a 5v5 tower defense game. With a flick of his fingers, he pulled out the Goblin trio. Zhao Huan was somewhat surprised not to see the damage repair status on the card information. The Goblin Thief looked like he was about to die from poisoning, but only 8 or 9 hours later, he's already fully recovered. Throw the cards in your hand on the floor, and whoever appears will be the one you keep watch for today. As a result, the blue-purple light condensed, and what emerged was the Goblin Thief. Huh? What a coincidence. Zhao Huan carefully examined the Goblin Thief and saw that there were indeed no signs of poisoning on him. Go get yourself 2 chicken drumsticks and gnaw on them. I'll order you a giant chicken for lunch so you can try it. The Goblin Thief didn't know what gnawing on grandpa chicken was, but it sounded delicious. As the Goblin Thief skillfully went to the kitchen to get the chicken leg, Zhao Huan hesitated for a moment and then picked up his phone again. I refused to believe it. Half an hour later. Damn. A bunch of trash. This is outrageous. Even I, a super awakened with all attributes at +9, can't carry this bunch of useless trash. Zhao Huanshi angrily stared at his phone screen for a long time, then turned around and saw the Goblin Thief sucking on 2 chicken bones, staring curiously at the game screen on his phone. Zhao Huanshi was taken aback. What? You want to try? The Goblin Thief nodded repeatedly. You really want to play? But you can't even read, can you? Zhao Huanshi initially wanted to refuse, but upon seeing the Goblin Thief's appearance, a wicked smile suddenly appeared on his face. So what if I can't read? There's no law that says illiterate people can't play games. Well, the law doesn't say goblins can't troll teammates in the game. Wait a minute, I'll switch to another number. 10 minutes later. The Goblin Thief's fingers flew across the phone screen as he grinned broadly. Seeing how much fun it was having, Zhao Huan was very pleased, especially when he heard the game's repeated prompts. His smile became even brighter. Please enable voice chat. Please enable voice chat. Please enable voice chat. Chapter 67. This valley is poisonous too. Smack. As Zhao Huanshi crushed the last skull's head, the agitated victims in the valley fell silent once more. Zhao Huan leaned on the black greatsword, feeling slightly weak. I took a closer sniff. Apart from the rotten smell similar to that of a tomb or cave, there was no foul stench like that outside the valley. The air here should be non-toxic. From a scientific perspective, the valley is enclosed on all sides and located on the top of a small mountain, at a high enough elevation that the toxic fog cannot rise up. To put it in an unscientific way, this valley is probably a safe zone in the trial dream, a place for one to slowly think. Zhao Huanshi was lost in thought when he recalled the Goblin Warrior and the Mimic into cards and threw them onto the valley floor, sending them to retrieve the thick vine they had found last time, hoping to uproot it completely. To avoid the problem of the length being insufficient, which would force him to hop up like a grasshopper. With nothing else to do, Zhao Huanshi wandered around the valley again, hoping to find some new clues. After a while, Zhao Huanshi felt something was wrong. Why was he feeling weaker and weaker after walking around for 2 laps, and his head was starting to spin? Looking down at his right hand, he realized that Soul Eater was clearly in a dormant state and hadn't absorbed his own stamina. Wrong. Between the entwined symbiotic vines, Zhao Huanshi discovered that tiny purple lines were appearing on the skin of his right arm. I quickly looked at other parts of my body and found the same symptoms. Holy crap, this safe zone is anything but safe, Zhao Huan said, full of astonishment. This wasn't happening when I came in yesterday. Zhao Huan frowned in thought. The difference between yesterday and today is that we didn't light a bonfire today. Zhao Huan examined the remains of the undead monster in the valley. Did the symbiotic vine repair internal wounds through photosynthesis while warming itself by the fire, or does the toxin decompose when heated? Or does the source of the toxic substance come from the clothes on these corpses? Just as Zhao Huan was pondering various possibilities and feeling increasingly weak, he heard a noise above his head. It was the Goblin Warrior and the Mimic who had finally returned with the vines. Because of Zhao Huanshi's orders, the Goblin Warriors tried to uproot the magic vines, but they almost got strangled. It was the mimicry monster that bit off the vine's roots at the crucial moment, saving the Goblin Warrior. After a while, even though we were heading straight for our goal, it took us longer than yesterday. After Zhao Huanshi was pulled up by the vine with one hand, he was startled to see that the Goblin Warrior's injuries were even more serious, and he was covered in blood. Summon the Goblin Warriors back to recover from their injuries, and summon the Murloc Hunters and Goblin Scavengers to gather some wood or something nearby. Get it going, Zhao Huanshi said to the Mimic chest monster. The Mimic obediently lay down, and the dim lava core emitted scorching energy, turning into flames that spread to the Mimic's body. Zhao Huanshi brought his left hand close to the flame and observed carefully, discovering that the fine purple stripes on his skin were indeed fading away rapidly. You're actually afraid of being roasted by fire? After a while, the goblin scavenger and the murloc hunter returned with wood and branches and built a campfire. Basking in the sun and warming himself by the campfire, Zhao Huanshi recovered quickly thanks to the full effect of the photosynthesis of the symbiotic vine. He turned his head and carefully examined the condition of the goblin scavenger and the murloc hunter. The fish hunter's head had a slight greenish tinge, which was probably caused by toxic substances in the air while it was gathering firewood. However, this guy didn't care at all. Instead, he kept turning his head to look behind him, his eyes filled with a certain longing. Zhao Huanshi followed its gaze, but his view was blocked by the dense vegetation. What are you looking at? Walla walla. There's a river, I want to go fishing. In this awful place, everything without poison resistance has died. Are you sure there are still fish in the river? Zhao Huan was speechless. But then he thought about it again. Anyway, he didn't plan to complete this trial. He just wanted to collect as much information as possible. The fish in the river or other monsters could also be considered part of the information. And it's quite pathetic to think that a fisherman can only fish for air in his bathtub at home. Zhao Huanshi nodded. Go ahead, but you need to come back every now and then to restore the card status. Otherwise it will be troublesome if you get poisoned and become damaged. The merman hunter's eyes widened in an instant, and he grinned with excitement. He turned around impatiently, grabbed the fishbone spear, and hopped away like a happy toad, disappearing into the weeds in no time. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi immediately felt uneasy. Would this guy really come back on his own? Could he have been poisoned and died outside? Turning to look at the goblin scavenger, who had only gone out to gather firewood, the guy's tattered bag was already bulging with an unknown amount of stuff. Upon opening it, one finds various flowers, plants, stones, as well as gnawed poisonous mushrooms and a headless beetle. It's completely green, and you can't tell whether the toxic substances in the air have any effect on it. Probably not, considering it dares to bite into poisonous mushrooms and emerge unharmed. Zhao Huan originally planned to send the goblin thief out to gather intelligence, but he suddenly changed his mind. While the goblin thief is highly stealthy, its resistance to poison is significantly inferior to that of the goblin scavenger. While goblin scavengers cannot become invisible, they possess the ability to incite monsters' disdain and contempt. Without actively provoking monsters, their survival skills in the wild are no less than those of goblin thieves. You'll do. Go down the mountain, find the village overrun by monsters, and gather information about the monsters and the area around the village. After Zhao Huanshi finished speaking, the goblin scavenger nodded, reached into the sack and pulled out a large purple fruit, wiped it on the sack, and handed it to Zhao Huanshi with a fawning smile on his face. Zhao Huanshi felt a slight dizziness as he smelled the sweet aroma emanating from the purple fruit. Holy crap, what kind of poisonous apple is this? It's so toxic. Zhao Huanshi looked terrified and retreated repeatedly. Seeing the goblin scavenger's surprised, confused, and somewhat disappointed expression, he felt a sense of helplessness. While it's good to be filial, this is too much. It's ridiculously excessive. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Zhao Huan forced a smile and carefully took the poison apple from the goblin scavenger, extending his right hand, which was clad in a soul-eating glove. All right, I've accepted your gift. Go and complete your task. The goblin scavenger nodded, grinning widely and looking very happy, before picking up his tattered sack and swaying away into the distance. Zhao Huanshi looked down at the fruit the goblin scavenger had given him. Although it is highly poisonous, judging from the magical aura surrounding it, this fruit is at least a mid-level magical material. If we can find it outside, Zhao Lijiao will be very happy to receive it. Chapter 68. This fish is really ugly. An hour or two later, the fish hunter who had gone out fishing returned with its catch. You can actually catch fish? The fish hunter grinned broadly as he emerged from the bushes, a palm-sized fish thrashing and struggling on his fishing rod and line, making strange squeaking noises. A sound? Zhao Huanshi sensed that something was amiss. As the fishman hunter drew closer, Zhao Huanshi finally saw clearly that what was hanging on the fishing line was not a fish at all, but a toad with bulging eyes, a fish mouth and tail, and its body covered in disgusting tumors. Or is it a strange fish with the body and legs of a toad? Anyway, it looks disgusting. You brought this back? Are you planning to roast it and eat it? Zhao Huanshi could accept goblins eating insects, but the fish in front of him was so disgusting that he couldn't stand it. Walla walla. Just showing you what I've learned. Eating it is out of the question. Even goblins probably wouldn't be able to stomach it. The merman hunter looked at the strange fish that was still struggling desperately on the fishing line with disdain in his eyes. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshe said, "Since you're not going to eat it, then burn it. It looks like this and makes such an awful noise. It's getting dark, and it's kind of creepy to keep this thing around." The fishman hunter nodded, reached out and grabbed the strange fish, yanked it off the fishing line, and threw it directly into the fire. As the strange fish was burned, its fleshy growths crackled and popped open, emitting a bizarre stench, and it let out an even more shrill scream. Zhao Huan was afraid that this thing, like the insects and slimes here, would release poisonous gas, so he quickly stepped back a few paces and moved away from the fire. The strange fish struggled in the fire for a while, then quickly became still, and the stench in the air slowly dissipated. Zhao Huanshe stood at a distance, turned to look at the fishman hunter, and saw that its poisoning symptoms were indeed much more obvious than before. He reached out and summoned it back, then looked down to examine the information on the Murloc Hunter card. Damage repair in progress. Time remaining, 59 minutes. An hour later, Zhao Huan stuffed the poison apple that the goblin scavenger had given him, along with a wooden spear he had casually carved, into the body of the mimic, recalling it back into a card, and then summoned the Murloc Hunter again. Since he was bored anyway, and before it got completely dark, he decided to follow the merman hunter to the place where it was fishing. After walking for half an hour, passing through a clump of weeds and bushes, Zhao Huanshe heard the gurgling sound of flowing water and the occasional squeaking and creaking of strange creatures in the distance. The spring water flowing down from the mountaintop gathers into a small pond in a depression. Some disgusting-looking fish occasionally stick their heads out of the water and spout water jets, knocking down flying insects from the leaves of plants near the pond. If the insects that are knocked down fall onto the shore, strange fish will leap out of the water like toads, swallow the insects, and then hurriedly turn around and escape back into the pond. Zhao Huanshe glanced around and discovered that the ugly thing the fishman hunter had brought back was actually the most handsome-looking one among the strange fish in this pond. Good heavens, three-legged, two-headed, with eyes on its tail. Is this nuclear wastewater being discharged from a nuclear power plant built on the mountaintop? While Zhao Huanshe was still complaining, the merman hunter's eyes lit up when he saw the strange school of fish, and he couldn't wait to pull out the fishing line and hook from his fishbone spear. With a casual scoop, he pulled a strangely shaped insect from the nearby bushes. Ignoring the insect's desperate struggles, I shoved the fishhook into its mouth and pushed its rear end out. Once everything was ready, the fish hunter ran to the edge of the pond with a splashing sound, flicked his fishing rod, threw the worm into the pond, and squatted down like a frog to start fishing. In a way, the fishman and the strange fish in the pond actually look quite alike. You could easily mistake them for distant relatives. As Zhao Huanshe watched the fish hunter's retreating figure, his mind racing, the strange fish in the pond suddenly began to stir, making strange squeaking sounds. Huh? What's going on? Did you get scared by the Murloc Hunter? Zhao Huan was puzzled, but then he saw the fishman hunter turn his head to look downstream in the pond, his eyes filled with anger, as if a fisherman was enjoying his catch, when suddenly a few swimmers appeared. Zhao Huanshe followed the fishman hunter's gaze and saw a purple venom slime slowly crawling towards the pond with the current. Damn, isn't this my enemy? Zhao Huan twitched his fingers, summoning the treasure chest monster and taking out the short spears he had previously sharpened. The venom slime's physical strength was not high. Zhao Huanshe had killed it with just 2 sword strikes. However, he did not expect that the creature would self-destruct upon death, releasing a highly toxic fog. Before entering the trial, Zhao Huanshe thought that if he encountered the venom slime again, he definitely wouldn't be able to fight it in close combat. The best solution is to develop some ranged attack methods, such as throwing wooden spears. Middle. Zhao Huan let out a low roar and forcefully threw the short spear in his hand. Although he shouted with great enthusiasm, 50 meters was still a bit far for Zhao Huan. With its body twisting and turning, the short spear shifted its center of gravity constantly during flight, eventually landing 4 or 5 meters away from the slime, smashing an innocent beetle that was passing by to pieces. Damn, this doesn't make sense. Isn't it said that the higher the agility, the better the accuracy? I've already added 9 extra points to my attributes. How could I still miss? Sure enough, simply sharpening a branch isn't enough to use it as a weapon. Zhao Huan muttered to himself, confirming that the problem lay in his weapon-making skills, not in his inaccuracy. The merman hunter had planted his fishbone spear by the pond at some point and then walked over. With a puzzled look, he glanced up at the muttering summoner, picked up a short wooden spear from the ground, yelled wow, and threw it forcefully into the air. The wooden spear spun rapidly, drawing a perfect parabola in the sky, and with a thud, it pierced right in the center of the venom slime's body. The venom slime has suffered severe injuries, but it is not yet dead. Its body trembled violently, spewing out large amounts of venom from the wound, which turned into a thick purple mist that spread in all directions. It slowly pupaed, trying to use its bodily fluids to corrode and digest the short spear stuck in its body. Zhao Huan looked down at the fishman hunter. You shot so accurately. Are you out of your mind? Don't you think I, your boss, have any dignity? You have no sense of propriety or workplace etiquette at all. No wonder you're still just a fisherman. Gurgle. The merman hunter looked up in confusion, his two large, watery eyes filled with question marks. Big eyes but no light. That's exactly what you're like. Never mind. Kill this slime first. I'll CPU you later. Chapter 69 Swamp Man. Smack. After being hit by another wooden spear, the purple venom slime finally burst open like a balloon. Purple poison mist instantly enveloped the surrounding space of 20 or 30 meters, and purple venom scattered everywhere. When the venom lands on the plants, it instantly corrodes them, creating large holes. Some of the venom fell into the pond, turning the clear water purple and emitting a pungent odor. The strange fish sensed something was wrong and began to thrash violently in the pond, poking their heads out and making strange noises. Soon after, they all floated to the surface with their eyes rolled back. Are these fish really that stupid? The water's been poisoned, and they don't even try to escape to the shore? Are those 3, 4, 5, or 6 legs on their bodies just for show? Zhao Huanshe complained upon seeing this. Seeing that all the fish in the pond were dead, the fishman hunter stared at Zhao Huanshe with his mouth agape and his face full of shock. Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't poison him. The venom was released from the slime, and you killed the slime. It has nothing to do with me. Zhao Huan shrugged and said. Upon hearing this, the murloc hunter was struck dumb, his eyes widened, and his entire body went limp, as if he had suddenly lost all the strength and courage to live. It's just a few strange fish that died. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Zhao Huan scratched his head, indicating that he couldn't understand. Anyway, this place will respawn next time I come back, so I'll let you come fishing there again then. Upon hearing this, the fishman hunter's 2 large eyes, which had almost turned to stone, regained their luster, and he looked at Zhao Huanshe with anticipation. Uproar. TCH. Why would I lie to you about something like this? Besides, are these ugly things even fish? Next time, I'll take you to the aquatic product base and aquarium in the South District to see what real fish look like. As he spoke, Zhao Huanshe suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wait, can fishmen go into aquariums? Although fishmen seem to fit in well with aquatic product bases and aquariums. But, never mind, let's talk about it later. I'm not sure if I can take you in. It didn't know what artificial breeding was, nor had it ever seen an aquarium. Whether it could enter the aquatic product base or not, the fish hunter didn't care at all. It was already very satisfied to hear Zhao Huan say that it could fish in the pond next time it came. Speaking of which, I think you can fish in contaminated areas too. I vaguely remember seeing it in the Special Affairs Bureau's bounty missions. Some fishermen formed groups and hired exploration teams to escort them to fish in contaminated areas. It was completely dark by then. Zhao Huanshe recalled the merman hunter and returned to the edge of the valley along the tracks he had left behind. The fire that had been left earlier had burned out, so Zhao Huan summoned the treasure chest monster and chopped up some more wood to roast on its body. The freshly cut wood was damp and hard to light. It took a while for the flames on the mimic's body to slowly ignite, and it produced a lot of thick smoke as it burned, like a beacon tower. Originally, many flying insects would have been attracted by the firelight and gathered there, but they were driven away by the thick smoke released by the fire. Zhao Huanshe was also choked by the smoke while squatting nearby, but he preferred to squat by the fire and endure the thick smoke rather than be bothered by insects. Just when he thought the first night in the trial dream would pass like this. Little did they know that because the firelight on the mountain was so conspicuous in the night, it attracted not only insects, but also other things. Despite the absence of wind, the clusters of poisonous fog at the foot of the mountain suddenly began to churn and surge, as if guided by something, flowing through the forest and converging towards the location of the fire on the mountain. A goblin scavenger, covered in mud, poked his head out of the grass and looked into the distance. A group of humanoid monsters, covered in pustules and tumors, with webbed hands and feet, and bodies that resembled fishmen, but heads that looked more like toads, danced a bizarre dance under the moonlight, led by a monster leader wielding a thick staff emitting muffled cries of madness. The goblin scavenger observed for a while, and was about to turn around and leave to continue searching for traces of the village elsewhere, when suddenly everything went black and he lost consciousness. Trial failed. Gained 1 evolution point. Current evolution points, 431. Zhao Huanshi opened his eyes and looked at the bedroom ceiling. How come those poisonous gases keep moving up the mountain at night? What the hell is the principle behind that? Zhao Huanshi said he couldn't understand it. After thinking for a while, I decided to call out the goblin scavenger and ask it if it had found anything. Zhao Huan didn't have high hopes for the goblin scavenger, but unexpectedly, he obtained important information from it after asking it a few questions. A humanoid monster with a toad-like head? Could it be a swamp toad? Aren't those monsters only active in swampy areas? Zhao Huanshi took out his phone, searched for information about the swamp toads, found a high-resolution photo, and placed it in front of the goblin scavenger. Is it this kind of monster? The goblin scavenger stared intently at his phone screen, then scratched his head in thought for a while, looking somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Zhao Huanshi asked. Aircloth. It looks somewhat similar, but it's uglier. Are you sure? This thing is ugly enough already. Looking at the disgusting monster on his phone with a toad's head and pustules all over its head, Zhao Huanshi said with some doubt. Wait, the swamp toad spellcasters seem to have the ability to manipulate poisonous fog and cultivate poisonous insects. So, the poisonous fog didn't just come up on its own. Realizing that he had been attacked by the swamp toads, Zhao Huanshi quickly figured out what had happened. Those monsters must have seen the light from the fire and realized that there were enemies on the mountain. Perhaps these monsters are not skilled at fighting in mountainous terrain, which is why they drive the poisonous mist uphill to directly poison and kill enemies, or to provoke them and lure them down the mountain to fight. Okay, although it was my carelessness, at least I figured out who the enemy was. So it wasn't a completely meaningless death. The swamp toads are skilled in using poison, and they even have a spellcaster as their leader. If you want to pass the trial dream, you can only try cultivating the symbiotic vine and see if it can provide resistance to or antidotes after it evolves. Because of the bounties issued by the Special Affairs Bureau for demon worshippers and demon statues, many powerful exploration teams have recently accepted missions from the Emerald Forest, intending to try their luck deep in the forest and see if they can run into demon worshippers. With more people coming and going, the area near the exit of the lush forest has actually become safer. After thinking it over, Zhao Huan realized that with his strength, even if he were alone, as long as he didn't go too deep and just wandered around the entrance area, finding some weak monsters to fight, he wouldn't have much of a problem. The biggest threat, that demon worshipper, has probably been devoured by some magical vine deep in the forest by now. Chapter 70 Blood Sacrifice to the Skull. No? How could there be no? A verdant forest in the central area. In the chaotic battlefield, the remains of more than a dozen tree monsters lay scattered about. There was a freshly dug pit on the ground, and next to the pit was a human skeleton that had been pieced together and had a strange shape. A man wearing a black demon mask clutched a bizarre skull shrouded in blood mist in his right hand, his eyes filled with ferocity and irritation. Behind him stood a dozen or so professionals, also with their heads covered and wearing different equipment and weapons, as well as 2 ordinary people with terrified expressions and pale faces. The location indicated by the blood sacrifice skeleton is definitely here. Could there be a problem with the ritual provided by the demon priest? He had no reason to do that. The man wearing the black demon mask shook his head slightly. Besides, the blood sacrifice skeleton did indeed lead us to the corpse of this useless person. The demon priest may have just exaggerated the effect of the ritual. Thump. I heard the sound of something heavy falling to the ground behind me. My lord, this offering is about to die. A professional spoke up to offer a reminder. The man in the black demon mask turned his head and glanced at it. Oh, another pathetic wretch abandoned by the times. Perhaps the blood sacrifice skeleton expended too much energy on the way and is running out of power. Swallowing an offering to replenish its energy might help it find the location of the demon statue. As he spoke, the dark-faced man, clutching the blood-soaked skull, strode toward the offerings lying on the ground. Please let me go. The young man, weak and powerless, lay motionless on the ground, pleading in a terrified voice. Don't be afraid. It will only be a moment. If you can't awaken, you'll die sooner or later anyway. Rather than dying silently like dust, you might as well make some contribution to the arrival of a new era. The dark-faced man crouched down and placed the blood sacrifice skull on the young man's forehead. No, I don't want to know. With a powerful suction from his forehead, the the young man felt something rapidly draining from his body. His consciousness grew increasingly blurred, and his murmurs became weaker and weaker. In just a moment, the young man who had looked terminally ill turned into a withered corpse with a hideous face. His death was similar to that of the monsters whose life force had been drained by the soul-devouring greatsword. After absorbing the offerings, the blood mist surrounding the blood sacrifice skeleton became much thicker. The dark-faced man opened his palm, and the blood sacrifice skeleton floated into the air, slowly rotating. Under the expectant gaze of the dark-faced man, he looked with the crimson light in his eye sockets at the remains of the demon worshipper that had just been pieced together not far away. Damn it! The expectation in the dark-faced man's eyes instantly turned into violence, and he wished he could crush the trash skull on the spot and stomp it to pieces. Grown-ups, fearing that he would actually destroy the blood sacrifice skeleton, his subordinates quickly stepped forward to stop him. The dark-faced man took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He reached out and summoned the blood sacrifice skeleton back, then turned to look at the remaining sacrifice. I've awakened. Look, I'm perfectly fine. His eyes turned red, his hair grew wildly, his nails grew longer, his skin became rough and hard, and strange granulation tissue and lumps appeared all over his body. Despite such obvious physical changes, he himself felt nothing at all. Looking at the pitiful fellow, the dark-faced man's mood immediately improved. With an arrogant gaze and a mocking tone, he said, "Ignorant ant, you don't even know you're being toyed with by fate. Let me help you end this pathetic life." Accompanied by a piercing scream, another desiccated corpse appeared on the ground. The blood mist from the sacrificial skeleton thickened to a watery consistency, as if it might drip down at any moment. But still, there was no trace of the demon statue, as if it had vanished from the world. Foolish demon priest, foolish skull. Seeing that the dark-faced man was becoming agitated again, his subordinate quickly spoke up to remind him. "Sir, could the statue have already been destroyed?" The dark-faced man frowned. "While it's not impossible, the Special Affairs Bureau hasn't released any relevant information. If other explorers found it, their first reaction would definitely be to hand it over to the Special Affairs Bureau in exchange for the bounty. Could it be one of those monsters? Perhaps. In any case, the blood sacrifice skeletons can't find the demon statue, so they can only ask the demon priest to find a way to send another one over. Dispose of these two corpses, as well as that useless person's bones." While directing his men to destroy the corpses, the dark-faced man stuffed the blood sacrifice skeleton into a wooden box he carried with him. "This thing is pretty creepy. Holding it can affect your mood and make you irritable without you even realizing it. Have we taken on a few bounty missions?" "Yes, a mission issued by the Special Affairs Bureau to investigate the internal environment of the central area of the verdant forest, 2 missions issued by the research institutes in the West 4 Research District to collect magical plant materials, and a bounty issued by the black market for capturing a monster." Catching monsters. What are those idiots up to now? Oh well, it's better if they cause some trouble. It'll help us attract the attention of the Special Affairs Bureau. At the same time, Zhao Huanshi, wielding a fine steel greatsword, passed through the mist and entered the polluted area, wandering alone in the outer area of the verdant forest. After walking for a long time, he was finally spotted by several wild wolves, who surrounded him from all sides. Zhao Huan glanced at the 5 wolves. They posed no threat to him, but he didn't intend to fight them himself. With a flick of his finger, he summoned the Goblin warrior, then threw the symbiotic vine onto it. Zhao Huanshi then nimbly climbed up the low tree behind him. Based on previous experience, symbiotic vines improve faster when exposed to sunlight in polluted areas than when exposed to sunlight in cities. If it can fight alongside the host and use photosynthesis to heal the host, the leveling speed will be maximized. If the symbiotic vine needs to be upgraded, then the other card monsters also need to be upgraded. Having Goblin warriors fight alongside symbiotic vines and level up 2 cards in a single battle is an incredible deal. Furthermore, there's a concern that Goblin warriors are too weak in combat, carrying shields and spears. Along with symbiotic vines, they might get bitten to death by wolves, causing the cards to enter a damaged state. Zhao Huanshi even took out the Murloc Hunter and held it between his fingers, ready to use flying card and swap card at any time to replace the Goblin warrior back. Zhao Huan had planned everything perfectly, except for one thing. When the wolves saw the Goblin warriors suddenly appear before them, they were first startled, but after seeing what the enemy looked like, they all showed disgust in their eyes. It bared its teeth and growled menacingly as it slowly retreated, clearly intending to abandon its prey and retreat. Chapter 71 Symbiotic Vine Level. The Goblin Warrior, with a symbiotic vine wrapped around his neck, a shield in one hand and a gun in the other, was prepared to fight 5 against 1, but the enemy actually planned to flee without a fight. Has the Goblin Warrior become this powerful? He can intimidate and scare away enemies with just his aura. The Goblin Warrior thought to himself with a touch of smugness. Idiot, they clearly think your meat tastes bad and are just using you as a garnish for dog poop. Zhao Huan reminded him from behind. What is cilantro? Goblin meat is already hard to eat, but these guys dare to compare the brave Goblin Warrior to dog shit? The Goblin Warrior was instantly enraged. With a fierce expression, it let out a loud roar and launched an attack on the wolf. The wolf, under attack, deftly dodged the Goblin Warrior's fishbone spear with a kick, howling angrily to call for its companions to join the attack. A Goblin Warrior without any armor can probably defeat one wolf, but 2 would be a tough fight. With the aid of the symbiotic vines, plus his shield and spear, he was able to hold his own against the 5 wolves, leaning against the low trees. Although it had only been a short time, he had many wounds on his body and looked rather miserable. But thanks to the self-healing ability provided by the symbiotic vine, he won't die anytime soon. Zhao Huan played with the Murloc Hunter in his hand, even spacing out and starting to drift off. Since we're already here, why don't we send the 3 musketeers out to farm in the jungle and AFK? This location is 40 kilometers away from the West 4 research area as the crow flies, so there's no need to worry about being affected by the goblin population within that area. However, if we place the summons here, there's a small chance the 3 rascals will end up in Dongchuan City. Oh well, let's play it safe. Smack. The howl of the wolf and the sound of the fishbone spear breaking rang out almost simultaneously. Zhao Huan looked down and saw a wolf with half a fishbone stuck in its eye, covered in blood. It staggered back a few steps and collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Seeing this, the other 4 wolves let out mournful howls and slowly retreated. The Goblin Warrior, however, was covered in wounds of all sizes, but his expression was fierce. He gripped his broken fishbone sword and charged aggressively toward the enemy. The wolves attacked the Goblin Warriors because they were provoked. Even if they killed it, the wolves wouldn't dare to bite the goblin's flesh. The enemy hasn't been killed yet, but the wolf pack has already lost a member, and the other members also have many wounds. The wolves realized something was wrong and immediately wanted to retreat. Since you're already here, don't leave. With a flick of his finger, Zhao Huan sent the Fishman Hunter and Yellow Chocobo flying out and landing behind the wolf pack. The moment the Merman Hunter materialized, he raised his fishbone spear and pierced the body of a wild wolf. The Yellow Chocobo kicked a wolf that was trying to escape back, but was then pinned down by a Goblin Warrior who pounced on it and stabbed it through the throat with a bone sword. Seeing this, the other 2 wolves showed no intention of helping their companion. They let out a mournful howl, tucked their tails between their legs, and quickly fled into the bushes, disappearing from sight. After the battle ended, Zhao Huanshe recalled the Murloc Hunter, threw out the mimic, and stuffed the 3 wolf corpses inside. While the Goblin Warrior lay in the sun to heal, Zhao Huanshe hid in the shade, half lying against the chocobo, and took out some dry rations from his backpack to eat. An hour or so later, the Goblin Warriors were almost dried out, and their wounds had mostly healed. Zhao Huanshe woke up the Goblin Warrior and took it and the symbiotic vine back. He held the 2 cards in his hand to examine the information. The Goblin Warrior has leveled up to level 2, but the symbiotic vine remains at level 3 and has not improved. However, Zhao Huan had a feeling that if the Goblin Warrior fought a few more monsters, the symbiotic vine should be able to level up to level 4. Recalling the mimicry that was crouching in the corner pretending to be a wooden box, Zhao Huanshe rode his chocobo and continued to wander around. No matter what monsters they encounter on the road, they will throw the Goblin Warriors out to fight them. Later on, the turtle shell was blown apart, and the fishbone spear was reduced to a palm-sized piece. The Goblin Warrior could only pick up a stick from the ground and poke at a jungle slime for a long time. The jungle slime shuddered violently, spurting a thick, green pus from its wounds before collapsing and shriveling up. Once the Goblin Warrior's wounds had healed, Zhao Huanshe recalled the cards again. The Goblin Warrior had already reached level 3. After 2 or 3 easy battles, or 1 tough battle, he should be able to reach level 4. The symbiotic vine finally reached level 5. White monster card, symbiotic vine. Well, max. New skill, basic light energy enhancement. Basic light energy enhancement. The symbiotic vine's utilization rate of light energy is slightly increased. Under the same light conditions, The symbiotic vine can provide more stamina and healing abilities. Unable to further upgrade the card's level, you can evolve the white card into a green card by consuming 200 evolution points after completing the card enhancement ritual. Symbiotic Vine Card Enhancement Ritual. The symbiotic vine is attached to a card monster or other animal, and then exposed to moonlight for 8 consecutive hours in an open environment. The symbiotic vine's enhancement ritual is actually basking in moonlight. Zhao Huanshi looked up at the sky. It was almost evening, and the sun was about to set. If I go home now, I'll probably get home around 7 p.m. Then I'll go to the rooftop to bask in the moonlight for 8 hours, finishing around 3 or 4 a.m. If all goes well, I can go to the trial dreamland tomorrow morning to take revenge on those toad demons. If things don't go smoothly and the symbiotic vine doesn't develop antidote or poison resistance abilities after evolution, then you'll have to return to the green forest to continue leveling up the card. Zhao Huan was pondering this in his heart, just about to ride the chocobo back to Explorer Town. Suddenly, the sound of arguing came from afar, sounding like a conflict between two groups of explorers. Don't meddle in other people's business in the middle of nowhere, Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself. A few minutes later, Zhao Huanshi crept furtively into the bushes and quietly parted the grass to peek out. 2 exploration teams were seen, making a big fuss about it. The loudest and most conspicuous voice belonged to Zhao Huanshi's old acquaintance, Lucky Star, Li Guangcai. I knew it. That voice sounds awful. You couldn't find anyone else but old Li. Although he didn't know what had happened, Zhao Huan didn't really know others. But how could he not know what kind of person Li Guangcai was? What good things can you find among those who hang out with him? In this instance, Zhao Huan unconditionally offered moral support to the other exploration team. But why does that blonde hair look so familiar? Chapter 72, Hitting Someone in the Dark. Zhao Huanshi thought hard for a while before he remembered. Wasn't that blonde-haired guy the enthusiastic young man who suggested I join a reliable exploration team at the Special Affairs Bureau when I first entered the Emerald Forest? His teammates used to call him Meteor? After listening for a while, Zhao Huanshi finally understood why the 2 exploration teams had clashed. However, the prey that Huang Mao's exploration team had painstakingly crippled just happened to run into Li Guangcai and his men, who were camped there, while they were escaping, and were thus scavenged. This situation occurs frequently between explorer squads. Whether or not the prey can be retrieved depends entirely on the moral character of the salvage team and the difference in strength between the 2 explorer teams. However, it is clear that Li Guangcai and his group cannot be relied upon in terms of morality, and in terms of strength, the explorer team to which Huang Mao belongs is also in a clearly weak position. Otherwise, that good-for-nothing Li Guangcai would have hidden behind someone and pretended to be dead long ago. How could he dare to shout so loudly and attract Zhao Huanshi's attention? After an argument, Huang Mao, like a firecracker that had been lit, started yelling and shouting, wanting to rush up and fight someone one-on-one. His teammates covered his mouth and forcibly dragged him away. Upon seeing this, Li Guangcai immediately jumped from behind his teammates to the front and began to loudly mock them. Although this matter had absolutely nothing to do with Zhao Huanshi, Li Guangcai's smug look was really making his eyes hurt. That bastard. I really want to beat him up. Zhao Huan was seething with hatred, but seeing that Li Guangcai's teammates were quite strong, he could only suppress his anger. What goes around comes around. Let's go home and develop first. Zhao Huan muttered to himself and quietly slipped out. About half an hour later, Li Guangcai, clutching a few sheets of paper, hummed a tune as he left the camp, intending to find a place nearby to relieve himself. In the depths of the forest or other more dangerous places, Li Guang wouldn't have dared to leave the camp alone to relieve himself. But this is, after all, the outer edge of the forest. No matter how weak he is still a self-awakened professional. Besides, the camp is right behind us, so if we encounter any danger, we can just shout and someone will come to our rescue immediately. As soon as Li Guangcai pulled down his pants and squatted down, he noticed a rusty iron box that was faintly visible in the grass not far in front of him. Li Guangcai was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at the box. The more he looked, the more he felt that there was some incredible treasure hidden inside. Li Guangcai felt his throat was a little dry and couldn't help but swallow. I glanced back cautiously, but everyone in the camp was focused on their own tasks, and no one was paying attention to this side. Li Guangcai's heart suddenly began to pound violently. Quietly getting up, putting his pants back on, and glancing back again to make sure no one was watching, Li Guangcai, with an excited smile on his face, cautiously crept towards the rusty box. The closer they got, the more excited they became. their minds filled with thoughts of the treasures they could obtain after opening the box. They didn't even notice that the weeds around them were inexplicably pressed down, as if some invisible thing was stepping on them. Bang! The goblin thief leaped up and slammed a wooden stick down hard on the back of Li Guangcai's head with all his might. He used so much force that he broke a stick as thick as an arm. Li Guangcai didn't utter a sound. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The mimic, poised to launch itself with all 8 legs and deliver a head-on collision to finish off Li Guangcai, was somewhat disappointed. Time was of the essence, and Li Guangcai's companions could discover the anomaly at any moment. The goblin thief had no time to care about its friend's disappointment. It quickly and skillfully rummaged through Li Guangcai's clothes, emptying him of all his valuables and stuffing them into its little bag. Then, following Zhao Huanchu's instructions, they stripped all of Li Guangcai's clothes off, piled them up, and had the treasure chest monster set them on fire. After doing all this, the goblin thief immediately disappeared and ran away, while the mimic also turned the main body of the box into a woody green color, stretched out 8 long legs, and like a large grass spider, quickly escaped the scene under the cover of weeds. The flames and thick smoke produced by the burning clothes quickly caught the attention of Li Guangcai's companions. When several professionals rushed to the scene with weapons, they saw Li Guangcai lying naked on the ground with some indescribable substance on his buttocks, which attracted several dung beetles. In their struggle for the freshly cooked, steaming hot food, the insects even started fighting, causing extensive scratches and injuries to Li Guangcai's vital organs. Hiss! Several professionals who witnessed this scene instinctively clamped their legs together and gasped. The mastermind behind all this is riding a chocobo towards Explorer Town. Thinking of the battle process described by the goblin thief, Zhao Huanchu couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Huh. A trainee soldier who was knocked out with a single blow? That's really something. He took out the goblin trio, and with a thought, a simple, antique-style metal ring appeared on his hand. The Ring of Power is considered the lowest-level magical equipment. Although it only increases strength by 1 point, it's better than nothing for most professionals. However, the magical effect of the Ring of Power is a passive effect. It takes effect as soon as it is worn. Even ordinary people can use it, and it can be sold for 40 or 50,000. I originally thought that Li Guangcai had already become a trainee soldier and would have gotten rid of the ring long ago, but I didn't expect him to still be wearing it, which is a good thing for Zhao Huanchu. Aside from the Ring of Power, the only thing the goblin thief brought back was a fine steel dagger worth a few hundred coins. The rest were just some worthless odds and ends. Zhao Huanchu admitted that his act of ambushing and robbing Li Guangcai was somewhat reckless and immature. If it were exposed, it might cause other troubles in addition to Li Guangcai's hostility. But he enjoyed it. Hitting that bastard Li Guangcai in the head was even more refreshing than sweating profusely on a hot day and drinking a bottle of ice-cold soda in one go. It's not that retribution won't come, it's just that the time hasn't arrived yet. But since fate has sent this bastard to me, it means the time for revenge has come. Zhao Huanchu felt that if he didn't take action at this time, he might suffer the backlash of fate and be punished by heaven. He fiddled with the power ring in his hand, making up a bunch of reasons for himself in his mind. When Zhao Huanchu came to his senses, he found that the chocobo had already carried him to the edge of the fog in the polluted area. Zhao Huan casually stuffed the ring into his pocket, dismounted from the chocobo, and put it away, then stepped out of the contaminated area and found himself in a wasteland 2 or 3 kilometers away from Explorer Town. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't summon the chocobo again and obediently walked back to the west second gate. Chapter 73 Bright Light Vine. Night, dark clouds, bright moonlight. The rooftop of Building 5 in Lichunyuan residential area. Zhao Huanchu lay on a recliner, his left hand wrapped in a symbiotic vine and resting on the armrest, while his right hand held a phone and scrolled through videos. After being delayed by Li Guangcai's matter, Zhao Huanchu didn't get home until after 8 p.m. Zhao Huanchu planned to stay up all night on the rooftop until 4 or 5 in the morning to complete the enhancement ritual of the symbiotic vine, evolve the card, and then go back to sleep. Recently, several cities have experienced a phenomenon where corpses and skeletons of the deceased or animals have transformed into undead monsters and come back to life, actively attacking people and animals in the vicinity. Scholars suggest this is due to a phenomenon called corpse mutation that occurs when the concentration of magical energy in the air reaches a certain level. Most undead monsters are not very powerful when they are first born. As long as you don't panic too much, you can easily escape danger or even kill the monsters. Zhao Huansher saw in the news video footage a skeleton duck, or goose. Its eyes glowed with eerie blue flames, and it exuded a menacing aura. The limping figure startled a hunting dog, which ran around in panic before being shoveled to pieces by a large, burly man. Hey, duck bones can come back to life? Then chicken skeletons can stand up again, right? Does that mean we can't sell chicken skeletons anymore? However, fresh corpses, as ingredients, should be fine as long as the heads are cut off. It's just that those old, frozen things in the cold storage might start to rebel. As Zhao Huansher was grinning foolishly with a hint of schadenfreude, a patrolling armed drone with its red lights flashing flew in from a distance. It circled above his head once, then flew away. Although it was indeed a bit strange for him to be basking in the moonlight on the rooftop in the middle of the night with vines wrapped around his arms, Zhao Huansher still felt that the drone's movements were odd, as if it were monitoring some suspicious person. The night breeze was slightly cool, and Zhao Huan pulled the blanket around himself tighter as he continued watching videos. A few hours later, Zhao Huan stood weakly in the middle of the valley, leaning on his black, greatsword. His face was deathly pale, and fine purple stripes appeared under his skin. He looked like he was terminally ill and could die at any moment. I was careless. Zhao Huan was getting sleepy from watching videos on the rooftop, so he wanted to find a more exciting movie to perk him up. Unexpectedly, that trashy movie was a sham, so boring that it made Zhao Huansher fall asleep in less than 5 minutes, and he was directly pulled into the trial dream. The symbiotic vine was still outside basking in the moonlight, and Zhao Huan couldn't summon it. After a battle with the villagers, his strength was completely drained by the Soul Eater, and his body was also corroded by the poisonous substances in the valley. Logically speaking, since he wouldn't be able to pass the trial anyway without the symbiotic vine, he might as well just die and go out. Unfortunately, I made a promise to the merman hunter last night that I would let it continue to fish for those ugly and disgusting fish in the pond once it entered the trial dream. Although Zhao Huansher held absolute dominance over the card monsters, and could easily overturn any promises he made, they were powerless to do anything about it, and still had to obediently follow his instructions and work for him. But to Zhao Huan, the card monsters were absolutely his own people. If he had to play tricks on them over something as trivial as this, he would despise himself. Zhao Huansher instructed the goblins and murloc hunters to collect the corpses of the undead monsters and burn them to dispel the poisonous substances from their bodies. Then he said to the merman hunter, "Go play in the pond by yourself. Come back whenever you feel like you can't take it anymore, and I'll change you. But I don't think I can last more than a few hours." Although the toxicity of the valley dissipated due to the heat, without the self-healing ability of the symbiotic vine, the damage caused by the toxins could not be repaired, and Zhao Huansher felt that his body was becoming weaker and weaker. He recalled the murloc hunter to a card, mustered his remaining strength, and threw the card outside the valley. Watching the merman hunter happily leave with his fishbone spear, Zhao Huansher smirked and lay on the ground, quietly awaiting death. "Hey trial system, are you there? There's a bug here, can you fix it? Why isn't the gem charge timer for the mimic in the dream world?" Zhao Huan murmured weakly, his eyes fixed on the light at the mouth of the valley, his consciousness gradually fading. In the morning, Zhao Huansher was awakened by the light of dawn and looked at the sky, feeling a little drowsy. It took him a few seconds to come to his senses, and he immediately became concerned about the outcome of the symbiotic vine's enhancement ritual. Turning his head to the left, he saw the symbiotic vine wrapped around his arm, its leaves swaying gently in the sunlight. The stem seemed thicker, or perhaps it was just Zhao Huansher's imagination. The symbiotic vine itself hadn't changed at all. Could it be that my body moved around too much while I was sleeping, causing the enhancement to fail? Zhao Huansher felt a chill run down his spine, sat up slightly, and recalled the symbiotic vine back into a card. Card enhancement complete. Symbiotic vine has grown, and light energy absorption efficiency has slightly increased. Seeing that the card enhancement ceremony for symbiotic vine was successfully completed, Zhao Huansher breathed a slight sigh of relief. He then climbed up from the recliner, coughed twice to clear his throat, held up the card, pointed it towards the rising sun, straightened his back, squinted his eyes, and shouted, "Evolve." A green glow emanated from the center of the card, swirling and dancing before finally merging into the card itself. The evolution is complete. The edges of the card have turned green, and the symbiotic vine in the middle of the screen has become thicker, and its branches and leaves have become much denser. It has also started to bloom with scattered yellow flowers. Green monster card, bright vine. LV1. Compared to the symbiotic vine, The bright light vine absorbs light energy more efficiently and provides more assistance to its symbiotic host. Symbiosis. Select an object and begin symbiosis with it. Photosynthesis. The bright light vine continuously converts light energy to restore the stamina and vitality of its symbiotic host, accelerating the healing of the host's wounds. Star and moonflower. The flowers of the bright light vine also possess the ability to photosynthesize, and their light energy conversion efficiency is even higher. When illuminated by the light of celestial bodies such as the sun, moon, or stars, they also produce a purifying effect, continuously purifying toxins and disease states in the host's body. Seeing the effect of the star and moonflower, Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up immediately. As expected, I knew it. The key to the trial must lie in the cards. However, there's only one star moon vine. Am I supposed to go up there and chop it down myself with my sword again? It feels like something's off about my summoner persona. Forget it, I'll go back and get some sleep first. When the dream world opens, I'll go check out the village and see how to fight. It shouldn't be too far from where the goblin scavenger found the swamp toad man, but I wonder if that guy still remembers the way he came. Chapter 74. The village taken over by the swamp toads. Enter the valley, clean up the wounded, find the vines, and leave the valley. Zhao Huanshi and his summoned creatures went through the trial's opening sequence with great skill. The flowering vine of Ilex chinensis has at least twice the photosynthetic efficiency of the symbiotic vine. After beating up his victim, Zhao Huan still had a lot of energy left. After leaving the valley, the sunlight quickly cleansed the toxins from my body thanks to the purifying effect of the star and moonflowers. Without needing to rest or wait, Zhao Huan summoned the other monsters, spawned a goblin scavenger, and had it lead him to the place where it had previously discovered the swamp toad man. Along the way, Zhao Huanshi encountered purple venom slimes and some bizarre, disgusting monsters, and tried his best to avoid them. Before long, Zhao Huanshi noticed that the surrounding ground was gradually becoming muddy and damp, with more and more puddles and mud pools appearing. Upon arrival at their destination, they found themselves enveloped in poisonous fog and covered in swamps, looking much like the poisonous fog swamp east of Dongchuan City. Zhao Huanshi and the goblin scavenger hid in a thicket of reed-like plants, quietly observing the swamp toadman in the distance, carrying a wooden spear and a grass basket, catching strange fish and insects in a puddle. They are indeed a bit uglier than the swamp toads in the poisonous fog swamp. Gapagra, right? The goblins say they're really ugly. The goblin scavenger nodded and said. Zhao Huan looked around, but found no trace of other swamp toads. He lowered his head and whispered to the goblin scavenger. You stay here, I'll go test that guy's strength. After saying that, Zhao Huanshi picked up the soul-devouring greatsword, crouched down, and quietly crept over. After taking a couple of steps, he sensed something was amiss. He glanced back at the goblin scavenger hiding furtively in the bushes, then looked at the black greatsword in his hand, and suddenly realized what was going on. Oh, so it was the art style that was off. Faced with this scene, one might mistake the goblin scavenger for the summoner. Forget it, I'll just collect more monster cards and upgrade their levels and quality, then the art style will naturally be right. Zhao Huan cleared his mind of distractions and focused his attention on the enemy in the distance. Perhaps not expecting to encounter an enemy attack here, the swamp toad focused all its attention on the strange fish in the puddle, completely unaware that an enemy was approaching from behind. It wasn't until Zhao Huanshi felt the distance was sufficient that he launched a sudden attack, stomping heavily on the puddle and making a loud splashing sound, that the swamp toad was awakened. But it was too late. A black streak flashed by, and the swamp toad man's enormous toad head was completely cleaved off. It hit the puddle, splashing water, but no blood-like substance came out. Black smoke billowed from the wound and spread rapidly along the body. The short, stout toad body, along with the disgusting pustules and swollen bumps on its skin, quickly dried up. In just a few seconds, a fat, human-shaped toad was transformed into a giant dried frog that had been drying in the sun for 180 days. Hey, should I give it a chance to make a move? He claimed it was a test of strength, but ended up killing the enemy with a single sword strike. Forget it, they're all weaklings anyway. It doesn't matter whether I try or not. But this giant toad provides significantly more life force than the merman and goblin. Could it be because it's fatter? The skull on the soul-devouring greatsword exhaled a sinister aura, which slowly swirled around the sword, emitting faint sighs and murmurs. Zhao Huan used the tip of his greatsword to poke at the wooden spear carried on the back of the swamp toad man. The top glowed with a faint green light, clearly indicating that it had been coated with a potent poison. The bottom was soft, and even had two small, colorful mushrooms growing on it. With a gentle poke of the sword tip, the mushrooms suddenly exploded, spewing out a cloud of pink smoke. In the swamp toadman's basket, several strange fish that had been quietly playing dead suddenly began to boil violently, writhing and twisting as if trying to squeeze out of the gaps in the basket. These ugly things, their brains have definitely been corroded by the poison gas. They have 4 legs, and instead of crawling out from the opening above, they're desperately trying to burrow downwards. Just as Zhao Huan was complaining, he saw pink smoke drift down and stick to the strange fish's body, where tiny mushrooms sprouted. Holy crap! Zhao Huanshe quickly took 2 steps back and carefully checked his body to see if any of the powder mist had gotten on him, and if any colorful little mushrooms had grown from it. What kind of mushroom is this that's so aggressive? Seeing that more and more small mushrooms were growing on the strange fish's body, and that it was slowly becoming still, Zhao Huan muttered a complaint under his breath, took 2 steps back, turned around and left, too lazy to deal with the swamp toad man's dried corpse. Hiding will only buy them some more time. Swamp toads aren't goblins. If a member goes missing, it will likely alert the other swamp toads. Zhao Huan summoned the goblin scavenger, recalled it, and replaced it with the goblin thief. Although its resistance to poison is much worse than that of the goblin scavenger, the poisonous fog in the air is not enough to kill it instantly, and it can stay for half a day without any problem. Unlike a certain goblin warrior whose feet, after just 1 breath, immediately rolled its eyes back, foamed at the mouth, and collapsed. If Zhao Huanshe were even 2 seconds slower in recalling the cards, it would have died on the spot. This guy is unbelievable. How can he get weaker as he evolves? Zhao Huanshe had the goblin thief walk ahead, following the tracks left by the swamp toads as they approached their settlement, which was the human village in the trial objective. Along the way, they encountered several more swamp toads that were fishing, catching insects, and searching for food. Zhao Huanshe cooperated with the goblin thief to kill them all and throw them into the nearby bushes or mud pits. As dusk approached and night was about to fall, Zhao Huanshe finally found his mission objective. A dilapidated village submerged in a swamp of mud. Most of the houses were severely damaged or even completely collapsed, leaving only some broken walls and ruins. A few houses are relatively well preserved, with walls covered in colored mud bearing various symbols of unknown meaning, and swamp toad people going in and out of them. Zhao Huanshe speculated that those colored symbols might be markings used by the swamp toads to demarcate territory and indicate ownership of these houses. Human villages couldn't possibly be built in such a godforsaken place. The scavenger said that the leader of the swamp toads was a spellcaster. Could these monsters also have the ability to change the terrain? As Zhao Huanshe was pondering this, he saw that the goblin thief's face was glowing green, clearly indicating that it was too poisoned to withstand the poison. So he recalled it back into a card and put it away. Suddenly, the village became noisy. A swamp toad man, over 2 meters tall, with a round body like a ball. His entire body was covered with ornaments carved from various bones and woods. He holds a wooden scepter that is thick at one end and can almost be used as a hammer. He led a dozen or so burly swamp toads out of the village. Chapter 75: The Skeleton Mound Before the Goddess Statue. Watching the swamp toad leader lead his team away, Zhao Huanshe secretly guessed that these monsters probably realized that it was time to leave, and several of the members who went out to forage had not yet returned, so they went out to check the situation. Did that monster leader take all the elites of the tribe with it? Zhao Huanshe's heart stirred, and he looked up to observe carefully. Those who remained in the village, besides 7 or 8 adult swamp toad men who were clearly commoners and relatively weak, were only a dozen or so monster cubs whose bodies were not yet fully developed. If I wipe out all the monsters in the village now, would that count as completing the trial objective? Zhao Huan muttered to himself, picked up the soul-devouring greatsword, and, using various obstacles to conceal his vision, stealthily made his way towards the village. It's highly unlikely that they'll pass the trial, since the monster leader will definitely return with his minions, meaning they won't be completely driven away. However, killing all the swamp toad men who remained in the village would at least weaken the monster horde and prevent them from causing trouble while they were fighting the swamp toad leader. As Zhao Huan pondered, he slowly moved along the corner of the house wall. When he got close to his target, he suddenly darted out and slashed off the head of a swamp toad who was squatting on the ground weaving a grass basket. The swamp toad cub beside him looked terrified, opened its mouth and let out a sharp cry, then turned to run away. Zhao Huan kicked it to the ground, and the black greatsword pierced straight through the monster cub's body. They watched as the swamp toad cub's body was enveloped in black mist and quickly withered away. Zhao Huanshi even had the leisure to complain. This little thing doesn't have a tail. Aren't toad tadpoles? When Zhao Huanshi killed the adult swamp toad man, he had already been exposed. The terrified screams of the young swamp toad man attracted the attention of all the swamp toad men left in the village. 4 or 5 adult swamp toads yelled, summoning all the young ones in the village. The remaining swamp toads emerged from all parts of the village with weapons, charging menacingly towards Zhao Huanshi. Besides the one that was beheaded, there were 15 adult swamp toads that had appeared in the village, more than Zhao Huanshi had seen before. Fortunately, these monsters were in 2s and 3s, and there was a considerable distance between them. They probably saw that Zhao Huanshi was alone and felt there was no need to wait for all his companions to gather before launching an attack. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi sneered, and with one sword stroke each, cut the first 3 swamp toad men who rushed up in 2, along with the wooden spears in their hands. Ghostly energy permeated the air, the corpses withered and turned black, and the ghostly murmurs became increasingly clear. The ferocity in the swamp toad's eyes instantly turned to fear. Just as it hesitated whether to turn and run away, Zhao Huanshi had already charged forward with a sinister grin. Whoosh! Seeing its companion's head fly high into the air, one of the swamp toads stared wide-eyed and let out a terrified scream. The pustules on its body suddenly burst open, spewing out a large amount of green poisonous mist and juice. Zhao Huanshi's eyes narrowed, and he held his greatsword horizontally in front of him while quickly retreating through the mud. The venom splashed onto the skin, making a hissing sound and corroding it into pitted wounds. Damn it! In this godforsaken place, everything seems to explode on its own. The sun had already set, and a full moon hung in the night sky, casting its cool glow across the entire earth. The tiny yellow flowers on the vine have a faint golden glow. Although its self-healing ability is much lower than when exposed to sunlight during the day, its purification effect is actually enhanced under moonlight. The venom that was splashed on Zhao Huanshi was quickly purified and dissipated, and the wounds caused by the venom were also rapidly healed under the life force provided by the soul-devouring greatsword and the bright light vine. Seeing that the swamp toad man was about to run away after spitting out poison, Zhao Huan quickly caught up and stabbed it through the body with his sword. The swamp toad let out a miserable cry, and its body quickly withered away. He stepped on the dried toad corpse and forcefully pulled out the soul-devouring greatsword. Zhao Huan looked up and saw that the remaining swamp toads had already separated and fled in terror. Zhao Huan tried his best to catch up, but in the end he only managed to kill 1 adult swamp toad man and a few short-legged monster cubs. The rest of the swamp toad men had completely disappeared. Zhao Huan thought for a moment, kicked the shriveled toad aside, and turned to walk towards the center of the village. To his surprise, the largest wooden building in the center of the village did not seem to be the place where the monster leader lived, but rather a shrine where the villagers worshipped the gods. A female deity, meticulously sculpted from pure white marble, stands quietly on the altar, gazing with a gentle smile and a benevolent expression at the towering mound of human bones piled up on the ground in front of the offering table. What is this? A monster mocking humanity's guardian deity. Seeing the location of the skull mound, Zhao Huanshi subconsciously thought this. As he got closer, he saw clearly the carefully arranged items on the offering table. Strange fish, beetles, and other ugly-looking small animals, along with some freshly picked fruit. Zhao Huan had seen these things in the village before. They were probably the food that the swamp toads usually ate. If the purpose is to mock or humiliate, these items should not be placed on the altar. So all these foods were offerings, and that mound of jingguan, a type of human pyramid, looked like something the monsters had built to please the gods. Zhao Huanshi leaned closer to the statue for a closer look. That's right. Neither the craftsmanship of the statue nor the otherworldly script carved on its base could be the work of the swamp toads. Zhao Huan was puzzled and looked around. Compared to the filth and chaos of the rest of the village, the area around the shrine looked excessively clean, clearly the result of careful maintenance by the monsters. So, in the setting of this trial dream, the monsters and humans worship the same god? Or, because the god truly exists, all living beings treat the god with utmost respect? Zhao Huanshi looked at the skull mound. Perhaps for stability or to enhance aesthetics, the skull placed atop the jingguan is much smaller than a normal skull, as if it were taken from a child, infant, or even a newly formed fetus. The more Zhao Huan looked, the angrier he became. With a flick of his finger, he summoned the treasure chest monster. Burn all these bones, and then... Zhao Huanshi looked up at the goddess statue with a kind smile. Shut up. What kind of trash god are you? Go and tear this broken rock apart too. The treasure chest monster, which was circling the Jingguan, a mound of corpses, and trying to set it on fire with its two large pincers, froze upon hearing this, its huge eyes in the ruby staring at the marble statue. It has hard teeth, but that doesn't mean it likes to gnaw on rocks. How long will it take to gnaw on such a huge stone statue? Chapter 76 The Rebel. Click, click, click. The treasure chest monster is gnawing on the marble. As it gnawed on the marble, the mimic found the texture quite good and became increasingly addictive, even causing the flames on its body to burn more intensely. It's really getting fired up. Although Zhao Huan had set the mound of bones ablaze, the flames were sparse and looked like they could go out at any moment. Use the soul-devouring greatsword to chop the offering table into firewood and throw it onto the Jingguan, a mound of corpses. Feeling the fire wasn't burning bright enough, they turned around and started dismantling the shrine. Before long, the goddess statue was torn to pieces and the shrine became dilapidated. Some of the more fragile bones were burned and shattered by the flames, causing the Jingguan structure to become unstable and collapse completely. Then Zhao Huanshi was somewhat surprised to find that the faint poisonous fog that had been permeating the air began to dissipate. The water that had submerged the entire village was slowly sinking and disappearing, as if the source of the water supply to this huge pool had suddenly been shut off. Is this a normal day-night cycle or? Zhao Huanshi turned his head to look at the goddess statue, which had been gnawed down to half its body by the treasure chest monster, and then at the broken bones in the fire. I disrupted the key to the ritual by which the monsters created the poisonous fog and swamp. Snap! The mimic took a big bite and gnawed off the top of the goddess statue. Zhao Huanshi's eyelids twitched, and a memory inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Falsehood is the source of suffering. Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened suddenly, and his heart began to pound violently. No way. If the master that Soul Eater betrayed was really a god, then the traitor should actually be called a god betrayer. When Zhao Huanshi realized this, he suddenly felt something strange in his palm. Looking down, I saw that the black contract mark had indeed appeared on the back of my hand. Mark of the Rebel. A sudden realization dawned on Zhao Huanshi once again. Damn, what kind of lousy translation is this? If I had known your enemy was a god, I wouldn't have. Wait, this contract seems to have been directly shoved into my body by the Soul Eater. I didn't have a choice at all. You have a great sword, and you still know how to force a sale. Zhao Huan looked speechlessly at the pitch-black, great sword shrouded in ghostly mist in his hand. Perhaps sensing Zhao Huanshi's dissatisfaction, in an attempt to appease him, a memory emerged from the mark of the traitor and flooded into Zhao Huanshi's mind. Huh? You can even do that. Why didn't you say you had such a powerful move sooner? Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened, his face full of surprise. Just as they were about to continue speaking, a commotion arose in the distance. It was the Swamp Toad chieftain who had received news of the village's attack and was hurriedly leading his men back. Zhao Huanshi's smile vanished, and he pulled out a monster card with his fingers, summoning all the monsters. The toxic smog in the air has now become very thin, so there's no need to worry about them getting poisoned while fighting. Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing sound came from beside me. Zhao Huanshi turned his head and was speechless. How did he manage to spawn that weak and useless goblin merchant? Since the toxins on the goblin thief hadn't been completely removed yet, and the goblin scavenger couldn't be of much help at the moment, Zhao Huan simply recalled the goblin merchant and put away the goblin three scoundrels. At this moment, the swamp toad leader hurriedly ran to the center of the village, stepping through the gradually drying puddles. He saw the demolished shrine and smashed statues, as well as the bones burned by flames. The towering toad monster stared with two copper bell-sized eyes, its expression one of shock, its body frozen in place as if struck by a petrifying spell. The swamp toad leader was only awakened when Zhao Huanshi roared, riding a chocobo, leading goblin warriors, murloc hunters, and a mimic wielding a giant flaming pincer that kept spewing white powder from its mouth as it charged towards the enemy. The swamp toad chieftain roared, and the already furious swamp toad warriors grabbed their wooden spears and charged out menacingly, determined to tear these blasphemers who were destroying the idols and rituals to shreds. The swamp toad leader stood still, waving the large wooden club in his hand and chanting incantations. Suddenly, the ground in front of it cracked open, and a stream of green water with a sweet smell gushed out, shooting into the sky and turning into raindrops and mist that fell down. Raindrops fell on the swamp toad, turning into a light mist that seemed to grant it some kind of buff. Zhao Huanshi and the card monsters didn't get the same treatment. Being hit by raindrops was no different from being splashed with sulfuric acid, burning small pits on their bodies. The Murloc hunter secretes a slippery mucus from the gaps in its scales, which blocks most of the corrosive damage. Yellow chocobos also have feathers that can mitigate some of the damage. The mimics' flames were burning fiercely, and raindrops turned into poisonous gas as soon as they got close. Only the goblin warriors, groaning and screaming as they were pelted by the poisonous rain, channeled their pain into rage, their charge only accelerating. TCH. Such a small amount of damage, and you're screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Zhao Huanshi, who was also hairless and scaleless, gritted his teeth and uttered a hateful complaint through his teeth. His eyes were sharp and his face was ferocious. He swung his greatsword forcefully and cut the swamp toad warrior, spear and all, in two as he brushed past him. The yellow chocobo, relying on its long legs and agile movements, feinted to deceive the enemy's attack, and did not linger with the swamp toad warriors. It brushed past the edge of the monster army, carrying Zhao Huanshi, and charged straight toward the swamp toad leader. Even birds know the principle of killing the back row first when fighting. However, after discovering Zhao Huanshi's purpose, the swamp toad warriors showed no intention of turning back to support their leader. The swamp toad leader also revealed a ferocious smile. He first slammed his big club into the ground, and the green spring water suddenly exploded, turning into 5 thick, venomous water arrows that shot towards the chocobo and Zhao Huanshi. The chocobo spun around trying to dodge the attack, but was still hit by 2 water arrows. 2 jets of blood spurted from its body, and it fell to the ground with a mournful cry. The wound emitted a foul odor, and the blood that flowed out had turned dark green. Zhao Huanshi dodged a water arrow with a roll, and then blocked another venomous water arrow with the soul-devouring greatsword. A sharp pain shot through my right shoulder as the remaining water jet grazed past me, severely corroding the flesh in the wound. However, thanks to the efforts of the Mingguang tongue, the remaining toxins quickly dissipated, the wounds turned a faint green glow, and healed rapidly. Despite the pain, Zhao Huanshi got up, first summoned back the yellow chocobo, and then looked up at the swamp toad leader. But the enormous monster stopped casting spells, and instead charged toward Zhao Huanshi with a savage grin, its body wreathed in green water, carrying a thick wooden staff. Rather than using magic, the swamp toad chieftain preferred to personally smash the heads of blasphemers with his scepter. Chapter 77 was drained. Thump. The thick wooden staff slammed into the black greatsword with a loud thud. Zhao Huan felt as if he had been hit by a battering ram. He flew out like a ball, rolled several times in the mud, and when he stood up, he was covered in a layer of mud. He could be put in a furnace and roasted to pass for a terracotta warrior. Pa, aren't you supposed to be a spellcaster? How come you're stronger than a minotaur? Zhao Huanshi spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't help but complain. The swamp toad leader couldn't understand what Zhao Huan was saying, but he grabbed his scepter and rushed over excitedly. Damn it! How could I possibly defeat something like this with just the few monsters I have? Zhao Huanshi glanced back at the goblin warrior whose weapon and shield were completely shattered, who was poisoned and glowing green, the Murloc hunter who could easily take on 3 enemies at once, and the mimic monster chasing after several enemies. The mimic's box is sturdy, it's immune to poison, and both its attacks and defenses will inflict fire damage. If you don't know the mimic's fatal weakness, the swamp toad warrior really won't be able to deal with it. Perhaps the normal way to clear the game is to upgrade the level and quality of all the monster cards in your hand, or wait for the lava core to fully charge and then blow the entire village and monsters into the sky. Or perhaps there are some other key elements in the dream that haven't been discovered yet. But it doesn't matter, I've just learned a new killer move. It's time to use it and see. Zhao Huan stood up, raised the soul-devouring greatsword high, and roared, "Soul-devouring, use your full strength, and let me see your limit." The mark of the traitor on the back of his hand lit up instantly, and the skull-eye sockets of the soul-devouring greatsword glowed brightly red, letting out a terrifying roar. The eerie ghosts swirling around the sword instantly surged and transformed into countless black demons, like vicious dogs that had just broken free of their chains, howling and lunging at the enemy. The swamp toad leader's eyes narrowed, and the green water flowing around his body coiled around his scepter, sweeping it towards the ghostly creature in front of him with a whooshing sound. To the surprise of the swamp toad leader, The water flow transformed into a venomous whip that passed through the bodies of several vengeful spirits, but without causing much damage. Instead, the vengeful ghost used its mouth to bite, its claws to tear, and its roar to take away a large amount of life force from it. The swamp toad leader was in great pain and hurriedly recalled the water flow to cover his body and ward off the attack of the evil spirit. However, the monster leader could use magic to temporarily resist the attacks of the ghosts, while its underlings were powerless against the attacks of the fierce ghosts. They could only scream and run away, their life force quickly drained, turning them into grotesque, horrified, and gruesome mummies. After killing all the swamp toad minions, all the vengeful spirits gathered together and took turns attacking the swamp toad leader. At this moment, Zhao Huanshi's life force had been almost completely drained, and his flesh and blood had almost disappeared, leaving only a wrinkled skin stuck to his bones, making him look no different from the surrounding mummies. He barely managed to stay alive only thanks to the life force provided by the Mingguang vine and his own willpower. Hooray! He had lost the ability to speak and could only let out hoarse breaths from his dry mouth, which sounded rather eerie. He could only roll his eyes, desperately holding onto the soul-devouring greatsword. You damn fool. Why didn't you say this move would kill me first? A faint red light flickered in the skull's eye sockets, as if to say, you were the one who told me to use my full strength. The screams of the swamp toad leader, which came from the side, gradually weakened and eventually disappeared, leaving only the excited roars of the vengeful spirits. Is it finally going to end? It wasn't for nothing that I held on for so long. Do those vengeful ghosts return their life force when they return to the greatsword after killing their enemies? Just as Zhao Huanshi was thinking this, he saw those fierce ghosts roaring and rushing towards him with extreme excitement, filled with malice. Damn, these things can actually backfire? With a deathbed resolve, Zhao Huanshi's consciousness instantly plunged into darkness. Trial ended. Trial successful. Gained evolution points, 203. Current evolution points, 434. Trial rewards obtained. Green monster card, purple venom slime. Green equipment card, mushroom poison spear. Blue equipment card, poison spring priest's wooden scepter. Special blue equipment card, poison spring priest's venom cauldron. The trial dream is being regenerated, estimated time, 160 hours. Does it really take that long to generate the next dream? Did I break it? Without the soul-devouring greatsword, Zhao Huan estimated that he would have been stuck in this dream for quite a while longer. The swamp toad leader is powerful and doesn't seem like someone who can be dealt with by poisoning or other means. Unless Zhao Huan can find other weaknesses, it should be difficult to kill that big fat toad with the strength of the monster cards in his hand. I am a summoner after all. I can't just keep going up there with my sword all the time. I'll use these 7 or 8 days to go to the green forest and level up my goblin warrior and murloc hunter. As Zhao Huanshi pondered this, he sat up halfway on the bed, rubbed his fingers together, and produced 4 newly acquired cards. His eyes were immediately drawn to the purple slime that had left a deep impression on him. Green monster card, purple venom slime. A venomous slime whose body has mutated due to environmental factors, even turning purple. Highly toxic. The purple venom slime's body is filled with highly toxic liquid. Attacking it will poison enemies, and when its body is damaged, it will also spray venom and gas from the wounds. Poisonous mist explosion. When the purple venom slime dies, it explodes, spraying its venom in all directions and releasing a dense, highly toxic mist. The venom splash attack has a range of approximately 15 meters, and the toxic mist covers an area of about 8 meters. The mist will slowly dissipate after 10 seconds. It looks almost identical to the purple slime I killed before. Although it can release potent poison, its body is fragile and it doesn't actually have much combatability. It's a green quality card, stronger than a goblin warrior. Zhao Huanshi was slightly puzzled. Recalling the time when he was poisoned to death by the purple slime's poisonous mist, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Let's look at the information on the purple venom slime card again. Wait a minute. The venom sprays 15 meters, the venom mist covers 8 meters, and the slime's body is fragile. Isn't this just a disposable venom grenade? Combined with the card throwing and card swapping, I think I've figured out how to use this guy. Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up, his expression was excited. All sorts of scenes popped into his mind, and the corners of his mouth turned up, his smile gradually becoming distorted. Chapter 78 Highly Toxic Equipment. Green equipment card, Mushroom Poison Spear. A spear crafted from hardwood, its tip coated with a highly corrosive poison, and adorned with two adorable little colorful mushrooms at the end. Attack 2-3. Defense 2-2. Highly poisonous weapon. When the tip of the mushroom-shaped poison spear pierces an enemy and inflicts damage, it will poison the enemy. Poisonous mushroom. The mushroom spear has two poisonous mushrooms at its tip. When strongly stimulated, it will explode, releasing a poisonous mist of parasitic spores. It can be gently picked and thrown at enemies. After being consumed, the poisonous mushrooms will regenerate in about 2 hours. Standard polearm. Usable only by certain medium-sized and a small number of large or small humanoid monsters. Looking at the wooden spear on the card screen, with two colorful mushrooms growing from its rear end and looking somewhat familiar, Zhao Huanshe raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. So these two mushrooms are also hand grenades. However, recalling the small cloud of poisonous mist released when the poisonous mushrooms exploded, Zhao Huanshe felt that the explosive power of these two small grenades was probably not very strong. The spores that fell and grew into countless tiny mushrooms on the strange fish's body were indeed quite eerie. Blue equipment card, Poison Spring Priest's Wooden Scepter. A heavy scepter crafted from extremely hard magical yew wood, capable of cracking walnuts or smashing an enemy's skull. Having been imbued with the magic of the Poison Spring Priest for a long time, the scepter has acquired some peculiar properties. Attack 5-10. Magic 5-10. Defense 8-8. Heavy. To use this weapon properly, your strength attribute must be at least 50 points. Poison Spring Scepter. This solid wood scepter increases the wearer's casting speed and spell effects by 13%, while reducing mana consumption during casting. When casting water and poison spells, it also grants an additional 50%, or more than 6%, of bonus damage. Blessing of the Poisonous Spring. The solid wood scepter has been imbued with the magic of the Poisonous Spring Priest. The wielder will gain an additional 10 points to Constitution and Strength, as well as a low-level self-healing effect and a weak resistance to poison. Poisonous Mist consumes mana to selectively summon a dense fog in front of you, either highly poisonous or composed of ordinary water vapor, to obscure vision. Spell range 20 meters, coverage area 10 meters. Continuous mana consumption increases the fog's duration. Medium-sized scepter, limited to use by medium to large humanoid monsters. Cracking a walnut. This blow could probably flatten even an iron walnut. Luckily, the soul-devouring greatsword is tough enough, otherwise my head would really have been cracked open like a walnut. Zhao Huanshe touched his head and muttered to himself with lingering fear. Then, a hint of regret crept in. The first blue weapon card. With these stats, it'd be decent even just as a hammer, but unfortunately, neither the Goblin Warrior nor the Murloc Hunter can wield it. Although the card information did not show the monster's physical attributes, Zhao Huanshe could still make a rough estimate. Goblin Warriors are slightly stronger than ordinary adults, while Murloc Hunters are slightly stronger than Goblin Warriors, roughly at the level of Apprentice Warriors, with strength attribute not exceeding 25 points, but agility might be higher. On the contrary, the Mimic's Bite Force, when converted to a strength attribute, might reach around 50 or 60. Zhao Huanshe looked at the last blue card, which depicted a blackstone crucible filled with a viscous green solution. Special blue equipment card, Poison Spring Priest's Venomous Cauldron. The crucible used by the Poison Spring Priest to brew poison. Venom creation. The Venom Crucible generates 5 temporary cards every day at 5 a.m. The green temporary consumable card is Highly Toxic Coating Solvent. Green temporary consumable card, Poisonous Coating Solvent. Use on a monster card to temporarily grant one weapon equipped on the monster card a poisonous coating effect, poisoning enemies when it deals damage. Both in used highly toxic topical solvents, and the effects of topical application using highly toxic solvents will disappear at 5 a.m. Venom distribution. You can link the Venomous Cauldron of the Poison Spring Priest to up to 5 monster cards, which will occupy one of the monster card's equipped slots. Every day at 5 a.m., when the Venom Coating Solvent is created, it will be automatically distributed to linked monster cards and used. This card's effect is quite interesting. Zhao Huanshe immediately tried to link the Venom Crucible with the monster card in his hand. But after looking at them, none of them seemed quite right. Zhao Huanshe replaced the fishbone spear in the Goblin Warrior's hand with a mushroom poison spear. Since the weapon itself was poisonous, there was no need to apply poison to it. As for the Fishman Hunter, Zhao Huan was unsure whether the highly toxic coating solvent would be effective on the fishhook. What if one day the Murloc Hunter is given a day off to go fishing, and he catches one fish and poisons it, or even poisons all the fish in the water with one cast, the Murloc hunter would probably go crazy. As for the 3 goblin thieves, given the goblin thief's habit of using a knife to poke and eat insects, Zhao Huan was really afraid that it would poison him to death while it was AFK farming. Anyway, using temporary cards is just a matter of a thought, and there's plenty of time to use them when the real battle starts. Besides, if you get poisoned, some materials from the monster will be contaminated and won't sell for money. With that thought in mind, Zhao Huanshi changed the goblin warrior's weapon to a fishbone spear. Speaking of materials from monsters, the corpses of the monsters we killed when we went to the Emerald Forest to upgrade the symbiotic vine were stuffed into the greed space by the goblin trio, and they haven't been dealt with yet. Forget it, there's nothing particularly valuable inside anyway. Let's just leave it in the greedy space for now, and then find a place to sell it after we finish leveling up in the Emerald Forest these next few days. Zhao Huan wasn't sure if the greed space had a different time flow than the outside world, but its preservation ability was quite strong. The plants that the goblin scavenger had collected from the lush forest had been fine for 2 days in the space, but they wilted quickly after he took them out. The monster's corpse should be fine staying inside for a few days. Zhao Huanshi got up, washed up, and tidied up the room a little. I opened my phone and booked a room at a hotel near the second checkpoint in the west of the city. He plans to spend his days leveling up in the lush forest and return to the city at night. If I go home to sleep, I'll spend a lot of time traveling back and forth every day, so it's better to spend some money to find a hotel nearby. These days, the tourism industry is basically finished. Apart from a few business hotels, most hotels and ghost houses have gone out of business. Near the entrance to the contaminated area, however, there are quite a few well-equipped hotels that are supported by explorers and awakened individuals. For explorers, the hourly rooms in Explorer Town are just for temporary rest. If they really want a good night's sleep, they still have to go back to the city. Chapter 79 Goblin Warrior at max level. Evening, the forest is lush and green. The Goblin Warrior had green vines wrapped around his neck and chest, covered with small yellow flowers, as if he had come to the polluted area for a spring outing. But upon closer inspection, its body was covered in bloody wounds. He was holding a tortoise shell and a large wooden stick he had picked up from the ground, and was having a lively fight with 2 poisonous claw cats. The poison on the claws of the poison claw demon cat causes intense pain. Although the bright light vine has the ability to purify poisons and heal wounds, purification and healing are not immunity. Being scratched by a cat's claws for a few seconds will still cause excruciating pain. The Goblin Warrior's face contorted in pain as he roared, trying to kill the enemy, but the poison claw cat was agile and well-coordinated, and he couldn't hit it no matter how hard he tried. Zhao Huanshi squatted on the tree, glanced at the noisy and stupid green-skinned warrior, and seeing that it was full of energy and showed no signs of dying, he ignored it. Turning to the other side, I saw the mimic, quietly lying under the tree disguised as a wooden box, having just tricked another large, dark rat into its belly. Zhao Huanshi lowered his head, looking at the soul-devouring gloves and continuing to ponder its ultimate move. In fact, releasing those vengeful ghosts by soul-devouring only consumes the ghostly energy accumulated during the killing process, but by extracting Zhao Huanshi's life force, it will make the vengeful ghosts even more ferocious. You don't need to extract all of it, just a portion will suffice. It was Zhao Huanshi's first time using it, and he was so excited that he subconsciously used all his strength, turning himself into a dried-up corpse. Zhao Huan really wanted to try it again, but he was still traumatized by his experience of being drained of his life the night before and dared not try it in reality. Especially since those ghostly things can even backfire. Let's figure it out thoroughly in the trial dream first. At this moment, the Goblin Warrior, after fighting the 2 poisonous claw cats for a long time, finally seized an opportunity and smashed one of the cat's bodies with a heavy blow. The demonic cat let out a shrill scream, and its movements became less agile. Upon seeing this, the Goblin Warrior instantly became excited. Completely ignoring the attack from the other poisonous claw cat, he rushed forward and smashed the cat in his hand repeatedly, killing it. He suddenly turned his head, his fierce gaze fixed on the remaining enemy. The poison claw cat was startled by the goblin's gaze. It glanced at its mortally killed companion, hissed mournfully, and slowly retreated a few steps before turning and fleeing. The Goblin Warrior immediately gave chase while yelling loudly. You think you can run away after getting smacked so many times? Take a few more hits from me first. Hey, how the hell can you still climb a tree? That's cheating. Seeing the poison claw cat leap to the top of the tree in a few swift movements, its eyes darting nervously down at him. The goblin warrior standing below was momentarily dumbfounded. At that moment, an invisible card flew to the ground behind the poison claw cat and silently transformed into a murloc hunter. Whoosh! The poison claw cat was focused entirely on the goblin warrior, and by the time it realized an attack was coming from behind, it was too late to dodge. The poison claw demon cat's body was pierced by the fishbone spear. It screamed as it fell from the treetop. When it hit the ground, its eyes were glazed over, and it was barely breathing. The goblin warrior grinned and strode forward, then slammed his club into the poison claw cat's head, sending it to reunite with its companions. Zhao Huan flicked his finger, and the goblin trio spun around and crashed into the goblin warrior. The goblin warrior and the bright vine returned to Zhao Huanshi's hand as cards, and the goblin scavenger appeared where the goblin warrior had been standing. The goblin scavenger looked down and saw the gruesome death of the poison claw cat. His eyes lit up, and he grabbed the cat's corpse, stuffing it into a tattered sack. He turned around and immediately spotted another corpse, then scurried over to it. "Stay here and don't wander off." Zhao Huan gave the goblin scavenger some instructions, and then looked down at the card information for Goblin Warrior. White monster card, Goblin Warrior. Well, Max, the goblin warriors have become stronger. Their physique and strength have both increased. Unable to further upgrade the card's level, you can evolve the white card into a green card by consuming 200 evolution points after completing the card enhancement ritual. Goblin Warrior card enhancement ritual. After 5 fierce battles and victories completed, consume a large amount, approximately 500 kilograms, of monster flesh. Seeing the word completed next to the condition of winning 5 intense battles in the card enhancement ceremony, Zhao Huan was slightly surprised. Does the battles we've been through before count? That saves a lot of trouble. As for monster flesh and blood, there just happened to be a bunch of monster corpses in the greedy space that I hadn't sold. Even after removing the skin and bones, the monster's flesh alone would definitely exceed 500 kilograms. Zhao Huansher looked up at the sky. It was still some time before dark. If we eat at the hotel, the room will be covered in blood, and we'll have to pay for it, and spend time explaining. It's better to eat here, and then go back. Zhao Huansher summoned the goblin warriors again, took out a monster corpse from the greed space, skinned it, took out the useful materials from the monster, and threw the bloody chunks of meat to the goblin warriors to eat. After working for a while, and feeling that the quantity was about right, I had the goblin scavenger put the monster pelts and materials into its tattered bag, and then took it back. If Zhao Huansher hadn't been keeping a close eye on things, the goblin scavenger would have long since been attracted by something and disappeared without a trace. They're all such troublemakers. As Zhao Huan spoke, his eyes were fixed on a fishman hunter not far away, who was squatting under a tree, using a fishbone spear to poke fruit off the branches and eat it. For some reason, despite participating in several battles, Zhao Huansher could clearly sense that the upgrade progress of the Murloc Hunter card had not increased at all. If upgrading green-grade cards is more difficult, then the Mimic has already been upgraded to level 5. After eating a few more mice and birds, it might reach level 6. Upgrading green cards doesn't seem so hard, does it? Or perhaps the monsters on the outskirts of the lush forest are too weak. Or perhaps this guy didn't level up through combat at all. Fishing buddy. Does it mean it has to go fishing to level up? That's way too hasty. Despite his complaints, Zhao Huan actually planned to check back that evening to see where there were bodies of water near the emerald forest where one could fish, and then take the fishman hunter there to give it a try. Turning his head, Zhao Huansher saw the goblin warrior munching away happily. He worried that the guy might eat himself to death, while also feeling a bit hungry himself. I took out a portion of the chicken leg rice that I had packed at the entrance of my neighborhood this morning before leaving home. I summoned the mimic monster over, took out the miscellaneous monster materials from the box, put the chicken leg rice inside, closed the lid, and gently patted it. Heat up my food. The lava core behind the mimic was tinged with a faint red, like a microwave oven with its heating light on. Chapter 80 Goblin Warrior. By the time Zhao Huansher finished his hot and fragrant chicken leg rice, the goblin warriors had almost finished eating as well. Its belly was round and swollen, like a giant balloon that could burst at any moment. It lay on a pile of white animal bones covered with blood and bits of flesh, clutching its stomach and unable to move. Zhao Huansher pinched his nose and approached, then kicked the goblin warriors, but before retracting it. Goblin Warrior card enhancement complete. Physical attributes slightly improved. Evolution. A green glow flowed, rendering the edges of the card green, and the appearance of the goblin warrior in the middle also changed accordingly. He was taller and more muscular, with a more composed look in his eyes, and exuded a fierce aura of someone who had been through many battles. Card Monster Summoner, class level up. All attributes +1. It actually upgraded. Zhao Huan was taken aback and looked down at the card in his hand. Green monster card, Goblin Warrior. LV1. The Goblin Warriors, honed through countless battles, have finally grown into even stronger warriors. Outnumbered strength. When your team outnumbers the enemy, your physical attributes receive a slight boost, and your fighting spirit is greatly enhanced. Fierce. The Goblin Warrior possesses a fierce aura, which can intimidate weaker enemies in battle. He's gotten a bit stronger, but doesn't seem to have anything particularly special about him. Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself, just about to summon the Goblin Warrior to take a look, when he suddenly heard a sound coming from afar. He quickly put away the Murloc Hunter and the Mimic, then ducked into the bushes to hide. Before long, a 7-person exploration team, armed and looking wary, entered. Seeing the pile of animal bones on the ground with obvious bite marks and the bloodstains flowing around them, he was immediately startled and became even more nervous. How can there be so many bones? No wonder it smells so bloody. Could it be that some powerful monster has come from somewhere else? It seems like we just finished eating not long ago. Maybe that monster is nearby. The captain and the others aren't here. Let's leave first. Wait, these marks. They look like they were left by goblins. Goblins? Could they be from that green-skinned tribe in the northern part of the forest who came out in search of food? No way. Didn't they say that the goblins had already found a place and started building their nest? That place is more than 20 kilometers away from here. Who knows? Goblins are all a bit dim-witted. Maybe they got lost and wandered here. With so many explorers coming and going here, that goblin gang won't last long. But that goblin tribe to the north is probably a bigger problem. Won't someone take care of it? Who knows? Those goblins seem pretty strong. If the Special Affairs Bureau didn't take the lead, I doubt any exploration team would be willing to do this thankless task. Hey, there's a shoe print here. Someone might have been here before us. Never mind. Let's go back to Explorer's Town. The goblin tribe built their nest more than 20 kilometers away from here. Having extracted the key information, Zhao Huanshi, hiding behind the bushes, had his eyes shining with excitement. The goblin tribe is great. They're over 20 kilometers away. That's even better. Goblin thieves and goblin merchants are highly likely to attract the vicinity of goblin hordes. Even if a goblin scavenger appears, there's less than a 50% chance it will venture outside the contaminated zone. Zhao Huanshi conjured up the goblin trio and stared intently at it. In the greedy space, apart from the demon statue, there was nothing else of particular value. As for whether the goblin merchant might take the demon statue with him when he leaves, it would be even better if you took it with you. This thing is a useless piece of junk in Zhao Huanshi's hands. Keeping it is pointless, and taking it out would make it impossible to explain its origin, which would only make it easier for the Special Affairs Bureau to target it. If the goblin merchant could trade this thing for something, that would be great. If he couldn't get anything back and was killed, Zhao Huan wouldn't feel bad about leaving the statue outside. That's settled then. Maybe by the time this AFK ends, the 3 musketeers will have reached level 5. With a gentle pinch of his fingers, the card shattered and dissipated, turning into blue-purple starlight. It's about time. I'm exhausted after a long day. It's time to go back to the city and sleep. Come to think of it, the last time I stayed in a hotel was before the illusion descended. Recalling the happy times when he went on trips with his parents and the whole family, Zhao Huanshi's lips curled up, but then he sighed with a sense of loss. By the way, what was the name of the hotel I booked again? Hausen? Or Tyson? Grand Hyatt Hotel. In the bustling hotel lobby, a voice that Zhao Huanshi remembered vividly rang out. It was you. It must have been you bunch of bastards who ambushed me while I was taking a dump. Li Guangxi stopped Huang Mao Lu Xin and his group, shouting excitedly. Lu Xin was initially startled, but upon seeing Li Guangxi's appearance, she immediately ignited like awakened white phosphorus. Damn it. So it was you, you bastard. You stole our stuff, and you still dare to come and act like this in front of me? I'll kill you right now. As soon as Lu Xin opened his mouth, his teammates knew he was about to make a move, and they all reached out to grab his arms. But while his hands were restrained, his legs remained free. Lu Xin kicked Li Guangxi away with a flying kick, knocking over many of the hotel's decorative items with a clanging sound. The argument immediately caught the hotel's attention. Upon being notified, the hotel manager quickly arrived with a team of heavily armed security personnel to stop the disturbance. Li Guangxi, who had been kicked, was naturally unwilling to give up and wanted to continue causing trouble. However, faced with the guns that the security personnel were holding and seemingly pointing at him, he could only suppress his anger and was forced to accept the hotel manager's mediation. After paying the compensation to Liu Xin and receiving the invoice from the hotel manager, Li Guangcai felt that everyone around him was looking at him with mockery, and their words were full of ridicule. Resentment welled up in his heart, and he watched the hotel manager's departing figure with hatred. You trash who isn't even an awakened one dares to point fingers at me. Wait until the illusion descends, and we'll see how you die. After Li Guangcai finished speaking through gritted teeth, he turned his head and saw a middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor nodding slightly at him with an approving smile. For some reason, Li Guang felt flattered. Who was that person? As the middle-aged man led his group away, Li Guangcai secretly asked his companion. That's Wang Jiuzha, the captain of the Jiuzha Eternal Life Exploration Team under the Jiuzha Biotechnology Group, a mid-level fire mage. I heard he just finished a mission in a high-risk area and is back to rest. Li Guangcai nodded, about to sigh, when he saw Wang Jiuzha, who had been calm just moments before, suddenly rush out of the hotel with his men, looking somewhat anxious and flustered. Chapter 81. The boss we just found is gone again. Power, wealth, glory, everything you desire, I can give you, just give me your soul. The goblin mage, missing half an ear, had demonic whispers echoing in his mind, and his eyes gradually began to glaze over. Thump, crack. The goblin trader used the demon statue to smash the nutshells, scoop out the kernels, and stuff them into his mouth. It tastes pretty good. Half-Ear suddenly woke up. What kind of power is that? The power to crack nuts? What a ridiculous monster. Shaking his head, he noticed that the goblin merchant seemed to really enjoy eating nut meat, so he took out all the nuts he had stored. After being attacked by kobolds and escaping by picking up the staff of the former leader, the goblin mage, Half-Ear inexplicably awakened the ability to cast spells. Having gathered a dozen or so goblins, they were wandering in the twilight wilderness when they stumbled upon a spatial rift that opened, from which emerged a large goblin horde led by its leader. Half-Ear was instantly captivated by the enormous goblin leader, bowed down, and joined the group on the spot. They had no choice but to join. If Half-Ear hadn't reacted quickly enough, the few new underlings they had just recruited would have betrayed them first. Fortunately, spellcasters are rare in any race. Although Half-Ear is a novice who has just awakened his spellcasting ability, his status in the tribe is only slightly lower than a few veteran goblin spellcasters, and even higher than goblin warriors. You can also have your own drafty tree branch hut in the newly built goblin nest. While wandering around with his staff, he happened to encounter a goblin merchant who appeared out of nowhere. That scene instantly reminded Half-Ear of the time when the goblin thief disappeared, leading the goblin merchant back to his tree branch hut and treating him to his own collection of nuts. After eating a few nuts and feeling a bit full, the goblin merchant wiped his mouth, stuffed the babbling demon statue back into his bag, rummaged around for a bit, pulled out a stainless steel multifunctional folding knife, and shoved it into Half-Ear's hand. Zhao Huan had the goblin place this item in the greed space, just in case. It has little value in human society, but for the monsters in the contaminated area, if they know how to use it, it is definitely a rare treasure. The goblin merchant thinks he's a businessman who can profit from customers by buying low and selling high and by cheating and swindling, but he can't just take things for free. Half-Ear sincerely treated it to nuts. Since the goblin merchant had eaten everything without any negotiation, it needed to offer something of equal value in exchange. Seeing that Half-Ear was somewhat confused after receiving the folding knife, the goblin merchant demonstrated the knife's functions to it again. I saw that a small piece of metal could produce all sorts of blades and scissors, as well as a bunch of other things that I didn't know what they were for, but seemed really impressive. Half-Ear's eyes widened in surprise. Look at its pathetic state. The goblin merchant seemed somewhat disdainful, but actually, hearing only half-listened exclamations and praise, he was inwardly ecstatic, unable to suppress the smile that played on his lips. The folding knife is still a bit lacking. Next time I'll bring something better to broaden this little guy's horizons. After satisfying both its appetite and its spirit, the goblin merchant had Half-Ear take it for a stroll among the goblin tribe. They would see which goblin had something valuable, then approach it with a smile, and offer to trade their own odds and ends for it. However, ordinary goblins don't even have their own dwellings, and they don't keep much of anything valuable. Most of the valuable items in the tribe are in the hands of the mutated goblins who have a higher status. For example, those veteran goblin spellcasters, and the goblin leader adorned with a jumble of random decorations. The goblin merchant hid in the distance and secretly observed for a while, wondering if he could find these guys and sell the muttering, broken statue in the bag for a good price. Although in goblin tribes, when those in power covet something belonging to those in lower ranks, they usually just steal it directly. But the goblin merchant was confident that he could complete the transaction on his own. As for whether these poor relatives in the wild will suddenly regret the transaction after it's completed and come looking for trouble with the goblin merchant, that's another matter entirely. However, after looking at them over and over, the goblin merchant felt that these guys were all lacking something and didn't seem like they could afford a demon statue. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the distance. The goblin merchant turned his head and saw a group of masked, well-equipped humans charging in with a menacing aura. The goblin leader roared angrily, and the goblins in the lair, upon hearing this, grabbed their weapons and charged forward, yelling and screaming. When the goblin merchant saw the man in the middle of the human group, a man wearing a black mask, holding a staff in one hand and a skull shrouded in blood mist in the other, his eyes instantly lit up with a golden light. A major client, and a super big client who is a perfect match for the demon statue and is absolutely willing to pay a high price for it. The goblin merchant's face immediately broke into a cunning smile. He squeezed into the middle of a group of wild goblins waving weapons and yelling, and excitedly ran towards the black-masked man. That's right, the demon statue is right here. The man in black mask said with unusual excitement. Quick, before anyone else notices, kill all this trash and find the demon statue. After saying that, his magic surged, and a huge, blazing fireball condensed on his staff, which he shot towards the area with the most goblins. Boom! The fireball exploded suddenly, and the goblin at the center of the blast was instantly reduced to nothing. The powerful impact, accompanied by scorching waves of fire, swept outwards, and countless goblins screamed as they were burned to a crisp. Under the firelight, no one saw a goblin vanish in a blue-purple glow, leaving behind a mess of things. It was instantly burned and charred by the flames. As the goblin merchant died, the blood sacrifice skeleton let out a melancholy sigh. The red light in its eyes dimmed instantly, and the blood mist surrounding it suddenly became much sluggish. What happened? Why did the guidance suddenly disappear again? The black-faced man's fingers tightened suddenly, as if he wanted to crush the blood sacrifice skeleton. Grown-ups. Hearing his subordinates' shouts, Blackface suddenly snapped out of his daze and gritted his teeth, saying, the demon statue couldn't have just disappeared. It must still be here, just being disturbed by something. Search. Search every monster, every corner thoroughly. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find it for me. Half-Ear carried a crystal staff in one hand and a magic crystal he had stolen from a goblin spellcaster's house in the other while on the run. Turning back, looking at the towering flames rising from the goblin lair, and faintly hearing the goblin leader's desperate roar, I couldn't help but sigh. How come the boss we just found is gone again? Chapter 82. This video is even more explosive. Midnight, Taihao Hotel. Zhao Huanshi lay in bed, using his phone to search for information about fishing in polluted areas. Surprisingly, these fish in the polluted area seem to be quite valuable. The Special Affairs Bureau has posted numerous bounty missions, offering high prices to buy all sorts of strangely shaped fish from various contaminated areas. Some are for eating, some are for display, and some are for research. The better the taste, the stronger the quality, and the rarer the species, the higher the reward price. Among them, the fish produced in the giant dragon volcano, such as the lava catfish, flame loach, and fire-eating eel that can survive in lava, are generally priced higher. It's probably because they're so hard to get that a single fish can sell for tens or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. However, these things are more like monsters than fish, and they cannot be caught by ordinary means. In contrast, Zhao Huan was even more surprised that there was a mutated fish in the poisonous fog swamp that looked almost exactly like the one in the trial dream, and the purchase price was not low. Judging from the details of the bounty, it was purchased by a biotechnology company and a research institute in the West 4 research area for research purposes. Those strange fish in the trial dream are much more bizarre looking. They'd definitely be worth more if we brought them out. Zhao Huan said to himself with a hint of regret. As he looked around, Zhao Huanshi became lost in the various posts shared by fishing enthusiasts. Some fishing enthusiast posts are simply to show off their catches. 80% of the entire post is about how big and rare the fish they caught are. However, there are also some posts where anglers share their bizarre experiences in polluted areas. As we all know, some exceptionally talented anglers can catch anything except fish. Otherworldly relics imbued with magical power, dilapidated wooden boxes filled with treasures, powerful and terrifying water monsters, skeleton soldiers entangled in seaweed, and so on. Whether it's true or false, Xiao Huan treats it all as entertainment. Especially in the comments section below the post, countless unknown internet whizzes, whether quoting classical texts or flashing with inspiration, transformed the cold words into a sea of joy, making it impossible for Xiao Huan to put down his phone. Xiao Huan was grinning from ear to ear when a strange feeling suddenly came to his mind. With a flick of his fingers, the Goblin trio, cards, their surfaces covered in cracks, appeared in his hand. Huh? Why are you back so soon? Xiao Huan stared intently at the card, examining the items in the greed space. Something seemed to be missing. For example, the multifunctional folding knife he had kept in his spatial storage just in case was gone. Looks like the one who went out was a swindler, so it's not surprising that he came back dead so quickly. But why is this broken statue still in my spatial storage? Did he not take it with him when he left? Xiao Huan said with a hint of regret. If I wasn't worried about the mental pollution that would result from taking it out, I would have just thrown it away somewhere in the lush forest. Oh well, no one's going to clean up the goblin horde in the green forest anytime soon. If once isn't enough, we'll just come back a few more times. We can always just tell the goblin merchant, and they'll get rid of this junk eventually. Distracted by the goblin trio, Xiao Huansher snapped out of his online daze and remembered to search for fishing spots near the green forest to see if fishing could help his Murloc hunter level up quickly. At this moment, Xiao Huansher heard faint shouts and curses coming from outside the door and turned his head to look in surprise. The hotel has good soundproofing. You can barely hear any noise from the next room or the street outside. The sound from the hallway outside could be heard only because the shouting and cursing were too loud and harsh. Why does this sound so much like that idiot Li Guangcai? I hope I'm not that unlucky. Xiao Huansher subconsciously tiptoed to the door, crouched down, and opened a crack in the door to peek out. Li Guangcai was standing at the door of the room next door, across from the one opposite, angrily berating the hotel staff member in front of him. The waitress appeared to be a gentle young woman, around 20 years old. Eyes filled with terror, expression panicked, hands and feet at a loss. Faced with Li Guangcai's reprimand, he could only shed tears and keep saying sorry. Hey, it really is that lousy thing. Xiao Huan cursed his bad luck inwardly, then frowned. That bitch, coming here to bully a little girl, she's a real scoundrel. As for the details of the matter, could it be that the young girl really did something wrong to anger Li Guangcai? Xiao Huan didn't know the waiter, but didn't he know Li Guangcai? If this bastard really had some leverage over something, he would have already caused a huge scene at the hotel. How could he just be scolding a waiter here, constantly showing off his prestigious explorer status, and saying that the waiter wasn't serving him properly? This idiot, he really thinks he's something. Please, these are rich people who pay for services. Of course they can do whatever they want. You can't even spare a tip, yet you expect to enjoy the same supreme VIP service as a luxury suite? That bastard, could it be that he had some ulterior motive because the waitress is pretty? While pondering this, Xiao Huansher took out his phone and secretly started recording a video. What a nasty thing. I'll post it online for you in a bit. Xiao Huansher had already thought of a title. An arrogant trainee soldier, seemingly relying on his status as an awakened, forcibly pursued a girl's love. When rejected, he committed such a beastly act against a vulnerable little girl in public. The title contains elements of gender antagonism, class conflict between the awakened and ordinary people, and the keyword worse than a beast, a favorite among online trolls. Xiao Huansher doesn't even need to do any editing or guidance. Just the words Li Guangcai keeps repeating are enough to make netizens go wild and curse his ancestors to the 18th generation. Not long after, the hotel manager received the news and arrived with several security guards. Seeing this, Xiao Huansher quietly closed the door, intending to register new accounts on several online platforms and upload the video. Little Li, I'm sending you to become an internet celebrity, which is also a way of repaying the favor I did for you when I went to great lengths to help your father escape from the Special Affairs Bureau. As Xiao Huansher typed on his phone, he spoke with deep emotion. Huh? Why is the video upload speed so slow? My internet speed is definitely not the problem. It took quite a while for the video to upload successfully. Xiao Huansher clicked in and took a look, and felt there was nothing wrong. Just as I was about to switch to another platform, I saw a similar videos pop up in the recommendation list next to my video. Li Guangcai, a useless soldier from Dongchuan City, after being humiliated in the hotel lobby, unleashed his bestial nature, and publicly insulted an innocent little girl for an extended period of time. Huh. Zhao Huan was stunned for a moment, and his finger unconsciously clicked on it. The first half of the video shows Li Guangcai arguing with Huang Mao, being kicked away, and then forced to accept the hotel manager's violent mediation, reluctantly swiping his card to pay compensation. The second half of the film was shot from a different angle, showing Li Guangcai scolding the waiter. It's unclear who filmed this on-site, but then used professional editing techniques to create various close-ups of Li Guangcai's face, amplifying his violent and ruthless expression and his resentful and cold eyes. They also added various appropriate background music, portraying him as a sinister and ruthless, heinous villain who was responsible for at least 10 murders and needed to be immediately dragged to the execution livestream studio and shot for half an hour. Wow, that's awesome. That's what you call professional. Zhao Huansher felt that there was no need for him to continue uploading videos. Chapter 83: Fishing in the Small Lake. To the southeast of the lush green forest lies a small lake, in which there are fish, but not many in number or variety. Fish are hard to catch, but there are quite a few monsters around. As a water source, monsters in the jungle often come here to drink. The lakeside is filled with moisture, and many blue pure water slimes and green slimes roam around it. Monsters lurk in the lake, ready to attack any animal that comes to drink. Fishermen who venture into polluted areas either have sufficient skill or form groups and pay for protection from exploration teams. They would never choose to fish in such a thankless and arduous place. After the tree monsters arrived, even fewer people went there. Zhao Huan actually felt that this place was quite suitable for him. The merman hunter could fish, the goblin warrior could fight monsters, and there were no powerful monsters around. In the morning, I bought a new map in Explorer Town and roughly marked a route based on information I found online. I entered the lush forest and explored along the way, spending more than 2 hours to find the small lake. Zhao Huan carefully observed the acid slime that was spitting everywhere after stabbing it to death with a stick. Although it's called a small lake, it's actually quite large, about half the size of a football field. Aside from the wriggling slimes, Zhao Huan didn't see any other monsters. However, on the opposite bank of the lake, there stood an old tree that looked like a low-level tree monster in disguise, and it was growing exceptionally lushly. However, low-level tree monsters pose no danger as long as you don't get too close. Those things are lazy by nature and move slowly. They hunt by waiting for prey to come to them. Unless attacked, they generally won't actively pull tree roots out of the ground to chase their prey. Zhao Huan summoned all the card monsters. When the fishman hunter saw the small lake, its eyes lit up instantly. When Zhao Huan told it to go fishing in the lake, its eyes widened suddenly, and without saying a word, it shouted, "Wa la la la," and rushed towards the small lake with an excited expression. With a flurry of thrust from his fishbone spear, he blasted and sent flying the slimes blocking his path. With a forceful jab, he dug out a finger-thick, grotesque-looking hard-shelled worm from the muddy lakeside. The worm opened its mouth parts and turned to bite, but the fishman hunter grabbed it and thrust the fishhook into its mouth, piercing its entire body and creating a concave curve. Huh? How did it know there were bugs hiding there? Isn't a fish's sense of smell only able to detect water flow and moisture? Could it be that the soil was too wet, or is it simply due to the experience of a seasoned angler in the wild? Zhao Huan looked up at the goblin warrior with a surprised expression and said, after evolving, the goblin warrior's height increased dramatically from 1.67 meters to over 2 meters. When they get too close, Zhao Huansher has to tilt his head back to talk to it. The goblin warrior looked blankly at him. Huh, you're asking me? Never mind. Go play somewhere else by yourself, but don't go too far, and don't go over there and provoke that tree monster. Zhao Huan slapped the bright light vine onto the goblin warrior and waved his hand, saying, the goblin warrior nodded, picked up his fishbone spear, and walked toward the slimes wriggling by the lake. At this moment, the fishman hunter stood on the shore, one foot dipped into the lake water, sensing something. The lake's surface rippled slightly, as if something was moving underwater. The merman hunter pursed his lips, his eyes filled with impatience, and lifted his fishing rod. He forcefully plunged the fishbone spear into the water. The lake water suddenly boiled, as if something was struggling violently underwater, and red blood spread out. The merman hunter gripped the fishbone spear with both hands and lifted it forcefully. Amidst the splashing water, a large black-scaled snake was flung out of the lake and slammed heavily onto the shore. The fishman hunter stabbed the snake repeatedly with his fishbone spear, smashing its head until it was smashed. He then left it aside, letting it writhe and struggle violently on the lakeside grass, kicking up countless dust and broken leaves. Zhao Huanshi had the chocobo step on the snake's body. Then he drew his steel greatsword, peeled off the snake's skin, examined it carefully, and finding nothing useful, chopped the snake meat into several pieces and had the chocobo eat it like spicy strips. Turning around, the fish hunter had already used his fish sense to find the area where the fish were active in the lake and moved to a better fishing spot. With a single stroke, the fishman hunter sent 2 water slimes that were spitting bubbles at him flying. He then bent down, poked the worm that was struggling to break free of the hook, and put it back in. He then flicked the fishing rod and cast the bait into the lake. The fisherman submerged his feet in the water, gently pulling the fishing rod up, down, left, and right. Soon, the fishing line suddenly tightened, and the rod tip bent sharply. Zhao Huanshi was stunned for a moment upon seeing this. Wasn't it said that fish were difficult to catch in this place? This doesn't look difficult at all. I feel like I could do it too. The fish hunter gripped the rod excitedly and worked it around for a while. Finally, he shouted excitedly, pulled the rod sharply, and pulled out a big black fish. At that moment, another splash erupted on the lake's surface with a bang, and a dark shadow suddenly leaped out of the water, biting the large black fish with its 4 large teeth. With a sharp shake of its head, it forcibly pulled the fish off the hook. After falling into the lake, the dark figure emerged from the water again. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Huanshi realized it was a buck-toothed otter. The creature, with the stolen food dangling from its mouth, lay on its back in the water, patting its belly with both hands and making squeaking noises that sounded like mockery and provocation. Damn, this guy is so damn shameless. Even as a bystander, Zhao Huanshi found it unbearable and almost wanted to jump into the water and kill that despicable guy, let alone the fishman hunter who was both the person involved and the victim. Enraged, the merman hunter growled and leaped into the lake with his fishbone spear, launching it like a torpedo. Seeing that the fish-headed toad actually dared to go into the water, the buck-toothed otter was slightly stunned. Then, a fierce light flashed in its eyes, its face turned ferocious, and it turned its head and dived into the bottom of the water. Upon seeing this, Zhao Huanshi's mind raced, and he muttered to himself in surprise. Huh? Could this buck-toothed otter have never seen a fishman before and is mistaking it for a landlubber? Provoking an enemy to enter its home turf and then fighting it in the water. This may also be a hunting method of the buck-toothed otter. It just clearly picked the wrong opponent this time. Zhao Huanshi couldn't see what was happening at the bottom of the lake, but he could see a lot of bubbles constantly rising from the surface, indicating that a fierce battle was taking place below. Not long after, the fishman hunter dragged the buck-toothed otter's carcass, covered in seaweed and filled with resentment, out of the lake like a water ghost. This place really isn't suitable for fishing. Shall we go somewhere else? Zhao Huanshi suggested. Upon hearing this, the fishman hunter shook his head, threw the buck-toothed otter's carcass on the ground, and then turned around and pulled a worm out of the mud. It's fishing right here. It wants to see who else dares to disturb its fishing. Chapter 84 Treasure Chest Monster Pressure Cooker. I wonder if the buck-toothed otter stole the first fish, ruining the fish hunter's fishing luck. After fishing for ages, all I caught were lizards and salamanders. Even water spiders came over to join the fun, but I couldn't catch a single fish. The goblin warrior had already destroyed all the slimes by the lake and couldn't find a new target. Feeling bored, he leaned against a tree and started to doze off. The mimic is disguised as a wooden box with the lid open, waiting for the fishman hunter to release fish inside. The yellow chocobo wandered around, searching for insects in the haystacks, and chased after a black beetle. Zhao Huan glanced at it, but didn't pay much attention. Compared to other card monsters, especially those goblins, chocobos are relatively easy to deal with. Moreover, it seems that the way to upgrade a chocobo is to ride it or let it roam around. I've ridden in the lush forest a few times, and I've already leveled up to level 3. Zhao Huan looked at the steel great sword in his hand, which was covered in many irreparable marks and dents. He wondered if he should get a new weapon. Should I buy another standard-issue weapon, or spend more money and have one custom-made? Besides, my leather armor has been patched and repaired for so long. It's about time I got a new one. Just as I was thinking, I suddenly heard the urgent cries of a chocobo in the distance, as if it was being chased by something. Zhao Huanshi suddenly stood up, gripped the steel greatsword, and turned to look. The goblin warrior was also awakened from his sleep and hurriedly grabbed the weapons and shield beside him, moving closer to Zhao Huanshi. Looking up, I saw a chocobo darting out of the forest in a slightly panicked manner, followed by a black-haired wild boar with sharp tusks and a large body. Zhao Huanshi's eyes narrowed, and a question popped into his mind. Although wild boars in the lush forest have bad tempers and will charge at anyone they see, their heavy bodies and dense jungle vegetation make them easy targets, so they generally don't chase their enemies for too long, especially fast-moving creatures like chocobos. But judging from the way the wild boar was panting heavily, it had clearly been chasing the chocobo for a long time. What did the chocobo do to provoke such a wild boar? Just as Zhao Huanshi was wondering what was going on, he saw a mother wild boar and two piglets emerge from the bushes. One of the wild boar piglets had a clear bird claw mark on its head. Judging by the size, it was clearly the work of a chocobo. No wonder, for no reason, they went and kicked someone else's child. No wonder the parents were so angry. Zhao Huan handed the steel greatsword in his hand to the goblin warrior and exchanged weapons with it. Go, warrior, it's time to show your true strength. The goblin warrior nodded firmly, roared, and charged towards the wild boar. The wild boar was enormous, with tough fur, and charged around like a small tank, smashing the goblin warrior's turtle shell in just a couple of blows. Without the turtle shell to protect him, the goblin warrior became even more ferocious. Relying on the bright vine to heal him, he carefully dodged the two sharp tusks while trading blows with the black-haired boar, engaging in a war of attrition. While the black boar and the goblin warrior were fighting, the yellow chocobo circled back and ran back, dodging the mother boar's attacks while looking for an opportunity to kick the two piglets with all its might. This left Zhao Huan very puzzled, wondering if the two wild boar piglets had secretly plucked the feathers from the chocobo's rear end while it wasn't looking. What could they possibly have been so vengeful about? The merman hunter turned around and glanced back impatiently. This is so annoying. Can't you guys find another place to fight? You're disturbing my fishing, you know. I really want to poke a bunch of holes in you all and throw you all into the lake to bait my fishing spot. The goblin warrior was stronger than the black-haired boar, and although it seemed like a one-on-one fight, it was actually a two-on-one battle between the goblin warrior and the bright vine. It didn't take long for the goblin warrior to wear down the boar. The two piglets were also kicked to death by the chocobo. The remaining sow tried to escape after seeing the boar dead, but the chocobo blocked her way. In the end, she was caught up and killed by the goblin warrior. Looking at the family of wild boars lying neatly on the ground, Zhao Huan thought for a moment. These two wild boars were so big that even a treasure chest monster couldn't fit them. It would be too much trouble to take them back, so he might as well just cook them. As for how to cook it, isn't there a treasure chest monster involved? Zhao Huanshi directed the goblin warrior to dissect and butcher the two large wild boars, cutting out the tender pieces of meat and washing them in the lake. During this time, he was also attacked by the fishman hunter who rolled his eyes at him. Put the meat chunks into the mimic's body, fill it halfway with water, add some simple seasonings you carry with you, put the lid on, and let the mimic heat up to its maximum power. Zhao Huanshi wasn't sure if this method would cook the meat properly. Let's give it a try. He wasn't really interested in wild boar meat anyway. If it's too bad, we can just let the goblin warrior eat it all. After all, he can even gnaw on raw wild boar meat. The mimic's lava core glowed faintly, and its body emitted a blazing fire. Soon after, the sound of boiling water could be faintly heard coming from inside the box. However, the mimic's structure is unique. No matter how much it boils inside, not a single drop of water vapor leaks out from the gaps in the box. Zhao Huan was worried that it would burst from suffocation, so he made it open up a little to release some of the water vapor inside. The mimic slightly opened its lid, revealing a crack. A large amount of hot steam gushed out from the opening, like the sharp hiss of a pressure cooker releasing pressure. The merman hunter turned around angrily and launched into a tirade, nearly throwing his fishing rod in the process. Will fishermen ever be able to fish in peace again? After the pressure cooker had been cooking the treasure chest monster for about half an hour, Zhao Huan stopped the heating and opened the lid to let it cool. I must say, the meat smells pretty good. Zhao Huanshi tried a piece. It really doesn't taste good. The wild boar meat wasn't processed much, and the seasonings used were too simple, failing to mask the boar's strong, unpleasant smell. It might be better to use meat from piglets. However, the wild boar cub wasn't very big, so Zhao Huanshi planned to put it in a treasure chest monster and bring it back to the hotel to sell, or have the hotel kitchen process it. Zhao Huanshi thought the wild boar meat was unpalatable, but the goblin warriors seemed to enjoy it immensely, even finishing off the broth in the box. After eating cooked meat, the goblin warriors suddenly found eating raw meat less satisfying. I went into the woods and gathered some dry firewood to build a campfire. I borrowed a fire from the treasure chest monster and put the wild boar meat on the fire to roast it myself. Perhaps because the surrounding environment had finally quieted down, allowing him to fish in peace, the fish hunter successfully caught a fish from the small lake. The fish had a faint green glow and scales shaped like leaves. Chapter 85, Noticing Hughes' Strangeness. The green leaf fish contains trace amounts of healing magic. Consuming it can slowly repair bodily wounds and clear residual toxins. It is considered a relatively common otherworldly fish. Zhao Huanshi, holding his phone, asked, "You're even researching otherworldly fish?" Zhao Lejia's voice came from the other end of the phone. "No, not at all. The research institute next door studies these otherworldly creatures, and I sometimes go over to take a look out of curiosity. I heard that the blue leaf fish tastes especially delicious because of its healing magic." "Really? Healing potions also have healing magic, but why do they taste so bad?" "It's probably because of the artificial preparation. Anyway, plants and animals with healing effects generally taste good." "Alright, I have 3 green leaf fish here. How about I give you 2 to try?" "Forget it. I've been busy with research lately and don't have time for this. I remember the research institute next door has a bounty on their head with the Special Affairs Bureau, offering to buy these green leaf fish." "Yes, I saw it. It costs more than 3,000 yuan apiece, which is less than the price the hotel offered me. After all, they are relatively common otherworldly fish. Although they have healing effects, they are not as effective as drinking mass-produced healing potions. By the way, where did these green leaf fish come from? Did your cheated friend give them to you?" Zhao Huanshi rubbed his nose. "No, it wasn't that. It was caught by another new friend who's good at fishing and has a head that looks like a fish's head in the lush forest." Aside from some random water lizards and water spiders, the Murloc hunter only managed to catch 3 green leaf fish in total, leveling up to level 2. "I feel like I'll be able to level up to level 3 very soon." Although that small lake wasn't really a good fishing spot, Zhao Huan felt that as long as a fish hunter could catch something, they could gain experience, and it didn't necessarily have to be a fish. The Goblin warrior spent the afternoon poking at slimes, fought a wild boar, and leveled up to level 2 along with the bright vine. On the way back, they encountered 2 cat demons who were out hunting. Upon seeing the Goblin warrior, they turned and ran away immediately. The chocobo wandered around the lake, kicking wild boars, chasing rabbits, and even digging up a skeleton hiding underground to avoid the sun. When I came back, I found that I had leveled up to level 4. If I wander around for another 2 days, I can strengthen and evolve. Looking at it this way, it seems like I don't have enough evolution points. Before evolving the cards, he didn't realize it, but now that the cards are leveling up one after another, Zhao Huanshi finds that he only has a little over 200 evolution points left. If he were to evolve the chocobo, he would only have a fraction left. As we get more card monsters and their quality improves, the demand for evolution points will increase even more. The few evolution points given by the trial dream are simply not enough. I wonder if there are any other ways to obtain evolution points. After thinking for a while, Zhao Huan called the hotel lobby and sold the 2 green leaf fish for 8,000 yuan. He also paid a processing fee to have the hotel process the wild boar cub and the remaining green leaf fish for him. While eating braised wild boar and steamed green leaf fish, Zhao Huanshi looked at his phone. The video that blackened Li Guangxi was filled with comments cursing him. The comments section is filled with tens of thousands of comments, including various ways to criticize Li Guangxi, as well as all sorts of true and false dark histories from childhood to adulthood. Judging from the popularity of the video, Li Guangxi has become somewhat famous. It's a pity that he can't do live streaming e-commerce anymore, otherwise he might have been able to make a fortune. With shrinking living space, dwindling resources, and the extreme difficulty of transporting goods between cities, live streaming sales is no longer an option. However, if Li Guangxi were willing to go up and take the blame, he might actually be able to get a few coins from people by shamelessly begging for them. After liking a few popular comments, Zhao Huanshi opened the Special Affairs Bureau app again, wanting to see if there were any important announcements. I was immediately greeted with devastating news. The large goblin horde that migrated into the lush forest has been wiped out. Huh? What's that? Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened immediately. Who the hell is this, doing something so thankless and exhausting? Zhao Huanshi was thinking that he would wait until noon tomorrow, when the goblin trio was repaired, and then try his luck by throwing the 3 goblins out to AFK. But the goblin tribe was wiped out, so the probability of the 3 goblins running outside the contaminated area when summoned was a bit too high. Kuji chose EI, an exploration team belonging to Kuji Biotechnology Company. Last night, during an emergency mission, they clashed with a goblin horde and completely wiped them out, receiving a reward from the Special Affairs Bureau. Zhao Huanshe held the shattered Goblin trio in his hand and looked at the remaining repair time. Last night. So the Goblin merchant wasn't killed by the monster, but was just taken away by the Q's Chozii exploration team when they were fighting the Goblin tribe. Gets clatter. That damn bastard. I went to do business with him out of kindness, and he threw a fireball at me. The next day at noon, by a small lake in a lush green forest. The purple venom slime slowly wriggled, approaching a silly, bubble-blowing water slime by the water's edge, preparing to devour it. Suddenly, the Goblin merchant's furious shouts startled the water slime, which bounced like a pinball and jumped into the lake. The fishman hunter, who was fishing, turned his head away in dissatisfaction. After a peaceful morning with the green-skinned bird and the yellow bird, another noisy fellow has appeared. Zhao Huan ignored the Murloc hunter's little mood and waited until the Goblin merchant finished recounting his experience with great enthusiasm before confirming it with the Goblin hunter again. You mean, the group that wiped out the Goblin horde was a bunch of masked humans, and one of them was holding a skull, who seemed to have a connection with the demon statue? The Goblin merchant nodded and launched into another long, rapid-fire chatter. This means that the human's connection with the demon statue is even stronger than the connection between that female human tycoon and the pig-nosed mushroom. If the deal goes through, they'll definitely make a fortune. Zhao Huan glanced at it sideways. I think it's more likely he'll just kill you directly. I mean, after he sees the demon statue. He frowned and pondered. But the Special Affairs Bureau's announcement clearly states that it was the Kusei Changsheng exploration team that wiped out the Goblin tribe. Given the capabilities of the Kusei Longevity Exploration Team, there's no need for them to falsely claim credit for the Special Affairs Bureau's meager reward. Perhaps that group was the Longevity Exploration Team, but they initially planned to conceal their identities and do bad things. It's just that their bad deeds didn't go as planned. Looking at the Goblin merchants, Zhao Huanshe had a sudden inspiration. Rather than saying they have a connection with the demon statue, it's more accurate to say they're after the demon statue. These people might be demon worshippers hiding in Dongchuan City. Chapter 86 Evolution, Swift Chocobo. After becoming familiar with the environment of the small lake, the fisherman hunter's fishing career gradually improved, and he caught more than a dozen fish in just half a day. Only about half of them were fish. The rest were water snakes, insects, frogs, toads, and the like. Most of them were roasted and eaten as snacks by bored goblin warriors. The animals in the lake weren't the only ones who suffered. Animals living nearby came to the lake to drink, but dared not approach Zhao Huanshe and the intimidating goblin warrior, so they went around to the other side of the lake to drink. Those who were unlucky would have their bodies pierced by the roots of low-level tree monsters disguised as old trees and dragged underground. There was also a goblin thief, which Zhao Huan sent outside to keep watch and alert anyone who approached. As a result, this guy got bored and secretly went to raid bird nests. Sometimes they steal bird eggs, sometimes they steal chicks, and sometimes they take both adult birds and chicks at once. But I have to admit, the soup made from these otherworldly birds and fish is really delicious. Zhao Huanshe sat around the treasure chest monster with several card monsters, using chopsticks he had made from tree branches to scoop a piece of bird meat from the steaming soup and slowly chew it. I was thinking to myself, I should cook a pot of this for my younger sister when I get back and bring it to her in a thermos. Maybe she'll share it with her teachers and colleagues. Maybe I should cook a lot and buy a large pressure cooker to send over. I should also tell her about the demon statue. Something's wrong with the Kujusei Longevity Exploration Team, and Kujusei Biotechnology is probably also in trouble. It seems that the Research Institute, where Zhao Lijiao works, also receives funding from Jiushi Biotechnology. I should remind her a little, lest she be scammed without even realizing it. 2 days later, the Yellow Chocobo and the Murloc Hunter both reached level 5. The enhancement ritual for the Chocobo is relatively simple. You feed it some food, ride it through the lush forest for an hour, and the card enhancement is complete. Card enhancement complete. The Yellow Chocobo has grown, with a slight increase in leg strength and running speed. Zhao Huan hesitated for a moment, but still used the 200 or so evolution points he had to upgrade the Yellow Chocobo card from white to green. The image of the Chocobo on the card hasn't changed much, except that it has become a bit taller, and its originally clear and gentle eyes now have a sharper and more confident look. Green monster card, Swift Chocobo. Compared to regular Chocobos, the Swift Chocobo runs faster, jumps better, and can adapt to more complex environments. In addition, its kicks are now much stronger. Strong legs. The Swift Chocobo's legs are stronger, providing excellent jumping and cushioning abilities, significantly reducing impact damage from falls from heights. Sharp eyes. The swift chocobo has extremely keen eyesight and perception, allowing it to clearly see terrain and obstacles while speeding, making timely adjustments and evasions. It can also quickly detect anomalies and dangers in its surroundings. After evolving, Zhao Huan asked the swift chocobo to demonstrate the difference in its evolved form. However, the swift chocobo rolled its eyes and ran to the other side of the lake to provoke the tree monster. While nimbly dodging the tree root spikes, it ran in circles around the tree monster, squinting its eyes and letting out a joyful cry. The tree monster, realizing that its attack seemed ineffective against the large yellow bird, simply pretended to be dead and ignored it. As a result, the swift bird took advantage of the tree monster's inattention and rushed up to it, kicking it in the face. After kicking it, it immediately turned and ran far away. Seeing the tree monster standing there in a helpless rage, it roared even louder. Why has this guy become so cheeky? Has he been spending too much time with goblins and been corrupted? Zhao Huanshe stroked his chin, looking somewhat puzzled. The goblin thief and the goblin warrior stared at each other, both utterly bewildered. What does the summoner's own bird have to do with us? Compared to the chocobo, the Murloc hunter's enhancement ritual is more complicated, and the material requirements seem a bit strange. LV5. The Shallow Sea Merman Hunter's fish-like abilities have received a slight boost. Shallow Sea Murloc Hunter Card Enhancement Ritual. Carries sturdy weaving materials, more than 1 kilogram of metal materials, and a low-level water or ice. Ice type is better. Magic Crystal, Magic Gem, Crystal, or high-purity Monster Crystal Core. Then enter the water and slumber for 8 hours. Fortunately, the enhancement ceremony didn't mention sending the Murloc Hunter to the sea to soak in. Otherwise, given the current situation, Zhao Huan really wouldn't know how to get to the beach. If you want to soak the fishmen in water, there's a small lake right in front of you. However, there are all sorts of monsters in the lake, so it's not safe to sleep in there at all. Moreover, Zhao Huan didn't have the materials needed for the enhancement ritual on him, so he had to return to the city to buy them. You can buy the weaving materials and metals at the shop. As for the magic gems, send a message to Mouse when you get back and see if he sells them. Once I've gathered all the materials, I'll go home and try it out in the bathtub. If that doesn't work, I'll have to go to the artificial lake in the park at midnight, or find a river in the South District, and have the Fishman Hunter dive underwater with the supplies. Dongchuan City originally had a large river running through it, but since the arrival of the illusion, the river has stopped flowing and the riverbed has been altered. Only a few tributaries and lakes remain in the southern area, preserved thanks to human intervention. Zhao Huan packed up his things and recalled all the card monsters, intending to leave only the goblin warrior and the swift chocobo outside. One led the way, while the other carried him slowly. When I retrieved the purple venom slime, I discovered that it had quietly consumed slimes for 2 days and had already leveled up to level 2. I thought this guy leveled up by being used as a grenade, but it turns out he leveled up by eating his own kind. Should I leave it here to AFK level up? I'll come back in a couple of days. Zhao Huan hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. What if this guy ran around aimlessly, fell into some crevice, or got captured and locked up, unable to get out or die? Since I don't have a way to remotely recycle cards, wouldn't I inexplicably lose a monster card? Although he hadn't used the venom slime to blow up anyone yet, having personally experienced the power of the purple poison mist, Zhao Huan felt that the venom grenade should be quite useful. Forget it, there's no rush to upgrade, no need to take this risk. Zhao Huan put away the purple venom slime and created the goblin trio. As for these 3, since I'm going back anyway, and the trial dream won't appear for another 2 days, why don't I let them go out and have some fun? However, from my current position, there's only a 30% chance that a summoned creature will escape the contaminated zone. 30% doesn't seem like a low probability. Should I play it safe? Zhao Huanshe looked at the 3 cheeky goblins on the cards and hesitated for a moment. Chapter 87. Who are you calling poor? The central area of a lush green forest. The disgrace of the Gao family of Dongchuan. Gao Qiguang, a junior foundry worker. Lin Qingfeng, the god of the East River, led a team of professionals through the jungle. A gentle breeze swirled around Lin Qingfeng, subtly revealing a dangerous aura. The surrounding tree monsters and the normally ferocious man-eating plants were all as quiet as chickens, silently playing dead, pretending to be just an ordinary plant in the jungle. Isn't this much material enough? Lin Qingfeng's tone was calm, but it clearly carried a hint of anxiety. Gao Qiguang said with a grin, "It's only been half a day, nothing bad will happen in the city. Brother Lin, if you're really in a hurry, you can go back first. Anyway, I have so many people protecting me." Lin Qingfeng shook his head slightly. I asked you to help me find materials to forge the staff. How can I leave you in such a dangerous place? But Brother Lin, even if it's Xiao Shuang's 10th birthday, there's no need to give her a real magic staff, is there? This is what she wants most. She wants a real staff, one that has magic power, exactly like the staff used by magical girls in anime. You're the only blacksmith in Dongchuan City, so I can only rely on you. Alright, I know you're a doting father. Only someone like you, the god of Dongchuan, would dare to order me around like this. Knowing full well that I am a disgrace to the Gao family, he still asked me to forge equipment. I'll beat the hell out of him. However, since it was Lin Qingfeng's request, Gao Qiguang had no choice but to reluctantly agree. I'll take a stroll through the lush forest, pick out some good materials, and go back to my studio to polish them into magical figurines. To be honest, although Gao Qiguang's ability to craft equipment is not very good, when it comes to making a cool-looking toy magic wand for a child that can cast some scary little spells, Lin Qingfeng really found the right person. Hey, that tree looks nice. Gao Qiguang pointed to a large tree with very obvious magical fluctuations and said. As soon as he finished speaking, two beams of light intertwined, and a cheeky goblin carrying a sack appeared in front of the big tree. Lin Qingfeng's eyes narrowed, and with a wave of his staff, a cyan wind blade shot out instantly. Spare his life? No, Goblin! Gao Qiguang suddenly shouted. Lin Qingfeng tapped his staff, and the cyan wind blade slightly deflected, slicing past the goblin merchant and shredding the magical vines that had stealthily reached out to attack from behind the goblin. The goblin merchant was startled by the sudden turn of events and turned to run away, only to hear the wind whistling past his ears. A gust of wind blew by and turned into chains, binding him up. Gao Qiguang walked up to the goblin merchant and examined him carefully. Brother Lin, it's definitely this goblin. It tricked my sister out of her healing ring. Upon hearing this, the goblin merchant immediately started chattering away. What do you mean by deception? It was clearly a fair transaction between two willing parties. Fair trade, my ass. Do you even know how much that healing ring costs? You think you can trade it for a worthless mushroom? Gobo Guala. You don't know anything. The value of an item is reflected in demand. At the time, that female human tycoon clearly needed that mushroom, and she voluntarily exchanged it. But after exchanging it, she wanted to renege on the deal. Hiss, what you're saying isn't wrong. Qi Qiong's behavior back then was indeed an attempt to cheat. Lin Qingfeng looked at Gao Qiguang, who was exchanging words with the goblin merchant without any hesitation, his eyes full of doubt. Qiguang, can you understand the language of goblins? Huh. Gao Qiguang looked blank. I don't know. I understood what it meant as soon as it spoke. Can't you understand? Gao Qiguang turned to ask, only to see everyone in the group shaking their heads and looking at him with strange eyes. Huh. Do I have a talent for being a goblin tamer? Gao Qiguang was puzzled. At this moment, perhaps sensing the presence of living people around them, the demon statue placed in the goblin merchant's bag began to act up again, emitting mental fluctuations and transforming into seductive murmurs that echoed in everyone's minds. What is talking? Before Gao Qiguang could react, the magic ring on his hand lit up, and a semi-transparent magic shield condensed around his body. The magic necklace around his neck trembled slightly, and the sound of babbling spring water flowed into his mind, pulling him out of the influence of the demon's ravings and instantly waking him up. Damn, no wonder my sister said you're good at mind control. Yes, it is possible, but not this kind. The goblin merchant curled his lip, glanced at his pocket, and said nonchalantly. Gibberish. It's just a broken statue that likes to spout nonsense. What's the big deal? Gao Qiguang turned around in confusion, only to see that all the team members had solemn expressions, and even Lin Qingfeng had a sharp look in his eyes. What is it saying? It said it had a broken statue in its pocket that liked to talk nonsense. Statue. Lin Qingfeng waved his staff, and a wind blade sliced through the air, cutting the tattered bag in the goblin merchant's hand in two. The contents of the bag fell to the ground. Among a pile of miscellaneous items, 2 whole air mushrooms, metal knives, monster crystals, the sinister, brightly colored demon statue stood out conspicuously. As expected, it's a demon statue. Is this a demon statue? Why is it painted? Gitswara. Seeing the bag slashed open and all the goods spill out, the goblin merchant struggled and began to curse loudly in a fit of rage. What is it saying? Lin Qingfeng stared sharply at the goblin merchant and asked Gao Qiguang beside him. It called us poor bastards and robbers, saying that if we couldn't afford things, we had to steal them. A hint of disdain flashed in Lin Qingfeng's eyes. Heh. A monster, so what if I steal it? No, it's fine if people call me a robber, but I can't stand being called a pauper. Gao Qiguang said somewhat excitedly. Lin Xingfeng turned to look at Gao Qiguang. His lips moved as if he wanted to ask him if he had forgotten to take his medicine before leaving, but he swallowed his words in the end. Ask it where this statue came from. Oh. Gao Qiguang tried to communicate with the goblin merchant, but the goblin merchant just spewed out a bunch of random curses and clearly didn't want to talk to him. Lin Xingfeng raised his staff, intending to use wind blades to create some wounds on the goblin so that it would understand the current situation. Gao Qiguang noticed this and quickly spoke up to stop him. No, Brother Lin, don't touch it. Cici said this goblin is weak and will die if you touch it, and it will disappear. Let it go first, let me talk to it. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingfeng frowned immediately. Are you sure? Don't worry, I already know how to deal with it. Lin Xingfeng said no more, summoned a gust of wind to sweep the demon statue into his hand, and then waved his staff to remove the restraints from the goblin merchant. The goblin merchant reluctantly picked up the tattered bags and scattered goods from the ground, looked up and glared hatefully at the humans in front of him, then opened his mouth to curse again. But then Gao Qiguang reached out and pulled off the antique-looking bracelet that emanated a magical aura from his wrist, tossed it over, and raised his head to look down at the goblin merchant with disdain. Who did you just call a poor wretch? The goblin merchant was slightly taken aback, as if he saw the golden light emanating from behind Gao Qiguang. Chapter 88. We've definitely been baited. The goblin merchant picked up the bracelet, brought it to his nose, and smelled it. His eyes lit up immediately. He reached into his tattered burlap sack, only to find that the sack had been split in two. He smacked his lips and muttered a curse under his breath, then slipped the bracelet onto his wrist and pulled it up to his forearm, securing it tightly. A shrewd, mercenary smile appeared on his face. Go Patet. Although this bracelet is barely worth anything, this goblin is magnanimous and will forgive you this time. Gao Qiguang almost lost control of his expression. Do you even know what you're talking about? This bracelet is a magical artifact unearthed from an otherworldly ruin. I bought it for over 800,000. The goblin merchant curled his lip, thinking to himself that if that guy hadn't not given me a chance to speak last time, that broken statue could have sold for a much higher price. Gao Qiguang saw the goblin merchant's disdainful expression and was about to continue arguing with him when Lin Xingfeng, who was standing nearby, couldn't stand it any longer. Qiguang, don't waste time. Ask it where the statue came from. TCH. Fine then. Gao Qiguang thought for a moment, felt around in his pocket, took out a small piece of gold, and threw it at the goblin merchant. Hey little green guy, tell me, where did you get this demon statue from? The goblin merchant's eyes lit up. He grabbed the small gold nugget, stuffed it into his mouth, and took a big bite. Looking at the teeth marks on the gold nugget, he grinned, revealing a set of uneven teeth. He picked up half a piece of cloth from the ground, wrapped the small gold nugget in it, and tucked it into his belt. Upon hearing Gao Qiguang's question, the goblin merchant frowned in thought. He seemed to vaguely recall the summoner mentioning the origin of the demon statue. The scavenger found it in the lush forest. If he can't handle it, he'll just find a place in the woods to throw it away to avoid any trouble. Although it was the summoner's command, the goblin merchant would never do something as wasteful as throwing away a statue. He simply pretended not to hear it. Thinking of this, the goblin merchant casually pointed to where he had found the demon statue. There. Gao Qiguang looked in the direction the goblin merchant pointed. That's the territory of that lord-level tree monster. So that's where they escaped to. No wonder we couldn't find that escaped demon worshipper after searching for so long. Lin Xingfeng said in realization. The goblin merchant blinked, thinking to himself that it only said the demon statue was found in this forest, and the rest was just your own guesswork. It had nothing to do with it. Just then, a sound came from afar, as if something was rapidly approaching. A gentle breeze swirled around Lin Xingfeng, and magical power surged, converging at the tip of his staff, emitting a howling wind that could be unleashed at any moment. Whoosh! Several warriors exuding a fierce aura rushed out of the bushes, their eyes sweeping fiercely over the crowd in front of them, looking as if they were ready to devour anyone. However, upon seeing the faces of the people before them, especially Lin Xingfeng, the group's expressions changed drastically, and they exclaimed in surprise, Feng Shun, what are you doing here? The slightly panicked shouts instantly silenced the noisy sounds behind the soldiers. Half a minute later, Wang Jiuzhe led a group of members of the Jiushi Chongqing exploration team out. When they saw Lin Xingfeng, they showed a very surprised expression. Huh, it really is the wind god. Why did you leave Donchuan City? Has something serious happened in the Emerald Forest? As she spoke, her eyes caught sight of the demon statue in Lin Qingfeng's hand, and her eyes twitched slightly. No, it's just a personal matter. Lin Qingfeng dissipated the magic power gathered on his staff, his expression indifferent. But you guys, looking like you're chasing after someone? No. How could that be? We're all law-abiding citizens. How could we possibly do something like murder? We just encountered a mutated moonlight forest deer, and we wanted to capture it for research, but that beast tricked us, so the brothers got a little angry. Wang Jiuzhe explained with a smile. Oh, that's for the best, Lin Qingfeng replied casually. Wang Jiuzhe still had a bright smile on his face. It seems we've been tricked by that beast again. Fengshen and young Master Gao, we're in a hurry to chase after that jungle deer, so we'll head out first and find a chance to apologize to you both when we get back to Dongchuan City. Looking in the direction where Wang Jiuzhe and the others had left, Gao Qiguang said with a puzzled look, "Why do these people seem so strange?" The goblin merchant nodded. It was indeed strange. He felt like he'd seen it somewhere before, and it even looked a little repulsive. Lin Qingfeng looked down at the demon statue in his hand and pondered for a while. I need to take this back to Dongchuan City first. Qiguang. Brother Lin, you go first. I'll walk back with them slowly, Gao Qiguang said, waving his hand. Seeing this, Lin Qingfeng didn't say anything more. His magic surged, and the surrounding green wind suddenly turned into a howling gale, which lifted Lin Qingfeng's body up from the ground and shot towards Dongchuan City like a missile. Brother Lin's flights are always so impressive. No wonder he's called the Dongchuan Fengshen Large Missile, or Dongfeng Missile for short, Gao Qiguang exclaimed. When they turned around, the goblin merchant had vanished without a trace. Huh? Where did that goblin go? One of his men said. When the wind god took off just now, the goblin was blown by the wind, its body tilted, its head hit a tree, and it exploded into a pile of light and disappeared. Huh? Is this guy really that weak? Gao Qiguang was stunned. He looked down and saw the small gold nugget with goblin teeth marks lying on the ground, but the magic bracelet was nowhere to be found. Just like Cici said, you can take your things with you when you die. On the other side, Wang Jiuzhe heard the howling wind, looked up at the sky, and his face was unusually pale. They finally found the demon statue, but it was in Lin Qingfeng's hands. Isn't the wind god someone who rarely leaves Dongchuan City? Why would he come to the Emerald Forest? His subordinate asked, puzzled. Wang Jiuzhe's eyes narrowed. Damn it. Lin Qingfeng is clearly fishing for us. Of course you need bait to fish. Even if my friend's ideas are outrageous and unscientific, some basic principles still can't be violated. Zhao Huansher sat on the hotel bed, talking on the phone with Zhao Lejia. Don't worry, I've had the hotel chef handle it. He'll make sure it's spotless and you won't find any weird bugs in the soup. At this moment, Zhao Huansher's expression suddenly changed, and with a flick of his left finger, the broken Goblin Trio card suddenly appeared in his hand. Oh, you're back so soon. No, it's nothing. A good friend of mine needs to talk to me about something. Well, that's all for now. I'll bring you the soup tomorrow morning, and then I'll talk to you about something else. After hanging up the phone, I looked down at the cards. Special Blue Monster Card, Goblin Trio. LV5. Chapter 89, The Giant Kraken Power Bracelet. New Skill, Basic Expansion. Basic Expansion, Greedy Space has been expanded, adding an extra 10% of its capacity. The monster card has reached level 5 and cannot be leveled up further. A card enhancement ritual is required to continue leveling it up. Goblin Trio Card Enhancement Ritual. Each card requires a separate step. Simmer a pot of colorful mushroom and meat soup to feed the goblin scavenger. Forge a pure gold front tooth for the goblin merchant, and prepare a shadow-type magic crystal for the goblin thief. Each completed task will grant the goblin trio a corresponding boost. Upon completion of all 3 tasks, the monster card will receive an additional boost. 7 colored mushroom and meat soup, a vibrant and delicious broth made by simmering 7 different colored, flavorful, and highly poisonous mushrooms with various meats. Pure gold front teeth, an important prop used by goblin swindlers to display their status. Whether they are realistic or appropriate is not important, but the purity of the gold must be high. Shadow Magic Crystal, a relatively rare gem or crystal rich in shadow magic. Colorful, poisonous mushroom soup? It looks strange, but it's not hard to gather 7 kinds of colorful poisonous mushrooms. It's just that the taste is delicious. Who would want to eat that kind of thing for no reason? Zhao Huansher muttered to himself as he picked up his phone again and sent a message to his sister. It just so happens that she does plant material research and also likes collecting poisonous mushrooms, So maybe she knows which poisonous mushrooms taste good. Zhao Lejia immediately replied with a string of question marks. Zhao Huanshi only said that he was asking on behalf of a friend. Zhao Lejia didn't ask any more questions, only saying that most of the delicious poisonous mushrooms are known to people only after they lose their toxicity through cooking. Those poisonous mushrooms whose toxicity cannot be eliminated even after cooking or heating have almost all killed anyone who tried them, and we have no way of knowing what they tasted like. We can only analyze the extracted components to determine which brightly colored, highly toxic mushrooms might taste better. Looking at the series of high-definition mushroom pictures and descriptions sent by his sister, Zhao Huan said honestly that this was enough. Anyway, as long as Zhao Huanshi recalls them quickly enough, the goblin scavenger won't die from the poison. After 7 or 8 hours, it will be a lively green-skinned creature again. If it doesn't work the first time, just try a few more times. It just means you'll use more materials. The goblin merchant's solid gold tooth is easy to obtain. It's just a matter of spending some money. The goblin thief's shadow-type magic crystal seems like it'll be quite difficult to deal with. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Huan sent a message to Zhou Liaoshu, the shady real estate agent, on his mobile phone. This guy has a lot of connections and receives all sorts of shady goods every day. He might even have some shadow magic crystals on hand. Yes, there are, but the price. A 0.3 gram magical black gem, 188,000. A 2 gram dull shadow gem, 1,888,000. Which one do you want, boss? I want a hammer. What kind of crap costs 180,000 yuan for half a gram? You're a ripoff. Zhou Liaoshu first replied with a question mark, and then sent a message. It's 188,000, not 180,000. Don't round it down. Shops that buy black market goods are shady businesses. You've known that for a while now. But I just bought them cheaply. I'm not selling them for much. Shadow-type magic gems and crystals are very rare. You'll get the same price anywhere else. The problem is, I don't have that much money. Zhao Huan sighed, thought for a moment, and then sent another message. What are the prices of water-type and ice-type gemstones? The smallest water-type magic gem costs 3,800 each, and the cheapest ice-type magic gem costs 46,000. Damn, even ice-type gems are this expensive. Zhao Huanshi was somewhat incredulous and spent a long time searching online. Just as Zhou Liaoshu said, the prices outside were about the same, or even higher. Zhao Huanshi used to think he was quite rich, but he never expected that an ice-type magic gem would cost him half of his savings. Maybe we should just use water-based ones. I think the gems and crystals the goblin thief brought back before included some water-based ones. Or, we could take the risk and sell that demon statue. Driven by money, Zhao Huanshi couldn't help but entertain some evil thoughts. After scanning the greedy space, it was discovered that the demon statue worth 500,000 had disappeared. Huh? The statue is gone. Could it have been taken away and thrown away by that goblin merchant? Zhao Huanshi searched carefully again, but did not find the demon statue. However, he found an antique-looking bracelet in a corner of the greedy space. With a thought, the bracelet appeared in Zhao Huanshi's hand. Feeling the faint magical fluctuations emanating from the bracelet, Zhao Huan's eyes were filled with doubt. This thing, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. He tried searching for keywords in a web search engine and quickly found what he wanted. The disgrace of the Gao family of Dongchuan City has once again been ripped off, purchasing the giant demon power bracelet at an overpriced auction. Zhao Huan carefully compared the bracelet on her hand with the picture on her phone. The pattern details, even the various minor damages and scratches, were exactly the same. So, the goblin merchant sold mushrooms to Gao Qiqiong, and then went to Gao Qiguang to sell demon statues? Why is this guy specifically targeting the Gao siblings? No, this isn't just targeting the Gao siblings, it's clearly targeting me. Once this gets out, the Gao family will definitely dig a hole and bury me alive. When Zhao Huanshi saw the news on his phone that Gao Qiguang had spent 2.8 million yuan to buy the giant demon power bracelet, he couldn't help but complain again. You rich bastard, you deserve to be scammed. Then I felt a little regretful. This bracelet can't be exposed to the light. Otherwise I could sell it for 1 million or 2 and not have to worry about shadow magic gems. Oh well, I'll just relax and earn it slowly. Let's try wearing a house on my wrist first. As Zhao Huan spoke, he slipped the giant demon power bracelet onto his wrist. The moment he put on the bracelet, Zhao Huanshi clearly felt that his strength had increased significantly, and his muscles became hard all over. The Kraken Power Bracelet grants a 15 strength and 10 constitution bonus upon wearing, and makes the skin and muscles firm and resilient, resembling a monster. It significantly increases the body's resistance to striking and piercing attacks, and reduces damage from magical attacks. This is the information the auctioneer presented regarding the Kraken Power Bracelet at the auction. However, according to other people online, the bracelet's attribute bonuses are fine, but the so-called significant increase in defense is only for ordinary people. The change from fragile skin to 3 layers of thick cowhide certainly improved the defense, but for professionals, it was still just SOSO. Magic resistance is an important and rare attribute, but the Kraken Power Bracelet doesn't actually provide much of an increase. Most importantly, wearing the Kraken Power Bracelet will greatly accelerate the consumption of physical strength, and ordinary people simply cannot withstand this kind of consumption. Professionals can tolerate it, but they can't wear it all the time, otherwise it will consume a lot of the body's energy, and they will need to eat frequently to maintain their energy levels. Chapter 90, A delicious soup made in a pressure cooker. The next morning, at the entrance of the West 4 research area. After passing the inspection, Zhao Lijiao walked out of the research area and immediately saw the simple-minded man carrying a large pressure cooker in the distance. Resisting the urge to turn around and leave, I gritted my teeth and stormed over. Zhao Huanshi, are you doing this on purpose, trying to make me lose face in the research area? Zhao Lijiao said through gritted teeth. My dear sister, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly have such thoughts? As Zhao Huan spoke, he removed the exhaust valve from the top of the pressure cooker. With a slight hissing sound, a rich aroma of fresh fish and bird meat wafted through the air. Instantly, Zhao Lijiao felt a large amount of saliva secreted from her mouth. Glug! It smells so good. What did you put in it? It's fish caught in that little lake in the lush green forest, and bird eggs found in the woods, with some simple seasonings. No wonder those people from the research institute next door got a reprimand for stealing materials. Zhao Lijiao muttered to herself. Zhao Huanshi smiled and said, I have a bowl in my bag. Why don't you fill a bowl and taste it first? Zhao Lijiao quickly shook her head. No. Squatting at the gate to drink soup looks too strange. By the way, didn't you say you had something else to do? Zhao Huanshi looked around, then beckoned Zhao Lijiao to come closer. Do we need to be so careful? There's no one around. Despite complaining, Zhao Lijiao obediently turned her head and leaned over. I don't know why, but lately I feel like the security cameras on the street and the patrol drones are paying special attention to me. Zhao Huan explained in a low voice. Zhao Lijiao frowned slightly. If you weren't feeling guilty, you might have become a target of the city's surveillance system. Could it be that the Special Affairs Bureau has become suspicious about the professional stone? It shouldn't be related to that. It's just that when I was upgrading the mimic, I accidentally blew up the park near our neighborhood. Zhao Lijiao was taken aback for a moment, then gave Zhao Huanshi a thumbs up. Don't worry, I'll make time to come see you after you go in. Zhao Huanshi rolled his eyes. TSK, you heartless bastard. I even specially made soup for you. The ingredients in it cost at least 10,000 yuan. Zhao Lijiao chuckled. It's alright, bro. If we really found out you were up to something, we would have arrested you long ago. We probably just thought you were acting suspiciously and added you to our watch list. I think so too. After all, who could have predicted it? Even I couldn't have imagined it. Zhao Huanshi sighed slightly, then quietly recounted the story of the demon statue, his suspicions about the Jiushi Chongqing exploration team, and how the Goblin trader had traded the demon statue for the giant monster's power bracelet. A few minutes later, Zhao Lijiao squatted on the ground and drank the hot fish soup in the bowl in one gulp, letting out a satisfied sigh. Then, coming to her senses, she looked at the empty bowl in her hand with a puzzled expression. When did you give this to me? Just when you're thinking about things. Zhao Huanshi took the empty bowl back from her hand. How is it? Delicious, right? Want another bowl? No. Zhao Lijiao hesitated for a moment. Fine, I've already drunk it all, and I've already lost all face. I'll just have another bowl. You're a scientist, don't worry about these formalities. Zhao Lijiao pouted. I'm at most a junior researcher. Looking around, there was no one nearby, just the guards at the research area gate in the distance. Zhao Lijiao felt that they seemed to be suppressing a smile. He glared at Zhao Huanshi, took the bowl he was offered, took a sip of soup, and his mood instantly brightened. The conglomerate behind Q's biotechnology has always wanted to research a way to make ordinary people become awakened beings without any aftereffects, or to be unaffected by the contaminated area, probably to prepare a way out for themselves. Even so, it would be great if the method developed could be widely adopted. Zhao Lijiao scoffed. Naive. Those tycoons aren't that kind. Even if it could be widely distributed, They'd keep it hidden until they'd squeezed all the profits out of everyone before releasing it. Zhao Huanshi scoffed, huh? Naive. Once the technology is developed, whether or not it's released won't be up to them. Huh? Naive. Do you think those conglomerate families are pushovers? Zhao Lijia lowered her voice. Putting aside everything else, most of the awakened who have committed crimes in recent years, while ostensibly executed, have actually been secretly taken to technology companies or biological laboratories for human experimentation. On the surface? You mean, the execution livestream was fake? Who knows? I just overheard it in a conversation, but those experimental data definitely can't be fake. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. You should take this pot of soup back now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lijia looked down at the large pressure cooker in front of her and suddenly realized that she still had to move this thing back to the research institute. Zhao Huanshi, you treacherous brother. You did it on purpose. Zhao Huan grinned, showing his teeth, and gestured with his hands, saying, Actually, I originally wanted to use such a big rice cooker, but I was worried you wouldn't be able to move it. Zhao Lijia gritted her teeth, picked up the pressure cooker, and turned to leave. Wow, my sister is so strong, that's amazing. Get lost. Watching Zhao Lijia drive away at breakneck speed, Zhao Huanshi smiled, then became somewhat worried. What if it won't pass security? That's over 10,000 yuan. But thinking about it carefully, a mere 10,000 yuan is just half a day's catch for the fisherman. Once the Murloc hunter is fully upgraded, find it a good fishing spot. It can get a mere 188,000 magic black gems in less than a week. Zhao Huanshi smiled confidently, turned around, took a few steps, and waved. Immediately, a luxury car worth nearly 10 million yuan pulled up in front of him and slowly stopped. The driver eagerly opened the car door. Zhao Huan smiled faintly and stepped into the car. Beep. Insufficient balance. Please top up. Zhao Huanshi was stunned for a moment. Under the bus driver's slightly impatient gaze, he hurriedly took out his mobile phone and opened the electronic bus card. Meanwhile, in the West 4 research area, in the contaminated area, is the goblin feeding area. Gao Qiguang squatted on the ground, looking at the lazy goblins in front of him, muttering to himself with a puzzled expression. Strange, could it be a different breed? Why can't I understand what the goblins are saying? Chapter 91 Releasing Fish on a Rainy Night. I'll be away for 3 or 4 days, so it might be 2 chapters, or I might have to take a break. After leaving the West 4 research area, Zhao Huanshi went to a black market, again, and spent 50,000 to 80,000 yuan to buy a low-grade ice crystal the size of a fingernail. Damn, wasn't the cheapest one supposed to be only 46,000? Zhao Huan looked at the transparent crystal between his fingers, which felt slightly cool and looked no different from an ice cube, and his eyes were filled with heartache. Zhou Liaoshu glanced at him casually. Oh, you mean that piece? It was bought before you came. I hope it's really been bought by someone. I'm never coming to this lousy shop again, Zhao Huanshi said angrily. Zhou Liaoshu twitched his nose. Aren't you going to sell the things you're carrying? Heh, all of these were legitimately obtained from the Emerald Forest, so of course I sold them through legitimate channels. Zhao Huan said with a hint of pride. Zhou Liaoshu nodded. Oh, then come in through the front door. Huh. Zhou Liaoshu gave him a strange look. You don't know? That shop on the street behind, the one that specializes in buying legitimate goods, is also mine. Fair prices, no cheating. Zhao Huanshi was slightly taken aback. Honest and fair to all. Only cheating honest middle-aged people. Huh. Zhao Huanshi has been fighting relatively low-level monsters in the Emerald Forest these past few days, and he doesn't have any valuable materials on him. A bunch of random stuff, all put together, only sold for a little over 5,000 yuan, barely enough to buy 1 fish from the fisherman. Then I went to a nearby store and bought weaving materials and a stainless steel ball weighing more than 2 pounds, thus completing the materials for the Murloc Hunter enhancement ritual. An hour later, Zhao Huanshi returned home, filled the bathtub with water, and had the Merman Hunter lie down in it with the ritual materials. 10 minutes later, they stared at each other, wide-eyed. Why aren't you asleep yet? The Merman Hunter stared with its innocent-looking big eyes, spitting out a bunch of bubbles in the water. The bathtub is too small, the water is too shallow, it's uncomfortable to lie in, and I'm not sleepy at all. So upgrading with a bathtub really won't work. Zhao Huanshi murmured to himself as he looked up out the window. The rain was pouring down outside. When Zhao Huanshi returned from North 5 District, it had already started raining. He had to borrow an umbrella from Grandpa Huang at the gatehouse to avoid getting soaked. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. It's not even 4 o'clock yet, but it should be dark by now. Perfect timing, no one will be strolling around the park at this time. With such heavy rain and darkness, drones and street cameras will be affected, and who knows what kind of ghosts might crawl out from various dark corners. Aside from the patrol teams working overtime, most normal people go home and hide as soon as possible. Zhao Huanshi is clearly not normal. Are you out of your mind? Running to the park to watch the rain at this hour. Watching Zhao Huanshi leave the residential area with an umbrella and step into the rain on the street, Grandpa Huang's eyes were filled with absurdity. After some thought, I realized that as a normal person, I simply cannot understand the thought processes of a mentally ill person. He lowered his head and continued to carefully wipe the double-barreled shotgun with a cloth. I knew being an explorer wasn't an easy job. A perfectly handsome young man, now tanned and all gray, and his brains probably damaged. Zhao Huan had no idea that Grandpa Huang was cricketing at him from behind. He was just feeling a slight itch in his nose because the rain was so heavy, the air was cold and damp. He claimed he was going to the park to watch the rain, but with an umbrella in his left hand, a soul-eater glove in his right, and a steel greatsword in his hand, he clearly looked like he was going to fight monsters. Wow, that's incredibly efficient. The park, which was once reduced to ruins by bombing, has now been completely restored. No, it's less of a restoration and more of a reconstruction of the park. I heard the construction team went to great lengths, digging up the entire park's foundation and then filling it back in. They claimed to be investigating potential hazards, but in reality, they were just looking for that non-existent dangerous monster. Thinking of this, Zhao Huanshi paused, feeling slightly guilty. Last time the mimic was buffed, it blew up the whole park. This time the Murloc hunter is buffed. Will something else go wrong? TCH. You're scaring yourself. Last time, the mimic only exploded when you used a high-level item like a lava core. This time it's just a small ice crystal. Do you think it can freeze the entire artificial lake? Zhao Huanshi shook his head and walked to the artificial lake in the middle of the park. He casually glanced around, looking up, down, left, and right. There was no one nearby, nor were there any patrolling drones. There were only a few cameras in a corner of the park, but they were obscured by the torrential rain and were almost useless. With a flick of his finger, Zhao Huanshi sent the invisible monster card silently into the artificial lake, where it transformed into a golden treasure chest that opened its mouth and spat out a large bundle of weaving materials. As soon as the box was opened, a large number of bubbles immediately appeared, but as soon as the bubbles reached the surface, they were smashed to pieces by countless large raindrops. The rain was so heavy that Zhao Huanshi couldn't see the mimic's location underwater. He simply relied on his sense of touch and shot another card at the same spot. The card was shot into the water and hit the mimic monster's body. The mimic instantly transformed into a card and flew back. The Murloc hunter retrieved weaving materials from the bottom of the lake. The metal spheres and ice crystals needed for the enhancement ritual were wrapped inside the weaving materials. The moment he picked up the materials, the Murloc hunter felt a surge of energy and slowly closed his eyes. Before coming here, Zhao Huanshi had already told the fishman hunter that if the artificial lake could be strengthened, it should stay at the bottom of the lake and not come up. It will come out again when the enhancement is over and Zhao Huanshi comes to pick it up. Zhao Huanshi stood by the artificial lake for a while and, seeing that there was no movement on the lake, knew that the merman hunter must have started to strengthen. I took out my phone and checked the time. It's 4:45 now, and the enhancement will be completed by almost 1 a.m. It's already suspicious to be wandering around the park in the rain, and it's even stranger to be running out in the middle of the night. But staying here all the time isn't normal either. If only I had an invisibility ability or a skill to remotely recall cards. Zhao Huan muttered to himself as he turned and walked towards the street outside the park. There's no use thinking about it so much. Let's grab dinner while the shops on the street are still open. While I was eating, a message suddenly popped up on my phone. When Zhao Huanshi opened the message, he found it was a defense mission from the Special Affairs Bureau, requiring the explorers to patrol densely populated areas, check for dangers, and reduce the pressure on the patrol team during rainy nights. Participation is entirely voluntary, and the reward is not very high. Rather than a mission bounty, it is more like a subsidy and reward for certain explorers who actively participate in the defense. For Zhao Huanshi, this was like a pillow delivered just when he was sleepy. With the defense mission as an excuse, it wouldn't be surprising if he wandered around outside tonight. Moreover, the emergence of the defense mission also reminded him that he should go out for a stroll in the middle of the night when he has nothing to do, and try to kill a few monsters hiding in the corners. When asked, he would say he was bored at home and came out to patrol as a volunteer policeman, portraying himself as a passionate and somewhat immature young man. In the future, If I want to do something late at night when it's quiet, it won't seem so strange anymore. Chapter 92 Cooperative Defense, Aquatic Monkeys. Zhao Huancher accepted the auxiliary defense mission and then used the Special Affairs Bureau app to designate the area near Lichunyuan community, including the park, as his patrol area. Guided by the app, the phone is connected to the Dongchuan city security system. Once a monster is spotted during patrol, a warning can be immediately sent to the security system to request backup. While following the instructions, Zhao Huancher complained, "It can clearly take over my phone directly, but it still pretends to make me agree to the requests and open various permission restrictions. Seriously, I'm going to cry." Once everything was settled and the defense mission was initiated, Zhao Huancher once again took his umbrella, gripped his steel greatsword, and stepped into the rain. I don't know if I was lucky or unlucky, but after wandering around all night, I didn't encounter any monsters, though I did get soaked to the bone from the rain. Zhao Huancher took out his phone and checked the time. It was almost time. It would take half an hour to walk back to the park from where he was now, and he would pick up the Fishman Hunter from the artificial lake at exactly 1:50. Suddenly, terrified screams and the sound of shattering glass rang out from the rain. Zhao Huancher turned his head and vaguely saw a dark figure in the rain, quickly climbing up the community wall and jumping out. Illuminated by the streetlights, Zhao Huancher saw that the monster resembled an ape, its fur soaked through, and it was clearly holding a motionless child of about 7 or 8 years old in its hand. What is this thing, a water monkey? Zhao Huancher's eyes narrowed. He threw the umbrella aside, and while rushing forward through the rain, he flicked his fingers and shot out 2 monster cards. A card spun rapidly through the rain, landing on the ground and transforming into a tall, green-skinned monster, holding a turtle shell in one hand and a wooden spear with mushrooms growing from its base in the other. With a loud shout, he thrust his wooden spear forcefully at the water monkey. The water monkey nimbly dodged the attacks, opened its mouth to reveal sharp teeth, and let out a piercing roar, while its eyes rolled around, searching for an escape route. Suddenly, a large crab carrying a box appeared on its left side, waving its 2 large pincers. Its body was being hit by rain, and steam was rising from its body. On the right, a human, wielding a large metal sword, charged towards him menacingly with fierce eyes. In a moment of panic, the water monkey threw the child he was holding to the ground, turned around, climbed back up the wall, and jumped back into the residential area. The goblin warrior wanted to give chase, but lacked the agility and nimbleness of the water monkey, and could only stare helplessly at the community wall. Zhao Huancher didn't pay much attention to the monster's escape. He only asked the goblin warrior to keep watch on the surroundings. While sending a warning to the security system on his mobile phone, he bent down, squatted down, and picked up the child to check the situation. But the child's throat was torn open, blood was flowing everywhere, his face was pale, his breath was weak, and he looked like he was about to die. Without hesitation, Zhao Huan first used his healing ring to cast a healing spell, then took out a bottle of healing potion from his leather armor pocket, pried open the child's mouth, and poured it in. The wound on the child's neck was slowly healing, and although his face was still pale, his breathing was gradually stabilizing. Zhao Huancher immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a commotion arose in the residential area, and it was clear that many people carrying sticks, knives, and guns were running towards them, shouting. Zhao Huan hurriedly put away the goblin warrior and the mimic. It's not that I'm afraid the monster cards will be exposed. It's just that I'm afraid the residents of the neighborhood will see the monsters and shoot them both with one gun, which would be too unfair. It's so late at night, and it's raining heavily, so visibility is already poor. What if a burst of gunfire happens and Zhao Huancher is taken down with him? Here it is. Zhao Huancher waved and shouted. He vaguely saw several dark gun barrels pointed at him from the crowd and hurriedly added, "The monster has run away. Everyone, put your guns away and be careful of accidental discharge." Upon hearing this, everyone realized what was happening, and the men with guns put away their weapons and put them back on safety. Oops, I was so nervous just now. I forgot to check the insurance. Now that you mention it, I think I forgot to load the gun. As Zhao Huan listened to their conversation, his expression changed slightly, and a chill ran down his spine. Damn, did you buy your gun licenses on the black market? Just then, a young couple hurriedly ran out from the crowd. Seeing the child covered in blood in Zhao Huancher's arms, the child's mother's legs went weak, and she nearly fainted. Fortunately, although her husband was devastated, he still had some sense and managed to support his wife in time. Don't panic. I've given him some medicine, and the wound has healed. He shouldn't be in any danger. Let's dry him off, change his clothes, and then take him to the hospital for a checkup, Zhao Huanshi said hurriedly. Upon hearing this, the child's mother immediately calmed down and hurriedly took the child from Zhao Huanshi's hands. By the light of the streetlights and the flashlights held by the crowd, she saw that although the child's eyes were closed, his breathing was steady and there were obvious signs of healing wounds on his neck. She became emotional and cried and laughed at the same time. After the child's father finished expressing his excitement, he grabbed Zhao Huanshi and thanked him profusely, wanting to express his sincere gratitude. Zhao Huanshi told them to hurry home, and then reminded the crowd of onlookers who were getting soaked in the rain. That monster abandoned the child and ran back into the neighborhood. Why don't you go back into the neighborhood and look for it? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically, especially those who still had family members at home, who hurriedly ran back. Just then, a motorcycle roared, and a fully armed patrol team arrived after receiving the message. After exchanging information with Zhao Huanshi and confirming the type of monster, the patrol team, along with several police dogs, entered the residential area to search for traces of the monster. With the patrol team arriving, Zhao Huanshi naturally no longer needed to stay here. Worried about what might happen after the Murloc hunter is upgraded, he retrieves his umbrella from the ground. Since I was already soaked to the bone, it didn't matter whether I used an umbrella or not, so I turned around and walked towards the park in the rain. Aquatic monkeys are aquatic monkey monsters that typically inhabit rivers, lakes, and other bodies of water. They are born with the ability to become invisible using water currents, rain, and mist, and may also possess other water-based magical abilities. They are vengeful and adept at stealth and ambush. Walking in the rain, Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself, recalling the information about the monster provided by the patrol members. They must have been frightened and ran away. Do you think they would dare to follow me and take revenge? That's what they say, but perhaps it's just psychological. Zhao Huanshi always felt that something was hiding in the rain, secretly watching his back. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Huanshi took out the giant monster power bracelet from his pocket, put it on his left wrist, and hid it in his sleeve. After being on guard for a long time, we even made it into the park, but the expected attack didn't happen. Zhao Huanshi shook his head slightly. "Tsh, you're just scaring yourself." Just then, the rain beside me seemed to be hit by something, splashing out in all directions. Zhao Huan had no time to react. He felt a sudden, sharp pain in his throat, as if several sharp blades had slashed through it at the same time. Having secretly observed the enemy all the way, the aquatic monkey finally couldn't resist making its move when it saw the enemy enter this deserted place. Chapter 93: The Fisherman's Frosty Net. The greatsword sliced through the rain, but the attacker, having landed a fatal blow, had already fled swiftly. The aquatic monkey stood 10 meters away, stuck out its tongue and licked the bright red blood on its paws, stared fiercely at Zhao Huanshi, revealed a ferocious smile, and slowly disappeared into the heavy rain. If I had known this guy liked to show off, I would have poisoned his blood. A far-fetched idea popped into Zhao Huanshi's mind. The two cards landed and transformed into a goblin warrior and a mimic, protecting the goblin warrior from the monster's sneak attacks in the rain. With his left hand gripping her throat, magic transformed into cool spring water that covered the wound. As the wound healed quickly, the pain disappeared. Luckily I put on the bracelet earlier, otherwise that claw might have really torn my throat off. Zhao Huanshi summoned the bright light vine, which wrapped around his shoulders and neck. Even though it's raining heavily and there's no moonlight to provide energy, it can still serve as a scarf to protect yourself from harm. The mimic tried to set its body on fire, but the rain was too heavy and the flames wouldn't ignite. Instead, they created a lot of steam. The goblin warrior peered warily at the surrounding rain, but could see nothing. Suddenly, the rain around him trembled violently, and a monkey's paw appeared abruptly, reaching for the goblin warrior's groin. The goblin warrior reacted quickly, using his shield to deflect the enemy's attack. This startled Zhao Huanshi, who hurriedly held his greatsword diagonally in front of him. A monkey stealing peaches? This monkey knows such underhanded tricks. Seeing the enemy escape the goblin warrior's pursuit and disappear into the rain with a sinister grin, Zhao Huanshi felt a chill run down his spine. Even if the goblin warrior gets hit, he can just rest for a bit and come back as good as new. If that guy targets me, I might end up having to call Zhao Lijia my sister. "Fisherman, stop hiding, come out and kill it," Zhao Huan shouted towards the artificial lake. Boom! The lake waters suddenly burst open, and the fishman hunter leaped out, his feet treading through the rain, rushing out at lightning speed. Although another enemy appeared, the aquatic monkey remained completely calm. In this dark, open environment filled with rain, its ability to conceal itself made it invincible. But why does that fish head have such fierce eyes, staring straight at me as if it can see through my invisibility? Upon seeing the fishman hunter charging straight at it with a bone spear, the aquatic monkey suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Before he could think, the water beneath his feet surged rapidly, coalescing into a faint, indistinct monkey silhouette, which frantically ran away into the distance. He, however, retreated quietly. The goblin warrior's eyes lit up when he saw the transparent phantom, and he roared as he gave chase. The murloc hunter remained unmoved, his eyes filled with disdain. "You pathetic monkey, trying to pull tricks and play water tricks in front of the fishmen? Are you out of your mind? Take this, my salted fish thrust." He rushed straight to the aquatic monkey's true form, splashing through the water, and thrust out the fishbone spear with all his might. Seeing the attack coming at it, the aquatic monkey immediately abandoned its last bit of hope, dodged the attack to the side, roared, and pounced on the fishman hunter with its claws. But then the fishman hunter pushed off with his feet, leaped backward, grabbed a fish basket-like object from his waist with his left hand, and threw it forward with force. The fish basket exploded in midair, transforming into a large fishing net that swept over the aquatic monkey. The aquatic monkeys threw themselves into the net, having no chance to escape. They were instantly wrapped in the net and fell to the ground, struggling and tearing at it desperately. But once the fishing net caught its prey, it instantly released a large amount of cold air, freezing the aquatic monkey's hands and feet until a thin layer of ice formed on the surrounding water. Upon seeing this, Xiaohuan first understood why the enhancement material required ice-type magic crystals. Then he thought, this fishing net is really convenient. It's a one-stop shop for catching and freezing, maximizing the freshness of the catch. Xiaohuan had the leisure to indulge in wild thoughts, mainly because there was no longer any need for him to go into battle. After the fishing net subdued the aquatic monkey, the fishman hunter used a fishbone spear to poke wildly through the mesh of the net, and the goblin warrior also went to join in the fun. The aquatic monkey struggled and screamed for a while, but soon fell silent. Zhao Huansher stepped forward and used his steel greatsword to poke at the monster's corpse. After confirming that the aquatic monkey was completely dead, Zhao Huan put the soul-devouring gloves back into hibernation mode, removed and hid the giant demon power bracelet from his hand, and recalled the monster card. Finally, a report was sent to the security system. While waiting for the patrol team to arrive, Zhao Huansher took out the shallow sea murloc hunter to check the changes after the card was enhanced. Card enhancement complete. Shallow sea murloc hunter has grown stronger, with increased fish scale defense and a slight increase in frost resistance. Fish sense. The fishman's skin structure is unique, allowing them to keenly perceive changes in the surrounding water flow and also providing a good sense of airflow, especially humid airflow. The fish sensibility receives an additional slight boost. Fishing master. The shallow sea fish hunter loves fishing. Besides a fishing rod made from deep-sea fish bones, he has also woven himself a frost net as a container to keep his fish fresh. The fishing rod is made of tough material and has barbs at the tip, so it can be used as a harpoon or javelin in battle. Once thrown, the frost net automatically disperses, transforming into a fishing net that envelopes and binds the enemy's body. Upon hitting an enemy, the fishing net releases icy cold air, freezing and paralyzing their body. Simultaneously, the metal wires and barbs embedded in the net tighten their grip as the enemy struggles. Because it comes with its own weapons and items, this monster card occupies 2 equipment slots and cannot equip other fishing net or polearm equipment cards. As a summoner, you should pay more attention to the growth of your summoned beasts in battle. However, when Zhao Huansher saw the card information, he was thinking, with the frost net, anglers can freeze the fish they catch before sending them to the greedy space, ensuring 100% freshness. They should be able to raise the price when selling them without any problem, right? Not long after, another patrol team that was checking for danger in the vicinity received the news and rushed over. After examining the aquatic monkey's corpse and learning the general outline of what had happened, they didn't ask too many questions about Zhao Huansher's battle with the monster. Seeing that Zhao Huansher looked pale and weak, they assumed he had been overworked in the battle and suggested that he end his defense mission, go to the hospital for a checkup, or go home to recuperate. Zhao Huan was indeed extremely weak, and her stomach was rumbling incessantly. The main reason was that he wore the Kraken power bracelet for a period of time on his way back to the park, and then awakened the Soul Eater after being attacked by the aquatic monkey. Although Zhao Huansher didn't actually participate in the battle much, The fact that both pieces of equipment were absorbing his stamina together still made him exclaim that he couldn't take it anymore. The Murloc hunter has been recalled. There's no need for him to stay outside and put up a fight any longer. Zhao Huanshi naturally followed the patrol team member's advice and used his mobile phone to operate the app to submit the mission completion application. After the system approved the application and notified Zhao Huanshi that he had completed the defense mission and would receive additional rewards, Zhao Huan then bid farewell to the patrol team and returned to Lichunyuan community. For safety reasons, Mr. Huang closed the gate to the residential area. Just as I was on guard, a figure suddenly appeared in the downpour, pressed a pale face against the window, and stared at me with wide eyes. Startled, Grandpa Huang raised his double-barreled shotgun to fire. Fortunately, although Zhao Huanshi was physically weak, his instincts were still intact. He reacted instantly when he saw the dark gun barrel and quickly shrank his body to the corner of the wall. Grandpa Huang, don't shoot. We're on the same side. Chapter 94 Goblin Merchant pulls out teeth. Zhao Huanshi got home at 3 or 4 in the morning. I was so hungry. I felt like I was going to starve to death any second. I didn't even have time to make instant noodles, so I grabbed a bunch of snacks from the fridge that I could eat right away. After eating, I regained some of my strength. I took off my soaking wet clothes, took a hot shower, dried myself off, and then, too lazy to even put on my underwear, went straight to bed. Just before losing consciousness, he remembered to throw the mimic out as a guard. When Zhao Huanshi woke up, it was already noon the next day. The heavy rain has stopped, but the sky is still overcast, and light rain still occasionally falls. Zhao Huanshi, still half asleep, glanced at the treasure chest disguised as a sandalwood box next to the bedside table. It was clearly the most valuable piece of furniture in the entire room. I checked the time on my phone and saw a notification from the Special Affairs Bureau app. Upon clicking, I found a notification regarding the settlement and rewards for the Defense Assistance mission. In addition to the basic mission rewards, there are extra rewards for killing aquatic monkeys and a citizen's thank you bonus of 38,000 yuan. Below the thank you note, there is a special note stating that the money came from the parents of the child Zhao Huanshi saved. The couple actually wanted to thank Zhao Huanshi in person, but Zhao Huanshi hadn't left his contact information, and the Special Affairs Bureau wouldn't disclose it. Finally, the young couple handed the money over to the Special Affairs Bureau, which transferred it to Zhao Huanshi along with the mission reward. Zhao Huan glanced at it and accepted the money without any qualms. Not only did she risk her life to save the child from the monster, but she also risked using her healing ring to cast a healing spell on him. Take that bottle of treatment potion for example. It's a laboratory product that Zhao Lejia brought from the research institute. Ordinary people can't even buy it if they want to. Doing good deeds shouldn't be done in the hope of reward, because doing so can easily make you angry. But Zhao Huan was still a little happy that the other person took the initiative to express their gratitude. The mission reward is 19,362.7 yuan. What kind of calculation method is this? Why is there a decimal point? Looking at the amount of the task reward, Zhao Huanshi couldn't help but complain, then laughed and said, 19,000 plus 38,000. That's enough to buy a third of a shadow black gem. Get up, wash up, eat breakfast, then head out for lunch. Holding an umbrella and watching the light drizzle fall, Zhao Huan honestly admitted that yesterday was actually quite dangerous. If he hadn't had the merman hunter with him, who knows what would have happened later, and maybe that monkey would have even gotten the peaches. Thinking about it, Zhao Huanshi shuddered. No, this world is still too dangerous. I need to improve my strength as soon as possible. Let's put the goblin thief's black gem aside for now. The goblin scavenger's 7-colored mushroom soup, made from mushrooms collected by the goblin scavenger himself and placed in his greed space, along with those Zhao Huanshi bought from Zhou Liaoshu, now contains all 6 colors of poisonous mushrooms. As for the remaining color, I've already asked Zhou Liaoshu to keep an eye out for it, and I should have news within a few days. The goblin merchant's gold tooth needs to be custom-made at a gold shop. The labor cost plus the value of the gold itself is estimated to be tens of thousands of yuan. Fortunately, there were 2 pieces of gold jewelry in the greedy space. They could take them to a gold shop to melt them down and refine them, which would save them a lot of money. Zhao Huanshi returned home and summoned the goblin merchant. First, they asked about the origin of the Kraken power bracelet, and as expected, it was obtained by exchanging a demon statue with Gao Qiguang. However, Zhao Huan was also very surprised when he heard the goblin merchant say that Gao Qiguang could talk to it. The effects of magical equipment, special talents, or is it because he's too stupid to be in sync with goblins? He shook his head and put the matter out of his mind. Open your mouth, let me see your teeth. The goblin merchant was puzzled, but he obediently did as instructed. Zhao Huanshe looked at the goblin merchant's big yellow teeth and pondered to himself. According to the meaning of the enhancement ceremony, the goblin merchant's teeth should be replaced with a large gold tooth. To ensure a perfect fit for the gold teeth, it's best to take the goblin merchant to the hospital for an X-ray. But this was clearly not going to work. After the goblin merchant made a deal with the Gao siblings, Zhao Huanshe was even more afraid to reveal his relationship with it. Without taking X-rays, whether you measure with a ruler or make a mold with plaster or clay, you can only get the outer part of the tooth, not the shape of the root, unless you take the whole tooth. Thinking of this, Zhao Huanshe's eyes lit up. A goblin thief can recover from losing a hand, but a goblin merchant losing a tooth isn't even considered a minor injury. Why not just pull out its teeth, take it to a jewelry store, and scan a 3D model of it? Thinking of this, Zhao Huanshe turned around, found a large pair of pliers in the toolbox, pressed down on the goblin merchant's head, and was about to pull out its front teeth. The goblin merchant was immediately terrified and screamed wildly. I've shed blood for the organization. I've made money for the organization. Even if I lost some goods while doing business, that's normal loss. It shouldn't warrant torture. Zhao Huan was speechless. What kind of torture? You need to get gold teeth for your enhancement ritual. If I don't pull out your teeth, I won't know their internal structure. How am I supposed to find someone to make matching gold teeth for you? Wait, what teeth? The goblin merchant was stunned for a moment, wondering if he had misheard. He widened his eyes and looked at Zhao Huanshe expectantly for confirmation. Yes, gold teeth. 24K pure gold front teeth. In fact, Zhao Huanshe suspected that the pure gold front teeth were too soft to replace the function of teeth. But since it was a requirement of the card enhancement ritual, Zhao Huan simply did as instructed, since card monsters couldn't be judged by common sense anyway. The goblin merchant, having been confirmed as a swindler, immediately became excited. Why didn't you say you wanted gold teeth sooner? Why are you taking so long to get a tooth pulled? Is it because the pliers aren't big enough? Isn't there an even bigger toolbox? If that doesn't work, bring the mimic. Its pincers are bigger. What? I'm afraid of pain. I'm struggling too much. Relax. Don't worry. It's just a tooth extraction. I'm not afraid at all. This guy, he was acting like he was about to die just a moment ago. But the moment he heard about big gold tooth, he immediately perked up. Zhao Huanshe was at a loss for words, both amused and exasperated. However, things are much easier now that the goblin merchant is willing to cooperate. Pressing down the goblin merchant's head, clamping the pliers around his front teeth, and pulling hard, the bloody teeth were forcibly pulled out. Just as Zhao Huanshe breathed a sigh of relief, he saw the goblin merchant's eyes roll back, and he collapsed. Holy crap, you're going to die just from getting a tooth pulled? Your Lin in Goblin is more like the Lin Daiyus, a character from the classic Chinese novel Dream of the Red Chamber. Zhao Huan muttered under his breath as he cast a healing spell over. If this guy dies, the tooth in Zhao Huanshe's hand will also disappear, and then the tooth will have been pulled for nothing. Fortunately, after being healed by a healing spell, the goblin merchant finally pulled through. Worried that the goblin might cause trouble again, Zhao Huan left it in the room, closed the doors and windows, locked the front door, and hurriedly headed to the gold shop with the goblin's teeth. Chapter 95 Trial Objective: The Skeletons of the Watcher Knight. Although some material costs were saved, the various miscellaneous expenses, such as scanning and modeling goblin teeth and making molds, still amounted to more than 8,000 yuan. It will take about 5 days to create the gold tooth, and there's still no news about the colored poisonous mushroom. Zhao Huanshe wasn't in a hurry. He stayed home and relaxed, adjusting his mindset and waiting for the trial dream to arrive. Trial Objective: Find and bury the remains of the Watcher Knight. Zhao Huanshe opened his eyes and found himself inside a dilapidated building. The walls and floor were made of unevenly pieced together stone bricks. Zhao Huan had seen this style of architecture in many games. A castle, or a watchtower or something. At least it used to be. Zhao Huanshe looked up at the bright sky above and thought to himself. The top or upper structure of the building has vanished. Surrounded by dilapidated walls, the broken bookshelves and tables and chairs are covered in dust and cobwebs. There are rustling sounds in the dark corners, as if something is crawling inside. After confirming that the goblin warrior's weapon was a mushroom poison spear, Zhao Huanshe used 2 more, poisonous coating solvent, to poison the weapons of the goblin thief and the murloc hunter. He summoned 3 monsters, and then tied the bright light vine to his arm. Zhao Huanshe didn't rush to leave. He picked up the soul-devouring greatsword from his feet, and wandered around the ruins with some curiosity. He walked up to the old, crooked bookshelf, used his great sword to part the cobwebs, and reached down to take a book from the shelf. The ruins of the building had no roof, and the books were severely damaged by prolonged exposure to sun and rain. As soon as Zhao Huanshi opened the book, yellowed and moldy pages scattered and fell to the ground. Looking down, he could still make out a few characters on the fragment, but unfortunately, Zhao Huanshi didn't recognize any of them. Zhao Huanshi was immediately disappointed. He had originally wanted to try guessing the content from the picture to see if he could get some useful information. At that moment, something was startled by the noise Zhao Huanshi made and darted out from the dark corner behind the bookshelf in a panic. The goblin thief reacted swiftly, raising his hand and sending his rusty knife flying, knocking a large, menacing black beetle to the ground. The beetle struggled to escape, but the goblin thief grabbed it and brought it to his mouth. "Hey, you can't eat this. You've poisoned the knife." Zhao Huanshi hurriedly spoke up to remind him. The goblin thief wrinkled its nose. No wonder it had a strange smell. It had assumed that this insect was a unique species and would taste different. Seeing that the flesh around the beetle's wound was corroding and rotting from the venom, the goblin thief pulled out his rusty knife, looked at the bluish light on the blade, and his eyes revealed deep disgust. Looking around, he spotted a rusty short sword among the scattered debris in the corner. His eyes lit up, and he quickly went over and picked it up. After searching for a long time, Zhao Huanshi finally found something that looked relatively useful among a pile of garbage. A simple map made from the fur of some unknown monster or wild animal. Zhao Huanshi was used to using mobile phone navigation, and when entering polluted areas, he would use more detailed and precise maps. Looking at the map in front of him, with its bunch of lines and a few incomprehensible graphic marks, he felt it was no different from looking at a kindergarten child's doodles. Although the map was marked with otherworldly script everywhere, Zhao Huan was illiterate and didn't recognize a single one. However, somewhere on the map, a skull was drawn in dark red paint. According to typical game tropes, this is definitely an important clue, and it might just be the location of the mission objective. Unfortunately, this isn't a game. Even Zhao Huanshi didn't know where he was on the map, and he was powerless to go and take a look at the marked location. As for the trial objectives, well, it's all up to fate. When the time is right, they will appear naturally. Explore around and kill more monsters along the way, so you can get more evolution points at the end of the game. It takes 100 evolution points to evolve a gray card into a white card, 200 to evolve a white card into a green card, and so on. Evolving a green card into a blue card takes either 300 or 400 points. Evolving the monster cards in his hand to blue quality alone would require 1 or 2,000 evolution points, and Zhao Huan only had a little over 30 evolution points left, which was simply not enough. The only thing I can do is kill more monsters in my dreams and earn as much as I can. Suddenly, dust began to fall from above. Zhao Huanshi suddenly looked up and saw a large yellow cat with spotted leopard fur and pointed ears lying quietly on the broken stone wall, its eyes gleaming fiercely as it stared at him intently, seemingly searching for an opportunity to attack. Holy crap! When their eyes met, Zhao Huanshi was startled and hurriedly raised his sword to defend himself. The goblin warrior roared and stood in front of Zhao Huanshi, shield raised. The merman hunter adjusted his posture, searching for an opening in the enemy's defenses, preparing to fire his spear. Seeing this, the giant lynx knew it had lost its chance to launch a sneak attack. Without even a roar or a threat, it turned around and jumped off the stone wall without hesitation, disappearing in an instant. Damn, when did this thing get there? There was nothing there just a moment ago. Zhao Huan was still a little scared, mainly because the big cat's eyes were too frightening. Almost another way to die. To put the monsters on high alert, Zhao Huanshi sped up the search. No new clues were found, but an old leather helmet and a thick wooden shield covered with animal hide were discovered. Zhao Huan didn't mind at all. He wiped the leather helmet clean and put it on his head. He picked up the animal hide and wooden shield with his left hand and left the ruins with his summoned creature. Stepping out of the ruins, one is greeted by an endless expanse of green fields. Wild grasses grew abundantly, and shrubs grew in thickets. Zhao Huan sighed inwardly. The grass here is so tall. Where the hell am I supposed to find the knight's remains? After a moment's thought, he suggested, how about we let the mimic come out and burn all this grass? Anyway, the trial objective only says to bury the knight's remains, so burning them is the same as burying them. Moreover, if there's enough ash from the grass and wood, it might just bury the plant itself, saving me the trouble of searching for it. This vast grassland could burn countless monsters to death. The resulting evolution points would be dozens. The more Zhao Huanshe thought about it, the more convinced he became. So he immediately threw out the treasure chest monster. You're the mimic. Unleash your fury and reduce all of this to ashes. Zhao Huan pointed forward and shouted loudly. The goblin warrior looked at the goblin thief with a puzzled expression. What was the summoner doing? The goblin thief thought for a moment, guessing that it was probably casting some powerful spell. The mimic stared with its ruby eyes, trying to look fierce, its body engulfed in red flames, and stomped its 8 legs as it charged into the nearby bushes. Suddenly, the grass shook violently, and a huge rooster, over 2 meters tall, leaped out. Chapter 96, A New Way to Die, Rotating Grilled Meat. The rooster opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and emitted a piercing, strange screech. Zhao Huanshe felt as if his head had been hit by a hammer. His ears were ringing, his vision was blurring, and he was also experiencing intense dizziness and an urge to vomit. Not only Zhao Huanshe, but also the goblin warrior and the murloc hunter were affected by the rooster's crow. On the contrary, the mimic, which was very close to the rooster, was not affected at all due to its special body structure. With a powerful push from its 8 long legs, it pounced forward, its body ablaze with flames, and bit into the rooster's breast. The flesh was pierced by the steel teeth, and the mimic's scorching body was like a giant branding iron, burning the rooster so much that it emitted thick smoke and screamed in agony, while flames spread rapidly along the rooster's feathers. The rooster hurriedly pounded with its wings and pecked with its beak, making the treasure chest monster clang loudly. But the treasure chest monster just held on tightly and refused to let go. The goblin warrior recovered from his dizziness and immediately roared, rushing behind the rooster to stab it in the groin. Suddenly, a blue snake head rose up behind the rooster, its eyes glaring as it lunged at the goblin warrior. The goblin warrior quickly raised his shield to block. But then a crack was heard, and the turtle shell shattered instantly like a thin, crispy pancake after being hit by the snake's head. The goblin warrior felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then immediately lost consciousness. Stepping back a few paces and looking down, I saw that the muscles where the blue snake's head had bitten me had hardened and turned gray, as if they had turned into rock, and this strange phenomenon was spreading rapidly in the surrounding area. Wow, such a huge snake-tailed chicken! Zhao Huanshe exclaimed in surprise. The bright vine in his hand transformed back into a card, and with a flick of his finger, it spun rapidly and struck the goblin warrior. The vines twine around, producing clusters of small yellow flowers that shimmer with a golden glow under the sunlight. The petrification phenomenon on the goblin warrior's body gradually stopped spreading, and the petrified parts slowly turned into stone fragments and fell off, revealing the newly grown tender green flesh inside. Seeing the flames spreading across the snake-tailed chicken's body, the merman hunter hesitated for a moment before not throwing out the frost net. Instead, he stood outside the attack range of the blue snake head and kept poking the snake-tailed chicken's body with his fishbone spear to restrict its movement. After recovering, the goblin warrior joined the battle, focusing his attacks on the blue snake head behind the snake-tailed chicken. Watching the snake-tailed chicken scream as it was engulfed in flames, then struggle for a few moments before falling silent, Zhao Huanshe stood by without intervening. Sooner or later, everyone will have to follow the proper summoner combat path, so I need to find some opportunities to experience and familiarize myself with it beforehand. At that moment, the patch of grass shook violently again, as if something else was about to emerge from it. Just as the goblin warrior was looking for something to put out the flames and dig down a piece of roasted chicken to taste, he hurriedly turned around to defend himself. The murloc hunter also pulled down the fish basket from his waist, ready to throw it at any moment. But then a green claw parted the weeds, and the goblin thief quietly peeked out. Seeing that the battle was over, they dragged out a huge bird's nest woven from withered grass. There were also 5 or 6 large oval eggs in the nest, which, judging by their size, belonged to a large snake-tailed chicken. Zhao Huanshe suddenly realized, so that's where the chicken coop was hidden. No wonder it came out to fight us. But there's only one nest of eggs. Didn't we find the hen incubating them? The goblin thief shook his head. Did it run away, or went out to forage for food? Or is the snake-tailed chicken actually hermaphroditic? Although Zhao Huanshe knew about the snake-tailed chicken, he had never dealt with this monster before and didn't know much about it. After making some wild guesses, he waved for the mimic to continue setting fires. The mimic stuffed the snake-tailed chicken's head into the box, retracted its steel teeth, closed the lid, and dashed into the bushes in 2 steps. In less than a minute, a fire broke out in the grass. The weather was sunny and the air was dry, with countless dry grass leaves piled up on the ground. Once the fire started, it immediately spread in all directions, and in no time it turned into a raging sea of fire, threatening to engulf the entire grassland. Zhao Huan felt the scorching heat and prepared to retreat back into the ruins with the card monster. The ground around the ruins was covered with large rocks, and few plants grew there, so there was no need to worry about the flames coming back. Just then, a high-pitched eagle cry suddenly rang out from afar, piercing through the clouds and splitting the rocks. Zhao Huanshi subconsciously looked up and saw a golden figure suddenly leap into the sky. With a powerful flap of its wings, a hurricane was created out of thin air and swept towards him. Damn, there isn't even a small hill in this place, so why are there such ridiculous things as storm griffins? Just to prevent me from setting fires. While complaining, Zhao Huanshi quickly collected the card monsters. The hurricane whipped up the flames on the ground, transforming them into a fiery tornado that engulfed Zhao Huanshi. Zhao Huanshi felt like the rotating grilled meat displayed at the restaurant entrance, his body spinning rapidly, evenly roasted by the flames, his grease sizzling as it cooked, and blades of wind occasionally scraping past him, slicing away pieces of cooked meat. Fortunately, the pain didn't last long, because in just over 10 seconds, his brain— No, Zhao Huanshi's brain was cooked. Trial failed. Gained 1 evolution point. Current evolution points, 35. Zhao Huanshi opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. As the monsters in the dream become stronger, the ways they die become increasingly elaborate. After pausing for a moment, I reached for my phone next to my pillow. Enter Storm Griffin and click search. Storm Griffins are extremely dangerous high-level monsters with powerful bodies and the ability to control storms. They may be evolved from powerful griffins and typically lead flocks to live on mountain peaks or cliffs. Zhao Huanshi scratched his chin. Sure enough, I must have been tricked by the trial dream. Gori clearly guessed that I would set fire to the grassland, and deliberately left a boss there. Otherwise, how could a storm griffin suddenly appear out of nowhere on such a flat, open plain? Search for the storm griffin's weaknesses. Search results show that although the storm griffin has extremely high flight speed and a storm shield, it still cannot withstand the heat and impact damage generated by a missile explosion. Damn it! Why don't you say that the fire dragon in Dragon Volcano can't withstand a high-yield nuclear attack? Garlic bird, this kind of big boss is not something a small fry like me can mess with. I should try to stay away and obediently find my trial target. Thinking of the final boss of the trial dream, Zhao Huanshi remembered the rock giant, who had smashed half of his body into a meat pie before. It was also a deeply painful and unforgettable experience. Chapter 97 Storm Vulture on the Storm Tree. In the blink of an eye, a day has passed. After falling asleep at night, Zhao Huanshi once again entered the trial dream. Although he had already searched the ruins, Zhao Huanshi did not leave immediately. Spawn out the Goblin Thief and have it hide nearby to monitor the area above your head. Zhao Huanshi found the leather-covered wooden shield and took it in his hand. He then continued to search for items, ignoring the old wooden box inlaid with gemstones in front of him. To improve search efficiency, Goblin warriors and Murloc hunters were also sent to the other side. Not long after, a notification from the Goblin Thief suddenly rang in my ears. Zhao Huanshi's eyes narrowed. He remained bent over, searching for something among the tattered papers on the ground, but silently tightened his grip on the shield handle. Click! Suddenly, the sound of shattering rocks rang out overhead, and the Goblin Thief simultaneously let out a rapid shout. Zhao Huanshi suddenly turned around and held the leather-covered wooden shield in front of him. Smack! The sharp claws slammed into the shield, tearing the skin and causing the wooden shield to crack and deform. The giant lynx lunged forward fiercely, and the impact of its weight falling was enormous. It was originally going to crash into Zhao Huanshi's body, knock him down and seriously injure him, and then bite off his neck in one bite, before carrying the corpse up the wall and escaping. As it turned out, Zhao Huan had anticipated the attack and successfully blocked the giant lynx's sudden attack. Although the impact was unexpectedly strong, it sent him tumbling and rolling on the ground several times like a gourd. But there's no major problem. Everything is going according to plan. The moment the giant lynx paused, the dilapidated wooden box instantly transformed into a golden treasure chest. Opening the lid, it revealed a mouthful of steel teeth, its body ablaze with flames, and bit down hard on the giant lynx's hind leg. A rusty knife, gleaming with a soft green light, appeared out of thin air and shot rapidly toward the giant lynx's eye. The distance was so close that the giant lynx didn't even have time to react before the knife pierced its eyeball. At the same time, the goblin warrior roared and charged forward. The murloc hunter, unable to outrun the goblin, simply threw his weapon like a javelin. Surrounded by several card monsters, the giant lynx couldn't make a dent in the ground. With its entire hind leg being bitten by the mimic, escape was out of the question. It lay on the ground, barely alive, when Zhao Huanshi stabbed it through the throat with a sword. Since the flames of war can no longer spread, Zhao Huan really needs to let Soul Eater absorb more life force so that it can unleash a powerful move to save the day at a critical moment. After sucking the giant lynx dry, Zhao Huanshi led the monsters away from the ruins and into the bushes to cause trouble for the snake-tailed chickens. The snake-tailed chicken was sucked dry, and a nest of eggs was eaten by several monsters. Zhao Huan put away the murloc hunter and the mimic, summoned a swift chocobo, mounted it, and began exploring the grassland with the goblin thief and the goblin warrior. The grassland, where wild grass grows luxuriantly, is like a giant maze. You never know what might suddenly jump out of the grass ahead. Zhao Huan pulled the soul-devouring greatsword from the withered goblin corpse and looked up at the position of the sun in the sky. The sun is already overhead. So which direction did we come from? The goblin thief looked at the worm struggling to emerge from its pupa, pierced by a rusty short sword. He wanted to taste it, but was afraid the worm's bristles would scratch his mouth. Why don't we let the big guy next to us try it first? Upon hearing Zhao Huanshi's question, the goblin thief looked left and right, suddenly appearing somewhat bewildered. The goblin warrior standing next to it had its eyes vacant, looking completely indifferent. Fortunately, Zhao Huanshi hadn't really expected much from them anyway. The chocobo tilted its head to one side and let out a low cry, indicating that they had just come from that direction. Then we should head this way now. Zhao Huanshi regained his bearings and was about to continue forward when he saw the chocobo raise its head high, its eyes fixed on another direction, emitting a puzzled cry. Is there something there? Zhao Huan waved his hand, signaling the goblin warrior to lift him up and place him on its shoulder. 3 meters above the ground, above the height of most of the grassland vegetation, the view suddenly opens up. Zhao Huanshi followed the chocobo's gaze and saw a lush tree in the distance, surrounded by a blue hurricane, with flashes of lightning occasionally appearing and the faint sound of thunder in his ears. Zhao Huan was stunned for a moment, then murmured, "Could it be that, to make the appearance of the storm griffin more believable, the Trial Dream deliberately planted a large tree in the center of the grassland that can gather storms and lightning? Although we're supposed to stay away from the storm griffin, since we're already here, we might as well go and take a look, broaden our horizons, and then we can brag about it to the girls later. Moreover, the skeleton of the trial target, the Watcher Knight, might be right there." A few hours later, Zhao Huanshi hid in a thicket of grass, secretly looking at the dense tree a few hundred meters away, surrounded by hurricanes and thunder, and at the top of the tree, a huge bird's nest built with tangled branches and leaves. The storm griffin, which could whip up a hurricane with a single flap of its wings and turn Zhao Huanshi into a spinning roast, was now lying prone on its enormous nest, dozing with its eyes closed. They even built a bird's nest there. Could it be that they're incubating their eggs in this storm tree? With all the lightning on the tree, won't they turn into roasted bird eggs? Zhao Huanshi looked down at the goblin thief. "Why don't you sneak over and take a look?" The goblin thief's eyes widened instantly, his face filled with disbelief. "Do you want to listen to what you're saying?" With its tiny frame, the goblin thief couldn't possibly get through the hurricane surrounding the tree, let alone get through the storm, endure lightning strikes to reach the top of the tree. Zhao Huanshi laughed and said, "Just kidding. But there are a lot of bones scattered around that big tree. Maybe our target is among them. Why don't you sneak over and look for human remains?" "That's not a problem." The goblin thief nodded, crouched low to conceal himself, and headed toward the storm tree. Zhao Huan hurriedly reminded him, "Leave those 2 metal weapons on your person so you don't get struck by lightning if you get too close." The goblin thief didn't quite understand Zhao Huanshi's meaning, but he still followed his instructions and threw the rusty knife and rusty iron dagger on the ground. He then carefully walked outside the storm surrounding the tree and examined the bones scattered haphazardly on the ground. It all seemed to be trash discarded by the storm griffins after they had eaten it. Some bones still bore many scratching and pecking marks. The closer you get to the storm tree, the more bones you find, some even forming a small mountain. The goblin thief glanced up and saw that the storm griffin was fast asleep, so he felt relieved and quietly began rummaging through the pile of bones. As they searched, They actually dug out a human arm wrapped in tattered leather armor from the pile of bones. The goblin thief immediately perked up and searched even more diligently. After a while, the goblin thief dug a metal helmet out from under the pile of bones. The helmet has a shiny surface, but its shape is rather strange. Moreover, the skull inside the helmet is charred black, as if it had been roasted by fire. The goblin thief held up the metal helmet and examined it closely, his face full of doubt. At this moment, the friction of the storm caused lightning to be generated, producing bursts of roar. The goblin thief instinctively looked up, only to see a white light flash towards him, and his consciousness instantly plunged into darkness. Chapter 98 Skeleton Night. Boom! The sudden flash of lightning from the storm startled Zhao Huanshi, causing him to recoil sharply. After recovering, I felt something strange in my heart. Looking down, the rusty knife the goblin thief had left on the ground was nowhere to be seen. With a flick of his fingers, the cracked goblin trio appeared in his hand. What happened? Did he get struck by lightning and die? Zhao Huanshi looked up at the storm griffin that was sleeping soundly in its nest. Since the griffin didn't make a move, the only one that could have done it was the storm tree. It's unlikely that any other monsters would be hiding around the storm. It's so dangerous, just getting close could get you struck by lightning. After thinking it over, Zhao Huan decided to go to the location first and look for it again. Zhao Huan rode a chocobo and led the goblin warrior across the grasslands for most of the day, slaughtering several waves of monsters, but he didn't find a single clue about the knight's remains. Gazing at the bright moon in the night sky, Zhao Huanshi frowned and pondered. Could it be that the mission target is really around that storm tree? Putting aside the risk of being struck by lightning, what should we do with that storm griffin? Recalling the fiery tornado that stretched from the sky to the ground, Zhao Huanshi narrowed his eyes and immediately had an idea. Perhaps we can send the mimic to set fires elsewhere, and once the storm griffin is attracted away, I can take the opportunity to go and bring out the watcher's bones. The only problem now is, with so many bones, which ones are the knight's remains? The goblin thief died so quickly, I wonder if he found any clues. Just as Zhao Huanshi was pondering, the sounds of fighting and the screams of monsters suddenly came from afar. Zhao Huanshi rode on the chocobo, craning his neck to look ahead. There stood a necromancer skeleton clad in tattered metal armor, riding a skeletal horse and wielding a rusty metal spear with a goblin still screaming and struggling, impaled on it. The skull's jaw trembled and clicked, as if it were laughing. He hoisted the goblin high into the air and rode the skeletal horse at breakneck speed into the distance. The scene was so unfamiliar that Zhao Huanshi was completely stunned. It took me a few seconds to react as I watched the skeleton knight's figure disappear into the distance. Damn, a watcher knight. He recalled the goblin knight and hurriedly chased after it on his chocobo. While watching, I was mentally ranting and raving. That old silver coin from Trial Dream. He told me to find the remains of the watcher knight, but he's alive and kicking, running around all over the grasslands. Did you even ask the watcher knight himself for permission to bury the remains? I see people are having a lot of fun poking goblins. There are monsters all around, and they don't affect any other living people, so why insist on burying them? Of course, despite the complaints, the task still needs to be done. The skeleton knight riding his skeleton horse around is not only not scary to the living, but it is also not good to frighten the flowers and grass on the grassland. After chasing for a short distance, the skeleton knight realized he was being followed and stopped, maneuvering his skeletal horse around. After seeing the appearance of the follower, the ghostly blue soul fire in the skull's eye socket trembled slightly, and it tilted its head, revealing a hint of doubt. Then, as if he had figured something out, he flicked his spear, tossing the already dead goblin aside, and sat up straight. When Zhao Huanshi approached, he slightly opened his jaw, exhaled a cold, ghostly aura, and let out a hoarse growl. A faint ghostly mist rose from the skeleton horse's body, and it let out a long roar before charging towards Zhao Huanshi. Seeing the enemy suddenly rushing towards him, Zhao Huanshi's eyes were serious, but he was not panicked. With a flick of the finger, the monster card is launched. One of the cards shot straight toward the skeleton knight's head, turning into a clump of purple sludge that splattered onto its face with a splat. Taking advantage of the enemy being covered in purple slime, the Murloc hunter pulled off the frost net and threw it with all his might. The net transformed into a large net in midair, carrying a chilling aura as it enveloped the skeleton knight. After assessing the situation, the goblin warrior roared and charged towards the enemy. Even though his face was obscured by the purple slime that was struggling to pupate, the skeleton knight seemed to have opened his third eye. He hurled his spear into the air, which struck the frost fishing net and wrapped up in midair. While maneuvering the skeleton horse to suddenly turn around and dodge the goblin warrior's attack, he delivered a flying kick from behind, sending it flying. It stretched out its skeletal claw and squeezed the purple venom slime hard. Bang! The purple venom slime suddenly exploded, churning up poisonous mist and spraying venom. The viscous purple liquid landed on the skeleton horse's bones, making a sizzling sound. The poisonous mist and the ghostly mist neutralized each other upon contact, gradually thinning out. The skeleton knight, who was at the epicenter of the explosion, was even more unlucky. I intended to crush this weak slime to death, but I didn't expect it to explode. The cranial cavity was instantly filled with corrosive venom, the skull was corroded and pitted, and the soul fire was also severely impacted, causing the entire body to shake. Upon seeing this, Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up. He threw the last monster card at the skeleton knight's head and rode his swift chocobo close behind. Huh! The skeleton knight let out a low growl, and his ghostly aura surged forth, enveloping him and his mount. The corrosive venom in his head was squeezed out and dissolved, and the wounds on his body were rapidly repaired under the influence of the ghostly aura. The soul fire surged and roared in anger, but before it, a radiant light appeared, transforming into a golden treasure chest monster that opened its huge mouth and bit down with a mouthful of steel teeth. Having learned his lesson from the previous attack, the skeleton knight reacted swiftly this time, raising his arm to block the attack and avoiding the fate of having his head bitten by the mimic. But then a crack was heard, and half of his right arm was bitten off by the mimic. As soon as the mimic landed, it stretched out 8 long legs and ran away like a spider. The skeleton knight turned his horse around to give chase, but Zhao Huanshi rode his chocobo to its side and slashed at the skeleton horse's thigh with the Soul Eater greatsword. With a thud, the skeletal horse, which was turning around, tilted to one side and almost fell over. After smashing one of the horse's legs, Zhao Huanshi immediately rode his chocobo far away. The skeleton knight glanced sideways, and the murloc hunter, dragging its frost net and weapon, disappeared into the bushes. The mimic hid in the distance, crunching and snapping as it bit the struggling skeleton arm to pieces. The goblin warrior sneaked up behind the skeleton knight in an attempt to ambush him, but was once again kicked away by the lame skeleton horse. The skeleton knight turned his head, his soul fire fixed on Zhao Huanshi, his jaw clicking as if he were cursing something. He looked up and gazed into the distance for a while, then let out a long sigh. Before Zhao Huanshi's bewildered eyes, the soul fire in the skeleton knight's skull suddenly went out, scattering along with the skeleton horse beneath him, turning into a pile of white bones. Chapter 99 Watcher Knight's Greatsword. The game was going well, and before I could even unleash my ultimate move, the enemies suddenly died on their own. There must be some trickery involved if there's no reason for it. This monster is definitely faking its death. You go up and test the waters, Zhao Huanshi said to the goblin warrior. The goblin warrior tossed aside the palm-sized fragment of the tortoise shell in his hand, rubbed his chest, and got up from the ground. Upon hearing Zhao Huanshi's order, he charged forward without hesitation, grabbing his wooden spear and stabbing wildly at the pile of bones on the ground in a fit of rage. Seeing that the skeleton knight's skull had been pierced and it still hadn't gotten up to smash the goblin warrior's brains, Zhao Huanshi guessed that it was really dead. While telling the goblin warrior to stop, Zhao Huanshi was making wild guesses in his mind, his head filled with confusion. Judging from the skeleton knight's cursing and swearing just now, did I make him so angry that he died? All I did was throw a turd in its face, break one of its arms, and chop off one of its horse's legs. Although it may seem a bit unsportsmanlike these days, who would choose a one-on-one fight when they can gang up on someone else? When you see an enemy, the right thing to do is to go straight for them. If you clearly have the advantage, why give the enemy a chance to trade one for one? Isn't that just plain stupid? This skeleton looks weird. I should probably dig a hole and bury it. We might not even know if it's a Watcher Knight. Zhao Huanshi originally intended to simply dig a hole in the ground and bury the skeleton knight, but after digging a couple of times, the skeleton knight's last sigh before his death popped into his mind. After hesitating for a moment, I asked the chocobo, who was diligently digging a hole with its claws and pecking at insects along the way. Is that the direction we came from? The chocobo tilted its head and thought for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Cuckoo, that building, could it be the old home of the Watcher Knights? Zhao Huan hesitated for a moment, then ordered the chocobo and goblin warrior to stop digging and stuff the skeleton knight and its mount, bones from head to toe, into the mimic's body, transforming the soul-devouring great sword into gloves. Zhao Huanshi picked up his rusty spear and mounted the chocobo. The spear pointed forward. Chocobo Knights, charge. Cuckoo. Boss, not this way. Hey, I know. Isn't it just about taking a longer route to kill more monsters and earn more evolution points? Fine, since you're in such a hurry. Let's just go back to the ruins. The chocobo tilted its head. Coo. A few hours later, Zhao Huanshi rode the chocobo back to the building ruins. With a flick of his right hand, he flung the jackal carcass off the gun barrel like trash. I must say, it really felt pretty good to carry the enemy's corpses and strut around like a triumphant thief. It took some time to dig out a stone from the ground and make the exposed pit deeper and bigger. Zhao Huanshi summoned the treasure chest monster, poured in the bones of the skeleton knight and the skeleton horse, put in the rusty greatsword, covered it with soil, and piled up a mound. They used the excavated stones as tombstones, erecting them on the grave mound, and used the Soul Eater greatsword to carve the words burial place of the Watcher Knights in a crooked manner. It's an alien, it doesn't seem to understand these words. After finishing carving the tombstone, Zhao Huanshi suddenly remembered this incident. Suddenly, the whole world was swallowed up by darkness. Looks like it's a sure thing. Before completely losing consciousness, Zhao Huanshi looked up at the sky and murmured softly. Trial successful. Gained evolution points, 355. Current evolution points, 390. Trial rewards. White monster card, 3 goblins. Green monster card, wild lynx. Gray equipment card, wild wooden spear. Received a special reward. Consumable card, the Watcher's gift. The trial dream rebirth is in progress. Estimated time, 160 hours. Job level up. All attributes +1. Zhao Huanshi opened his eyes, picked up his phone, and glanced at it. Aside from various news notifications, I didn't see anyone contact me or any special information alerts. What is the gift of the Watcher Knight? With a flick of his fingers, he produced a card with purple edges. The image in the center was a large golden treasure chest, with a shield-shaped emblem engraved with a monster resembling a scorpion-tailed lion. Consumable card, the Watcher's gift. To thank you for your help, the Watcher Knight has placed some treasure in this chest. Heh, I don't believe you for a second. Your head's been smashed to pieces, and you're thanking me? You'd be more like thanking my ancestors for 8 generations. Despite grumbling, Zhao Huan quickly got out of bed, ran to the bathroom to brush his teeth, and then thoroughly rubbed his entire body. As I came out, I bowed 3 times to the lucky cat painting on the wall. Regardless, the necessary rituals must still be performed before drawing the important rewards. While it's true that spending money won't change your fate, and luck won't save you from bad luck, what if you do? Facing east, holding the card high, he muttered, the sun rises in the east, auspicious purple clouds come from the east, blessings are as vast as the eastern sea, may I rise again. Give it to me, open. The card shattered, exploding into a large burst of golden light that landed on the floor and coalesced into a huge golden treasure chest. TSK, what if this thing suddenly opens its mouth and bites me? The aftereffects of raising treasure chests. Zhao Huan now sees treasure chests like seeing a stranger walking towards him on a dog leashed while he's out for a walk, fearing they might suddenly bite him if they're in a bad mood. He calmly reached out and slowly opened the treasure chest lid. There was no glittering gold, nor any golden legend. The huge golden chest was empty except for 3 cards placed in the middle. Damn, it's just a few cards, why make such a big box? Wouldn't it be better to make a small box like the newbie reward? Zhao Huan muttered to himself as he took the 3 cards out of the box. As the card left, the golden treasure chest vanished in a golden glow. Zhao Huan looked down at the cards in his hand, and the first thing that caught his eye was a knight's spear with a cold, sharp gleam. Purple equipment card, Guardian Knight, Greatsword. The knight's great lance, forged by the original Watcher, has been passed down through generations, embodying the beliefs and power of each Watcher. Attack 3080. Defense 50-50. Guardian, the Watcher Knight's greatsword possesses protective power, increasing the spear's sturdiness. The wielder gains the knight's armor buff, granting +10 physical defense and +5 magic resistance. If the wielder is a knight, the knight's armor effect is doubled. Belief. The knight's belief is unwavering and will not be easily swayed. The holder's will is strengthened, and the effects of mental or emotional spells on them are weakened. If the holder is a knight, they can also cast unwavering faith 3 times per day, temporarily strengthening the will of themselves and their allies within range for a period of time. The range, effect, and duration of the strengthening are related to the knight's individual strength. Valiant. The wielder of the Great Spear gains a +10 strength and +5 constitution attribute bonus. If the holder is a knight, the attribute bonuses are doubled, and the Valor aura is activated, granting the knight and allies within range additional strength and constitution attribute bonuses. The size of the Valor aura's range and the attribute bonuses are related to the knight's individual strength. Chapter 100 Equipment Fusion Stone. Huh? It actually shipped. Looking at the card attributes of Guardian Knight Gunner, Zhao Huanshi said with a look of surprise. A wooden spear with 1 to 3 attack power can kill a person, so a spear with 30 to 80 attack power could probably easily pierce through a cement wall, right? It might even be able to pierce through a steel plate. As for the 80 points of defense, that's probably the sturdiness of the spear itself. I'll try to use Soul Eater to hit it next time and see how tough 80 points of defense really is. Zhao Huanshi looked at the other card. Hey, belt. Green consumable card, Knight's Reins. Made of tanned animal hide. These were tools used by knights to control and ride their mounts. Consuming Knight's Reins grants eligible beast-type monster cards the riding trait. Monster cards with riding abilities can be used as equipment and linked with some humanoid monster cards. Monster cards with the riding trait come with their own vehicles, making them easier to control. Note: green-grade Knight's Reins can only be used on monster cards of green quality or lower. Are the reins meant to be used with the knight's lance? But the person riding the horse isn't necessarily a knight. It could be a coachman or a monk. With only a few monster cards in hand, murlocs and goblins are likely humanoid cards. As for beasts that can be ridden with reins, venom slime and mimic are ruled out first. The swift chocobo is definitely the best choice as a mount. It's comfortable to ride, even without a vehicle. I can't imagine how fun it would be to ride with a vehicle. If it weren't for the knight's lance, Zhao Huan would definitely have used the knight's reins on the chocobo. However, considering the knight's lance, it's best to pair the beast with the riding ability with the goblin warrior. Perhaps with a mount, the goblin warrior will be able to trigger all the effects of the knight's lance. Riding a chocobo is much more convenient for Zhao Huan in both the contaminated zone and the trial dream. Unless there is no other way, he really wouldn't want to let the monster use it. Zhao Huan pondered for a moment, then looked at the last card. Green consumable card, Equipment Smelting Stone. A magical item, typically used by blacksmiths to smelt materials to repair damaged equipment or to melt down discarded equipment to extract useful materials. Now you can use this item to fuse and refine multiple useless equipment cards into a new equipment card. Green-grade equipment smelting stones can convert 2 to 3 equipment cards of lower quality, green or lower, into new equipment cards. Note: equipment cards obtained from equipment smelting stones may be better or worse. It is recommended to use equipment cards with similar attributes for smelting. A gambling dog's treasure? Zhao Huanshi was slightly stunned, and unpleasant memories from playing games in the past flooded his mind. Gamblers shouldn't go to house. Zhao Huanshi shook his head. Then, with a flick of his left hand, he took out all the equipment cards in his hand except for the rusty thief's knife. One of them was a reward I just received from the trial. Gray equipment card, Wildwood Spear. Simple equipment made from polished wood. Its actual combat effectiveness is probably no different from a stick picked up off the ground. Attack 0-1. Defense 1-1. Standard polearm. As expected of a gray card, it can actually compete with the fishbone spear. Zhao Huan nodded. Looking at the equipment card in his hand, his eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, isn't it a coincidence? The fishbone spear, the turtle shell, and the coral staff are all seafood items, all rewards from the same trial dream, and they're all either fragile or prone to cracking. Although I don't know what compatibility is, the compatibility of these 3 pieces of equipment is definitely very high. The fishbone spear is completely obsolete, the coral staff is not needed for the time being, and the turtle shell. What kind of trash is that shield that can break? Even a pot lid is better than this thing. Or perhaps the 3 polearms would actually have better synergy. But forging another spear doesn't seem to make much difference. Oh well, let's leave it at that. As Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself, a thought flashed through his mind, and the equipment smelting stone in his right hand instantly exploded, transforming into a scorching vortex of flames that sucked in the fishbone spear, turtle shell, and coral staff. After absorbing 3 cards, the flame vortex transformed into a fireball, which first expanded rapidly before shrinking back to the size of a palm. The flames quickly dissipated, revealing a new equipment card, which then transformed into a stream of light and flew back into Zhao Huanshi's hand. Blue equipment card, Fishbone Turtle Shield. A magical weapon forged from deep-sea materials. Although it's a shield, it's extremely offensive, capable of dealing massive damage to enemies in unexpected ways during battle. Attack 315. Defense 515. Magic 3-5. Unstable spiked shield. The surface of the Fishbone Turtle Shield is covered with sharp fishbone, which will cause a lot of piercing damage when it hits an enemy. When hit, the fishbone may break and bounce off in any direction in front of the shield. Exploding water shield. Upon entering combat, the Fishbone Turtle Shield will actively release a water shield spell, enveloping the shield's main body, strengthening its sturdiness, and nourishing the shield wielder's body, increasing their resistance to fire and water spells, until the shield's energy is depleted. When the shield shatters due to a massive blow, the remaining energy will be transformed into varying numbers of high-speed water projectiles to attack the enemy. Explosive shield. The shield wielder can throw the Fishbone Turtle Shield. Upon hitting an enemy or obstacle, the Fishbone Turtle Shield will explode, spraying shield fragments, sharp fishbones, and high-speed water projectiles in all directions. Important. Shield users, please stand in the front row and not behind your teammates to avoid friendly fire. Standard shield. A shield that can be used as a grenade is incredibly powerful. Although it looks a bit strange, the fact that a blue quality equipment card was produced means that this smelting process was a great success. Water-based magical equipment can also moisturize the body, which seems quite suitable for a murloc hunter. However, Zhao Huan felt that the fisherman might find the shield cumbersome and throw it away as soon as he appeared, and the murloc hunter didn't seem like the type to be a meat shield. Let's talk about it later. Let's see if the Goblin Warrior has a chance to become a knight first. Zhao Huansher shook his head slightly and took out the other 2 cards he had just acquired. White monster card, 3 goblins. 3 goblins. Is this considered a returning card? Looking at the 3 green-skinned creatures grinning mischievously on the card, Zhao Huansher couldn't help but chuckle and shifted his gaze to another card. Green monster card, Wild Lynx. A predator that roams the wilderness, skilled in ambush and surprise attacks. The lurker. The lynx of the wilderness is agile and moves almost silently. In shadow and dim environments, it passively gains stealth. When moving slowly, its body becomes blurred, making it difficult to detect. When stationary, it gradually enters stealth mode. Agile, wild lynxes possess keen hearing and a good sense of smell, allowing them to detect the movements of prey and enemies in a timely manner. Chapter 101 Fusion Evolution, Goblin Wild Knight. With a thought, the knight's reins transformed into a green glow and surged into the wild lynx. Once the light faded, the leopard print yellow cat on the wilderness lynx card was now wearing a leather vehicle. The card's attributes now include the ability to be ridden. Take out the Goblin Warrior and link it to the wild lynx. The wild lynx shrank rapidly and occupied the lower left corner of the Goblin Warrior. Then the card screen changed rapidly, from a single goblin to a Goblin Warrior riding a lynx, holding the reins in one hand and stroking the lynx's neck with the other, looking somewhat excited. Green combo monster card, Goblin Rider, Wild Lynx. It really works. Zhao Huansher had long anticipated this outcome. Whether in the contaminated zone or the illusory rift, many humanoid monsters actually have the ability to tame and ride wild beasts. Among them, the goblin race has the most diverse range of mounts, including wild boars, lions, giant eagles, crocodiles. There are all kinds of creatures, those that fly in the sky, those that run on the ground, and those that swim in the water. I have no idea how those penniless green monsters, who couldn't even feed themselves, managed to convince those wild beasts to follow them. Zhao Huansher shook his head and equipped the Guardian Knight's Greatsword card as well. Cavalry and knights are practically 2 different species. I guess the conditions for triggering the spear's characteristics won't be met. The moment the Watcher Knight Gunner and Goblin Rider linked, the cards suddenly exploded, turning into a rapidly spinning ball of colorful light. Card fusion in progress. The Goblin Rider, Wild Lynx, and the Watcher Knight's spear resonate and merge into a new card. Huh? What? Zhao Huan was stunned for a moment, and then he saw the ball of light spin around and condense into a brand new card that fell down. The goblin was still the same goblin, but now it had a large metal gun in its hand, and its demeanor had changed drastically. Card fusion complete. Special blue monster card, Goblin Wild Knight. A powerful monster hybrid born from the fusion of the Watcher's Legacy and the Goblin Cavalry. LV1. Knight's Legacy. The Goblin Wild Knight has inherited the Watcher Knight's Greatsword and activated its abilities. The Goblin Wild Knight can no longer equip other weapon cards. Guardian. The Goblin Wild Knight and its mount have been granted the Knight's armor buff, increasing their physical defense by 20 and magic resistance by 10. Belief. The Goblin Wilderness Knight possesses unwavering willpower and can cast Unwavering Will 3 times per day, temporarily granting a slight boost to the willpower of friendly units within a 20-meter radius for 5 minutes. Valiant. Goblin Wild Rider gains a plus 20 strength and plus 10 constitution attribute bonus, and gains the Valiant Aura, which grants allies within a 30-meter radius a plus 5 strength and plus 5 constitution attribute bonus. When an allied goblin is affected by the Goblin Wild Knight's Valor Aura, it will also gain the Goblin Frenzy status, granting plus 2 strength, plus 1 constitution, significantly reduced pain sensation, and greatly increased fighting spirit. Wilderness Hunter. The Goblin Wilderness Knight is not good at long-distance raids, but possesses powerful bursts of speed, allowing him to quickly pursue prey or escape danger. The Goblin Wild Rider can ambush enemies from the shadows, or silently sneak up behind them in dimly lit environments to launch a surprise attack. Outnumbered opponent. When your forces have a numerical advantage, the Goblin Wild Rider receives a slight attribute boost. Knight's Song. The Goblin Wilderness Knight has a deep love for music. When he hears rousing music during battle, he enters an excited state, gradually gaining more and more attribute bonuses. Divided into 2. When the Goblin Wild Knight falls in battle, the Wild Lynx loses the Knight Spear buff and remains on the field to continue fighting on its own. When the Wild Lynx falls in battle, the Goblin Wild Rider will lose some of his power but will remain on the field to continue fighting. Knight in 1. If either the Goblin Wild Knight or its mount dies in battle and is recalled, the card will be damaged. Weak. Although the Goblin successfully evolved into a Wild Knight thanks to the power of the Knight's Spear, its body is too weak. If it fights at full strength for more than 10 minutes, the Goblin Wild Knight will enter a weakened state, with its strength decreasing by 50 and constitution by 30. This state will only disappear after 1 hour of rest or recalling cards. Upgrading a card increases the duration of all-out battle and reduces the effects of the weakened state. This trait will be removed once a card's quality is upgraded to purple. Poor riding skills. The Goblin Wilderness Knight is a poor rider. He needs to use one hand to hold the reins, control his mount, and stabilize his body, making it impossible for him to hold a shield or other items. This trait will be removed after the card is enhanced. Job level up. All attributes +1. When Zhao Huan first saw such a long list of card attributes, he thought this guy had upgraded his weapon and suddenly became incredibly powerful. Upon seeing the Knight's Song trait, he muttered to himself that this guy was obsessed with singing and even wanted to listen to music while fighting. While thinking to myself, since I can't bring the speaker into the contaminated area and the trial dream, I can at least get it a cheerleading squad. Anyway, we have the manpower ready. 3 goblins, we can teach them some beatboxing or rapping. One is the lead singer and the other 2 as instruments. Goblin-style rap should be right up the alley rider's alley. If you can't learn beatboxing, there's no way to get them into the trial dream, but in the contaminated zone, you can equip them with a flute, swona, and eru, and form a goblin folk band to ignite the Wilderness Knights in no time. In any case, the 3 goblins have virtually no combat power. Aside from swapping cards to take their place, they can only be used as cheerleaders. Unexpectedly, at the bottom of the card, there are 2 negative statuses, weak and poor riding skills. Poor riding skills is one thing, but weakness is no different from kidney deficiency. In just 10 minutes, the band was getting the atmosphere going, and just when the swona was about to soar to the heavens, it suddenly went cold, stuck in the middle. What band could stand that? Zhao Huansher estimated that the Goblin Warrior's attributes before fusion were only slightly higher than those of the Apprentice Warrior, with a strength of around 30. With the added bonus from the Knight's Lance, it's around 50 points, roughly the average level of a max-level beginner warrior. Once it enters a weakened state, it can be turned into a weakling that can fight a normal goblin to a standstill. Perhaps the Goblin Warrior is too weak. Making him a blue quality card is a bit of a stretch. 10 minutes is usually enough for one fight. I'll spend a few more days in the Emerald Forest to level up and see how much my survivability improves. The shady businessman's gold tooth won't be ready for another 2 days, and there's still no news about the colored mushrooms. Zhao Huansher stared at the cards in his hand, pondering how to arrange the next few days, when a message notification suddenly popped up on his phone. When I picked it up, I was surprised to find it was a message from Jean Dashuan. A joint exploration mission? Wasn't the mission scheduled for next week? Why are they suddenly collaborating with other exploration teams? Chapter 102 Clues to the Demon Rainbow Gold. Zhao Huanshe replied to the message. Weren't you guys planning to slack off for a few more days and then go on a mission next week? Zhang Daxuan replied immediately. Are you aware of the new space-based fixed base station released by the Dongwang Research Institute? I know. It said that a rare otherworldly metal is needed for construction materials. Yes, it's that metallic material called rainbow gold. A few days ago, someone brought back a piece of copper ore from Twilight Wilderness, which also contained trace amounts of rainbow gold. The Special Affairs Bureau just issued an emergency mission yesterday, requiring an exploration team to enter Twilight Wilderness, clear out monsters, and collect plant and mineral samples for testing. Yesterday, Zhao Huan was preoccupied with figuring out how to get through the trial dream and didn't pay attention to the Special Affairs Bureau's news. But looking at the message sent by Zhang Daxuan, a question popped into Zhao Huanshe's mind. Why didn't the Special Affairs Bureau send its own people to investigate the ore discovery site, instead of issuing a mission to an exploration team? That copper ore was found on a wandering kobold. Nobody knows where that kobold got the ore from. Got it. When do we leave? 3 days later, everyone needs to make some preparations. Many exploration teams received their missions yesterday and have already set off. The faster ones might already be in Twilight Wilderness by now, so we can let them scout ahead. You're quite carefree. By then, everyone will have explored all the safe areas. But 3 days later, it'll be a good time to take the Goblin Merchant's gold tooth, and maybe we can even let it out to roam around a bit. Zhao Huanshe muttered to himself as he typed a message to Zhang Daxuan. Okay, come pick me up then. I had just replied when another message popped up on my phone. Black-hearted rat. I have the poisonous mushrooms you requested. Come and collect them as soon as possible. Also, the price of black gems has gone up. They're now worth 200,000. Holy crap. Shadow gems have gone up in price again. Which shady merchant is driving this up? Outside the Jiosher Biotechnology building, in an inconspicuous car parked on the side of the road, which appeared to be empty, a complaint suddenly rang out. Shadow-type magic crystals are relatively rare, and large-scale purchases will cause price fluctuations. Ups and downs are normal. Another voice suddenly rang out, its tone much calmer. This thing is not something that ordinary people can use. Apart from a few research institutes that use it in small quantities, the number of people in the entire Dongchuan city who know how to use shadow gems can be counted on one hand. If it's expensive, buy less. If it weren't for the fact that you're too lazy to even take the elevator and have to use shadow jump to go downstairs, your shadow gems wouldn't be used up so quickly. But he's so cool. We're breakthrough realm breakers. We can ride the elevator like crazy. Didn't you see how fervent those fangirls were looking at me? So, handsome, when are you going to pay me back the money you borrowed last month? Cough. What exactly did Wang Zhuzhe do? Why would Lin Xin suspect him of having connections with demon worshippers and send us to monitor him? Stop changing the subject, pay me back. We've been following him for 2 days now, but we haven't noticed anything unusual about him. TCH. Who knows? Maybe he already got wind of it the moment we left the Special Affairs Bureau and knew we were being followed. No way. This was an order directly given to us by Lin Shan. How could anyone else know? If that's the case, then my shadow mist was used up for nothing. Maybe we should just retreat. You're certainly being frugal now. Don't worry, Lin Xin will sign the mission form later, and all expenses can be reimbursed through the company account. Oh, where's your bird? Isn't it flying in the sky right now? Meanwhile, in the Jiosher Biotechnology building, Wang Zhuzhe stood in front of a one-way transparent glass window, gazing at the black dots hovering in the sky. Breakthrough, huh? What did the demon priest say? When will the new demon statue be delivered? The assistant behind him immediately whispered. The demon priest said a group of demon cultists have arrived in Duskwood, and the demon statue is in their hands. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhuzhe immediately frowned. Twilight Wilderness? How could it be so fast? This bastard is clearly trying to do something while we're opening the demon rift inside Dongchuan City. The demon priest means that the demon followers plan to build a base on the edge of the Lake City ruins and need us to provide them with some material assistance. After a moment of deep thought, Wang Zhuzhe said in a low voice, say yes. But wouldn't that be too dangerous? If these guys manage to gain a foothold outside Dongchuan City, they might become a threat to us in the future, the assistant cautiously reminded him. Wang Zhuzhe scoffed. They're just a bunch of rats crossing the street. If they were really capable, they wouldn't have caused such a huge incident in Chiyu City, only to end up accomplishing nothing and being chased around by the special affairs bureaus of various cities. Because of that broken statue, We have now aroused Lin Qingfeng's suspicion, which is perfect for letting the demon cultists attract the attention of the Special Affairs Bureau. However, be careful when delivering supplies. If all else fails, you can contact headquarters and use your undercover contacts. The assistant nodded. It seems that the demonic rainbow gold has appeared in Twilight Wilderness. The Special Affairs Bureau has issued an emergency mission. A large number of exploration teams are preparing to go to Twilight Wilderness to carry out missions. Lake City Ruins is not far from Twilight Wilderness. We can disguise ourselves as exploration teams and deliver supplies there. What a coincidence. Furthermore, the board of directors is somewhat dissatisfied with the efficiency with which we've recently completed our tasks. A few old fogies, vainly desiring to achieve immortality but too afraid to take risks, use the guise of researching awakening potions to do all sorts of messy things, thinking they can fool anyone. The other families in Dongchuan City have been holding back until now only to see if they can really achieve anything. No matter what the final outcome is, these old fogies will definitely be dragged out and settled in the end. I've lived this long, yet I can't even understand something this simple. These old guys won't live much longer. Just deal with them casually. Don't put too much effort into them. Wang Jiuzhe said with utter disdain. The assistant seemed to want to say something, but hesitated for a moment before finally saying nothing, nodding, and turning to leave. Looking out the window at the sky, Wang Jiuzhe's face gradually revealed a fanatical smile. A new era will eventually arrive, and all those who stand in the way will be crushed and annihilated. Chapter 103. This guy is still a junk collector. Crush them. Kill them all. On the high platform, a massive, muscular goblin leader raised his weapon and let out a deafening roar. The hundreds of goblins in the tribe instantly erupted into a frenzy, their eyes turning bloodshot as they gesticulated wildly and roared at the top of their lungs. In this frenzied scene of chaotic dancing, Half-Ear mingled among his kind, holding a wooden staff covered in mud, swaying like a reed in the wind, rolling his eyes, and weakly emitting perfunctory mosquito-like buzzes. Because goblins are poor and crazy, after a battle, the loot they plunder isn't enough to cover repairs and medicine costs. If they're unlucky enough to encounter a rare mutant, they might even lose. The risks far outweigh the benefits. When exploration teams enter the Twilight Wasteland, they usually try to avoid the Greenskins' territory to avoid getting harassed by these lunatics. But this time it's different. The mission issued by the Special Affairs Bureau explicitly requires exploring the entire Twilight Wilderness. After explorers kill high-level mutated goblins, they can take their heads to the Special Affairs Bureau to exchange for rewards, making the eradication of goblin hordes profitable. Many explorers had long disliked these annoying greens, and this was a good opportunity to settle old scores and new grudges. Given the large number of exploration teams entering the Twilight Wilderness this time, simply finding a few teams that look promising to form a temporary team will minimize the risk of failure. The goblins had no idea that these humans had come prepared. All they knew was that these humans had suddenly become bold and dared to invade their territory. They must be slaughtered. Eat them alive, then use their skulls as decorations to showcase the goblin leader's power and majesty. How foolish. Having witnessed firsthand how humans slaughtered goblin tribes, Half-Ear looked indifferently at the goblin leader on the high platform, who was shouting with increasing confidence, and secretly made plans in his heart. That idiot is unlikely to come back alive. I should probably start thinking about where to find a new boss. However, you need to get your stolen items back before you leave. I don't know what breed this goblin leader is, but it has a penchant for collecting treasures. Half-Ear came to seek refuge, thinking that since he was a spellcaster, he could at least make a living. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered, the goblin leader set his sights on his belongings and snatched away the bag containing magic crystals. Only because he had enough cleverness that he covered his crystal staff with mud, making it look ugly and no different from a tree root picked up from the mud, was he able to save it. Later, Half-Ear realized that all the goblin spellcasters in this tribe had already run away because they couldn't stand the greedy goblin leader. And yet, Half-Ear just walked right into my doorstep. At that moment, with a command from the goblin leader, all the goblins rushed out of their lair with great momentum. Half-Ear ran a couple of steps, blended into the edge of the group, and then pretended to trip over some debris, clutching his foot and rolling around a few times while crying out in pain, before hiding behind a pile of debris. After the goblin army had gone far away, it dusted itself off and crawled out. Besides Half-Ear, many other dead goblins were lying haphazardly in the nest. Once Half-Ear emerged, the seasoned goblins slowly got up one by one, lazily finding a comfortable spot to lie down and bask in the sun. Half-Ear didn't find it strange at all, and casually walked towards the goblin leader's residence while holding the staff. Halfway there, I saw a green dog lying on the ground, its body covered in trampling marks. Half-Ear thought to himself, this brother is really good at faking his death. But the goblin leader has already gone far away, so why is this guy still lying there motionless? He kicked it with his foot, signaling that it could get up and move around. Seeing that it didn't react at all, Half-Ear reached out and flipped it over. The animal was in obvious pain, bleeding from all 7 orifices. It had been trampled to death. Half-Ear pursed its lips. I thought he was a pro, but he turned out to be a complete noob. How could it survive to be trampled to death and grow so big? Outside the goblin leader's residence, a goblin warrior was squatting. When he saw Half-Ear approaching, he roared with a ferocious expression. Gitsborg, get out of here, you incompetent and cowardly fool. Gobadabi, I'll show you something amazing. With a chuckle, Half-Ear reached into the mud covering the top of the staff and pulled out a stainless steel multifunctional military knife. With a gentle press, a small knife pops out. With a flick of the wrist, the knife transforms into scissors. A flurry of dazzling maneuvers left the goblin warriors completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, a burst of heat came from beside his head. Sensing something was wrong, he turned his head and saw that the soil on the surface of the staff in Half-Ear's hand was cracking and emitting a dazzling red light. Boom! A scorching fireball, about half the size of a fist, slammed into the goblin warrior's face at close range. The goblin warrior had barely let out a half-scream when Half-Ear's multifunctional saber transformed into a dagger and plunged viciously into its neck. Hearing the screams of its kind, the goblin that had been giving up looked up in confusion. Seeing that it was a conflict between its own kind and not that humans had broken in, it breathed a sigh of relief and lay down again. Remembering that he hadn't eaten yet, he casually plucked a handful of wild grass from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. This smells weird. Which bastard peed here? After killing the goblin warrior, Half-Ear glanced around, and, seeing that the goblins who were just sitting around weren't paying attention to this place, breathed a slight sigh of relief and walked straight into the goblin leader's residence. A rusty broadsword riddled with nicks and chips, a small iron pot with a hole in the bottom, and a long metal rod of unknown purpose. Looking at the mountain of scrap metal in front of him, Half-Ear gained a new understanding of the stupidity of this goblin tribe leader. After searching through the garbage mountain, Half-Ear found his belongings that had been taken away. Relying on the spellcaster's sensitivity to magic, they managed to dig out several magic gems and magic crystals. Half-Ear originally planned to put everything in a leather bag and carry it away. I remembered the scene when I entered this wretched place and the goblin leader stole my entire bag. Half-Ear thought for a moment, tied a few tattered strips of cloth around his body as decoration, hid the gems and crystals separately inside, and then hurriedly fled from the goblin's lair. An hour or so later, a group of blood-soaked humans stormed into the goblin lair and slaughtered the goblin veterans who were trying to escape in a panic. Someone found the goblin leader's residence and rushed in, only to find that it contained nothing but a pile of scrap metal. Damn, this guy's a junk collector. Chapter 104 Mushroom Soup and Gold Teeth. Achoo! The goblin scavenger's nose itched, and he sneezed loudly. Blood spurted from his nose and mouth, hitting the glass door of the kitchen. The goblin scavenger snapped out of his hallucination, nonchalantly wiping his nose, and looked down at the large pot beneath him, a broth of vibrant colors that looked as if it had been made directly from ink. The colorful mushroom and meat soup bubbled and simmered, and when the bubbles burst, wisps of colorful smoke would spray out and spread in the air. He scooped up a full spoonful, brought it to his lips, and drank it all in one gulp. He sighed contentedly, his eyes gradually becoming unfocused, and a strange, lewd smile spread across his face. It's like being drunk, or like hallucinating from eating too many poisonous mushrooms. There's essentially no difference between the two. Zhao Huanshi, wearing 3 masks and wrapped in vines, sat by the living room window basking in the sun. Seeing that the goblin scavenger was bleeding from its mouth, nose, and ears, I hesitated whether to put the bright light vine on the goblin or give it an antidote. However, looking at the colorful smoke carrying a strong fragrance escaping from the gap in the kitchen glass door and drifting throughout the room, Zhao Huan was afraid that as soon as he untied the Mingguang vine, he would collapse to the ground and be unable to get up. He dared not open the windows to let in fresh air, fearing that the toxic fumes would drift out and kill all the elderly people exercising in the open space below. Rather than being poisoned and bleeding from all 7 orifices, It's more likely that the blood and qi surged after consuming highly nourishing foods, causing excessive pressure in the blood vessels and resulting in the spurting of blood to release that pressure. Zhao Huan muttered to himself, feeling that instead of worrying about the goblin scavenger dying, he should think about how to deal with the poisonous gas in the room after the enhancement ritual was completed. After drinking spoonful after spoonful, the goblin scavenger drank like a heavy drinker, taking almost half a day to finish the pot of poisonous mushroom soup. After drinking it, my skin turned a greenish hue, like I'd applied fluorescent powder. Zhao Huanshi quickly recalled it and checked the card information. Card enhancement complete, 1/3. Goblin scavenger gains growth, strength +5, constitution +20, poison resistance greatly increased. Damage repair in progress. Time remaining, 6 hours. Presumably, the enhancement rituals for the other 2 goblins were not yet completed, so apart from a significant increase in physical attribute growth and poison resistance, the goblin scavenger did not receive any other changes. Moreover, although this guy looked like he was drunk, he was indeed poisoned, and it would take him 6 hours to recover. Is the increased resistance to poison and so much physique meant to reduce the probability of goblin scavengers getting poisoned by eating random things when they go out? Or is it to make it easier for this guy to stuff more food into his mouth? Zhao Huan muttered to himself, guessing. Looking up at the room filled with toxic fumes, he thought, what a miscalculation. I should have had the goblin scavengers suck up all the toxic gas before going back. As for summoning it again, let's forget about it. What if it turns out to be a goblin merchant? He might just take a sip and ascend to immortality, smashing the 3 musketeers' cards to pieces. Purifying spray, charcoal, vacuum cleaner. After a whole afternoon of work, Zhao Huanshi finally managed to clear most of the toxic fumes from the house. Then came another flurry of activity, wiping down everything in the entire house. With the power source provided by the Mingguang vine, my body isn't tired, but my mind is. Next time I upgrade cards, I'll try to avoid doing it at home. Fortunately, upgrading the goblin merchant is much simpler. The next day, Zhao Huanshi went to the jewelry store and picked up the gold tooth. He summoned the goblin merchant and handed him the gold tooth. The goblin merchant's eyes lit up, and he stuffed the gold tooth into his mouth. Zhao Huanshi thought it was going to change its own teeth, and found it strange. I almost died from the pain of getting a tooth pulled, but suddenly I've mastered the skill of replacing a tooth with my bare hands. While it's neither science nor magic, it's still a card monster, so it can't be understood using common sense. Maybe that's how the card enhancement process works. As a result, the goblin merchant simply bit down on the gold tooth and left a shallow tooth mark. Holy crap, what are you doing? Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened. The goblin merchant looked at him suspiciously. Gabagatus. I remember watching TV before, and that's how people tested gold, isn't it? Zhao Huanshi's lips twitched. They're just not skilled enough. They can't tell the difference between real and fake gold with their eyes. That's why they need to use this method to verify it. The goblin merchant scratched his head. Is that so? It seems to quite like this verification method. Fortunately, the goblin merchant was not strong, and the overall shape of the gold tooth was not damaged. If a goblin scavenger were to bite it, that gold tooth would probably have to be taken back to a jewelry store for reworking. The goblin merchant is unreliable, and Zhao Huanshi doesn't know how to change teeth, nor would he take it to the dentist. After reviewing the card enhancement ceremony again, Zhao Huanshi realized that he seemed to have complicated things. Whether it's realistic or suitable doesn't matter. Does that mean we can just give it any 24K gold nugget? We didn't even mention giving it new teeth. Zhao Huanshi had the goblin merchant hold the 24K pure gold front tooth, which he then used to summon it back and turn it into a card in his hand. Looking down, you can see that on the goblin trio card, the goblin merchant is grinning from ear to ear, and his big, gleaming gold tooth looks particularly dazzling. Card enhancement complete, February 3rd. Goblin merchant gains growth. Intelligence +5, spirit +20, business negotiation influence greatly increased. It only boosts intelligence and spirit? It's a pity that intelligence only affects magic power and spellcasting, not actual intelligence. It would be more practical to add a few points to constitution. Zhao Huanshi muttered a complaint, but he was so infected by the goblin merchant's smile that he unconsciously started laughing along. Although the enhancement ceremony only requires the gold teeth to be of high purity. However, judging from the card, the pure gold front tooth with faint teeth marks in the goblin merchant's mouth has a distinct shape and has not changed much. If Zhao Huan had given him a small, flawed gold nugget, he might have just shoved it right onto the goblin merchant's jaw. If I'd known, I should have put a lucky cat or something on that gold tooth. Maybe it would have brought me some good fortune. Zhao Huanshi, who is sometimes superstitious, suddenly said with some regret. 2 of the 3 scoundrels have been strengthened, leaving only the goblin thief, who hides behind his 2 companions with a furtive look in his eyes. Thinking of the goblin thief's low-grade black gem, Zhao Huanshi felt a surge of displeasure. Just 2 days later, the price of black gemstones rose from 200,000 to 230,000. The unscrupulous merchant Zhou Yaoshu claimed that the price of black gemstones was rising because someone was secretly buying up shadow magic crystals on the market. If Zhao Huanshi isn't in a hurry, he can buy it later. I'm in a hurry, but unfortunately, I don't have any money. Chapter 105 Fisher Contamination. At the agreed time, Qian Mantang drove his conspicuous armored minibus to Lichuan Garden Community to pick up Zhao Huanshi. Zhao Huanshi got into the car and greeted everyone. Besides Zhang Dashuan and others whom we had met before, there was also a completely unfamiliar face. Jing Ji was a burly young man with a smiling face, about the same age as Zhao Huanshi. Although they had never met, Zhao Huan had chatted with him briefly in the exploration team's chat group. A novice warrior, level 9, who prefers to fight with dual swords. He is a rare type of warrior, with agility that is higher than strength. Zhao Huanshi put his backpack on the back seat and sat down behind the exploration team members to listen to their conversation. After listening for a few minutes, it seemed they were talking about the recent sudden increase in the severity of punishments for crimes committed by awakened individuals. What was originally a case that would only result in a prison sentence of more than 10 years is suddenly being decided to lead to execution. Perhaps it's because there have been more crimes committed by awakened individuals lately, so they're making an example of them. It's actually much better now than a few years ago. Before the gun ban was lifted, those bastards relied on their strength and acted like protagonists in a wish-fulfillment novel, doing all sorts of awful things. TCH, you think it doesn't exist now? It's just moved from the open to the shadows. Didn't that bastard a while back use a magical device with mind-controlling abilities to manipulate the neighbor sisters and torment their father right in front of them? Poor old man, he's already so old, and he still ended up with such a disgraceful old age. Zhao Huanshi doubted he had heard correctly. What the hell? Although most of them are bastards, there are a few who don't deserve to die. It feels a bit strange to become so strict. Perhaps the higher-ups in Dongchuan City felt that the awakened ones were becoming increasingly powerful and difficult to control, so they eliminated the unruly troublemakers to prevent them from threatening them in the future. How is that possible? The strongest professionals are either members of the Special Affairs Bureau or work for large family corporations. As Zhao Huanshi listened to his teammates chatting, an idea popped into his head. Could it be that the laboratory ran out of materials for awakened beings, so the city's higher-ups secretly changed the death penalty sentencing standards overnight? At this moment, Li Xiang, a soldier who had not yet been promoted from level 9 trainee to junior soldier, couldn't help but complain. Those bastards hoard all the important resources, preferring to let them rot in the warehouse rather than share them with us. Otherwise, I might have already broken through to the advanced warrior level. Brother, that's a bit of a cheat. What resources can a trainee soldier use to become a junior soldier? It's just that you're too lazy. Su Duojin retorted with a smile. What do you know? Those scavengers risk their lives to enter the illusionary rifts to kill monsters, and then they have to hand over any good stuff they get. It's not fair to them at all, is it, Zhao Huanshi? Zhao Huanshi was taken aback for a moment. It's all right. After all, the cleaners are paid by the Special Affairs Bureau and enjoy various other benefits. They're basically outsourced workers for the Special Affairs Bureau. It's normal for them to hand over what they get from the illusionary rifts. Besides, those things are converted into bonuses for US. Li Xiang curled his lip. It's because they see that Daofu is weak and easy to manipulate. The Special Affairs Bureau has much more lenient restrictions on those stronger professionals and those who break through to higher realms and receive better treatment. Zhao Huan smiled to himself, thinking that if the conditions were really that good, he wouldn't have joined the Special Affairs Bureau. It's because he felt the risks of the illusion rift were too great. Low-level illusionary rifts are fine. Most of the time, they are filled with low-level monsters that are weak and can't cause much trouble. You'll only fail if you're extremely unlucky. Mid to high-level illusionary rifts are different. They have higher magic concentrations, more complex internal environments, stronger monsters with higher intelligence, and more unpredictable abilities. These monsters know how to lurk and launch surprise attacks, and may even employ military tactics. Entering mid to high-level illusionary rifts is like opening a blind box. You never know what kind of weird stuff is inside until the very last moment. In contrast, although entering a contaminated area is also risky, most dangers can be foreseen and avoided if one acts carefully. Moreover, if you sense something is wrong while doing a mission in a contaminated area, you can turn around and leave at any time. In the illusory rifts, retreat is often impossible. As Zhao Huan was pondering this, Qian Mantang, who was driving, suddenly let out a loud shout. Look ahead. Could that be a spatial rift? Everyone looked ahead. Several hundred meters ahead, a large number of purple lightning bolts suddenly appeared on the road, wildly darting back and forth in the air. The air suddenly vibrated violently, and terrifying sound waves spread and impacted, causing the windows of vehicles on the road to shatter. The driver either fainted instantly or suffered a splitting headache, clutching his head and ears and screaming in pain. Vehicles went out of control, collided with each other, or veered off the road, creating chaos at the scene. At this moment, space was affected by an unknown force, and a huge rift suddenly tore open. A bus with a sturdy exterior was damaged only on its shell in a series of collisions. Inside, some passengers were knocked unconscious by the sonic shock, while others clutched their heads or groaned in pain from their injuries. Although they looked rather pitiful, most of them were not seriously injured and could be saved as long as they got to the hospital in time. Unfortunately, the bus was unlucky and stopped right next to the spatial rift. The bus, whose outer shell was specially thickened and reinforced, was like butter sliced in half with a knife, instantly splitting in two. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened on earth, and a cold, eerie black mist spewed out from the cracks, quickly dissipating in all directions. Countless screams of terror and despair were swallowed by the black mist and quickly disappeared. After a while, a strange howl rose from the thick fog. Holy crap! It's not a spatial rift, it's an illusionary rift. This magical reaction and pollution surge is at least a B or a grade. As Qian Mantang roared, he pulled the car over to the side of the road and turned to look at Zhang Daxuan. Old Zhang, what do you say? Shut up. Zhang Daxuan was already dressed and ready. As soon as the car came to a stop, he opened the door and jumped out. Damn it, you Chinibu old man. Qian Mantang cursed under his breath, but he jumped out of the driver's seat with lightning speed, grabbed his axe and shield, and then jumped off the vehicle. With such a severe surge of pollution, those near the illusory rift have likely been contaminated, killed, or transformed into monsters. However, those monsters aren't usually too strong. Before the patrol arrives, we need to take control of the situation to prevent further casualties. As Lin Honglei took out her weapons and arrows from her backpack, she explained a few words to Zhao Huanshi, fearing he might not understand the situation. Zhao Huan nodded. Having worked as a street cleaner for over 2 years, he was quite familiar with these matters. However, the Special Affairs Bureau requires explorers and professionals to help ordinary people around them as much as possible when encountering special events. But if you actually encounter such a situation, whether or not you help depends entirely on the explorer's personal conscience. As long as they don't take advantage of the situation or do anything wrong, the Special Affairs Bureau will not specifically hold the explorer accountable afterward. And clearly, the people in the middle-aged unemployment front exploration team seem to have a higher moral standard. Chapter 106 Who wouldn't envy a personal mount? Zhao Huanshi was sitting in a relatively far back seat. By the time he got off the vehicle, Qian Mantang and Zhang Daxuan, both intermediate-level soldiers, had already run off to rescue people in the distance. Zhao Huan looked up and saw that the black mist emanating from the illusory rift seemed to be restricted by something, only able to spread within a range of about 100 meters around the rift, unable to continue to spread outwards. At this moment, accompanied by a strange roar, the edges of the black mist churned violently, and strange figures rushed out of the black mist at great speed. Wearing relatively intact clothing, his body was dark and shriveled, and he looked 7 or 8 parts similar to a dried-up corpse whose life force had been drained by the soul-devouring greatsword. Its neck stretched 3 or 4 times longer, its head turned into all sorts of bizarre angles, and its face wore a ferocious and terrifying smile. Its hands and feet mutated, twisted, and contorted, and sharp bone spurs grew from its joints, making it crawl rapidly on the ground like a spider, rushing toward the terrified survivors around it. Judging from the features, it's clearly an undead creature, but do undead monsters like this exist in other worlds? Li Xiang said with a look of surprise. Su Duojin shrugged. Who knows? Maybe it's been localized. Aren't all the monsters that mutated from pollution weird and strange? What the hell is this localization? Many monsters rushed out of the thick fog and attacked the nearest living person. Some people pulled out their weapons and guns to fight back, while others could only scream and flee in panic, only to be pounced on and torn apart by monsters that moved even faster. Several people rushed over to help. At this moment, Zhao Huanshi asked a strange question. Under these special circumstances, routine regulations such as requiring chocobos to display license plates before going out and only being allowed to ride in non-motorized vehicle lanes at limited speeds should be temporarily invalidated, right? Qian Xiaolin nodded. In this situation, even if you ride a dragon into the sky, the Special Affairs Bureau and the Air Traffic Control Bureau will not hold you accountable afterward. I can't ride a dragon. It's not like you have a chocobo. Zhao Huanshi smiled and said, You know what? I actually have one. After saying that, to the astonishment of the others, he flicked his finger and threw out the swift chocobo. Cuckoo. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, the large yellow bird turned its head and greeted them in a friendly manner. I'll introduce you two later. Zhao Huanshi leaped onto the bird's back and clapped his hands lightly. The swift chocobo understood, started at 0 frames per second, and its body transformed into a streak of yellow lightning as it rushed out. Watching the yellow figure nimbly leap over the accident vehicle blocking the road and speed away into the distance, Qian Xiaolin screamed, He can even summon chocobos. Su Duojin exclaimed, Holy crap! A personal mount. Who wouldn't be envious of that? Li Xiang opened his mouth. That's really awesome. Lin Honglei smiled and said, Summoner, what an enviable profession. But isn't his role in the team support? Why did he rush to the front alone? Jing Ji asked, full of doubt. Even a support player can have a heart set on being a damage dealer, right? Besides, he's not really even a support. Thinking of the Goblin warrior that Zhao Huan had used as a trump card, Su Duojin said with slight hesitation. The support role isn't exactly a proper support role, and the mount isn't really just a simple mount either. In the middle of the road, a man covered in blood was carrying his unconscious wife as they fled. Hearing a roar behind him, he turned around in panic. A monster with a terrifying smile, its bulging eyes staring straight at him, was rushing towards him at lightning speed. The man was startled, stumbled, and fell to the ground. Ignoring the pain in his body, he hurriedly turned his head to look. Seeing its prey fall, the monster's smile became even more excited and manic. Its jaw opened to an absurd angle, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and it pushed off with all 4 limbs, ready to pounce on its prey. A loud bang was heard. The man felt something whistling past his ears with a gust of wind before slamming heavily onto the monster's body. The monster let out a strange cry and flew 7 or 8 meters away. Its head was shriveled and deformed, and its limbs twitched and trembled slightly. It was clear that it would never get up again. The man stared intently and realized that what had smashed the monster away was clearly the door of a private car. There is also a large chicken claw mark clearly visible on the metal shell of the car door. Just then, something else darted past from the side. The man hurriedly turned his head and saw a person riding a large yellow bird galloping away. As the monster twitched past, the person kicked the monster's shriveled and ugly head like a soccer ball. Startled for a moment, he belatedly realized that it was that person or that big yellow bird that had defeated the monster and saved him. He hurriedly thanked the departing figure loudly. Cuckoo. Yes, he's thanking you. Zhao Huanshi smiled and agreed. A monster swooped down at the man and the bird. The chocobo shifted its feet and suddenly moved sideways, narrowly missing the monster. The steel greatsword transformed into a white streak, cleaving the monster in 2 midair. The monster didn't die when it landed on the ground. Its lower body struggled wildly, while its upper body flipped over and its 2 front paws quickly scratched at the ground. It howled and chased after Zhao Huanshi. Behind him, shriveled and withered intestines and internal organs were scattered all the way. They say it's a spirit, but there's no soul fire in its head. Zhao Huan muttered to himself, then sent the chocobo back and stomped on the monster's head until it was smashed. Qian Mantang and Zhang Dashuan each blocked one side of the black mist, slicing the monsters like radishes with a knife. In just a short while, a large number of radish cubes, a large number of monster remains were piled up around me. Seeing that they were not in any danger, Zhao Huanshi controlled the chocobo to turn around and chase after the monsters that were chasing after living people. A 7 or 8-year-old child stared blankly at the sky, his body mostly devoured by a monster dressed in children's clothes and about the same size as him. Sensing the movement behind it, the monster's head suddenly flipped 180 degrees, opening its blood-red maw and letting out a threatening roar. Bang! The steel greatsword flashed by, and the monster's head was instantly smashed to pieces. Zhao Huanshi's eyes were cold as he frowned at the new nick on the blade of the steel greatsword. It really is time to change weapons. However, the quality of the hundreds or thousands of products produced on the assembly line was no longer keeping up with Zhao Huanshi's capabilities. As for the higher quality greatswords costing tens or hundreds of thousands, after getting used to the soul-devouring greatsword, Zhao Huan felt that the quality of those weapons did not match their prices at all. Forget it. I'm just a support character anyway, so I don't need such a good weapon. I'll just stick with the steel greatsword for a while longer. What? What if you encounter a life or death crisis because your weapons are too bad? When it comes to a life or death situation, of course, all kinds of trump cards are used, and they fight desperately with the soul-devouring greatsword. Do you think you can still hold back and hope to be reborn in another world with the soul-devouring greatsword? Chapter 107 The Symbiotic Vine has bloomed. A swarm of armed drones quickly arrived, hovering in the sky, and accurately blew the heads off all the monsters. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi quickly rode his chocobo back to the armored minibus. Dongchuan City doesn't even know if there are any registered chocobos. We don't want to get mistaken for monsters and attacked by drones. I didn't summon any other card monsters just now, partly because I was afraid the Goblin Wild Rider or Murloc Hunter would scare other people, and partly because I was worried that a swarm of armed drones would come and take them all out in one burst. We're about to enter the contaminated area. How can we afford to lose our main fighting force? As for the illusionary rift, that's the business of the breakthrough team, and has nothing to do with Zhao Huanshi, the former cleaner. The exploration team members returned one by one. Qian Mantang had a ruddy complexion, but he leaned against the car door, pretending to be very weak. I can't take it anymore. I think I'm injured. I'm about to die. Xiao Zhao. Quickly give me the symbiotic vine. Zhao Huanshi was immediately at a loss for words, both amused and exasperated. This guy, he was clearly as strong as a minotaur when he was fighting monsters just now. Zhang Dashuan kicked Qian Mantang. You just inhaled a couple more breaths of ghost energy, and you're acting like you're dying. Hurry up and get in the car. The symbiotic vine can't cure the ghost energy infection. If you're really feeling unwell, drink a bottle of healing potion. Inhuman. Qian Mantang rolled his eyes. Lin Honglei was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. With such a high concentration of black mist and ghostly energy, how could old Qian, a mid-level warrior, be infected? Otherwise, how could everyone inside have suddenly turned into these monsters? It was old Qian's own stupidity. He was fighting perfectly well outside, and then inexplicably went into the black mist. As he spoke, Zhang Dashuan seemed to remember something and turned to ask Qian Mantang. Did you see something in the black fog? Huh? Yeah, I saw a few pretty girls waving at me, and I got dizzy and confused. Qian Mantang explained with a smile, but his expression clearly betrayed something he was hiding. She stopped pretending to be weak by leaning against the car door, took off her gear, and prepared to drive. The exploration team members seemed lost in thought, then suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat strange. Zhao Huanshi guessed that Qian Mantang might have seen his deceased relatives in the black mist illusion, which was why the atmosphere had become so strange. Brother Qian, do you prefer wearing a flower crown or a full-sleeve tattoo? Huh? Qian Mantang was taken aback. Zhao Huan flicked his finger, sending the Mingguang vine towards Qian Mantang's left arm. Let's keep it wrapped around his left hand. It'll make it easier for him to get some sun and won't interfere with his driving. A green glow swirled and transformed into a thick vine covered in small yellow flowers, which wrapped around Qian Mantang's left arm. This is, the symbiotic vine has bloomed, Qian Mantang said in surprise. The others also looked on in surprise. It can even flower? Does that mean it can also bear fruit? Can the fruit that grows be eaten? I'm more concerned about whether the fruit contains seeds, and whether it's possible to plant a symbiotic vine on each person. Ahem. It's not just flowering. The symbiotic vine has evolved. It should be called the bright light vine now. Its photosynthesis is more effective, and it has also gained a purification ability. However, I only know that it can purify toxins. I don't know if it can remove ghostly infection. Zhao Huanshi quickly explained. After hearing Zhao Huanshi's explanation, the others became even more curious. However, Zhao Huanshi's professional abilities were a matter of personal privacy, and it was not appropriate to delve into them. Asking him would only create embarrassment if he didn't answer, so the group simply got together and started chatting idly. Li Xiang explained that the vines would grow thicker and thicker in the future, eventually transforming into a giant vine dragon that could be blown away with a single slap. Su Duojin said he hoped the Mingguang vine could evolve into human form, becoming a flower fairy or something. Qian Xiaolin suggested that gender shouldn't be so strictly defined. Zhao Huanshi, who was listening nearby, twitched at the corner of his mouth, feeling that these guys were about to make a suggestive joke at any moment. Everyone fasten your seatbelts. I'm about to accelerate. Perhaps Mingguang Tang gave him too much energy, because Qian Mandang seemed a bit excited. Zhao Huanshi was a little worried that he might suddenly get the urge to drive the minibus into the sky while he was driving. Zhang Daxuan pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned to the people in the car and spoke. When we meet up with the other two exploration teams, let's not talk about Zhao Huan being a summoner. Let's just say he's a trainee warrior who just joined the exploration team. Qian Mantang asked doubtfully. Old Fong and the others seem like nice people, so there's no need to be deliberately wary of them, is there? It's not that I'm trying to guard against them, but if they find out about Zhao Huanshi's special profession, it will spread very quickly. Then other exploration teams will definitely come to poach him. The neighborhood where Zhao Huanshi lives isn't very secure, so they'll bother him to death. As he spoke, Zhang Daxuan realized that what he said might be a bit ambiguous, so he turned to Zhao Huanshi to explain. It's not that I'm preventing you from contacting other exploration teams, but explorers are a mixed bag, and quite a few of them have some issues. What was clearly a normal refusal can be interpreted by some as looking down on them and wanting to be their enemy. Others can't stand seeing others succeed and will see you as a thorn in their side. You don't have much ability to protect yourself right now. Being too famous isn't a good thing. It makes you an easy target for sabotage. Zhao Huan thought to himself that with the Goblin Wilderness Knight, a true man for 10 minutes, he wasn't completely without the ability to protect himself. However, Zhang Daxuan was right. Back when he was a cleaner, Zhao Huanshi always felt an undercurrent every time he entered the illusionary rift, and he had to be careful at all times to guard against some idiots acting crazy. The cleaners are kept in check by the Special Affairs Bureau, but the explorers, once inside the contaminated zone, are unmonitored and unregulated, free to unleash their true potential and become lawless outlaws. Zhao Huan is currently only a real man for 10 minutes, so he should indeed keep a low profile and develop stealthily. However, while it's important to keep a low profile, there's no need to actually act like a pushover. Anyway, since I've already made a few moves in Dongchuan City, my ability to summon monsters has probably been captured on surveillance cameras and uploaded to the Special Affairs Bureau's database. Who knows when, someone from a large corporation will come knocking on your door as a salesman, offering a host of generous incentives to lure you into joining their exploration team. Perhaps worried that Zhao Huanshi would be poached by other exploration teams, Li Xiang and the others changed the subject, from discussing whether Zhao Huanshi's summoned creature would eventually evolve into a dragon-shaped monster or a bedwarmer maid, and suddenly turned into the dirty business of each exploration team. What kind of exploration team loves to trick newcomers? They treat them like animals in normal times, and then send them to their deaths as cannon fodder in times of crisis. Or perhaps the captain of an exploration team is greedy and uses coercion and enticement to extract various benefits from his team members. Or perhaps some members of the exploration team have a thing for married women and use generous offers to lure unsuspecting married women into the contaminated area to do whatever they want. Some exploration teams specifically seek out handsome young men like Zhao Huanshi. What's even more alarming is that the entire exploration team is male. Zhao Huan pursed his lips, thinking to himself that these guys had gone too far, and some of the plots were too familiar, clearly revealing their usual movie-watching preferences. Chapter 108. The Exploration Team Reunites. The middle-aged unemployed front exploration team arrived in Explorer Town and met up with two other exploration teams that had arrived earlier. They then introduced their newly joined members to each other. As previously agreed, Zhao Huanshi, with 2.5 years of combat experience, was officially introduced to the other members of the exploration team. Two exploration teams, one called the Golden Leopard and the other called the Golden Toad. It's clear they really want to get rich. That sounds much more ambitious than the crappy name Middle-Aged Unemployed Front. Like the Middle-Aged Unemployment Front exploration team, both exploration teams consisted of warriors and archers, and the overall strength of the three teams was roughly the same. However, neither of those teams had any female players, making the two female shooters, Lin Honglei and Qian Xiaolin, stand out. Despite the advantages of their profession, most female professionals are still physically inferior to their male counterparts. Coupled with various inconveniences in their lives and other miscellaneous reasons, many explorer teams simply do not want female members. Many explorer teams had already entered the contaminated area, while Zhao Huanshi and his team were much later. So after the three teams met up, they didn't linger in Explorer's Town and went straight into the Green Forest. Zhang Daxuan and Qian Mantang walked at the front of the group with the captains of the other two exploration teams, discussing their actions after entering the Twilight Wilderness. Although, based on clues provided by the Special Affairs Bureau, it is more likely that the demon rainbow gold will be found among the kobold race. However, Zhang Daxuan and his team set off a few days later, and the easy targets had probably already been dealt with by other exploration teams. Instead of teaming up with more unfamiliar groups to deal with larger monster hordes that are stronger and more likely to fail, it's better to target other groups. In addition to the mission to find clues about the demon rainbow gold, Zhang Daxuan and the captains of the other two exploration teams also accepted other missions related to the Twilight Wilderness. With the bounty for clearing out the monster horde in the Twilight Wilderness, Zhang Daxuan estimates he should be able to make a fortune this time. In fact, most exploration teams think and act in this way. Previously on the armored minibus, the middle-aged unemployed front exploration team picked out some heavy, non-combat related items and stuffed them into the mimic's body. Because the items were so heavy, the mimic almost collapsed. With the heaviest items removed, the supplies carried by the middle-aged unemployed front exploration team became much lighter. All the heavy items were stored inside the mimic's body, so after it was converted into a card, Zhao Huanshi felt no weight at all. I was thinking of helping others share the burden, but they refused. The reason is that Zhao Huanshi has already used his summoned beast to share the heaviest part of the team's supplies. He is empty-handed and relaxed, which is his own ability, and there is no need for him to take on more. Li Xiang and the others had another idea. They wanted to use their actions to make Zhao Huan truly feel the deep affection and care of his teammates in the middle-aged unemployed front exploration team, so that he wouldn't be seduced away by some glamorous woman from another exploration team one day. So even the female archer Qian Xiaolin carried a large backpack, but Zhao Huanshi, the newcomer trainee soldier, only carried a small backpack besides his weapons and equipment. His relaxed demeanor made him look less like an explorer on a mission and more like a young master who had hired a group of mercenaries for a spring outing in the contaminated area. His demeanor immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of some people. In the Golden Leopard exploration team, there was a sleazy-looking guy named Huang Dalong, a level 1 beginner warrior with demon tattoos all over his exposed body. Seeing that even a junior soldier like himself was carrying heavy bags and panting heavily, while the trainee soldier, who looked like a pretty boy, didn't have to carry anything, he immediately felt resentful. He strode forward and tossed the package he was carrying in front of Zhao Huanshi. "Here you go. You idiots, you have no sense at all. I don't know what's wrong with your exploration team, letting just anyone in." Zhao Huanshi turned his head in confusion. "Are you talking to me?" Huang Dalong's eyes widened, and he said in a vicious voice, "Nonsense. Otherwise, why would I talk to thin air?" Zhao Huanshi scoffed. "How would I know? You're obviously not very bright. Maybe you forgot to take your brain-dead pills when you left home this morning, and you're having this episode. You son of a bitch." Huang Dalong was surprised that Zhao Huanshi, a trainee soldier, would dare to talk back to him. He immediately threw down his belongings, ready to teach him a lesson and show him what the difference in strength meant. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the side and kicked Huang Dalong away. Su Duojin, his face contorted with rage, pointed at Huang Dalong and cursed, "You dog. Don't you even know what kind of trash you are? Just a newly promoted novice warrior. Yet you dare to interfere in our exploration team's affairs, and even try to lay a hand on our lucky star." Seeing that a fight was about to break out, others rushed over to break it up. The incident happened right next to us, and the process was crystal clear. The members of the Golden Leopard exploration team knew that Huang Dalong was in the wrong, but they didn't try to stand up for him. They just acted as peacemakers. The three teams had cooperated with each other before, and most of the team members were acquaintances. After a few words of persuasion, the matter was resolved. Su Duojin, having gained an advantage, still had to complain a few words to the acquaintances of the Golden Leopard exploration team. "What kind of person did you hire? Does he think he can boss our exploration team around? With that kind of brain, he might mess with the wrong person one day and get your whole team killed." Huang Dalong knew that Su Duojin was a level 7 beginner warrior, much stronger than himself, so he didn't dare to fight back after being kicked. "I thought my teammates would stand up for me, but instead they turned around and berated me." He was seething with anger, but dared not retaliate against Su Duojin, so he instead developed a deep hatred for Zhao Huanshi. Qian Xiaolin said to Zhao Huanshi in a low voice, "Look at the way that kid is looking at you. He's clearly got his eye on you. You'd better be careful. Zhao Huan nodded, but didn't seem to care much. He was just a level 1 beginner warrior, and his stats weren't much higher than mine. Only his aura / posed a threat, but even if it was a threat, I still had to be able to hit him. With Zhao Huanshi's combat experience, even without using monster cards, he could easily crush him. Su Duojin leaned closer and whispered, "See? I told you there were a lot of bad guys in other exploration teams, didn't I?" Zhao Huanshi was immediately at a loss for words, thinking, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? If that idiot knew I was a summoner, would he dare to talk nonsense to me like that? Well, that's hard to say. You can't judge a fool by common sense." At this moment, Li Xiang, a level 9 trainee soldier, approached Su Duojin from behind and said in a low voice, "Honorable junior soldier, if level 1 junior soldiers are just trash, then what am I, a trainee soldier in your eyes?" Seeing this, Qian Xiaolin immediately fanned the flames from the side. A level 3 beginner marksman who's 2 points better than trash probably thinks you're even less than a piece of trash in his eyes. Seeing her 2 friends suddenly turn into resentful housewives, Su Duojin broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 109 The Thief Steals the Potion. The 3 exploration teams rushed along the edge of the lush forest for more than 2 days, finally reaching the twilight wilderness. Along the way, Zhao Huan didn't need to carry heavy objects. He fought behind the archers, and his night watch only lasted the first half of the night. He hadn't made any contribution, yet the members of his exploration team treated him incredibly well. They even pulled out a metal box from somewhere, which Qian Xiaolin held like a precious treasure. Not only did Huang Dalong find him increasingly displeasing, but the others were also very puzzled, speculating about Zhao Huanshi's true identity. The 2 exploration team leaders tentatively asked Zhang Dashuan and Qian Mantang questions. Zhang Dashuan told them with a sincere expression, "He is our exploration team's lucky star." Because Su Duojin had previously said that Zhao Huan was the team's lucky star, the group discussed it and decided to give him a new identity to explain their strange behavior. Lucky star. Yes, it's the mascot that adds luck to the exploration team. Although it looks inconspicuous, it's a very important member. Although Zhang Dashuan has an honest face, the captains of the Golden Leopard and the Golden Toad have known him for quite some time, so they naturally wouldn't be fooled by his appearance or believe his nonsense. They could only speculate privately that Zhao Huanshi's family might have some connections in Dongchuan City, but they probably weren't that powerful. If someone were truly a big shot, they wouldn't have joined Zhang Dashuan's team. Zhang Dashuan refused to tell the truth, and the 2 team leaders didn't seem to care. In any case, the rewards from the cooperation process are distributed according to the contributions made by each team in the battle, regardless of the number of people in the team. Even if Zhao Huan is a scoundrel, that's the problem of the unemployed exploration team, and it has nothing to do with them. As evening approached, the joint team found an open space to set up a temporary camp. After setting up the tent, Zhao Huanshi crawled inside, summoned the treasure chest monster, and took out some items that he would need. Qian Xiaolin said he wanted to get close to the treasure chest monster. Zhao Huanshi didn't know what was so special about the chest monster being all hard and stiff. But a woman's heart is unfathomable, and he wouldn't bother trying to understand it. He simply had the treasure chest monster shrink a bit, and then left it in the tent. The treasure chest monster doesn't care about stickers at all. It's just bored, its teeth are itchy, and it wants to gnaw on some crunchy marble or hard alloy iron pipe. After finishing the dry rations he had brought with him, Zhao Huanshi sat by the campfire, staring blankly at the firelight, his fingers unconsciously fidgeting. The card Goblin Trio, visible only to him, spun back and forth between his fingers. Now that we're in the Twilight Wasteland, there's no need to worry about goblins running off to Explorers Town or East River City while AFK. However, the verdant forest and Twilight Wilderness are now teeming with explorers. If the 3 scoundrels were to venture out now, they would most likely be mistaken for wild goblins and killed by the explorers. But, since we're already here. Besides, the 3 musketeers are just sitting idle in the cards anyway, and I don't need them for the time being, so their deaths for a day or 2 won't have much of an impact. If you're lucky, you might even be able to pick up something. He glanced at the greedy space and confirmed that there were no important items inside. With a thought, Zhao Huanshi's card instantly transformed into radiant light and vanished. Meanwhile, deep in the Twilight Wilderness, blue and purple lights swirled and intertwined, transforming into a sneaky, green-skinned monster. As soon as the goblin thief appeared, he immediately crouched down, tilted his head, and twitched his ears slightly, listening carefully to the sounds coming from afar. The roars of monsters, the shouts of humans, and the sounds of screams and the clash of weapons. The goblin thief twirled his rusty knife rapidly in his hand, his eyes gleaming, a cunning smile spreading across his face, before disappearing from sight. A rustling sound filled the air as the wild grass on the ground bent low for no apparent reason, as if trampled by some unseen force, spreading all the way towards the location from which the battle had taken place. A dog-headed man, covered in blood and looking terrified, was holding a pickaxe and carrying a straw basket. He desperately tried to escape into the thicket of thorns, ignoring the thorns that would cut him. A human warrior roared, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaves, and swiftly rushed behind the fleeing kobold. With a single sword stroke, he severed the kobold's head, spraying blood that stained a large patch of thorns red. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground, and the ore in the straw basket on its back rolled out. The human warrior's eyes lit up when they saw that some of the ores had a golden sheen on their surfaces. Could it be gold or? But the battle behind them isn't over yet. It's not time to collect the spoils. The human warriors scanned the area from left to right, but found nothing unusual. However, the movement aggravated the wound on the inside of his thigh. He hadn't felt it during the fight, but now it was very painful, and he felt a little panicked. I unbuckled my belt, pulled down my pants, and took a look. Thankfully, I wasn't seriously injured. While cursing and swearing, he took out a plaster from his body, tore it open, and applied it to the wound. He then took out a bottle of medicine and drank it all in one gulp. He tossed the small bottle of medicine aside and turned to rush back to the battlefield. After he walked away, the goblin thief emerged from the nearby bushes and silently walked behind the kobold corpse. He picked through the pieces of, or with small gold particles on their surface, and stuffed them into his bag. After collecting the ore, the goblin thief quietly crept back towards the battlefield. I was hoping to find an opportunity to fish in troubled waters and pick up some corpses on the battlefield. But the fierce human warriors were seen completely overwhelming the enemy, routing the group of kobolds. Behind the human warriors followed a squad of archers, who drew their bows and arrows to support their comrades in battle, while also occasionally turning their heads to observe their surroundings and look for any suspicious signs. The goblin thief felt a chill run down his spine as those sharp, white eyes swept over him. Although he hasn't been discovered yet, the goblin thief knows that if he gets too close, these humans will definitely notice him. At this moment, the goblin thief finally remembered that Zhao Huan had instructed it to stay as far away from humans as possible. Looking around, I noticed that there were backpacks and bags lying haphazardly on the ground outside the battlefield, which seemed to contain some valuable items. The goblin thief's face lit up with joy, and he crept over quietly. It says to keep things away from humans, but it doesn't say to keep them away from humans. As a thief, you must be able to adapt to changing circumstances. The goblin thief rummaged around for a while and found some biscuit meat strips and 2 bottles of healing potions. He put these things into the cloth bag and was about to continue rummaging through the bag next to him when he saw that the battle in the distance seemed to have ended and several humans were walking this way. The goblin thief cursed the useless kobold under his breath, then turned and disappeared into the nearby weeds. Chapter 110. The thief encounters Half-Ear again. Night, overcast, moonlight dim. Half-Ear was hiding in a thicket of weeds. Its green skin blended in with the surrounding weeds, making it difficult to spot the goblin unless you looked closely. With a hint of fear in his half-ear, he breathed softly and listened carefully to the sounds around him. The wound on my back, slashed open by a sharp weapon, sent waves of excruciating pain through me, and the flowing blood emitted a faint, metallic smell. Half-Ear had just found a goblin tribe a day ago. The leader was a cautious spellcaster who built his nest in a hidden cave, with the entrance covered by a lot of rubble and weeds. Having finally encountered a cautious goblin leader, Half-Ear thought he could stay peacefully in this tribe for quite some time. Unexpectedly, those terrifying humans launched an attack. Half-Ear couldn't understand why these humans would come looking for the goblin's lair, which was so remote and hidden, and had no important resources nearby. If he couldn't figure it out, he simply stopped thinking about it. Without much hesitation, Half-Ear used a series of smooth, practiced maneuvers to shield his fellow creatures in front of him, and then made a quick getaway when he found an opportunity. In the past, when Half-Ear was running away, as long as he got far enough away, the humans would stop paying attention to him. This time, even though they had run far enough, and there were other slower goblins nearby that were easier to kill, the humans insisted on attacking them. Half-Ear lowered its head, looking at the half-tattered leather jacket it had draped over its lower body, which it had taken from a human corpse. I pierced one ear not for decoration or protection, but simply because I thought the pocket on the leather jacket was quite useful for carrying gems and food. Could it be that those humans saw the relics of their own kind, which is why they harbor such hatred towards them? But Half-Ear clearly sensed that the way those humans looked at him was like goblins seeing prey or kobolds discovering ore, full of excitement and greed, without a trace of hatred. Just by looking down and thinking for a moment, I felt dizzy in one ear and my body became increasingly weak. He slowly slumped down in the grass, gazing at the dark night sky, and his consciousness gradually began to fade. Just then, the grass beside me swayed slightly, as if something was quietly approaching. Half-Ear suddenly jolted awake, his mind clearing somewhat. With her last remaining strength, she pointed the crystal staff in her hand toward the direction from which the sound came, and a faint red light gathered at the tip of the staff. Until the last bit of magic was exhausted and the red light dissipated, no enemy was found. Half-Ear breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. This relaxation seemed to take away its last bit of energy, and the light in its eyes slowly dimmed. At that moment, a somewhat familiar goblin head suddenly appeared out of thin air, looking at Half-Ear with a puzzled expression. Half-Eared eyes regained some luster, and he murmured softly with a hint of surprise. "Giraldak." The goblin thief paused for a moment. "Huh, it really is that one-eared brother. I haven't seen him for a while, and he's become a spellcaster. But judging from its half-dead appearance, it doesn't seem to be doing very well." Half-Ear forced a smile, his left hand trembling slightly as he pointed to the tattered leather jacket he was wearing, saying that he had something good hidden inside. The goblin thief scratched his head, a rare hint of embarrassment in his eyes. It spread its paws, revealing half an ear hidden inside its leather jacket, along with several magic gems and magic crystals. He was somewhat confused, wondering if he had just blacked out and was missing some part of his memory. How did the gem hidden in his leather jacket pocket end up in the boss's hands so suddenly? The goblin thief picked his nose and glanced casually at the crystal staff in Half-Ear's hand. "I originally planned to take this last valuable item from this creature after it died." After hesitating for a moment, the goblin thief took out a bottle of healing potion from his bag, opened the cap, and stuffed the bottle opening into Half-Ear's mouth. "The wound behind half of my ear is healing slowly, and the pain is gradually disappearing." After a while, the goblin thief held a magical black gem in his hand, examining it intently in the dim moonlight. It didn't know why, but it just felt a sense of familiarity and comfort with the magic within the black gemstone. Half-Ear sat to the side, his face contorted with rage, gritting his teeth as he tore at the dried meat strips brought by the goblin thief with all his might. Although it was dry, hard, and difficult to chew, it tasted absolutely delicious. While munching on jerky, Half-Ear kept chattering away to the goblin thief. The Twilight Wasteland was teeming with frantically invading humans. Staying here would only lead to their demise sooner or later. Half-Ear suggested that the goblin thief leave with it and go to a safer place. "Gobo Galoo." The goblin thief turned around in confusion and asked Half-Ear where he was going. Half-Ear pointed to the northwest. It was said that there was a vague voice in its mind, guiding it there. The voice was somewhat familiar, as if it had been heard somewhere before. The goblin thief tilted his head, pricked up his ears, twitched them slightly, and listened carefully for a while, but heard nothing. However, it didn't pay too much attention to it. "I finally managed to get out of here, and I haven't even stolen enough stuff yet. I don't have time to go so far with Half-Ear." Leaving all the tough jerky on his body for Half-Ear, hesitating for a moment, then tossing it a bottle of healing potion, the goblin thief said goodbye and disappeared into the night. Half-Ear was filled with reluctance and wanted to persuade the goblin thief not to take the risk. But then again, this goblin leader has always been so elusive. Those crazy humans are terrifying to me, but they probably pose no threat to the goblin leader. After resting for a while, Half-Ear felt that he had almost recovered, and his mouth was very thirsty from eating too much jerky. He stuffed the remaining jerky and healing potions into his tattered leather coat, carefully surveyed his surroundings, and followed the faint guidance in his mind, groping his way towards the northwest. At night, it's easier to hear the sounds of battle and to see the distant campfires of the explorers' makeshift camp. Half-Ear discovered that as long as he was careful, it was easier to avoid human threats at night than during the day. Unlike Half-Ear, who avoids humans, the goblin thief goes wherever there's excitement. The center of the battlefield is dangerous, but there are plenty of bargains to be found around it. Scattered corpses of monsters or human explorers, or supplies that explorers abandoned by the roadside in a sudden battle, leaving no time to hide. Chapter 111. Where did he get that bird? Supplies are easily lost or damaged if left unattended. This is common knowledge that most explorers know. If conditions permit and there are enough people, the explorers will find a secluded place nearby before the battle to hide their bags and backpacks, and arrange for someone to guard them and keep watch. The joint exploration team unexpectedly discovered traces left by kobolds hunting for food at night, and following the clues, they found a very well-hidden kobold burrow. Kobolds are already considered relatively wealthy monsters, and now the kobold lairs in the Twilight Wasteland are like a lottery ticket with a particularly high chance of winning for explorers. Who knows, it might turn around at any time, and we might find clues to the demon rainbow gold inside. Everyone assumed that the kobolds in the vicinity had been cleared out by the previous exploration team. I was thrilled to find that one of them had slipped through the net. After observing for a while and finding that these kobolds were not very strong, they decided to immediately take action to wipe them out. Before the battle, all supplies were gathered together and hidden in a secluded thicket, with one person from each of the 3 exploration teams guarding it. Originally, Li Xiang was supposed to stay behind to watch over the supplies, but if Xiao Huan didn't want to reveal his profession and couldn't summon card monsters, then the battle wouldn't be very meaningful for him. He's not a warrior, so personally going into battle won't improve anything. It's better to stay behind and guard the supplies. That way, if we encounter any danger, we'll have a backup plan to escape. Xiao Huan stayed behind to guard the supplies voluntarily, while Huang Dalong was forced to become a warehouse manager because he lacked the ability. He was already in a bad mood, and seeing Zhao Huanshi, that good-for-nothing pretty boy, made him even more depressed. As a junior soldier, I have to do the same work as trainee soldiers. Noticing Huang Dalong's unfriendly gaze, Zhao Huan sneered inwardly, too lazy to pay attention to this idiot. Unlike the 2 rookie warehouse managers, the member left behind by the toad-swallowing exploration team was Lu Yuhang, an 8th-level beginner archer. While ostensibly guarding supplies, Lu Yuhang was actually responsible for keeping watch behind the exploration team to prevent them from being ambushed by other monsters or plotted against by malicious individuals during the battle. The 3 hid in the dense grass. Lu Yuhang focused intently on monitoring the surrounding activity. Huang Dalong stood like a statue waiting for his husband, gazing longingly towards the kobold's lair, listening to the sounds of battle, and imagining himself wreaking havoc inside. Zhao Huanshi rubbed his fingers slightly and realized that the Goblin trio had not returned yet. He wondered whether the one who went out to hunt in the wild and was AFK was the Goblin thief or the Goblin scavenger. After a while, looking at the unchanging wilderness, Zhao Huanshi gradually became distracted. Just as I was feeling sleepy, I suddenly heard Lu Yuhang's puzzled voice. Huh? Where did this bunch of gnolls come from? Zhao Huanshi suddenly came to his senses and turned to look in the direction Lu Yuhang was looking. A tall, mutant gnoll was seen wandering in the distance, accompanied by several gnolls and 30 or 40 other gnolls, seemingly searching for prey. I thought the monsters here had all been cleared out by the previous exploration teams. How come there are still so many that escaped? Zhao Huanshi said in a low voice with some doubt. Lu Yuhang guessed. I heard that the ore with the accompanying demon rainbow gold was originally discovered in the heart of the Twilight Wilderness. Perhaps the exploration teams ahead were in a hurry to get on their way and didn't stay here for too long. Seeing the gnolls getting closer, Lu Yuhang said in a low voice. This situation looks bad. I need to go and warn them right away. Tell them to take their most important belongings with them and to be careful during the retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuhang lowered his body and darted away at lightning speed. Zhao Huanshi and Huang Dalong were left looking at each other in bewilderment. TSK. What an idiot/trash. We hate each other. The most important items of the middle-aged, unemployed front exploration team were all stuffed into the belly of the mimic monster. Zhao Huanshi casually grabbed a backpack containing food and put it on his body. Ignoring Huang Dalong's reaction, he crouched down and quietly headed towards the kobold's cave. Seeing Zhao Huanshi run away with only a backpack, Huang Dalong sneered disdainfully. He really is a piece of trash. With a bag in his left hand and a large bundle in his right, he glanced back at the gnolls. The monsters seemed to have noticed the battle taking place in the kobold's cave and were raising their heads to look in that direction. Huang Dalong was startled and was about to leave when an idea suddenly popped into his head after taking a few steps. That good-for-nothing is a trainee soldier. He definitely doesn't know how to charge, a skill that only junior soldiers can learn. And carrying a big pack, he can't run very fast either. If the gnolls chase after us now, that good-for-nothing will definitely not be able to escape. Even if they get killed by the monster, they can only blame their own incompetence, not mine. Thinking of this, Huang Dalong's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. He slumped his shoulder and threw one of his bags to the ground. Suddenly, he stood up in a panic and shouted in the direction of the knolls, "Oh no! Those monsters have spotted us! Run!" After saying that, he gathered the power in his body into his legs and rushed towards Zhao Huanshi at lightning speed. Zhao Huanshi was startled by his shout and quickly turned around to look. Attracted by the commotion Huang Dalong had caused, the jackals in the distance roared excitedly and followed several barking jackals toward them. While he was still in a daze, Huang Dalong ran past him at lightning speed. "What are you standing there for? Run!" On the surface, he was reminding Zhao Huan to escape, but his eyes clearly carried a strong sense of malice and mockery. In an instant, Zhao Huanshi understood the cause and effect, and his eyes instantly turned sharp. That idiot! Imagining that good-for-nothing terrified, running away in terror, being caught by the knolls, suffering endless torture, and dying a miserable death in endless fear, Huang Dalong couldn't help but reveal a smug and excited smile on his face. "It's a real shame we can't see it in person. Oh, what's a pity." Suddenly, Zhao Huanshi's voice came from beside me. Huang Dalong was startled and turned his head sharply, only to meet the chocobo's big, round eyes. "Oh no, those jackals are catching up. I'll have to go now. Good luck, and whatever you do, don't get bitten in the butt, or you'll die." As soon as Zhao Huan finished speaking, the swift bird accelerated, instantly leaving Huang Dalong behind. Huang Dalong's eyes widened. Holy crap, how come his penis is so big? Wait a minute, where did he pull out such a big bird? Huang Dalong was not skilled in charging, and when he lost focus, he tripped over something and fell flat on his face, rolling more than 10 meters before stopping. He hurriedly tried to get up and continue running away, but when he looked up, he saw a large jackal barking and howling as it charged towards him. Chapter 112 Goblin Thief Enhancement completed. Zhao Huanshi, riding a chocobo, stood on a small hill, watching indifferently as Huang Dalong was surrounded and beaten by several Knoll warriors. Huang Dalong fought his way out, only to be shot down by Knoll archers' crossbow bolts, letting out a pitiful cry for help. "See? I told you that getting bitten on the butt by a jackal could cost you your life." Although the swift chocobo didn't understand what the summoner was saying, it still nodded seriously, giving a lot of emotional value. Just then, a commotion came from behind. It was the explorers who had heard Huang Dalong's shouts and rushed over. Everyone looked surprised to see Zhao Huan riding on a yellow chocobo. "How come you have a bird?" Zhao Huanshi pursed his lips. "What? None of you have any?" The group of people froze for a moment. "Aren't you going to save them?" "Oh, it seems there's no hope." Zhao Huan looked up and saw that Huang Dalong's corpse had been torn to pieces by the jackals and was being eaten. Even if you cut open the bellies of those gnolls and dug out all their parts, you probably still couldn't piece them back together into a complete corpse. Fang Qingbao, the captain of the Golden Leopard exploration team, looked sharply at Zhao Huanshi. "What's going on? Old Fang, what kind of attitude is this? Are you interrogating me like this?" Zhang Dashuan glared and stepped between Zhao Huanshi and Fang Qingbao. Zhao Huanshi scoffed, "Who knows? I was walking along just fine when that guy suddenly yelled out of nowhere behind me, attracting all the gnolls' attention, and then he deliberately ran towards me. I guess he probably thought he could outrun me, and that all the gnolls would chase after me. What reason could he possibly have?" Fang Qingbao suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Given Huang Dalong's idiotic nature and his attitude towards Zhao Huanshi, he really might do something so foolish. At this moment, Qian Mantang said with a serious expression, "Those jackal men are charging over. Whatever the matter, let's deal with them first." When Zhao Huanshi saw Qian Mantang, he was covered in soot, his face was red, and he had many burns on his body, looking like a roasted sweet potato that had just been pulled out from under the stove. With a flick of his finger, the bright light vine struck Qian Mantang. To everyone's astonishment, green light entwined around Qian Mantang's body, condensing into a thick vine covered with small yellow flowers. Qian Mantang looked at Zhao Huanshi with suspicion. Wasn't he supposed to hide his profession? Zhao Huan patted the swift chocobo's neck. "What are you hiding here?" 2. Feeling the abundant life force transmitted by the bright vine, Qian Mantang narrowed his eyes and let out a lewd groan. With a roar, he led the charge towards the jackal. He was half dead just now. How come he suddenly got all high? "What's that vine thing?" Fang Qingbao asked, full of doubt. "None of your business. Let's go fight." Zhang Dashuan glared at him angrily, then grabbed his weapon and charged forward. If it weren't for this idiot who found him, Zhao Huanshi's abilities wouldn't have been exposed. To prevent Zhao Huanshi from being poached, why not give him the position of team leader? However, Zhang Daxuan had tried to give up his position as captain several times before, but the exploration team members rejected him for various reasons. They say Zhang Daxuan is a natural-born exploration team leader, and without him leading the team, it would immediately collapse. Even though I knew they were just fooling me, their words did sound very comforting. In short, although I don't know how other exploration team leaders are doing, being an exploration team leader in the middle-aged unemployed front is definitely not an easy job. Well, it's like the weather is going to rain or a mother is going to remarry. Whether the support role leaves or not is not something I can control. Let it be. You idiot leopard. This group of gnolls is quite strong, especially the large gnoll mutant that wields a meteor hammer. It can even fight 2 mid-level warriors single-handedly without being at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, the 3 exploration teams had 5 intermediate warriors and 4 intermediate archers, plus a larger number of novice professionals, who quickly slaughtered the gnolls, making them howl in terror. Zhao Huanshi was still hesitating, wondering if he should send out the 10-minute cavaliers to get some assists and level up or something. In the blink of an eye, most of the gnolls had been killed or wounded. Seeing that the situation was not good, the gnoll archers in the back row all tucked their tails between their legs and fled in all directions. The large gnoll man, mutant, also tried to escape, but was blocked by several warriors and beaten to death. Fearing that the escaped gnolls would return with even more gnolls to retaliate, the group dared not linger there after the battle. Cut off the heads of the more powerful monsters and spellcasters, and cover them with odor-proof bags. After retrieving the supplies and taking the spoils, I sprayed some odor-eliminating agent on myself. The Golden Leopard team even went to check the traces left by Zhao Huanshi and Huang Dalong when they escaped, which basically verified what Zhao Huanshi said. After that, everyone hurriedly left. Evening, temporary campsite. Looking at the energetic Qian Mantang and Zhang Daxuan, whose body was visibly recovering and whose head was adorned with a flower wreath, Fang Qingbao, looking tired, was filled with curiosity and envy. We've known each other for years, so I won't hold it against you for deliberately concealing Zhao Huan's true abilities. How about I wear this vine for a while? Qian Mantang scoffed. Argue with us? What right do you have to argue with us? I'm the one who should be settling scores with you. You're blind and idiot. What kind of morons have you recruited? Jin Shan, the captain of the Golden Toad exploration team, raised his hand. Our team hasn't offended you, so why don't you let us give it a try? The bright light vine can restore physical strength, heal injuries, and even has purifying effects. You're just going to give away something this good. Your contribution to the mission will be calculated. Healing and support. We'll treat you according to the standards for a mid-level warrior. Zhang Daxuan nodded. That's fine. I'll put it on for a few more minutes, and then I'll give it to you. Hey, you two made this decision without even asking me. Fang Qingbao said, his eyes wide. You disagree? Give me the vines now, and I'll agree. Zhao Huanshi looked up at the sky, guessing that the Goblin trio should be back by now. Qian Xiaolin came over. Huanshi, talk to your bird and ask it to let me ride it for a while. Li Xiang was drinking water when he suddenly spat it out. Cough. Cough. Qian Xiaolin, what did you say? You want to ride Zhao Huanshi's bird? Right. Qian Xiaolin suddenly realized something was wrong and kicked Li Xiang angrily. You bastard with a head full of dirty thoughts. You can drive on any lousy road. Huh? Li Xiang hurriedly dodged, saying, It's clearly your statement that's problematic. Huanshi, aren't you right? Zhao Huan was about to speak when a thought suddenly struck him. The Goblin trio appeared in my hand. Looking down to see if there were any new treasures in the greed space, I discovered that the images of the 3 goblins on the cards had changed, and a bunch of information had been added to the cards. Card enhancement complete, 3/3. Goblin Thief has gained growth. Constitution +5. Agility +20. Shadow resistance slightly increased. Shadow affinity moderately increased. Chapter 113, The 3 Scoundrels Strengthened. Card enhancement complete. The Goblin Thief stealth skills have been upgraded to intermediate. Now, when entering stealth mode, the Goblin Thief's body is enveloped in shadow energy, reducing the sound he makes and the amount of scent he emits. The Goblin Thief has mastered the ability, Shadow Leap. Consume shadow energy to leap into any shadow within 30 meters. Using skills in the shadows reduces energy consumption. This skill may be affected by obstacles, causing it to fail to activate. Shadow energy can be replenished by consuming shadow magic crystals. The Goblin Merchant gains the ability, Smiling Business. When it smiles, revealing its dazzling gold tooth, the other party's vigilance will drop significantly. Goblin Merchant gains the ability. Avoid the important and focus on the trivial. When the Goblin Merchant dies and drops items, the items with lower value will be dropped first. Goblin Scavenger gains the ability. Basic self-healing. When the body is injured, speeding up the recovery process is crucial. Recovering from injuries requires a lot of energy, which can lead to hunger. If food is not replenished in time, the body may become weak. Greedy by nature. When the Goblin Trio dies, the item drop rate is reduced to 40%. Oppression of the power of greed. Cards have been strengthened to withstand the power of greed. Now, when summoning or placing a card to summon, there is a 20% chance to summon 2 Goblin Trio. When any goblin dies, the card is destroyed. Upgrade the card's level and quality to make it able to withstand more of the power of greed. Job level up. All attributes +1. The card enhancement for the 3 Musketeers is complete. Zhao Huan thought with a surprised expression. After a moment's thought, he understood. It must have been the Goblin Thief who found the Shadow Magic Crystal outside. When the summoning time ended and it returned with the Shadow Magic Crystal, it completed its part of the enhancement ritual. After all 3 enhancement rituals were completed, the monster cards as a whole underwent another round of enhancement. Zhao Huanshi's lips curled up. You're definitely the most reliable of the 3. Well done. You saved me over 200,000 yuan. I'll buy you 10 boxes of chicken legs when we get back. Although I'm curious about the trio's new abilities, it's not the right time to summon them. Zhao Huan focused his attention on the greed space, checking the Goblin Thief's other loot. Why are there so many healing potions and jerky? Could it be that some genius took advantage of the exploration teams being out on missions in Duskwood, amassed a bunch of supplies, and came here to do business, only to have them stolen by Goblin Thieves? Zhao Huanshi spun the cards between his fingers, his eyes wide with confusion, utterly perplexed. Is old Zhao's phone addiction acting up again? Most likely. Zhao Huanshi turned around and rolled his eyes at Li Xiang and the others. He discreetly took out the magic gems and crystals from the greed space and put them into the pocket inside his leather armor. With a gentle pinch of his fingers, the Goblin Trio instantly exploded, turning into a glowing light and disappearing without a trace. There's no point in keeping them around. We might as well take advantage of the good start the Goblin Thieves made and let them go out and roam around some more. After a while, Zhang Daxuan and the others called everyone together. They took out a map of the Twilight Wilderness and discussed their next course of action. In the heart of the desolate wilderness, red, high-risk signs are marked. That area was the territory of a giant ogre tribe. The tribe's leader was a massive ogre chieftain, followed by a 2-headed ogre archmage, several ogre mages and other spellcasters, as well as numerous ogre berserkers. Ogres are individually powerful. An ordinary adult ogre, taking advantage of its size, can easily overpower most novice warriors with just a thick wooden club. With their bodies becoming stronger and wielding metal weapons, the ogre warriors could easily make even mid-level warriors scream in pain. As for the even more terrifying cannibalistic berserkers and the cannibalistic mages who were skilled in both magic and martial arts, wielding a club in one hand and a fireball in the other, Zhang Daxuan, a mid-level warrior, saw them from afar and immediately turned around and started a run to escape. If he hesitated for even a second, he might not even have a chance to escape. Aside from powerful and well-organized exploration teams, most explorers don't bother with ogres. At most, they'll search for kobold tribes in the heart of the wilderness, on the fringes of ogre territory. After all, reality isn't a game. Once you die, there's no second chance. Even if they are just injured or disabled, becoming a burden to the team, they might be abandoned by their comrades for some reason, without even having the chance to return to the city for treatment. In any case, Zhang Daxuan and his group did not plan to venture into the territory of the cannibals. In fact, to avoid being caught in the crossfire, they planned to head southwest, far away from the central area of the Twilight Wilderness. In addition to clearing out monsters and collecting magical materials, the exploration team will also collect samples of plants with well-developed root systems along the way, mark the collection locations on the samples, and bring them back to Dongchuan City for testing. If you're lucky, you might detect components of magic rainbow gold or other rare minerals in the plant samples, which could earn you a substantial reward from the Special Affairs Bureau. As for why the exploration team went southwest instead of northwest. Looking at the map, Zhao Huanshi saw the Lake City ruins in the northwest of the Twilight Wilderness, an area marked as a high-risk zone, and recalled the information he had found online. Lake City was originally a small city under the jurisdiction of Dongchuan City. It was named after a large lake in the city and was surrounded by about a dozen small villages and towns. When a large benevolent illusionary rift appeared in Lake City, Donchuan City sent 2 teams of realm breakers into it, while mobilizing the residents of Lake City to evacuate. Based on the patterns observed in other illusionary rifts, it takes at least half a month for a Class B illusionary rift to merge with reality after it appears, and sometimes as long as half a year. Although time is limited and a large amount of supplies will be lost, it is still possible to evacuate all the residents of Lake City to Donchuan City. Unexpectedly, just 2 days later, the illusory rift suddenly underwent a strange change, prematurely beginning to merge. Zhao Huan couldn't find more information about what exactly happened in between. It seemed to have been deliberately concealed by the Federal High Command. Netizens speculate that the anomaly in the Lake City rift must be related to the 2 teams that entered the illusion rift at that time. A widely circulated rumor claims that those who broke through the illusion took some treasure from the rift, causing the illusion to suddenly collapse, and that the Federation's higher-ups helped cover up their crimes. As a former street sweeper who had taken a special occupational stone from a mysterious altar site, Zhao Huansher didn't really believe this claim. But the situation in Lake City is indeed very special. Over time, the traces of the city in other polluted areas will be completely erased, transforming them into something else entirely. The buildings in the ruins of Lake City did not disappear. They simply became abandoned structures over time. The entire contaminated area was filled with an eerie mist with extremely high pollution levels. A large number of monsters with bizarre abilities, which were originally residents of Lake City, roamed in the mist, waiting for guests from the outside world to come. Chapter 114, Buy One Get One Free. Waiting for customers to come to you is too passive. Savvy business people take the initiative to go door to door to promote their products. The Goblin merchant sniffed, trying to find the scent of wealth in the air so he could follow it to his customers. But no matter how I smell it, the air is filled with a stale, impoverished smell. Looking down, I saw the Goblin scavenger bent over, digging at something in the ground with its claws. The Goblin merchant's eyes immediately revealed a look of utter disdain. So it was this poor wretch. I knew it. The Goblin merchant picked his nose, picked up his tattered bag, and quickly left. The Goblin scavenger looked up at the departing Goblin merchant's back, his eyelids drooping, and stuffed a wild radish with soil still in its flesh into his mouth, and began to gnaw on it. Pooh! After taking a couple of bites, the Goblin scavenger frowned, spat out a mouthful of mud, and stuffed the remaining half of the wild radish into his bag. It's too old and hard, it'll get stuck in my teeth. I'll take it back for the summoner to eat. He glanced around, and then turned and left. After leaving the Goblin scavenger, the Goblin merchant finally caught a whiff of wealth in the air. After turning left and right, wandering around like a groundhog in a thick patch of grass for a long time, I finally found a very well-hidden burrow. Several wounded kobolds, who had fled from battle, huddled trembling in the burrow. Upon seeing the Goblin merchant, their eyes immediately lit up with wariness, and they bared their teeth and let out low growls, trying to drive the uninvited guest away. Although the customers in front of him were clearly not very welcoming, the Goblin merchant remained completely unfazed. It grinned, revealing its gleaming gold teeth, the dazzling light making the dog-headed man's eyes glaze over and his mind go blank. After using a sincere smile to dispel the kobold's wariness, the Goblin merchant pressed his advantage, pulling 3 bottles from his bag. After glancing at the kobolds and silently estimating the wealth they might possess, the Goblin merchant secretly slipped one of the healing potions back into the Goblin's possession. He waved 2 bottles of healing potions in front of the kobold's eyes with his right hand, while gently rubbing his left thumb and forefinger together. After exchanging 2 bottles of healing potions for all the ores and gold nuggets left on the kobolds, the Goblin merchant left the burrow satisfied, thoughtfully covering the entrance with weeds again. After taking a couple of steps, I realized the bag in my hand was a bit heavy. The Goblin merchant opened the bag, picked and chose, threw a few worthless pieces of ore on the ground, and then hummed a strange tune as he walked away in the moonlight. After a while, a group of explorers passed by and saw the fallen ore on the ground, which aroused their suspicion. Following the tracks left by the Goblin merchant, they found the kobolds hiding in the burrow and wiped them all out. On the other side, the Goblin scavenger blended perfectly with the surrounding plants thanks to its skin color. Silently watching, not far ahead, a severely wounded human warrior lay on the ground, breathing heavily, before taking his last breath. The Goblin scavengers darted out with lightning speed and looted all the valuables from the human warriors. Robbers? What robbers? Since the person is dead, their belongings are naturally ownerless. Is there anything wrong with a scavenger picking up unclaimed items from the ground? After stripping the human corpses, he turned around and went to pick up the wolf carcasses next to him. This human warrior was incredibly unlucky. He barely escaped the battle with his wounds, only to have his blood attract a pack of wolves. After a fierce fight, he killed and scared away the wolves, but due to the exhaustion of his medicine and excessive blood loss, he could only lie on the ground and slowly die. If he had encountered a goblin merchant, he might have been able to exchange his valuables for a healing potion. Unfortunately, he encountered a goblin scavenger. After looting the human corpses, the goblin scavenger also stuffed the 2 wolf carcasses into a large sack. With the bulging bag in its hand, it disappeared back into the bushes. After walking a few steps, they were blocked by 3 wolves, who bared their sharp teeth and growled. The goblin scavenger clutched the large sack tightly in both hands, his eyelids drooping, exuding a strong air of poverty, and silently retreated. Seemingly stimulated by the scent of their own kind's blood, the 3 wolves ignored the goblin scavenger's abilities and pounced with a howl. A moment later, the goblin scavenger, covered in blood, gripped a large sword he had picked up from a human warrior, staring coldly at the 3 wolf carcasses before him, breathing heavily. These wretches are even robbing scavengers. Thanks to his self-healing ability, the scavenger's wounds stopped bleeding and began to heal slowly, at a visible rate. The goblin scavenger looked down and wondered how much he would need to eat to replenish the blood he had lost. The thought of food suddenly triggered a strong feeling of hunger in the goblin scavenger's stomach. His throat bobbed, and his eyes gleamed with a deep, bloodthirsty desire. The goblin scavenger walked toward the wolf's corpse, knife in hand. Since you're the ones who made me bleed so much, then use your own flesh and blood to make up for it. The goblin scavenger squatted on the ground, devouring wolf meat. A goblin merchant is trying to swindle a goblin warrior with healing potions. The ogre warrior didn't know what was wrong with him. Usually, when he saw these green-skinned bastards on the road, he would just smash them to death with a stick. But then the gold teeth in the little green guy's mouth caught my eye, and I suddenly thought that listening to what this guy had to say might not be a bad idea. How come I can understand the greenskins' language? Does this mean I'm very smart and have the talent to become a mage? The ogre warrior was lost in thought, and suddenly became somewhat distracted. The goblin merchant brandished the healing potion in his hand, drawing the ogre warrior's attention back to the battlefield. Gopo gibberish. Goblins don't lie to ogres, big guy. If you drink this potion, your wounds will heal quickly. The ogre warrior shook his head and struck a strong pose. Gurgling. Strong ogre warriors don't need such tricks. Their wounds heal quickly. Gibberish. Drink my medicine, and you'll recover faster. You don't know magic, so keeping those gems is useless to you. You might as well trade them for potions with me. Gurgling. No, I must take this gem back to the Archmage. Besides, the Archmage can also brew potions, and he brews a whole pot of them at once. Your little bit of potion isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap for me. Gibberish. Are you able to go back after being so badly injured? Upon hearing this, the ogre warrior hesitated for a moment. They originally went with a few companions to rob the kobolds of gems, but unexpectedly they were attacked by humans on the way. Now that all its companions are dead, it's all alone. It must deliver the message back to the tribe as soon as possible. At this moment, the goblin merchant, looking pained, pulled out another bottle of healing potion. All right. Seeing how big you are, 1 bottle of medicine really isn't enough. I'll reluctantly give you an extra one. The ogre warrior's eyes widened instantly. It seems like a really good deal. Chapter 115, The Null Night Raid. Mental spells or similar abilities generally work better when the user's intelligence is lower. So, is it because Qian Xiaolin always likes to get close to the mimics? Or is it because she's not very bright and is too influenced by the mimic's abilities? Bored on night watch, Su Duojin and Li Xiang sat together and chatted. Zhao Huanshi smiled and said, "You can only sneakily cricket at her while she's asleep." Li Xiang snorted. "I dare say that to your face. At most I'll let her kick me a few times." At this moment, Lin Honglei's expression suddenly changed. "Shoo, there's a noise." Everyone fell silent instantly. The archers split up and looked around. A large number of shadowy figures, taking advantage of the cover of wild grass and bushes, quietly crept towards the temporary camp. "They're gnolls. We've already eliminated the smell, so how did they find us so quickly? Why are there so many of them? Didn't the previous exploration team pay any attention to these beasts?" Perhaps the lack of monsters around has attracted the spatial rift. This is not the time to talk about this. Wake everyone up and prepare for battle. Although everyone was a little nervous, they weren't particularly afraid. While waking his companions, he picked up his weapons and prepared for battle. Upon seeing the movement of humans in the makeshift camp, the gnolls knew they had been discovered by the enemy. With a roar from a massive gnoll, a pack of gnolls led the charge, and all the gnolls howled as they charged forward. Watch out for the gnoll crossbow bolts. Archers, look for spellcasters. Everyone stay around the camp, and don't leave the firelit area. Perhaps Zhang Dashuan's voice was too loud, attracting the attention of the gnolls, who mistook him for the leader of the human camp. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the darkness, and a fireball the size of a basketball hurtled toward Zhang Dashuan. Zhang Dashuan kicked the junior soldier next to him away and raised his shield to block in front of him. Boom! The fireball struck the shield and exploded. Zhang Dashuan was so impacted by the explosion that he staggered back several steps before stopping. At this moment, Lin Honglei's eyes gleamed with white light, and she suddenly leaped into the air, releasing her grip. The specially made arrow, glowing white, flew out as a blur, instantly striking the spot where the fireball had come from. Although there was no loud explosion, the specially made arrows instantly shattered, scattering powder and scorching flames in all directions, landing on the surrounding kobolds and causing them to howl in agony. More importantly, the scattered flames illuminated the surrounding environment. 2 more arrows, imbued with the glow of battle aura, traveled over 100 meters and struck the heads of 2 gnolls who appeared to be spellcasters. At the same time, the fastest jackal had already rushed into the makeshift camp and pounced on the nearest human warrior. Zhao Huan threw the Mingguang vine onto Zhang Dashuan, and then tossed the treasure chest monster to his feet. He popped a piece of chocolate into his mouth, and quietly slipped the Kraken power bracelet into his sleeve. Just as I took out the Goblin Wild Knight and 3 goblins, I heard a huge roar coming from ahead. Zhao Huansher felt as if he had been hit on the head with a blunt object, his head buzzing. At the same time, a sense of fear rose in his heart, as if something terrifying was about to descend upon him, giving him an urge to turn around and run away. However, this feeling came quickly and went quickly. Although I still feel a bit shaken from the initial fright, it doesn't seem to have a significant impact. When Zhao Huansher looked up, he saw that apart from a few intermediate professionals, everyone else around him was pale and looked extremely frightened, and they were also becoming hesitant and timid in battle. Damn it, this gnoll leader can even use the fearful roar. Don't panic, everyone. This is just a spell effect. Just hold on, and it will be over soon. Although Fang Qingbao said that, the fear in his heart, the feeling that disaster was about to strike at any moment, was not something that could be overcome so easily. I don't feel much difference. Could it be because I allocate points evenly and have a higher mental strength? While guessing in his mind, Zhao Huansher looked at the cards in his hand. Huh, what a coincidence. Didn't we just run right into the cavalier's guns? Zhao Huan smiled faintly and threw the card in his hand. It landed between the warrior and the archer, transforming into a goblin knight wielding a large spear and riding a giant lynx. Unleash your unwavering conviction. As soon as he landed, he heard the summoner's command. Without any hesitation, the goblin wild knight raised his spear high, tilted his head back, and let out a roar. Gracka! The grass-green magical ripples spread out instantly from the wild knight, covering and enveloping most of the crowd. Although the card description states that Wild Rider's unwavering faith only increases willpower slightly, but the moment the green ripples swept over him, the fear in the novice warrior's heart vanished instantly. Zhang Dashuan and the others felt their consciousness instantly become clearer, and their combat thinking became smoother. At the same time, everyone felt a surge of power inexplicably flowing through their bodies. The Brave Aura, which grants 5 points to strength and 5 points to constitution, may not cause a qualitative change in attributes, but it is still a significant help to beginner and apprentice professionals. Although the Goblin Wild Riders appeared abruptly, in an instant, everyone understood that they must be reinforcements summoned by Zhao Huansher. Moreover, they are powerful reinforcements with special abilities that can dispel fear and strengthen the group's power. Supporting the carry, awesome. The moment this thought crossed everyone's minds, the Goblin Wild Rider roared once more, raised his great spear, and charged towards the largest gnoll leader on the opposite side, riding his lynx. Then, he was struck by the gnoll leader's hammer and flew back at an even faster speed. Fortunately, thanks to its protective ability, neither the goblin nor the giant lynx suffered much damage, and it flipped over and got back up. Damn, you can't last more than 10 minutes. and you can only show off for 3 seconds. What kind of boss are you fighting? With such good mobility, hurry up and flank the Knoll crossbowmen and spellcasters. Zhao Huanshi covered his face and waved his hand. The Goblin Wilderness Knight muttered to himself, saying that knights should face powerful enemies head-on, and that ambushing archers and mages was something only cunning assassins would do. Zhao Huan glared at it fiercely. With a reluctant expression, he rode the lynx into the shadows, his body gradually becoming blurry. With your characteristics, you were born to be an assassin knight. Zhao Huan muttered to himself, then looked down at the other card he was holding between his fingers. I almost forgot. I was just thinking of using these 3 cannon fodder to test the actual effects of the Goblin Frenzy state. With a forceful flick, he tossed it toward the Wilderness Knight. 3 white lights flashed, and 3 green-skinned creatures appeared on the ground in a triangular formation. A goblin holding a fishbone turtle shield stood at the front, while 2 other goblins stood on either side of the shield-wielding goblin, one holding a wildwood spear and the other a mushroom-poisoned spear. Goblin 3-spear shield formation, attack. Chapter 116 Goblin Frenzy and the Sneak Attack Knight. The Goblin Spear and Shield formation lasted only 1 second. Influenced by the Goblin Wild Knight's aura of bravery, the 3 greenskins instantly went into a frenzy, their eyes turning bloodshot, their faces contorted in rage, and they charged toward the battlefield with maniacal laughter. The explorers around were startled by the strange laughter. Before they could react, they saw 3 green afterimages pass by them. The goblin holding the fishbone and turtle shield had just looked like a delicate and frail Lin Daiyu, but he had already used up all his strength just by holding the shield up in front of him. This time, however, he was running incredibly fast, carrying a shield in one hand, leaping 3 feet high, yelling loudly, and swinging the shield at the Knoll warrior's face. The Knoll warrior's face was riddled with broken fish bones, his eyeballs pierced, and he screamed loudly as he rolled on the ground. Seeing the enemy so fragile, the goblin became even more arrogant, stepping on the unfortunate creature's body and laughing as it charged into the enemy ranks. The Knoll warriors had never seen such arrogant goblins before. They were momentarily stunned and took 2 steps back with wary expressions, raising their wooden shields in front of them. Wah, gets off. Foolish pups, do you think you can be protected by a few broken shields? The goblin let out a strange cry and swung the fishbone turtle shield in its hand, throwing it out. Bang! The fishbone turtle shield shattered instantly, and 7 or 8 high-speed water bullets shot out like cannonballs, smashing the shields in the hands of several jackalmen to pieces and sending them flying 3 meters into the air. Countless fragments of tortoise shells and sharp fish bones pierced the bodies of the surrounding jackals like bullets, causing them to scream in agony. However, the goblins, who were the instigators, weren't much better off. Anyone with a little common sense knows that a bomb must be thrown far enough to ensure that you are not within the blast radius and thus avoid injury. But goblins lack common sense, and fanatical goblins are even more irrational. Knowing how to throw the shield to hit people is entirely due to the knowledge and instinct instilled in me by the cards. Because the throw was too short and the goblin had no protection, it took the full brunt of the shield's explosion. Its body was riddled with shards and fish bones, its eyes wide open, and it lay on the ground twitching slightly. It was clear that there was no point in trying to save it. On the other side, although they didn't have shields that could explode, the 2 goblins wielding wooden spears made quite a commotion by shouting loudly. Without hesitation, the goblin wielding the mushroom spear threw out 2 poisonous mushrooms as soon as they met. One hit the Knoll warrior on the head, exploded, and sprouted a face full of colorful little mushrooms. Another was blocked by the Knoll warrior's wooden shield, adding a little decoration to the shield. After throwing the mushrooms, he grabbed the poisoned spear and started poking around wildly. When the wooden spear broke, it pounced on it and scratched with its claws and bit with its mouth. Attacking without defending, neither dodging nor avoiding, is a fight to the death. Then, they quickly died, turning into broken cards that returned to Zhao Huanshi's hands. 3 goblins. LV3. I went out for less than a minute, and I leveled up twice. Zhao Huan raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat surprised. Furthermore, once Goblin Frenzy is triggered, will the effect persist even after leaving the range of the Valor aura? It's a pity those 3 died too quickly. It's unclear whether Goblin Frenzy lasts longer, or if its effects diminish after leaving the aura's range. Zhao Huanshi watched the Wilderness Knight disappear into the night, and thought to himself. Meanwhile, the Goblin Wild Rider, crouching on the back of a lynx, silently circled behind the Knoll group, his eyes gleaming with menace as he stared at the Gnoll mage who was secretly casting spells from the haystack. With a sinister grin, he launched a surprise attack from behind the enemy. Hearing the noise behind him, the Gnoll mage turned around abruptly and saw a large cat pouncing on him. The Gnoll mage was pinned to the ground by a lynx and was about to cry out when a large metal spear pierced his mouth and skull. Although the Gnoll mage didn't shout, the commotion still attracted the attention of the other Gnolls. The nearby Gnoll crossbowmen shouted to summon their companions, turning their crossbows around to shoot the damned attacker into a pincushion. The Goblin Wild Rider sneered disdainfully, nimbly dodging 2 incoming crossbow bolts as he rode his lynx, then turned and leaped into the darkness, disappearing from sight. 2 jackals howled and chased after them, then let out 2 pitiful howls and fell silent. Several Gnoll crossbowmen chased after the enemy for a few steps, but found no trace of him. They could only fire a few arrows haphazardly in all directions, trying to scare the enemy and make some noise. They stared wide-eyed and strained their ears, but found nothing unusual. Suddenly, a scream came from behind. Turning his head abruptly, he saw a jackal crossbowman lying on the ground with a large hole in his neck, from which a large amount of blood was gushing out. The attackers had already fled into the night and disappeared again. The jackals looked around at the darkness, fear rising in their hearts, wondering from where the terrible attacker would strike. Whoosh! Something darted through the grass, startling the Gnoll crossbowmen, who all fired their bolts. The crossbow bolt darted into the bushes, but nothing happened. As the Gnoll crossbowman realized something was wrong and hurriedly reloaded his crossbow, a blurry figure suddenly leaped out. The powerful claws instantly knocked a Gnoll crossbowman to the ground, and the sharp teeth pierced his throat, tearing off large chunks of flesh. At the same time, the goblin spear pierced the body of a Gnoll crossbowman next to him, sending him flying high into the air and crashing into other Gnolls. Before the enemy could launch a counterattack, the Wild Rider let out a strange laugh, left behind 2 corpses, and fled into the darkness once more. Lurking in the dense grass, his body blended into the night. Seeing the fear and panic of the Gnoll crossbowman, the Goblin Wilderness Knight, who had initially disdained ambush tactics, gradually began to enjoy this style of combat, a ferocious and savage smile on his face. Not to mention that feline predators have a bad habit of toying with their prey, and the wild lynx was excited as it watched its enemy being played with by itself in the night. Unfortunately, the Goblin Wild Rider is only a 10-minute man. After several surprise attacks and successfully killing another spellcaster hiding behind several shield-wielding Gnoll warriors, the Goblin Wild Knight's time was finally up. His body weakened, and he quickly withered away. Seeing this, the lynx had no choice but to carry the useless knight on its back and sneak back to the camp. A group of panicked Gnoll crossbowmen and only 2 spellcasters were left behind, unaware that the attackers had left. Most of their attention was focused on the surrounding darkness, and they had no intention of helping their comrades in the front. Chapter 117 Gnoll Assassin Sneak Attack. As a support role, Zhao Huanshe doesn't seem to have much combat power, so he naturally doesn't need to fight on the front lines. Holding a metal shield given to him by his teammates in one hand and a fine steel greatsword in the other, he stood protectively beside several archers. Working with his teammates, Zhao Huanshe cut down a Gnoll warrior who had broken through the blockade and charged forward. He then looked up. Seeing that the Gnoll's back row suddenly became somewhat chaotic, the warriors fighting in the front felt much less pressure. I rubbed my fingers together, but the Goblin Wild Knight card still hadn't returned. Zhao Huan thought to himself, this guy may say he doesn't want it, but he still does a pretty good job. However, the Goblin Wild Rider's fighting power can only last for 10 minutes, and it's unclear whether it even realizes this. There's probably no idea. Seeing that there were no jackals wandering around, Zhao Huan took a moment to take a dried sweet potato from his pouch and chew it. The Kraken Power Bracelet hit hard. We need to replenish our food supply promptly. Qian Xiaolin, standing nearby, looked tense. His arms were sore from shooting arrows that he had to stop attacking and shake his arms to relieve muscle fatigue. Turning his head, he saw Zhao Huanshe calmly munching on dried sweet potato, and his eyes widened in surprise. She pursed her lips and didn't say anything, but she thought to herself that he was really carefree, still having the leisure to eat snacks at a time like this. If Zhao Huanshe knew what she was thinking, he would definitely tell her that with so many deaths, everything else is a small matter. Moreover, the current battle situation seems relatively stable. With the Gnoll's backline attacks suddenly weakening, several mid-level warriors could now safely engage the massive Gnoll leader in combat. Although most of the others were injured, They gradually began to gain the upper hand with the help of the archers behind them. Moreover, Zhao Huanshi had observed carefully and found that this group of jackals did not have cavalry. If the situation really turns bad and a retreat is necessary, he'll be the fastest one to run away on his chocobo. He even had the capacity to help a teammate escape the gnoll's pursuit. As for whether Zhao Huanshi can leave the contaminated area alive after escaping the jackal's pursuit, Zhao Huanshi felt that there was no major problem. Following them, there should be many more exploration teams entering the Green Forest and heading to the Twilight Wilderness to complete their missions. Most of the monsters in the lush forest have gone into hiding, making it much safer than usual. If the swift chocobo runs at full speed, it might be able to carry Zhao Huanshi back to Explorer Town in just one night. In no time, Zhao Huanshi had eaten all the dried sweet potatoes off his body. Hesitantly, he thought, now that it doesn't seem too dangerous, should I take off the Kraken Power Bracelet first? Suddenly, Lin Honglei's angry rebuke rang in my ears. Zhao Huanshi hurriedly turned his head to look and saw Lin Honglei covering her right shoulder with her left hand, blood flowing from between her fingers, her eyes looking at the person in front of her with shock and anger. A small, blurry black figure darted out at lightning speed and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Watch out, everyone. There's a gnoll assassin. Lin Honglei shouted, then suddenly felt a little dizzy. Looking down by the firelight, she saw that the blood flowing from her wound was somewhat purplish. The assassin's weapon is poisoned. Xiaolin, quickly find me a bottle of antidote. Qian Xiaolin hurriedly took out the antidote, opened the lid, and gave it to Lin Honglei to drink. Zhao Huan kicked the treasure chest disguised as a wooden box to the side of the two, holding a sword and shield, and solemnly observed his surroundings. Lin Honglei said in a low voice, that monster should be quite intelligent. Seeing that my arm is injured, it will probably target other archers. Zhao Huanshi nodded, flicked his finger, and summoned the Murloc Hunter. Unfortunately, the surrounding moisture concentration was a bit low. Although the Fishman Hunter's fish sense could detect the movement of the surrounding air, it was still too difficult to find an assassin who was good at stealth and sneak attacks. Seeing Zhao Huan summon another Murloc Hunter, Qian Xiaolin asked in surprise, Goblins and Murlocs again? Just how many summons do you have? As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately realized. Never mind, forget I asked. How about we summon that Goblin warrior too? That's the one that rode off on the lynx just now. Huh? That Goblin Knight. That's a huge change. To guard against a sneak attack by gnoll assassins, the archers gathered together, with Zhao Huanshi and 2 trainee soldiers guarding around them. Nevertheless, the archers still harbored concerns, were unable to fully concentrate, and their combat abilities declined significantly. Could they have already run away? Zhao Huan muttered to himself, planted his great sword in the ground, took out the purple venom slime, and gave the Murloc Hunter a wink. The Murloc Hunter nodded slightly, left the group, and began to wander around the dimly lit open space, swinging his fishbone spear horizontally as he went. It looked like an emotionless sweeping robot, trying to drive out the hidden gnoll assassins through this mechanical sweeping method. This clumsy method was obviously unlikely to work, and instead gave the gnoll assassins an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Suddenly, a blurry figure appeared behind the Murloc Hunter. Its crimson eyes were filled with cruelty and disdain. It turned its head and gave a mocking smile to the human in the distance who was panicking and about to scream. Then, it gripped the dagger in its backhand and stabbed it hard into the Murloc Hunter's head. Uft! The dagger plunged deep into the enemy's body, penetrating to the hilt, and even the gnoll's claws followed. The gnoll assassin stared wide-eyed, still trying to figure out how a fish-headed monster had suddenly turned into a slime. The venom slime, having been struck hard, suddenly exploded. Venom splattered, poisonous mist spread. The gnoll assassin was sprayed with venom. His fur and flesh burned and corroded, and he instinctively opened his mouth and let out a scream. That mouth swallowed another mouthful of poisonous mist. My mouth was burning and my head was spinning. Realizing something was wrong, I turned around and tried to run away, but my body wouldn't obey me. Watch out for venom spray, Zhao Huanshi shouted, raising his shield in one hand to block the splattering venom, and then threw the Murloc Hunter card back out with the other. The moment the Murloc Hunter landed, he grabbed the frost net and threw it at the enemy. It transformed into a large net in midair, piercing through the poisonous fog and trapping the staggering gnoll assassin who was trying to escape. Seeing this, the archers changed direction, their arrows gathering energy and whistling as they shot into the gnoll assassin's body. The merman hunter made a move to throw his fishbone spear, but upon seeing this, He quickly withdrew his weapon. That toxic fumes are quite corrosive. If you throw a fishing rod in, it will probably be damaged and unusable for a while. Although there doesn't seem to be any place to fish around here, what if there is? What if the ground cracks open and a river suddenly appears? Chapter 118 by the lake. Of course we have to fish. Luckily, that Knoll assassin was a show-off. He turned around and taunted us before making his move. Otherwise we wouldn't have had time to switch the murloc on her back. Just as Zhao Huan was secretly rejoicing, a furious roar suddenly rang out from behind him from the jackal leader. Zhao Huan sure felt as if he had been hit on the back of the head by an air hammer again. Damn, are you going to do it again? By this time, the 5-minute duration of unwavering faith had ended, and the Goblin Wild Rider still hadn't returned. After a fierce battle, the explorer's stamina was waning and his spirit was exhausted. This terrifying roar is likely to have a critical hit effect. Zhao Huansher snapped out of his daze and hurriedly turned to look. But then the Knoll leader roared, knocking back the mid-level warriors who were attacking him. With a howl, he led the remaining Knolls away without looking back. They actually got away. Zhao Huansher thought the Knoll leader was about to unleash a power-up and transform. Just then, a lynx carrying a half-dead goblin wilderness knight with a face full of excessive indulgence emerged from the weeds on one side of the camp. Huh? You actually came back alive? Having a reliable mount is really important. I couldn't be bothered to listen to the Goblin Wild Rider's grumbling complaints. Zhao Huansher patted the head of the wild lynx and then brought them back. Goblin Wild Knight. LV3. I went out and fought a battle and leveled up to level 3. It seems I'll be able to get rid of the negative effects of the kidney deficiency night soon. The Knolls were driven away, but the exploration team dared not linger there any longer. Although no one died, most people were injured and their condition deteriorated significantly. If another wave of Knolls comes, everyone will probably be wiped out here. They gave the wounded some basic treatment, gave the seriously injured members medicine, and placed them on chocobos or carried them by others. After a quick packing, as dawn approached, the group hurriedly left with most of the supplies. After walking for most of the day, they returned to a large lake in the southwest of the lush forest. Seeing that several exploration teams were stationed there, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and found a place by the lake to stop and rest. Seeing their miserable state, other exploration teams sent people over to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that they had been attacked by Knolls in the outer region of Duskwood, many speculated that a monster rift had appeared in Duskwood. With spatial rifts appearing so quickly, what's the point of clearing out the monsters in Twilight Wasteland? You don't understand, do you? The Special Affairs Bureau sent us to clear out the monsters, but their real intention was to get us into the monsters' territory to find clues about the demon rainbow gold. The or containing magic rainbow gold has strong magical fluctuations. Once the monsters find it, they'll definitely collect it and take it back to their lair. So that's how it is. I thought with so many exploration teams entering the Twilight Wilderness, it would be much safer inside. Zhang Dashuan and the others exchanged glances. They actually thought the same thing. Who knew I'd be so unlucky, running right into a horde of monsters released from a spatial rift? Zhao Huansher did not participate in the discussion. He stood by the lake, staring blankly at the water. If the fisherman could catch so many fish in that small lake in the Emerald Forest, this lake in front of him must be at least 10 times larger. How many otherworldly fish must be inside? Even if we don't sell the fish for money, it would be good for anglers to cast their lines here a few times and practice their skills. Qian Xiaolin found Zhao Huansher and saw him staring blankly at the lake. I glanced around suspiciously following his gaze, but didn't find anything unusual. What are you looking at? Let me see if there are any fish in this lake. Oh, there seem to be quite a lot of fish here. Someone caught a golden eel here before and sold it for 70 or 80,000. How much money did you steal? Zhao Huansher's eyes widened instantly. 70,000, right? What? You don't want to go fishing in the lake, do you? There are quite a few monsters in the lake. Although they aren't too strong, they can drag you down to the bottom, which is much more dangerous than the shore. Qian Xiaolin was afraid that Zhao Huan would actually go into the water, so he quickly tried to dissuade him. I'm not stupid. Zhao Huansher glanced around, and seeing that no one was paying attention, said in a low voice, Don't I have fishmen with me? Qian Xiaolin's eyes lit up. That's right. Your fishman looks pretty strong. It can go into the lake to catch fish. It might not be able to fish. No, not that it can't. It just prefers fishing from the shore to catching fish in the water. Qian Xiaolin doubted that he had misheard, and asked in a low voice, full of doubt, Your fishman likes fishing? The kind that uses a fishing rod? Well, that's its hobby, and its way of cultivation, But there are too many people here now. It would be too conspicuous to let a merman come out to fish. Although it was still somewhat unbelievable, Qian Xiaolin didn't ask any further questions, but instead offered a helpful suggestion. If you're worried about people seeing us, just dress the merman in a hooded leather jacket. We'll set up 2 more tents later to surround this area and block their view. That would be acceptable. As long as they can catch fish, the fish hunter probably wouldn't mind camouflaging himself a bit. But you came here just to chat with me? Upon hearing Zhao Huanshi's mention, Qian Xiaolin immediately remembered the purpose of her visit. It seems that the toxins in Sister Lin's body have been cleared and her wounds have healed. I'd like you to use the Mingguang vine on other people. Having been stabbed by a jackal assassin, Lin Honglei was still very weak despite drinking an antidote. After rescuing the other 2 seriously injured people, Zhao Huanshi wrapped the Mingguang vine around Lin Honglei's head like a wreath. Although it looked a bit strange to have a flower wreath on her head while fleeing for her life, women's minds are inherently complex, and the explorers outside would only murmur a few words but wouldn't suspect anything. In Zhang Dashuan's words, Zhao Huanshi's profession can be kept secret for as long as possible. If it can't be kept secret anymore, it must have been leaked by the Golden Leopard exploration team. The entire Golden Toad exploration team agreed. Zhao Huanshi crawled into the tent, summoned back the Mingguang vine, placed it on another wounded soldier, and glanced at it in his hand. Mingguang vine. LV3. After treating the remaining wounded, I estimate I can reach level 4. However, this weather looks pretty bad. Looking at the large patches of dark clouds drifting across the sky, Zhao Huanshi estimated that they probably wouldn't be able to see the moon tonight. However, rainy days actually make it easier for fishermen to sit by the lake and fish. Zhao Huanshi and Qian Xiaolin whispered for a while, then found a few people and set up 3 tents by the lake to enclose a small area and block the view of other exploration teams. I summoned the murloc hunter from inside the tent and dressed it in a hooded leather jacket that didn't fit at all. It's true that it's hard to find clothes that fit a murloc hunter with its size. After explaining some precautions to the fish hunter and seeing that although its eyes were eager, it still took his words seriously, Zhao Huan felt relieved and let it go out fishing. Chapter 119 Treasure Chest Stewed Fish. The fishman hunter dipped his foot into the lake water, carefully sensing the situation beneath the surface. He smacked his lips. The summoner chose a bad spot. There weren't many fish nearby. However, having some fishing is better than having none at all. The fishman hunter crouched down, dug around in the damp mud by the water, pulled out a fat worm, and hooked it onto his fishing hook. Wow, that's amazing. It dug it out in one go. How did it know there were bugs there? Qian Xiaolin exclaimed with delight. The merman hunter turned his head, his eyes questioning Zhao Huanshi. This female human is so noisy. Can I throw her into the lake to bait the nest? Ahem. She was just curious. Well, she admires your fishing skills and wanted to observe and learn up close. She was just praising you for catching the worm so quickly. The murloc hunter's eyes twitched. Really? Well, this female human has quite good taste. Seeing that he had fooled the fishman hunter, Zhao Huanshi then said to Qian Xiaolin, "Keep your voice down. It doesn't like to be disturbed while fishing." Qian Xiaolin nodded and covered her mouth to indicate that she would not speak anymore. Unable to choose a better fishing spot, the fisherman hunter can only make up for it with his superb fishing skills. If there are few fish, just throw the bait directly in front of them. Few fish can resist a big, fat worm that's writhing and struggling wildly. Not long after the bait was thrown into the lake, the fishing line suddenly taut, pulling the fishing rod and making it swing rapidly in the lake. Qian Xiaolin's eyes widened instantly, even more so than the fishman hunter's, and he almost shouted out in tension. The murloc hunter, however, remained calm, glancing back with his eyes. Huh, ignorant humans. After swaying the fishing rod back and forth and left and right for a while, I seized the opportunity and suddenly pulled it up. A dark fish that looked about 7 or 8 parts like a loach was caught. Only after the fishman hunter removed the fish from the hook and tossed it into the frost net hanging from his waist did Qian Xiaolin let out a soft gasp of amazement. Wow, this fishman is amazing at fishing. The fishman hunter looked at Zhao Huanshi with a puzzled expression. Zhao Huanshi nodded. Yes, I'm praising your fishing skills. The murloc hunter remained outwardly calm, but a hint of smugness flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself that this female human seemed to have good taste, so he wouldn't hold it against her for disturbing his fishing. Qian Xiaolin always looks very excited whenever he digs out worms, catches fish, or even casts his line. The murloc hunter looked disgusted, but inwardly he was increasingly pleased. When Qian Xiaolin was called away, It felt quite reluctant to leave. The sky gradually became overcast, and as evening approached, a light rain finally began to fall. The fish hunter naturally prefers rain. The humid air makes him feel very comfortable and makes it easier to detect the location of fish in the lake. However, rain is quite a hassle for explorers. To ensure proper waterproofing, nighttime visibility is reduced, making night watch more difficult. Without a campfire, other methods of lighting were needed. In contaminated areas, some convenient methods of heating food are unavailable. Apart from open flames, the only options are tools made from fire-based magic gems and magic crystals, similar to induction cookers. However, this thing is expensive and unstable. After using it for a while, the magic gem embedded in the device will break and need to be replaced with a new one. A single fire-type magic gem costs at least several $1,000s. Most exploration teams would rather eat dry rations than bring this stuff into the contaminated area. The tents that the exploration team temporarily set up were only suitable for sleeping, not for setting up a campfire inside. Qian Mantang pulled a bunch of compressed biscuits out of his backpack. Let's make do with these tonight. Aren't there dried sweet potatoes too? Li Xiang asked. Qian Xiaolan's eyes widened. Are you crazy? Eating dried sweet potatoes at night, and then everyone farts all night long. How can anyone sleep in this tent? Then I'll just eat some pork jerky. No. Eating only jerky won't replenish your sugar levels. Compressed biscuits are so awful. If it tastes bad, just drink more water. It's not that it tastes bad, Zhao Huanshe suggested. We can't stand just eating biscuits. Let's make a pot of fish soup instead. Qian Xiaolan asked in confusion. There's no fire. How can I make soup? No need for fire. We have a rice cooker. Upon hearing this, a host of questions popped into everyone's minds. A rice cooker? How could an exploration team possibly have something like that? Although it's not particularly high-tech, rice cookers can disintegrate in a contaminated area in no time. The higher the technological content of an item, or the more modern it is, the more likely it is to be targeted by the rules of the contaminated zone. Many people feel that the characteristics of contaminated areas are not something that occurs naturally, but rather something that was specifically designed to target human technology. Initially, many people seized the opportunity to claim that human technological development was damaging the environment, and that the rift in the illusion was divine punishment for humanity. Humanity faces a massive crisis, and the federal and city leaders are already exasperated. These scoundrels, thinking it's peacetime, jump out to cause trouble, and are immediately imprisoned on a bunch of ridiculous charges. Most of them are among the first to be executed via livestream. Zhao Huan smiled, but didn't explain. He summoned the treasure chest monster, took out the remaining parts from its body, and rinsed it with lake water. Actually, it's fine not to wash it. The mimic's unique digestive ability can devour all the mess in its body. Zhao Huan only gave the treasure chest monster a bath because he was worried that one of his teammates might mind. After washing, refill the box with water and let the mimic heat it up by itself. Zhao Huanshe found a murloc hunter and picked out a few common otherworldly fish from the frost net. The frost net bag is a bit like a freezer. It keeps food fresh but not alive. Zhao Huan was unsure whether the fish would spoil if left in the tank for too long. Additionally, if the frost net contains fish and summons the murloc hunter back into a card, will the fish in the net go into the card along with the murloc hunter, or will they fall out directly? Zhao Huan was curious, but the fishman hunter was fishing at the moment, so he couldn't disturb it. He could only wait until it finished fishing before trying. When Zhao Huanshe returned after dealing with the otherworldly fish, he saw a group of people surrounding the mimic, looking at the boiling water inside its belly with expressions of amazement. Zhao Huan smiled, placed the otherworldly fish into boiling water, added a few pieces of dried meat and seasonings, and then had the treasure chest monster close the lid to put it into pressure cooker mode. The mimic's abilities will definitely be used frequently later on. Rather than hiding it and making yourself feel wronged, it's better to expose it proactively sooner rather than later. Anyway, as long as the mimic doesn't self-destruct in front of other people, no one will associate it with the park's big explosion. After all, who would have thought that an exploding rice cooker would have such power that it could blow away most of the park? Chapter 120. This wild radish is incredibly nourishing. The treasure chest lid opened slightly, and steam billowed out, instantly filling the entire tent with the rich aroma of fish soup. It even escaped through the gaps in the tents, breaking through the blockade of rainwater, and drifted into the tents of the other two exploration teams. Fanche's head suddenly popped out of the tent, crumbs of compressed biscuits still lingering at the corner of his mouth, his eyes fixed intently on the tent of the middle-aged, unemployed front exploration team. I don't remember them bringing any charcoal either, so where did they get the fire to simmer soup in the tent? Did they secretly bring a magic heater? They made some extra money before, and now they've forgotten their roots. Huh? No way. I have to go over there and give them a good talking to. Fang Qingbao, holding his bowl, was about to crawl out of the tent to have a good talk with Zhang Daxuan and the others. Unexpectedly, Zhang Daxuan and Qian Mantang had anticipated his actions and filled an iron pot halfway with fish soup, distributing it to the members of the Golden Leopard and the Toad Swallowing team. Don't ask any questions, or you won't get any next time. Fang Qingbao thought to himself, this is a classic case of protesting too much. I know for sure that this matter must be related to Zhao Huan. Fang Qingbao finished the hot soup in the bowl in one gulp, exhaled a long breath, and his eyes were immediately filled with envy. This support character can even handle logistical tasks. He's practically an all-rounder. I wish he were a member of our exploration team. One team member scoffed, forget it, Captain. After what happened with Huang Dalong, it's hard to say whether they'll even want to cooperate with us again. Besides, how are we going to report Huang Dalong's death to the Special Affairs Bureau when we get back? What can we report? Just say he exposed his whereabouts while escaping and was discovered by the monster. We've cooperated with Zhang Daxuan so many times, we can't let this break off our relationship. Huang Dalong died. Zhao Huan didn't really suffer any loss, but we need to be more careful when recruiting next time. Fang Qingbao said this, but in his heart he was thinking that no matter whether it was Zhao Huanshi or Zhang Daxuan, he still needed to find some opportunities to make up for the relationship. Looking outside the tent, the rain was getting heavier and heavier, and he immediately frowned. Ugh, this is bad. I probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Huh? What? Zhao Huan asked casually. Li Xiang immediately explained with a serious expression. Just like in many games, some fish only appear on rainy nights. There are also monsters in this lake that only appear on rainy nights. Oh, an amphibian monster? I encountered an aquatic monkey a few days ago when I was doing a defense mission, Li Xiang said somewhat uncertainly. It's said to be a fish with 2 or 4 legs. But it's not a lizard or a salamander. Anyway, it's definitely not the same type of monster as an aquatic monkey. Fish with legs? Zhao Huanshi immediately thought of the ugly mutated fish he had seen in the trial dream, and a look of disgust appeared on his face. Qian Xiaolin looked at the figure standing by the lake fishing and felt somewhat worried. Aren't you going to put the merman away? No need. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Rainy days are the fishman's domain, Zhao Huanshi said with a smile. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and with a flick of his fingers, the Goblin Trio appeared in his hand. The Goblin Trio. LV6. Staring at the card, I saw that the healing potions that the Goblin Thief had stolen earlier were gone from the greed space, and had been replaced by other things. A dozen or so pieces of unknown composition, some rough gold particles, and a few simply polished magic gems, a few monster crystal cores, and a necklace or bracelet made of a beast tooth. A standard-issue broadsword and several tools commonly used by explorers, along with some plants covered in soil, wild berries bearing goblin teeth marks, and half an old tree root. Zhao Huan was initially curious about where the goblin had gotten all these ores, magic gems, and that savage-style beast tooth chain. Then I became a little confused again. If the greedy space is missing healing potions, it must have been taken away by the goblin merchant when he left. But those messy plants, along with the gnawed fruit and tree roots, were clearly the style of a goblin scavenger collecting items. Did these two go out together? After seeing the card's enhancement description, which stated a 20% chance of summoning 2 Goblin Trio, Zhao Huanshi quickly guessed the truth. After all, a 20% probability is indeed not low. Zhao Huan hesitated for a moment, then decided not to let the 3 goblin rascals go out and cause trouble again. We might need to use the greedy space later, so let the 3 musketeers rest for a bit. Zhao Huanshi took his backpack, reached in with his right hand, and pretended to take out the old tree root covered in mud from inside, then examined it in front of his eyes. So what exactly is this thing? Huh? Where did you pick this wild radish? Su Duojin saw what Zhao Huanshi was holding and asked curiously. Zhao Huan said incredulously, huh? You're saying this is a radish? Yeah, it's an otherworldly wild radish. That's what botanists say. I heard it contains some special elements, and its nutritional value is even higher than ginseng. It can sell for 1,000 or so yuan. As they were talking, Su Duojin noticed that half of the wild radish was missing, and it looked like it had been gnawed on. He looked at Zhao Huanshi with some surprise. This stuff is boiled as medicine, and it tastes similar to tree roots. How could you actually eat it? How could I have eaten it? After thinking about it, Zhao Huan realized that the goblin should be blamed on its own kind. The goblin knight must have gotten hungry during the fight, dug it up from the ground, ate half of it, and stuffed it into my bag. Even goblins would find it hard to bite something like this. Su Duojin nodded. Then it must be really hungry. The heavy rain continues. As night falls, the whole world gradually descends into darkness. The explorers stationed by the lake dared not sleep or turn on any light sources. They simply placed lighting tools such as luminous crystals within easy reach and listened carefully to the sounds outside. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but the air suddenly felt colder and more humid. Amidst the sound of raindrops falling, I could faintly hear the sound of water rippling, as if something was emerging from beneath the lake. Splash! Water splashed everywhere, and an exceptionally large green leaf fish struggled to fly out of the lake. The merman hunter stunned the fish with a punch, removed it from the hook, and stuffed it into the frost net. Finally, he caught a big fish. The fishman hunter grinned, his expression full of excitement. His eyes darted back to the tent. What a pity, he'd caught such a large green leaf fish, but the female human who'd been there to support him wasn't there. Tightening the net around his waist, the fishman hunter did not immediately dig for new bait in the mud as before. After reeling in his fishing rod, he stood quietly in place, staring into the darkness before him, his whole body radiating a sense of irritability and displeasure. Every time I go fishing, something always comes to bother me. It's so annoying for fishermen. Chapter 121 Four-Legged Eel Monster. Amidst the torrential rain, shouts suddenly rang out from the tents of other explorer teams stationed in the distance. Several tents lit up, and the sounds of battle could be heard. Zhao Huanshe and his teammates' eyes narrowed instantly, and they grabbed their weapons. Just then, the roars of the murloc hunters and the sounds of battle rang out outside the tent. Zhang Dashuan reached out and touched it, and the illuminating crystal embedded in the shield emitted a white light. He held the shield in front of him, pulled open the tent, and was about to rush out. But then, through the rain, something dark came crashing down on them. Zhang Dashuan instinctively threw his shield at it. Bang! The shield made a heavy thud, and the flying black shadow was slammed to the ground, trembling slightly. Several beams of light from the illuminating crystals shone like flashlights. Then they saw a monster as thick as a thigh, with a body that looked like an eel, a mouth full of fine, sharp teeth, and 4 claws growing from behind its gills and in front of its tail, lying sideways on the ground. There was a large hole in its head, from which dark red blood kept gushing out. Its mouth opened and closed, and its body and claws continued to twist and twitch. It was clear that it was not going to survive. Is this the lake monster? It looks a bit abstract. Zhao Huanshe thought it was alright. It was just a combination of a catfish and a newt, looking like a fish, and was many times more attractive than the mutated fish infected by poison gas. Zhang Dashuan's shield shone forward, the light piercing through the rain, vaguely revealing the figure of the fishman hunter. A strange cry came from the rain, and then several dark figures suddenly leaped up and pounced on the merman hunter. But the merman hunter seemed to have anticipated this, and with a slight twist of his body, he dodged the attack from the shadowy figure. With a thrust and a flick of his fishbone spear, another dark figure suddenly flew up and crashed towards the tent. Zhang Dashuan blocked it with his shield, and when he looked down, he saw that it was indeed another 4-legged eel, but this one was smaller, only about the size of an arm. Qian Xiaolin muttered to himself, "Why does the merman hunter seem a little unhappy?" Zhao Huan turned to look at her in surprise. "You have a good eye, young lady. After all, it's a fishing-type boy. It doesn't like fish that are too proactive and jump on it on their own." Huh. Qian Mantang spun his shield, and the light shone on the lake. Water splashed, and more 4-legged eels leaped out of the lake and onto the shore. Perhaps attracted by the light emitted by the illumination crystal, more monsters jumped out of the lake and ignored the fishermen hunters who were closer. They twisted their bodies and crawled quickly, rushing straight towards the tent. Although the monster looked menacing, it wasn't very big, and the murloc hunters seemed to be fighting with great ease. This gave Li Xiang, a level 9 trainee warrior, a false sense of security, making him think that these 4-legged eels were easy to deal with. Full of confidence, he rushed into the rain, his one-handed sword gathering a faint white light, preparing to use a beautiful battle aura slash to start his battle the moment the monster pounced. When he actually faced the attack of the 4-legged eels, he discovered that these monsters were far more terrifying than they appeared. His body twisted rapidly, and he suddenly soared into the air, shooting over like a sharp arrow, giving Li Xiang no time to react or anticipate. However, Relying on the experience and instincts accumulated in previous battles, Li Xiang was able to block the monster's attack in time with his shield. The impact wasn't very strong. Feeling the impact from the shield, Li Xiang regained his confidence and was about to try again when he suddenly heard the sound of water splashing. In the dim rain, a four-legged eel silently slid to his side and suddenly leaped up. A sudden, sharp pain shot through Li Xiang's left arm. He screamed and turned to look, only to find that the sharp teeth of a four-legged eel had pierced through its skin and embedded themselves in its flesh. The four-legged eel's body twisted and trembled wildly, attempting to tear a piece of flesh from its enemy in this way. Li Xiang's face was contorted with rage as he was about to stab the four-legged eel hanging on his body to death with his sword, when he heard the splashing of water and saw more dark shadows rapidly converging on him out of the corner of his eye. Is this because they've discovered I'm the weakest in the team and are preparing to gang up on me and take me down? Li Xiang suddenly understood. Seeing several dark figures leap up quickly, opening their mouths and rushing towards him, Li Xiang's eyes widened, his heart instantly filled with fear and despair. Just then, a large foot reached out from the side and kicked Li Xiang hard, sending him flying back into the tent. Wave blade slash. With a furious roar, a dazzling white light flashed, slicing several four-legged eels that were airborne in two. The eels fell to the ground, struggling wildly and emitting strange cries. Zhao Huansher severed the body of the four-legged eel with a single sword strike. Seeing that only the monster's head remained, its mouth was still tightly biting Li Xiang's arm. He then plunged the sword tip into the eel's mouth, twisted it forcefully, and finally pried the eel's head off Li Xiang's arm. Dude, are you trying to die fast enough? Or do you think you don't have enough scars and want to add more battle medals to your body? When Li Xiang recovered, he felt that the spot where Zhang Dashuan had kicked him hurt much more than his arm. Hearing Zhao Huansher's teasing, he gave a wry smile. Isn't it because you underestimated your opponent by taking on 10 of them with ease? I've already said that rainy days are the merfolk's domain. Merfolk hunters have a fish sense and can detect changes in the surrounding rain and moisture. The aquatic monkey's ability to hide in the rain is useless in front of them. As soon as these eels twist their bodies, they know where they're going to shoot. How can you compare to them? Zhao Huan explained. Li Xiang asked in confusion, Huh? Do fishmen have this ability? They should all have similar abilities, but they might not be as powerful as the murloc hunter. Zhao Huansher only knew that murlocs could move freely inside the mist without being affected by the mist obscuring their vision, but he didn't know if ordinary murlocs could detect enemies hidden in the mist. You merfolk are so powerful, why didn't you say so sooner? Is it my fault? As Zhao Huan spoke, he suddenly swung his great sword, cleaving a four-legged eel that lunged at him in two. Li Xiang was stunned for a moment when he saw this, and he remembered what Zhang Dashuan had said before, that he probably couldn't beat Zhao Huansher. Is this guy pretending to be weak while actually being strong? Although it has legs, this thing should still be considered an eel, right? I wonder what it tastes like. Zhao Huansher scanned his surroundings warily, while muttering incoherent things. Qian Xiaolan's face showed disgust. How can you eat something so disgusting? What do you know? Such a big eel must be incredibly nutritious. With 4 legs, it might be even more potent. What do you say, Oldly? Huh? Oh, Li Xiang didn't hear what Zhao Huan was actually saying at all. He just subconsciously responded. But then Zhao Huansher said, Oldly has indeed reached the age where he needs to take supplements. Chapter 122 Hidden Fish. At a certain moment, the four-legged eels, which were fiercely battling the explorers, suddenly retreated back into the lake like a tide, some leaping, some gliding. The explorers were left bewildered and panting, surrounded by monster corpses. Feng Che, who was guarding the other direction, came over to check the situation and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the middle-aged unemployment front exploration team had suffered no casualties. As the rain subsided, the screams of other explorers from distant teams became clearer. Someone must have been seriously injured. This thing bites really hard. Li Xiang guessed. Feng Chengbao wiped his face, flicked away the rainwater mixed with a little stickiness, and shook his head. Not only that, but when we were fighting just now, we saw that some members of that team over there were dragged into the lake by those monsters. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang felt a chill run down his spine. If the captain hadn't saved him with that kick, he might have been dragged away by the monster too. Zhao Huan thought to himself that it was good that he had the self-awareness to stay behind and guard the tent instead of rushing forward. They didn't even use the Goblin Wild Rider as a trump card. Human troubles have nothing to do with the fishman hunters. After all the four-legged eels had fled, it ignored its injuries, bent down and dug out a worm from the ground, and prepared to continue its fishing business. However, due to the disturbance caused by the four-legged eels, most of the fish near the lake shore escaped. It had no chance. It was eaten as a snack by a passing four-legged eel. The merman hunter sensed for a long time and found that there were no fish around. It was so angry that it started grumbling and cursing. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshe used the excuse of needing to check on the murloc hunter's condition to move closer to him. I quietly looked around. Others either returned to their tents to check on their own or their companions' injuries and apply medicine, or took stock of the damage and tidied up the tents that had been damaged or knocked askew during the battle. Everyone was busy and no one paid attention to him. He grasped the glowing crystal, and the dim light disappeared, and the surroundings instantly became so dark that no one could be seen. Zhao Huanshe threw out the Goblin trio, summoning the Goblin scavengers. He took all the valuable otherworldly fish out of the frost net and put them into the Goblin scavenger's pocket, then recalled it back to the card, leaving only a few less valuable fish outside. It wasn't that Zhao Huan was playing tricks on his teammates or didn't want to share the benefits with them. However, fresh otherworldly fish are valuable. Once they turn into rotten fish and shrimp in a few days, nobody wants them. Zhao Huanshe didn't have any special preservation equipment for fishing. The treasure chest monster can only store, not preserve, but it can bake all the otherworldly fish into dried fish. If the team wants to sell these otherworldly fish for money, they'll have to set off immediately to return to Explorer's Town. However, based on Zhao Huanshe's observation, neither Zhang Dashuan nor Fang Qingbao seemed willing to end this exploration just like that. Originally, the team members were all injured in the battle with the gnolls and should have returned to the city to recuperate. The healing potion is expensive, and it's not an alchemical potion. Its therapeutic effect is limited, and drinking too much of it is just a waste of money. However, due to the miraculous effects of Zhao Huanshe's bright vine, the members of the exploration team have recovered most of their condition after taking turns wearing it. Although their overall condition is somewhat different from before, it is still sufficient to support them in another adventure. Therefore, to avoid waste, Zhao Huan could only secretly hide the most valuable otherworldly fish into the greed space. After recalling the Goblin scavenger, Zhao Huanshe looked at the murloc hunter. The merman had many wounds all over his body and had bled a lot, but his injuries were not particularly serious. However, the hooded leather jacket used to disguise it had been torn to shreds by the monsters. While everyone else was busy setting up tents and cleaning up the battlefield, this guy was cosplaying as a mop and squatting here fishing, which looked quite strange. Alright, since we can't catch any fish now, you should go back and rest for a while. Although the murloc hunter was somewhat unwilling, it still obediently stretched out its head, allowing Zhao Huan to touch it, and was then recalled as a card. The light flashed and vanished in an instant. The murloc hunter disappeared, leaving behind a tattered leather coat and several otherworldly fish emanating a chilling aura. You really can't bring fish back to the cards with a net. Although he had already guessed it, Zhao Huan still felt a little regretful. Otherwise, freeze some useless fish into popsicles, put them in a net bag, and during a fight, toss them at the enemy's face, accompanied by the old tune. Cold, icy fish slapping wildly in the face. That would be so exciting. My mind was wandering aimlessly, and my eyes were fixed on the monster card in my hand. Shallow Sea Fishman Hunter. LV7. After the upgrade, even the leveling difficulty for the fishing master has increased. Before, he should have reached level 8 by catching this many fish. Zhao Huan thought to himself, somewhat dissatisfied. After some time, the rain stopped and it got light. Several members of the exploration team found a pile of dry wood from somewhere, lit a campfire in the middle of the camp, skinned and gutted the four-legged eels, stuck them on sticks, and roasted them next to the fire. You really want to eat it? Zhao Huanshe had only been talking casually, but he didn't expect these people to actually take action. Qian Xiaolin glanced at him sideways. Didn't you say before that these long-legged eels are very nutritious? Remember to eat more of them later. Zhao Huanshe turned to Li Xiang and said, Yes, Lao Li, you should eat more to nourish yourself. I don't need any, some small fish will do. Seeing that Zhao Huan was going to take a few otherworldly fish over to grill, Qian Xiaolin was a little surprised. You're still eating? Adding yesterday's fish soup, it'll cost at least 20 or 30,000. The fish that Zhao Huanshe caught were mostly fished by the fishmen, and no one else contributed much. Even according to the exploration team's rules, most of the money from the sale went to Zhao Huanshe. Qian Xiaolin remembered that Zhao Huan clearly knew the value of these otherworldly fish. What should we do if we don't eat them? We can't go back anytime soon, so should we just wait for them to rot? Zhao Huanshi turned his head and glanced at Zhang Daxuan and the others who were gathered together discussing their next action plan. That's true, but you can't possibly eat all this fish, so let me help you with some. Well, thank you so much. There should have been more, but unfortunately, while the merman hunters were fighting in the middle of the night, many fish fell out of their pockets and were stolen by the eel monsters. Zhao Huan sighed, seemingly unintentionally. Qian Xiaolin suddenly looked enlightened. No wonder the fisherman looked so angry when those eel monsters ran away. Oh, you saw it? It was cursing at the lake. Previously attacked by gnolls, the exploration team retreated in a hurry, leaving behind a lot of supplies in the Twilight Wasteland. Just last night, 2 exploration teams stationed by the lake were attacked by 4-legged eels, and some members were seriously injured or even killed. They immediately decided to leave the polluted area and return to Dongchuan City. I don't know what these people were thinking. With that kind of strength, they dared to go and join the fun in Twilight Wilderness. This actually made things convenient for Zhang Daxuan and his team. They used the heads of several mutated monsters to exchange for some items from the 2 exploration teams, replenishing the supplies they had lost earlier. Chapter 123, Trial Target, Fallen Shadow Cultist. Most members of the 3 exploration teams shared the same idea. Since we're already here, we should at least make enough to cover our costs before going back. Zhao Huan didn't really care. The goblin thief managed to get his hands on the shadow magic crystal, saving him over 200,000. Adding the spoils the 3 scoundrels brought back and the several big fish caught by the fisherman hunter, if they sold them all, they would have at least 70 or 80,000, and their finances would suddenly become much better. However, staying in the contaminated area is fine. Since our profession has already been exposed, we can then openly send the Goblin Wilderness Knight out to fight. Once the Wild Knight reaches level 5, I'll need to upgrade the cards. I wonder what materials I'll need. Hopefully, they won't be too rare, since I've finally saved up some money. Wait, something seems off. Zhao Huanshi frowned. Why did it feel like he had been working for monster cards all this time? It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. He himself is the summoner, the ruthless capitalist who enslaves monsters, and everything the monsters own belongs to him. Strengthening monsters is strengthening your own power. With everything prepared, the exploration team set off again into the Twilight Wilderness. Perhaps because the previous adventures were too exciting, this time when they entered the Twilight Wilderness, the journey was smooth sailing, and the exploration team did not encounter any decent monsters. There are only some ordinary monsters that escaped from battle and are now wandering the wilderness. These weaklings are worthless even if their heads are taken back, and goblins are even less valuable. Unless they come to you on their own initiative, most explorers are too lazy to bother with these useless people. Zhao Huanshi, on the other hand, felt sorry for these monsters wandering outside with their disheveled appearance, and at first he would send goblin wild riders to see them off. However, perhaps because the enemy was too weak, the goblin wild riders found no pleasure in bullying them. Despite killing several wandering monsters, the goblin wild rider didn't gain any experience at all. Later, even Zhao Huanshi couldn't be bothered with those good-for-nothings anymore. After 2 days of exploring the Twilight Wilderness, the exploration team did collect a considerable amount of materials, although they did not find any new monster colonies. Even if the price of materials in Twilight Wilderness drops recently, you can still sell them for a good amount of money. The polluted area to the south of the Twilight Wilderness is a Gobi Desert. The 2 contaminated areas overlap and merge in some parts, while other parts remain part of the real world. Due to the influence of the neighboring polluted area, the air in some parts of the southern Twilight Wilderness is dry and the vegetation is sparse. The number of monsters living nearby was already small, and after being swept away by the explorers, some of them even fled into the desert. Zhao Huanshi and his group discovered an empty cave at dusk. After some investigation, it was discovered that this place was originally inhabited by a group of goblins, but they had disappeared somewhere. There were no monster corpses around, nor any obvious bloodstains or signs of battle. But there were fire pits and other traces left by explorers who stayed overnight. It seems that if there were anything valuable in this cave, it would have already been looted. After a general search, the group felt there was no danger and decided to stay overnight. Staying in a cave is more comfortable and safer than staying in the open wilderness. Zhao Huan summoned the treasure chest monster and took something from its body, only to find that the treasure chest monster's eyes were staring blankly at the corner of the cave. What are you looking at? Zhao Huanshi followed its gaze, but found nothing but rocks and moss. Click-clack. The feeling of home? What is that? Is it like entering a cave and instinctively wanting to shrink into a corner and be a timid old man? Zhao Huanshi was puzzled, but didn't pay much attention to it and recalled the card. Judging by the days, it should be that time of the month tonight. Fearing that the three rascals might die outside and miss their chance, Zhao Huan didn't let them go out to roam. He volunteered to keep watch for the rest of the night. After eating, Zhao Huanshi went to bed early in his sleeping bag. With a blink of an eye, you find yourself in front of a dilapidated town, or perhaps the ruins of a city. Zhao Huan was completely unaware of the criteria for classifying towns in this other world. After all, in the real world, long ago, in some places, even the village chief of a small village could claim to be a king or emperor, and riding a skinny horse could earn one the title of knight. If this is the case in another world, then this dilapidated little town in front of us might actually be the capital of some country. As Zhao Huan was lost in thought, a prompt about the trial dream popped into his mind. Trial objective: clear out the monster army entrenched in the city ruins and slay the corrupted shadow cultists. Oh, so it really is a city from another world. However, since the city is in such a dilapidated state, even if the monsters inside are cleared out, it will probably have to be demolished and rebuilt. I wonder what the infrastructure is like in this other world. Zhao Huanshi walked along the pile of stones for a while, trying to find the remains of the city gate in the ruins of the city. Since it's your first time entering a city in another world, it's better to be a little more formal. However, the monsters lurking in the city ruins clearly didn't think so. As the familiar strange cry rang out, several dark-skinned goblins saw Zhao Huanshi strolling around and immediately rushed out from their hiding place. Huh? Black-skinned? There's such a breed of goblin. Zhao Huanshi looked puzzled, but he didn't hesitate to strike. He cut down the black-skinned goblins one by one with his sword, turning them into withered, dried corpses. Although they're both weaklings, this one seems a bit fiercer than the green-skinned one. Is it because of the skin bonus? Zhao Huan used the soul-devouring greatsword to poke at the dried corpses on the ground, and found that the teeth in the mouths of these black-skinned goblins were sharper, and their body skeletons were also thicker. They're all goblins, maybe they'll recognize each other. Zhao Huan muttered to himself as he tossed out the goblin trio. As the light coalesced, the goblin thief and the goblin scavenger appeared together before Zhao Huanshi. Hey, it's you two who came out together, not bad luck. Come and meet your dark-skinned relatives. What dark-skinned relative? They were all sucked into that state by the soul-devouring greatsword. It would be a miracle if the two goblins could recognize them. Fortunately, these dark-skinned goblins are everywhere in the city ruins. There are also black-skinned kobolds, black-skinned jackals, black-skinned boarmen. There was even a black slime that was hiding in the shadows and suddenly jumped out, startling Zhao Huanshi. The goblin thief fiddled with the viscous liquid that had burst open after the black slime died for a while with his rusty knife, then turned to Zhao Huanshi and mumbled something incessantly. So it really is shadow energy? Zhao Huanshi guessed what was going on since the black slime was hiding in the shadows and hadn't been discovered. The monsters in the city ruins seem to have undergone some kind of modification, possessing magical abilities that allow them to manipulate shadow power. Although they cannot become invisible at any time like goblin thieves, they can lurk in the shadows and launch surprise attacks. Moreover, the fact that all sorts of different monsters could stay together peacefully in the ruins of this city must be related to that fallen shadow cultist. It's not entirely safe and sound. Zhao Huanshi suddenly heard the screams of a wild boar nearby. He secretly climbed over the wall and saw several jackal men hiding in a corner, devouring a wild boar man. Is work boring, but colleagues are delicious? Chapter 124 was instantly killed. The wild lynx, carrying the goblin, leaped and darted nimbly among the ruins, silently arriving behind the knoll. A knoll, unable to fight for a shady spot, could only endure the sunlight, lying on top of a boarman to compete with its companion for food. Suddenly the sunlight disappeared, and my body was shrouded in shadow. The knoll looked up in confusion and saw a large cat growl and pounce down from above. Caught off guard, the gnolls roared in fury and grabbed their weapons to fight back. However, when the two gnoll crossbowmen reached out, they found nothing. Looking down, they discovered that the crossbows that had been hanging on their belts were gone. Snap! The sound of a crossbow being cocked came from behind my head. Turning my head sharply, I saw a smug green goblin standing in the shadows, raising his crossbow and pulling the trigger. Whoosh! The gnoll's eyes were pierced by a crossbow bolt, and he fell to the ground screaming in agony. Another gnoll crossbowman howled and pounced on the goblin thief. But then the goblin thief let out a strange cry, and his body suddenly disappeared into the shadows. When it reappeared, it had already run into another shadowy area, reloaded its crossbow, and was preparing to sneak over and ambush again, only to find that the gnolls had already been killed by the goblin wild rider. The goblin thief reluctantly hung his crossbow on his belt and began rummaging through the gnoll corpse. Strange, a goblin thief. Zhao Huanshi, who was watching the battle from a distance, looked to his side and saw a goblin scavenger lying on the ground picking at moss and stuffing it into his mouth. And the scavengers don't seem to be affected by the goblin frenzy aura of valor. If the effects of mental spells are related to intelligence, these two aren't much smarter than ordinary goblins. Maybe it's because of the special nature of the cards. I saw the goblin thief carrying a bunch of wooden crossbow bolts, 3 crossbows, and 2 cheap daggers, clattering as he walked back. Zhao Huanshi's lips twitched. It should be because the card is special. It has nothing to do with intelligence. How many shadow jumps can you make at once with your shadow energy? How long does it take for the energy consumed by each jump to naturally recover? Zhao Huanshi's question seems a bit too complicated for the goblin thief. It stared blankly for a moment before finally understanding Zhao Huanshi's question. Then, scratching its head, it paced back and forth in the sunlight and shadow, sometimes looking up at the sky, sometimes looking down at the ground. It fiddled with the fingers of its right hand for a long time, until they were almost worn smooth, before finally babbling a bunch of things to Zhao Huanshi. Roughly speaking, I can jump a maximum of 2 times in sunlight, but in the shade, depending on the light intensity, I can jump 3, 4, or even more times. As for the energy recovery speed, it is also related to the energy concentration of light and shadow. Being exposed to sunlight will hardly restore energy, while standing in a shady corner will allow you to fully recover in about half a day. It takes 5 or 6 hours to fully recover, and Shadow Leap can be used 2 to 4 times. If I had shadow magic crystals, I should be able to replenish them immediately. At this point, Zhao Huanshi suddenly remembered something. I've never had a chance to ask, from which explorer did you steal that shadow magic crystal? Gobo muttered. It's not human. It was a gift from a goblin brother. Zhao Huan was surprised. It was given to you? Are you sure it wanted to give it to you on its own initiative, and that you didn't steal it from it yourself? The goblin thief scratched its head. It had indeed stolen the item, but the other goblin had genuinely intended to give it away. How should this be accounted for? Seeing its confused expression, Zhao Huanshi was too lazy to investigate further. Recall the card of the kidney-deficient knight to allow him to recuperate and continue clearing the dark-skinned monsters from the city ruins. After killing several waves of monsters, Zhao Huanshi discovered that although these dark-skinned monsters would fight among themselves, they would immediately put aside their differences and unite to attack him when he or a green-skinned goblin appeared in their field of vision. However, it's probably because fighting between monsters is a common occurrence in the ruins of this city. As long as they aren't seen by their own eyes, no matter how fiercely Zhao Huanshi fights the card monsters and the dark-skinned monsters, it won't attract the attention of other monsters nearby. Aside from ambushing from the shadows, most of the dark-skinned monsters are not very strong, only slightly stronger than their normal-skinned relatives, just more frenzied and more insane when they fight. However, some of these monsters are mutants, with stronger bodies or more shadow-type magical abilities. To avoid a complete disaster, Zhao Huanshi had to proceed with extreme caution, cleaning up batch by batch. They worked from the moment they arrived until dark, and they hadn't even finished clearing a single corner of the city ruins. As night fell, faint black mist rose from the dark corners of the city ruins, gradually spreading and slowly enveloping the entire ruins. It feels somewhat similar to ghostly energy, eerie and unsettling, but upon closer examination, one can perceive significant differences between the two. But they're both very noisy. As Zhao Huan listened to the strange sounds that seemed like whispers and howls of wind in the eerie black mist, and the ghostly murmurs emanating from the ghostly energy entwined around the soul-devouring great sword, he felt somewhat irritated. After being shrouded in black mist, the city ruins were almost completely plunged into darkness, and Zhao Huanshi was essentially blind. Almost all of the dark-skinned monsters possessed the ability to become invisible in dim environments, making it virtually impossible for Zhao Huanshi to continue clearing them out. Goblin Thief and Kidney-Weak Knight can fight in the dark, but Goblin Thief is not good at head-on combat, and Kidney-Weak Knight. What kind of endurance can a goblin with kidney deficiency have? Zhao Huanshi considered whether to leave the city ruins first and wait until dawn to decide what to do, but he was also somewhat unwilling. After thinking for a moment, he had the goblin thief lead him to a secluded spot and threw the mimic out. Although the scorching flames emitted by the mimic could not dispel the darkness, they did illuminate a 3 to 4 meter radius around it, and the golden, greedy light even faintly penetrated the black mist, affecting a place 100 meters away. Soon, with a soft rustling sound, many blurry figures gathered from all directions. However, before they even reached the mimic, the monsters collided and started fighting, making a huge commotion. Upon seeing this, Zhao Huanshi was overjoyed. Perhaps the treasure chest monster alone could clear out most of the monsters in the ruins. At this moment, the black mist suddenly surged and quickly condensed into a black humanoid figure. Before Zhao Huanshi could react, a cold snort suddenly rang in his mind, and the monsters that were frantically fighting each other suddenly fell silent. Zhao Huan looked up and met a pair of eerie, pure black eyes. A strange summoner. A cold voice echoed in Zhao Huanshi's mind. Just as I was feeling a little surprised, the humanoid black figure suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, I felt a chill down my back, and before I could react, I felt a sharp pain in my neck. In a dizzying moment, his headless corpse flashed past his vision, and a cold voice echoed in his mind. Ignorant and pathetic ants. Chapter 125, The Underground Labyrinth Beneath the Cave. Zhao Huanshi, get up and keep watch. Trial failed. Gained 11 evolution points. Current evolution points, 401. Zhao Huanshi suddenly stood up and reached out to touch his neck. Thankfully, my neck is still intact. What the hell is this thing? It can even teleport and launch sneak attacks. No, it's not teleportation. It should be similar to the Goblin Thief's Shadow Leap ability, except that its casting speed is faster and its movements are more stealthy, making it look like teleportation. And what's more, that guy can even talk. It seems to be a kind of mental spell used for communication, capable of directly translating into something understandable, even overcoming language barriers. It's quite similar to the communication I have with card monsters. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the fallen shadow cultist that the trial objective requires us to kill. After killing someone, you still have to act cool. You're definitely different from other monsters. You wait until tomorrow. Tonight, I'll go into the trial dream again, clear out all the monsters in the ruins, and fill up the soul-devouring energy. When we meet, I'll unleash my ultimate move and kill you. Zhao Huan glared fiercely at the fire, secretly vowing revenge. Li Xiang yawned, noticing Zhao Huanshi's pale face, and said in a low voice, Old Zhao, are you feeling unwell? Why don't you go back to sleep? Anyway, you're a support character. It's fine if you don't keep watch. I'm fine. I just thought of some jerks, and I'm a little annoyed. Is it that Li Guangcai? Zhao Huanshi immediately showed a disgusted expression. Don't mention that unlucky guy. It's too bad luck. Our luck has just started to turn around these past 2 days. I'm going to the bathroom. Don't go too far. Just find a corner to take care of it. No. Zhao Huanshi took a piece of firewood from the fire for lighting, walked a little further into the cave, found a corner, and poured a warm bath on the thirsty moss. Shaking off, just as I was about to return, my gaze swept over a dark corner, and I remembered that the mimic seemed to have tried to crawl into that area earlier. What does it mean to feel at home? My home may be poorly decorated, but it's not like a dilapidated cave dwelling. He wiped his fingers on his pants, then raised his hand and flung the blazing greedy mimic away. Zhao Huan thought the mimic would disguise itself as a box and crouch down in the corner, but to his surprise, after the mimic came out, it stretched out its 2 big pincers and started digging at the wall of the hole. Huh? Is there something hidden behind the wall? Zhao Huanshi became curious and went back to tell his night watchman. He then got some tools from the tent and returned to the corner of the cave to dig with the treasure chest monster. After digging for a while, a tunnel suddenly appeared in front of them. Zhao Huanshi glanced inside using the light from the flames on the mimic's body. The tunnel was pitch black and bottomless. The mimic was eager to burrow into the tunnel, but Zhao Huanshi stopped it. We don't know what's inside the tunnel. What if it's a giant pit, and the mimic falls in, unable to get out or die? That would be a huge problem. I wonder if, with continued advancement in class level, the ability to remotely recall cards will be unlocked. Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself, recalled the treasure chest monster, and then turned to tell his other companions about what had happened. In the morning, a group of people gathered around the tunnel to study it. Could this be a backup escape route used by the monsters? It doesn't look like it. This tunnel clearly goes downwards. Perhaps it was buried because it was connected to the lair of other monsters underground. Want to go in and take a look? TSK. The underground is much more dangerous than the surface. If danger strikes, you won't even know where to run. Who knows? There might be an underground treasure vault. Judging from the air quality, this passage either connects to the outside, or there's a large space underneath. After some debate, the group finally decided that Zhang Daxuan and a few other intermediate-level professionals would go into the tunnel to investigate. After a while, Zhang Daxuan and the others returned, looking somewhat excited. Beneath the passage lies an underground structure in another world. Underground city? Maze? Tomb? Fang Chengbao shook his head. We fought a group of rat men as soon as we went in. After we took them down, we retreated. We're still not sure what this building is for. However, regardless, the architecture of this other world is highly valuable for exploration. If you're lucky enough to find some magical equipment, you might become rich overnight. If you're unlucky, you won't even get a hair, and you might even run into a terrifying monster and lose your life inside. Seeing that everyone was so excited, as if wealth was within their grasp, Zhang Daxuan poured cold water on their enthusiasm. We're all seasoned veterans here. Even if you haven't experienced it firsthand, you've probably heard a lot about how dangerous the underground parts of the contaminated zone are. Should we go in? Let's sit down and analyze this carefully before voting. After a while, the group gathered their supplies, cleaned up any traces, took out their lighting equipment, lined up, and crawled into the passage. For explorers, an underground structure is essentially no different from a treasure trove. If you encounter something and run away without even touching it, you'll be laughed at to death when you get back. With such a timid nature, what kind of explorer are you? You should just stay in the city and work honestly. Zhao Huanshe didn't really want to go down. If there were really good things inside, he could just send his 3 scoundrels in to steal them or trick people. However, since his teammates had all gone in, it would be somewhat inappropriate for him not to go in as well, and it would be more dangerous for him to stay outside alone. However, he still tried to argue. Shouldn't we leave someone to guard the passage? What if we get blocked by other people or monsters? Wouldn't we be unable to get back? Zhang Daxuan shook his head. If there are too few people, there's no point in keeping them. If there are too many people, the team going down to explore won't be strong enough. Besides, in this situation, who would be willing to stay? Zhao Huan replied sincerely. I'm willing. Oh well, it's all fate. Let it be. Fortunately, the exploration team only spent about 10 minutes in the underground passage before reaching the underground man-made structure. Fortunately, it's not too deep. If the passage gets filled in, there's still a chance to dig a way out. Zhao Huanshe muttered to himself as he looked around at his surroundings. Judging from the style, it does bear some resemblance to the underground labyrinth in the previous trial dream. No wonder the mimic said it felt like home. I don't know why people from other worlds would build something like this if they had nothing better to do. The corpses of those rat men who died here before are gone. We must have been discovered. Everyone be careful. Zhao Huanshe looked through the light from the illumination crystal and saw that there were indeed many bloodstains on the ground, as well as large rat footprints and traces left by the dragging of the corpse. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the darkness, indicating that the monsters had discovered the explorer's arrival. Chapter 126 Cat and Mouse. Ordinary rat men are thin and short, and their strength is about the same as that of goblins. However, these monsters are much more cooperative than goblins and are more likely to obey their leader's commands. Once their numbers increase, they pose a much greater threat than goblins. Moreover, the rat people in this underground labyrinth seem to have mastered special livestock domestication techniques. The explorers turned the glowing crystals, illuminating the darkness in the distance. They saw the rat men, wielding bone spears, riding on giant rats the size of donkeys, driving a large swarm of basketball-sized, ferocious-looking rats as they stealthily approached the exploration team. Stimulated by the light of the luminous crystal, the large rats bared their sharp teeth and let out a piercing hiss. As the Ratman cavalrymen shouted shrilly, all the large rats darted out, transforming into a black tide that surged toward the explorers. There was also a Ratman mage standing on the back of a fat giant rat, waving his staff, opening his mouth, and letting out a sharp shriek. The strange sound waves spread out. The rats' eyes shone brightly red, their bodies swelled slightly, and their running speed increased by a lot again. Holy crap! These rat demons can actually control swarms of rats. Damn! A group buff spell. Archer, quickly kill that caster. Charge and fire. Before anyone could warn him, an arrow, imbued with the light of battle aura, left a long, thin white trail in the darkness, aimed directly at the Ratman mage's forehead. Just as the arrow was about to hit its target, several dark figures suddenly leaped into the air and intercepted the attack with their own bodies. The arrow pierced through the bodies of several ratmen in succession, protruding halfway through the body of the last ratman before losing its momentum and falling down along with the ratman's corpse. The ratman mage was startled and let out a shriek. The giant, fat, seemingly lazy rat below seemed to be provoked by something. With a ratman corpse in its mouth, its fat jiggled, and it suddenly accelerated, carrying the ratman mage swiftly through the rat horde, making it difficult for the enemy to track and lock onto it. Unable to lock onto the ratman mage, several archers turned and took out specially made arrows, shooting them into the rat swarm, creating bursts of sparks that ignited the surrounding rats and ratmen. Several mid-level warriors stood at the front of the group, taking turns using wave blade slash to clear the dense swarm of rats in front of them. The other soldiers stood behind them, desperately hacking away at the large rats that had slipped through. Seeing their kind suffer heavy casualties, the rat swarm, under the influence of the spell, felt no fear. Instead, stimulated by the strong smell of blood, they became even more ferocious. Zhao Huan hesitated for a moment, but still didn't throw out the purple venom slime. This place is pitch black. If we accidentally poison our own people, we won't be able to use the bright vine to detoxify them. Summon a mimicry monster, its body ablaze, to block your path. The mimic's body is sturdy and not afraid of being bitten by rats. However, when those large rats get close to it, their fur is quickly ignited by the mimic's scorching flames, causing them unbearable pain and making them squeak and scream. As the rat horde suffered heavy casualties, the warriors' energy was also nearly depleted, and fatigue appeared on their faces. Hidden among the rats, the ratman mage gave a command, and the rats roared, brandishing bone spears and riding giant rats to launch an attack. The ratman mage hunched over, hiding himself among the other ratmen, continuously emitting piercing shrieks to enhance the power of the giant rats and ratman cavalry. The archers had difficulty aiming, and the warriors were blocked by the ratman cavalry, making it difficult for them to advance. Seeing this, Zhao Huansher summoned the Goblin Wild Knight. You think you can just buff yourself? Kidney, Knight, activate your aura. The Wild Knight's eyes lit up when he saw the large number of ratman cavalry. A clash between the cavaliers? I love it. He was just about to mount his steed and charge. The lynx suddenly turned its head, its sharp eyes fixed on the shadowy corner beside it. Its body suddenly lunged forward, its sharp claws slashing. As the sound of flesh striking flesh rang out, a ratman assassin screamed and flew out. The ratman assassin rolled twice on the ground, trying to get up and run away, but was pinned to the ground by a cat's paw and had his head pierced by the knight's lance. Gobo Galoo. Hey bro, want some? The lynx looked at the ratman assassin lying on the ground with his brains splattered everywhere, a look of disgust on its face. Turning his head, he looked at the large, fat rat in the swarm of rats, licked his lips, and a bloodthirsty glint appeared in his eyes. The Goblin Wild Knight followed the gaze of the wild lynx and immediately understood, a ferocious and savage expression appearing on his face. Indeed, that body of fat looks very tempting. The fat rat led the ratman mage around wildly, while constantly chewing on something. I must say, the guys really do taste different after being grilled over a fire. The fat rat suddenly felt a chill, as if it were being washed by something terrifying. Its fat body trembled violently, causing the ratman mage on its back to lose his balance and interrupt its spellcasting. Enraged, the ratman mage grabbed its staff and smashed it repeatedly on the fat rat's head. The fat rat had thick skin and flesh, so the ratman mage's attacks were like tickling it. Ignoring the ratman mage's ineffective warning, the fat rat even disregarded the good brother in its mouth, its eyes darting around rapidly, its nose sniffing intensely, trying to find the source of its unease. At that moment, the ratman cavalryman next to him suddenly cried out in alarm. The fat mouse suddenly looked up and saw a blurry black shadow rushing along the wall and suddenly pouncing towards it. Cat! Big cat! Such a big and fierce cat! The fat mouse shrieked and turned to run away. The ratman mage did not stop his mount's movement. While waving his staff and shooting black magic orbs at the Goblin Wilderness Knight, he opened his mouth and let out a sharp howl, summoning the nearby ratman riders back to protect him. The lynx's fur is already tough, and with an additional 20 points of defense and 10 points of magic resistance, it's practically the same as wearing a metal armor. The black magic ball hit him, but only caused some hair loss and minor skin abrasions. The ratman cavalry's bone spears were completely unable to penetrate his defenses. Instead, the lynx swept its tail and slapped its claws, sending the surrounding ratman cavalry flying with screams. The Goblin Wild Rider pierced the giant rat's skull with his spear, then swept it away with a horizontal slash, sending the remaining Ratman cavalry flying as well. The lynx leaped, stepping on the head of the giant rat that pounced on it, and jumped out of the encirclement of the Ratman cavalry. It quickly caught up with the fat rat that was frantically fleeing along the corner of the wall, trying to find a hole to crawl into. Seeing that escape was impossible, the Ratman mage shrieked and shot a black magic ball at the Goblin Wilderness Knight, but it was pierced by the Watchman Knight's spear, which also shattered the black shield on the goblin's body and pierced its head. The fat mouse tried to resist, but was pinned to the ground and had its throat bitten through by a lynx. With the death of the Ratman mage, the Ratman cavalry, who had been fighting to the death, immediately lost their will to fight and scattered in panic. Chapter 127 Secret Chamber Treasure Chest. The battle is over. The explorers tended to their wounds and cleaned up the battlefield, trying to squeeze some resources out of the Ratman cavalry to make up for the damage to their weapons, equipment, and other items in the battle. Based on the accessories and equipment materials carried by the Ratmen, the types of monsters that may exist around the dungeon can be deduced. As the lynx grazed on the fat rat's carcass, the weak knight, naturally weakened again, slumped limply on his mount's back, occasionally weakly stretching out his claws to tear off chunks of meat from the fat rat and stuff them into his mouth to chew. Zhao Huan waited until they finished eating before recalling the Goblin Wild Knight back to the card. Goblin Wild Knight. LV4. A large group of rats and Ratman cavalrymen don't have anything worth 100 coins, but the Ratman mage's equipment and accessories, as well as the Ratman assassin's weapons, are all low-level magical equipment, which can be sold for a lot of money if taken back. More importantly, judging from the style of these magical equipment, they were clearly not made by the monsters themselves. They were probably found in this building. Clearly, this underground labyrinth has not yet been visited by other explorers, and there should still be plenty of good stuff to be found. The explorers became even more excited. Zhao Huan actually analyzed the equipment on the Ratmen and felt that there shouldn't be any particularly powerful monsters here that wiped them all out as soon as they appeared, so he breathed a slight sigh of relief. The exploration team cautiously advanced in the direction the Ratmen had come from, searching for any valuable treasures along the way, and soon discovered the Ratmen's lair. The Ratmen tried to defend their lair. A dozen Ratman cavalrymen, along with 30 or 40 Ratmen, and a large swarm of mutated rats of all sizes, launched an attack on the exploration team. Without the Ratman mage as commander, the remaining Ratmen posed almost no threat to the exploration team. After one wave was killed, the remaining Ratmen scattered like birds and beasts, abandoning their nest and fleeing into the darkness. The exploration team killed all the Ratman cubs and mutated rat cubs in the Ratman's nest, and after a thorough search, they found several pieces of damaged equipment, 2 magic gems the size of fingernails, and some monster materials. After a short rest, the explorers set a direction and left the Ratman's nest to continue their exploration. Before long, they found a group of blue-striped bull spiders weaving a spiderweb cave. Several Ratmen who had escaped earlier were hanging on spider webs, struggling violently with expressions of terror. There were also a few undead monsters nearby, listlessly twitching their bones, looking rather perfunctory and lazy. There are even undead creatures here. Could there be ghosts or demons or something? Qian Xiaolin said with some concern. It wasn't that she was afraid of ghosts. It was mainly that ghost-type monsters were very troublesome to deal with. Ordinary physical attacks were almost ineffective, and even warriors and archers carrying battle aura energy, which meant that their non-elemental magic attacks could only cause minor damage to ghosts. Lin Honglei said with a smile. Don't worry, even if there are ghosts, they will stay in those corners with dense energy and won't run around. Otherwise, those rat people and these bull spiders would have all died long ago. Although a dozen or so blue-striped bull spiders charging at once is quite intimidating, Zhao Huansher could kill them back in the trial dream with just a few junk weapons, so they naturally pose no threat to the exploration team. Carefully avoiding the venomous fangs, and with the ranged support of the archers, the warriors quickly cleared out the monsters from the spider's nest. After killing the unfortunate creatures caught in the spiderweb, the exploration team burned the web with fire and entered the depths of the nest. After searching for a while, they unexpectedly discovered a secret chamber inside. Looking at the large golden treasure chest in the center of the secret chamber, inlaid with numerous gems and radiating a faint magical glow, the members of the middle-aged, unemployed front exploration team couldn't help but exchange glances. This feeling, is it that kind of feeling? It should be right. but it doesn't seem as tempting as old Zhao's. Indeed, I feel like it only contains a ton of gold bars at most. As for Zhao Huanshir's, I would believe it if he said it contained an entire bank vault. What do you think, Lao Zhang? Zhang Dashuan snorted coldly. Tisich, what a clumsy trick. You think you can fool me with a collector's edition that you don't even have one? Seeing Zhang Dashuan and the others standing at the door not coming in, but huddled together whispering something, Fang Qingbao became somewhat impatient. Hurry up and come in. What are you all standing there whispering about? Now that the 3 exploration teams are working together, opening the treasure chest should be done by sending people from all 3 teams together, so that it won't be unclear what's inside. Look, Lao Fang's condition is clearly not right. Qian Mantang pointed at Fang Qingbao and said to Zhang Dashuan, Nonsense. If you hadn't been prepared, you wouldn't have performed much better, Zhang Dashuan said, then loudly reminded Fang Qingbao and the others. Don't get so close. Be careful, that box might bite. What the hell are you talking about? How could a box possibly be? Before he could finish speaking, Fang Qingbao suddenly recalled the box monster with large pincers and 8 legs that Zhao Huanshir had summoned during previous battles. A sudden shock struck him, and his mind cleared instantly. He grabbed a teammate who was still standing there dumbfounded and trying to step forward. Turning to Zhang Dashuan, she asked, What happened? Was I just under a spell? Zhang Dashuan ignored him and turned to Zhao Huanshir in a low voice. Does the treasure chest monster have any weaknesses? Why don't we all go out and you handle it yourself, so that its weaknesses won't be exposed? Forget it, the weaknesses of mimics are actually quite obvious. Maybe someone has already discovered their weaknesses, but no one has revealed them. Zhao Huanshir was not worried that others would use the weaknesses of the treasure chest monster to target him. In most cases, he uses mimics to fight monsters. As for those rare exceptions, when you manage to hit the gem eye on the mimic, you're already within the fusion core's explosion range. The faster you kill it, the more violent the explosion will be. The mimic's body is tough, but its legs and pincers are relatively weak. Outside its attack range, breaking the gems on its body will kill it instantly. Zhao Huanshir said in a low voice. While it's necessary to expose the mimic's weakness, there's no need to tell everyone. Lin Honglei nodded, and amidst the astonished gazes of Fang Qingbao and the others, she fired several arrows, each striking one of the gems on the surface of the golden treasure chest. Unlike the mimic that Zhao Huanshir encountered in the trial dream, after several gems shattered, the golden treasure chest sensed its life was threatened and hurriedly extended 6 thick legs and 2 huge scythe-like claws, charging towards the explorers. Holy crap! It's turned into a giant praying mantis. Fang Qingbao's eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed. However, although the mimic tried to struggle, it exposed its fatal weakness and ultimately failed to cause any significant trouble. As all the gems on its body shattered, the mimic instantly lost its life. The golden color faded from its body, and its limbs drooped as it lay motionless on the ground. Seeing everyone cautiously approaching the mimic's corpse, testing it with their weapons, Zhao Huan chuckled inwardly, then turned and saw the magical runes engraved on the walls and floor in the corner of the secret room. Curious, he went forward to examine them. But as soon as he got close, the magical runes suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. When the light disappeared, the runes on the wall shattered and faded, and Zhao Huanshir was nowhere to be seen. The explorers listened to Zhao Huanshir's "Holy crap!" echoing back and forth in the secret room, looking at each other in bewilderment. On the other side of the underground labyrinth, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Li Guangcai, you idiot! I told you not to touch the mechanisms in the maze. Chapter 128, The Secret Treasure Chest. Whoosh! The soul-devouring greatsword was pulled from the body, and the black spider quickly withered and shriveled, shrinking into a long-dried spider shell. Zhao Huanshir took a dried sweet potato from his waist bag, stuffed it into his mouth, and used the glowing crystal to illuminate his surroundings. It seems he fell from one spider hole into another. In a stone chamber the size of an ordinary room, dense spider silk floated around, along with clumps of cocoons of various sizes wrapped in spider silk. When playing games, Zhao Huanshir would definitely cut open these cocoons to see what was inside. But right now, he doesn't have that much curiosity. Use the Goblin trio to spawn the Goblin Thief, intending for it to lead the way while invisible. Goblin Thieves have shadow affinity and low-level dark vision, making them more perceptive in the dark. But after the Goblin Thief came out, his nose twitched a few times, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he was about to walk out excitedly. Wait a minute. Where are you going? Gibberish. Treasure? Nothing is more important than my life. I told you to slow down, so slow down. Go invisible and check the situation outside. If you find any monsters, come back and tell me. Although reluctant, the goblin thief had no choice but to obediently follow Zhao Huanshi's instructions and sneak out of the stone chamber. Zhao Huan used the soul-devouring greatsword to clear away some spider webs and carefully examined the walls of the stone chamber, but found no magical runes similar to those in the previous secret room. I knocked on them for ages with the soul-devouring greatsword, but they were all just ordinary stone bricks. I couldn't find any mechanism. Damn, could it be some kind of random teleportation spell? Looks like I'll have to go outside and see if I can find my way back. Zhao Huan summoned the treasure chest monster, causing it to emit a faint flame, and walked out of the spider cave. This way, the light can illuminate the path ahead, and if there are enemies lurking in the darkness, they will be attracted by the mimic's firelight first, causing a disturbance. However, the spider cave was full of spider silk, which immediately caught fire when it came into contact with the flames emitted by the mimic. Seeing the fire spreading rapidly, Zhao Huan was startled and quickly ran out as fast as he could. The goblin thief emerged from the darkness, looking at Zhao Huanshi with a puzzled expression. Wasn't I supposed to scout ahead, find the monster, and then report back? Why did they suddenly catch up with me again? Ahem, have you found anything? Zhao Huanshi pulled the spider silk stuck to his head and asked calmly. The goblin thief nodded, excitedly pointing out with its finger that it was closer to the treasure, right in the direction it was pointing. Zhao Huanshi's lips twitched. He felt that the goblin thief was now blinded by wealth and was becoming somewhat unreliable. After thinking for a moment, I summoned the Goblin Wild Knight as well. As long as it doesn't fight at full strength, the Goblin Wild Rider is usually quite normal, and you can't tell that it has any kidney deficiency problem. Zhao Huanshi had the Goblin Thief lead the way, the Mimic walked in the middle to provide light, and the Goblin Wild Rider lurked on the side to protect him. They walked cautiously for a while without encountering any danger, but led by the Goblin Thief, they ended up in a dead end. Looking at the solid wall in front of him, Zhao Huanshi didn't doubt that the goblin thief had led him astray. Used the soul-devouring greatsword to tap and knock off some debris from the wall. I can't see anything unusual about this wall, but if I'm not mistaken, there should be a secret room hidden behind it. Try using shadow jump to get in directly. Zhao Huan wasn't sure if it would work. The wall seemed quite thick, and the goblin thief's shadow jump might fail. The goblin thief's eyes lit up, and wisps of black mist suddenly rose around his body as he quickly sank into the shadows beneath his feet. It worked, Zhao Huan whispered in confusion, but the goblin thief had already vanished and could not give him a response. Zhao Huanshi suddenly had a bad feeling. Could this guy just run off to find the treasure and leave him here? At that moment, the stone wall in front of them suddenly trembled, and with a rumbling sound, it broke into thick stone bars that drilled into the walls on both sides. Seeing the goblin thief standing opposite the gate after the stone wall disintegrated, Zhao Huanshi asked in confusion, "What's going on?" The goblin thief pointed to the ground, indicating that there were tiny gaps under the stone wall connecting the shadows on both sides, so he could use the shadows to jump directly across. That's not what I meant. I meant how you opened the door. Gibberish. The goblin thief pointed to a gleaming stone on the wall, indicating that he had simply jumped up and pressed it, and the stone door opened by itself. That's quite humane. As soon as Zhao Huanshi looked up, he saw an old, large iron treasure chest on a stone platform in the distance. As if afraid that intruders wouldn't see it, several glowing crystals were embedded in the wall behind the treasure chest, emitting a faint light, making the iron treasure chest particularly conspicuous in the secret room. TCH. Who can be fooled by such a trap? I looked down and met the goblin thief's eyes, which clearly said, "I want to open the chest." Zhao Huanshi's lips twitched slightly. All right. Be careful. Don't let them bite your hand off again. The goblin thief grinned and hopped and skipped toward the large treasure chest. They never learned their lesson. Zhao Huan sighed and chased after them, carrying the soul-devouring greatsword. The treasure chest monster quickly followed behind. Pat pat. Click. Contrary to Zhao Huanshi's expectations, the iron box was just an ordinary iron box. It didn't suddenly extend sharp teeth and jump up to bite off the goblin thief's arm or neck. The goblin thief opened the box and excitedly emptied its contents, stuffing them into his pockets. Let me see what you have first. Upon hearing this, the goblin thief shoved a one-handed sword with a scabbard and a hilt inlaid with a white bead into Zhao Huanshi's hand. A chill immediately ran through Zhao Huanshi's palm, and a guess instantly formed in his mind. The soul-devouring greatsword in his right hand transformed into a black glove. He gripped the hilt and gently pulled it out, immediately unleashing a burst of cold air from the scabbard, condensing the moisture in the surrounding air into a hazy mist. It really is an ice elemental magic one-handed sword. As he spoke, he forcefully swung his right hand. A white ray of light silently streaked across the air, leaving behind a trail of cold mist that lingered and dissipated. This thing would be great for slicing sashimi. It would definitely be a culinary god's treasure in a food anime. The special effects are cool, and the weight is just right. Zhao Huanshe really wants to keep it for himself. However, most magical equipment has a problem. It's easy to use but hard to repair. Repairing these items is difficult and expensive, and they are unlikely to be as good as they were originally after repair. Unlike the soul-devouring greatsword, its blade is exceptionally sturdy and has never shown any signs of damage. In fact, Zhao Huan had a vague feeling that Soul Devourer could actually use the life force it absorbed to slowly repair its own damage. Therefore, he used it without any scruples, using it like a fire poker to bang and knock on the walls of the underground labyrinth without fear of bumping or knocking. Chapter 129: Greed and Internal Strife. While Zhao Huan was pondering the weapon in his hand, the goblin thief had already emptied the box. Just then, the mimic came over, grabbed the metal box with its two large pincers, and swung it forcefully, throwing the box into a dark corner. He pulled his legs back and squatted down where the metal box had been. The surface of the box changed, becoming 7 or 8 parts similar to the iron box. Perhaps sensing that its position was a bit off, it stretched out half a claw and quietly moved a little. Zhao Huanshe was speechless upon seeing this. Take the goblin thief's bag and examine what it has taken out of the iron box. 5 magic gems of different sizes, 3 somewhat valuable water and fire gems, 1 fairly valuable ice white gem, and 1 extremely valuable shadow black gem. 2 transparent beads, about the size of glass marbles, with a faint aura of life surrounding their surfaces. 2 gem magic rings, 1 a silver ring with a transparent azure jewel set in it. Another ring, made of a black, metallic material, sprouted metal spikes, and encased a bizarre eyeball carved from a purple magic crystal. Finally, there was a sheathed dagger, which looked like it was also a magical item. The most valuable item in the entire box seemed to be the frost one-handed sword in Zhao Huanshe's hand. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Huan put the 2 magic rings on his fingers to experience their effects firsthand. The moment Zhao Huan put on the sapphire bead ring, a cool sensation washed over him, and his thoughts became much clearer. Mental enhancement, or strengthening of thinking ability. It should be quite suitable for spellcasters. It's a pity I don't know magic. I'll go back and look up some information. Maybe I can give it to Lu Jia. Compared to the sapphire bead ring, the purple eyeball ring has a much more straightforward purpose. The moment Zhao Huanshe put on the ring, it was as if a layer of purple veil covered his eyes, and everything around him appeared as a pale purple. At the same time, Zhao Huanshe discovered that he could see objects in the dark area outside the illumination range of the luminous crystal. Although everything outside the bright light range looks blurry and is covered with a thick layer of dark purple, at least you won't become blind after losing the light source. Dark vision? It seems to have enhanced my perception a bit. Zhao Huan was overjoyed. With dark vision, his ability to survive in the underground labyrinth would be greatly enhanced. Hand the pocket and frost sword to the goblin thief, recall the cards, put everything into the greedy space, and then summon the goblin thief again. Ignoring the mimicry monster squatting on the platform doing cosplay, Zhao Huanshe wandered around the secret room with the glowing crystal, hoping to find some mechanism that could send him back to where he started. While the amethyst ring provides vision in the dark, it makes things too blurry and obscured by a purple hue, hindering the search for clues. After searching the secret room, Zhao Huan found nothing. However, even if there really is some kind of mechanism, I wouldn't dare to press it randomly. What if I trigger a trap, or end up being sent to an even stranger place? Suddenly, footsteps and voices came from outside the secret room. Could it be that the exploration team has come looking for us? Despite thinking this, Zhao Huan actually shrank into a corner of the secret room and hid himself using 2 broken stone slabs. Then 4 figures, illuminated by lighting equipment, cautiously entered the secret room. Look, there's a treasure chest over there. A familiar, unpleasant voice rang out. Zhao Huanshe, who was hiding in the dark corner, was stunned for a moment. Damn, what's that unlucky guy Li Guangcai doing here? For some reason, Zhao Huanshe felt that his current predicament was inextricably linked to this idiot. Then he thought, it seems that this underground labyrinth has more than one entrance that the mimic discovered. Speaking of mimics, Zhao Huanshe peeked through the cracks in the stone slabs. Perhaps sensing someone approaching, the mimic became excited, its body emitting a faint orange-red glow. Damn it, a fight is about to break out. Zhao Huanshe immediately became a little nervous. Why not strike first and let the goblin thief and the wilderness rider ambush and kill them? But apart from that idiot Li Guangcai, the other three had no grudge against him. And he didn't know their strength, so he might not be able to beat them. Let's just sneak out while they're fighting the mimic. Fortunately, the lava core's power hasn't been fully charged yet, so there's no need to worry about the mimic exploding when it dies, blowing up the underground labyrinth, and burying itself alive. However, things didn't turn out quite as Zhao Huan had expected. The three people who came in with Li Guangcai were all junior warriors, but only one of them was Li Guangcai's teammate. The other two were from another exploration team. Like Zhao Huanshe and his group, Li Guangcai's Sword Edge exploration team also collaborated with other exploration teams to carry out missions in the Twilight Wilderness. While exploring the maze, Li Guangcai carelessly touched the mechanisms, causing him, his companion, and two members of the Black Dragon exploration team to be teleported deep into the maze. While searching for a way out, they faintly heard the sound of the stone door of the secret chamber opening, so they made their way here. Normally, when a cooperative exploration team discovers treasure in a maze, the treasure is retrieved and then redistributed according to contribution. Even if some people have bad intentions, they will wait until they get their hands on the goods and assess their value before deciding whether to turn against them or resort to underhanded tactics. But the current situation is clearly abnormal, or rather, extremely abnormal. Influenced by the mimic's greedy light, the four of them instinctively felt that the box on the platform must contain many valuable treasures. The members of the Black Dragon exploration team were not exactly benevolent people to begin with. At this moment, their greed grew wildly, and with a single glance in the dim light, they immediately understood their teammates' intentions. With no one around, it was the perfect opportunity to strike. Kill these two guys and pin their deaths on the monster. It won't matter what others think. Li Guangcai is a useless piece of trash, posing no threat whatsoever to them. His teammates, however, are quite skilled. If they fight tooth and nail, they might be able to pull off a one-for-one trade. The two men slowed their pace discreetly and landed behind Li Guangcai and his teammates. They secretly gestured with their hands and unanimously decided to launch a surprise attack on Li Guangcai's teammates first, and then deal with Li Guangcai. That good-for-nothing, later. The two turned off their glowing items, their weapons gleaming faintly, their eyes flashing with a fierce light. Li Guangcai frowned, deep in thought, while his teammates' eyes gleamed, their attention completely focused on the treasure chest, oblivious to the danger behind them. At that moment, Li Guangcai recalled his previous experience, and suddenly a thought struck him. He widened his eyes and shouted, "Something's wrong. There's something wrong with this box." In the silent, dark room, a sudden sound startled everyone. Zhao Huanshe shuddered and almost kicked the stone slab away to escape. The two novice warriors who were preparing to launch a sneak attack were also startled and broke out in a cold sweat. Li Guangcai's teammate, who was engrossed in his get-rich-quick dream, was suddenly jolted awake and, with red eyes, launched into a tirade of abuse at Li Guangcai. That idiot caused a huge mess before, making the entire exploration team get cursed out. Even inside the maze, he wouldn't behave, causing himself to be inexplicably teleported. He doesn't know if he'll even make it out alive. If it weren't for the captain's sake, I would have killed this idiot long ago. As he pondered this, a fierce glint appeared in the eyes of Li Guangcai's teammate. Why not just kill this idiot and those two from the Black Dragon team right here, and take all the treasures for ourselves? No, those two from the Black Dragon team. Li Guangcai's teammates realized something was wrong, and turned around to look behind them. They saw a white light coming towards them, and hurriedly raised their hands to block it. At the same time, a sharp object was thrust into my side, twisting violently. Li Guangcai's teammates screamed and turned to look at Li Guangcai, wanting to ask for help. But they saw that the guy didn't hesitate at all, took out something and smashed it on the ground, then turned around and escaped from the secret room at top speed. Bang! Thick smoke, carrying a pungent smell, instantly filled the entire secret chamber. The two members of the Black Dragon exploration team took a couple of breaths and couldn't help but cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. Holy crap. What is this thing? Cough, cough, cough. I think it's called something like concentrated chili powder smoke bombs. Cough, cough, cough. Over 5,000 yuan each. Damn it, cough, cough. There are actually idiots who would buy them. Achoo. Why does your sneeze sound just like my cat's? Oh. Zhao Huanshe was far away, and covered his mouth and nose with his hand. He could smell the chili powder in the air, but he didn't feel too uncomfortable. Hearing their conversation, I was speechless. Stupid people have their luck, and here he is. It's come in handy. But you two idiots couldn't even keep a stupid one around. You're utterly useless. We can't let him get away. Go and get the things out of the box first. What are you talking about? Go kill that person first. I guarantee that box will still be here waiting for you then. While inwardly complaining, Zhao Huanshi transformed the soul-devouring gloves back into a great sword, a faint chill in his eyes, and quietly took them out from behind the broken stone slab. Chapter 130. So you're putting on an act again so quickly? What kind of monster is this? A scream suddenly rang out in the secret room. The two members of the Black Dragon exploration team, one of them supporting his severed arm with his left hand and screaming as he retreated, the other also hurriedly picked up his weapon, staring wide-eyed in horror at the box monster in front of him, its body radiating scorching flames. The mimic bit and swallowed the severed arm, its steel teeth stained with red blood. Its huge gem eyes stared intently at the novice warrior who had lost half an arm, and it charged forward, brandishing its two large pincers. The one-armed warrior hurriedly took out his shield from behind, blocking the mimic's attacks while turning around and shouting, "What are you standing there for? Come and help." Another novice warrior was hesitating whether to abandon his companion and run away while the monster was preoccupied. Hearing his companion's cry for help, he gritted his teeth and swung his weapon at the mimic monster. The great sword, glowing with battle aura, struck the mimic's body, producing a metallic clang. The mimic's body had a shallow scratch, and the beginner warrior's great sword had a nick on its blade. Damn, it's so hard. A powerful, all-out strike only left a scratch. I guess I should just abandon this guy and run. His mind raced, and just as he was about to take action, the novice warrior suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, sensing danger approaching from behind. In the heat of the moment, without having time to look back, he pushed off with his feet and lunged forward, trying to defuse the crisis by charging. However, he realized the danger too late. First, he felt a gust of wind pass by the back of his head. Then he felt a pain in his back as a large metal spear pierced through his chest. Puff! The novice warrior collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of hot blood. He tried to turn around to see what the enemy looked like, but a lynx stomped heavily on his back and pinned him to the ground. The Goblin Wilderness Knight gripped the handle of the spear, twisted it forcefully, and pulled it out. He then swung the spearhead forcefully, splattering blood all over the ground. The novice warrior suddenly let out a scream, twitched a few times, and then slowly fell silent. The one-armed warrior lost all will to fight the moment the Goblin Wild Rider appeared. He slammed his shield into the mimic monster and turned to run away. As soon as he turned his head, he was met with a beam of black light, and his head flew high into the air. After glancing at the corpses shrouded in black mist and rapidly shriveling up, Zhao Huanshi walked to the other two corpses and dried them up as well. Zhao Huan felt no burden about killing. His only concerns were about killing the wrong person and the various troubles that would follow. However, those two who just died were clearly not good people. You also don't need to worry about your murder being witnessed by surveillance cameras or eyewitnesses. Seeing the goblin thief skillfully looting the valuables from the corpse, Zhao Huanshi initially wanted to say no, to avoid bringing back any evidence of the murder. After a quick glance, Zhao Huan noticed that among the items found were 3 small magic gems and 2 magic ornaments. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not stop the goblin thief from putting the items into the bag. Summon all the card monsters back, spawn the goblin scavenger, stuff the 3 shriveled corpses into its large pouch, and put them into the greedy space. Mummified corpses are smaller and easier to preserve, and they won't pollute the surrounding environment with blood and gore. This is why Zhao Huan specifically used soul devouring to drain the other 2 corpses. I wonder where that bastardly Guangxi has run off to. Zhao Huanshi gazed at the blurry purple world outside the treasure chamber and muttered something under his breath. He took out the blazing greedy mimic and glanced at the remaining charge time of the lava core. Has more than 5 hours already. When they are in the contaminated area, Zhao Huanshi uses the core charging time of the treasure chest monster as a clock. I have to say, it actually works really well. Forget about that jinx. Just in case, let's leave here first, find a place to hide, and wait until the kidney deficiency knight has fully recovered before we look for a way out. The Goblin Wild Knight didn't exert much effort in the battle just now, so it won't trigger the weakened state. Even if it stays outside, it will slowly recover to its full strength, which is about 10 minutes of full-force combat. However, Its status will recover faster if it stays inside the card. Zhao Huan replaced the Goblin Scavenger with the Goblin Thief, sending it ahead to scout the way, while he, wearing the amethyst eye ring, quietly followed behind and left the treasure chamber. Zhao Huanshe originally planned to find a place to hide for a while, but he hadn't gone far when he heard faint sounds of arguing coming from afar. As they slowly approached the sound, they soon heard Li Guangcai's distinctive hoarse voice. "We discovered this underground palace first. If we told you to get lost, then get lost. If you keep spouting nonsense, we'll kill you." Zhao Huan chuckled inwardly. This guy is really something. He was scared out of his wits just now and ran away like a dog, but he's already back to his old ways so quickly. Chapter 131, Let's have a one-on-one fight. Li Jianfeng, the captain of the Sword Edge exploration team and Li Guangcai's uncle, carefully examined Zhang Daxuan, Fang Qingbao, and the others, and roughly estimated their strength and condition. He had many marks from the battle, but his physical condition didn't seem bad, and his strength shouldn't have been affected much. The Sword Edge exploration team and the Black Dragon exploration team had experienced many battles in the labyrinth and were not at their peak. Although they have a greater advantage in terms of strength, the outcome is hard to predict if a real fight breaks out. Moreover, despite the cooperation, Li Jianfeng did not truly trust the Black Dragon exploration team. Li Guangcai was just saying that the Black Dragon exploration team ambushed his members, trying to take the treasure for themselves. Both sides had reservations. Li Guangcai didn't need to worry about being beaten to death no matter how arrogantly he shouted, and Li Jianfeng let him do as he pleased. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to test something. Zhang Daxuan barely suppressed the urge to slap Li Guangcai to death, and said with a serious expression, "Someone of our people has gone missing in the maze, and we're in a hurry to find them. We don't have time to waste here talking nonsense with you guys. TCH, looking for someone? Do you think we're idiots? You're just trying to avoid leaving, aren't you? If you can actually find someone in this maze, I'll eat shit right here and now." Li Guangcai shouted, his neck red. "Pa, stop trying to freeload here. It's been a while, Li Guangcai. Your tastes have gotten increasingly morbid." A beam of light suddenly illuminated the pitch-black passage, and Zhao Huanshe walked out calmly, carrying a steel greatsword in one hand and a glowing crystal in the other. Upon seeing Zhao Huanshe, Zhang Daxuan and the others were overjoyed and hurriedly came over to greet him, asking him about his well-being and carefully checking if he was missing any part of his body. Zhao Huan felt a warmth in his heart and shook his head with a smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine." On the other side, when Li Guangcai saw Zhao Huanshe, he stared wide-eyed as if he had seen a ghost. "How did you get here?" "None of your business. But when are you going to perform eating shit? I heard you're quite popular online lately. Why don't you just start a live stream? That should attract a lot of viewers." "Fuck you. I'll go to hell." Because of that video circulating online, Li Guangcai's past has been thoroughly exposed, and he's practically become a pariah lately. Zhao Huanshe's words hit him right where it hurt, and he exploded like a firecracker, spewing out all sorts of vulgarities. Zhao Huan picked at his ear with his fingers, ignoring Li Guangcai's impotent rage. "I was just offering a suggestion out of kindness. If you don't accept it, that's fine. Why are you getting so worked up? You son of a bitch. I challenge you to a one-on-one fight." Li Guangcai was filled with rage, his face turned red and his neck thickened, and he let out a loud duck-like cry. As soon as he said it, an idea suddenly popped into Li Guangcai's mind, and he quickly added another sentence. "If I win, all of you get out of the maze immediately." Li Guangcai thought smugly. "In this way, I can teach that bastard Zhao Huanshe a lesson, drive these people out of the maze, and gain my uncle's praise. I'm such a genius." "Huh, you're a fucking idiot." Zhao Huan rolled his eyes in annoyance. A mule responsible for carrying goods is acting like the leader of the team. "You're the mule, you son of a bitch." "Huh, I know, you're scared, aren't you? You were so arrogant before. How come you've turned into a lapdog now?" As if he had discovered Zhao Huanshe's weakness, Li Guangcai immediately became smug. "That idiot, he's the one who's always been arrogant. Now if you search online, you can even find high-definition videos of him being arrogant and smug. Yeah, I'm scared you'll renege on your promise, you idiot. You think you can gamble with me? You'd better keep your promise first." Upon hearing this, Li Guangcai's face immediately stiffened. "Oh no, I was too cocky just now, and this kid caught me red-handed." He wanted to cheat, but even if Li Guangcai was stupid, he knew that doing so would only invite more ridicule and would not achieve anything. At this moment, Li Jianfeng suddenly asked him, "Who is that person?" Li Guangcai hurriedly replied, "That's Zhao Huanshe, the one I asked you to help get rid of from the cleaners. He probably couldn't find work after leaving the cleaners, So he came to the exploration team. Li Jianfeng narrowed his eyes. Oh, it's him? Can he win? Li Guangsai's eyes lit up. Yes, definitely. I've already reached level 5. Li Guangsai realized that his rapid advancement to level 5 was entirely due to Li Jianfeng's guidance. Although he had heard that Zhao Huanshi had awakened his profession, Li Guangsai did not believe that a helpless orphan could level up faster than him. Li Jianfeng nodded, took a step forward, and tossed a silver bracelet into Zhao Huanshi's hand. Since my nephew wants to fight, let's make a bet. Win or lose, this clarity bracelet is yours, but if my nephew wins, you'll have to leave the maze. Don't be upset. If it really comes down to a fight, you'll be the ones who suffer. Li Guangsai immediately echoed. Come on. You guys don't have the guts, do you? Zhao Huanshi scoffed. These two were really dreaming. They thought a broken bracelet would make people give up the chance to explore the maze. That guy seems even weaker than Li Xiang. Without summoning beasts, Huanshi, are you confident you can beat him? Zhang Dashuan asked in a low voice. Li Xiang, standing behind him, widened his eyes in surprise. Hey, I've become a unit of measurement. Zhao Huan asked doubtfully. That's an idiot, but if I lose, we'll have to leave the maze. Or are you planning to cheat? Zhang Dashuan shook his head slightly. I'll explain to you later. But this clearing bracelet can sell for 70 or 80,000 back in the city. Might as well take it. Then, he turned to look at the others and said, since this is Zhao Huanshi's bet, this bracelet belongs to him. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone expressed that they had no objections. Although Zhao Huanshi was full of questions, since they had all said so, and he could get 70,000 or 80,000 yuan for free, he had no reason to refuse. Okay, we agree, Zhang Dashuan said to Li Jianfeng. Li Jianfeng said with a smile. That's good, it saves everyone from hurting our feelings. Turning to Li Guangsai, he secretly said, since we've already become enemies, let's try not to leave any future troubles. It's normal to get injured or maimed during a fight if you can't hold back. So that's why Uncle gave them a magic bracelet for free. Li Guangsai instantly understood his uncle's meaning. His mouth twisted into a sinister smile. Looking at the other side with a sinister gaze, he saw Zhao Huanshi, like a starving ghost, taking a bunch of food from his teammate and stuffing it into his mouth. While eating, he even let out a burp. Chapter 132 Competition. Zhao Huan was indeed very hungry. He dared not remove the giant demon power bracelet hidden in his sleeve, and since the underground palace was pitch black, he could not use the bright light vine to restore his strength. He didn't have much food with him, and he had already eaten it all. There was some food brought back by goblin scavengers and goblin thieves in the greedy space, but the origin of those things was unknown, their effects were unknown, or their taste was outrageous. Unless absolutely necessary, Zhao Huan really didn't have the courage to take a bite. He's only managed to survive this long thanks to the life force fed back by the soul-devouring greatsword, but his stomach has been empty for a long time. After eating something, my stomach felt much better immediately. Zhao Huanshi, carrying a steel greatsword and with a piece of dried meat in his mouth, walked casually to Li Guangsai. Seeing Zhao Huanshi's expression, Li Guangsai gritted his teeth in hatred and said with a sneer, Huh, you still have the mood to eat? Let me tell you, I've already leveled up to level 5. Oh, that's awesome. Zhao Huanshi chewed on some dried meat and said with a perfunctory expression. Li Guangsai's expression froze. That bastard. That damn face again. Huh, I know what he's up to. He's probably thinking that if he can't beat me later, he'll just surrender. Huh, dream on. As soon as the fight starts, I'll use all my strength to cut off his arms and legs. When that happens, he'll lose the fight and become a burden, definitely abandoned by the team. He'll be left lying in the mud, terrified, waiting to die. Just thinking about it. What are you daydreaming about, drooling like an idiot? Are you going to fight or not? Zhao Huan frowned, his face full of disgust. I'm getting worse and worse, and now I have to fight a piece of trash like you one-on-one. Li Guangsai woke up with a start, raised his hand to wipe his drool, only to find that there was nothing on the corner of his mouth. Seeing his foolish appearance, the explorers on both sides burst into laughter. Damn it! With bloodshot eyes, Li Guangsai roared and stepped forward, wielding his great sword, which gleamed with a faint white light as it slashed towards Zhao Huanshi. The momentum was great, but the technique was terrible. Zhao Huanshi took 2 steps back and dodged Li Guangsai's powerful strike with a flick of his body. Then, with a powerful push off his feet, he charged forward like a cheetah, raising his greatsword sharply from bottom to top. When the 2 swords clashed, producing a heavy clang, Li Guangsai staggered back a few steps, his arm trembling slightly, his eyes filled with horror. How is this possible? Why do you have such power? Besides his inherent strength, class attributes, and skill bonuses, Li Guangcai was also wearing 2 magical equipment pieces that added a total of 4 points to his strength. In terms of attributes, he was no different from a level 6 or 7 trainee warrior, but he was easily crushed by Zhao Huanshi. Zhao Huanshi's eyes sharpened, and he smirked. Level 5 trainee soldier? That's all. After saying that, he swung his greatsword again and slashed down at Li Guangcai's head. Li Guangcai hurriedly raised his sword to parry. When? Another heavy impact. Li Guangcai felt a sharp pain in his hand, his arm went numb, and terror appeared in his eyes. Zhao Huan pressed his steel greatsword down forcefully on Li Guangcai's greatsword, and said with a sneer, "Judging from your expression, you're not thinking of surrendering, are you? No way, no way." Li Guangcai's face turned red, and he clenched his teeth, daring not to speak. He'd gone too far with his boasting earlier. Even with Li Guangcai's thick skin, he wouldn't dare admit defeat outright. At least, take 2 more hits. Li Guangcai roared and pushed with all his might, trying to push Zhao Huanshi's greatsword away. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Huan seemed to have anticipated this and withdrew his force first. Li Guangcai lost his strength and his body suddenly lunged forward. Zhao Huan kicked him from behind, and he fell face first into the mud. Watching Li Guangcai skillfully use the donkey roll technique to create a long distance between himself and Li Guangcai, Zhao Huanshi curled his lip in disgust. This idiot is always causing trouble for me. If it weren't for the fact that there are too many people around and killing someone would cause a lot of trouble, Zhao Huan really wanted to stab him to death. Li Guangcai quickly stood up, spat out the dust in his mouth, and heard the laughter of the explorers around him, especially the mocking laughter of Li Xiang and others. Li Guangcai really wanted to just faint on the spot. One move. Use one more move, and I'll pretend to be exhausted and collapse to the ground. Muttering to himself, Li Guangcai charged at Zhao Huanshi again, roaring as he unleashed a powerful strike of fighting spirit. Having ascertained Li Guangcai's strength, Zhao Huanshi didn't even bother to dodge his powerful battle chi strike, and simply raised his steel greatsword to block it. Then, with a clang, the steel greatsword broke in 2. The scene fell silent for a moment, with only the sound of a broken sword falling to the ground making a clattering sound. Li Guangcai was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up with wild joy. Zhao Huanshi, that poor bastard, has been using the same greatsword all this time and is reluctant to replace it. But this has given him a perfect opportunity. Fearing that Zhao Huanshi would admit defeat, Li Guang shouted and suddenly swung his sword at Zhao Huanshi. Go to hell. Clang. The broken sword slipped from Zhao Huanshi's hand and fell to the ground with a crisp clatter. The ecstasy in Li Guangcai's eyes vanished, replaced by horror as he stared at the weapon in his hand. The blade was gripped tightly by a black glove, preventing it from advancing an inch. You want to kill me? Zhao Huan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The skull on the Soul Eater gloves had a faint red glow in its eye sockets, and sharp nails quietly extended from its fingers. Li Guangcai felt a chill run down his spine under Zhao Huanshi's gaze. He tried to pull the greatsword, but when he found that he couldn't draw it, he decisively released the hilt and turned to flee back. Uncle, save me. Holy crap. Zhao Huan was surprised that this guy ran away so decisively. Unless you summon a card monster, it will be too late to make a move. Damn it. I haven't even started showing off yet. My emotions are stuck in this rut. What's the difference between this and being halfway through taking a dump? Zhao Huanshi thought angrily to himself, and when he turned his head, he met Li Jianfeng's gloomy eyes. With a disdainful sneer, Zhao Huanshi bent down to pick up the broken sword, and carrying Li Guangcai's great sword in his right hand, walked back to his own group. Although it's a bit unlucky that Li Guangcai used it, it can still be sold as scrap metal for a good amount of money. Li Jianfeng frowned as he watched Zhao Huanshi's retreating figure. Despite awakening later, his combat skills and physical attributes were overwhelmingly superior. Even his powerful chi slash was useless. Thinking of this, Li Jianfeng looked at Li Guangcai, who was standing beside him with his head down and dared not speak, and felt even more disappointed. The original intention was to help him build confidence through combat, but this good-for-nothing not only wasted a magical equipment of his, but also turned into this wretched chicken. If it weren't for the fact that he was the only awakened one among the male members of the Li family in this generation, Li Jianfeng wouldn't have bothered with whether he lived or died. No matter how hard we try, we can't lift it up. We might as well just leave it in the city to fend for itself. A bet's a bet, so do as you please. Li Jianfeng, with a stern face, uttered a single sentence and turned to leave with his team. The members of the Black Dragon exploration team followed with strange expressions on their faces. After watching Li Jianfeng and the others walk away calmly, Zhang Daxuan and the others quickly pulled Zhao Huanshi away. Let's go. Hurry up. If we don't leave now, we'll be exposed. Chapter 133, Standing So High. Aren't you afraid of falling to your death? This underground labyrinth is much smaller than we imagined. We discovered a passage leading to the lower level, but when we went down, we found nothing there. Based on our speculation, this labyrinth should be part of some underground structure, but it was accessed through a rift illusion or spatial rift, and there is only this one level. When we came looking for you, we had already explored quite a few places. If those other people were at a similar pace to us, there should be very few unexplored areas left. Those people don't look like good people. Once they discover the truth about this maze, they might turn their attention to us. As Zhang Daxuan walked, he explained to Zhao Huanshi. Zhao Huan asked doubtfully, our strength should be about the same as theirs, so there's no need for us to be afraid of them, right? Zhang Daxuan glanced around furtively, as if afraid someone might be lurking nearby and eavesdropping. We encountered 2 evil spirits before, and although we won in the end, everyone was infected by ghostly energy and disease, and our condition wasn't very good. We disguised ourselves, and the dark environment prevented them from noticing anything amiss. If we weren't afraid of arousing their suspicion, we would have left as soon as you arrived. What era are we living in that we're still playing one-on-one matches? The group followed the path they had taken back to the cave they had entered earlier, without any intention of stopping or resting, and hurriedly walked out of the cave. By this time, the sun had long since set, and only a bright moon hung in the sky. This actually made it easier for Mingguang Teng to perform, allowing her to absorb the moonlight and cleanse the members of their yin energy. The exploration team walked for 5 or 6 hours in the wilderness at night. Feeling that the distance was far enough and safe enough, and with the members taking turns wearing the bright vine, the plague on their bodies had been almost completely purified, so they found a secluded place to camp and rest. Mingguang Vine. LV5. New feature, Old Vine. Old Vine. The outer layer of the viburnum macrocephalum has aged, resulting in a significant increase in toughness and hardness. The monster card is currently at level 5 and cannot be leveled up further. Radiant Vine Card Enhancement Ritual. Take 50 grams of the outer skin of each of 5 magical plants with tough outer skin, grind and mix them. Then apply the mixture evenly to the skin areas where radiant vine roots have taken hold. Is this asking me to use my own body as a field to fertilize the bright vine? Looking at the description of the enhancement ritual on the card, Zhao Huan was stunned for a moment, then immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's just powder from crushed magical vine bark, not smearing excrement on my body. Reinforcing materials is easy to do, but grinding them into powder would take a long time if done manually. We still need the help of modern tools. I can only strengthen it after I get home. With a blink of an eye, Zhao Huanshi found himself once again outside the city ruins. I'm back. What I lost last time, I'm going to take back this time. Before falling asleep, Zhao Huanshi had already made a plan. This time, when he enters the trial dream, he plans to use all the monsters in the ruins to feed the Soul Eater. Then find that fallen shadow cultist, and as soon as you see him, unleash the Soul Eater's ultimate attack, using the evil spirit to drain him dry. At first, the plan went relatively smoothly. During the day, Zhao Huanshi used goblins and mimics to lure out and kill the monsters hiding in the corners of the ruins in waves. As night was about to fall, I retrieved the monster cards and hid outside the city ruins. The eerie black mist only shrouds the city ruins and does not affect the world outside. Zhao Huan was actually at the edge of the dream's invisible wall, protected by the card monsters, basking in the moonlight and sleeping until dawn. After the black mist in the city ruins dissipates, continue to lure and kill monsters, and use the Soul Eater Greatsword to absorb their life force. 2 days later, Zhao Huanshi had basically cleared out the weakest monsters on the outskirts of the city ruins. After the soul-devouring greatsword had eaten and drunk its fill, ghostly mist swirled and rolled around its blade, occasionally transforming into the heads of evil spirits and ghosts, uttering various murmurs and roars. When exposed to the sunlight, the unintelligible, vicious curses were left behind, before dissipating again as ghostly mist. The further into the city you go, the stronger the monsters become, and many of the mutated species possess strange, magical abilities. However, many abilities can only be used in shadows or darkness. The brighter the environment and the fewer the shadows, the more difficult it is for the dark-skinned monster to use many of its abilities. At this moment, Zhao Huanshi used the treasure chest monster to lure a group of dark-skinned goblins to an open space that was completely bathed in sunlight. The dark-skinned goblin captain kicked the stupid underling blocking his way aside, only to see another bastard already running up to the golden treasure chest, rubbing his hands together, ready to open it. The goblin captain roared, already mentally planning 18 agonizing ways to kill the dark-skinned goblin, including having its tendons pulled out and its skin peeled off. Suddenly, the golden treasure chest sprouted 2 rings of sharp metal teeth, and with a snap, it bit the black goblin that had just opened the chest in two. 2 pincers and 8 long legs sprouted from the bottom of the box, and 2 large, 1 small, red gems gave rise to 2 huge, bloodshot eyeballs. They rolled around and took in the positions of the enemies around them. Seeing that their fastest companion had suddenly lost half of his speed, the dark-skinned goblins stood frozen in place, not yet understanding what was happening, when 2 pincers, burning with intense heat, slammed down upon them. With 2 loud thuds, 2 more dark-skinned goblins were shoved into the box with screams of pain. Hearing the pitiful screams of its kind, the surrounding dark-skinned monsters finally realized that the box was an enemy, and they roared and prepared to attack it. The dark-skinned goblin captain let out a roar, and a ring of black ripples burst forth from his body. The dark-skinned goblins that were swept away were covered in a thin layer of black mist, which spread to their claws, making their nails even longer and sharper. It's unclear what effect the black mist on the dark goblin has, but anyway, when it was hit by the mimic's pincers, it still broke its bones and screamed in agony. Even the black goblin's claws, enhanced by the black mist, are completely useless against the mimic. However, the goblin mage at the back of the group, with its shadow arrows conjuring from the tip of its staff, seems to pose a greater threat. However, before it could release the shadow arrow, the goblin wild knight suddenly appeared in the middle of the dark-skinned monster group. With a single slap from the lynx, the goblin mage was sent flying with a scream. It rolled twice on the ground, but was still alive. It struggled to get up and tried to run away, but when it looked up, it saw a poor, sleazy goblin holding a rock and slamming it down on its face. The goblin scavenger slapped the dark-skinned goblin mage on the forehead, causing it to crack. He picked up the wooden staff, glanced at it, and a look of disgust appeared on his face. Bah! What a poor wretch, using a rotten piece of wood as a magic staff. The goblin thief, who had been lying in wait but hadn't had a chance to make a move, scratched his head. Dude, have you switched to being a bandit? Why are you suddenly taking my job? After using the card monsters to kill all the dark-skinned goblins, Zhao Huanshi wielded the soul-devouring greatsword and stabbed them one by one. Although the soul-eater greatsword prefers to absorb the life force of living beings, it can also make do with those that have just died and are still warm. If it cools down over time, it really won't suck anymore. Just as he was having a good time, Zhao Huanshi suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He looked up abruptly and saw a humanoid creature shrouded in black mist standing atop a distant building ruin, silently gazing at him. Damn, this show-off is standing so high. Isn't he afraid of falling and dying? Chapter 134, Beheaded by Old Silver Coin Again. Whether they overheard Zhao Huan secretly squabbling to himself or not, the fallen shadow followers in the distance suddenly vanished in a shadow. Upon seeing this, Zhao Huanshi was immediately startled and quickly turned around to parry with his sword. When, sure enough, the fallen shadow cultist instantly emerged from behind him, wielding a jet-black dagger imbued with intense shadow power as it slashed towards him. The dagger's strike wasn't very powerful and was easily blocked by the black greatsword. But the dagger was intercepted, and the shadow power surrounding it transformed into a pitch-black blade, about to bypass the soul-devouring greatsword and continue its attack. At the same time, the ghostly mist of the soul-devouring greatsword surged, and several evil spirits stretched out their ghostly claws, roaring fiercely as they tried to break free of the ghostly mist to attack the fallen shadow cultists. The pitch-black blade collided with the ghostly mist and evil spirits, shattering and disappearing into shadow power. The evil spirits were also torn to pieces by the pitch-black blade, howling as they vanished. The fallen shadow follower let out a soft exclamation, seemingly quite surprised that this strange summoner had managed to block his attack. Just as Zhao Huan was about to retaliate, the fallen shadow cultist vanished once more, disappearing in a flash over the shadow of the goblin scavenger, and then grew out from the shadow of the collapsed wall in the distance. Instead of continuing the attack, they simply ran away? Zhao Huanshi was slightly surprised. Thinking about the location he had deliberately chosen, he guessed that the fallen shadow cultists had run away because there were too few shadows around them, feeling that their methods were not working properly. At that moment, the fallen shadow cultist pointed upwards, and the dense shadow mist spewed into the sky, transforming into a huge, pitch-black rune. The moment the runes appeared, the remaining monsters in the city ruins stirred and roared as they converged from all directions. TCH, you think you're the only one who can call for help? Zhao Huanshi sneered, raised the soul-devouring greatsword high above his head, and shouted, "Soul-devouring!" The greatsword-wielding skull blazed with crimson light, emitting a chilling roar. Ghostly mists surged and billowed, transforming into countless evil spirits in midair, howling ferociously as they lunged at the fallen shadow cultist. Go, enjoy the feast I have prepared for you. Tear all the enemies to shreds. Having learned from his previous experience, Zhao Huan dared not let the soul-devouring greatsword drain his life force again, and could even strike a pose as a villain. Shame. It doesn't exist. Anyway, the enemies in front of me are just a bunch of dream NPCs. Whether I succeed or fail in the trial, these monsters will disappear or reset. If we don't do it now, when will we ever do it? The enemy is about to be torn to shreds by the evil spirits. But the fallen shadow followers neither fled nor avoided. Instead, they crossed their arms in a strange posture, lowered their heads, and chanted something in a low voice. The dark mist surrounding him churned and transformed into a tall figure, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. The evil spirits were intimidated by the aura and dared not approach for a moment. They simply circled around the fallen shadow cultist in midair, baring their fangs and claws, and uttering various roars and threats. Holy crap! What is that? A divine descent spell? Just a shadow is enough to scare away evil spirits. Zhao Huan was stunned for a moment, then said to the soul-devouring greatsword, "Why don't you let them go? What's there to be afraid of? Just a black shadow. Go and take him down." The soul-devouring greatsword didn't react at all, but the shadowy figure on the fallen shadow cultist moved again. It opened its mouth and spewed out a thick black mist that turned into dark clouds, shrouding the entire city ruins in shadow. Damn, this guy's cheating. He can even modify the field properties. Zhao Huanshi instantly understood what the fallen shadow cultists wanted to do. However, after exhaling the black mist, the enormous figure on the fallen shadow cultist also disappeared. Without the terrifying aura to intimidate them, the evil spirits trembled again, roaring as they lunged at the fallen shadow cultists, only to miss their target. As soon as Zhao Huanshi saw the enemy's figure disappear into the distance, he immediately turned around and slashed back with his greatsword. When the fallen shadow cultist who appeared behind Zhao Huanshi blocked the greatsword with his dagger, but his body couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The lynx leaped into the air, and the goblin wilderness knight thrust his spear down, piercing a large hole in the ground, but failing to hit the enemy. Zhao Huan attempted another spinning slash, but missed completely. Looking up, he saw the fallen shadow cultist standing in the distance, watching him with a leisurely air. Although the faces of the fallen shadow cultists were obscured by black mist, Zhao Huanshi could clearly feel the mockery and ridicule in the enemy's eyes. Damn it! Just as Zhao Huan was about to start cursing, a black dagger suddenly appeared from his side and instantly severed his neck. Zhao Huanshi's head flew up again, and he saw another fallen shadow cultist appear next to his headless corpse. Behind the fallen shadow cultist, the goblin thief was stabbing an enemy in the rear with a rusty knife. Trial failed. Evolution points gained, 56. Current evolution points, 457. Zhao Huanshi opened his eyes and subconsciously touched his neck. Looking up at the bright sky above, I paused for a moment, slightly taken aback. By the way, why doesn't the fog in the polluted area block out the sunlight? You're awake? Come and have something to eat. Zhang Dashuan called out from beside the fire. Zhao Huanshi crawled out of his sleeping bag. Why weren't you called to keep watch? It's only half a night. What's there to yell about? You don't seem to be sleeping very well. Zhao Huanshi shook his head. I had a nightmare. In my dream, I was tricked and killed by an old silver coin. Old silver coins? How sinister are they? Jing Ji used his one-handed sword to split a roasted rabbit in half and handed it to Zhao Huanshi. Able to teleport infinitely in the shadows, and also possesses invisibility and shadow clone techniques. When Zhao Huanshi woke up, he understood that the fallen shadow cultist had used magic to create a clone to attract his attention. As for the mocking gaze I felt, It was either a magical effect or just my imagination. Wait a minute. Didn't you just use that one-handed sword to kill a monster yesterday? Don't worry, I've wiped it all clean. I even heated it over a fire for a while. I guarantee there are no viruses. Who cares about viruses? Oh well, a little dirt won't hurt. Zhao Huanshi was starving and didn't care what Jing Ji's sword had stabbed him in. He grabbed a rabbit and started gnawing on it. While eating, my mind was racing. The fallen shadow cultist's abilities are too bizarre, and it seems difficult for me to win through combat. Should I just wait for the lava core to finish charging and let the mimic lure it over to self-destruct? That means we'll have to wait several more days. Besides, the mimic only explodes when it dies, so why would you let it stab your own eyeballs? Will the mimic's strange behavior scare away the fallen shadow followers? That thing can leap through shadows, making it incredibly easy to escape through city ruins. It might even be able to escape the blast radius of the lava core. However, this trial yielded quite a few evolution points. Even though I failed the trial, I still managed to get 56 evolution points. The novice trial only rewarded 100 points back then. Is it because the difficulty of the trial dream has increased, or because those monsters have been modified? The monster modification was undoubtedly the work of the fallen shadow cultists. Speaking of believers, wasn't that swamp toad leader a follower of some poison spring goddess? That monster also uses rituals to modify the environment, influencing the forms of surrounding monsters. Are all these believers really that awesome? Chapter 135 The Lair of the Demon Cultists. Dusk falls on the wilderness, on the northwestern edge. Half-Ear, holding a crystal staff, stood on a small slope, shouting loudly. At the bottom of the small slope, a group of strong, muscular mutated monsters with sparse black scales on their skin were carrying the corpses of ogres and human explorers toward a cave in the distance. Sensing a faint magical fluctuation emanating from a human corpse, Half-Ear hurriedly shouted, stopping the two boarmen carrying the body. He walked down the small slope with a pigeon-like gait, pulled the gemstone ring off the corpse's finger, and waved for the two boarmen to continue. The claw on the Half-Ear is now covered with dense, dark red scales, making the finger much larger, just big enough to fit the newly acquired gemstone ring. The human corpse was clearly a warrior in life, and the gem ring's effect was to enhance strength and physical attributes. Feeling his power increase, Half-Ear became excited and swung his crystal staff hard, smashing it heavily onto a passing gnoll warrior. The gnoll warrior stopped and turned to look at Half-Ear with a puzzled expression. Well, I'm still a weak spellcaster after all. Even with enhanced power, my spells barely scratch these idiots. After the monsters carrying the corpses had all left, Half-Ear followed, carrying his staff. My gaze inadvertently swept to the north, where, amidst the boundless, eerie black fog, the ruins of a city loomed in and out of sight, and I could vaguely hear something sobbing and muttering. Half-Ear felt a chill and quickly turned his gaze back. What a terrifying place, more terrifying than the devil. Following the corpse transport team, we entered a scorching cave that reeked of sulfur. Half-Ear didn't know how those demon messengers managed to transform an ordinary cave into a volcanic lava cave simply by consuming some human and monster corpses. Deep within the cave, in the center of a pool of scorching, bubbling lava, stands a tall demon statue carved from obsidian. The demon statue constantly exuded a terrifying and sinister aura, and hoarse, malicious whispers lingered in the air. After throwing the corpses they were transporting into the lava pool, the monsters knelt down before the demon statue, their eyes filled with fear and worship, praying for the blessing of their great master. Half-Ear behaved no differently from the other monsters, and as a spellcaster, although he was the last to enter, he was able to choose a better spot by the lava pool. The scorching heat emanating from the lava pool, mixed with the pungent stench of blood, clung to the monsters' bodies, seeped into their nostrils, and permeated their skin. Half of his ear felt itchy all over, as if new demon scales were growing in some places. His body became even stronger, and his understanding of fire magic deepened. I have a feeling that if I had magical equipment or materials, I could probably successfully unleash a giant fireball. At that moment, the demonic whispers that had been lingering in his ears suddenly turned into a hoarse roar. All the monsters immediately lay prostrate on the ground, trembling, eager to express their loyalty to the demon statue. Half-Ear still behaved no differently from the monsters around him. While they expressed admiration and worship, they couldn't help but recall the scene of the goblin merchant smashing nutshells with a demon statue. 80 or 90% of the fear in my heart disappeared instantly. It's just a shell opener. What's so great about it? The demon cultists standing on the high platform were unaware that among the monsters below, a goblin mage was secretly cursing their master. They felt that the enhancement effect of the lava blood pool was very good, and all the demonized monsters were now completely under their control. How is the situation in the ogre tribe? It seems the battle losses were too great, and the leading explorer teams split up, ceasing their attack. The ogres gained a respite and abandoned their plan to follow our Lord's guidance and perform a blood sacrifice ritual to gain power. Foolish things. If we don't hold the ceremony now, how many more ogres will we lose once the explorers regroup and launch their offensive? The demon followers were both angry and heartbroken. Once the blood sacrifice ritual is complete, the ogres corrupted by demonic energy will sooner or later become their power, obeying their commands. Because of that ogre chieftain's foolish decision, how many ogres that should have belonged to the demon cultists will be lost? Last night, several monsters emerged from the ruins of Lake City, killed over a dozen enhanced gnolls, and even took their corpses. Ignore these rats in the sewers for now. Once our ritual is complete, we'll turn the entire Lake City ruins into a pool of magma and burn all those rats to ashes. A huge spatial rift appeared in the east, and many powerful beasts came out. Many explorers who originally planned to go deep into the twilight wilderness went to deal with those beasts. Those beasts are powerful and vigorous. They're perfect for sacrifices. Throw them into the lava blood pool. Send some less distinctive creatures to the east, and bring back any wild beasts and explorers they encounter. Oh, and it's time to create some cannon fodder to gather intelligence in Dongchuan City and spread the faith of our Lord. After a fierce battle, a large wild boar with thick black bristles was pinned to the ground by a lynx, kicking its limbs and letting out a pitiful scream. But as more and more blood flowed onto the ground, the wild boar gradually stopped moving. Before its prey was completely dead, the lynx tore open the wild boar's flesh and began to eat it raw. The goblin wild riders also ate raw pork with their companions without any hesitation, showing no intention of bringing the prey back to share with the summoner. In this respect, this guy's workplace awareness is far worse than that of the goblin scavenger. Once it had eaten and drunk its fill, it lay on the back of the lynx in the wilderness and returned to Zhao Huanshi's side, covered in the smell of blood. He handed over 2 sharp boar tusks and a monster core the size of a thumb, which emitted a faint earth magic aura. Not bad. At least they know to bring back spoils. Zhao Huan stroked the head of the wild lynx and summoned them back into the cards. Goblin Wild Knight. LV5. The Valiant aura has been enhanced, with attribute bonuses changed to Strength +8 and Constitution +8. Goblin Frenzy's attribute bonus has been increased to Strength +3, Agility +1, and Constitution +1. The weakness trait has changed. Now, the Goblin Wild Knight will only trigger the weakness state after fighting at full strength for 15 minutes. The weakness state's attribute reduction has been changed to Strength -35 and Constitution -20. The Wild Lynx has grown, with slight improvements in its physical attributes, Strength +5, Agility +8, Constitution +5. The monster card is currently at level 5 and cannot be leveled up further. Goblin Wild Rider card enhancement ritual, Prey on Strong Prey, completed. Wild Lynx consumes the flesh and blood of strong monsters weighing over 800 kilograms, requiring 1 shadow magic crystal. The Goblin Wild Rider consumes the flesh and blood of strong monsters weighing over 800 kilograms. Chapter 136 Goblin Wild Knight Enhancement. Zhao Huanshi initially did not know how strong the flesh and blood of a strong monster had to be to meet the standards of the enhancement ritual. Just then, a giant spatial rift appeared in the eastern part of the Twilight Wilderness, and many wild beasts emerged from it. On their return journey, the expedition team would occasionally encounter one or a group of them. At another time, explorers might be quite pleased to encounter these wild beasts. Compared to goblins and gnolls, the flesh, fur, and various materials from beast species are much more valuable, and the Special Affairs Bureau is full of related bounty missions. However, the exploration team had just made a small fortune in the underground labyrinth and now only wanted to return to Dongchuan City as soon as possible, not wanting to get entangled with the monsters on the way. Unfortunately, there were far too many monsters roaming the Twilight Wilderness. Moreover, the exploration team's avoidance led some predators to mistake them for weak prey and launch attacks against them. After a battle, the explorers cursed and swore as they skinned and butchered the animals, taking useful parts from a leopard and 5 coyotes, and then roasted some of the meat over a fire. The remaining flesh and organs were of little use. So Zhao Huanshi used them all to feed the Goblin Wild Rider and its mount. After they finished eating, Zhao Huanshi recalled the cards and saw that the enhancement ritual was already more than halfway complete. So, as long as they're not weaklings like goblins, it'll be fine, right? Zhao Huanshi immediately understood the standards for the materials required for the strengthening ceremony. The exploration team originally wanted to leave Twilight Wilderness as soon as possible, but they wasted a lot of time trying to avoid monsters along the way. After fighting the wild hyenas and the leopard that tried to ambush them, it was already dark. They could only set up camp and continue their journey after daybreak. Judging from the current situation in Twilight Wilderness, Zhao Huanshi estimates that they will encounter monster attacks again tonight. At that time, any tiger or wild boar could easily feed the Goblin Wilderness Knight. As for the Shadow Magic Crystal, I just happened to have opened a Shadow Black Gem from a treasure chest earlier. In fact, the Shadow Black Gem in Zhao Huanshi's hand is much larger than the Black Gem in Zhou Liaoshu's hand, which is worth more than 200,000 yuan. If Zhao Huanshi didn't mind the trouble, he could go to Zhou Liaoshu and exchange it for a smaller black gemstone and the difference of tens of thousands of yuan. However, one reason was that he didn't want the unscrupulous merchant to make that money, and the other was that Zhao Huanshi was still thinking about taking revenge on the fallen shadow followers while he was sleeping at night. After upgrading the Goblin Wild Knight, its win rate will be significantly improved when entering the trial dream. As Zhao Huanshi had predicted, around 7 or 8 o'clock at night, an old black leopard with injuries was attracted by the firelight and stealthily crept towards the camp. Although he could tell that the humans in the camp were quite strong, the old Black Panther, relying on his ability to become invisible, planned to sneak into the camp, ambush and kill the weakest one, then run away with him in his mouth. As for which one in the camp is the worst, Old Black Panther scanned the area and finally fixed his gaze on Li Xiang, a max-level trainee warrior. Silently approaching Li Xiang from behind, just as it was about to launch an attack, its front paws suddenly lost their grip, the ground abruptly collapsed, and then sharp spikes pierced the old black leopard's paws. The old black leopard let out a low howl, revealing its presence, and turned to run away. But how can you run fast with your claws on spikes? Several soldiers chased after him with weapons and beat the old black leopard to death. I knew it. If a monster were to attack, it would definitely go for Li Xiang. Su Duojin said with a hint of smugness. Li Xiang broke out in a cold sweat, his face turned pale with fright, and his body went limp, but he still managed to keep his mouth shut. Why are you targeting me? I'm a level 9 trainee warrior, after all. It should be Zhao Huanshi, the summoner, who doesn't even have a summoned beast by his side, and is the weakest on the field. You're a level 9 trainee warrior, and I'm still a level 9 trainee summoner. Zhao Huan thought to himself, but smiled and said, perhaps that leopard sensed the Goblin Knight's presence. The words had barely left his mouth. The Goblin Wild Rider emerged from the shadows behind Zhao Huanshi, its 4 eyes fixed on the old Black Panther's corpse. I've been wanting to ask you this before. Has your lynx grown quite a bit since it was before? As Su Duojin asked the question, he tried to reach out his paw to secretly touch the fur of the wild lynx, but was met with an impatient glare from the wild lynx. After all, it's the time when we're growing, so the more we eat, the faster we grow. Zhao Huanshi casually made up a story. Retracting his hand dejectedly, Su Duojin looked at Zhao Huanshi speechlessly. Whatever you say goes. After a while, once the explorers had finished collecting the materials from the old Black Panther, the Goblin Wilderness Knight happily pounced on it. The lynx in the wilderness was happily munching away, oblivious to the explorers behind it secretly petting its fur. After the two finished eating, Zhao Huan secretly stuffed the shadow black gem into the mouth of the wild lynx. I was thinking of having it carry the card back in its mouth to enhance it. As a result, the wild lynx swallowed the black gem whole with a gulp. Zhao Huanshi was dumbfounded. How did they eat it? The lynx in the wilderness looked confused. What else? It seemed to say. Isn't what's in my mouth food? All right, that's settled then. Zhao Huan stroked the head of the wild lynx, recalling it, and the Goblin Knight on its back into the card. Goblin Wild Knight card enhancement complete. The Goblin Wilderness Knight has gained growth, strength +10, agility +3, constitution +8. Goblin Wild Knight gains the skill, Faith Protection Aura. When the Faith Protection Aura is activated, friendly units within a 30-meter radius receive a slight increase in willpower and a protective buff of +5 defense and +3 magic resistance. When an allied goblin is affected by the Faith Protection Aura, it also gains the Goblin Confidence Boom effect, greatly increasing its spirit spell resistance and granting it 1 point of defense and 1 point of spell resistance. The area of effect of the Valiant aura has been expanded to 50 meters. The poor riding skill trait has been removed. The Wild Lynx's shadow affinity has been increased, its stealth ability has been greatly enhanced, and it has gained new skills, Shadow Scent and Shadow Claw. Shadow Sense. Wild lynxes can keenly detect some lurking creatures hidden in the darkness. The specific effectiveness depends on the difference in their shadow affinity. When a wild lynx's shadow affinity is much higher than that of its enemies, it can easily detect the enemy's location. When the shadow affinity of a wild lynx is slightly weaker than that of an enemy, it can only vaguely sense the presence of the enemy. This ability will be completely ineffective when the lynx's shadow affinity is much weaker than that of its enemies. Shadow Claws. Wild lynx can gather shadow power into their claws, dealing extra damage to enemies with each attack. The Wilderness Hunter's abilities have been enhanced. Even in bright light, when the Goblin Wilderness Knight remains stationary, his body will gradually enter a state of invisibility. The darker the surrounding light, the better the invisibility effect. When the Goblin Wild Rider emerges from stealth and launches an ambush or surprise attack, its attack damage will be temporarily increased. Job level up. All attributes +1. Career quest. Successfully complete 5 trial dreams. Completed. Job rank upgrade. Current rank. Beginner card monster summoner. Gain job enhancement. All attributes +10. Chapter 137. The benefits of official card monster summoners. Congratulations on becoming a certified card monster summoner. Gain privileges. Master of cards. Trial reward cards. Trial rollback. Card master. Now, your communication with card monsters is smoother, and each monster card will provide you with additional attribute bonuses. Trial reward card. You will receive an additional reward card each time you successfully complete a trial dream. Consuming reward cards can grant you a random card or a varying amount of evolution points. Trial rewind. When you die in the trial dream, you can choose to rewind time. The rollback time will not exceed 10 minutes, and the number of rollbacks in a single trial will not exceed 5. Each time a save is rolled back, the trial dream will be closed for 1 day. When the trial is successful, the newly opened trial dream will not be affected by the previous trial rollback. Note: when you choose to roll back, everything in the trial dream will be restored to the state of the time you selected. However, special cases such as card fusion will not be affected by the trial rollback. Furthermore, if a card is consumed or damaged at any time during the trial dream, it will be consumed or enter a damaged state at the end of this trial dream, regardless of its current state. New skill, Shuffle. Shuffle. Immediately recall all cards, putting the deck into a 20-minute shuffle period. All cards cannot be summoned during the shuffle. After the shuffle is complete, all damaged cards will have their repair time reduced by 2 hours. This skill has a 48-hour cooldown. Skill, Card Throwing. Enhanced. Maximum throwing distance increased to 30 meters. Skill, Card Swap is enhanced. When you want to swap cards, the speed of the flying cards is increased to 3 times, and the monster swap will be completed instantly. His attributes suddenly surged dramatically, and the feeling was very obvious. Zhao Huanshi could even hear the soft cracking sounds coming from his bones and muscles. Is this the legendary muscles and bones resonating? Oh no, I'm getting a leg cramp. Zhao Huanshi hurriedly bent down and frantically rubbed his right leg with both hands. While rubbing, he was still muttering to himself. What do you mean by official card monster summoner? So I was just an intern before. Why didn't you let me use all these privileges sooner? I've lost at least 1 reward card because of you. But this card seems to offer quite a lot of attribute bonuses. Zhao Huanshi looked at the newly appeared information on the card. Special blue monster card, Goblin Wild Knight. Card master attribute bonuses, Strength +5, Agility +5, Defense +2, Shadow Affinity +1, Shadow Resistance +2, Perception slightly increased. Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up immediately, and he flipped out other cards. White monster card, 3 goblins. Card master attribute bonus, Agility +1. Well, they're goblins after all. It's good enough if they get any help. Skip this. See the next one. Green monster card, Bright Vine. Card master's attribute bonuses, with Affinity +1, Constitution +1, Self-healing ability slightly increased. It can even enhance self-healing abilities? Amazing. Zhao Huan grinned and continued looking at the other cards. Green monster card, Purple Venom Slime. Card master's attribute bonus, Poison resistance +3, slightly improved digestion ability. Green monster card, Fiery, greedy mimic. Card Master's attribute bonuses. Fire affinity +3, fire resistance +3, defense +2, slightly increases tooth sturdiness. Green monster card, Swift Chocobo. Card Master attribute bonus. Strength +1, agility +2, slightly improved vision. Green monster card, Shallow Sea Murloc Hunter. Card Master attribute bonus. Agility +2, water resistance +2, slightly improves water ability. Special blue monster card, Goblin Trio. Card Master attribute bonuses. Constitution +4, agility +4, spirit +4, poison resistance +1, shadow affinity +2, shadow resistance +1, spirit resistance +6, wealth sensitivity slightly increased. As expected of the numerous and powerful goblins, the Three Musketeers provide a wider variety of attribute bonuses than other monster cards. Zhao Huanshi scanned the cards again and guessed that the attribute bonuses provided by the cards were related to the quality of the cards and the abilities of the monsters they were playing. If the mimic isn't inlaid with a lava core, the stat boosts it provides will definitely be less. Zhao Huan counted on his fingers and found that, apart from the strange ability enhancements, he had gained a total of 6 points of strength, 14 points of agility, 5 points of constitution, 4 points of spirit, and 4 points of defense from the cards, including the total 11 points of all attribute bonus from job advancement. Zhao Huanshi felt that he was now terrifyingly strong. It's time to get revenge on that bastard, the fallen shadow cultist. Zhao Huanshi suddenly stood up and left his companions with the words, "I'm going to sleep now. You guys better keep an eye on me. Don't let any monster carry me away." After saying that, he strode confidently into the tent. No, is he going to sleep? Or is he going to fight someone? Jingji asked, somewhat puzzled. Su Duojin chuckled, who knows? Maybe he's preparing to fight a female demon 300 rounds in his dream. He actually dared to go to sleep? Li Xiang was almost carried off by the old black leopard just now, and he feels like he won't be able to sleep tonight no matter what. And he even summoned the Goblin Knight back? Isn't he afraid of being eaten by monsters? Zhao Huan actually wanted to leave the Goblin Wilderness Knight behind to guard him. But that won't work. Zhao Huanshi already had a general idea in mind on how to kill the fallen shadow cultist. The Goblin Wild Rider holds a crucial place in his plan and must be brought into the trial dream. Upon entering the trial dream, following the previous procedure, Zhao Huan spent 2 days carefully clearing out most of the monsters in the city ruins without being discovered by the fallen shadow cultists and feeding the soul-devouring greatsword. They chose the same open space again and handed the dark-skinned goblin mage over to the goblin thief. Zhao Huan, alone with his sword, slaughtered all the black-skinned goblins. Looking up, that show-off was indeed standing at the highest point of the previous building ruins. After all, that place is the highest in the entire area. Come on, dog, load up. 5 chances. I refuse to believe I can't kill you. Zhao Huanshi's eyes sharpened, and a cold smile appeared on his lips as he thought to himself. Chapter 138 Raid on the Fallen Shadow Cultist. Zhao Huan gripped the Soul Eater tightly and took 2 steps back, the long, narrow shadow behind him moving along with it. The fallen shadow cultist seemed to let out a sneer before his body suddenly turned into a black shadow and vanished. Zhao Huanshi quickly turned around, and the soul-devouring greatsword, accompanied by the howl of a vengeful ghost, slashed fiercely behind him. The 25-point agility bonus nearly doubled his agility attribute, significantly improving his reaction speed and the smoothness of his movements. The blade of the soul-devouring greatsword struck the black dagger with precision, producing a heavy metallic clang. In their previous 2 encounters, Zhao Huanshi discovered that the fallen shadow cultist's power was actually not strong, about the same as his. Under the effect of the valiant aura, Zhao Huanshi was even stronger. This guy can teleport and stealthily attack, so he can fight whenever he wants and run away whenever he wants. He's so shameless that he's practically invincible. But this time was different. Zhao Huan actually gained 17 points of strength. The 2 weapons clashed, and the shadow blade once again slashed at the evil spirits emerging from the ghostly mist, causing them to howl in agony. The fallen shadow follower suffered an unexpected impact, resulting in severe deformation of his body. Although they sensed the attack from behind, they were unable to dodge it immediately using shadow jump. The Goblin Wilderness Knight suddenly leaped out from the upper half of Zhao Huanshi's shadow, roared, and pierced the body of the fallen shadow cultist with his spear, which cast a faint black shadow. The lynx swung its claws, leaving a row of scratches on the enemy's back and tearing off a piece of cloth. The fallen shadow cultist grunted and vanished as a black shadow. Holy crap, he can even run like that. Zhao Huanchu's sword, aimed at the enemy's neck, missed its mark. He suddenly turned his head and saw the fallen shadow cultist appearing in the shadows of the distant ruins. While silently noting down the location of the fallen shadow cultist, he summoned a swift chocobo and rode after it. The goblin wild rider was faster than him, and roared as he charged forward the moment he saw the enemy reappear. But when Zhao Huanchu saw that the fallen shadow followers were not reacting to the pursuit of the goblin wild riders, he knew that something was wrong. Sure enough, the goblin wild rider's spear once again pierced through the shadow clone of the fallen shadow cultist, stabbing a hole in the ground. Zhao Huanchu looked up and saw the fallen shadow cultist appear in another shadow, bowing his head in prayer, dark green blood seeping from his chest and mouth. It wasn't that the blood of the fallen shadow cultist was unusually colored. It was simply that Zhao Huan had used the temporary consumable card, poisonous coating solvent, on the goblin wild knight. The knight's spear was poisoned, and it pierced right through his chest. Now the poison was just taking effect. Even after all this guy still wants to fight me? Zhao Huan was puzzled. But then, as the fallen shadow cultist finished praying, the figure radiating terrifying pressure reappeared. Numerous black fleshy tendrils sprouted from the wounds on the fallen shadow cultist's body, intertwining and merging to seal the wounds. Holy crap, this works. Dark shadows spewed mist, and gloomy clouds shrouded the city ruins, which once again became the domain of the fallen shadow cultists. Zhao Huanchu thought this guy would use teleportation and invisibility to ambush him again. While urging the goblin wild rider to continue the attack, he hurriedly jumped off the chocobo's back and stood on the ground, cautiously on guard. Unexpectedly, the fallen shadow follower slashed open his palm with a dagger, slammed it to the ground, and let out a shriek. Then the ground, shrouded in dark clouds, suddenly began to boil, spewing out thick, black spikes. Zhao Huanchu tried his best to dodge, but was still pierced through the chest and hung in midair. I should have stayed here. Watching the swift chocobo dart across the ground, dodging attacks from sharp spikes, Zhao Huan thought to himself, somewhat speechless. As my consciousness began to fade and the world was about to plunge into darkness, a piece of information popped into my mind. Should we roll back the data? Go back. Of course we'll go back. Please select a rollback point. As if watching a video, a series of images flashed through Zhao Huanchu's mind. Right here. As soon as Zhao Huanchu uttered the thought, time in the entire dream world rapidly reversed, and everything was like a rewind, returning to 2 minutes earlier along the previous trajectory. Zhao Huanchu was completely out of control, and could only watch helplessly as his body fell back to the ground, the sharp black spikes being pulled from his chest, and the spurting blood seeping back into the wound. A thought popped into my head. How many germs must this blood have picked up after circulating outside? The time loop ended, paused for a moment, and then began to flow again. The fallen shadow cultist's body was pierced by the spear, and he vanished into shadow. The goblin wild rider roared and charged toward the shadow clone. Zhao Huanchu shouted, "That's fake." With a flick of his wrist, the shallow sea fishman hunter shot out. The moment the murloc hunter appeared, he understood Zhao Huanchu's meaning and forcefully hurled the fishbone spear in his hand at the fallen shadow cultist who had just appeared. The fallen shadow cultist dodged to the side, but still got his arm scratched. Intense pain shot through the wound. The tip of the fishbone spear was, of course, also coated with poison. The fallen shadow follower, vomiting blood, glanced at Zhao Huanchu in disbelief before his body vanished into shadow once more. Damn, that's incredible speed. Zhao Huanchu rode his chocobo and scanned the area, discovering the figure of the fallen shadow cultist in the distance. He then bowed his head and prayed again, coughing up blood. The chocobo let out a cry and dashed off at lightning speed. As they passed the mimic, Zhao Huanchu, with one arm around the chocobo's neck, leaned out to give the mimic a high five, pulling it back down. Zhao Huanchu rode his chocobo across numerous ruins, catching up to the fallen shadow cultist. The cultist had finished praying, his wounds had healed, and the shadowy figure exhaled a cloud of darkness that quickly dissipated. The fallen shadow cultist gave Zhao Huanchu a disdainful sneer before disappearing again, infuriating Zhao Huanchu to the point of wanting to curse. Turning around, I saw the man carrying the goods run to the highest point of a building ruin, slash his palm with a dagger, and press his palm against the stone slab under his feet while spitting out blood. Although the wounds were forcibly healed under the power of shadow, the poison in the body of the fallen shadow cultist was not eliminated. "You idiot, you're already spitting blood. Why are you still cutting your hand? Just lick the floor with your mouth. While complaining, Zhao Huanshi rode his swift chocobo and fled at top speed, dodging the shadowy spikes that sprang from the ground. Seeing that the merman hunter chasing behind could not dodge in time, he was impaled by long spikes and hung in midair. While its body was still warm, Zhao Huanshi quickly threw the purple venom slime over and swapped it back. As soon as the slime landed after switching with the murloc hunter, it was pierced by spikes and exploded into a cloud of purple poisonous mist. The goblin wild rider leaped and bounded across the ruined walls, dodging attacks from black spikes. The goblin thief had vanished somewhere. Zhao Huan held the chocobo tightly to prevent it from throwing him off when it made a sudden turn. Turning his head, he saw the fallen shadow cultist coughing up blood while pressing his hand to the stone slab, motionless. This guy can't move, right? And that divine descent, or something skill from before, must have a very long cooldown. Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up immediately, and he raised the soul-devouring greatsword high. Chapter 139 The Black Guy You Want. Soul Devourer. With a roar from Zhao Huanshi, the ghostly mist wrapped around the soul-devouring greatsword transformed into hordes of fierce ghosts that surged forth, howling as they pounced on the fallen shadow cultists. Upon seeing this, the fallen shadow follower abruptly raised his head, looking utterly shocked, as if it were the first time he had ever seen Zhao Huan use this technique. Oh, in his memory, this was indeed the first time he'd seen it. Poor NPC. Zhao Huanshi thought to himself silently. As expected, the fallen shadow cultist could no longer summon the Black Phantom, and could only stop casting spells, turning into shadows and escaping. Just how long is this guy's mana bar? He's used so many spells, and it's still not depleted. Perhaps knowing their chances of winning were slim, the fallen shadow cultists never reappeared after escaping this time. After losing their target, the evil spirits circled in the sky for a while before pouncing on the monsters hiding in the dark corners of the city ruins. If this guy is determined to hide, how long would it take me to find him? Zhao Huan frowned and pondered for a moment, then raised his head, squinted at a tower-like building standing in the center of the city ruins. Since they are believers, they must have idols, right? The Goblin Wild Knight was now in a weakened state, but it had only suffered a reduction in attributes and still retained some combatability. Unlike before the enhancement, when once in a weakened state, I could only lie sprawled on the back of a lynx in the wilderness like a rag doll, finding it difficult even to hold a big gun. Zhao Huanshi recalled the Goblin Wilderness Knight back into the card, and after looking around, he couldn't find the Goblin Thief. Ignoring it, he rode the chocobo toward the tower. Strike while the iron is hot, and kill him. While the fallen shadow cultist skills are on cooldown, and he's poisoned and heavily damaged, hurry over and finish him off. Even if we can't find him, we have to demolish his hometown. I refuse to believe it won't affect him. Surely there can't be no obvious weaknesses, right? That would make the trial too difficult. Many mutated monsters still inhabit the city ruins, but they are currently engaged in a fierce battle with evil spirits and have no time to bother with Zhao Huanshi. On the other hand, Zhao Huanshi would casually slash at the monsters that ran past him with terrified expressions and screams, replenishing the soul-devouring greatsword with some life force. The fallen shadow cultists have all fled, but the dark clouds overhead show no sign of dissipating. The photosynthetic effects of the bright light vine have also decreased considerably. Zhao Huanshi arrived at the foot of the tower, walked around for a while, and found that he couldn't find the way up. He was dumbfounded. Could it be because the person loading the cargo can use shadow jumps to leap up and down, so they deliberately dismantled the stairs and everything? That's ridiculous. Don't they have any friends or guests visiting them? While complaining, Zhao Huanshi observed the condition of the tower's outer wall and pondered how he could climb up. It's called a tower, but it's actually only about 30 or 40 meters tall, about the height of a 10-story building. With Zhao Huan's current skills, climbing up wouldn't be difficult. Just then, a bright green head suddenly poked out from the doorway or window at the top of the tower, looking at Zhao Huanshi below with a puzzled expression. Holy crap, how did this guy get here? Upon seeing the goblin thief, Zhao Huan was initially shocked, then called out to it. Do you see that dark creature? The goblin thief scratched his head, glanced back twice, and then pulled his head back inside. After a while, the corpse of the fallen shadow cultist was thrown from the tower by the goblin thief, landing on the ground with a thud. Huh? He's already dead. Zhao Huanshi walked up to the corpse and looked down to examine it. With the black mist gone, the true face of the fallen shadow followers was finally revealed. It generally looks like a humanoid creature, and it's bald. There was a clear wound on his neck, from which dark green blood was seeping out. Without a doubt, this is the work of the Goblin thief, though it's unclear how he obtained it. The fallen shadow cultist was covered in eerie black runes, while the skin not covered by runes appeared dark green. Considering that he was poisoned, Zhao Huansher estimated that this was probably not his original skin color. The eyes are pure black, and you can't see where the pupils are. The shapes of organs such as the ears and nose are somewhat similar to those of humans. The palms are rough, and the nails are black and sharp. Zhao Huan had never seen humans from another world before and couldn't tell if this was a normal appearance or the result of a mutation. As for why Zhao Huansher thought the fallen shadow followers were human, rather than some kind of humanoid monster. Because when this guy spoke in his mind before, the way he expressed himself was very different from the card monsters. But it's hard to say for sure. Perhaps the monsters of the fallen shadow cultists are of a higher level? Just as Zhao Huan was thinking, a heavy object slammed to the ground beside him with a loud thud. Holy crap! What the hell is that? Zhao Huan was startled. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a tall statue carved from black stone. He looked up, staring angrily at the goblin thief's head, and roared, "You want to smash me to death?" Gurgle, gurgle. Didn't you say you wanted to find a dark-skinned guy? Zhao Huan looked down at the statue. It was indeed completely dark. His lips twitched slightly. He was too lazy to argue with the goblin thief. Zhao Huan tilted his head to bring the statue into his field of vision and see its shape clearly. Its entire body was pitch black, and its bald head and face were shrouded in a dark cloud, making it impossible to see its exact features. Only human facial features could be roughly discerned. A black cloak covered most of his body, draped over his head. There were no legs under the cloak, but instead several thick tentacles emerged. It looked very eerie. Could Squidward be wrapped up inside that cloak? A strange idea popped into Zhao Huansher's mind. Perhaps sensing the disrespectful thoughts in Zhao Huansher's mind, as the eerie whispers lingered and spread in the air, a faint black mist rose from the pitch-black statue, swirling and coiling, as if trying to gather into something. Zhao Huan was startled and immediately tried to escape on his chocobo. At this moment, the entire dream world paused slightly and quickly dimmed. It turns out that thanks to the tireless efforts of the evil spirits, they finally cleared out all the monsters from the city ruins. Before Zhao Huansher's consciousness sank into darkness, he raised 2 middle fingers at the black statue with his backhand. "Come and hit me, you idiot." Chapter 140 Goblin Thief's Customized Equipment. Trial successful. Evolution points gained, 631. Current evolution points, 1032. Trial rewards obtained. White monster card, Knoll Crossbowman. Green monster card, Shadow Slime. White equipment card, Rusty Axe. Green equipment card, Shadow Bone Club. Blue equipment card, Hidden Ring. Blue equipment card, Shadow Blade. Card Master Privilege, 1 bonus card. The trial dream is being regenerated, estimated time, 158 hours. Zhao Huan picked at his eye boogers. Dream system, are you even capable? You're not even giving out purple cards. Zhao Huan muttered to himself, sat up, scratched his messy hair, and kicked up a cloud of dust. They've been living a life of hardship, enduring wind and rain every day. They're practically turning into wild men. Ignoring the cards given as rewards from the trial, I first crafted the reward cards. A white card with a large question mark drawn in the middle. Reward token. Receive a random reward upon use. The card only has one simple message. No way, at least give me the drop rate. What's the probability of getting a white card? What's the probability of getting a purple card? And what's the probability of getting a purple card or higher? You don't write anything at all. Believe me, I'll complain and get you taken down. While muttering a complaint under his breath, he silently chanted in his mind, use the reward card. Suddenly, the card in his hand exploded into white specks of light, which then quickly coalesced and reformed. The card's edges remain white, but the image in the center has changed from a large question mark to a large-headed skull dog. Its eye sockets glowed crimson, and its mouth full of sharp teeth looked quite threatening, but the small tailbone on its rear end added a touch of cuteness. White monster card Skull Dog. A hunting dog, buried by its owner after its death, is reawakened by the aura of the dead and crawls out from underground. Hunting. Even after death, skeleton dogs retain their instinct to track prey, and as undead, they are even more able to detect the presence of the living. Low-level necromancer. Skeleton hounds' attacks inflict minor necromancy damage, but low-level necromancers have generally weak bones and lack flesh and blood protection, making them easily disintegrate when attacked by blunt weapons. Card Master Attribute Bonus. Necromancer Resistance, +1. Skull Dog? He doesn't look too fierce. By the way, would you consider this thing a wild beast? I guess it counts. After all, it has the character for dog in it. Zhao Huanshi pondered for a moment, then took out the beast-taming hide ring. A leather collar goes better with a dog, doesn't it? With a thought, the beast-taming hide ring transformed into a ball of green light and merged into the skull dog. Looking at the skeleton dog again, the addition of a leather collar around its neck makes it look even more like a pet. But who would use this equipment? It seems to suit a scavenger's image quite well, a junk collector with a skinny, pitiful little dog. That being said, judging from the characteristics of the skeleton dog, it is clearly more suited to hunting and fighting than to following scavengers outside to collect scraps. Zhao Huan put away the skull dog and checked the rewards he had received from this trial. White monster card, Gnoll Crossbowman. A gnoll skilled in using a crossbow, who, when necessary, will also temporarily act as a warrior, engaging in close combat with other weapons, if equipped. Crossbowman. The Gnoll Crossbowman starts with a low-quality hand crossbow and 20 rough wooden bolts. When in card mode, consumed bolts will be replenished at a rate of 1 bolt every 3 minutes. Card Master Attribute Bonus. Agility, +1. An ordinary Gnoll Crossbowman. Green monster card, Shadow Slime. A black slime that has absorbed a large amount of shadow power, mutated its body, and gained related abilities. Stealth. Shadow slimes can lurk in the shadows and ambush passing prey. Shadow Bolt. Shadow slimes can gather shadow energy into a ball and unleash it. Enemies hit by shadow bolts have a small chance of being blinded. Card Master Attribute Bonus. Shadow Resistance +3, slightly increased digestion ability. This slime is quite interesting. It can hide and lurk, and it can also attack from a distance, and its attacks even have a blinding effect. Although the probability is a bit low. But do slime cards all increase digestion ability? Zhao Huan was really thinking, what if there are more slime cards in the future? Will he become a big eater? White equipment card, Rusty Iron Axe. A wood chopping axe, rusted from lack of maintenance. Although the blade has become less sharp, it's still capable of cracking a skull or smashing a bone with a little force. Attack 1/8. Standard weapons. Green equipment card, Shadow Beast Bone Club. A heavy weapon forged from the hardest thigh bone of a large beast, which, after being imbued with shadow energy, gained a special ability. Attack 3/10. Shadow Strike. When the shadow bone mace attacks, the dissipated shadow energy will deal a small amount of shadow damage and has a very small chance to blind the enemy. Shadow Corrosion. The shadow bone mace inflicts minor shadow corrosion damage on the user. Requires at least 20 constitution to equip. Standard weapons. Blue equipment card, Hidden Ring. A magic ring specially designed for shadow followers. Shadow Power. When equipped, shadow spells are slightly enhanced, increasing casting speed by 5 to 10%, reducing shadow energy consumption by 10%, and increasing shadow energy regeneration speed by 5%. Shadow Leap Enhancement. The maximum casting range of Shadow Leap has been increased by 10 meters. Accessories, General Equipment. Size adjustable to fit the monster's size. Blue equipment card, Shadow Blade. A magical weapon specially designed for shadow followers. Attack 8/20. Shadow Creature. When equipped, greatly enhances the monster's stealth effect. When a monster is in a dark environment, its body becomes slightly shadowed, its defense increases by 5, and its movement speed is slightly increased. When operating in stealth mode, disturbances caused by smoke, water vapor, and other gases are significantly reduced. Shadow Blade. The Shadow Blade comes with the Shadow Blade enchantment effect. When attacking, it releases a Shadow Blade that deals additional damage to enemies. The Shadow Blade is composed of pure shadow energy. When it encounters physical obstacles, its power gradually weakens depending on the thickness of the obstacle. If the obstacle is not thick enough, the remaining energy of the Shadow Blade will still deal damage to enemies. This so-called equipment customized for shadow cultists is clearly an equipment card specially made for goblin thieves. While complaining, Zhao Huanshi connected the Hidden Ring and Shadow Blade with the Goblin Trio. As expected, both pieces of equipment ended up on the Goblin Thief, and the kid laughed even harder. Keep the rusty thief's knife too. With a dagger in each hand, you can become a dual-wielding thief. Recalling the scene of the goblin scavenger hitting the dark-skinned goblin mage with a stone, Zhao Huanshi also shoved the Shadow Bone Club into his hands. Aside from the goblin scavenger, the only other monsters that meet the requirements are the Wild Knight and the Murloc Hunter. but they already have their own weapons and don't need this item. But the three musketeers are supposed to be in charge of logistics, so why do they seem more and more like a bandit gang? Chapter 138 Fusion, Null Dog Trainer Crossbowman. Twilight in the Wilderness. A wild ostrich that had just emerged from a spatial rift spent a lot of effort building a nest in the wild grass. With his mission nearly complete, he was already daydreaming about where to lure a female ostrich back. Suddenly, colorful light burst forth in the air, intertwining and converging to form the figure of a goblin scavenger, which landed right in the center of the ostrich's nest. Before the goblin scavenger could react, the wild ostrich shrieked and charged at him. "You stinking beggar. I just built this bird's nest, and I haven't even slept in it yet, and you're already enjoying it? Take this ostrich peck." The wild ostrich pecked at the goblin scavenger's head with its hard beak while simultaneously kicking its belly. Caught off guard, the goblin scavenger was pecked on the head. After realizing what had happened, he grabbed a bone club and smacked the wild ostrich on the head. With a duong, the wild ostrich suddenly tilted its neck, its eyes rolled back, and it staggered a few steps as if it were drunk before collapsing to the ground. "Pooh, just because I'm green doesn't mean I'm a pushover." The goblin scavenger kicked the bird's nest to pieces and stormed out. The wild ostrich lay dazed on the ground, trying to get up several times but failing. Driven by wickedness, the goblin scavenger decided to go all the way and went up to the wild ostrich and smacked it twice more on the head. Once the wild ostrich was dead, he was overjoyed and wanted to stuff it into his burlap sack. The wild ostrich was quite large, and although the goblin scavenger had to rummage through it, it was barely managed to squeeze it into its tattered bag using a threefold method. But a wild ostrich takes up most of the pocket space, making it too difficult for the goblin scavenger to fit anything else in. The goblin scavenger thought this wouldn't do, so after a moment's thought, he took the wild ostrich out again, plucked its feathers and skinned it, ate until his belly was round, and then stuffed all the plucked ostrich down feathers into his bag. Anyway, with so many chicken legs at the summoner's house, they definitely wouldn't like this smelly and unpalatable ostrich meat. But these feathers. Scavengers have seen it on TV. Humans stuff bird feathers into their clothes and blankets. Wild ostrich feathers are bigger and longer, which summoners would surely love. Having finished gathering, the goblin scavenger wiped the blood from his mouth, carrying a bloodstained bone club in one hand and a tattered bag full of goodwill in the other, before disappearing into the depths of the bushes. Previously, Zhao Huanshe had been busy running dungeons and also needed to keep his summoned creatures to protect himself, so he hadn't let the goblin trio go out to roam. But now that the trial dream has been passed, the exploration team is about to leave the Twilight Wilderness and probably won't encounter any more trouble on the way, so Zhao Huanshe released the goblin trio again. After the cards in his hand disappeared, Zhao Huanshe took out the skeleton dog and several humanoid monster cards. Wild Rider is not suitable. Although riding a lynx with a dog looks impressive, the skeleton dog cannot turn invisible, making it a burden in combat. I wonder if the Murloc hunter likes keeping dogs. 3 goblins would be fine. There are already 3 green-skinned creatures, and adding a skeleton hound would make it easier to trigger the strength in numbers trait. However, their fighting power was of little use to Zhao Huan. After looking at it from all angles, the Null Crossbowman and skeleton hound seemed to be a better match. Since we're all canines, we're bound to have more in common. Moreover, the Jackal Crossbowman is at least a ranged unit, so it's still worth training. If it doesn't suit you, you can just change it later. It's not like you can't disconnect the equipment once it's in use. With that thought in mind, Zhao Huan equipped the skeleton hound to the Null Crossbowman. The moment the 2 cards linked, they suddenly exploded into a ball of white light, then quickly converged and merged into a colorful vortex. Card fusion in progress. The Null Crossbowman and skeleton hound resonate and merge into a new card. Huh? It's already fused. The Wild Rider is associated with the Watcher's big gun, but what about the Null and the skeleton hound? Is it because of their blood ties and brotherhood? As Zhao Huan was lost in thought, he saw the colorful vortex condense into a card with green edges and fall down. Card fusion complete. Zhao Huanshe grabbed the card and saw that on the card, a Null Crossbowman was leading a skeleton dog, looking ahead warily. The cheap crossbow in his hand had some white bone decorations on it. Green monster card, Null Dog Trainer Crossbowman. Because of lingering memories from their previous life, skeleton dogs are better at obeying hunters' commands and fighting alongside their companions than fighting alone. The Null Hound Crossbowman fulfills both of these conditions. After the Null Crossbowman acknowledged and accepted the skeleton dog, The skeleton dog's soul was satisfied, and it evolved, thus granting the Gnoll crossbowman new power. Crossbowman. The Gnoll dog crossbowman comes with a hand crossbow and 20 bolts. While in card form, the Gnollhound crossbowman's spent bolts will regenerate at a rate of 1 bolt every 3 minutes. When the bolts are replenished, 50% will be regular wooden bolts, 25% will be hardwood bolts, and 25% will be bone bolts. Hardwood crossbow bolts are more durable and have greater penetrating power. The bone crossbow bolts inflict minor undead damage upon hitting an enemy, causing the flesh around the wound to wither and die, resulting in a loss of life. Hunting. The Gnoll crossbowman and his skeletal hound possess powerful tracking abilities, allowing them to follow and hunt down enemies or prey by following their tracks and scents. Undead hounds. Skeleton hounds' attacks inflict undead damage, causing status effects such as withered flesh, life loss, and lethargy. The skeleton hound's roars also have a weak deterrent effect, inducing or amplifying the fear in the enemy's heart. Hound hunter. Skeleton hounds will respawn after 8 hours when they die, and will not cause the Gnollhound crossbowman card to be damaged. When the Gnollhound master is defeated, the card becomes damaged, but the summoned skeleton hounds can still fight as independent units. Card master attribute bonuses: agility +2, necromancer resistance +2, slightly increased bone toughness, and damage recovery speed. Both jackals and hunters. The jackal crossbowmen really satisfy 2 of the skeleton hound's psychological needs at the same time. So it's because of a soul connection that the fusion occurs. Zhao Huan made a mental note of this, then looked at the cards in his hand. Does the name Dog Trainer Crossbowman mean that if we get other canine monster cards in the future, we can put them into this account? Imagine a dog-headed monster leading a pack of vicious dogs in battle. That's quite interesting. Zhao Huan grinned and looked at the only remaining white-quality monster card in his hand. 3 goblins. LV4. Before leaving the contaminated area, let's upgrade these 3 weaklings to level 5. Chapter 139 Goblin Count, +1. A verdant forest. Crack. The goblin was kicked in the neck by the stag's hoof, and a sharp cracking sound came from its neck. It flew 3 or 4 meters away, rolled twice on the ground, twitched slightly for a while, and then stopped moving. Its head was tilted to the side, and its 2 eyes were fixed on the ground not far ahead, where another goblin's corpse lay. One goblin was gored to death, another was kicked to death, leaving only the last goblin holding a fishbone and turtle shield, cowering in a corner, being gored by the berserk stag and screaming. Fortunately, the goblin wielding the mushroom spear did a lot before it died, poking the giant deer's rear end and smashing it with mushroom bombs. Before the fishbone and tortoise shell reached their limit, the great antler deer's deadly poison took effect, and it collapsed first. Seeing this, the goblin hiding behind the tortoise shield perked up immediately. He casually tossed aside the somewhat heavy shield in his hand, picked up the wooden spear that his companion had dropped, and started poking wildly at the head of the giant stag. After the great antler deer was completely dead, this guy excitedly stepped on the deer's head and cheered while holding up his wooden spear. After watching the entire battle, Zhao Huanshe was speechless. Without the Goblin Wild Riders buff, these goblins have indeed become useless again. Even with everyone armed, they still couldn't defeat a large elk with its calf. Seeing that the remaining idiot actually turned around and climbed onto the green-skinned deer calf, tearing off pieces of flesh and eating them, Zhao Huanshe's lips twitched, but he did not stop him. Since the card will be damaged anyway after being recalled, it won't make a difference if one more dies. It's a bit of a waste that these 2 big deer were poisoned, and their meat is inedible. If Zhao Huanshe hadn't been worried that they'd just be there to help him level up, he wouldn't have let the 3 goblins one-on-one against the giant deer. Moments later, the remaining goblins succumbed to the poison, and the 3 goblin corpses, along with their weapons, vanished in a radiant glow. Zhao Huanshe looked down at the card with cracks between his fingers. For goblins. Damaged. Repair time. 23 hours 59 minutes. Well, max. Goblin count increased by 1. Unable to further upgrade the card level. 4 goblin card enhancement ceremony. Overcoming a powerful enemy with overwhelming numbers. Completed. Celebrate with a grand feast. 0/1. Huh? They even changed the card name because there's an extra goblin? Will it evolve into 6 or 8 goblins? However, this enhancement ritual is quite simple. As he spoke, Zhao Huanshe glanced at the carcass of the giant deer with a hint of regret. If they hadn't been poisoned, these 2 large and small antler deer would definitely have been able to feed the 4 goblins. Forget about the poisoning. That goblin just ate 2 bites and died. It definitely wasn't full. There were 2 wolf carcasses in the greedy space. However, once the cards are repaired, Zhao Huanshi should have returned to Dongchuan City. Dissecting wolf carcasses is too troublesome, and eating them directly will make the house bloody and messy. It's better to just spend money to buy some cheap and delicious pasta outside and feed them until they're full. Zhao Huanshi made up his mind and turned to walk towards the exploration team's temporary camp. When Zhang Dashuan saw him return, he nodded to him. Finished with work? Okay, done. By the way, we've had quite a haul this time. You should get a good share of the money, but some of the magical equipment inside will probably be auctioned off, so that portion of the profits might not be distributed for another 2 or 3 months. Zhao Huan had no objections, but asked with some curiosity, I see some equipment inside that seems quite suitable for warriors. Zhang Dashuan laughed and said, why would a poor warrior wear magical equipment? What if he gets hurt in a fight? These things should be left to the rich. We should at least keep some cards up our sleeve. Zhang Dashuan smiled mysteriously. How do you know we didn't leave any? I don't know if others have it or not. But you. Zhao Huan hesitated, unable to finish his sentence. TSK. I'm not stupid. Do you really think I'll tell everyone everything? The exploration team rested overnight in the lush forest and got up before dawn the next day. After a hurried journey, they finally returned to Explorer Town at noon. Because of the large number of explorers entering and leaving the lush forest, the number of people in Explorer Town has increased several times compared to before. There was a cacophony of people hawking their wares, buying and selling, arguing, and searching for teammates. It was so noisy that Zhao Huan was having a bit of a headache. Without lingering in Explorer Town, he retrieved his belongings from the storage area and headed straight back to Dongchuan City. Zhao Huanshi and his teammates boarded the armored minibus. He originally wanted to check his phone for a while, but he received a text message from the Transportation Bureau, subtly reminding him to register the chocobo. Zhao Huanshi guessed that the drone had captured the scene of him fighting while riding a chocobo on his way here, and the information was transmitted to the Transportation Bureau. The problem is, his chocobo isn't even a proper chocobo. Registering it is practically useless. He doesn't usually ride his chocobo out, since it can only run on non-motorized vehicle lanes under normal circumstances, and the speed limit is 25 kilometers per hour. It's much more convenient to just use a shared electric scooter at the entrance of the community. But not doing it doesn't seem right, since we've already been photographed. At this moment, Lin Honglei, scrolling through her phone, said, so much time has passed. Why is there still no news about Mo Hongjin? It won't be that fast. We just came out of the contaminated zone. Don't worry, as long as there's a magic rainbow gold mine in Twilight Wilderness, it will be found sooner or later. My only fear is that there won't be any demon rainbow gold veins. How could that be? The ore has been found. There must be some. The teammates on the bus were all single, and Zhang Dashuan and Qian Montang's parents had all passed away, so they had nothing to worry about. It would be best if the world could remain as it is, but if Dongchuan City were ever swallowed up by the illusion, they, as awakened beings, could still survive in the contaminated zone. If all else fails, then so be it, I'll just die. Lin Honglei is different. She has a family and children, and her parents are alive and well. They are ordinary people, so she has more to worry about. Perhaps fearing the atmosphere would become heavy, Li Xiang changed the subject and started talking about other things. Dawn Century is about to launch its public beta, so I can take a few more days off when I go back. Didn't you say you felt you were about to be promoted to junior soldier and were planning to go to the training hall to spar with someone? Su Duojin said in confusion. Practice sessions can't last all day. They're over in 3 or 4 hours at most. Then you might as well let me earn this money. Forget it. I'm afraid you'll use this as an excuse to settle personal scores and take the opportunity to beat me up. Zhao Huanshi asked in confusion. Dawn Century is a game? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Yes. The monsters inside are all based on those in the contaminated zone. It's said that their stats and skills are exactly the same as real-world monsters. Players will also encounter spatial rifts, illusionary rifts, and things like that. Is this game meant to educate people about monsters' abilities? Pretty much. I heard it was produced under official guidance and has a pretty big promotional campaign. Shadow Ghost in Chapter 140 Game Data. Night. When Zhao Huanshi got home, he first went to the bathroom and took a shower. After rubbing off a layer of dirt, I immediately felt much refreshed. Taking advantage of his high physical attributes, he didn't feel the cold, so he lay down on the sofa wearing only his underwear and picked up his phone. I spent 648 yuan to enjoy the game for 10 seconds, but after a while I got bored and switched to another game. Team. 8 minutes later. Seeing the words "fight again" on the screen, Zhao Huan cursed and switched game accounts, summoning the Goblin Thief. While eating instant noodles and listening to the "please turn on voice chat" prompts that occasionally rang out amidst the game sound effects, Zhao Huanshi felt a great sense of relief. Let the Goblin Thief play around there, while Zhao Huanshi went back to his bedroom and turned on his computer. He was quite curious about the game that Li Xiang and the others had been talking about. While the client download was taking a while, I browsed the game information on the webpage. While browsing the monster-related content, I came across a monster called Shadow Ghost. Humanoid, bald, covered in familiar black patterns, possesses the ability to become invisible in dark environments, teleport, and use shadow arrows and shadow spikes. Isn't this just a weaker version of the fallen shadow cultists? Zhao Huanshi frowned, wanting to see more information. However, the game's official website only describes some of the monster's abilities and behaviors, without mentioning where they were inspired. Fortunately, the game's official website has enabled a comment function, allowing players to comment directly below the monster information. Zhao Huanshi quickly found more information in the comments from netizens. It's actually the ruins of Lake City, monsters that humans turned into after being contaminated? Zhao Huan was completely taken aback. When I looked up information about the Lake City ruins before, I only knew that there were a lot of humans and monsters inside, which mutated into strange creatures after being contaminated, but I never expected them to look like this. Could the ruins of Lake City have something to do with the fallen shadow cultists in this state? But whether it's fallen shadow cultists or evil gods, I've never heard of anything related to them. The federal government is cracking down hard on cults, even banning some legitimate beliefs. Could it be that they already know something and are deliberately hiding it from the public? As Zhao Huanshi frowned in thought, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly turning my head, I saw a large green face staring intently at me. Holy crap! Zhao Huanshi was so frightened that he jumped up from his chair, hit his head on the ceiling, and made a hole in it. My head doesn't hurt at all, but I feel a little sorry for the hole in the ceiling. Turning to glare at the Goblin Thief, he said, "You walk so quietly, you almost scared me to death." The Goblin Thief looked completely innocent. "I'm a thief. Isn't it normal for me to walk silently?" He blinked and handed the phone to Zhao Huanshi. "What's wrong? Don't you want to play anymore? Weren't you having a lot of fun just now?" Zhao Huanshi took the phone with a puzzled look, only to see the game interface display. "You have been banned from participating in ranked matches." It's okay. If you can't play ranked, you can still play matchmaking. Just click here and here." "Wait a minute. Let me check a message first. Go to the kitchen and get yourself a couple of chicken drumsticks." After getting rid of the Goblin Thief, Zhao Huanshi switched his phone to a chat app. In the exploration team's chat group, Qian Xiaolin was complaining. "Why does this game only have 2 classes, warrior and archer? I want to play a summoner. I want an adorable mimic. Many money. You want to play summoner? That's easy. Just wear some lace lingerie and go find Zhao Huanshi. You know the address." Qian Baimei. "Su Duojin, you sly old fox. I'll sew your gaping mouth shut sooner or later." Zhang de Yongshi. "Will other classes be added to the game later?" Jing Ji is a handsome guy. "That survival mode is pretty fun. You can collect supplies in the city ruins, fight monsters, and there are all sorts of tutorials, like how an ordinary person can take on a goblin warrior with a kitchen knife." Zhang de Yongshi. "The Federation has really put a lot of thought into this." Zhao Huanshi also chatted with them for a few minutes in the group. After a while, the game client finished downloading. Zhao Huanshi scanned his electronic ID card and logged into the game directly. As he played, Zhao Huanshi felt that he might be hungry, and his nose even started to hallucinate, smelling the aroma of chicken legs. Turning my head, I saw the Goblin Thief standing behind me, staring intently at the computer screen, even abandoning the half-eaten chicken leg in my hand. Zhao Huanshi's eye twitched slightly. "Sooner or later, I'll put a bell around your neck." The next morning, Zhao Huanshi was awakened by a clattering sound. He turned his head and saw the Goblin Thief squatting on the computer chair, playing with the keyboard in one hand and the mouse in the other. "Damn. Are you planning to just collapse and die in front of your computer, then go back to sleep inside the cards?" I opened my phone and saw someone tagging me in a chat group. 015. Li, the invincible god of war, whose voice resounds throughout the universe. At Zhao Huanshi, let's team up. 120. Li, the invincible god of war, whose voice resounds throughout the universe. At Zhao Huanshi, why aren't you replying to me? For 15. Li, the invincible god of war, whose voice resounds throughout the universe. At Zhao Huanshi, aren't you asleep yet? Zhao Huansher's lips twitched slightly as he replied. Atli, invincible war god, resounding throughout the universe. This is not the real person. Zhao Huansher got out of bed and saw on the computer screen a human character using a kitchen knife to manipulate several goblins. Using various obstacles to maneuver, he killed all the goblins one by one, and even the 2 greenskins that tried to escape were not spared. He threw 2 kitchen knives and accurately hit the monsters' bodies, cutting them down to the ground. The goblin thief wore a smug expression and controlled his character to finish off the enemy. You traitor! Stop playing around, go back to sleep. It's time for your brother to get some rest. As Zhao Huan spoke, he patted the goblin thief, recalling it to its card. I picked out a few magical plants with relatively tough outer skin from the greedy space, intending to peel off the skin, grind, and mix them with a meat grinder, and then complete the strengthening ritual of the bright light vine. After collecting the items, resummoned the goblin trio. But then 2 figures appeared in front of them. The goblin merchant, upon seeing the goblin scavenger, covered his nose and stepped back several paces. The goblin scavenger ignored the goblin merchant. After taking a look around, his eyes lit up. He threw the bone club and tattered bag on the ground, and happily found the remote control to turn on the TV. Zhao Huansher scooped out a few bags of snacks and tossed them over, then ignored them. Not long after, the 2 goblins started arguing over changing the TV channel. One wants to watch jewelry appraisal, the other wants to watch wilderness survival. They started fighting after arguing for only a short while. The goblin scavenger lunged forward with a powerful punch, but the goblin merchant didn't utter a sound. Instead, his neck snapped, and he died on the spot. Then the 2 goblins vanished in a burst of light. Zhao Huansher was also speechless. This is unbelievable. Watching TV can lead to a murder case. Now, neither of them can watch TV anymore. Chapter 144 Evolution, Goblin Squad. Mingwang Vine Card Enhancement complete. The resilience of the bright vine has increased, and its roots have gained the ability to absorb nutrients. New skills, tough bark, robust roots. Tough bark. The bright light vine creates a layer of magical bark on the symbiotic host's skin, enhancing the host's survivability. Magic bark grants a bonus of +8 defense and +4 magic resistance. Note: the magical bark must be attached to skin to exist. When a piece of the symbiotic host's skin is damaged, the portion of magical bark attached to it will also disappear. Strong roots. The roots of the bright light vine have been strengthened, and it can now detach from its symbiotic host and summon bright light vine directly from the ground, rocks, and other locations. Zhao Huansher's eyes lit up when he saw the newly added tough bark skill of the bright vine. Healing, purification, and now even defensive enhancement. With just this one bright light vine, which Explorer wouldn't call it daddy upon seeing it. But what are these strong roots for? Are they meant to climb the wall like ropes? That sounds like a good idea. Zhao Huan thought for a moment, and perhaps he would use the bright vine's ability in the trial dream. He summoned the bright light vine to himself. You can see rough, bark-like textures on the surface of your skin. Zhao Huansher casually picked up a fruit knife and gently poked it. The bark texture deforms along with the skin. Zhao Huansher felt that the tip of the knife was somewhat dull, as if there was a layer of soft leather armor between his skin and the tip of the knife. With the added 4 points of defense from the card, Zhao Huan's defensive capabilities are now no different from wearing hard leather armor, even if he's not wearing anything. I used a bit of force, and the fruit knife even deformed slightly, before I could poke a small hole in the skin. Before the blood could even seep out, the life force generated by the bright vine surged over and healed the tiny, pinprick-sized wound. Zhao Huansher was quite satisfied with the result and did not continue the experiment. He recalled Mingwang Tong, tidied up the kitchen a bit, left home, and went to the supermarket near the community to buy a lot of snacks and cheap and delicious tech foods. Back home, I put everything in the kitchen and summoned the 4 goblins. Seeing the 4 goblins happily munching away, Zhao Huansher was actually a little unsure whether the enhancement ritual could be completed this way. If that doesn't work, we'll have to take the wolf carcass out of the greed space. In fact, Zhao Huan had not initially planned to evolve the goblin. With only so many evolution points available, it's hard to say how many evolution points will be needed to evolve the 2 blue cards, Goblin Trio and Goblin Wild Rider. However, this time the trial dream gave him more than 600 evolution points, and with a sudden abundance of evolution points in his hand, Zhao Huan couldn't resist. After a period of commotion, the 4 goblins finally stopped eating when their bellies were bulging and their mouths were completely full. They lay on the kitchen tiles, looking dizzy and dazed, like 4 bloated toads. Zhao Huanshe recalled them and checked the card information. The enhancement of the 4 Goblin cards is complete. Goblin's strength has been slightly increased. Evolution. The words had barely left his mouth. The card emitted a soft green light, enveloping the entire card. A moment later, the green light merged into the card, revealing the group of silly goblins in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 goblins. Is this evolution or reproduction? Green monster card, Goblin Squad. With ample food, the goblins multiplied and produced even more of their kind. Outnumbered strength. When your forces outnumber the enemy, the goblins receive a slight boost to combat strength and a significant increase in fighting courage. Simple weapons. If goblins don't have enough equipment cards, they will bring clubs, stones, and other items as weapons when they appear. Racial mutation. The more goblins there are, the higher the probability of mutation. When a goblin squad enters the battlefield, 1 or 2 goblins will randomly mutate into slightly stronger variant goblins. The mutation effect will disappear after 24 hours, and a new round of mutations will occur upon resummoning. Goblin Horde. If less than half of the goblin squad members have been lost, the card will not be damaged after recall. Card Master's Blessing effect. Agility +2, Constitution +1, reduces damage caused by food poisoning. They really do reproduce. It has so many characteristics, and it can even mutate. So many items, yet the attribute boost is so small, and what's with the food poisoning? I'm not a goblin. I don't just stuff anything into my mouth. Zhao Huan muttered to himself, but actually felt that the cards were alright. Although goblins aren't very strong, their sheer numbers make them a good choice as cannon fodder. When used in conjunction with the Goblin Wild Rider, the Berserk Goblin Squad can pose a threat to the enemy. Putting away the cards, Zhao Huan looked at the messy kitchen and thought to himself that it was best not to summon these guys out unless absolutely necessary. After upgrading both cards, Zhao Huanshe lay at home and did nothing for 2 days. Afterwards, he took a bunch of random things to Zhou Liaoshu's shop to sell. This time, we entered through the proper store entrance. Just as I entered, 2 people came out of the store. In the instant they brushed past each other, Zhao Huan was startled and abruptly turned to the side, instinctively about to throw out Goblin Wild Knight and transform Soul Eater into a great sword for combat. The 2 men were also startled by Zhao Huanshe's actions and immediately put their hands on the weapons they were carrying. Seeing Zhao Huanshe's puzzled expression but his lack of further action, he immediately cursed him as a lunatic and hurriedly turned and left. Watching the 2 figures walk away, Zhao Huan frowned, his heart filled with doubt. Hey, what are you doing here? The shop assistant behind the counter asked nervously. Zhao Huanshe snapped out of his daze. Oh, I was looking for rats to sell things to. After a while, Zhou Liaoshu came out from the hidden door. Looking at Zhao Huanshe, he asked in a low voice, "Have you run into an enemy?" Zhao Huanshe shook his head. "I don't know. I just felt something was off about those 2. Something does seem a bit strange. What are they doing here?" Zhou Liaoshu smiled, but remained silent. Zhao Huanshe didn't ask any more questions. He put a sack on the counter and poured out a bunch of random things. "Here, click it." Zhou Liaoshu plucked an ostrich feather from his head, glanced at Zhao Huanshe speechlessly, and then began counting it. Zhao Huanshe brought too many different things, so Zhou Liaoshu had to sort them out one by one while calculating the prices. After he had finished sorting, Zhao Huanshe threw 2 wolf carcasses out of another bag. Zhou Liaoshu glanced at him, then calmly dragged the corpse to his side and began to examine it carefully. He receives goods at the store every day. What hasn't he seen? Just a mere wolf carcass. Then Zhao Huanshe took out a few more otherworldly fish that were placed with the ice. Zhou Liaoshu was startled. Holy crap! Such a huge green leaf fish. How come you have everything? Chapter 145 Blood Red Statue. A total of 164,880 has been transferred to you. Yes, I received it. Oh, and could you show me this too? Zhao Huan handed over the silver ring with a blue transparent bead that he had previously opened from the treasure chest. Huh? A mind ring. You know him? Yes, my friend has one too. Zhou Liaoshu took the silver ring, put it on his hand, and closed his eyes to try it out. It's definitely a mind ring. You want to sell it? Let's talk about the effects of this ring first. My appraisal fee is very expensive. Zhou Liaoshu glanced at Zhao Huanshe. It increases mental attributes by about 7 to 10 points, and also enhances mental agility. When attacked by mental attacks, it will also passively activate a mental barrier. Sell it. I'll buy it for 950,000. Not selling. What kind of mental agility do you need, running a shady business like yours? As Zhao Huan spoke, He took the mind ring back from Zhou Liaoshu's hand. Zhou Liaoshu continued to persuade. 9,500,000 is not low. The previous mind ring only sold for 8,500,000 at the auction. Then why didn't you make a move back then? I didn't know about the effects of the mind ring at the time, so I didn't participate in that auction. Zhao Huan hesitated for a moment. I won't sell for now. We'll talk about it when we need money. As she spoke, she took out the sobering bracelet again. Could you take another look at this and see if anyone has tampered with it? TSK. I already told you my appraisal fee is very expensive. Despite saying that, Zhou Liaoshu still took the bracelet and examined it carefully. I don't see anything wrong. How come it was just dug out of the grave? Someone insisted on giving it to me, and I'm afraid he might do something shady inside. Zhou Liaoshu seemed to have thought of something. You're planning to give these 2 pieces of equipment to your sister? Upon hearing this, Zhao Huanshi's eyes sharpened, revealing a hint of murderous intent. You investigated me? Zhou Liaoshu rolled her eyes. I'd rather not do that kind of thing. Besides, with your level of secrecy, the information you have on you is no different from what's already public. That's true. Although we don't know Zhou Liaoshu's background, his shady shop is unusually safe and sound. We've never heard of anything happening there, so his family must be quite powerful too. I have a friend who works at the West 4 Research Institute. When I went there before, he was looking at your sister's information and happened to see your name in the family section. Zhao Huanshi frowned. Who's investigating my sister? Don't worry, it's just that your sister has performed so well that they're doing some background checks. That would be best. Zhao Huanshi's eyes clearly showed that he didn't quite believe what Zhou Liaoshu was saying. Zhou Liaoshu didn't mind, and just nodded slightly. If the mind ring is for your sister to use, it's not a waste. Although Zhao Huanshi thought so too, he always felt that the guy in front of him seemed to be cricketing at him right in front of him. You son of a bitch. Do you think I'm stupid? Believe me or not, I'll kill you all. A few streets away, in a deserted alley, Li Guangcai, his face flushed and reeking of alcohol, roared angrily. The people he was scolding were the 2 who had just left Zhou Liaoshu's shop and startled Zhao Huanshi. One of them got really angry when a drunkard pointed his finger at him and started cursing. His smiling face instantly turned into a ferocious expression. His eyes turned savage and glowed with a faint red light. He drew his weapon and was about to step forward when another person reached out and stopped him. Don't forget our mission. He whispered a reminder to his companion, and the man continued to smile at Li Guangcai. Don't you really want to have even greater power? Whoosh. Power. Who wouldn't want that? Li Guangcai, remembering his predicament, felt even more depressed. My uncle said he wanted him to go back to the city to rest for a while, but actually he just thought he was a burden and kicked him out of the exploration team. He wasn't an idiot. Of course he could understand the gloating expressions on the exploration team's faces. And those 2 old folks at home, knowing that his uncle had sent him back, didn't even try to plead with him on his behalf. Instead, they kept complaining about how useless he was. Thinking of this, Li Guang picked up the wine bottle and took a big gulp. You all look down on me. Just you wait. Fortune changes every 30 years. Don't underestimate a young man. One day I will stand at the highest point and trample you all under my feet. Especially that bitch Zhao Huanshi. I'll make her wish she were dead. Hiccup. Perhaps he shouted too loudly, and the vomit rushed to his throat. So Li Guangcai turned around and leaned against the wall to vomit. After vomiting for a while, my mind cleared up a bit. Li Guangcai turned around, only to find that the 2 people from before were gone. I could faintly hear sounds coming from afar. That guy looks kind of stupid, but the desire for power is still quite strong. TCH. 2 idiots. Trying to fool your grandpa. Li Guangcai chuckled and was about to leave the alley when a strange, rustling voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Power, immense power, offering, bestowal. Li Guangcai was stunned for a moment, then looked down following the inexplicable guidance. A small, crimson statue, about the size of a palm, was placed on the concrete ground a few meters away. It had a ferocious appearance, an evil smile, and crimson eyes that stared directly at Li Guangcai. Li Guangcai felt a bit hot and thirsty, so he couldn't help but take another sip of wine. Staggering to the scarlet statue, he tried to squat down for a closer look, but he lost his balance and fell to his knees in front of the statue. Perhaps not expecting this guy to be so direct, even the eerie muttering paused briefly. Li Guangcai swallowed hard and reached out to grab the statue, but halfway through his hand, he hesitated and dared not make a move. Only when he heard voices nearby, as if someone was about to pass by, did Li Guang grab the scarlet statue, get up, and stumble away. Only after escaping home and closing the door did Li Guang carefully examine the statue. It looks like jade, but it feels like it's carved from bone. You can also smell a faint bloody smell and a very faint sulfur smell. Although I don't know why those two people left the statue to themselves. But who cares? All Li Guangcai knew was that his opportunity had arrived. If he seizes this opportunity, he can soar to great heights. Those guys who look down on him now, he'll come knocking on their doors one by one and slap them in the face. The more Li Guangcai thought about it, the more excited he became. Before he knew it, the smile on his face became somewhat manic. Power, worship, blood sacrifice. The voice in my head became clearer and clearer. Blood sacrifice? What kind of blood sacrifice? All you need are those useless trash? That's really too easy. Chapter 146 Trial. Eradicating a small ogre tribe. After lying at home for 2 days, Zhao Huanshe planned to go to the West 4 research zone to give Zhao Lijia 2 magical equipment items, and then take the fisherman to the polluted zone to upgrade. Having never properly evolved a green quality card into a blue quality card before, Zhao Huan really wanted to level up the fishing master to level 10 first and see how it went. However, when Zhao Huanshe texted Zhao Lijia, she said she was so busy lately that she didn't even have time to eat, and asked Zhao Huanshe to come see her later. Zhao Huanshe did some quick calculations and figured the trial dream would refresh in 2 days, so he might as well stay home and relax. After all, it's fun to give up temporarily, and it's even more fun to keep giving up. Using the mouse and keyboard to control the game character, wielding a submachine gun, you riddle a cannibalistic berserker with bullets, then join your teammates in attacking a 2-headed cannibalistic mage, only to be roasted 7/10 cooked by a rain of fire falling from above. The game screen turned black and white, and the tall ogre chieftain strode across the battlefield as if he were strolling through a self-service barbecue restaurant. After picking and choosing, they picked the corpse that looked the best and started gnawing on it. Zhao Huanshe was a little annoyed, so he told his friends and logged off. Then, trial objective, eradicate a small ogre tribe. Zhao Huan looked up at the sky in confusion. Did you change the script at the last minute? I couldn't even take down an ogre with a submachine gun, and now you want me to fight him one-on-one? Oh, it's a small tribe, then it's all right. While muttering to himself, Zhao Huanshe summoned the bright light vine to wrap around his right arm and pulled the soul-devouring great sword from the ground into his hand. First, spawn the goblin thief, then summon the gnoll crossbowman and its skeleton hound. Check the surrounding area for any traces left by cannibals, Zhao Huanshe instructed. The gnoll crossbowman scratched his head and exchanged a glance with the skeleton hound. They've never seen an ogre before, so how would they know what the smell and traces it leaves behind look like? After searching around, they found no trace of the ogres, but instead discovered that a group of goblins had just passed by. Zhao Huanshe looked at the soul-devouring great sword in his hand. Goblins? That works too. Let's charge up Soul Eater first. Then we can unleash our ultimate attack when we encounter tough ogres. With the skeleton dog leading the way, after chasing for about 10 minutes, Zhao Huanshe heard the goblins shouting and yelling in the distance. Following the sound, I crept over and parted the bushes to see a goblin captain leading a dozen minions to attack a jungle sheep. By this time, the battle was almost over. The jungle sheep lay on the ground, covered in wounds and barely alive. A goblin lay on the ground with a gaping hole in its belly, its intestines spilling out, seemingly lifeless. Another goblin was hanging upside down on a tree branch, chirping for a long time, but no one paid any attention to it. It looked a little pitiful. Zhao Huan was pondering whether to go out and kill the group of green-skinned creatures directly, or follow them to their nest and harvest more leaks, victims. The skeleton dog, which was lying on the ground, suddenly raised its head, its mouth trembling and making a soft, clicking sound. The gnoll crossbowman, alerted, sniffed the air intently. A woo-woo. An even more powerful monster is coming. Zhao Huan was puzzled. You can tell by smell whether it's strong or not. A woo-woo. The dog said it has a lot of vitality, so it must be a very strong monster. Before Zhao Huanshe could say anything, several enormous creatures roared and charged out, wielding thick wooden clubs. With a casual swing of his staff, he smashed the goblin's head off, sending it spinning as it flew away. Upon seeing the ogre, the other goblins screamed in terror and turned to flee without hesitation, offering no resistance whatsoever. Only the unfortunate creature hanging in the tree remained, screaming at the top of its lungs. Several ogres raised their heads, their faces showing expressions of confusion. They huddled together and whispered amongst themselves, seemingly discussing how this green-skinned creature managed to do it. Annoyed by the shouts of the green-skinned goblin, the ogre growled and swung his club, knocking the goblin hanging from the tree down. With a thud, the goblin landed on the ground and fell silent, and the whole world instantly became quiet. An ogre picked up the goblin's prey from the ground and saw that it was covered with traces of goblin nibbling. He immediately started cursing in the direction the goblin had fled. After picking up the goblin's prey, the ogres left together. Zhao Huanshi quietly followed them. Fearing being discovered by the cannibals, they didn't follow too closely. With gnoll crossbowmen and skeleton hounds around, there's no need to worry about losing them. After a while, the ogres came to the outside of a cave, roaring and banging on the rocks at the cave entrance with wooden sticks. Before long, several kobolds emerged from the cave, looking fearfully at the ogres at the entrance, and handed over a basket of ore. An ogre took the basket of grass and rummaged around inside for a few moments. Seemingly dissatisfied with the contents of the basket, the ogre pounded his club with a loud thump, thump, roaring furiously with a ferocious expression. The kobolds trembled with fear, huddled together in terror, too afraid to even run away. Fortunately, the ogre threw a tantrum but didn't actually attack. After leaving behind a threatening warning look, he turned and left the cave with the extorted ore and a few companions. Holy crap, these cannibals actually know how to collect protection money. Zhao Huanshi hid in the corner, somewhat taken aback. Wait a minute, the goblin merchant seemed to have mentioned that he traded those magic gems for 2 healing potions from a big guy, who said he stole the gems from a kobold. That big guy in the Twilight Wilderness, could he be an ogre? Oh whoa, those big guys have gone far away. The gnoll crossbowman whispered a reminder. Zhao Huanshi snapped out of his daze, silently memorized the location of the kobold's lair, and was about to continue chasing the ogres. Then a tall, dog-headed man emerged from the cave, staring intently in the direction the ogre had gone, his eyes filled with fierce hatred. A faint glow appeared on its body's surface as it slammed its claws against the stone wall. Flames flew everywhere, leaving behind a charred mess. Wow, it seems the relationships between monster groups are quite complex. Zhao Huan smiled, kept the matter in mind, and quietly left to continue his pursuit along the trail left by the cannibal. After extorting the kobolds, the ogres went off to hunt in the jungle. After spending half a day killing a wild boar and 2 large antlered deer, they finally returned to the ogre's lair with all their spoils. Chapter 147. The ogre is a bit too strong. Let's kill the goblins first. In the evening, outside a large cave, several thick totem poles stand crookedly. Some animal bones and colorful feathers were wrapped around the totem pole as decoration, and they swayed slightly in the night breeze. 2 ogres, wielding stone axes, were processing their prey on a dark red stone platform, with entrails and bits of flesh scattered on the ground around them. Several ogres carried a pile of wood and placed it on the extinguished campfire. A particularly tall cannibalistic mage, whose skin was covered with light red magical runes, sat cross-legged on the ground, intently fiddling with the thick wooden stick in his hand. 2 of the ores extorted from the kobolds were gemstone ore. After the ogre smashed it, he obtained 2 magic rubies. The cannibalistic mage is attempting to embed these 2 magical rubies into his weapon, using beast blood to outline runes, transforming the thick club in his hand into a magic wand. However, creating magical artifacts is clearly not a simple matter. As soon as the runes were drawn, the magic gem on the club began to glow and heat up, instantly igniting the surrounding wood and sending thick black smoke billowing out. Under the somewhat annoyed gaze of the cannibalistic mage, the beast blood runes ignited into a raging fire, transforming the club into a large torch. 2 ogre cubs, who were squatting beside the ogre mage and curiously watching him make a staff, cheered happily when they saw that their leader had successfully made another fire staff. Seeing this, the adult ogres nearby quickly kicked the 2 stupid creatures aside, lest the leader, in his anger, blast them both into the air with a fireball. The cannibalistic mage glared at the adult ogre with slight displeasure. Even if it was annoyed, it wouldn't take it out on the 2 little fools. With a somewhat helpless sigh, he got up, shoved the torch under the pile of wood, and lit the campfire. Seeing this, several ogres quickly moved their prepared prey over and placed it on the fire to roast. Zhao Huanshi, along with the goblin thief and the gnoll crossbowman, crouched in a patch of wild grass, secretly observing the ogre tribe through the gaps in the leaves. Smelling the aroma of roasted meat wafting from afar, the gnoll crossbowman licked his lips. Just then, a rusty knife was thrust out from the side, with a fat, green worm stuck in it, struggling desperately to escape. The gnoll turned his head and saw the goblin thief smacking his lips as he spat out the beetle head. he had left over. Wait a minute, I remember I used highly toxic coating solvent on you. The weapon is poisonous, and you're still using it to poke and eat bugs. Zhao Huanshi widened his eyes and said in a low voice. The goblin thief blinked in confusion, then presented the shadow blade and the rusty knife with the worm stuck in it to Zhao Huanshi, indicating that neither of his weapons had been coated with poison. I clearly used. Zhao Huan checked his cards and found that he was indeed missing 2 poisonous coating solvent cards. One of the cards was given to the Knoll dog trainer, resulting in the arrowheads of all 20 crossbow bolts in the Knoll crossbowman's quiver being coated with deadly poison. The other one was given to the goblin trio. Could it be that poison was applied to the Goblin Scavengers Club? Zhao Huanshi guessed. TSK. Those sticks are just for hitting people, they can't even stab them, so applying medicine won't help. The goblin thief remained silent, sharing the worm he held with the Knoll crossbowman, before setting his sights on a bird's nest in a nearby tree. 1 cannibalistic mage, 2 cannibalistic warriors, 13 adult cannibals, 2 young cannibals, and several cubs. After taking inventory of the members of the cannibal tribe, Zhao Huan began to ponder. You definitely can't win by fighting directly. Adult ogres are enormous with thick skin and flesh, and can fight a fully equipped novice warrior to a standstill. Zhao Huan's current attributes are equivalent to a max-level beginner warrior with a focus on agility and decent strength, but he lacks warrior skills and has no other equipment besides the Soul Eater Greatsword. But the Soul-Devouring Greatsword is sharp enough and has the ability to absorb life. Zhao Huan could easily take on an adult ogre alone, but he would need to use some strategy or call for help from card monsters to fight an ogre warrior. As for cannibalistic magicians, those things are practically masters of both magic and martial arts, and the individual strength varies greatly. Zhao Huan had never actually encountered such a thing in real life, but in the past few days playing Dawn of the Century, he had fought against several cannibalistic mages. When they are far away, the weaker of these big guys will throw fireballs or small fireballs, while the stronger ones will fire fireballs in bursts or large fireballs. In close combat, cannibalistic mages usually roar first and cast a berserk or brute force spell on themselves. With another swipe of his palm onto the weapon, the wooden mallet instantly burst into flames. A single blow sent sparks flying, enough to roast a person half-cooked. Pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. Zhao Huanshi decided to go find the goblin's lair first to recharge the Soul Eater Greatsword. When the ogres send out hunting parties, we'll take care of them and weaken the ogre's lair. We'll see how things go after that. Let's go? Let's find the goblins first. Zhao Huanshi suddenly said. Upon hearing this, the Knoll crossbowman didn't even have time to crack the eggshells off the bird eggs in his hand. He just stuffed them into his mouth, chewed them up, and swallowed the shells and egg whites together. Wiping his mouth with his paw, the Knoll crossbowman shouted and led his skeleton hound back the way they came. Zhao Huanshi looked at the empty bird's nest on the ground and the scattered bird feathers, his lips twitching slightly. He then turned to look at the goblin thief. You really have wiped out the whole nest? The goblin thief tilted his head in confusion. Was there a problem? No. It's a good habit to nip problems in the bud. Keep it up. After some time, the Knoll crossbowman led Zhao Huanshi to the place where they had encountered the goblins before. The 3 goblin corpses remained in the same spot, emitting a strong stench of blood. There were also traces and scents left by other wild animals in the area. Zhao Huanshi estimated that these guys were probably attracted by the smell of blood. Upon arriving at the scene and discovering that the smell was coming from a goblin's corpse, one might curse under their breath, mutter annoyances, and then urinate on the goblin's body before leaving. Although the smells were mixed, the stench of wild goblins was particularly outstanding. Even after so much time has passed, there are still noticeable residues in the air. The Knoll crossbowmen and skeleton hounds easily followed the tracks left by the goblins as they fled, eventually finding their lair. A drafty building constructed from wood and leaves. Zhao Huan summoned card monsters and surrounded them, making sure not to let a single goblin escape. He carried the soul-devouring greatsword and walked towards the goblin's lair. Several goblins were squatting at the entrance of their nest, munching on wild fruit. Upon seeing Zhao Huanshi, they cried out in delight, tossed aside the fruit in their hands, grabbed sticks and wooden spears, and charged at him. Chapter 148 Assault on the Ogre Hunting Team. The goblin captain hurriedly ran out of the lair carrying a club. After seeing the situation clearly, his eyes widened immediately. You bunch of brats, you don't even wait for me to eat. He let out a strange cry, raised his club with excitement, and charged forward with the rest of his henchmen. Halfway there, They saw the goblins ahead screaming and flying to the side. The corpses were shrouded in eerie black mist, withering and turning black rapidly, instantly transforming from tender cucumbers into shriveled, pickled cucumbers. The goblin captain stopped in his tracks, instantly realizing something was wrong. He turned around and saw that the henchmen who had been following him had already thrown down their weapons and run away. Ignoring the insults directed at those disloyal bastards, the goblin captain turned and ran. Unexpectedly, a large yellow bird suddenly swooped out from the side, kicking the goblin captain in the chest and sending him flying towards Zhao Huanshi. A streak of black light flashed, and the goblin captain instantly lost consciousness. After wiping out the goblins, Zhao Huan looked at the black mist swirling around the soul-devouring greatsword, somewhat dissatisfied. There aren't enough of them. How about we kill those kobolds too? Recalling the unwilling look on the face of the kobold spellcaster, Zhao Huan pondered for a moment and felt that the kobolds might have other uses. Moreover, once those kobolds sense the danger and flee back into their caves, chasing them down can be quite troublesome. Let's check if there are any other monsters nearby, as long as they're alive. Zhao Huan spoke to the gnoll crossbowmen and skeleton dogs. The skeleton dog was staring curiously at the thick, ghostly mist on the soul-devouring greatsword. Upon hearing this, it immediately wagged its tail and walked to the left. After walking a few steps, seeing that Zhao Huanshi and the others hadn't followed, it turned around, its jaw trembling as if it were barking, but it could only make a crackling sound of bones grinding together. Zhao Huanshi chuckled, recalled the card monsters, and followed with the gnoll crossbowmen and goblin thieves. In the middle of the night, a highly toxic solvent was applied and refreshed. As dawn broke, 5 ogres emerged from their lair, yawning, and lazily walked into the jungle. Apart from the kobolds who stayed to mine, all the monsters in the vicinity that could pose a threat to the ogres had been killed or driven away. For ogres, hunting in their territory is really no different than strolling through a vegetable garden. The vegetables in the garden won't run away, but hunting requires some skill. The cannibals spotted several jungle deer and immediately decided to spread out and surround their prey from several directions. An ogre stealthily circled around to the back of its prey, using the surrounding vegetation as cover, and waited for its companion to give a signal before pouncing out at the opportune moment. A slight noise suddenly came from behind. The ogre turned around in confusion and could vaguely see a rusty iron box through the weeds. The ogre paused for a moment, then got up and walked straight over. Without giving a second thought to how a box could suddenly appear in this unusually familiar jungle. Staring at the metal box, I felt more and more that it contained many great treasures. The ogre grinned, revealing an excited smile, and unconsciously quickened his pace. He walked up to the iron box, threw the mallet in his hand aside, squatted down, parted the grass, reached out, and opened the box, looking inside with anticipation. Upon seeing that the box was empty, the ogre was inevitably taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, the mimic sprang forward with its 8 long legs, sending the entire box flying into the air before it bit down hard on the ogre's head with its mouth full of sharp teeth. The cannibal was suddenly attacked and let out a scream. Zhao Huanshi jumped down from the tree and stabbed the soul-devouring greatsword fiercely into the ogre's back. The tough skin posed almost no obstacle, and the soul-eater greatsword pierced through the ogre's body in an instant. The cannibal let out another cry of pain, shouting for help as it turned its body and swung its fists wildly. However, Zhao Huan had already released the soul-devouring greatsword and stepped back a few paces to stand at a distance. Ghostly mist surged forth, enveloping the ogre's body. Amidst the excited screams and roars of the demons, the ogre's life force rapidly ebbed away, its body swaying as it collapsed, struggling a couple of times before falling still. Hearing their companions' cries for help, the other ogres roared and abandoned their prey, rushing over to help. Zhao Huanshi drew his soul-devouring greatsword, retrieved the treasure chest monster, and let out a disdainful laugh at the approaching ogre. Then, he turned and ran. Upon seeing the withered and blackened corpse of their companion on the ground, the ogres became even more enraged and gave chase without a second thought. The 4 ogres didn't pay attention to their formation while chasing each other, and they kept a considerable distance between each other. Suddenly, a large metal spear emerged from the air and whistled as it pierced the body of the ogre at the very back of the group. The ogre let out a scream, brandished its stone axe, and turned to retaliate. The lynx seemed to have anticipated this, and with nimble steps, it led the goblin knight on its back around to the other side of the ogre. With a vicious scratch of its jet-black claws, it slashed across the ogre's body, leaving a row of thin, long cuts. Hearing his companion's screams, the ogre running ahead hurriedly turned back to help. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi turned around and chased after him while throwing out 3 cards. A card landed on the ground, coalesced into a shadow slime, opened its mouth and spat out a shadow bullet, which hit one of the ogres. Perhaps the ogre had done too many bad things in the past, because when it was hit by the shadow bullet, it didn't suffer much damage, but it did trigger a small chance of blinding. While sprinting, everything suddenly went black and I couldn't see anything. I tripped over something and fell heavily to the ground. On the other side, the moment the Murloc hunter appeared, he threw out his frost net, which transformed into a large net in midair and slung over the head of the fastest ogre. Zhao Huanshi rode his chocobo, caught up with the slowest ogre, and slashed it in the thigh with his sword. The cannibal felt a sudden pain in his thigh and then quickly lost consciousness. It roared and turned to fight back, but unexpectedly a goblin suddenly ran out from the shadows behind it, jumped up and stabbed it hard in the waist with a black dagger. The moment the dagger inflicted damage, a dark blade shadow shot out from the blade, piercing through flesh and blood all the way to the kidney. The ogre let out a scream and looked back to see that the damned green-skinned dwarf had vanished into the shadows. The goblin wild rider drew his spear, and blood gushed from the ogre's neck, splattering all over the wild lynx. The lynx didn't care, and even stuck out its tongue to lick the blood from the corner of its mouth, its eyes looking cruelly at the ogre that had just broken free of the frost net. Chapter 149. Although the reason is unknown, the kobolds chose to fight to the death. The sun had already set, but the tribesmen who had gone out hunting had not yet returned, and the cannibalistic magician immediately realized that something was wrong. They left 1 ogre warrior and 2 adult ogres to guard the house, while the ogre mage led the other ogres out to search for traces of their people. After searching for a long time, a large area with burn marks was found not far from the kobold cave. It looks like someone used fireballs during the fight, and more than one. The ogre then found half a broken stone axe with obvious burn marks in the nearby grass. It looked as if it had been blasted apart by a fireball and accidentally flew into the bushes. The cannibalistic mage's eyes narrowed, and he instantly turned his head to look in the direction of the kobold cave. Although he sensed something was amiss, he still led his people a short distance toward the kobold cave, trying to find out more. Before long, some scattered, charred pieces of flesh and blood were found on the ground, and the traces left by the dragging of the body, which were cleared away and covered up, but thoroughly cleaned up. The cannibalistic mage could no longer suppress his anger. With a ferocious expression, he let out a low roar and led his people toward the kobold cave. Faced with the menacing cannibalistic sorcerer who came to his door, the kobold warlock, with a guilty conscience, thought that his plan had been discovered by the cannibal. Seeing that only half of the cannibals had arrived, he hesitated for a moment, then chose to fight to the death between fleeing and resisting. The cannibalistic mage discovered that these pups had not only lied about the size of their tribe, but had also secretly forged many metal weapons, and even had a squad of kobold greatsword warriors fully armed with metal armor. It turns out these bastards had planned this all along. The cannibal mage roared, and red magical ripples swept outwards. All the ogres' eyes turned crimson, their bodies swelled slightly, and they charged towards the kobolds with a furious roar. Just as the ogres and kobolds were fighting fiercely, even fighting until the dog brains were spilled out. After wandering around the ogre's lair and thoroughly investigating the situation inside, the goblin thief, carrying a few magic gems he had picked up, found Zhao Huanshi hiding in a haystack outside the ogre's lair. Insert the rusty knife into your belt and extend the 5 fingers of your left hand. After thinking for a moment, he felt that his meaning was not clear enough, so he held the dagger in reverse with his right hand and pointed his index finger at his left thumb. What's the meaning? Big Dada. A very tall and strong guy. Zhao Huanshi understood instantly. The thumbs up represented the ogre warrior left behind to guard the lair. So, just like we observed earlier, the ogre lair currently only has 1 ogre warrior, 2 adult ogres, and 2 nearly adult ogre youths. As for those few ogre cubs, they're things that even goblins can take on one-on-one, so they can be completely ignored. Summon the goblin wild rider as well. Zhao Huanshi instructed the 2 goblins. Goblin thieves are good at stealth. Go and ambush the ogre warrior first. Try to hit its vitals with your first attack. After the ambush, immediately use shadow jump to escape the battle. The wild knight infiltrated, targeted an adult ogre, and waited for the goblin thief to cause a disturbance before launching a surprise attack. The goblin thief nodded and quickly disappeared. The goblin wild rider gradually blended into the darkness, silently making his way towards the ogre's lair. Zhao Huansher summoned a chocobo and stood quietly in the shadows, waiting. The ogre warrior moved a rock to use as a stool, sat by the campfire, and contemplated life while watching the flickering flames. The goblin thief crept up behind the ogre warrior, stood on tiptoe, and tried to reach the ogre warrior's neck, but found it difficult to reach him. He had an animal skin wrapped around his waist, and he was sitting on a stool. That cunning ogre has hidden his vitals very well. After much thought, the goblin thief realized that the only vital spot he could stab was indeed the ogre's kidneys. The ogre warrior felt a chill run down his spine and turned around to look in confusion. The goblin thief's eyes lit up immediately, and he made his move without hesitation. Ogre warriors have tough, thick skin. Although the shadow blade was sharp, the goblin thief used all his strength. Unfortunately, this thief, who mainly focuses on agility, doesn't have much strength. The shadow blade only penetrated halfway before it could go no further. Fortunately, the dagger also has its own magical effects. Dense shadow energy coalesced into the shape of a blade, tearing a narrow gash in the ogre warrior's body along the direction of the dagger's attack, with the aftershocks piercing into his kidneys. The ogre warrior shuddered violently and let out a blood-curdling scream. He quickly looked down and saw a smug green-skinned creature whose body turned into shadow and disappeared. The ogre warrior grabbed his stick and swung it wildly, but he couldn't hit anything. Instead, the wound on his waist hurt even more. Looking down, the blood that had flowed out had turned dark green. The ogre warrior's eyes widened immediately. That damned green-skinned bastard even put poison on his weapons. Hearing the ogre warrior's screams and roars, the other ogres were alerted. An ogre who had been dozing off in a corner was suddenly awakened. Just as he was about to get up and go out to check the situation, a knight's spear suddenly appeared in the darkness and pierced his throat. The moment the spear was pulled out while spinning, dark green blood gushed out wildly. The ogre's eyes widened instantly, and he turned his head in disbelief to see a goblin holding a large spear, riding on a large yellow cat, grinning maliciously as it slowly retreated a few steps before its body gradually blurred and disappeared. The ogre's eyes widened even more, and he opened his mouth to shout, but could only make strange, hoarse sounds. He clutched his throat and ran a few steps before staggering to the ground and gradually losing consciousness. The ogre warrior roared wildly, but could not find the enemy. Instead, his wounds ached more and more, and green spread through his flesh. I immediately realized that the situation was bad. The poison that the green-skinned bastard used was incredibly potent. He left the adult ogre and the two young ogres to continue searching for traces of the enemy at the cave entrance, while he turned and went into the cave to retrieve herbs for the antidote. Upon entering the cave, several ogre cubs lay lifeless in pools of blood, some decapitated, others pierced through the chest. In the instant the ogre warrior was stunned, a gust of wind blew past his ear. He hurriedly turned his head to dodge, but a piece of flesh was scraped off his face by the metal spear. Suddenly, another sharp pain shot through my waist. The goblin thief had pierced another kidney. The ogre warrior swayed, a hint of confusion on his Jingning, ferocious/hideous face. What deep-seated grudge does this green-skinned creature have against me that it insists on stabbing me in the kidneys? At the same time, the roar of the ogre echoed outside the cave, soon turning into terrified screams. Chapter 150, It Seems I'm the Villain. Although the kobolds outnumbered the kobolds, they also made many preparations in secret. But in the end, the ogres were stronger. Especially the cannibalistic mage, who can instantly blast a group of kobolds away with a single fireball, or turn 2 or 3 kobold greatsword warriors wearing metal armor into roasted meat on a hot plate. While the kobold warlock's fireballs posed a significant threat to the ogres, they were constantly chased by the ogre warriors after the battle began, never getting a chance to use their power. In the end, most of the kobolds, including the kobold warlock, were killed, with only a few minions escaping. The cannibals also paid a heavy price. 2 ogres were killed in battle, 1 was seriously injured, and the remaining ogres had multiple wounds and were exhausted, their fighting ability reduced by at least 50%. The cannibalistic mage had also expended a great deal of energy, and his body had very little magic reserves left. After searching the kobold's cave, the cannibal mage found no trace of his missing companion's body, and doubts began to creep into his mind. However, now is not the time to think about these things. The seriously injured ogre needs to be taken back for treatment as soon as possible, and the injuries of the other companions also need to be treated as soon as possible. They found a spot in the kobold cave and covered the bodies of their people with stones, planning to come back and move them later. The cannibalistic mage, along with other ogres, carried his severely wounded companion back to the ogre's lair. The moon was obscured by dark clouds, and the night was as thick as ink. The cannibalistic magician led his team back to their lair, only to be captivated by the sight outside the cave. The campfire was reduced to embers, the embers flickering in the night wind, illuminating the three shriveled, blackened ogre corpses and the bright red blood splattered on the ground. The cannibalistic magician tightened his grip on the wooden club, a ferocious expression on his face, his magic surging, with faint flames flickering around him. The ogre warrior's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and with a low growl, he charged straight into the lair. The two lightly wounded ogres threw their heavily injured companions to the ground and roared as they followed. The goblin wild knight had intended to ambush the cannibal mage, but seeing his target's wary expression and another ogre rushing towards him, he couldn't resist and attacked directly. The knight's lance suddenly pierced through the darkness, and the ambushed ogre had no time to react before being stabbed through the chest. The cannibalistic mage let out a short roar, and 4 fist-sized fireballs shot out like a barrage of bullets. Despite the wild lynx's timely dodge, the barrage of fireballs still struck both the wild lynx and the goblin wild knight. Fortunately, they have 10 points of magic resistance from the guardian buff, and fireball is the lowest level fire spell. It only burned 2 spots on the lynx's fur and burned a piece of muscle on the goblin wilderness rider's left arm to about 70% done. Fortunately, the poor riding skills effect has been removed, so even without the left hand holding the reins, the goblin wild rider won't fall off his mount. However, just as the lynx was trying to dodge the spell, the enraged ogre warrior rushed to its side and swung his stone hammer down heavily on the goblin wilderness knight's head. Puff! The goblin wild knight vanished suddenly, leaving behind a limp, unidentifiable mass that was smashed to pieces by a stone hammer before it could even be clearly seen, then exploded into pieces. The viscous purple venom splattered, with half of it hitting the ogre warrior. As the enemy vanished suddenly, the ogre warrior's expression shifted from ferocity to astonishment. Then, as his skin was corroded by the venom, he gasped for breath, inhaling a mouthful of poisonous mist. At the same time, the cannibalistic mage heard a muffled groan behind him and hurriedly turned around to look. But then they saw a wretched-looking goblin standing next to the heavily wounded ogre, pulling a black dagger from the ogre's neck. The cannibalistic mage's eyes instantly turned bloodshot as he turned and hurled the massive fireball he had been preparing. The goblin thief grinned sinisterly, then vanished into the shadows. The fireball crashed to the ground and exploded, the bursting flames igniting the body of the dead ogre. Roar! The cannibalistic mage nearly went mad, the flames in his hands reforming as he panted heavily, searching for any sign of the enemy. Zhao Huanshe stood in the dark corner, watching the crazed cannibalistic mage, the screaming ogre warrior, and the terrified, bewildered ogre, and suddenly felt a little bored. I had made quite a few preparations in the ogre's lair, and I even planned how to use a save file to escape the ogre's lair, and then try again if I lost the battle. I never expected these ogres to be in such poor condition. So, the solution to this game really lies with the kobolds? Oh well, that's enough, it's time to end this. Zhao Huanshe raised the soul-devouring greatsword. Soul Devourer. Slaughter them all. The evil spirits cheered as they broke free of the greatsword's restraints and lunged at the 3-headed ogres with sinister grins. Boom! The cannibalistic magician threw out a large fireball, which exploded in midair. The 3 evil spirits were unable to dodge in time and were engulfed by the scorching flames, screaming as they vanished into ghostly mist. But that was all the cannibal magician could do in his retaliation. Before it could condense a second large fireball, even more evil spirits pounced on it, howling and tearing at its body. Under the onslaught of the evil spirits, the 3-headed ogre grew quieter and quieter, until it was drained of its life force and collapsed to the ground as a dried-up corpse, just like its companions. Looking at the chaotic scene of demons dancing before him, Zhao Huan pursed his lips. I feel like I'm the villain, and these cannibals are just poor, innocent villagers being murdered. Zhao Huan thought about it for a moment, and realized that this place was originally the territory of the cannibals, so there didn't seem to be any problem with saying that. As the cannibalistic magician died completely, the entire dream world quickly dimmed. When Zhao Huanshe opened his eyes again, it was already morning. Trial successful. Evolution points gained, 421. Current evolution points, 1253. Trial rewards obtained. Green monster card, Kobold, Great Swordsman. Blue monster card, Cannibalistic Mage. White equipment card, Crude Stone Spear. White equipment card, Inferior Metal Armor. Green equipment card, Kobold's Exquisite Pickaxe. Job level up. All attributes +2. Card Master Privilege, 1 bonus card. The trial dream is being regenerated, estimated time, 183 hours. Huh? Why are there so many fewer evolution points? Although I killed more monsters in the last dream, the quality was clearly much higher this time. A dozen ogres plus a cannibal mage, and there's still no match for that trash. Zhao Huan muttered to himself, somewhat dissatisfied with the gains in evolution points. However, upon seeing the monster card as a reward from the trial, he immediately beamed with joy. Chapter 151, The Cannibal Chef. Let me first take a look at the attributes of the real blue monster card. Zhao Huanshe rubbed his fingers together and pulled out a card. Blue monster card, Cannibalistic Mage. A cannibal who is proficient in fire magic and various forms of grilling techniques, and has a keen interest in burning and cooking. Cannibalistic Magician. Ogres are tall, muscular, and have thick skin. Although cannibalistic mages are spellcasters, they possess greater strength and physical attributes than ordinary ogres. Even without using magic, a cannibalistic mage can pose a significant threat to enemies with just a sturdy club. Fire Mastery. The cannibalistic mage has mastered fire spells such as Fireball, Small Fireball, Fireball Barrage, Large Fireball, and Fire Enchantment, and is proficient in casting techniques, reducing the casting time of some spells. Fireball. A weaker fire-based attack spell that condenses fire energy into a small ball and shoots it rapidly, dealing minor impact damage and burn damage to enemies. It can also be used to ignite firewood. Rapid Fire. Fires 3 to 5 fireballs, inflicting fire damage on single or multiple enemies. Small Fireball. After a short channeling period, a high-temperature fireball is launched, which explodes in a small area upon impact, dealing impact damage and high-temperature fire damage to targets within 1 to 3 meters. Giant Fireball. Guides magical energy to converge into a massive, high-temperature fireball. Upon impact with the target, it triggers a violent explosion, generating a high-temperature shockwave and a large area of splashing flames, causing severe burns and impact damage to targets within a 5 to 10 meter radius. Fire Enchantment. Ogre mages can imbue their weapons with fire, causing burning damage to enemies when attacking. It can also be used to ignite items or cook food. Brute Force. A powerful enhancement spell for melee combat, learned by cannibalistic mages from their bloodline. After a brief incantation, grants a temporary boost to Strength +15 and Constitution +5. Wilderness Chef. This cannibalistic magician is skilled at grilling and enjoys cooking. If this card is undamaged, you will receive 1 temporary card every 24 hours. A green temporary consumable card called Wilderness Delicacies. Green temporary consumable card, Wilderness Delicacies. The card disappears after use, and you gain a random magical food that lasts for 5 to 30 minutes. Consume the magical food before it disappears to receive a temporary buff. The Wilderness Food card is valid for 24 hours and will be automatically destroyed after 24 hours. Blessing from the Card Master. Strength +4, Constitution +4, Intelligence +4, Spirit +2. Gain a small amount of knowledge. Cook. Zhao Huan was genuinely taken aback when he saw the Wilderness Chef trait on the card. While it's true that fire mages and chefs both play with fire, so there's definitely a connection, is this the kind of barbecue I'm thinking of? Are they using proper ingredients? Does it have any food safety certification? Zhao Huanshe complained, but he was actually very curious. Judging from the description of the Wilderness Food card, it seems that he can also use this temporary buff himself, if he can finish eating all the wilderness delicacies created by the cards. Unfortunately, the cannibalistic magician only produces 1 Wilderness Food card every 24 hours, so Zhao Huanshe won't know the details of the food card until tomorrow morning at the earliest. I casually equipped the Poison Spring Priest's wooden scepter to the cannibal mage. After being idle for so long, this blue equipment card finally has a use. The sturdy and heavy wooden staff can enhance the caster's spellcasting speed and spell effects, or smash the enemy's skull. Aside from the mismatch in magical attributes, it's practically tailor-made for cannibalistic mages. After being equipped, the cannibalistic mage on the card, who had previously been empty-handed, suddenly had a thick wooden club in his hand, making him look much more pleasing to the eye. But what does gaining a small amount of knowledge mean? I don't feel like anything has been added to my brain. Zhao Huanxi was slightly puzzled when he saw the card owner's attribute bonus for the Cannibal Magician card. After thinking for a while without finding a solution, he put the matter aside and drew another monster card. Green monster card, Kobold Greatsword Master. A kobold warrior who initially preferred to fight with a greatsword gradually learned and mastered more greatsword combat techniques through combat experience. Kobolds. Kobolds have a keen sense of smell, are skilled at digging and mining, and can detect the faint magnetic fields emitted by nearby or veins. Greatsword Master. The Kobold Greatsword Master is skilled in combat using a greatsword. When wielding a greatsword, he gains a +3 strength and +3 agility attribute bonus. The Kobold Greatsword Master comes with a low-quality steel greatsword. When a better greatsword weapon is equipped, the low-quality steel greatsword will be temporarily locked away. Charge. The Kobold Greatswordsman can briefly unleash his power to quickly close the distance between himself and the enemy. Blessing from the Card Master. Strength +2, agility +1, slightly increased sense of smell. The Kobold Greatsword's combat prowess isn't anything to be surprised about, but his mining skills might come in handy sometime. Now, in addition to combat and healing units, there's a fisherman, a cook, and a miner, plus the Goblin trio. The card monsters are becoming more and more versatile. Zhao Huan sighed and exchanged the cards in his hand for the remaining 3 green and white quality equipment cards. White equipment card, Crude Stone Spear. A crude spear made by grinding a sharp stone and binding it with a wooden stick. Attack 1/6, Defense 2/2. Standard Polyarm. White equipment card, Inferior Metal Armor. A full-body metal armor, barely forged by luck, combining low-quality metal and shoddy craftsmanship. Its defensive capabilities are only slightly better than animal hide, and even then, limited. Defense 8/8. Heavy. This equipment increases the wearer's burden, reduces casting efficiency and stealth, and will cause negative effects such as slowed movement if the wearer's strength is below 20. Standard Armor, suitable for some small to medium-sized humanoid monsters. Hint. When a monster card is equipped with the appropriate type of armor, robe, helmet, or other equipment, the size and shape of the equipment will automatically adjust to fit the monster's body. Zhao Huanxi originally thought that if the Goblin Wilderness Knight were equipped with metal armor, it would look even more like a knight. However, wearing metal armor would increase the burden and reduce concealment, so it doesn't seem quite right. Zhao Huanxi then tried equipping the inferior metal armor to the Cannibal Mage. Sure enough, a message popped into my head. The Cannibal Mage is a large monster unit and cannot equip inferior metal armor. Ogres are large units, so what about rock giants? Are they supermassive units? Zhao Huan muttered to himself as he looked at the last equipment card. Chapter 152, Li Guangcai comes to the door. Green equipment card, Kobold's Exquisite Pickaxe. A kobold warlock meticulously crafted a small pickaxe for himself, inlaid with tiny magical ruby particles. Attack 2/5, Magic 2/3. Kobold Pickaxe. This equipment is for use only by kobolds. When a kobold carries this item, their ability to sense or veins is enhanced, and their mining skills are slightly improved. Flame Impact. When the pickaxe strikes an enemy or hits rock, it releases a flame impact that inflicts burn and impact damage on enemies, or severely damages hard rock structures. After unleashing a flame shock, the pickaxe needs 5 to 20 minutes to absorb magic energy and recharge before it can unleash another flame shock. Special Common Tool, for kobolds only. So it really is a mining tool? Looking at the glittering gem fragments on the ore, I thought it was some kobold princess's toy. Zhao Huanxi currently only has a kobold in his hand, so there's no need to make a choice. He directly links the kobold's exquisite pickaxe with the kobold greatsword. After the pickaxe card shrunk and was attached to the monster card, a delicately crafted gem-encrusted pickaxe appeared on the waist of the kobold wielding a large metal sword in the center of the monster card. It looks a bit flashy. Zhao Huan put the cards away, strolled into the bathroom, brushed his teeth, washed his face and hair. Previously, there were no conditions in the contaminated area, but now that we're back home, we still need to perform the necessary rituals before drawing the card. Maybe it was because I was all messy before that I only got a white monster card as a reward. After cleaning, Zhao Huan looked at himself carefully in the mirror, and then offered a sincere prayer to the lucky cat mural on the wall before solemnly taking out the reward plaque. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Pure air enters. Turbid air exits. Purple card. Reveal your true form. Open for me. You have gained 100 evolution points. Current evolution points, 1353. Zhao Huanshi's expression stiffened for a moment. As expected, luck can't be changed by spending money, and these nonsense things are completely useless. Next time I try to draw cards, I'll just wash my hands and call it a day. He grumbled as he picked up his phone and glanced at it, finding several messages. Several of these were warnings from official agencies, stating that someone in Dongchuan City had been mentally corrupted by a monster and mutated, posing a great danger. If anyone was found behaving abnormally, people should stay away and call the police immediately. Official information merely warns residents to stay away from danger, and descriptions of the monsters and mutated humans are vague and ambiguous. In contrast, the information from the Special Affairs Bureau was much simpler and clearer. Demon cultists are suspected to have appeared in Dongchuan City, and many residents have been bewitched into becoming demon worshippers. Generous rewards will be given for providing clues or killing demon cultists and demon worshippers. The demon cultists have actually come to Dongchuan City? Zhao Huan was slightly surprised, but didn't seem to care much. With so many cameras in the city, those weird things will only cause a few mishaps at first. Once the authorities discover their whereabouts, they will be quickly wiped out. Dongchuan City is not a polluted area. Bullets and cannons will teach them a lesson. With that thought in mind, Zhao Huanshi subconsciously recalled the two people he had encountered at Zhou Liaoshu's shop before. It has a sinister vibe. It doesn't seem like a good thing. However, none of this concerns him. Demon followers, with the word follower in their name, who knows what strange abilities they might possess. Reality isn't a dream trial. Once you fail, there's no second chance. Let others handle this kind of trouble. I'm hungry. Let's go grab some breakfast at the entrance of the complex. He stuffed his phone into his pocket and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered that the soul-eating gloves were still on his bedside table. It's just the time it takes to eat breakfast. I can't be that unlucky, right? However, getting an evolution point from the reward card doesn't feel like a good omen. Good things don't come true, but bad things do. Zhao Huan hesitated for a moment, then returned to his room, picked up the soul eater, and put it on his wrist. When I got downstairs, I found two old women staring at me with strange looks, and I could faintly hear them talking. Staying at home and not going out, wearing strange black gloves, a mutant. Zhao Huanshi's lips twitched. The soul-devouring gloves did look rather sinister. Would they call the police because of this? Upon realizing this, Zhao Huanshi was immediately startled and felt a headache coming on. Just then, a food delivery driver entered the community and headed towards Zhao Huanshi's building, following the navigation instructions. He looked up and came face to face with Zhao Huan. Why does this delivery guy look so much like Li Guangcai? Seeing something like this so early in the morning is really bad luck. Zhao Huan frowned, feeling that everything was going wrong for him today. He thought he might as well stay home and have some instant noodles instead of going out. But when the delivery man saw Zhao Huanshi, his eyes lit up with wild joy, and then his whole face contorted in pain. Zhao Huan, sure. With a shrill, hoarse roar filled with resentment, the sound shook the heavens. To Zhao Huanshi's astonishment, Li Guangcai's body suddenly swelled up, his delivery uniform and gloves bursting and tearing apart, revealing a strange body covered with layers of black scales. Muscles wriggle and reorganize, fingers grow thicker and longer, and sharp, knife-like black claws pierce through the skin and emerge. The pupils turned a cloudy, scarlet red, and the irises were covered with fine, spiderweb-like patterns. Zhao Huanshi. I'll make you wish you were dead. You son of a bitch. Are you out of your mind? What deep-seated grudge do you have against me that you'd come all this way to hunt me down, you bastard? Zhao Huan's heart was racing with 1,000 thoughts, an endless torrent of emotions. Subconsciously, I wanted to transform the soul-eater gloves into a greatsword. But thinking of the soul-devouring greatsword's sinister and eerie aura, it seemed even more like a villainous weapon than this fool in front of him. Zhao Huan hesitated for a moment, then drew the Goblin trio and pulled out the frost one-handed sword. Oh, you actually want to resist? Let me give you a friendly reminder. Blessed by the Lord, I have gained great power, and I am no longer the same person I was before. Ignoring the screaming and panicked residents around him, Li Guangcai spoke to Zhao Huanshi with a mocking and arrogant look in his eyes, hoping to see a look of fear and astonishment on his face. But, oh, that's awesome. Zhao Huan gave a perfunctory reply. The card in his hand exploded, turning into colorful light that wrapped around his arm, transforming into thick green vines that bloomed with small golden flowers, and faint bark-like textures that spread from his arm to his entire body. Thinking to himself, if this idiot likes to chatter, I'll chat with him for a while. Once the armed drone arrives, I'll just take him out with a single burst. That damned expression again. No, it shouldn't be like this. You should be terrified, filled with fear, then kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. And I, of course, will not forgive you. I will torture you mercilessly, ravage you, and make you die in endless regret and despair. Well, I think your most urgent task is to uninstall that thing from your phone. Chapter 153. Have you registered these monsters? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Roar. Enraged by Zhao Huanshi's attitude, Li Guangcai's already waning rationality was completely consumed by his raging anger. The changes in his body intensified further. He opened his mouth and let out a roar, pouncing on Zhao Huanshi like a mad beast. You bastard, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Zhao Huanshi's eyes sharpened, and the card between his fingers fell to the ground, transforming into a goblin wilderness knight to block his way. He quickly devised a simple battle plan in his mind and was ready to face Li Guangcai. Bang! Suddenly, gunfire roared. Li Guangcai, who was speeding along, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, and his body involuntarily lurched forward, almost falling flat on his face. Zhao boy, run! While shouting with wide eyes, Grandpa Huang fired 2 more shots into Li Guangcai's back. The big dog, Xiao Huang, was terrified by the eerie aura emanating from Li Guangcai. Despite its fear, it stood firmly in front of Grandpa Huang and barked loudly at the demon monster with a fierce but weak expression. No, why are you getting involved at your age? Zhao Huanshi was both moved and helpless. The shotgun shells, though powerful and impressive, only shattered the monster's surface scales without causing any serious damage. An eerie black mist emerged from the monster's body, rapidly repairing its damaged flesh and scales. Completely losing his mind, Li Guangcai realized that the old man dared to attack and provoke him. He roared angrily and turned to pounce on Grandpa Huang again. Zhao Huanshi hurriedly shouted, "Stop him!" The goblin wild rider roared and rode his lynx to catch up with Li Guangcai, plunging his metal spear fiercely into Li's back. At the same time, a card spun around and caught up with the goblin wild rider, landing on the ground and transforming into a group of goblins. As soon as they appeared, the goblins were affected by the aura of the goblin wild knight, instantly falling into a state of fanaticism and confidence. Their eyes turned blood red, and they rushed towards Li Guangcai with a bunch of random weapons in their hands, howling. Huh? Shouldn't there be at least one mutant? Where is it? Zhao Huan was puzzled when he saw that the 8 goblins he summoned all had thin arms and legs, and he didn't see any mutated species. Li Guangcai was stabbed in the back. The wound first gushed out a stream of black blood, which was then enveloped by black mist and healed rapidly. He turned around and started fighting the goblin wild rider again. The wild knights were outnumbered 2-1, and were even slightly suppressed by Li Guangcai. Fortunately, there were 8 crazed goblins to provide support. The goblin, wielding a fishbone and turtle shield, leaped 2 meters into the air and slammed the shield down hard on the enemy's head. Bang! The turtle shield shattered, the water sphere impacted, and fish bones and shell fragments flew everywhere, hitting Li Guangcai in the face and turning the 3 unlucky goblins closest to the explosion into pincushions. With a speechless expression, the goblin wild knight pulled the fishbone out of his lower back. Fortunately, my defenses were strong enough that the fishbone only pierced my skin. This minor mishap did not dampen the goblin squad's offensive enthusiasm. Stepping over the 3 unfortunate souls who had died tragically, one of the goblins condensed frost in its hand, turning it into a cold icicle, and stabbed it fiercely toward Li Guangcai's groin. The ice crystals burst open, and the cold air spread, freezing and cracking large areas of scales. Li Guangcai felt a chill in his groin, and it was also a little numb. With a roar, he smashed the frost goblin's head with a single punch. Just then, another booming sound came from the side. Li Guang turned his head and saw a huge fireball hurtling towards him with a wave of scorching heat. Boom! Flames scattered and impacted, and Li Guangcai screamed as he was blasted away. The goblins that were desperately tearing and biting at him were instantly reduced to charcoal, shattering into light and dissipating. The wild lynx was fast enough that it got a bite on its rump from the fire wave, scorching a patch of fur. It then bared its teeth at the cannibalistic magician in the distance with hostility. Zhao Huanshi pulled Grandpa Huang to hide in a corner, watching the ground shattered by the fireball, revealing the pipes and wires underneath, and the green belt surrounded by raging flames. His face twitched slightly. How much money will all of this add up to? In this special situation, how could we possibly make you lose money? Grandpa Huang glanced at Zhao Huancher speechlessly. If the authorities dare to do this, which explorer would dare to stand up and fight when they encounter monsters next time? That's true. Zhao Huan felt a little relieved, and then looked at the shotgun in Grandpa Huang's hand. Uncle Huang, no offense, but your gun is really not powerful enough. Why don't you take this opportunity to apply to your superiors for a sniper rifle? Grandpa Huang rolled his eyes. Who said my gun isn't powerful? If it weren't for the distance just now, you can let that bastard stand in front of me and let me fire a shot. By the time he gets in front of you, you won't have a chance to shoot. TCH, I'm a 10-year veteran. Roar. With a furious roar, Li Guangcai, whose body was engulfed in flames, suddenly stood up. Upon seeing this, Grandpa Huang quickly pulled his head back. A 10-year veteran reacts quickly. Zhao Huanqi said with a smile. What are you laughing at? Didn't you see that thing headed towards the ogre? Hurry up and tell that goblin riding the leopard to stop it. You yourself said it wasn't cannibal. The cannibalistic magician showed no intention of retreating when faced with the attacking enemy. Instead, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. With a low growl, the cannibalistic mage's entire body glowed with a faint red light, and his muscles bulged and swelled. He uttered a short syllable, reached out and touched the weapon, and the solid wood scepter was instantly enveloped in scorching flames. Bang! The fiery club collided violently with the demon's claws, causing Li Guangcai to stagger backward. Taking advantage of the brief moment when the enemy was repelled, the cannibalistic mage pointed a finger and conjured a fireball the size of a human head, which he then smashed fiercely toward Li Guangcai's head. Boom! The fireball spell wasn't as powerful as the giant fireball, but it still made Li Guangcai dizzy and his face was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. At this moment, the Goblin Wilderness Knight arrived. Seeing that the enemy was completely unprepared, he thrust his spear fiercely towards Li Guangcai's neck. Damn, he's almost turned into a kebab, and he's still not dead? Even that demon worshipper last time wasn't this outrageous. Seeing that Li Guangcai's neck had been pierced with a large hole and bent at a 90-degree angle, yet he was still able to stand up and continue fighting, Zhao Huancher couldn't help but complain. These three monsters were summoned by you, right? Grandpa Huang suddenly asked Zhao Huancher. Zhao Huancher nodded. That's right, I am a summoner. Nonsense. Of course I know your name is Zhao Huancher. I mean, the class I awakened is summoner, the kind that can summon a lot of monsters. Grandpa Huang, do you understand? I'm not stupid. Of course I know what a summoner is. But don't all summoners use staves? Why are you always carrying a greatsword? Is it because you can't afford a stave? Who said summoners have to use staves? But why are you suddenly asking this, sir? Zhao Huan asked, puzzled. Grandpa Huang looked at him with a strange expression. Have you registered these monsters of yours with the Special Affairs Bureau? No, why? Oh, so when the armed drones come, won't you shoot them down? Grandpa Huang pointed to the few small black dots flying in the sky, with sirens blaring, and asked. Holy crap! Zhao Huancher reacted instantly. Chapter 154. Too much power is also a problem. Shuffle the cards. Zhao Huan had a sudden thought. The cannibalistic magician and Goblin Wilderness Knight who were violently beating Li Guangcai instantly vanished in a flash of light. Li Guangcai flailed his claws wildly, only to find that the enemy had suddenly vanished. Just as he was wondering what was going on, several bursts of bullets swept down from above, splattering blood and flesh everywhere, and making him scream in pain. This thing clearly can't fly or run, yet it picked up a rock that had been broken during the battle and threw it forcefully into the sky, trying to bring the drone down in that way. Li Guangcai may be stupid, but he's not this stupid. Has he completely lost his mind? Zhao Huan thought to himself, noticing two drones hovering rapidly in the sky, seemingly searching for something, but not launching an attack. Now we have no choice but to go to the Special Affairs Bureau to file a report. It's all Li Guangcai's fault, that jinx. Although Li Guangcai had tough scales and an absurdly strong regenerative ability, he ultimately couldn't withstand the continuous strafing by armed drones. Ultimately, his skull was riddled with bullet holes, his brains were scattered everywhere, and his body could still twitch slightly as he lay on the ground. With all the monster cards shuffled, Zhao Huancher felt uncertain and pulled Grandpa Huang to hide in a more secluded place. They only emerged when the battle was completely over and the patrol arrived to clear the area. Then, Zhao Huancher, as the absolute party involved, was taken to give a statement. What is your relationship with Li Guangcai that he would specifically come to kill you under these circumstances? Because he's mentally unstable. Zhao Huanshi answered subconsciously. Unexpectedly, the patrol officer who asked the question nodded. These people who have been bewitched by demons have indeed lost their minds. However, under the citywide curfew, instead of thinking about hiding and running away, he is taking great risks to take your life. There must be a big conflict between you two, right? Such as emotional disputes or conflicts of interest. Feelings? No, absolutely no romantic entanglements. We're purely adversaries, mainly because he doesn't like me and is always causing me trouble. He even used his connections to get me fired from the cleaning crew. The relevant information immediately popped up on the electronic glasses of the patrolling special police officers. Before, in the contaminated area, he started causing trouble for me again, wanting to fight me, and I ended up beating him up. My teammates, and Li Guangcai's teammates, can all testify to this. Maybe that's why he hates me so much. That's certainly possible. Don't worry, we're not investigating you for anything. It's just that you were targeted by Li Guangcai, and we need to figure out if this is a personal grudge between you and him, or if there are other reasons why you've been targeted by demon worshippers. Zhao Huanshi nodded in understanding. By the way, those monsters, are they part of your combat capabilities? Would you mind revealing some details? Yes, that's my professional ability, summoning monsters to fight. Although they had some idea of what was going on, the patrol officers still showed surprise and envy when they heard Zhao Huanshi admit it himself. Okay, your abilities are rather unique, so it would be best to have them registered in detail with the Special Affairs Bureau. Zhao Huanshi nodded. Okay, I will consider it seriously. By the way, before the park exploded, you went there with a shovel the night before. May I ask what you were doing in the park at that time? As expected, what was bound to happen will happen. Zhao Huanshi felt a tightness in his chest, but his face remained completely expressionless. Oh, I have a special summon that needs to be planted in the ground and cultivated by climbing a large tree. As Zhao Huan spoke, seeing that the shuffling time was over, he walked to the side of the shattered flower bed and summoned the bright vine by throwing it on the ground. A radiant glow gathered, and thick vines grew half in the ground and half wrapped around, and climbed a crooked sapling that had been burned to charcoal. The SWAT officer looked surprised, but continued to ask. The park was bombed back then. Was your plant all right? Oh, they were all burned to ashes back then, but after a summoned creature dies, it can be summoned again after a while. Zhao Huan answered honestly. Upon hearing this, the SWAT officer's eyes gleamed with even greater envy. I see. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. Also, although Li Guangcai attacked you intentionally because of a personal grudge, you successfully intercepted him, preventing greater casualties. The reward money will be deposited into your account through the Special Affairs Bureau. Zhao Huanshi's smile immediately became even more sincere. Okay, thank you for your help. You're welcome. Excuse me, did Li Guangcai do anything before he came here? The SWAT officer hesitated for a moment, then whispered, he killed his parents and several neighbors, sacrificing their flesh and blood to the demon. Holy crap, this guy is a real beast. Zhao Huanshi immediately cursed. Few others who have been bewitched by demons are as ruthless as him. So that's why his strength has increased so rapidly. Then I wouldn't know. Zhao Huanshi smiled and said, then I'll go home first and stay there so as not to disturb your work. Okay, thank you again for your cooperation. After Zhao Huanshi walked away, the SWAT officers entered the following information on the electronic tablet. Special ability, can summon monsters to fight. No suspicious monsters capable of causing a massive explosion were found. If Zhao Huanshi saw what he typed, he probably wouldn't be able to help but mentally complain. I wouldn't dare use a mimic if I were fighting in my own neighborhood. Otherwise, if the mimic is defeated, half the neighborhood will be blown up. Although Zhao Huan did dislike a few people, these were normal neighborhood disputes, and it wasn't enough to send their whole family to the sky. After the lava core was fully charged, Zhao Huanshi dared not use the mimic in battle anymore, fearing that it would kill him along with the monster. Zhao Huanshi originally thought that the greater the power of the treasure chest monster's self-destruction, the better, but now he realized that too much power was not a good thing. After all, holding the nuclear launch button in your hand is called nuclear deterrence, but carrying a nuclear bomb strapped to your waist is called a terrorist attack. This chaotic world, we can't keep slacking off. Let's go back and prepare. Tomorrow, I'll take the fishing guy to the polluted area to upgrade. Upgrade the other monster cards while you're at it. Speaking of which, if the fisherman levels up by fishing, then the cannibalistic mage, who's a chef, probably levels up by cooking. Or does he need to roast his enemies until they're charred on the outside and tender on the inside, making them into barbecue? Zhao Huanshi drew out 3 monster cards. After the battle, the Goblin Wild Knights level had risen to 6, and even the Goblin Squad, who had been just there for show, had leveled up to 2, while the Cannibal Mage's level hadn't changed at all. Oh ho, it seems I guessed right. Chapter 155 Wild Food, Grilled Bull Eyes. While Zhao Huanshi was at home preparing to go to the contaminated area, he received a text message from the bank on his mobile phone, notifying him that he had received a transfer of more than 60,000 yuan. Immediately afterward, Zhang Daxuan sent a message. Did you receive the transfer? Zhao Huan gave an okay sign. These are some of the items that were sold, along with mission rewards from the Special Affairs Bureau. The rest have been arranged with the auction house, and will be auctioned off in several batches later. Zhang Daxuan meant that he wasn't sure how much those items would eventually sell for, but if you added them all up, Zhao Huanshi could probably get another 4 or 500,000. Is it really worth that much? No wonder they kept saying they made a small fortune. But then I thought about it again, and the things I took out of the treasure chest in the secret room, just the mind ring and the black gems eaten by the wild lynx alone were worth over 1 million. Adding the frost sword, the amethyst eye ring, and those magic gems, we can probably scrape together around 2 million. The exploration teams gained more from the maze, so dividing the resources among the 3 exploration teams would yield roughly the same number of people. However, upon reflection, Zhao Huan felt a little guilty, as he should share the spoils from the secret treasure chest. He had just killed someone in a secret room. Oh well, I'll just feed them extra otherworldly fish as compensation. Zhao Huan muttered something under his breath, feeling a little guilty, and then sent another message to Zhang Daxuan. You guys aren't on any missions lately, are you? I'm going out for a stroll by myself. Given the current state of Dongchuan City, if Zhao Huan were to go out for a stroll, he would definitely be heading to the contaminated area. Zhang Daxuan immediately replied with a message. Both checkpoints in the west of the city are under martial law. Where are you going? Huh? Is martial law already in effect? Zhao Huanshi had thought it was just a matter of stricter checks, but it seems the situation is more serious than he imagined. I plan to go east and check out the poison mist swamp. Do you need me to come with you there? I only have 1 bright light vine. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'll just stay on the outskirts. Okay, alright. Be careful, and let me know if you need anything. Good. After ending the call with Zhang Daxuan, Zhao Huanshi switched to the homepage and took a look. I just sent a message to my sister, but she hasn't replied yet. Although he knew that the West 4 research area was guarded by the military and was definitely safe, and that Zhao Lijiao was probably busy with research, Zhao Huanshi couldn't help but feel a little worried. He turned to look at the half-broken sword on the table. I need to buy a weapon, or maybe an alloy shield with a one-handed sword. Speaking of which, shouldn't a summoner like me focus more on survival? Zhao Huan, whose strength was comparable to that of a mid-level warrior and whose agility was comparable to that of a mid-level archer, thought to himself silently. Zhao Huan, who had previously stolen the great sword from Li Guangcai, felt it was too unlucky since it had been used by the Jinx, so he sold it to Zhou Liaoshu while selling materials. After thinking it over, Zhao Huan decided to take advantage of the time he still had in the afternoon to go to the weapon shop and buy a shield and a great sword to use in the meantime. The next morning, Zhao Huanshi was woken up by the alarm clock she had set. He picked up his phone and glanced at it. Zhao Lijiao had replied to him with a few messages at 3 a.m. He frowned and opened the message. The city's in such chaos. The research area's under martial law. What are you doing running off like this? Oh well, I can't control you anyway. Zhao Huanshi's lips twitched. The way you're talking, it's like you're the one who's my sister. I've received my reward for researching the culture medium for Aromonas deliciosa. It's over 1.3 million. Let me know if you need the money. Once the twin-hole air mushroom is cultivated on a large scale and energy potions are mass-produced, I'll receive a bonus. Indeed, knowledge is power. Explorers could never earn this much money even if they risked their lives outside. However, this kind of money is not something that ordinary people can earn, and even if they are given the opportunity, it won't be of any use. My sister is the best. Zhao Huan thought to himself with a touch of smugness. He then sent another message to Zhao Lijiao, telling her to take a break and not to overwork herself. If energy potions could be mass-produced, it would be good news for explorers, but unfortunately, they're useless to me. I wonder if they'd have any effect on card monsters. Without any actual product in hand, there's no use thinking too much. We can only wait until the energy potions are mass-produced before letting the monsters drink a few bottles to test their effects. Now we can see what the dishes made by the cannibal chef actually look like. With a thought, Zhao Huanshe produced a card with a green edge in his hand. The image in the center of the card features 4 enormous eyeballs enveloped in steam. Temporary green consumable card, scorching bull's eyes. Freshly picked bull's eyes, carefully roasted in the magical flames of a cannibalistic sorcerer, resulting in a crisp, tender, and juicy treat. Grilled bullseye lasts for 8 minutes. Consuming all the roasted bull eyes before the temporary food runs out will grant a temporary buff lasting 20 hours, greatly enhanced vision, increased resistance to visual illusions, and immunity to blinding effects. Looking at those 4 large eyes that seemed to stare at him with unrepentant eyes, Zhao Huanshe swallowed hard. No, you can't fool me. I'm well read. Their grilled beef eye uses the cut of beef that looks like a cow's eye, not the actual cow's eyeball that they gouge out and grill. Zhao Huan glanced at it with disgust, but finally gritted his teeth and decided to eat it for breakfast. He needs to test whether the benefits of wilderness food can work on normal humans. To avoid encountering a situation in the future where you have to eat wilderness delicacies only to find out that this stuff only works on card monsters. She brushed her teeth and rinsed her mouth, then brought out plates, chopsticks, and cutlery from the kitchen. Once everything was ready, Zhao Huanshe took out the roasted bull eye and placed it on a plate. As the light shimmered, a slab of stone radiating intense heat appeared on the plate, nearly crushing it. On the stone slab, 4 large eyes stared blankly at Zhao Huanshe. Under the heat, the eyes trembled slightly and made a sizzling sound. The actual object is so big. Zhao Huanshe swallowed hard, suddenly feeling less hungry. Breakfast didn't seem so essential after all. Screw me. I didn't even utter a sound when my head was smashed into my chest. Why would I be afraid of a few measly eyeballs? Zhao Huanshe's face contorted with rage. He picked up a fork, stabbed a bull's eyeball into it, and shoved it into his mouth, biting it down. I have to say, after one bite, it really is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, soft yet chewy, and the taste is surprisingly good. It's also not as hot as I imagined. No wonder it's labeled original flavor. It doesn't even use any seasonings when cooking. Chapter 156 is just a rifle with a scope added. Zhao Huanshe went to the entrance of the residential area to take the bus. When I went downstairs, I saw a construction team repairing the roads and flower beds in the community. Several elderly women immediately began to whisper among themselves when they saw Zhao Huanshe, and when he looked at them, they all showed kind smiles. Zhao Huanshe forced a smile in response. In his heart, he thought that he was probably famous throughout the entire Lichuan garden. As I passed by the gate of the residential area, I was stopped by Grandpa Huang. Just as Grandpa Huang was about to say something, he was stunned when he saw Zhao Huanshe's 2 bright, watery eyes. Why are your eyes so wide? Oh, it's probably because you didn't sleep well last night. Your skin is a little swollen. Other people have swollen eyelids, but you have swollen eyeballs? Big eyes mean good eyesight, Zhao Huanshe casually remarked, glancing around the guardhouse, noticing every detail of every item. Although Zhao Huanshe almost vomited after eating 4 raw cow eyeballs without any seasoning, the effect was indeed quite good. Zhao Huan can now see things farther and more clearly, with an effect similar to that of an intermediate-level archer's eagle eye technique. However, Hawkeye does not provide immunity against blindness. In addition to the original shotgun, a long gun with a scope has been added to the wall of the guardhouse. Holy crap, Grandpa, you actually have a sniper rifle. Zhao Huanshe exclaimed in shock. TSK, what sniper? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. It's just a rifle with an electronic sight. What's the difference? But it's not really a good idea to just hang this on the wall like that. What if it gets lost? That would be a big problem, wouldn't it? I did this to reassure people and let them know that I, Lao Huang, am capable of protecting their safety. I've hidden the bullets elsewhere, and there are so many surveillance cameras inside. Who would dare to steal my gun? Zhao Huan pursed his lips, thinking to himself, if I give you a chance to see a goblin that can turn invisible, you won't be as arrogant as you are now. Whatever you say, but why did you call me over? Oh right, I completely forgot about it when you glared at me with those 2 eyes. Grandpa Huang remembered his business, picked up his phone, and pointed to the game screen. I've been looking for ages, but I can't find your summoner class. This is the mobile version of Dawn Century. Grandpa, you play games too. What do you mean play? This is called edutainment. I'm just responding to the call to learn about monsters in the game. If you want to learn about monsters, just stick to using your sword. Being a summoner isn't helpful for understanding monster characteristics and attack patterns. Grandpa Huang nodded. That's true. More than 3 hours later, after undergoing a rather rigorous inspection, Zhao Huanshe passed through the east gate and entered the explorer town at the eastern entrance. Perhaps because everyone had moved to the western part of the city, the East Explorer town looked rather deserted. There were almost no explorers on the road. Most shops were only guarded by 1 or 2 people, and some were simply closed. There wasn't a single person setting up a stall in the stall area. Fortunately, the shop where the items were stored is still operating normally. After storing his phone and other belongings, Zhao Huanshe summoned the bright light vine outside the mist and wrapped it around his arm before entering the poisonous mist swamp alone. More than the various monsters, the most troublesome thing about the poison mist swamp is the ubiquitous poisonous mist, poisonous plants, and poisonous insects. Zhao Huan dared to come here because he had the bright light vine, a super powerful support that combines healing, purification, and defense. According to the Special Affairs Bureau's data, apart from a few dangerous areas, the toxic fog in the air of the poison fog swamp is about as toxic as the trial dream he had in when he fought the swamp toads. Wearing the symbiotic vine, Zhao Huan didn't need to worry about being poisoned to death by the toxic fog. On the contrary, this environment can accelerate the upgrade speed of the symbiotic vine. With the tough bark of the bright light vine and the defensive power enhanced by the card, Zhao Huanshe's skin is comparable to hard leather armor. The poisonous plants in the poisonous fog swamp and the poisonous insects hiding in the grass and crevices of the rocks probably wouldn't be able to break through Zhao Huanshe's defenses, let alone poison him. The swampy area, on the other hand, is full of ponds and lakes, making it a great place to fish. Although most of the fish caught look strange and are poisonous and basically inedible, they have considerable research value. Some parts of the poisonous fish are even essential materials for making special antidotes. Since not many people come to the poison mist swamp to fish, the catch can be sold for a good price. Before coming, Zhao Huanshe, following the advice of netizens, bought a copy of Dongchuan City Fishing Guide from an online store run by a veteran angler. The guide contained detailed information on fishing in the polluted areas surrounding Dongchuan City. Ignore the information about the time, bait, and techniques used when fishing for various otherworldly fish. Zhao Huan only cared about where he could fish, what kind of fish he could catch, and how much money he could make from those fish. How to fish is a matter for experienced anglers to worry about. What does it have to do with him? However, the Murloc hunter's poison resistance isn't very high. So Zhao Huan really needs to find a fishing spot that isn't too deep and where the air is less toxic for it to fish. The Chocobo's poison resistance is weaker than that of the Murloc hunter. Zhao Huanshe initially planned to walk by himself and not let it suffer outside, lest it suddenly die while running. When it really came down to escaping for their lives, they had nothing to ride. However, after Zhao Huanshe entered the polluted area, he found that the toxicity of the air in the poisonous fog swamp had an unexpectedly low effect on him. Although he will still be poisoned, it feels like even if the bright light vine is removed, he can stay in the poison mist swamp for 4 or 5 days before being slowly poisoned to death. Is 4 points of poison resistance really that powerful? If you stack poison resistance to 10 points, would you be able to roam freely in the poison mist swamp? Zhao Huanshe looked at the wet ground, pondered for a moment, and then summoned the swift Chocobo. He pulled the radiant vine from his arm and hung it around the Chocobo's neck. At first glance, it looks like a chocobo wearing a large wreath covered with small yellow flowers, and its feathers are covered with a magical bark texture. Cuckoo. The chocobo was curious about its surroundings and looked around in confusion. Stop looking, head in this direction, and be careful not to step into the soft mud and sink. Zhao Huanshe lightly leaped onto the chocobo's back, patted its feathers, and said, "Gurgle." The chocobo responded and dashed off at lightning speed. As it ran, the chocobo discovered that its stamina was not decreasing, but rather becoming more and more abundant, giving it an urge to release it. The chocobo suddenly let out a long cry. Its speed suddenly increased, leaving a blurry afterimage. The gust of wind generated by his body caused the poisonous mosquitoes and flies to tumble wildly in the air. Before the poisonous insects could recover, another wave of surging mud crashed down on them, knocking them to the ground. In the distance, a faint, slightly panicked cry from a human could be heard. Holy crap, that's too fast. Slow down. Ugh, mud splashed into my mouth. Chapter 157. Can I cook that fish head? Tui, tui, tui. Zhao Huanshe, covered in mud, got off the chocobo and spat out a mouthful of mud. She turned and glared at the chocobo with an annoyance. The chocobo didn't look much better. Its originally bright yellow feathers were covered in a layer of mud, and it was only a matter of roasting it over a fire before it could be made into beggar's chicken. Seeing Zhao Huan staring at it, the chocobo opened its big, innocent eyes, its expression clearly saying, "I'm just a bird, I don't understand anything." Zhao Huanshi's lips twitched slightly. "What are you looking at? So what if you can act cute?" I gave the chocobo's head a good pat and summoned it back along with the radiant vine. The great yellow bird vanished in a burst of light, and the mud on its body, having nowhere to cling to, fell off. Swift chocobo, LV4, level 4. How many more laps and I can upgrade again? Zhao Huanshi raised an eyebrow, and then saw the clean and handsome appearance of the chocobo on the card. Damn, you cleaned it up so easily. What am I supposed to do? Although there was a small lake in front of him, Zhao Huan didn't know how toxic the water was, so he dared not use it to wash his face or hair. Summon the bright light vine to your hand to purify the small amount of toxins accumulated in your body. Zhao Huan summoned the merman hunter, pointed at the lake, and said to it, "Let's go fishing." Upon hearing this, the fishman hunter's dead fish eyes widened instantly. However, it didn't go fishing right away. Instead, it looked Zhao Huanshi up and down with a puzzled expression. "Such a grown-up, and you still like playing in the mud? TSK, what kind of eyesight do you have? Believe me or not, I'll have the cannibalistic magician gouge your eyes out and roast them on a stone slab." The fishman hunter smacked his lips and shuffled to the lakeside with his pigeon-toed gait. With a casual scoop, he caught a flying insect from the air and stuck it onto the fishing hook. Holy crap, if it weren't for its design limitations, this guy could probably even catch flies with chopsticks. Zhao Huan was initially shocked, but then he realized that with his current agility and the enhanced vision temporarily amplified by the roasted bull's eye, picking up a fly with chopsticks seemed to be no problem. The poisonous insects in the polluted area fly much faster than flies. Smack! Zhao Huanshi slapped himself hard across the face without expression, then tossed the dead poisonous insect aside. His gaze swept around, and he spotted a wriggling green venom slime not far away, which immediately caught his eye. While looking at the guide, he noticed that there were many slimes in the poison mist swamp, and he knew that the opportunity to upgrade the purple venom slime had arrived. He took out the card and flicked it forcefully. The card spun and flew to the head of the green venom slime, turning into a purple slime, and then fell back onto the head of the green slime with a plop. The green venom slime was still a bit confused, not understanding where this purple creature of the same kind had come from. The purple venom slime quickly stretched out its body, pressing the green slime down and enveloping it. Upon discovering that its purple counterpart was attempting to invade its body, the green slime realized something was wrong and began to struggle desperately. The more it struggled, the happier the purple slime became. Cough! Zhao Huanshi shook his head. Seeing that the purple venom slime could easily suppress the green venom slime, he stopped paying attention to it. Then, he summoned the shadow slime as well. Although I don't deal in poison, I'm still a slime. I shouldn't be poisoned to death by this little bit of poison in the air, right? Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself as he observed the shadow slime's condition. Seeing the shadow slime slowly moving towards the lakeside, and after a while showing no signs of being poisoned and disintegrating, I felt relieved and let the two slimes play by themselves. It's possible that the loud slapping sounds Zhao Huan made while hitting the insects attracted the attention of predators in the lake. As the water rippled, a large crocodile with a lot of seaweed growing on its back, looking no different from a piece of wood soaking in the water, slowly approached the shore. Normally, Zhao Huanshi would probably need to take a few more glances to determine whether this thing was wood or a monster. But now, his eyes were wide open like saucers, shooting out a sharp, piercing light. Such clumsy disguise techniques couldn't fool his discerning eyes at all. Zhao Huan took 2 steps back slightly, then waved his hand, summoning the cannibalistic mage. Ogres are naturally thick-skinned and have good resistance to various abnormal conditions. Previously in the trial dream, the ogre warrior was stabbed in the kidney and poisoned by the poisonous coating solvent, yet he was still able to make a racket outside the cave, searching for the goblin thief. The Poison Spring Priest's wooden scepter also grants the holder low-level self-healing and low-level poison resistance. The small amount of poisonous fog in the air shouldn't have much of an effect on the cannibalistic magician. A large mass of blue light condensed into a colossal creature over 3 meters tall. Zhao Huan had to tilt his head back to make eye contact with the cannibalistic magician. After only a second of looking, Zhao Huanshi felt a slight soreness in his neck and quickly looked away, pointing to the crocodile in the lake that was still loading wood. Kill it. Oh, it's an ingredient I've never seen before. The cannibalistic magician muttered something and began to chant softly. Because of his mental connection with the card monsters, Zhao Huanshi could understand their general meaning when they shouted. Not realizing something was wrong at first, it took 2 seconds for him to react, and he suddenly looked up at the cannibalistic magician. You can talk. No, what you're speaking isn't our language. The cannibalistic mage then finished conjuring a large fireball and hurled it at the crocodile. Boom! Flames erupted and water surged as the unfortunate swamp crocodile was blasted into the air and crashed heavily onto the lake shore, steaming hot and looking like it was about 70% cooked. The cannibalistic magician was about to go up and collect his ingredients when he sensed a murderous aura coming from his side. Turning my head, I saw that the merman hunter was covered in steam, as if he had just taken a hot bath, with a few cooked seaweed leaves and a charred little fish on his head. The merman hunter reached up and plucked a piece of seaweed from his head, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it viciously, his eyes filled with rage. What's going on, big guy? Want to fight? The cannibalistic magician paused, then looked down at Zhao Huanshi. That fishman's head looks so unique. Can I cook it? What are you doing, gazing at the stars? Zhao Huanshi rolled his eyes, tilting his head back. Shut up. Do you need to throw a big fireball to kill a crocodile? You'll kill all the fish. What are the fishermen supposed to catch then? The cannibalistic magician scratched his head. Why would a merman fish? Wouldn't it be simpler for it to just go into the water and catch them? That's its hobby. Why should you, a cook, care so much about it? The cannibalistic magician used a strange language, and Zhao Huanshi could only understand a portion of it. However, due to the translation effect of the mental connection, there were no obstacles in communication. As Zhao Huanshi pondered to himself, this might be the small amount of knowledge that the cannibal mage card had given him. He said, he's so tall, yet he doesn't even know to squat down a little when talking to a leader. He has no sense of propriety at all. The cannibalistic magician pursed his lips. Is it my fault that you're so short? Chapter 158, Drinking Soy Sauce from the Bottle. With a sickening, tearing sound, the cannibalistic sorcerer stepped on the crocodile's lower jaw and grabbed its upper jaw with both hands, tearing its body apart. He ripped off the outer skin, haphazardly pulled out half of the internal organs, then held it in his hand and used flames to completely envelop the bloody chunk of meat. This grilling method is too barbaric. Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself as he summoned the treasure chest monster. Open the lid and take out some seasonings. Based on his experience with the merman hunter, Zhao Huanshi estimated that the cannibal chef's upgrade method would most likely be cooking. The house is too small to accommodate this big guy cooking, so he can only take advantage of coming to the contaminated area to have more barbecues. So this time, Zhao Huan brought all the seasonings from home with him. I don't cook often when I'm home alone. So many of my seasonings are about to expire, or have already expired. Perfect for the cannibal magician to use. Would you like some seasoning on your grilled meat? Zhao Huanshi pointed to the condiments in front of him and said. The cannibalistic magician stuck the wooden scepter upside down into the soil, wrapped the crocodile meat in tiny flames, and spread it on the top of the scepter, glanced at the treasure chest monster with a puzzled look, and then looked at the pile of bottles and jars that Zhao Huan had placed on the ground. What are these? Zhao Huanshi casually picked up a bottle of soy sauce. Soy sauce, you know what that is? The mental connection translation failed, and a huge question mark popped into the cannibalistic magician's mind. Zhao Huanshi scratched his head, opened the soy sauce lid, and handed it to the cannibal magician. I can't explain it clearly either. You'll understand once you try it yourself. The cannibalistic magician looked puzzled, took the soy sauce bottle, and brought it close to his nose to smell it. Then, he tilted his head back and drank all the soy sauce in one gulp. After finishing the drink, he licked his lips and smacked his lips, savoring the taste. The flavor is a bit strong, but it tastes very fresh and has a strange aroma. What is this drink made of? Sun-dried for 180 days? No, what kind of drink is this? This is for cooking. I just wanted you to taste it. Who told you to drink soy sauce straight from the bottle? Zhao Huanshi was speechless. He turned to look at the crocodile meat on the solid wood scepter. That meat is burnt. Can you still eat it? The cannibal magician didn't take it seriously. He tore off a piece of crocodile meat, shook it a few times, and the charred surface of the meat crumbled and fell away, revealing a slightly reddish, crispy outer shell underneath, emitting steam. It looks delicious. With just a gentle shake, the charred remains on the surface naturally scatter. If this cannibalistic magician were to set up a stall, he could dominate the square overnight, become an internet celebrity in no time, open a restaurant, negotiate franchises, and reach the pinnacle of life. Zhao Huanshi shook his head, trying to clear the jumbled thoughts from his mind. Seeing the cannibalistic magician hand over the piece of meat, he took out a metal fork and accepted it. Unlike the cannibalistic magician, who is thick-skinned and can handle sizzling hot meat at least 80 or 90 degrees Celsius. He is not like that. Relying on his 4 points of poison resistance and the protection of the bright vine, Zhao Huanshi decided to try the taste of the crocodile meat, even though he knew it was probably poisonous. After taking a bite and carefully chewing it a couple of times, Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up. Although crocodile meat is tough, Zhao Huan, with his high-strength attribute, found it quite chewy and even had a crispy exterior and tender interior. Combined with the unique aroma created by the cannibalistic magician's magical flames, the taste was surprisingly delicious. The cannibalistic magician processed the ingredients too roughly, resulting in the roasted meat having many strange tastes, such as a bloody smell or an odor like dried seaweed and earth. Zhao Huanshi had the treasure chest monster carry a metal fork for him, sprinkled a bunch of random seasonings on the roasted crocodile meat, and then lightly smeared it with a knife. After applying the seasoning, Zhao Huanshi picked up the grilled meat again and took a bite. The strange taste was overpowered by the aroma of the seasoning, and he immediately squinted his eyes and exclaimed with satisfaction, "This tastes just right." After eating a couple more bites, Zhao Huanshi felt a slight numbness in his mouth and tongue, as if the crocodile meat's toxicity had finally taken effect. However, because the Mingguang vine was constantly purifying the environment, the toxins could not accumulate, and apart from a slight numbness, Zhao Huanshi did not experience any further symptoms of poisoning. The rich aroma emitted as soon as the spice packet was opened immediately caught the attention of the cannibalistic magician. Once the barbecue seasoning comes into contact with the grilled meat and mixes with the hot oil, it immediately becomes even more fragrant. As soon as Zhao Huanshi turned around, he saw the cannibalistic magician staring longingly at the seasonings on the ground. Seeing the cannibalistic magician's expression, Zhao Huanshi almost burst out laughing. "Take whatever you want. Just spread a layer on the barbecue. I only brought this much with me this time, so use it sparingly and don't throw it all away." The cannibal nodded to indicate that he understood. Reaching out, he tore off a piece of roasted meat, recalling Zhao Huanshi's actions just now. He picked up the spice jar with his fingers and carefully sprinkled the seasonings onto the roasted meat. Each time you sprinkle one type of powder, you should carefully smell its aroma, then pick up some with your fingers and put it on your tongue to taste it. After copying Zhao Huanshi's actions, the cannibalistic magician stuffed the whole piece of roasted meat into his mouth, chewed it twice, and his face instantly showed a shocked expression. Zhao Huanshi couldn't help but burst into laughter. The cannibalistic magician glanced at him suspiciously, then looked away, squinted, slowed his chewing, and began to savor the taste. "I must say, the way you look at yourself, you really do have the air of a gourmet," Zhao Huanshi said with a smile. Just now, the cannibalistic mage used a huge fireball, scaring away all the fish around, so the merman hunter had to move to another spot to continue fishing. No matter how much the fish in the lake run, they can only stay in the lake. They quickly forgot about the fright they had just experienced. The predators hiding in the lake either burrowed to the bottom or stealthily emerged from the water to escape. The fish hunter found that the surroundings suddenly became quiet, with nothing strange to disturb him, and in no time, he had caught several fish. After Zhao Huanshi finished eating and rested for a while, he went to check on the merman hunter's catch. The frost net bag contained 7 or 8 fish, mostly ugly mutated monsters. Only one catfish with venomous glands and glowing green fins looked like a normal fish. It could sell for 5 or 6,000 yuan. As expected, none of the fish here are edible. What a pity, I was hoping to get the mimic monster some fish soup. Upon hearing this, the cannibalistic mage immediately came over to take a look. "Why can't we eat it?" "Oh, it's because we've never seen fresh ingredients before. These ugly things aren't particularly poisonous, but this catfish with poison glands is extremely toxic. Eating it will kill you." The cannibalistic magician shrugged it off. "How will you know if you don't try?" Zhao Huan looked up at the cannibalistic magician in confusion. His neck was sore again. "By the way, what language are you speaking now? I don't remember the ogres communicating like this before." The cannibalistic magician scratched his head in confusion. "Isn't this the common language of humans?" "Huh." Chapter 159. Want to eat roasted toad? The card monsters seem to have been created out of thin air by some strange force, and their memories are incomplete. The cannibalistic magician only knew that he was speaking the common language of humans, but couldn't recall anything else. Zhao Huan didn't really care. At least he now knew that the knowledge granted by the cannibal mage was a fragmented version of the common language of otherworldly humans. Seeing that the cannibal magician seemed very interested in the mutated fish, He ordered the fishman hunter to scoop the ugly creatures out of the net for the cannibal magician to play with. The merman hunter didn't seem to have any objections, but he gave the cannibal mage a slightly annoyed look. Its only interest is fishing. As for what happens to the fish it catches, what does that have to do with this fisherman? Rather, if the fish caught can be put to good use, it's a gratifying thing for the angler. The cannibalistic magician roughly processed the mutated fish, carefully poured some seasoning on it, and then wrapped it in magical flames to slowly roast it. Before long, the enticing aroma of grilled fish filled the air, dispelling and suppressing the faint fishy smell emanating from the poisonous fog swamp. Although it smelled delicious, Zhao Huanshe lost his appetite instantly when he saw the appearance of the grilled monster fish. Seeing the cannibalistic magician looking at him, he hurriedly said, "Let me make this clear beforehand. I'm not eating this." The cannibalistic magician was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. Upon seeing this, Zhao Huanshe couldn't help but feel uneasy. Will doing this discourage the cook? A fisherman only needs to catch fish to succeed, but a cook has to cook food for people. If no one eats it, will he not gain experience? Alright, here's what I'll do. I'll find you a customer. As Zhao Huan spoke, he took out the goblin trio and gently tossed it onto the ground. The radiance swirled and coalesced into the shape of a goblin merchant. He had just taken a breath and hadn't even figured out what was going on when Zhao Huanshe shoved his head back down. The air here is thick with toxic fumes. If it takes another breath, this cunning merchant's fragile skin will explode. Summoned again, the goblin scavenger emerged carrying a tattered sack. Zhao Huan was relieved to find that the goblin merchant hadn't come out with them. Go and try the cannibal magician's cooking. The goblin scavenger, whose mouth was already watering from the aroma, immediately ran towards the ogre upon hearing this. Upon seeing that Zhao Huanshe's so-called diner was actually a dirty goblin, the cannibalistic magician frowned and showed a disgusted expression, but still handed over the grilled monster fish in his hand. The goblin scavenger ignored the fact that the food was hot and stuffed it into his mouth, taking a bite. His face instantly showed a shocked expression. For some reason, a familiar background music inexplicably started playing in Zhao Huanshe's mind again. The goblin scavenger was enjoying the roasted monster fish, eating it clean, bones and all, and then licking his fingers with a look of lingering satisfaction. Although the cannibalistic mage still felt some disdain for the goblin scavenger, his chef instincts were triggered, and he unconsciously grinned. Zhao Huanshe observed everything, secretly thinking to himself, "This guy always eats everything with gusto. I don't know if the goblin scavenger has a good physique, high poison resistance, or a strong digestive system, but after eating several grilled monster fish, it didn't have any reaction at all." To the delight of the cannibalistic mage, despite the glare of the merman hunter, he pulled 2 more mutated fish from his frost net and roasted them. Zhao Huanshe's eyelids twitched at the sight. These strange fish may be ugly, but they're worth a lot of money together. Zhao Huan originally planned to take it back and sell it. Forget it, bringing too many back at once probably won't sell well. Let's just roast them. Just leave me the most valuable ones. That being said, Zhao Huan still hoped that a few fools would come to his door and become food for the cannibalistic magician. Perhaps hearing his inner call, as the sun was setting, a group of swamp toads on a hunting trip passed by and smelled the aroma of roasted fish. After these monsters quietly approached, they discovered Zhao Huanshe and his group. They immediately croaked and jumped out of the poisonous grass, launching an attack on the largest cannibalistic magician. To be honest, Zhao Huanshe was completely shocked when he saw this scene. Have these toad-headed creatures never seen ogres before? How dare they attack a cannibalistic mage? Could they be hiding some kind of backup plan? Zhao Huanshe's expression immediately turned serious. He took out his newly bought metal shield and held it in front of him, holding the goblin wilderness knight between his fingers. He scanned his surroundings, wary of any enemy launching a surprise attack from other locations. The cannibalistic magician didn't think so much. When he saw that these toad heads dared to attack him, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. He grabbed the solid wood scepter and unleashed a barrage of fireballs at the swamp toad squad. 5 blazing flames shot out with a whoosh, instantly knocking down the 5 swamp toads. Some rolled and screamed in agony on the mud floor, while others had steam rising from their heads and their bodies twitching slightly, clearly beyond saving. The charging swamp toad squad lost more than half its members in the blink of an eye. The remaining 3 swamp toads widened their eyes in terror and turned to run away. The cannibalistic magician scoffed disdainfully, then raised his scepter again and threw 3 fireballs, knocking the fleeing swamp toad to the ground. Turning his head, he looked at the goblin scavenger beside him, who was carrying a bone club ready to fight, only to find all the enemies lying down. His face immediately showed a blank expression. Haru, do you eat roasted frog? The goblin scavenger paused for a moment, let out a burp, and then nodded frantically. Eat. Eat as much as you can, as long as you don't die. Duon. After being struck by the giant bone club, the swamp toad man, who was struggling to escape, immediately closed his eyes and fainted. Strange liquid, which looked like toad brain matter, was flowing out from under his skull. After stunning the enemies, the goblin scavengers gleefully dragged them all back and piled them together. The cannibalistic magicians had already started skinning the toads, and Zhao Huanshi didn't receive the expected follow-up attack from the swamp toad people. After spending half a day trying to outwit the air, Zhao Huan felt like a fool and couldn't help but complain. Damn, are these toads brain dead? Even if you've never seen an ogre before, just imagine how big it is. You can tell it's not someone to mess with. One person talked for a long time, only to find that none of his summoned creatures paid any attention to him. The fish hunter was so focused on fishing that he acted as if nothing had happened. After the cannibalistic mage skinned the goblin, he began grilling it, while the goblin scavenger waited expectantly nearby. Swamp toads are, after all, humanoid monsters, so grilling them does look rather disgusting. But it's still better than the cannibalistic sorcerer continuing to wreak havoc on the monster fish. As for the disappearance of the swamp toad squad, Zhao Huanshi wasn't too worried about whether more monsters would come knocking. This is, after all, the outer edge of the poison mist swamp, so it's unlikely that a powerful swamp toad tribe would be so foolish as to build their nest nearby. I could wipe out an entire swamp toad tribe by myself back then, and now that I'm even stronger, I'm not worried at all, okay? If you really can't win, you can have the cannibalistic mage cover your retreat while you ride away on a swift chocobo. Chapter 160. The name itself sounds very powerful. By the time the cannibalistic magician and the goblin scavenger finished dealing with the swamp toadman's corpses, it was nearly midnight. If it were somewhere else, Zhao Huan might have summoned the goblin wild riders and left them there for the night. However, in the poison mist swamp, without sufficient poison resistance, one cannot stay there for long. The murloc hunter is showing obvious signs of poisoning. The goblin scavengers seem to be doing all right. The cannibalistic magician, however, was completely unaffected. But relying solely on cannibalistic magicians to keep watch at night, Zhao Huanshi felt he definitely wouldn't sleep soundly, so he decided to go back to his hotel in the city to sleep. Summon the monsters back and check their status. A cannibalistic magician. LV2. Shallow Sea Fishman Hunter. LV8. Purple Venom Slime. LV4. Shadow Slime. LV2. The fisherman seems to be leveling up slower than before. Could it be that his level is higher and the experience bar is longer? Zhao Huan muttered something to himself, looked at the monster card in his hand, thought for a moment, and then summoned the two slimes again. Anyway, now that we have the shuffle skill, we don't have to worry about losing the monsters. Let's leave these two, who are not afraid of the poison fog, here to continue eating and leveling up. Zhao Huan rode his chocobo and galloped away from the poisonous fog swamp. Along the way, a monster tried to attack Zhao Huanshi, but because the chocobo ran too fast, he couldn't catch up after chasing it for a long time. Instead, he was almost fed the mud kicked up by the chocobo. Upon returning to the city, the checkpoint staff conducted even stricter inspections. Given the current situation, it's normal for strict entry requirements to be met with lenient exit requirements, and Zhao Huan didn't pay much attention to it. Before arriving at the hotel, we first went to a nearby supermarket that was still open. The cannibalistic magician had used up almost all the seasonings he brought, so he had to buy 3 times the amount he had before. Besides the seasonings, he also bought a large amount of frozen meat, also for the cannibalistic magician. Although Zhao Huan wasn't sure if the cannibalistic mage would dislike the meat and prevent him from upgrading the card level. But we should always give it a try. A single mutated fish can cost anywhere from 1,000 to 4 or 5,000 yuan. Other otherworldly fish are even more valuable. You can save as many as you can from cannibalistic magicians. Under the astonished gazes of those around him, Zhao Huanshi hoisted a full sack of goods onto his shoulder and left the supermarket. Perhaps due to the disturbances caused by the demon cultists in the city these past few days, the streetlights are bright, but there are hardly any pedestrians to be seen, although drones fly overhead from time to time. Zhao Huanshi originally wanted to find a corner without cameras, summon the goblin scavenger, and help him put the bag on his shoulder into the greed space. To avoid any misunderstandings and being questioned by the special police, Zhao Huanshe had no choice but to carry the bag into the hotel. I went in carrying a huge bag of stuff, but came out empty-handed. I wonder if the hotel staff thought I was hiding something inside. Ugh, I shouldn't have bought so much. That's what they say, but Zhao Huan really had no choice. He couldn't exactly carry this pile of frozen meat through the checkpoint, could he? What if, at such a sensitive time, the inspectors think he's taking frozen pork to a contaminated area to sacrifice to the devil? At this point, the ostrich feathers that the goblin scavenger had plucked earlier came in handy. What? Sold? Of course not. Zhao Huanshe did want to sell it, and when he went to Zhou Liao bookstore to sell things, he even slipped in a handful of good-quality ostrich feathers. Then, Zhou Liaoshu picked them all out and threw them into the trash can. Even the berries that goblin scavengers have chewed on have some value, but those ostrich feathers are truly worthless. Zhao Huan couldn't understand why the goblin scavenger would bring back something like this, and thought it was because he didn't understand its value. The next day, when Zhao Huanshe left, he stuffed the burlap sack full of ostrich feathers and other worthless trash, carried it on his shoulder, and left the hotel. He then found a large trash can by the roadside and threw the entire sack inside. Back in the poison mist swamp, Zhao Huanshe first rode a chocobo around the small lake. They found a purple venom slime that was slowly crawling and searching for its prey, and a shadow slime that was hiding in the shadows waiting for its prey to come to it, only revealing itself when it saw Zhao Huanshe coming over. The two slimes were alive and well. Zhao Huanshe felt relieved, recalled the chocobo, took out a bunch of things from the greedy space and the mimic, and summoned the fisherman, the cook, and the scavenger, telling them to go about their business. He took out a recliner, unfolded it, and lay down on it. With a flick of his finger, a green quality card appeared, with an indescribable object radiating heat in the center. Temporary consumable card, scorching earth-shaking rhinoceros whip. Freshly picked, carefully cooked. When consumed whole, it greatly enhances endurance and reproductive ability, as well as localized strength, lasting for 2 hours. This food has a minor side effect. It may make the user somewhat impulsive and irritable. Please choose when to consume it carefully. Can this kind of thing be picked fresh? Just thinking about it makes me feel like I'd rather be dead. However, the name earth-shaking rhinoceros sounds incredibly powerful. If it fell into the hands of a lecherous old man like Brother Qian, he'd dominate the foot massage parlor. Too bad, the temporary card only lasts 24 hours. Zhao Huanshe's gaze swept over the cannibalistic magician and the goblin scavenger, imagining the scene that might occur after they ate this thing, and his body suddenly shuddered. No, this is too offensive. Turning my head, I saw the venom slime by the lake, and a question immediately popped into my head. Could this buff work on monsters like slimes? Since it's a waste not to use it, why not give it a try? A moment later, Zhao Huan watched as the purple venom slime's body emitted an eerie red light, wriggling wildly as it pounced on a wild venom slime. Smack! With just one impact, the wild venom slime instantly exploded, splattering slime everywhere. Holy crap, that's brutal. Wait, something seems off. Watching the purple venom slime devour the slime that its prey had splattered on the ground, Zhao Huan pondered for a moment before finally realizing what was happening. Slimes reproduce by fission. However, the card monster obviously cannot split and reproduce, so the food only enhanced the purple venom slime's attack power and made it extremely irritable. Is it because slimes have such low intelligence that the side effects are so obvious? Or is this thing just unreliable to begin with? Zhao Huan muttered to himself in confusion. Chapter 161 Slime Venom Arrow. The purple venom slime went berserk and killed all the wild slimes it could find nearby. After venting his anger, he lay sprawled on the ground, looking like he was exhausted. Zhao Huan recalled it and found that it had been upgraded to level 5. Purple venom slime. LV5. The purple venom slime has grown larger, and the toxic mist it explodes can now cover a distance of 10 meters. Unable to further upgrade the card level. Purple venom slime enhancement ritual. Consume and digest any monster core with a total weight of 300 grams or more. That's easy. Upon seeing the enhancement requirements of the purple venom slime, Zhao Huanshe immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to various magic gems or energy crystals, the cores of low-level monsters are incredibly cheap. Zhao Huan had kept the magic gems and monster cores in the greed space instead of selling them, fearing they would be needed when strengthening cards. Now they would come in handy. Summon the Goblin Scavenger and recall it as a card. They said we could take things from the greed space at any time, but when the 3 musketeers were summoned, the cards weren't there, so I couldn't sense the greed space at all. so how could I take anything? Zhao Huan muttered to himself as he took out most of the monster cores from the greed space. Low-level monster cores are mainly characterized by low energy purity, but they are also generally not very large. The ones on Zhao Huanshi's hands are basically about the size of a fingernail. Once I estimated that I had gathered enough, I summoned the purple venom slime again and sprinkled the monster cores on it. Although the purple venom slime was all soft and limp, it didn't stop it from eating at all. Integrate the monster's crystal core into your body and slowly corrode and dissolve it using the venom within your body. After a while, Zhao Huanshi saw that it had finished digesting the crystal core, so he recalled it back to the card. Purple Venom Slime card enhancement complete. New skill Venom Arrow. Venom Arrow sprays a high-speed arrow of venom to strike the enemy. The venom arrow inflicts piercing damage similar to an arrow. Upon hitting a target or obstacle, it disintegrates into venom that splashes outwards, causing corrosive damage in a small area. The poison mist explosion has been enhanced. Now, when a purple venom slime dies, the remaining venom within its body will transform into venom arrows of varying sizes, spraying outwards and indiscriminately attacking all targets within a 25-meter radius. While having an extra attack skill is a good thing, isn't a 25-meter range for the self-destruct attack a bit too far? The flying card only travels 30 meters. Won't it hit me? Zhao Huan was really thinking about where to find an unlucky person to test the self-destruct effect of the purple venom slime. Otherwise, he was really not comfortable using it. Just as Zhao Huan was messing with the purple venom slime, the mimic squatting to the side, seeing that no one was paying attention to it, stretched out its legs and secretly slipped into the poisonous grass. Based on the surrounding environment, it crouched down, disguising itself as a dark green wooden box, its body emitting a faint glow. The venomous snake, hidden in the grass, was inexplicably attracted and slowly swam over. The mimic silently opened the lid a little, and after the snake crawled inside, it closed the lid tightly again. After a while, Zhao Huanshi realized that the mimic had gone out hunting on its own, and he immediately became a little nervous. This kind of place only eats small animals. Even if some monster appears, we wouldn't just poke its two gem-like eyes. It won't explode. While saying this, Zhao Huan actually picked up his recliner and quietly moved away from the treasure chest monster. 2 more days passed, and the number of fish in the lake dwindled, causing the angler to cast his line at a slower pace, and he still couldn't reach level 10. Just as Zhao Huan was considering finding a different spot to fish for it the next day, the fish hunter suddenly let out a loud wah 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 and pulled a catfish with venom glands that was more than a meter long out of the lake with all its might. Holy crap, it's huge? Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened. He thought to himself that the last big green leaf fish sold for more than 30,000 yuan. This poisonous catfish is so ridiculously big, it must be worth 150,000 or 160,000 yuan. After the venomous catfish slid in an arc and crashed into the mud, it suddenly leaped up and sprayed a cloud of green venomous mist from its gills. The poisonous fog obscured visibility and hindered the enemy. Meanwhile, propelled by the counterforce, the venomous catfish glided rapidly toward the lake's surface. Damn it! My money! Stop that torpedo, don't let it escape back into the lake. No sooner had Zhao Huan finished speaking than a deafening roar sounded in his ears. The enormous fireball, carrying scorching flames, grazed past and plunged straight into the poisonous fog. Boom! With a loud bang, the venomous catfish exploded into the sky, billowing black smoke. To Zhao Huanshi's dazed gaze, the venomous catfish landed on the ground, rolled a few times, and stopped right in front of him. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the fish is fragrant and clearly cooked through. Zhao Huan slowly turned his head to look at the cannibalistic magician. What are you doing? Why are you using a big fireball to blow it up? The cannibalistic magician scratched his head. Didn't you shout that you were going to stop it? I told you to stop it, not to blow it up. Do you know how much this fish is worth? Don't you? If you don't know, why are you blowing it up like that? A cook should just focus on cooking, not throwing fireballs around. You're banned from cooking for a day. Upon hearing this, the cannibalistic mage was still unresponsive, but the goblin scavenger beside him instantly widened his eyes. What? What did you say? Zhao Huan was too lazy to pay them any attention. He glanced sadly at the grilled catfish on the ground, worth tens of thousands, and summoned the Murloc hunter to recall it to his card. Sure enough, after catching this large venomous catfish, the Murloc hunter's level finally reached 10. What's so special about this? Does a fisherman need a big fish to break through his shackles when he breaks through a new realm? Zhao Huan muttered to himself as he checked the card information. Green monster card, Shallow Sea Murloc Hunter. Well, max. The Shallow Sea Fishman Hunter gains growth, with attribute increases, strength +5, agility +10, constitution +5, spirit +5. Fish-like senses have been enhanced, with increased sensitivity and range. Unable to further upgrade the card level. Shallow Sea Murloc Hunter card enhancement ritual. Catch fish in 10 different locations, 3/10. Catch 20 different types of fish, 14/20. Defeat 10 equally matched enemies in the water, 0/10. After completing the above steps, carry an ice-type magic gem or magic crystal, and a monster bone weighing over 5 kilograms with a hard texture, and slumber in the water for 8 hours. Damn, why didn't you say so sooner? I should have changed fishing spots every day these past few days. The poisonous fog swamp is full of pools and lakes, and some of the muddy pools are home to drought-resistant fish such as loach and catfish. You can easily find 10 fishing spots by wandering around. Defeating 10 equally matched enemies in the water isn't too difficult. If all else fails, just venture deeper into the swamp, find a tribe of swamp toads near the water, lure them into the water, and kill them. Speaking of which, if most of the monsters in the swamp couldn't swim, wouldn't it be enough to just catch 10 landlubbers, throw them in the water, and let the merman hunters drag them to the bottom of the lake and drown them? Chapter 162, An Encounter with the Yellow Hare. In addition to visiting 7 fishing spots, the angler also had to catch 6 types of fish he had never caught before. Fortunately, Zhao Huanshi had bought the Dongchuan City Fishing Manual beforehand, and with the information in it, he quickly planned out his next course of action. While there was still some time, I went to check out the 4 nearest fishing spots. Summon the fisherman. The fisherman casts his line. The fisherman reels in his line. Recall the fisherman, and he's gone. By the time it got dark, we had checked off all 4 fishing spots and even caught a fish we'd never caught before. Next, let's go to this big lake and collect all 20 types of fish. While we're at it, let's see if there are any monsters in the lake, and whether we can complete the underwater battle. Then we'll head to those 2 nearby fishing spots to check them out. The next day, Zhao Huan rode his chocobo straight to the largest lake on the outer edge of the poison mist swamp. The swamp here has green traps and bottomless mud pits. Be careful not to sink in. Zhao Huanshi explained to the chocobo. Gurgle. The chocobo responded, but its speed increased even further. As long as I run fast enough, the swamp traps can't catch me. As they neared their destination, the chocobo suddenly slowed down and turned its head to look to the side. Zhao Huanshi followed the chocobo's gaze and saw an explorer, covered in mud, frantically fleeing through the mud. Behind him, a dozen or so swamp toads wielding harpoons and wooden spears rapidly approached. The explorer was covered in mud, but that couldn't hide the gleam of his blonde hair in the sunlight. Hey, isn't that so-and-so? Was his name Comet or Mars again? Zhao Huanshi picked the mud off his hair and flicked it aside, saying with some surprise. Although I don't know how this blonde guy ended up in the poison mist swamp, it's fate that we met. Besides, Huang Mao had beaten up Li Guangcai before, so he could be considered Zhao Huanshi's half-friend. Zhao Huanshi flicked his right hand, and the blue card, trailing after images, spun and flew out, exploding in midair into countless rays of light, which coalesced into the figure of the cannibalistic mage. Although Huang Mao was still trying to escape, he knew that he was probably going to die this time. In the blink of an eye, a cannibal suddenly appeared in front of him. Judging from the uniquely shaped giant club in his hand, this guy seems to be a cannibalistic magician. Well, the remaining 20% hope is gone. It's 100% certain that we're doomed. Huang Mao was thinking that he should slit his own throat now, so as to avoid being tortured by the monster later. But then the cannibalistic magician raised his scepter and pointed it forward, and 5 fireballs shot towards him with a whoosh. Huang Mao instinctively closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of pain and death, but felt several gusts of hot wind brush past his body, and then heard the screams of monsters behind him. Turning around in surprise, I saw several swamp toads being hit by fireballs, screaming and rolling on the ground. Holding harpoons in both hands, the exceptionally strong swamp toad man let out an angry croak. With a powerful push from one foot, he leaped into the air, harpoon pointing downwards, and pounced on the cannibalistic magician. Another swamp toad charged forward with a harpoon, its eyes wide, towards the cannibalistic magician. Water and mud surged beneath its feet, and it moved so fast that it left afterimages. The blonde-haired man stared wide-eyed at the giant toad that had fallen from the sky. It can jump so high. Zhao Huan sighed in admiration, These swamp toads are still so brave. Boom. The cannibalistic mage raised his hand and cast a fireball, blasting the swamp toads that were falling from the sky back into the air. Then, with a whooshing sound, the solid wood scepter in his hand slammed down hard on the charging swamp toad men. With a bang, the rapidly charging swamp toad was instantly sent flying, plunging headfirst into the mud and disappearing without a trace. Snap! At this moment, the swamp toad that had been blown away finally landed in the spot where it had taken off, its body emitting black smoke. The remaining swamp toads originally wanted to come up and help, but when they saw that the two strongest warriors in the team were instantly killed, they immediately realized that they had kicked a hornet's nest and hurriedly turned around to run away. Upon seeing this, the cannibalistic magician revealed a ferocious smile, his eyes filled with covetousness for his prey. Once we've got the ingredients, do you think you can just run away? The frozen meat the summoner brought was lifeless, and the cannibalistic mage had absolutely no interest in it. As for these giant toads, they still have several ideas they haven't finished experimenting with since there wasn't enough food last time. He raised his solid wood scepter, unleashed a barrage of fireballs followed by several fireball spells, knocking all the fleeing swamp toads to the ground. Seeing that his prey had mostly lost the ability to escape, the cannibalistic magician's face lit up with a satisfied smile, and he strode forward. As the cannibalistic mage approached him, the blonde-haired man stood up, leaning on his greatsword, gritting his teeth, and staring wide-eyed at the ogre. Dying standing up is more dignified. To his surprise, the cannibalistic magician didn't even glance at him and walked right past him, leaving the blonde-haired man dumbfounded. I've heard that cannibals prefer to eat fresh food. Could it be that they're planning to capture him alive, take him back, and kill and cook him on the spot? Or you might as well just kill yourself. Nobody cares about your dignity anyway. Just as Huang Mao was having an internal struggle, a shout suddenly rang in his ears. Hey, snap out of it. Huang Mao turned his head in surprise and saw Zhao Huanshi riding on a chocobo, smiling at him. The blonde-haired man was momentarily stunned. Then his face lit up with surprise. It's you. Hey, bro, you still remember me? After all, he's someone whose handsomeness rivals mine. Zhao Huanshi chuckled immediately. What? Are you being chased by rich women wanting to be their sugar daddy? Huh? What rich woman? Wait, this isn't the time to chat. The blonde-haired guy finally snapped out of it. That cannibal. I summoned it. Zhao Huanshi said with a smile. The blonde-haired man was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. His eyes widened instantly, and his voice rose 8 octaves. The cannibalistic magician rummaged through the swamp toadman's body and pulled out a few pieces of rope, then happily tied all the ingredients together. You're cannibalistic magician. This is gathering ingredients. Food ingredients? Yeah, ogres, they definitely eat humanoid monsters. Otherwise, what else would they let them eat? Zhao Huanshi looked at the blonde-haired man with a deep, unsettling gaze. Yellow Hair shuddered and quickly said, Let's eat swamp toad men. No problem. Eating swamp toad men is fine. Zhao Huanshi smiled and stopped trying to scare him. Brother, what are you doing here? The poisonous fog here is so strong. Your face is almost as green as a goblin. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao hurriedly pulled out a bottle of bright green potion from his leather armor and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking it, his face scrunched up like a bitter old gourd. No matter how many times I drink it, I still can't get used to the taste of the poison. Is it really that bad? Good thing I don't have to drink it. Zhao Huan said with a smile. Chapter 163 Spore Giant Eagle. Wasn't martial law declared in the West? The Special Affairs Bureau even issued a danger warning, saying that demon cultists have appeared in Twilight Wilderness and a large number of explorers have gone missing. We had planned to develop our presence in the Poison Mist Swamp, and everyone had collected magical equipment to reduce the effects of poison. So, we decided to take on a quest in the Poison Mist Swamp to test the waters. Who knew I'd run into a crazed swamp monitor lizard and get separated from my teammates while trying to escape? Liu Xin, also known as Huang Mao, recounted his experience. Zhao Huan listened with his ears, but his eyes were fixed on the cards in his hand. Swift Chocobo, LV5. The Swift Chocobo's body has been strengthened. Its feathers are now more defensive, and its claws and beak are sharper. Currently unable to further upgrade card levels. Swift Chocobo Card Enhancement Ritual. After consuming a powerful bird monster's core, recall the card and enter a 24-hour dormant state. You cannot summon card monsters or perform any other actions on cards until the dormant state ends. Zhao Huan scratched his head. Bird monster cores were already rare, and as for powerful monsters, just how powerful was considered truly powerful? Forget it, I'll go back and ask the rat. Anyway, I'll have to check out the bones the Murloc hunter needs to strengthen. That unscrupulous businessman is going to make money again. Brother Zhao, are you listening to me? Lu Xian called out softly, looking a little nervous. Zhao Huanshi snapped out of his daze. What's wrong? Do we really have to fish here? The tribe of swamp toads chasing me is over there. Zhao Huanshi squinted and glanced into the distance. Those seemed to be some strange thatched huts. The fishing guide didn't mention a swamp toad tribe here. I thought I'd have to spend more time here. This is perfect. What's just right? It's nothing. Don't worry. The surrounding vegetation is so lush, those swamp toads can't see us. Zhao Huanshi said casually. Lu Xian glanced at the fish hunter who was standing casually by the lake fishing. Turning his head to the side, the cannibal magician found a stone slab from somewhere and placed the skinned swamp toad man on it to make a slab grill, which produced billowing smoke. How could he possibly feel at ease in this situation? By the way, do you usually like to eat spicy bullfrog or something? Zhao Huanshi suddenly asked. Lu Xian looked puzzled, but honestly replied, It's all right. That's good. Once the cook finishes roasting the frogs, you can take care of them. Cook. Zhao Huanshi looked at the cannibalistic magician. Lu Xian realized what was happening and his eyes widened in horror. Wait, Brother Zhao, I suddenly remembered. I'm allergic to frogs. It's all right, a toad is a toad, and a swamp toad is a swamp toad. They're not the same species. Lu Xian looked at Zhao Huanshi in disbelief. You just asked about bullfrogs. Zhao Huanshi had no choice. Lu Xian's physical conditions certainly prevented her from leaving the poisonous fog swamp alone. We've already saved him. We can't just abandon him. But Zhao Huanshi had already reached the vicinity of the destination. So of course he had to complete the fishing check-in for the fishman hunter first before leaving with Lu Xian. He didn't want the goblin trio to appear in front of others, so the job of the goblin scavenger naturally fell to Lu Xian. You're weak right now. You need to eat more meat to replenish your strength. Otherwise you might not even make it out of the poisonous fog swamp. Is it absolutely necessary to eat this? Yes, if no one eats the food we cook, the cook will be angry. Lu Xian's eye twitched slightly, thinking to herself, it's clearly you who doesn't want to eat. But when he thought about how if he hadn't been saved by Zhao Huanshi, he would be the one stripped naked and roasting over a fire, not those swamp toads. Eat. Damn it. Those damn toads can eat me. Why can't I eat them? Lu Xian said with a fierce expression. Good. I can tell you're a real man just from your blonde hair. Zhao Huan praised him, summoned Mingguang tongue back, and patted Lu Xian's arm. These vines of mine have purifying, detoxifying, and wound-healing properties. Wearing them, you won't have to worry about being poisoned by the swamp toad people's flesh. Lu Xian's lips trembled, but she ultimately said nothing. Then, sensing the rich vitality emanating from the roots of the bright light vine, a look of amazement appeared in his eyes. Wow, that's amazing. A moment later, the cannibal mage finished roasting the toad on the stone slab. After looking around but not finding the goblin scavenger, he immediately cast a puzzled look at Zhao Huanshi. Zhao Huan patted Lu Xian on the shoulder. It's your turn. Lu Xian's body trembled slightly. He took a deep breath and walked towards the cannibalistic magician with a tragic air. Holy crap, Brother Zhao, this barbecue is so delicious. Lu Xian turned her head and shouted with surprise. Zhao Huanshi smiled and replied, If you like it, eat more. Lu Xian nodded and then buried himself in his food again. After a while, Ugh, I can't take it anymore. Let me rest for a bit. Ogre brother, please stop grilling. Brother Zhao, help me. Ugh. Looking at Lu Xian's disgraceful behavior, the cannibalistic magician's eyes were full of disgust. Worthy humans, they don't even have a tenth the capacity of a goblin minion. Zhao Huan sighed and glanced at the goblin squad and goblin wild knight in his hands. Although the goblin squad has a numerical advantage, they are too fragile and might be poisoned to death as soon as they emerge. Moreover, these guys aren't very bright, and they might even anger the cannibalistic magician. Let's send out the goblin wilderness knight. The lynx and goblins don't have enough poison resistance. Just use the bright vine to cure them in turn. Send the goblin wild rider and the wild lynx to deal with the food cooked by the cannibal magician and rescue Lu Xian from her near comatose state. It seems that goblin scavengers really can eat a lot. Zhao Huan sighed, got up and walked to the lakeside, summoning the purple venom slime and shadow slime, letting them hunt freely in the surrounding area. Pulling open the frost net, I glanced at the murloc hunter's catch, for fish I'd never seen before. Zhao Huanshe raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed that the 20 kinds of fish would be gathered soon. Squinting, I looked at the thatched huts in the distance. The swamp toad man is also an amphibious monster, so he should actively go into the water to catch fish, right? After all, oddballs like the fishing guy are probably rare in the entire monster world. The merman hunter glanced sideways at Zhao Huanshe with its 2 large fish eyes. Why don't you stand further away and mutter to yourself? At that moment, Zhao Huanshe suddenly saw a dark shadow swooping down from the sky, snatching something from the swamp toad's nest, and then flapping its wings and shooting into the sky. Holy crap, what is this thing? Hiccup, that looks like a spore giant eagle. It must have flown in from the spore forest. As soon as Lu Xin regained consciousness, he scrambled away from the cannibalistic magician. Hearing Zhao Huanshe's question, he immediately spoke up. Chapter 164. It's so hot to eat. The spore giant eagle is 7 or 8 meters long, with a wingspan of nearly 20 meters. Its body, wings, and even claws are covered with colorful mushrooms of all sizes. Its entire body is covered in colorful feathers. When the air currents blow, the feathers tremble slightly, scattering countless tiny spore particles. Compared to this colossal creature, the panicked swamp toads below looked no different from a bunch of chicks. The giant eagle was not pleased with the corpse of the swamp toad warrior in its talons. Sharp eyes scanned back and forth between the simple thatched huts, trying to find a larger, fatter swamp toad man. It had previously caught a fat, large toad in another swamp toad tribe. One bite revealed it to be full of oil. Presumably because the leader was still alive, the swamp toads on the ground, though terrified, still held weapons and tried to fight back against the giant eagle. But after the spore eagle circled twice more in the sky, the swamp toads sensed some strange dust in the air. Colorful little mushrooms were growing rapidly on the muddy ground and thatched huts around them, and even on their own and their companions' bodies. Some of the swamp toad people instantly panicked, using their hands and feet like real giant toads, turning and fleeing the tribe, plunging headfirst into the lake. Is this swamp toad tribe really that weak? Zhao Huan was somewhat surprised. Lu Xian was surprised to hear this. Is he weak? Zhao Huanshe looked at the merman hunter. As a merman, you should have an advantage over those toads underwater, right? The fishman hunter glanced at the swamp toadmen fleeing into the lake in the distance, his eyes filled with disdain. That's perfect. Let's take this opportunity to get them all done. The fish hunter nodded, put away his fishing rod, and prepared to go into the water. Wait a minute, just in case, you eat this first. Zhao Huanshe drew out a green card. Temporary green consumable card. Intense muscle tendon. Freshly torn tendons and flesh from lively, wild beasts are continuously roasted over scorching flames. After consuming the entire product, you will receive a temporary attribute boost for 30 minutes, strength plus 30, constitution plus 10, and a significant increase in the body's muscle resistance to impact. Be careful, hot food can burn your mouth. Compared to the previous wild food card, the blazing tendon is now a perfectly legitimate buff card. Taking advantage of Lu Xian's inattention, Zhao Huan used the card to summon a large pork chop that exuded a rich aroma and steaming hot. Even holding it with the soul eater gloves felt a bit hot. Zhao Huan was thinking that he should let the meat patties cool down a bit before eating them. Without the slightest hesitation, the fishman hunter followed Zhao Huanshe's instructions, grabbed the steak, and threw it directly into his mouth. Zhao Huanshe faintly heard a hissing sound, and the merman hunter seemed to be a boiling kettle, spewing out a large amount of steam from its mouth. Zhao Huanshe's eyes widened instantly. Holy crap, did I scald the fish head? Despite his eyes watering from the burns, the murloc hunter feigned composure and maintained a cold expression. Following Zhao Huanshe's example, he gave him a thumbs up with his webbed left hand, then turned and plunged into the lake. Zhao Huanshe put his right hand into the lake water. The soul-devouring gloves were like a red-hot branding iron. Upon contact with the lake water, they immediately hissed and emitted a large amount of water vapor. No wonder it was specially marked. This is way more than just hot to the touch. Zhao Huanshe shook his head and called over the cannibalistic magician who was roasting a toad. See that big bird that comes with mushrooms as a side dish? Once it's attracted to you, use a big fireball to blast it down. The cannibalistic magician's eyes lit up instantly. He had been so focused on cooking that he hadn't even noticed the large piece of meat that had appeared in the sky. But looking at the size of the spore eagle, the cannibal mage's expression turned serious. Such a big bird, the goblin wild rider, and that big cat alone definitely couldn't eat it. Although the spore eagle is enormous, the cannibalistic mage is a powerful spellcaster, and Liu Xin is unsure who would be stronger in a fight between the two. It's said that ogre tribes also inhabit the polluted areas near Spore Forest. That spore giant eagle must have seen ogres before. If it felt it couldn't defeat the ogre mage, it probably wouldn't have come down from the sky. Liu Xin had half a sentence left unsaid. If the spore eagle were to attack the cannibalistic mage, it would definitely be because it is far more powerful. Zhao Huan didn't really care. Whether we can win or not, we'll find out by trying. If we can't beat them, so be it. Anyway, when the card monster dies, it just goes back to sleep. It's alright. I have a plan. I'm sure I can lure it down. Upon hearing this, Liu Xin gritted her teeth and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Zhao Huansher glanced at him. You'd better find somewhere to hide. Clear. Liu Xin nodded, glanced around, and then turned and walked away. He knew that with his limited abilities, he couldn't really be of much help, and Zhao Huan might have some secret weapon he didn't want him to see. Since you've told him to stay away, you should just obediently listen to him. However, Zhao Huan's advice to stay away wasn't for the sake of secrecy. He was worried that when the cannibalistic sorcerer fought the giant eagle, he might accidentally detonate a nuclear bomb, and Liu Xin would be affected. He recalled the Goblin Wild Rider, took the ogre mage a little further away, found a slightly more open area, and summoned the mimic. Have the cannibalistic magician lie in ambush nearby, lest this behemoth scare the giant eagle away. Then tell the treasure chest monster to turn it on full power to attract the big bird in the sky. Zhao Huansher rode his yellow chocobo and quickly fled the scene of the battle. At this moment, the spore eagle successfully caught the giant toad hiding in the straw shed. Ignore the swamp toads who have completely collapsed, croaking and scrambling to escape into the lake. As the spore eagle was about to return to its nest with its spoils, it caught a glimpse of something flashing incessantly on the ground in the distance, instantly drawing its attention. It seems to be a treasure that can attract female giant eagles. The spore eagle gently flapped its wings, stirring up a strong wind in the sky. It spun around quickly and swooped down towards the mimic. The closer it got, the more the spore eagle was drawn to the large, golden chest. With a loosening of its grip, the swamp toad leader, whose body was twisted into a strange shape, was thrown into the lake like a lump of dark green garbage, splashing up a large spray of water. The spore eagle plummeted downwards, its talons reaching for the mimic chest, its mind already racing with plans on how to use the large chest to distract the female eagle once they got back. The cannibalistic mage suddenly stood up from the grass, and with a low, rapid chant, a huge fireball condensed at the tip of his scepter, shooting towards the spore giant eagle. Chapter 165 Big Bird Roasts Mushrooms, Leave of Absence, Building Up Chapters, 1 Update. The battle proceeded exceptionally smoothly. The spore eagle charged too fast, and by the time it sensed the danger, it was too late to escape. With its abundant feathers, the giant eagle is weak against fire. Its spore giant eagle has no added fire resistance to its poison resistance, so it already has little resistance to fire. Moreover, the giant eagle's feathers contain a large amount of spore powder, which further accelerates the burning of the flames. Almost instantly after being hit by the fireball, the flames spread across the entire body of the spore eagle, transforming it into a giant firebird. The giant eagle screamed and tried to escape, flapping its wings wildly as it flew upwards for dozens of meters before plummeting back down amidst billowing black smoke. The mimic, its eyes hidden in the ruby, secretly observed its surroundings. When it saw the giant firebird hurtling towards it from the sky, it hurriedly stretched out its legs to try and escape. But it was still hit by the giant eagle's wing. Fortunately, the mimic has a sturdy body, extremely high fire resistance, and is very stable with its 8 legs supporting it. It withstood the impact damage head-on, then swung its 2 pincers at the giant eagle's wings, knocking off a pile of black ash and 2 charred mushrooms. When Zhao Huansher arrived, the cannibalistic magician had already snapped the giant eagle's neck and extinguished the flames on its body. The air was filled with a smell similar to that of roasted chicken and mushrooms, and the stench of burning feathers. Zhao Huansher pried open the giant eagle's skull and dug out a fist-sized, steaming, yellowish-green, murky monster crystal core. This should be considered a powerful bird, right? And this is such a huge monster core. Is it strong? 1 big fireball, and it's done. The cannibalistic magician was pondering how to deal with the enormous food in front of him. The mushrooms on the giant eagle's body are all burnt. It would be best to find some somewhere to restore the original taste of the food. Hearing Zhao Huanshi's words, he thought for a moment and gave a reminder. Who? This big bird seems to have mastered lightning magic, but it didn't have time to use it. Really? Then it should be fine. But, can the chocobo swallow such a large crystal core? Zhao Huanshi did not immediately summon the chocobo to feed the crystal core. Once the ceremony begins, the chocobo will enter a state of hibernation. It was Zhao Huan's most important escape tool in the contaminated area. How could he sleep at this time? If you want to sleep, you have to wait until Zhao Huanshi leaves the poisonous fog swamp. Speaking of which, this giant eagle is so big, its bones must be very hard, right? Birds have hollow bones to reduce their weight and make it easier to fly, but their bones are actually dense and quite hard. Zhao Huanshi had the cannibalistic mage remove a bone from the giant eagle's wing, placed it on the ground, and then slammed it down heavily with his alloy greatsword. With a heavy thud, the bone snapped instantly. However, it wasn't cut off, but rather smashed by Zhao Huanshi's strength, leaving a noticeable notch on the blade of the alloy greatsword. The greatsword I just bought a few days ago is about to have to be sent to the weapons factory for repairs. After glancing at the notch on the greatsword, Zhao Huanshi walked to the lower abdomen of the spored giant eagle and slashed at its claws again. Bite! This produced a clear, metallic clang. The giant eagle's claws remained undamaged, but Zhao Huanshi's alloy greatsword suffered another nick. Since it's going to be sent for repair anyway, it doesn't matter whether there's 1 or 2 chips. However, it seems the upgrade materials for the Murloc Hunter have been secured, eliminating the need to rely on that unscrupulous merchant Zhou Liaoshu. Wait, we still need to find him to sell the fish, and the materials from this giant eagle look quite valuable. While Lu Xian was hiding somewhere and hadn't come out, Zhao Huanshi summoned goblin scavengers and goblin thieves to take away the most valuable items from the spore eagle and bring them back to the great space. When Lu Xian arrived, all she saw was a large pile of half-cooked bird meat that had been dismembered, with other parts like bones, beaks, and claws nowhere to be found. Although she had doubts, Lu Xian didn't ask anything, but simply reminded Zhao Huanshi. I heard from the captain that there's a mother mushroom on the spore giant eagle, and it's extremely valuable. Zhao Huanshi quickly raised his hand to stop him. Stop. Don't say anything. What's the point of talking about female or male mushrooms? They'd all be roasted mushrooms by now. No matter how much they're worth, it's useless. It's better not to know anything at all, so you don't get even more heartbroken when you find out. After quite some time, the merman hunter emerged from the lake covered in wounds and dumped the 2 burly swamp toad carcasses onto the shore. Have all 10 been killed? Zhao Huan secretly cast a clear spring healing spell on the Murloc Hunter. The Murloc Hunter pondered for a moment, realizing that he had already killed more than 10 swamp toad men he encountered. So, the merman hunter nodded very firmly at Zhao Huanshi. This doesn't seem very reliable. Zhao Huanshi had some doubts. Alright, you go fishing first. If you don't kill enough, we can go find some other monsters later. Upon hearing this, the fishman hunter turned and left without hesitation, casually digging out a disgusting, twisted worm from the mud, hooking it onto his fishing hook, and casting it out. TSK, if you had a wife, you'd be green as a goblin by now. Zhao Huan muttered to himself as he looked around, but couldn't find the 2 slimes anywhere. He wondered where they had gone. He didn't pay much attention to it. Anyway, those 2 weren't the main fighting force, so he just let them develop freely here. There are so many wild slimes in the poison mist swamp. If all goes well, they can all reach the maximum level in a few days if left to roam freely. Then we can just use the shuffle recall to strengthen them. The sun set, and the sky gradually darkened. Lu Xen lay on the ground with his belly round and his eyes rolled back, half a piece of roasted meat stuffed in his mouth. It was hard to tell whether he was really unconscious or pretending. Anyway, the goblin wild knight really did faint. Zhao Huan was afraid it would choke to death, so he put it and the links back into the cards to recuperate. The cannibalistic magician sat on the ground, sighing as he looked at the huge pile of eagle meat in front of him. It's not that I'm wasting the food, it's just that I ate too much and my stomach is so bloated that I feel uncomfortable. Alright, it's almost time. The fisherman has caught the last type of fish. Time to move on to another spot. Zhao Huanshi recalled the cannibalistic magician and glanced at the card information. A cannibalistic magician. LV5. The cannibalistic mage's body has grown. Strength +10, Constitution +10, Intelligence +10. Currently unable to further upgrade card levels. Cannibal Mage Card Enhancement Ritual. Carry a book containing numerous recipes, a mid-level fire magic gem or magic crystal, and return the card to dormancy for 48 hours. Huh. I leveled up to level 5 immediately after roasting the giant eagle. I was still quite a bit short before. So, does the chef's leveling speed also depend on the ingredients used for cooking? Zhao Huanshi guessed in a low voice. Upon seeing the cannibalistic magician recalled, Lu Xian, who was lying on the ground pretending to be a corpse, suddenly sat up. Hiccup, Brother Zhao, what are we going to do next? TSK, you're going to faint like that. Oh. Chapter 166, The Slime-Eating Toad Incident. Zhao Huanshi summoned a chocobo and carried Lu Xian for 2 laps. As soon as she came down, Lu Xian knelt on the ground and vomited violently. The Murloc hunter's previous explanation was vague, and Zhao Huan didn't know exactly how many swamp toadmen it had killed in the lake, or whether it had met the requirements for the enhancement ritual. After recalling it, I glanced at the card information. Having killed 10 enemies, all I need to do is fish in 2 more bodies of water before heading home to complete the Murloc hunter enhancement ritual. Isn't the requirement for enemies of similar strength? Does that mean ordinary swamp toads count? Zhao Huan was somewhat puzzled, but did not delve into it. Seeing that Lu Xian had vomited most of what was in his stomach, he rode on a chocobo and had him sit back-to-back behind him, heading to 2 nearby fishing areas. What? Why back-to-back? Boys should be careful when they go out, in case Lu Xian is gay and secretly betrays them. It's safer to sit back-to-back. Not long after Zhao Huanshi left, it became completely dark. A swamp toad cautiously poked its head out of the water, carefully surveyed the area for a long time, and after confirming that there were no enemies around, its face still showing fear and panic, it slowly climbed onto the lake shore. Today is truly a desperate day for the swamp toads. First, giant birds attacked the tribe, killing its people, destroying its thatched huts, and capturing its powerful leader. They fled in panic into the lake for refuge, only to encounter a terrifying water demon. That fish-headed monster covered in scales, its appearance somewhat resembling a swamp toad. Although most of the tribe members escaped the giant bird's attack, they were almost wiped out by the fish-headed monster in the lake. The swamp toads tried to organize their members to fight back, but found that they couldn't catch up with the fish-headed monster in the water. Instead, the pursuit will only bring an even more terrifying revenge from the fish-headed monster. After all the strongest warriors in the tribe were killed, the remaining swamp toads had no courage to fight and could only scatter and flee in panic. Like this swamp toad, it managed to burrow into the mud at the bottom of the lake and hide for half a day before sneaking out to get some fresh air when it couldn't hold it in any longer. Seeing that it was already night and the giant eagle in the sky had disappeared, they couldn't wait to escape to the shore. He lay on the ground catching his breath for a while, then looked around to see if he could find any other surviving members of his tribe. Turning my head, I saw a particularly large slime slowly moving towards me. It's purple. Could it be a mutant? Just as the swamp toad was feeling a bit strange, the purple slime suddenly shrank and spat out a venom arrow that shot into its face. The venom arrow pierced a large hole in the swamp toad's face, then splattered outwards. Although the swamp toadman's skin has a strong resistance to venom, it still makes a hissing sound and rots quickly after being splashed with the purple venom. The swamp toadman let out a shrill scream and rolled desperately on the ground, clutching his head. Completely unaware, the shadow beside it surged, transforming into a black slime that suddenly pounced on its head. After a while, another swamp toad groped around in the dark, searching for traces of its companion. But then they saw 2 oddly colored slimes lying in a pile of mud, slowly wriggling. Conspicuous marks remained on the mud, as if a humanoid creature had once lay there struggling violently. By the light of the moon, one could vaguely see that within the purple slime's body was an undigested half-severed foot belonging to a swamp toad. The swamp toad was startled. Before it could decide whether to attack or flee, the 2 slimes suddenly shrank and spat out an arrow-shaped venom and a small black ball towards it. The swamp toad was instantly plunged into darkness. After successfully completing the check-in at the remaining 2 fishing spots, Zhao Huanshi led Lu Xian away from the poisonous fog swamp. Lu Xian didn't ask any questions along the way, and just did whatever Zhao Huan asked her to do. After returning to Explorer Town and retrieving his phone, he contacted Zhao Huanshi again, saying he wanted to thank him for saving his life with real money. After pressing for a long time, his face was covered in cold sweat, but he still couldn't turn his head. It's not that Lu Xian is stingy, it's just that her bank card balance doesn't allow it. You can't just transfer a few hundred yuan, claim it saved someone's life, and then pay them back in installments. Rather than that, Lu Xian felt it would be better to just let him rot in the toxic swamp. Lu Xian gave Zhao Huanshi an awkward smile, then remembered that he had a magical item that increased poison resistance. So he hurriedly took it off and was about to give it to Zhao Huanshi. Zhao Huanshi naturally refused. Judging from his younger brother's appearance, he had probably lost all his possessions in the poison mist swamp, and only this magical equipment was worth something. You should contact your teammates as soon as possible to see if they are safe. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. Hey, okay, Brother Zhao, don't worry. I, Liu Xian, am a loyal friend. I'll remember your life-saving grace. I'll definitely thank you later when I earn some money from my mission, Liu Xian said with a solemn expression. Zhao Huanshi waved his hand and turned to leave. He only helped the man because he felt like it or because he liked him. He didn't care about the small amount of money the man had. After walking a distance and seeing that there was no one around, he summoned a chocobo and stuffed the monster core of the spore giant eagle into the chocobo's mouth. Ignoring the chocobo's eyes rolling back and its head from being choked by the fist-sized monster core, it was summoned back into the card. Seeing that the monster core did not drop, the chocobo's card color instantly became much darker, and it also gained a status of dormant. Zhao Huanshi immediately felt relieved, set an alarm on his phone, and then opened the search engine. What are the standards for intermediate-grade magic gems or magic crystals? The Cannibal Mage Enhancement Ritual requires only 2 things: a book containing numerous recipes and a mid-level fire magic gem. Recipes are easy to find. You can buy them at any bookstore, although the cannibalistic magician probably couldn't understand the writing system of this world. But it doesn't matter. Zhao Huan can find a foolproof cookbook with more pictures than text, so that even someone who can't read can understand what it's saying and give it to the cannibal magician. However, Zhao Huan was unsure whether the magic gems he had were low-grade or mid-grade, especially the intermediate-grade fire gem. It has nothing to do with the type of gemstone. It only depends on whether the energy level and purity meet the standards. TSK. I can't tell just from this description. Oh well, I'll just take out the gemstone and ask Zhou Liaoshu when I'm selling things. Wait a minute, didn't he say last time that if I asked him for anything again, I'd have to pay an appraisal fee? That unscrupulous businessman is truly ruthless. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Let's go back to the hotel and sleep first. We'll go to the usual spot tomorrow to upgrade the Murloc Hunter. Chapter 167. The Mount might leak electricity. The so-called old spot is, of course, the small pond in the park. Zhao Huan slept in the hotel until noon, then took a 2-hour bus ride home. After tidying up, it was already evening. With an ice-cold one-handed sword hanging from his waist, Zhao Huan bought 2 cookbooks at a nearby bookstore, had dinner on the street, and then strolled to the park. Surveillance doesn't matter anymore, since his identity as a summoner has basically been completely exposed anyway. In the afternoon, Zhao Huanshi received a call from someone from a certain group, inviting him to join their group's exploration team. Some organizations are less capable of maintaining confidentiality than the elderly ladies who chat together downstairs in the neighborhood every day. Even though the older women chat, they know what things they shouldn't say. On rainy days, it gets dark earlier. There were hardly any pedestrians on the streets, and not a soul in the park. Zhao Huanshi walked to the lakeside and summoned the Fishman Hunter and the treasure chest monster. He pulled an enormous chicken claw, its skin and flesh shaved off, from the mimic's body, and took an ice-type white gem from the greedy's space, stuffing them all into the frost net. Alright, you can go down now. Check the bottom of the lake first, and only go to sleep after you've made sure there's no danger. The merman hunter nodded, turned, and disappeared into the artificial lake. At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall. Zhao Huanshi looked up at the sky. Why is it raining again? I took out my phone and checked the weather forecast. It was just a few light showers and wouldn't affect the city's surveillance system. That's good. That way even less people will come over. Zhao Huanshi didn't go home either. Instead, he found a spot in the park's pavilion, sat down, and scrolled through his phone. According to the announcement previously issued by the Special Affairs Bureau, demon cultists and a large number of mutated monsters have appeared in Twilight Wilderness. Many explorers have gone missing and are suspected of being killed. The eastern gate of the city has been temporarily closed, and an official team has been dispatched to investigate the situation. The official announcement didn't reveal much, but many explorers discussed it online, providing more information. It said that demon cultists built a lair on the border between Duskwood and the ruins of Lake City, transforming countless monsters into demonic creatures, even controlling the ogres of Duskwood. Luckily we got back early. While saying this, Zhao Huanshi felt a strong sense of crisis rising in his heart. Tomorrow I'll go to Zhou Liaoshu's shady shop and have him appraise the gems I have. If he doesn't have any mid-grade gems, I'll buy one from him. Wait, it seems no identification is needed. Zhao Huanshi turned his head and glanced at the artificial lake. If the enhancement materials do not meet the requirements, they will theoretically not be brought back into the card. While muttering to himself, Zhao Huanshi took out the largest and most magically concentrated flame ruby from the greed space and rubbed it in his hand. This ruby was also found in a box in the secret chamber of the maze. Whether it works or not, we'll find out by trying. They were afraid that the cannibals would come out and damage the pavilion, and they would have to pay for it themselves. Zhao Huanshi walked outside the pavilion, into the light rain, and summoned the cannibalistic magician. Before the cannibalistic magician could figure out what was going on, he was given 2 books and a ruby, and then recalled back into the cards. Smack! The book lost its support and fell to the ground. Zhao Huan didn't pay any attention and looked at the cards in his hand. Upon seeing the card information now showing a dormant status, a look of delight immediately appeared on his face. TSK. I'm exhausted. I only thought of something this simple now, otherwise I could have started strengthening it last night. Luckily, it's not too late. Zhao Huanshi put away the cards, picked up the books from the ground, and brushed away the dirt and rainwater that had gotten on the covers. A simple and easy-to-understand cooking guide for beginners. Is it a bad name? Oh well, let's keep it for now. Maybe we can use it for the next upgrade. After a while, Zhao Huanshi was playing a game when a thought suddenly struck him, and his phone alarm went off. With a flick of his fingers, he took out this Swift Chocobo. Swift Chocobo card enhancement complete. The Swift Chocobo's physical strength has been increased. Agility +4, Constitution +6, running speed increased, electric affinity increased, and a new move has been added. Rapid Fire. Rapid Lightning. As the Swift Chocobo runs at high speed, its body gradually accumulates electrical energy. The Swift Chocobo can transfer electric energy to its claws, further increasing its running speed. It can also unleash electric energy at any time, dealing electric damage to enemies. Looking at the Chocobo's newly enhanced effects, Zhao Huanshi suddenly frowned. No way, you turn my perfectly good mount into an electric chair? Even though it uses its claws to unleash skills, with so much electrical energy stored in its body, are you sure it won't leak electricity? I was thinking about whether to summon the Chocobo and have it run a couple of laps to test it out. But the park is probably not big enough for the Chocobo to maneuver, and it's raining outside. If there's an electrical leak, Zhao Huan is afraid his whole body will go numb. Just as he was feeling troubled, Zhao Huanshi noticed a figure carrying something in his arms, sneaking into the park. Why would anyone come to the park at a time like this? Zhao Huan looked puzzled. It's unlikely that someone would come alone looking for thrills and having sex in the wild, especially since it's raining. That furtive behavior of theirs is definitely suspicious. The man was also surprised to find someone sitting in the park pavilion in the middle of the night. Upon seeing Zhao Huanshi, he was first startled, then seemed somewhat annoyed and glared fiercely at Zhao Huanshi. Although the surrounding light was dim, Zhao Huanshi could clearly see that the man's eyes were bloodshot and his expression was violent, like a wild beast that would devour its prey. Zhao Huanshi narrowed his eyes and slowly stood up. What are you looking at? Perhaps it was because they felt Zhao Huanshi's expression was too calm, or perhaps they noticed the one-handed sword at Zhao Huanshi's waist, gleaming with a faint magical light. The man instantly calmed down, a hint of panic appearing on his face. He turned to leave, clutching what he was holding. With the boost from the Kobold card, Zhao Huanshi's sense of smell is slightly stronger than that of a normal person. I could smell a very faint, almost imperceptible, bloody odor in the air, like an illusion. Thinking of the current situation in Donchuan City, Zhao Huanshi's eyes narrowed and he quickly chased after them. Stop! Upon hearing Zhao Huanshi's shout, the man turned around and looked back, his expression becoming even more panicked. He then hurriedly ran out of the park. But Zhao Huanshi caught up with him in a few steps and kicked him in the thigh. With a crack, the leg bone broke. The man immediately fell to the ground, clutching his leg and screaming in agony. Seeing the man's miserable state on the ground, Zhao Huanshi was quite surprised. He was just an ordinary person. Could I have guessed wrong? Oh no, I went too far. I'm probably going to have to pay money this time. Chapter 168 Evolution, Deep Sea Fishman Hunter. Although he was thinking this to himself, Zhao Huanshi felt that something was off about the person in front of him no matter how he looked at him. Moreover, as you get closer, the smell of blood in the air becomes even stronger, clearly emanating from the bag in his arms. He grabbed the bag and opened it, only to find the body of a pet dog inside. The corpse was covered with various knife wounds and burns, its flesh mangled and bloody, as if it had suffered a great deal of torture before its death. The bag was snatched away, and the man, ignoring his own leg injury, roared at Zhao Huanshi with a ferocious expression. Give it back to me. Give it back to me. Zhao Huan's mind raced, his eyes flashing with sarcasm, and he let out a sneer. Huh. You wouldn't have offered a dog as a sacrifice to the demon, hoping to gain power from it, would you? The man's face immediately changed, and he panicked again. What demon? I don't know what you're talking about. Little White. Little White was just being naughty, so I was disciplining it. Yes. It's my dog. I can do whatever I want with it. It's none of your business. It looks like he's having a mental breakdown. Zhao Huan muttered to himself, but pretended to be disdainful. TCH. What a load of crap. But you're lucky. You offered this as a sacrifice and the demon didn't rip your head off. Upon hearing this, the man immediately became excited again. What do you know? You have to sacrifice the most precious things to gain great power. Little White has been with me for 7 years. It's my closest family. And then your closest relatives are tortured to death by you? Damn it. Your parents should be thankful you're not a very filial son and don't keep them in your heart. Zhao Huan was too lazy to waste words with this idiot, so he took out his phone to call the police. Seeing this, the sycophantic son immediately panicked again. What are you going to do? Call the police? No, don't call the police. I can give you money. I have money, really. Look, I have more than 2 million in my bank account. Seeing that Zhao Huanshi ignored him, this guy started playing the victim again. You awakened once, so high and mighty. How could you possibly understand the suffering of us, ordinary people? Huh. Zhao Huan glanced at the clothes he was wearing and the watch on his wrist. They didn't look cheap. He snorted coldly. You're just having a hard time. You've got too good a life, and you're starting to act like a masochist. Someone as stupid as you wants to be an awakened one. If you weren't just an ordinary person, I would have stabbed you to death long ago. If you keep babbling, believe me, I'll knock all your teeth out. After Zhao Huanshi called the police, a patrol team quickly arrived from nearby. In a few quick movements, they found a palm-sized blood and bone statue on the man and put it into a specially made container. Zhao Huanshi was a little curious. That's the demon statue that's been circulating in the city, but it looks weird. What Zhao Huan really wanted to say was that compared to the demon statues used by the demon worshippers back then, this little thing looked really ugly. The patrol officer, taking his statement, unsuspecting, nodded and said, You explorers are better off with your heightened senses, but ordinary people can be easily manipulated, leading to drastic personality changes. So what did he do after that? His condition isn't serious. With a period of confinement and medication, he should recover. There's still hope. Zhao Huanshi looked at the police officers again. Why do you all look so tired? The officer shook his head with a wry smile, but didn't say anything more. There's nothing wrong with your statement. May I ask why you were alone in the park late at night? Oh, I just came back from the contaminated area. I slept too much during the day and couldn't sleep at night, so I came out for some fresh air. Although the police officer was skeptical, he didn't ask any further questions. Many explorers have their own little secrets or strange hobbies, and as long as they are not illegal, no one cares. However, when these explorers are out wandering around late at night, they occasionally act as vigilantes, just like this time. After the patrol left, Zhao Huanshi sat back in the pavilion and, out of boredom, opened Team. After wasting several hours and getting frustrated, I couldn't resist the urge to summon the Goblin Thief. Suddenly, a splashing sound came from the artificial lake. Zhao Huanshi immediately knew that the Murloc hunter had awakened. The entire park was pitch black, and in the artificial lake lay a strange, ugly creature, its 2 large eyes staring blankly at the shore. Zhao Huanshi's lips twitched slightly. He squatted down, his palm touching the Murloc hunter's claw, and summoned it back into the card. The moment they made contact, Zhao Huan felt a chill on his fingers, as if he had just touched not the claws of a merman hunter, but a block of ice that had just been taken out of the freezer. It was only then that Zhao Huanshi noticed that there were several pieces of broken ice floating on the surface of the artificial lake. Why is the Murloc hunter's body so cold? He muttered something in a panic, then looked at the cards in his hand. Shallow Sea Murloc Hunter card enhancement complete. Shallow Sea Murloc Hunter. Ice affinity increased. Ice resistance increased. Scale hardness increased. Defense +5. Currently unable to level up. You can consume 400 evolution points to upgrade the card's quality. Is the evolution point cost doubled? Does that mean evolving a blue card will require 800 evolution points? It's still not enough. Zhao Huanshi looked around, hesitated for a moment, but didn't make any move that would easily provoke someone's death. He just muttered something under his breath. Evolution. As soon as the words were spoken, the edges of the Shallow Sea Murloc Hunter, card changed from green to blue as it was enveloped and integrated with the blue light, and the image of the murloc in the center of the card also underwent a huge change. It was much larger and more robust. Its scales were much thicker, and thick white smoke rose from between the scales. Blue monster card, Deep Sea Fishman Hunter. A powerful fishman who lives in the deep sea and excels at tracking and hunting prey underwater. Fish senses. Deep sea fishman hunters can detect the smallest traces left by their prey in the water and are keenly aware of changes in large-scale water currents and humid air currents. Fishing master. The deep sea fishman hunter enjoys fishing and possesses a sturdy bone spear as his fishing rod, along with an ice net that he uses as a container for his fish. The deep sea fishman hunter has 2 fewer equipment slots and can no longer equip other fishing nets and polearms. The deep sea fishman hunter, through his understanding of water currents and fish, unexpectedly mastered a spell, mimicking a school of fish. Mimicry Fish School. The deep sea fishman hunter can condense water currents or vapors into fish it has previously caught, allowing them to swim in the water or air to disrupt enemy perception and scout enemy positions. Glacier fish. After its ice affinity is increased, the deep sea fishman hunter awakens its glacier fishman bloodline ability. Its body's resistance to ice magic increases, and it masters the spell, Frost Scales. Frost Scale Armor. Temporarily applies a layer of hardened ice to the surface of scales for 10 minutes, increasing defense by 10 points and effectively resisting magic damage. The Frost Scales offer extremely high resistance to piercing damage and water/ice spells, but are vulnerable to blunt force damage and spells like fire and lightning. Blessing from the Card Master. Agility +5, Constitution +4, Defense +2, Water Resistance +2, Ice Resistance +5, slightly increases water attack. Chapter 169 Mimicry Fish School. Glacier Fishmen. How icy are they? Zhao Huanshi threw out a card, summoning the Murloc Stalker. The fishman hunter, who was originally shorter than Zhao Huanshi, had transformed into a muscular, 1.9 meter tall, fish. The 2 huge fish eyes looked dull, no different from before. However, due to the height difference, he needed to look down at an angle to meet Zhao Huanshi's gaze. His eyes suddenly held a hint of disdain. Damn, what kind of eyesight do you have? All you've got is muscle and no brains, and you have absolutely no sense of perception. The Murloc hunter ignored the summoner's ramblings and hesitated whether to cast his line into the artificial lake. Although there wasn't even a single ornamental fish in it was still nice to have some fun handling them. Even though no skill effect was activated, wisps of cold air kept seeping out from the gaps in the Murloc hunter's scales, turning the moisture in the air into white mist. Even as raindrops flow down the Murloc hunter, they leave a thin trail of frost along their path. Zhao Huanshi felt as if he were standing in front of a refrigerator, with cold air blowing directly on his face. It's really cold. You don't even need to turn on the air conditioner in the summer. Let me see if you turn on the ice armor again. Upon hearing this, the merman hunter's magic surged, and a torrent of icy air erupted from the gaps in its scales. Frost spread rapidly along the scales, condensing into layers upon layers of thick, sharply defined ice crystals. The chilling cold condensed the moisture in the air into frost and snow mist, which swirled around the fishman hunter's body. Zhao Huanshi drew his frost sword and lightly stabbed the Murloc hunter twice. The ice sword pierced the ice armor, intensifying the chill in the air, and even the white mist condensed into many small ice crystals that fell down. It's a bit too cold. Despite being buffed with 5 points of ice resistance by the deep-sea Murloc hunter, Zhao Huanshi felt a bit of a stuffy nose when a cold wind blew by. Let's remove the spell first. The fishman hunter's eyes were filled with confusion. Cancel the spell? How do I do that? I don't know how. Doesn't it disappear on its own when the time is up? Zhao Huan sighed. All right, then show me how to mimic a school of fish. Gurgle. The fishman hunter responded, then pulled out his fishing rod and swung it forcefully. The raindrops falling around them were inexplicably drawn together and instantly transformed into more than a dozen small fish of different shapes, made of clear water or water vapor. Some swam slowly in the air, while others fell to the ground and quickly darted away along the puddles. After observing for a while, Zhao Huanshi immediately understood the spell. Fish-shaped water vapor condenses and can float in the air, but they swim very slowly. The small fish formed by the water flow are very fast, but they can only swim in water. Once they touch dry ground, their bodies will quickly wear away and disappear. Neither gaseous nor liquid fish pose much of a threat. Zhao Huan simply pointed with his finger, and the mimic fish instantly scattered, turning into streams of water or mist and dissipating. Didn't they say that all the fish you catch can be transformed? What happened to that big catfish? It can't just turn into these small fish, can it? The fishman hunter swung his fishing rod forcefully, slamming the hook into the artificial lake, and then suddenly pulled it up. As water splashed, a catfish more than a meter long suddenly leaped out of the lake and slammed hard onto the ground, turning into a spray of water. Zhao Huan went to look at the fish and forgot to avoid the water, getting soaked by the waves. He wiped his face and looked calmly at the artificial lake. Seeing that the water level of the artificial lake had visibly dropped significantly, it became clear. They pumped out so much water. No wonder the waves are so big. This skill doesn't seem to be completely harmless. Maybe after upgrading and strengthening it a couple more times. Achoo! After being soaked to the bone, the refrigerator next to me felt even colder. Zhao Huanshe reached out and slapped the Murloc Hunter card back to its original form, then turned and left the park. I need to hurry home and take a hot shower, otherwise it would be too ridiculous for a dignified explorer to catch a cold from a light rain. As he passed by the gate of the residential area, Grandpa Huang, who was playing a game, peeked out. He first glanced at Zhao Huanshe's soaked appearance, then reached out his hand in confusion to feel the raindrops falling from the sky. Was it pouring rain just now? I didn't feel a thing. Am I really getting old? If you're old, just go home and wait to die, you old beast. Biotechnology building. Wang Jiozha, his face contorted with rage, smashed the phone to pieces with a single punch. His assistant calmly took out a new phone and placed it on the table, then picked up all the phone fragments scattered on the floor and threw them into the trash can. After muttering curses under his breath for a while, the anger on Wang Jiozha's face gradually subsided. The bracelet on her right hand glowed with a blue light, and faint blue ripples quickly spread out, enveloping the entire office. How are the preparations going? Everything has been arranged according to plan. What about the Special Affairs Bureau? Fengshen has secretly led most of his men to the Twilight Wilderness. Now, only 2 breakthrough squads remain at the Special Affairs Bureau. Wang Jiozha smiled and said, Then, now all that's missing is a high-level illusion rift. Based on the recent frequency of illusions appearing, at least 3 low to medium level illusion rifts and 1 high-level illusion rift will appear in the next 2 days. Wang Jiozha's smile turned sinister. Very good. Once the plan is successfully implemented, I will personally send those old bastards on their way. The assistant hesitated before saying, The demon cultists have already taken control of the Ogre Lord and the Ogre Archmage, and with the demon sanctuary they've built, the Special Affairs Bureau might not be a match for them. And now we've opened a demon rift within the city. Won't that cause the demon cultist strength to surge? Wang Jiozha shook his head. Don't worry, high-level demons can't get into our world through spatial rifts for the time being. As for low and mid-level demons, they will only obey demons that are more powerful or of higher rank. The demon cultists are not strong enough. Even with the power of the contract granted by the demons, they can only control 2 or 3 powerful demons at most, and they must constantly worry about suffering a backlash from the demons. Therefore, they would rather spend a lot of effort modifying other monsters that are easier to control than spend too much effort on summoning demons. Demon cultists are nothing but a bunch of foolish lackeys, utterly disregarded by those chaotic monsters who only know how to kill. Even companions are nothing more than more delicious food in the eyes of a demon, let alone a few lackeys. Besides, we've only opened a mid-level demonic rift. With Donchuan City's strength, at most 10,000 people will die, and we can quickly bring the situation under control. Importantly, there was the chaotic aura leaking from the demonic rift and the energy released when the demon died. With those things, we can activate the chaotic magic array hidden in the city, disrupt space, and cause a large number of illusionary rifts to appear in Donchuan City in a short period of time. Once half the city is swallowed up by the illusion, Donchuan City's self-sustaining cycle will be immediately broken. Those cowards will definitely try every means to evacuate to other places. Then we can seize control of the narrative and make the awakened ones holed up in the city understand that the future of this world can only lie in the contaminated zone. Chapter 170, There's Really Something in the Black Triangle. 2 days later, at Lichuan Garden, Zhao Huan was playing computer games in his bedroom, challenging a special level in Dawn Century. Control your game character to fight a giant tarantula in a public restroom using tools such as mops and brooms. The plot is roughly as follows. While someone is using the toilet, a spatial rift appears outside, and a giant tarantula happens to run into the toilet. Damn, Poking a spider with a mop? That's ridiculous. I strongly suggest installing weapon vending machines or shared weapon racks in all public areas. You can buy guns, ammunition, swords, and shields by swiping your ID card. After dying several times, Zhao Huanshi couldn't help but complain. Just then, the goblin thief, who had been fiddling with his phone in the living room, pattered on the floor and walked into the bedroom. I asked you to make some noise when you walk, but you didn't have to be this loud. Zhao Huanshi looked at the scratches on the floor, his eyes twitching slightly. Goblin claws are quite sharp. Fine, just walk however you want. The goblin thief scratched his head, thinking that summoners were really hard to please. I took the phone from the goblin thief, switched to the game screen, and saw that it was a message from Zhao Lijia. Someone else is just as lucky as you, getting magical equipment from the Black Triangle. But they found the correct solution, unlike you, who just stumbled upon pure luck. Video. Black Triangle? If Zhao Lijia hadn't mentioned it, Zhao Huanshi would have completely forgotten about the thing he'd left in a corner of the greed space. Really? Isn't this just for show? Zhao Huanshi clicked on the video with a puzzled look. In the video, a young man wearing glasses, who appears to be a spellcaster, is seen tapping and manipulating the Black Triangle with his fingers, which emit a magical glow. The Black Triangle rotated and deformed continuously, eventually becoming a cube. The young man grabbed the top and bottom ends of the cube, twisted it gently, and the cube opened like a box, revealing a gemstone ring hidden inside. Is this some kind of alien Rubik's Cube from another world? It requires a stable input of magic power, so only a spellcaster can open it. Zhao Huanshi can only throw cards and has no spellcasting ability at all. However, he does have a summon that can cast spells, which is currently in a dormant state and will not wake up for several hours. The spellcaster even publicly shared the solution method for free. He's probably a brainless rich kid. If it were me, I would definitely try my best to collect all the black triangles I could at the lowest possible cost. Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself, but he didn't realize that if a certain brother and sister hadn't claimed that the black triangle stone could be opened and produced career stones, and the news had spread, causing the already scarce black triangle stone to skyrocket in price and even disappear from the market altogether, they probably wouldn't have made this cracking video. It's just a magical item, nowhere near as good as my class gem. Zhao Huanshi replied. That person is a mage, so the class stone won't help. Zhao Huan didn't care who the person in the video was. He just wanted to chat for a bit and reaffirm the origin of the professional stone. Are you done with your work? Well, the project is finished for now. I should be able to relax for a few days. Are you going home to rest? No, I have other things to do. Oh, I'll come see you tomorrow. I'll give you the mind ring and the clarity bracelet, so it'll be easier for you when you're doing your research. You really have it. Of course. Otherwise, would I be teasing you? Dude, you're awesome. That's right. I'll come see you tomorrow morning, and I'll call you when I get there. Receive. Night. The cannibalistic magician's hibernation has ended. Zhao Huanshi checked the card information. The cannibal mage card upgrade is complete. The cannibalistic mage's magic power has increased, fire affinity has increased, fire spell proficiency has increased, and spellcasting time has been slightly reduced. He has learned the spell, Flame Strike. Embers Rekindle. Fire Strike. When dealing damage to an enemy with a weapon enchanted with fire, the flames attached to the weapon will converge and explode, causing a secondary impact and burning damage to the enemy. Its power is equivalent to a fireball cast by a cannibalistic mage. Embers Rekindled reignites extinguished flames or reassembles escaping magical flames within 10 meters, dealing secondary burn damage to nearby enemies. The cannibalistic magician has mastered new cooking techniques, increasing the variety of wilderness delicacies available and slightly enhancing the buffs of some of these dishes. New cooking techniques? What's that? What was that book about again? When Zhao Huanshi bought the book, he only saw that the cooking process illustrations were quite detailed, so he bought it without carefully reading the contents. He had no idea what the cannibalistic magician would learn from it. I got up and walked out of the bedroom, only to see the goblin thief still fiddling with his phone. Looking at the game interface, I was surprised to find that this guy's stats were actually positive. Although it's a bunch of newbies playing against each other, the goblin thief doesn't know a single word and has only played for a total of 12 hours, yet he's already this good. Imagine being able to take on a small goblin tribe with just a rifle in a computer game. Is this guy some kind of gaming genius? After a while, once the genius's crystal exploded, Zhao Huanshi recalled the goblin thief back into the card. Extract the black triangle from the greedy space. Zhao Huan originally wanted the treasure chest monster to eat the black triangle, but the treasure chest monster said it couldn't digest it. Not daring to just throw it away carelessly, I simply stuffed it into the greedy space and left it there. Moved the table and other furniture aside to create space in the center of the living room. While thinking to myself, sit down and be quiet, or you'll break my floor. Meanwhile, he summoned the cannibalistic magician. Glala. When the cannibalistic magician appeared, it remained completely still, but because it was so large, the floor beneath it still made various twisting and breaking sounds. The cannibalistic magician sniffed and looked at Zhao Huanshi with innocent eyes. Zhao Huanshi's face twitched slightly. Fine, let's leave it at that. But in his heart, he was thinking that once he had saved enough money, he would buy a bigger house, preferably one with a yard. This makes it easier to strengthen card monsters, or bring them out to play. Zhao Huanshi held the phone up to the cannibal magician, opened the black triangle disassembly video, and then placed the black triangle in the cannibal magician's hand. Let's study the video and see if we can take it apart. The cannibalistic magician didn't move his body, but his head kept turning, curiously looking at everything in the room. Hearing this, he lowered his head and looked at the video on his phone, his surprise growing even stronger. I picked up the black triangle and looked at it closely. Magic box, prizes are random, no returns or exchanges once sold. You recognize this thing? The cannibalistic magician pointed to one side of the black triangle and said, it has a universal human language marked with magic. Zhao Huan leaned closer to take a closer look, but found nothing. I'm so angry. The discrimination against muggles in this other world is too severe. Without magic, they can't even play with blind boxes. Chapter 171 Trial. Eradicating the Corrupted Murlocs. Holy crap. I actually got a career stone. Zhao Huanshi stared wide-eyed at the small sphere in his hand, its surface engraved with magical patterns and emitting faint magical fluctuations. Compared to the somewhat unique-looking career stone he found in the illusion altar, the one in his hand looks almost exactly the same as the career stones in the pictures online. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Huanshi found a small box for souvenirs at home and put the career stone inside. I plan to give the career stone to Zhao Lijiao when I go to see her tomorrow. The situation is different now than before. Zhao Huanshi possesses the ability to independently enter and exit the contaminated area and can completely attribute the source of the profession stone to any monster. Or perhaps it was found in a monster's lair, such as the hut of the swamp toad leader, among a pile of swamp toad collectibles. Although it was opened by the cannibalistic mage, this class stone ended up in my sister's hands after going back and forth. Could she be a hidden lucky charm? It's a pity she can't draw any cards. Otherwise I would have saved the reward card for her to open. Zhao Huanshi glanced down at the time. It was already past 9 o'clock at night. It's almost time. We have to go to the trial tonight, so we need to call the slime back. Shuffle the cards. As soon as he finished speaking, the cannibalistic magician, who was curiously poking at his phone screen with his finger, constantly playing and pausing, suddenly transformed into a radiant light and returned to Zhao Huanshi's body. The cards are being shuffled. Zhao Huan rubbed his fingers together, but couldn't produce a single card. 20 minutes later, the shuffling ended, and Zhao Huanshi had 2 slime cards in his hand. Shadow Slime. LV5. The Shadow Slime has grown larger. The power and range of Shadow Bullets have been slightly increased, and Shadow Bullets will now also deal minor impact damage to enemies upon impact. Unable to further upgrade the card level. Shadow Slime Card Enhancement Ritual. Consume 300 grams or more of Shadow-type monster cores or a small amount of monster cores and Shadow Magic Crystals. Purple Venom Slime. Well, Max. The Purple Venom Slime has been significantly increased in size. The casting range and release speed of Venom Arrows have been slightly increased. Unable to further upgrade the card level. Purple Venom Slime Card Enhancement Ritual. Consume a Water-type Magic Crystal and over 300 grams of a highly toxic monster core, then place it in a highly toxic swamp area for 16 hours. Are there that many wild slimes in that area? And they're all max level. Zhao Huanshi always thought that the way Venom Slime leveled up was by consuming wild slimes, but he didn't know that it was simply because wild slimes were easier to kill and digest. Shadow Monster Crystal Core, Poisonous Monster Crystal Core. Do you mean monster crystal cores that can use related magical abilities? Let's go to the rat's shop tomorrow afternoon. There should be quite a few highly poisonous swamps in the Poison Mist Swamp, but I deliberately avoided those areas before. Completing the enhancement ritual wasn't too difficult, but I feel like I don't have enough evolution points. That night, I went to the trial Dreamland and killed everything that could move. I slaughtered them until blood flowed like a river. Trial objective: wipe out the corrupted Murloc tribe near the coast. When Zhao Huanshi opened his eyes, he found himself in an extremely desolate world. The air was filled with a murky gray mist, emitting a nauseating, putrid smell. The sky was shrouded in a thick layer of leaden clouds, and not a single ray of sunlight could be seen. Zhao Huanshi wrinkled his nose, summoned the bright light vine, and wrapped it around his arm. Although the light was dim and the bright light vine couldn't generate much vitality, at least the bark technique was still intact, which could significantly improve Zhao Huan's defense. Unfortunately, without direct sunlight, the bright light vine lost its purifying ability. Zhao Huanshi felt that the air here was not just foul-smelling, but also contained toxins or other substances that were quietly eroding his body. Looking around, on the black mud, there were some strange-looking black plants that looked like they had rotted. Apart from that, there were no other living creatures to be seen, only a few scattered animal skeletons. No way. I just said I was going to go on a killing spree and you dumped me in this godforsaken place. Did you install surveillance cameras in my house? Oh right, you seem to be ingrained in my brain. Never mind then. As Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself, he pulled the soul-devouring great sword from the ground, transformed it into a glove, and entered a dormant state. Throw out a card to summon a Null Dog Trainer Crossbowman. Let's see if there's anything else alive nearby. The skeleton dog shook its tailbone, its jaws clicking as a response to Zhao Huanshi's command, before turning its head to search the ground carefully. Although it has become an undead, the skeleton hound's search habits haven't changed much. After searching for a few seconds, the skeleton dog turned around and started clicking its mouth. They found no living creatures, but they did find a sleeping undead. Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up immediately. Dead ones are fine too, as long as they can move. Upon hearing this, the skeleton dog immediately began digging frantically, sending black soil flying everywhere. Before long, the skeleton, who had been sleeping in the mud, was awakened. Still grumpy from being woken up, it dragged its mutilated body out of the ground and roared angrily at the skeleton dog. Then the skeleton dog slapped his head off with its paw, picked him up, and ran to Zhao Huanshi's feet, putting him down. Zhao Huan used his foot to poke at it. It looks like a human skull. Did they dig up someone's grave? As he said this, he stomped on the skull and crushed it to pieces. Since we've already dug it out, it's too much trouble to bury it back. Why not just sleep wherever we want? Forget it. These skeletons don't provide many evolution points. I'd better look for the Murlocs. Corrupted Murlocs, I wonder what kind they are. I hope it's not what I'm thinking. An hour or so later, following the salty smell of the sea, the jackal crossbowman led Zhao Huanshi to the muddy beach by the sea. The smog is thicker, and the air smells worse here than on land. A fishman, with most of its scales peeled off, its body rotting and blackened, covered in strange tumors, and with a dull and empty gaze, was walking in a strange posture on the muddy beach. Good heavens, what corrupted Murlocs! These are clearly Murloc zombies. Zhao Huan sighed and summoned the Murloc hunter. Come and see what's going on with your distant relative. The merman hunter glanced around, his previously blank gaze suddenly sharpening. The ocean. It's the ocean. So much water. How many fish must be hiding in it? At this moment, the wandering corrupted Murloc finally discovered Zhao Huanshi and the card monster's whereabouts. It opened its mouth and let out a hoarse roar, then rushed over quickly with a strange running posture, stepping on the mud. Chapter 172. Peel it off, and have a good time. Uft. The bone spear pierced through the corrupted Murloc's head in an instant. The Murloc hunter used both hands to try and send the corrupted Murloc flying. Unexpectedly, the corrupted fishman's body was like tofu dregs, and it would fall apart with the slightest force. The merman's head was launched into the sky like a rocket, and a large amount of rotten blood and flesh rained down. Some flesh fell onto the icy scales on the surface of the Murloc hunter's body, and it even twisted and wriggled, trying to burrow into the Murloc hunter's body. But soon, these strange, rotting flesh and blood were frozen by the cold air, lost their vitality, and rolled down. With most of its body gone, the remaining flesh and blood of the corrupted Murloc collapsed together, turning into a writhing mass of rotten flesh that slowly crawled toward the Murloc hunter like a slime. This is absolutely disgusting. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhao Huanshi had already hidden far away. The merman hunters tried to attack the writhing, rotten flesh with their spears, but it was like a pitchfork being used to poke into a cesspool. They threw off countless pieces of rotten flesh, which looked lively and disgusting, but did not cause much actual damage. This caused serious psychological harm to Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan hurriedly summoned the cannibalistic mage, and a fireball spell blasted the lump of rotten flesh into ashes. Seeing that the enemy had been eliminated, the merman hunter said he wanted to go fishing in the sea. This place has become like this. How could there possibly be any fish in the sea? Even if there are, they would be rotten, stinking fish. After Zhao Huan finished speaking, seeing that the merman hunter didn't seem to believe him, he waved his hand. If you don't believe me, go and try it. The fishman hunter turned and ran towards the sea. Zhao Huan ignored it and led the other card monsters toward another wandering corrupted murloc in the distance. Boom! Before the corrupted murloc could react, it was hit by a fireball, its body bursting into flames. It twisted and struggled, and was quickly burned to ashes. We found the merfolk, but what about the tribe? These zombie-like things seem to have lost even basic consciousness. How can a tribe still exist? Zhao Huanshi said he couldn't understand it. When the corrupted fishman wanders around the mudflats, it is clearly just wandering around aimlessly, without any clear purpose. The Knoll crossbowmen tried to find the location of the corrupted murloc's lair by following their movements, but after studying it for a long time, they were completely baffled and had no clue what to do. Zhao Huan had no choice but to walk along the muddy beach, killing as he went. Whenever he saw a corrupted murloc, he would have the cannibalistic mage throw a small fireball at it. After killing more than a dozen corrupted murlocs, the cannibal mage's magic power was more than half depleted, so for safety's sake, he had to find a place to stop and rest. Your battery life isn't very good. When I was playing the game, that ogre archmage could kill dozens of people with a single fire rain spell. The cannibalistic magician glanced at Zhao Huanshi and thought to himself, if you line up properly, I can blast a dozen humans into the sky with a single fireball. The skeleton dog, having lost its quest, ran off to dig in the mud. A while later, it came running back with a murloc skull in its mouth. In the dead fish eyes of that merman's skull, blue will-o'-the-wisps flickered wildly, and its mouth made a constant crackling sound, as if it were cursing filthy things. Zhao Huan smashed the fishman's skull to pieces with a single punch, then gently patted the skeleton dog's head. Well done. I'll give you meat bones when we get back. Upon hearing this, the skeleton dog immediately swung its tailbone like an electric fan, barked twice, and turned around to search for traces of undead creatures in the muddy ground again. The cannibalistic magician was speechless. This stupid dog was just a skeleton. How could it eat meat and bones? It would be more like a zombie dog. The Knoll crossbowman squatted to one side, feeling itchy all over. He couldn't help but scratch with his claws, but the more he scratched, the itchier it became, and the harder he scratched, until he finally tore off a piece of furry flesh, leaving him somewhat stunned. Coming to my senses, I immediately realized something was wrong with the skin and flesh, so I brought it to my nose and smelled it carefully. A strong stench, like that of a corpse left out in the sweltering heat for half a month. Zhao Huan noticed the abnormality of the jackal crossbowman. Upon closer inspection, he saw that its skin surface had many unusual small bumps. When these bumps were punctured, black pus would flow out, emitting a sour and putrid odor. Similar things appeared on Zhao Huanshi and the cannibal magician's bodies, but not as obviously as on the gnolls. Is it a toxin, a virus, or something else? Zhao Huanshi looked at the murky gray fog that filled the air. TSK. They even blocked the purification ability of the bright light vine. Isn't that just making me clear the level within a time limit? Despite the complaints, the task still needs to be done. Zhao Huanshi recalled the cards of the cannibal magician and the Knoll crossbowman, and released a chocobo to ride on. Ignoring the wandering corrupted murlocs and the skeletal monsters that crawled out of the mud at the sound, he raced along the coast, focused on finding the murloc's lair. Before long, Zhao Huanshi discovered an abandoned fishing village on the coast, shrouded in a light mist, with many corrupted fishmen roaming around it. This should be it. Just as he was about to summon all the card monsters and launch a direct attack on the monsters in the fishing village, he suddenly hesitated. Remembering the various inducements before the trial dream, Zhao Huan decided to play it safe for now. It took 3 tries to summon the Goblin Thief, which also came with a Goblin Scavenger. Tell the Goblin Scavenger to stay put and not move. Zhao Huanshi said to the Goblin Thief, go to that village ahead and see if there are many murlocs hiding there. The Goblin Thief nodded and quickly disappeared. His feet were enveloped in shadow energy, and he left almost no trace on the muddy ground. As the Goblin Thief brushed past the wandering corrupted murlocs, the monsters didn't react at all. However, The goblin thief himself was overwhelmed by the stench emanating from the corrupted murlocs and quickly sped away. As the goblin thief walked, he discovered that collapsed houses and piles of mud formed a wall-like structure blocking his path. It didn't pay much attention, simply using a shadow leap to cross the obstacle and enter the fishing village. The stench that had been lingering in my nose disappeared, and the air suddenly became much fresher. The goblin thief looked around in confusion and vaguely saw a layer of blue light covering the fishing village. After wandering around the fishing village, I found that many fish people live there. In the center of the fishing village stands a massive fishman statue, its harpoon raised high, pointing towards the sky. Around the statue were numerous strange symbols made from human bones, emanating faint magical fluctuations. The goblin thief's eyes lit up as he looked at the gems and pearls inlaid on the merman statue. Although the items in the trial dream are actually worthless, it's still nice to pick off a few to satisfy your craving. Chapter 173 Corrupted Fishman Aggregate. The mist enveloping the fishing village quickly dissipated, and the strange cries of the fishmen could still be faintly heard from within the village. Zhao Huanshi turned to look at the goblin thief who had just returned. "What did you do?" The goblin thief was full of doubt, thinking to himself that he had only pried a few pearls and gems off the statue and hadn't done anything special. Zhao Huan noticed that the goblin thief's pocket was bulging, as if it contained quite a lot of things. I reached out and peeked inside, and was almost dazzled by the glittering jewels. Holy crap, where did they find so many pearls and gems? Before the goblin thief could answer, Zhao Huan felt a pang of heartache again. What a pity. This bag of dozens of magic gems and magic pearls could buy a small villa if it could be brought back to reality. Zhao Huan scratched his skin, looked at the various bulges and cysts on his arm, shook his head, and stopped thinking about these meaningless things. Having identified the fishmen in the fishing village as his target, he planned to summon all the monsters and charge straight in. The abnormalities on his body were becoming more and more obvious, and he didn't have much time left. But as the mist around the fishing village dissipated, the corrupted fishmen that had been hovering around the fishing boats suddenly let out hoarse roars and lunged at the village in bizarre postures. Attracted by the roars of the corrupted murlocs around the fishing village, corrupted murlocs from further away followed suit, roaring back as they excitedly converged on the village. Zhao Huanshi even saw a large number of mutilated or even more bizarrely shaped, decaying fishmen emerging from the seawater. Hiss, something feels off. Zhao Huanshi pulled the goblin thief aside and carefully inquired about various details of the fishing village, then pondered for a moment. So, the murlocs in the fishing village might not be the targets of the trial, but rather people who escaped from the sea and sought refuge in the village. Where is that corrupted murloc tribe? At this moment, the cannibalistic magician squinted at the ocean. Is that a fisherman? What is a fishing boy? Zhao Huanshi followed the cannibalistic magician's gaze and looked over in confusion. A familiar figure emerged from the sea, using a bone spear to knock down more than a dozen corrupted fishmen blocking its way, and quickly fled towards the shore. Behind it, a gigantic mountain of flesh, twisted and squeezed together by hundreds of bloated, corrupted fishmen, appeared to move slowly, but actually moved at lightning speed, breaking through the waves and chasing after it. Holy crap, what the hell is this thing? Suddenly, Zhao Huan seemed to realize something, and his eyes widened sharply. Damn it, don't tell me the so-called corrupted murloc tribe is this disgusting thing? A murloc tribe is a collective of murlocs, not a collection of murlocs, you bastard. Complaints aside, now that the real target has appeared, it's time to prepare for battle. However, this huge thing seems useless to most monsters, except for the cannibalistic mage who is the soul caster. Zhao Huan was pondering how to use other monsters to distract the multitude of fishmen and create a better environment for the cannibalistic mage to deal damage. The rotting merfolk suddenly abandoned its pursuit of the merfolk hunters and turned to charge towards the fishing village. The fishmen in the fishing village are fighting against the corrupted fishmen to prevent them from storming their homes. When they see the rotting fishman aggregate appear, they all scream in terror. A tall merman holding a scepter stood on the wall of the fishing village and started talking incoherently. Then the mermen around him seemed to get excited and started yelling and fighting their way out of the village. What are those fishmen shouting? They sound really passionate. Zhao Huan asked the fishman hunter. The merman hunter was covered in wounds, oozing black pus and emitting a putrid stench. He stood up with difficulty, leaning on his bone spear, and looked extremely weak. But Zhao Huanshi felt no sympathy for it whatsoever. I already told you there are no fish in the sea, but it insisted on going fishing anyway. It brought this all on itself. Wait a minute. Could this huge, disgusting thing have been fished up from the sea by the merman hunters? The merman hunter glanced at the distant fishing village and translated for Zhao Huan in his own words. The last refuge. Family. Children. Courage. Bonds. There is no retreat. Only fighting. Oh, are these mermen about to unleash their full power? Since the Murlocs and the corrupted Murloc aggregates had started fighting, Zhao Huansher naturally chose to wait and see. Regardless of whether the Murlocs can win or not, they can at least deplete some of the corrupted Murloc aggregates' power and take a look at the monster's attack methods. Then, hundreds of fish heads on the corrupted Murloc aggregate opened their mouths simultaneously, emitting hoarse, strange cries that spread out with a strong mental interference effect. The Murlocs who were charging or fighting suddenly clutched the fish head and screamed in agony. The corrupted Murlocs around them seemed to be summoned, gathering around the aggregate and actively merging into it. The corrupted Murloc aggregate grew even larger, and then many fish heads on the aggregate opened their mouths, spitting out streams of black mud that flew in all directions. The fishman, who was screaming in agony while clutching his head, was hit by the mud flow. He looked like a fly stuck in a clump of glue, his expression terrified. He struggled desperately with all his might, but he couldn't break free no matter what he did. Instead, the black, muddy water seemed alive, slowly wriggling and seeping into the gaps in the fishman's scales, crawling into his mouth, nose, and eyes. Seeing this, the merman holding the scepter shouted loudly, conjuring many streams of water that shot out and hit the stuck merman, dispersing the black slime. A Murloc spellcaster stood atop a giant crab the size of a van, waving his staff to summon wisps of water mist that enveloped the severely injured Murloc. Enveloped in the mist, the fishman's injuries slowly healed, and they even vomited out a lot of black mucus. Several Murloc mages also cast water spells such as Water Arrow, Chain Water Ball, and Water Blade, which they then hurled at the corrupted Murloc aggregate. However, the corrupted Murloc aggregates seemed to have a high resistance to water magic. These spells only damaged and smashed a few rotten and swollen fish heads, without causing too much serious damage. The corrupted Murloc suddenly lunged forward, pinning down more than a dozen Murlocs that couldn't dodge in time. When he got up again, he had more than a dozen relatively fresh-looking merman heads on his body, shaking wildly with expressions of terror. While swallowing more than a dozen Murlocs, the corrupted Murloc aggregate dropped a large amount of rotten flesh onto the ground due to the large movement. These rotting flesh transformed into mutilated, corrupted fishmen, some wriggling as they chased after the aggregate, others twisting and rising to pounce on the surrounding fishmen. After the battle, the fishmen not only did not cause much damage to the aggregate, but they also became nutrients, giving the aggregate many fresh fishmen bodies and making it even larger. Chapter 174 Battle against the Aggregators. Boom! Rotten flesh splattered, and fishtails flew wildly. The scorching waves of fire swept out like a tidal wave, charring and burning the many twisted and trembling merfolk heads. A thick, black liquid gushed out, extinguishing the raging flames on his body and sending up billowing smoke. The countless heads on the corrupted Murloc aggregate turned around and roared angrily at the cannibalistic mage. Watching the fishmen being fed wave after wave into the aggregate's mouth, Zhao Huan couldn't hold back any longer. If it keeps eating like this, once the aggregate has devoured all the fishmen in the fishing village, its size will expand to at least 3 or 4 times, making it even harder to fight. Zhao Huan finally understood that this dream trial could not be conducted using divisive tactics or the strategy of the fishermen reaping the benefits. We must kill the corrupted Murloc aggregate before it finishes eating up all the buffet in the fishing village. If it's too late, we might not be able to win. Moreover, since the corrupted fishman aggregate emerged, the stench in the air has become even stronger, and the changes in Zhao Huansher's body have accelerated accordingly. With a simple scratch, 2 bloody welts would appear, from which black pus would ooze. The damage caused by the fireball was clearly much more severe than the water spells cast by the Murloc caster. Sensing the threat posed by the cannibalistic mage, the corrupted merman aggregate immediately abandoned the mermen and writhed rapidly toward the cannibalistic mage. The cannibalistic mage remained calm, and after a brief guidance, he threw another large fireball at the corrupted Murloc aggregate. Suddenly, the corrupted Murloc aggregate stopped writhing and sprayed out more than a dozen corrupted Murlocs, scattered with countless pieces of rotten flesh, like anti-aircraft missiles, which shot towards the fireball. They were trying to use this method to intercept the enemy's spells. To everyone's surprise, The cannibalistic mage revealed a ferocious smile, and with a slight lift of his hardwood scepter, the trajectory of the large fireball flying in midair deviated slightly, drawing a small arc, bypassing the dozen or so corrupted murlocs, and once again smashing into the corrupted murloc aggregate. With a huge explosion, countless charred fishman body parts were sent flying in flames. As if struck in a vital spot, the aggregate began to tremble violently, spraying black slime and shaking off large amounts of corrupted fishmen. The corrupted merfolk landed on the ground, while those with intact bodies struggled to their feet and charged toward the cannibalistic magician with strange cries. When their bodies are incomplete, they crawl by scratching with their claws or wriggle their bodies frantically like worms. It looks very grotesque. Zhao Huanshi turned his head and glanced at it. All the fishmen fled back to the fishing village and are now hiding behind the mud walls, secretly watching. He scoffed inwardly, thinking, what a foolish monster. But that's fine too. If these guys really come to fight, Zhao Huan will have to worry about them stabbing him in the back. He tossed out several cards, which landed on the ground and transformed into a knollhound crossbowman, a kobold greatswordsman, a goblin wilderness knight, and 8. Holy crap, what is that thing? Zhao Huanshi pointed to the goblin riding on the neck of another goblin, roaring and charging with a stone spear in hand, and turned to ask the 2 goblins beside him. The goblin thief and the goblin scavenger looked at each other, somewhat unsure. Gabajibo, are those goblin cavalry? Gurgle, gurgle. I think, right? What the hell are these goblin riders doing? Because they can't find a mount, they ride on the necks of their own kind? Is this even reasonable? Zhao Huan frowned. Thinking about it carefully, it actually made quite a bit of sense. What is that being ridden, a goblin druid? Or a beast goblin? The goblin thief and the goblin scavenger looked bewildered. What kind of creatures were they? Although it seems a bit outrageous, goblin cavalry riding goblins in battle are actually quite formidable. With the blessing of the goblin wilderness knight's protection and valiant aura, plus the goblin frenzy and goblin confidence boom, they are in a state of great strength. The goblin cavalry completely ignored the mental impact formed by the combined roars of the numerous murloc heads of the corrupted murloc aggregate, and with a strange cry, pierced the head of the corrupted murloc with the stone spear in their hands. The goblin beneath him also swung its club, smashing the corrupted murloc's flesh into countless pieces. They charged forward, smashing down 3 corrupted murlocs. The goblin beneath him tripped over a hole in the muddy ground, and he and the goblin rider on his neck tumbled out of the way. After rolling twice on the ground, the 2 goblins suddenly disintegrated. The goblin that had been ridden like a horse charged towards the corruption like a wild horse, brandishing its club and roaring. Another goblin, carrying a stone spear, hurriedly chased after him, shouting and yelling as it tried to remount. Puff! The wooden arrow pierced one of the corrupted murloc's eyeballs. The corrupted murloc's head twitched slightly, scattering a few scales and bits of rotten flesh, before it turned and lunged at the gnoll crossbowman. The skeleton dog suddenly leaped up and tore a pile of rotten flesh from the head of the hatchling fishman. The rotting flesh wriggled, trying to invade the skeleton dog's body, but after searching for a long time, it found no flesh and blood. Instead, it was corroded by the skeleton dog's death aura and quickly lost its vitality, and was spat out by the skeleton dog. Looking at the corrupted murloc again, the area where the skeleton hound had bitten it was surrounded by rotting flesh and blood, which was shrouded in a faint aura of death and was rapidly withering and dying. Upon seeing this, the jackal crossbowman drew a bone bolt from his quiver and loaded it into his crossbow. Raise the crossbow and fire. The bone bolt pierced the corrupted murloc's other eyeball, penetrating it to the root. Then, a faint aura of death seeped from the corrupted murloc's head, and it quickly withered away. After taking 2 steps, he tripped over a muddy puddle and fell to the ground, his limbs twitching and struggling wildly. Is this some kind of life curse? Zhao Huan pulled the soul-devouring great sword from the shriveled merman corpse. As pure life force surged into his body, the abnormalities on his body not only did not improve in the slightest, but actually accelerated. Looking up, one could see the corrupted murloc aggregate enduring the cannibal mage's fireball attack and swallowing the goblin trapped in slime on the ground into its body. Then, a bright green head appeared inside the corrupted murloc aggregate. Although swallowed by the aggregate, the goblin was still in a state of overconfidence and fanaticism. Its body was corroded, and it was bound and unable to move, so it frantically rammed its head against the wall and bit the head of the fishman next to it. The corrupted murloc aggregate realized something was wrong and spat the goblin back out. The goblin flew far away with a whoosh and crashed headfirst into the muddy ground, its limbs going limp, like a large leek planted in the ground. Zhao Huan didn't see the whole process. He just assumed that the corrupted murloc aggregate disliked the goblin's smell. That's going too far. Goblins may taste bad, but they shouldn't be so disliked by monsters like that. Slimes will even lick a goblin's corpse a couple of times. Chapter 175 The Murloc Who Tried to Take Advantage of the Situation. Swept by the unwavering radiance of the goblin wild knight, the kobold greatsword warrior recovered from his splitting headache, stabbed the corrupted murloc that was biting him in the head with his sword, and kicked it aside. He tried to stand up again, but his skin and fur were ulcerated and blackened, and his body was almost at its limit. He tried, but in the end, he still couldn't get up. Several mutilated, corrupted murlocs seized the opportunity to swarm forward, pinning the kobold greatswordsman down and biting him. A moment later, the kobold greatswordsman vanished in a radiant glow. The wild lynx, carrying the knight on its back, leaped lightly to avoid the black slime falling from above. The goblin wild rider swung his spear and smashed it into a corrupted murloc. The corrupted murloc's flesh and blood splattered out like a puddle of mud, scattering all over the ground. The wild lynx's fur showed signs of decay, especially its two front paws, which were clearly ulcerated, indicating that it had suffered some losses in the battle just now. They no longer actively attacked the corrupted murlocs, but focused on leading their knights to evade enemy attacks. The corrupted murloc aggregate was blasted by the fireball and then wriggled toward the cannibalistic mage. Having climbed out a dozen meters, he was shot from behind by the goblin wild rider, which blew up more than a dozen murloc heads. He then turned around and tried to pounce on the goblin wild rider and devour him. However, the wild lynx was too agile, and he missed every time he pounced on it. Being toyed with repeatedly, and with a large number of mutilated and charred corpses falling off, the aggregate size became smaller and smaller, and it looked like it was about to be worn down to death. Just then, a commotion suddenly came from the fishing village. 30 or 40 fishmen, armed with weapons, charged menacingly toward Zhao Huanshi. Huh, you want to be the fisherman? Well, we'll see if you have the skill. Zhao Huanshi snorted coldly, turned to the goblin thief, and said, I'll kill the minions. You go and deal with those spellcasters. The goblin thief nodded, grinned, revealing a sinister smile, and slowly disappeared. Zhao Huanshi rode a chocobo, carrying a jet-black greatsword shrouded in ghostly energy, and charged out at lightning speed. A murloc warrior roared and thrust out his harpoon. However, the chocobo easily dodged it with a nimble movement, and with a casual kick crackling with electricity from its claws, the murloc warrior was sent flying with a scream. As is well known, fishmen prefer humid environments and will actively secrete mucus to moisten their bodies when the air is dry. After being kicked by the chocobo, the murloc warrior was immediately electrocuted. His whole body convulsed, and his hands and feet went numb. He couldn't get up for a long time. Zhao Huanshi was surprised to see this. The chocobo had just been summoned and had only run a few steps, so where did it get the electricity? Or is this stuff accumulating and still present in the chocobo's body even after it's recalled? That would be a bit scary. In case of rain or other damp conditions, Zhao Huanshi would ride it to get around. Then this guy will pass by something he doesn't like and kick it. Zhao Huanshi will be completely numb by then. In just a short while, before Zhao Huanshi had even made a move, the chocobo had already kicked over 7 or 8 murlocs. Zhao Huan wasn't sure about the conductivity of the soul-devouring greatsword either, but it seemed to be quite good. Only when the chocobo had used up most of the electrical energy stored in its body, and its claws could only kick the fishmen away instead of electrocuting them to the ground, did Zhao Huanshi swing his greatsword and sever the heads of the fishmen that brushed past him. The murloc mage unleashed a water arrow at Zhao Huanshi, but the chocobo was too agile and failed to hit him, instead hitting his own murloc and causing friendly fire. The murloc spellcaster riding on a giant crab waved his staff and threw a healing mist at the murloc warrior, who was numb from the electric shock. But then the electricity that was about to dissipate from the merman warrior suddenly flared up, shocking him so much that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. The fishman who was electrocuted could not be saved, but the fishman caster wanted to save the fishman who had been slashed down by Zhao Huanshi. But those fishmen were headless and their bodies were almost dried up. No amount of water could save them. The murloc spellcaster was momentarily confused and was about to urge the giant crab into battle when, unexpectedly, a shadow suddenly rose behind him, and a jet-black dagger stabbed fiercely at the back of the murloc spellcaster's head. The water-based shield encased in the Murloc spellcaster burst instantly like a soap bubble, blocking the force of the Shadow Blade's attack. But then a dark shadow shot out from the Shadow Blade and pierced straight into the head of the Murloc spellcaster. The Merman spellcaster let out a scream and swayed as he fell off the giant crab's back. The giant crab gently poked the corpse of the Merman spellcaster with its pincers. Seeing that it didn't react, it immediately stood there with its big eyes wide open, at a loss for what to do. Hearing the screams, the Murloc mages turned around and saw only the corpse of the Murloc spellcaster, but no trace of the murderer. They immediately became tense. The Goblin thief suddenly appeared behind another Murloc mage, who had no shield, and plunged the Shadow Blade near its gills. With a forceful pull, a huge wound was torn open. As blood splattered, half of the merman's head drooped down. The Goblin thief, his face covered in blood, grinned menacingly as his body suddenly turned into shadow. Several water arrows and water bullets pierced through the shadows and struck the Murloc spellcaster's corpse, leaving it a bloody mess and scales flying off. The Goblin thief had already hidden in the shadows of the mud walls of the fishing village, concealing his figure, and quietly crept towards another Murloc spellcaster. After another Murloc spellcaster was stabbed to death by the Goblin thief, the Murloc spellcaster holding the scepter immediately sensed something was wrong. He shouted and ordered all the Murlocs to flee back to the fishing village and gather the old, weak, and wounded to defend it. But when it looked back, it saw the last merman warrior fall to the ground helplessly, its body rapidly shriveling under the black, ghostly mist. There was also a goblin that reeked of sour stench, carrying a thigh bone, who was finishing off the Murlocs who weren't quite dead yet. The merman spellcaster froze for a moment, fear filling his eyes, then turned and fled towards the fishing village. It had only taken a few steps when a gust of wind suddenly blew up beside it, and a yellow figure brushed past it, quickly running ahead of it. Since you're already here, there's no need to go back. Don't worry, I'll bring your wife and children to reunite with you soon. The merman spellcaster collapsed to the ground, his head rolling several times until it was withered and shriveled, completely oblivious to the villain's remarks, including Zhao Huanshi. Even if it hears it, it won't understand. Zhao Huan didn't care. He raised the soul-devouring greatsword and released the ghostly mist that had gathered on it, transforming it into 6 evil spirits. The soul-devouring greatsword killed more than 20 mermen, and the life force it extracted was only enough to release so many evil spirits. However, most of the Murloc spellcasters are dead, so 6 evil spirits are more than enough to lead the charge. Chapter 176: The Fiddler and the Giant Crab. The few remaining Murloc spellcasters were wiped out by Zhao Huanshi and the Goblin Thief, and the old, weak, sick and disabled in the fishing village were completely helpless against the 6 evil spirits. Zhao Huanshi rode his chocobo over the mud wall, jumped into the fishing village, and casually chopped down a fleeing fishman. Looking up, I saw evil spirits chasing the village's fishmen all over the place, occasionally letting out a chilling laugh, swooping down to randomly pick an unlucky soul and kill him, looking like they were having a lot of fun. Are you guys playing Battle Royale here? Zhao Huan scoffed, too lazy to pay attention to those crazy things. The evil spirits that are released are like wild dogs running rampant. They are completely uncontrollable. The fact that Zhao Huan is not attacking friendly forces or the Devourer is already a result of Zhao Huan's good condition and the Soul Devourer Greatsword's efforts to suppress him. Arrive in the center of the fishing village, jump off the chocobo, and let it play on its own. He glanced at the skeletal magic circle on the ground, then looked up at the merman statue. Is this a merman's totem or a deity? Something doesn't look right. As an old merman crackling with electricity flew past him with a scream, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Zhao Huanshi. The style of this statue is wrong. The harpoon, the base of the statue, and even the right hand holding the harpoon look much more detailed. However, the carving of the fishman's main body is much worse, and some parts look quite awkward. It's like forcibly changing another statue into the shape of a fishman. Zhao Huan nodded, looking like he was really amazing, but unfortunately there was no one around for him to boast about his major discovery. Why are there so many holes on this statue? It looks like a magic circle, but usually gemstones or crystals are inlaid in these places. Wait, what's going on? Recalling the Goblin Thief's bag of pearls and gems, Zhao Huanshi instantly understood many things. Meanwhile, the fighting outside the fishing village was also coming to an end. Several goblins were either upside down in the mud or crushed under the corpses of corrupted murlocs, their fates unknown. The Goblin Wild Knight has entered a weakened state, with its attributes greatly reduced, but it still retains half of its combat power. However, the Molten Lynx in the wilderness was even more severely corrupted. Its body was weak, and it was almost unable to move. Fortunately, most of the corrupted murlocs were already dead, turning into disgusting sludge that slowly crawled all over the ground. Only those with broken bodies remained, having only just arrived on the battlefield due to their extremely slow movement. The skeleton hound was smashed to pieces, but the soul fire in its head had not yet been extinguished. The Knoll crossbowman picked it up and hung it on his waist, intending to repair it slowly after returning to the card. With little magic left, the cannibalistic mage slowly walked to the large pool of writhing sludge that remained after the corrupted merman aggregate had completely disintegrated. With a ferocious expression, he let out a low growl, and the scepter, writhing in raging flames like a dragon, slammed heavily onto the mud. With a deafening roar of exploding flames, the writhing mud was instantly blasted into a rain of fire that scattered across the sky. Ignoring the scorching heat in front of him, the cannibalistic magician looked up at the strange statue he had smashed into the air and sent flying into the distance, and suddenly frowned. Before it could even see the statue clearly, the already gloomy sky suddenly turned dark. Trial successful. Gained evolution points, 754. Current evolution points, 1707. Trial rewards obtained. Green monster card, Murloc Tide Collar. Green monster card, Giant Claw Crab. White equipment card, Machete. White equipment card, Pitchfork. White equipment card, Iron Pot Shield. Green equipment card, Deep Sea Pearl Pendant. Special blue equipment card, Murloc Totem Pole. Job level up. All attributes +2. Card Master Privilege, 1 bonus card. The trial dream is being regenerated, estimated time, 183 hours. Crab. Zhao Huansher twitched, then crawled out of the blanket and sat up at an angle. A green card appeared in his hand. Looking at the image of the large crab in the center of the card, it was the same large crab, the size of a van, that the merman spellcaster rode in the trial dream. Seeing this thing, Zhao Huansher instantly felt a bit hungry. He hadn't eaten swimming crabs from the sea for many years since the illusion descended. Such big crab claws must taste delicious. Maybe I should take one out, boil it, and try it. Zhao Huan stared at the card, pursed his lips, and muttered to himself. Green monster card, Giant Claw Crab. A powerful monster living in the sea, found in various sea areas. Strong in body, with a hard shell, but low in intelligence, usually possessing some low-level magical abilities. Limb regeneration. When a giant spider crab's limbs are severely injured, it can discard the old limbs and rapidly grow new ones by consuming a large amount of magic and stamina. Charge. The giant crab can suddenly burst into extremely fast movement speed to avoid danger, or use its hard shell and sharp spikes to ram into enemies, causing massive damage. Foam spray. The giant crab can consume magic power to instantly spew out a large number of floating bubbles from its mouth. The bubbles have no harmful properties. They can only be used to obstruct vision. Intellectual disability. Giant spider crabs have relatively low intelligence and are difficult to communicate with. It is recommended to find a professional keeper to manage them. Blessing from the card master. Strength +2, defense +1, bone hardness slightly increased. Why is there a negative status effect of idiocy? Zhao Huan frowned. Then his eyes lit up as if he had just thought of something. Wait, if it's mentally challenged, wouldn't it be fine to break off a pair of pliers and cook it? But when the card monster is recalled, its flesh and blood also disappear. Will there be any problems if we eat it? Zhao Huan pursed his lips and looked at the other monster card. Green monster card, Murloc Tide Collar. A Murloc spellcaster who has mastered basic water magic and is adept at communicating with sea monsters. Basic water magic skills. The Murloc Tide Collar's spellcasting ability is average, having only mastered 2 low-level water spells, Water Bolt and Water Mist Healing. Water Bullet Technique. Launches a high-speed water bullet, dealing impact damage to enemies. Water Mist Healing Spell. Summons a healing water mist to surround the target, moisturizing the skin and accelerating wound healing. Riding Sea Beasts. The Tide Collar, a merman, possesses the ability to communicate with sea monsters, but most of these monsters won't grant it that opportunity. No other conditions are required. Murloc Tide Collar can be directly linked to ocean monster cards to command them in battle. Murloc Tide Collar can currently only link to 1 green or lower quality ocean monster card. Blessing from the card master. Intelligence +2, Spirit +1, slightly improves water resistance. Huh? These two monster cards seem to be a set. What's this? Murloc Tidecaller reincarnated as a monster card with its pet. Zhao Huanshi tried to link the two cards together, shrinking the big claw crab and sticking it to the corner of the Murloc Tidecaller. Green combo monster card, Cancer Murloc Tidecaller. In the card art, the Murloc Tidecaller stands on the back of a giant crab. Apart from that, there are no further changes to the two cards, and the Card Master's blessing is still calculated separately and independently. Chapter 177 Fishman Totem Pole. As a spellcaster and a healer, the Murloc Tidecaller's empty hands looked rather pathetic. However, Zhao Huanshi didn't have any more staff-type equipment cards. The coral staff from before would have been just right, but unfortunately it had already been fused and become part of the fishbone turtle shield. We've already included a crab, why not also include a staff? Zhao Huan muttered to himself as he looked at the other cards from the trial rewards. White equipment card Machete. An ordinary woodchopping knife can also be used to kill people. Attack 2-6. Standard weapons. An ordinary woodchopping knife, assigned to a goblin squad. That's outrageous. In a fierce battle against the corrupted Murloc aggregate, the Kobold Greatswordsman was killed, and the Murloc Stalker almost died as well. But the goblin squad managed to survive with 4 goblins remaining, and entered a repair state instead of a damaged state. White equipment card, Pitchfork. Originally a farm tool used to shovel cow dung, it has also been used by fishmen to stab and grill fish. Attack 1-7. Defense 1-1. Standard polearm. Fish stabbing and grilling? These fishmen have really strange tastes. They should be assigned to the goblin squad too. White equipment card, Iron Pot Shield. This shield, simply modified from an iron pot, is only wielded by the strongest Murloc warriors of their kind, who possess both the size and power to wield it. Although it has been modified into a shield, it can still be used as an iron pot. Defense 3-3. Standard shield. They actually modified an iron pot into a shield. There's a real talent among the merfolk. They even allocated. Zhao Huan was about to link the Iron Pot Shield to the Goblin Squad card when he suddenly paused. Wait a minute, it can also be used as a cast iron pot? That seems more suitable for a cook. Zhao Huanshi linked the Iron Pot Shield to the Cannibal Mage, and after thinking for a moment, he also detached the Fishbone Turtle Shield from the Goblin Squad and linked it to the Goblin Wild Knight. The negative effects of poor riding skills are gone. Now, Goblin Wild Riders can ride steadily on the backs of wild lynxes without pulling the reins. Leaving its left hand empty is a waste. It's better to equip it with a shield. It's really not very useful to hold it, but you can also use it as a grenade when you go out to give the enemy a little shock. Green equipment card, Deep Sea Pearl Pendant. Simple magical equipment made from deep sea blue pearls after basic processing. Spirit +5. Moisture. When worn, the skin will remain moist, increasing water-based magic recovery speed by 5%. Water Bubble Shield. Consumes magic to release a water-based shield that covers the body. The Water Bubble Shield has moderate defensive capabilities, but it will shatter upon being damaged, causing minor impact damage to the attacker. Universal accessory that can be linked with most monster cards with necks. What do you mean by can link with monster cards with necks? You're clearly discriminating against mimics. Zhao Huanshi muttered some random complaints, and with a thought, equipped the Deep Sea Pearl Pendant onto the Cancer Fishman Tidecaller. Then, they turned their attention to the highest quality reward from this dream trial. Special blue equipment card, Murloc Totem Pole. A totem pole carved from deep sea crystal will grant a special magical effect to nearby friendly units when placed. Murloc Totem Pole, Murloc spellcasters only. Mana Tide. Regardless of whether it's placed, friendly units within a 100-meter radius of the totem pole receive a slight increase in mana regeneration speed. Mental Cleansing. When placed, friendly units within a 100-meter radius of the totem pole receive a 3 to 7 point increase in mental spirit and a slight increase in resistance to mental spells. Life Ripple. When placed, if the base of the totem pole is submerged in water, the totem pole will also provide a slight healing and toxin purification effect to friendly units within 100 meters, accelerating wound healing and reducing toxic damage. Units affected by Life Ripple will receive an additional boost to the healing effect when treated by water-based healing spells. Heavy. When the wearer's strength is below 30, it will cause effects such as slowed movement. Wow, this gear looks pretty awesome. It's turned Murloc Tidecaller from flat-chested to a 36D. Although it has a heavy effect, it's not a big problem, since the totem poles are just placed on the ground anyway. With that thought in mind, Zhao Huan equipped the Murloc Totem Pole onto the Cancer Murloc Tide Collar. I initially thought the Murloc Tide Collar would carry the totem pole on its back or something. But surprisingly, the card art shows the giant crab with a blue crystal totem pole on its back. Huh. Zhao Huan was stunned for a moment. Wait a minute, the totem pole is standing on the crab's back. So is this considered a placed state or a carried state? Then a new association came to his mind. If standing on a crab's back counts as being in a placed state, then does a fishman placing a totem pole on his head count as being in a placed state? It shouldn't count, right? Zhao Huanshi was somewhat unsure. He shook his head, stopping himself from letting his mind wander. If you want to know the answer, try going to the contaminated area later. Time to get up, get ready, and head to the West 4 research area. After washing up, I went to the kitchen and put the warm pressure cooker into my backpack. Should we ask her to bring out that pressure cooker from last time? It would cost over 100 yuan to buy. Forget it. Let's not go looking for trouble. After all, Zhao Lejia doesn't yet know that her dear brother has prepared another pressure cooker full of fish soup for her. Telling her now would spoil the surprise. Thinking of Zhao Lejia's teeth-gritting expression when she saw the pressure cooker, Zhao Huanshi immediately revealed a sly smile. By the way, what did the chef cook today? If it's proper food, it'll be perfect for breakfast. Temporary green consumable card. Swamp Toadman Mushroom Slow-Cooked Soup. This nourishing soup is made by slow-cooking fresh swamp toads and wild mushrooms. Zhao Huan didn't even look at the specific effects and expressionlessly put the card away. I suddenly feel a little full. A moment later, while sitting on the bus, I heard a piercing alarm coming from a distant place. Zhao Huanshi frowned and turned to look out the window. That alarm. Could it be a high-level illusionary rift? Oh well, if the sky falls, someone else will hold it up. It has nothing to do with me. Chapter 178 Intermediate Level is not enough. Zhao Lejia walked out the door and saw the big fool squatting on the ground, hugging a pressure cooker and laughing at her. She gritted her teeth and let out a cold snort. Taking a deep breath, he calmly walked up to Zhao Huanshi and said, "The aluminum pressure cooker doesn't keep things warm. Remember to use an electric pressure cooker next time." "Okay, got it. Next time, I'll use an electric pressure cooker." Zhao Huanshi chuckled in agreement, stood up, and patted Zhao Lejia's head. "I've told you I'm not a child anymore. You've messed up my hair. Let's get some good luck and draw a card." Ugh, annoying. Zhao Lejia thought Zhao Huanshi was talking about some mobile game, but then she saw him move his fingers and stare at his empty palm with a surprised expression. He suddenly understood and asked in a low voice, You can draw cards?" Zhao Huanshi nodded. "Yes, isn't it very high class? Does that require in-game purchases, or something else?" Zhao Huan thought for a moment and said, "The materials consumed for strengthening can be considered as spending real money. I've already spent enough to buy a house. Putting everything else aside, the lava core used to enhance the mimic alone is definitely more valuable than Zhao Huan's house in Lichuan Garden." Zhao Lejia didn't quite understand, nor did she care. "Did you get something good by benefiting from my help?" "The quality is excellent, but unfortunately, it's a consumable. Purple consumable card, Super Boost card. Use this on a monster card to grant it a mega multiplier effect. The effects of the next 3 spells used will be doubled. This effect lasts for half an hour. But no matter what, a purple quality consumable card is far better than the 100 evolution points Zhao Huanshi had previously obtained. It might come in handy sometime." After putting away the cards, Zhao Huanshi handed the mind ring and the clarity bracelet to Zhao Lejia. While Zhao Lejia was putting on the magical equipment and experiencing its effects, Zhao Huanshi glanced around furtively, and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he secretly took out a small souvenir box and stuffed it into Zhao Lejia's hand. "What is that?" Zhao Lejia took it, opened it, and glanced at it. She was stunned for a moment, then her eyes widened suddenly. "Wow, where did this job come from?" Zhao Huan grinned. "Watch your image, okay? How can a girl swear like that?" Zhao Lejia rolled her eyes in annoyance. "What kind of image is this, pressure cooker girl?" "Ahem. Well, I opened the triangular prism." Zhao Lejia's face showed surprise again. "Really? Why would I lie to you?" Zhao Huanshi smiled. "You sent me a video, and I had the chef try it out. When we opened it, this was what was inside. Cook. A cannibalistic magician who loves cooking. We'll talk about that later. Do you want to use your career stone now?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Lejia hurriedly closed the souvenir box again and looked around nervously. He said softly, "You forgot? The triangle was used to unlock your career stone." "I know, but your brother can now move freely in the poison mist swamp. Remember, this profession stone was found in a rusty iron box that I, as a murloc hunter, retrieved from a lake in the poison mist swamp while fighting monsters. Zhao Lijiao nodded. Then a hesitant expression appeared on her face. But I feel like I could awaken as an apothecary at any moment, so using a profession stone would be a bit of a waste. A pharmacist isn't an alchemist. I feel like this profession stone was made just for you by the heavens. Maybe you'll awaken your alchemy skills after using it. Who knows? Maybe he'll awaken as a blacksmith. That's not bad either. Great, my foot. I don't want to go blacksmithing. You take it back first, I'll think about it later. Keep it for yourself, and use it when you've thought it through. Okay, I'll head back now. Hey, don't forget to bring the pressure cooker. What a ripoff for my sister. Meanwhile, in the Western 4th Research Area, deep within the contaminated zone, the goblins who used to laze around doing nothing are now all corpses, arranged in all sorts of bizarre poses, layer upon layer, surrounding the demon statue. Bright red blood flowed from the corpse, converging along the trenches dug in the ground to form a massive blood-red magic circle. In the center of the magic circle, near the demon statue, lay more than a dozen living people, barely alive and unconscious. Judging from their attire, they were clearly researchers in the research area and professional guards responsible for protecting the researchers' safety in the contaminated area. Huang Tianxiao, are you crazy? Do you even know what you're doing? One of the researchers was completely immobilized, but still retained some consciousness, glaring fiercely at Huang Tianxiao. Huang Tianxiao, who was carefully examining the details of the magic array, turned to look at the researcher with a look of surprise. What are we doing? Of course, we're constructing a sacrificial array to summon a demonic rift. Isn't that what you told me to do? Damn it. You summoned the demon rift. Why did you secretly poison me? There's no other way. We agreed to come to work on the project, but old Zhang suddenly had something come up and couldn't make it. We don't have enough offerings, so we have to use you instead. What do you mean there aren't enough offerings? Why use so many offerings just to summon a mid-level rift? Huang Tianxiao looked puzzled. Huh? A mid-level rift? Didn't they say they were going to destroy Dongchuan City? How can one mid-level rift be enough? You idiot, what do you know? Just do what I tell you to do. Who gave you the right to act on your own? Don't you want revenge for your parents? Upon hearing this, Huang Tianxiao's expression instantly turned cold. The breakthrough one forcibly took away the core of the illusion, causing the illusion to mutate and begin merging prematurely, resulting in the deaths of millions of people in Lake City. Having learned the truth of what happened back then, I secretly worshipped a demon to avenge my parents' tragic deaths. I offered myself as a sacrifice, using a sacrificial ritual to summon a demonic rift, unleashing monsters to retaliate against society. This is the script you wrote for me, right? You. How would I know? Huh. Unlike you, a good-for-nothing who got in through connections and backdoors, I got into the research institute through my own hard work and ability. I really don't understand. What makes you think I'm a fool, that I can be manipulated at will? Ignoring the pale face of the researcher, or rather, the organization's informant, Huang Tianxiao stared coldly at the demon statue. Even if the entire city of Dongchuan is destroyed, the city's leaders will probably find a way to escape. It's ridiculous that a mere mid-level demonic rift would want their lives. No problem. If we don't have enough intermediate-level rifts, we'll use advanced-level rifts. Even if you can't kill them, watching your hard-earned business in Dongchuan City slowly crumble must have caused them some pain. Let them experience the pain of losing everything first, then let them die in despair. That's the right way to get revenge. Huang Tianxiao shouted in a frenzied voice. After waiting for a while, I received no response. Looking down, the eerie aura emanating from the demon statue grew even stronger, and the mole, affected by it, had fallen into a state of chaos. Seeing this, Huang Tianxiao suddenly felt a little bored. It's almost time I should go. As Huang Tianxiao spoke, he took out a black mask and put it on his face. In an instant, he transformed into another person's face, turned around with a faint smile, and left the scene. Chapter 179 Demon Rift. The corpses within the bloody magic circle gradually withered and dissipated, transforming into countless eerie black mists that converged on the demon statue in the center of the magic circle before climbing towards the sky. Silently, a huge, pitch-black crack was eroded into the space. An evil aura, reeking of sulfur, surged from the crack, and several enormous fingers suddenly emerged from it, pulling forcefully to both sides, tearing the spatial rift even wider. Accompanied by a terrifying roar, a gigantic arm covered in jet-black scales, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression, slowly emerged from the crack. It seems that some terrifying monster wants to enter this world through a spatial rift. But after trying for a long time, he still couldn't succeed. Instead, the movement of the arm seemed to trigger some mechanism, and the space around the crack suddenly trembled, severing the huge arm at the root. An angry roar came from behind the crack. The severed arm, its flesh and blood slowly writhing, enveloped the demon statue, transforming it into a gigantic flesh and blood statue over 10 meters tall. The original bloody magic array was ignited, and all the blood was turned into scalding magma that spewed out and spread rapidly in all directions. The roars of the monsters in the spatial rift gradually faded away, and countless demonic monsters surged out of the rift like a tide, their faces full of excitement. At that moment, Xiaohuan was waiting for the bus at the bus stop. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, a bus finally arrived. I boarded the bus, swiped my card, and the door behind me slowly closed. The driver waits for the doors to close completely before releasing the brakes and continuing on the road. Suddenly, an unusually piercing alarm, signifying the highest level of danger, blared throughout the research area. The bus driver paused for a moment, then quickly stepped on the gas pedal and floored it. Bang! A loud bang suddenly rang in his ears, startling the bus driver so much that he almost jumped out of his seat and leaped out of the window to abandon the bus and flee. Fortunately, the seatbelt pulled him back. Turning my head, I saw the alloy-armored reinforced door fly out like a cannonball. The young man who had just boarded the bus was also thrown off the bus at the same time. You dare mess with Li Liang? Sabotaging the bus? You're dead. The bus driver was cursing under his breath, his foot was on the gas pedal, and his hands were spinning the steering wheel rapidly. The bus made a sudden, high-speed drift, slamming into the car of some idiot who had stopped to watch the spectacle. With a huge roar, it shot off like a rocket, spewing out thick black exhaust fumes and sparks. When Zhao Huanshe rushed to the entrance of the research area, all the weapons on the high walls of the research area had already been activated. The cannons roared, blasting the demonic monsters that had just emerged from the contaminated fog into a bloody mess. Countless armed drones roared into the sky and rapidly surged into the research area, searching for and attacking the demonic monsters that had broken through artillery fire and were chasing after the crowd, helping the research personnel evacuate. The ground suddenly exploded, and a black demonic worm sprang up and swallowed one of the fleeing staff members whole. The surrounding drones immediately turned their guns around and unleashed their stored bullets, tearing the demon worm apart, causing it to writhe wildly as it fled back underground with its mangled body. An armed drone sped into the hole the demon worm had created, and the ground suddenly shook as scorching flames erupted from the opening. Seemingly realizing that the cannon fodder on the ground had drawn all the firepower, a large group of winged demons rushed out from the isolation fog. They either howl as they pounce on the fleeing crowd, or they use their claws and spells to attack the armed drones hovering in midair. Some drones immediately broke away from the formation and turned to attack the flying demons. The anti-aircraft guns on the high wall also opened fire, spewing out countless sparks. There are also electronic sniper rifles, which can automatically target enemies or be operated manually. Each roar can take down a seemingly troublesome monster. But in reality, those appearing now are just cannon fodder among the demons. After these demons died, their corpses and flesh released a large amount of crimson mist that spread rapidly in all directions. As the red fog spread, visibility decreased, electronic signals were severely interfered with, and various methods of enemy detection became ineffective. Hot lava was also gushing out of the contaminated area. At this moment, the demons with higher intelligence and greater strength left the contaminated area, using various means to cross the area covered by the cannons, and followed the fear and panic of their prey. The gates of a certain research institute were tightly shut, and several researchers nervously hid in the institute's underground shelter, planning to wait until the disaster was over and the monster was driven away before going out. Suddenly, a ball of flame erupted, transforming into a towering demon engulfed in blazing fire. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and gave the researchers a ferocious grin. Zhao Huanshe stood outside the research area gate, anxiously searching for his sister among the fleeing crowd. Just then, a flash of fire appeared, and a huge black dog, carrying a strong smell of sulfur, suddenly appeared in the crowd. With a single bite, one of the fleeing people was reduced to half a body, collapsing while spitting blood. With a flick of its tail, scorching flames transformed into a long whip that swept across, sending 7 or 8 more people flying with screams. They suffered burns of varying degrees, and some even had half their bodies charred and had already stopped breathing. The automatic weapons positioned around the area quickly turned their guns, locked onto the black giant dog, and launched an attack. Several fully armed soldiers nearby quickly used riot shields to protect the crowd and directed them to evacuate from other directions. The giant black dog had been hit by more than a dozen bullets and 2 sniper shots. Its body was covered in wounds, one eye was blinded, and there was a hole the size of a bowl in its head. Zhao Huanshi even suspected that its brain had been blown to bits. But this thing didn't die. It withstood the attack and launched another fire teleport, reappearing in the middle of the crowd. It swatted 2 soldiers away with one paw and then opened its mouth to bite one of the unlucky guys. Holy crap. Fortunately, the unlucky Zhao Huan was experienced in combat. The moment he saw the flames appear, he was ready to fight and dodged the black giant dog's bite with a leap. At the same time, a radiant light emanated from the cannibalistic mage who suddenly appeared in front of the black giant dog, roaring as he swung his scepter and smashed it hard onto the dog's head. The black giant dog was already severely injured, and its brain had been damaged. Then, the cannibalistic mage struck him hard on the head again, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Just as the cannibalistic mage was about to finish him off, a burst of bullets came, and the iron pot on the cannibalistic mage's back was riddled with holes. Blood splattered all over his body, and he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Bang! The shadow slime was hit by a sniper bullet and instantly exploded, its body fragments scattering everywhere before dissipating into a glow. Looking at the giant wolf's corpse, riddled with bullets and splattered with blood and flesh, Zhao Huanshi breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly enough to use the shadow slime to bring the cannibalistic mage back. Under these circumstances, any monster that appears near the research area will immediately be identified as an enemy and attacked by automatic weapons. Chapter 180 Treasure Mimic, Double the Power. Zhao Huan was outside the research area gate, but he couldn't find Zhao Lejia anywhere. She wanted to rush into the research area, but was afraid of missing out on Zhao Lejia. Moreover, Zhao Huanshi had never entered the research area before, and even if he did, he would be completely lost and have no idea where to look for his sister. No matter how anxious I was, I could only wait outside the gate. At this moment, black mist spread out from inside the research area. The guards in the research area tried several methods, but were unable to dispel the eerie black fog. More and more demonic monsters, taking advantage of the black mist to evade the artillery fire, rushed out of the contaminated area. There was also a giant worm, its body radiating scorching heat and filled with magma, which could be vaguely seen through its translucent skin, that suddenly sprang up from the ground and crashed heavily against the high wall of the research area. Before the automatic weapons on the high wall could launch their attack, the giant worm exploded with a boom. As molten lava splashed everywhere, a huge gap was blasted into the high wall of the research area. The automatic weapons deployed nearby were severely affected. Some had their attack angles impaired, and others even lost their ability to attack. As the black mist spread, eerie whispers echoed in everyone's ears. Even highly trained, determined, and well-equipped soldiers were affected by the devil's whispers, their minds buzzing, various hallucinations appearing before their eyes, and their body monitoring instruments beeping with piercing warnings. The behavior of the fleeing crowd was even more appalling. They may appear to be in pain, clutching their heads and screaming, or even fall into a coma. Or they might slump to the ground, eyes vacant, muttering strange words that no one can understand. Or they might be terrified, yelling at everything around them, or even pulling out weapons to attack, as if those around them were not their own kind, but a group of terrifying monsters. The demons seized the opportunity to rush into the crowd and wreak havoc, laughing wildly as they tore flesh and blood and stuffed it into their mouths. Automatic weapons, mindful of the crowd, dared not fire indiscriminately. But Zhao Huan knew that if things continued like this, the limitations of automatic weapons would soon be lifted, turning them into a killing mode that ignored casualties and only pursued kill efficiency. At that time, Zhao Lejia's situation will probably be even more dangerous. Zhao Huanshi has high mental strength and is not greatly affected by the demon's ramblings. He beheaded the demon with a single sword stroke, kicked it aside, and looked around. Seeing the location where the high wall collapsed, the lava pool radiating scorching heat, left behind by the self-destruction of the lava worms, an idea suddenly popped into my head. Card monsters will be identified as enemies and attacked by automated weapons. What if it were a box that could light up? When the mimic disguises itself as a box, it only emits a slight magical fluctuation which is not even as strong as the magical fluctuation emitted by the frost one-handed sword in its hand. Logically, the weapon system should not lock onto it as a monster to attack. These demons before me are insane, tyrannical, and greedy. They don't seem particularly intelligent either. Zhao Huanshi remembered that after the mimic was enhanced, its blazing greed ability could accelerate the expansion of its prey's desires, making it irritable, easily angered, and more aggressive. These demons are already aggressive enough towards humans. Having more of them might have other effects, like causing internal strife due to minor conflicts. Having made up his mind, Zhao Huanshi did not hesitate at all. He immediately lowered his body and weaved through the crowd, quickly running towards the lava pool. Halfway there, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a monster, all black and looking like a monkey, staring at him maliciously. Suddenly, his body was enveloped in shadow and disappeared. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Huan swiftly twisted his body and forcefully slashed behind him with his frost sword. Sizzle! The frost sword slashed into the monkey demon's body, instantly cooling its fiery demonic blood. The monkey demon roared, one claw gripping the blade of the one-handed sword tightly, ignoring the freezing damage, while the other claw, burning with scorching flames, slashed towards Zhao Huanshi's face. Zhao Huanshi immediately released the sword hilt, stepped back, and slammed his right fist into the monkey demon's claw. Click! The demon's claws cracked, and its fingers bent into bizarre shapes. The jet-black gloves, shrouded in a faint, ghostly mist, had metal spikes deeply embedded in the monkey demon's palm. The demon claws withered away quickly, and a look of fear appeared on the monkey demon's face. Then its head suddenly exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. However, his head was blown off by an automatic weapon on the high wall. Zhao Huanshi wiped the hot blood from his face, drew his frost sword, and turned to continue running towards the lava pool. Damn, I almost got disfigured. Luckily I have some fire resistance. Along the way, I saw someone who was hallucinating, shouting in terror while wildly waving an electric baton. Zhao Huanshi dodged the stun gun and slapped him hard across the face. The man only saw a giant, upright bear pounce fiercely, slapping him with its enormous paw, making his head buzz. The sharp pain in his face jolted him awake from his hallucination. Slightly stunned, after figuring out the situation, she glanced gratefully at Zhao Huanshi's retreating figure, and taking advantage of the lingering pain on her face to regain her senses, she quickly fled into the distance. Keep the box disguised, don't reveal its true form, then go all out and drive those demons mad, ideally making them fight each other. Zhao Huan muttered something to himself, then tossed the blazing treasure chest monster into the lava pool. A large golden treasure chest suddenly appeared in the lava pool, emitting a rich golden-red glow. The surrounding automatic weapons did not engage in any offensive actions. The demons nearby were instantly affected by the mimic's blazing, greedy light. Their desires swelled rapidly, and they abandoned their original targets, quickly converging on the lava pool. Once they were far away from the crowd, the automatic weapons immediately went into full firepower, blasting them into a pile of mangled flesh. Upon seeing this, Zhao Huanshi breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he threw the super multiplier card that he had just acquired at the Mimic. Since you've started, go all out. Let me see your limits, Mimic. As if it had heard Zhao Huanshi's whisper, the greed on the treasure chest monster dimmed for a moment, and then erupted suddenly like a volcanic eruption. The intense, sun-like radiance not only pierced through the black mist, but also attracted the attention of numerous demons. Even those who were influenced by the whispers of demons, fell into hallucinations, or were even bewitched, and whose souls were on the verge of corruption were awakened. Some of the less than conscious individuals, their eyes filled with intense greed and their faces contorted with rage, converged towards the lava pool. Oh no, did I use too much force? Zhao Huanshi originally thought that the people nearby were filled with fear and didn't even have time to escape, so they shouldn't be affected by the light of greed. But I never expected that the Mimic's fiery greed would become so powerful after being affected by the super multiplier card. Chapter 181 The Treasure Mimic is stolen by the demon. The weapon's automatic attack system might not be able to detect the Mimic's anomaly, but the nearby soldiers and officers monitoring the battlefield were not fools. They immediately noticed that something was wrong with the chest in the lava pool. But after the box appeared, most of the demons abandoned their original targets and instead gathered around it. With a significant reduction in casualties, demons have dispersed from the crowd and gathered together, making them easier to kill. Without the cover provided by the demon cannon fodder, sniper rifles, and other weapons can now be used to focus on engaging the much stronger elite monsters. In this situation, the research area guards would naturally not destroy the box. Instead, they would prioritize protecting the mimic and do their utmost to prevent the demon from getting close. As for those humans influenced by the light of greed, soldiers naturally went to intercept them. The soldiers already had strong willpower, and after being influenced by the demon's whispers, they voluntarily injected themselves with combat drugs to enhance their mental resistance. Since they didn't have many desires at the moment, they were able to barely block the effect of the light of greed. However, they dared not look directly at the mimic's light, fearing that their brains would explode if they looked at it for even a second. The only way is to face away from the lava pool and use a stun gun or more direct physical means to knock out and subdue those who have lost their minds. As the demons gather, some scrapes and friction are inevitable. These bumps and bruises are normal. If the demons are of similar strength, they might exchange a few insults or slap each other, and that's it. If the difference in strength is significant, the weaker demon will be kicked away and die. If it dies, it deserves it. If it survives, it's lucky. It can just get up, dust itself off, and run away. But influenced by the blazing, greedy light and bombarded by human weapons, the demon's anger was outrageously intense. They bumped into each other and started fighting, regardless of who they were facing. The small chaos quickly turned into a full-blown brawl, with hot-tempered demons occasionally self-destructing on the spot. Not to mention the guards in the research area. Even Zhao Huanshi, the instigator, was dumbfounded. Is the combination of fiery greed and a super multiplier card really that powerful? Suddenly, a ball of blazing flame erupted from the lava pool, transforming into a gigantic humanoid demon that excitedly scooped up the mimic. Before the artillery fire arrived, it transformed into a ball of flame and disappeared. When it reappeared, it had already run into the range of the thick black fog and flapped its wings to fly towards the contaminated area. Seeing this, the surrounding demons roared and gave chase. With no target to attack, the automatic weapon systems ceased fire, and the world suddenly fell silent. Both the soldiers and the fleeing crowds were momentarily bewildered. But the distant roar of intense artillery fire reminded them that the battle was far from over. The West 4 research area is extremely large. Besides the gate of the institute where Zhao Huanshi is located, which is closest to the institute where Zhao Lejia is located, there are several other gates in other locations. However, in those places, the sheer number of demons that surged forth resulted in heavy casualties. To prevent the demons from causing even greater destruction to the city after escaping the research area, most areas of the research area have had their automatic weapons disabled and have entered kill mode. They only pursued efficiency in killing the enemy, completely disregarding whether the attack would cause casualties. Nevertheless, many demons still managed to escape the high walls of the West 4 Research District through various means. A flying demon soared into the sky at incredible speed, dodged for a long time, and was finally hit by an anti-aircraft shell and blown to pieces. Most of the flesh and blood were burned to ashes by the flames, but a few fragments were scattered and fell outside the high wall. One of the pieces of meat landed on a manhole cover on the highway. After waiting quietly for a while and sensing that there was no danger around, it stretched out a few insect legs from the bottom, quietly crawled into the sewer through the small hole in the manhole cover. Shortly afterward, the shadow beside them rippled slightly, revealing a pitch-black face. Just then, a car slowly passed by. Several energetic young men sat in the car, watching the fierce battle in the distance, shouting excitedly, completely unaware that a hideous black face emerged from under the car seat. A scholar, disheveled and exhausted from escaping the research area, had been running nonstop for a long time and was so tired that he sat down to rest. A voice echoed in my head. "Weren't you going home? Why are you stopping?" The scholar was completely unaware of anything amiss, and simply muttered to himself, "I can't go on anymore. I need to rest for a while." Frail human beings. After all, I'm getting old, and I spend all my time in the lab, so my health isn't what it used to be. I'm not even as healthy as the old ladies in my neighborhood. A residential area? So that's what it is. It's amazing that so many people are gathered here. What? That's great. Wait, what am I saying? A hint of confusion appeared in the scholar's eyes. What had he been thinking about just now? Just then, a whooshing sound came from the sky, interrupting the scholar's confusion. They've even deployed fighter jets. Something really big is about to happen. A sense of fear and an urgency to return home arose in the scholar's heart. Just as he was about to get up and continue his journey, he looked up and saw many armored vehicles, tanks, and ambulances with sirens blaring approaching in the distance. On the other side, Zhao Huanshi saw that the mimic had been stolen by the demon and wanted to use the shuffle to summon the mimic back, only to remember that he had used the shuffle just last night and it was still on cooldown. TSK. The time allotted for the trial dream isn't included. Seeing fighter jets flying overhead, my anxiety intensified. Fortunately, at this moment, Zhao Huanshi finally saw Zhao Lijia's figure. She and a group of people dressed as researchers, protected by a group of fully armed professionals and soldiers, emerged from the black fog. Compared to the listless appearance of everyone else around her, Zhao Lijia, who was supporting a middle-aged woman, seemed to be in much better condition. She immediately spotted Zhao Huanshi outside the crowd, who was waving to her eagerly. Zhao Lijia's eyes lit up with surprise and delight. She told her mentor and asked a senior student who was in better condition to take care of her. She then hurriedly left the crowd and ran towards Zhao Huanshi. How did you get here? I didn't leave at all. I had just gotten on the bus when I heard an alarm going off in the research area, so I quickly got off. At this point, Zhao Huanshi finally remembered what he had done on the bus. Oh no, I was in such a hurry that I kicked open the bus door. I hope I don't get arrested and go to jail. During this special period, damaging some things while participating in rescue efforts will not incur additional liability. At most, you'll just have to pay some compensation. If you're worried about future troubles, you can proactively report to the Special Affairs Bureau now. Gao Qiqiong walked behind Zhao Lijia and said with a cold expression. Seeing that face, Zhao Huan felt inexplicably guilty and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Zhao Lijia hurriedly said, "This is Senior Gao. We were able to get out safely this time entirely thanks to Senior Gao, who led the rescue team in time. Thank you, Miss Gao, for saving my sister." Gao Qiqiong stared into Zhao Huanshi's eyes for a while, then suddenly asked, "Where's my ring?" Zhao Huanshi stiffened, a look of confusion on his face. Huh? What ring? Forget it, it's all dirty from you wearing it. You can keep it for yourself. After speaking, Gao Qiqiong nodded to Zhao Lijia, then turned and left with her assistant. Zhao Lijia responded with a smile, but her face immediately fell after Gao Qiqiong walked away. What do we do, bro? It looks like we've been found out. Zhao Huanshi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After all, she's not stupid. The characteristics of summoning and dying from card monsters are too obvious. But judging from this situation, she doesn't seem to be planning to pursue it. Judging from what she said, it seems so. Wait, what did she mean when she said it was dirty? Is she saying I'm disgusted? Well, with a face like mine, so many rich women have wanted to keep me as a mistress, but I haven't agreed to them. How come she's rejecting me? It seems like she's intellectually attracted to looks. Dude, you didn't even finish college, so it's normal that she wouldn't be interested in you. Zhao Lijia explained. Zhao Huanshi's face stiffened. Didn't I encounter a natural disaster? The school was swallowed up by the illusion. How am I supposed to graduate? Chapter 182. The demon statue has gone to the sky. Center of the contaminated area in the West 4 study area. The towering demon statue exuded a strong aura of evil, transforming into chains of black mist that intertwined with the demonic rift behind it. Despite the passage of time under the influence of the demon statue, the enormous demon rift showed no signs of shrinking or closing, and countless demons continued to gush out from it. The chaotic power leaking from the demonic rift manifested as a blood-red mist, some of which spread outwards, while others seemed to be summoned by something and disappeared into the void. The towering demon, carrying a large golden treasure chest, flapped its wings and swooped down swiftly. They bowed and knelt, respectfully placing the treasure chest in front of the demon statue. The numerous demons that had been frantically chasing after it suddenly became much more docile and obedient upon entering the lava surrounding the statue. Some were still unconscious and were chattering incoherently. They were immediately snapped at the neck by other powerful demons, and their bodies were thrown into the nearby lava pool. My lord, this is a treasure I just snatched from the humans. I haven't dared to stop for a moment, and I'm presenting it to you. The demon statue's eyes glowed crimson as it looked at the so-called treasure of the towering demon. Stupid trash. Can't you even tell the difference between a mimic and a treasure chest? The angry mental storm spread and impacted, frightening the surrounding demons into trembling and hastily kneeling down. The towering demon, who was the first to be attacked, didn't even have time to beg for mercy before his head exploded like a watermelon. The mimic was also severely impacted, its box deformed, and the 2 magic gems on its body shattered. The earth shook violently, A deafening roar tore through the air, and a terrifying explosion, carrying scorching magma, blasted outwards, turning countless demons into ashes. The scorching flames shot straight into the sky like a burning waterfall. The towering demon statue, billowing black smoke, shot into the sky like a rocket and rushed out of the contaminated area. Several fighter jets are battling demons in the sky. Upon seeing this terrifying monster with its earth-shattering presence, the fighter pilots did not hesitate at all. They locked onto the statue and fired the most powerful weapons they carried in their aircraft. With a furious roar that shook the heavens and the earth, the demon statue shattered into countless fragments amidst bursts of fire. The moment the demon statue was shattered, the demon rift in the center of the contaminated zone trembled violently and closed rapidly. Meanwhile, in the twilight wilderness, lies the lair of demon cultists. Fire rain, hurricanes, monster roars, human screams. Those powerful monsters with demonic features are just as insignificant as cannon fodder as the weak goblins on this terrifying battlefield. At any moment, they could be swept into the sky by a hurricane, sliced into countless pieces, or caught in the flames of an explosion and burned to a crisp. For example, when a demon gnoll warrior roars and charges, the ground beneath his feet suddenly rises up, lifting him into the air. It was grazed by a passing wind blade, and its body instantly split in two. When the half-corpse fell, it hit a large fireball and was instantly blasted into pieces. A leg, billowing black smoke, flew over 100 meters and crashed into a corner near the lair of demon cultists, onto the corpse of a goblin spellcaster. Struck by the gnoll's fiery flying kick, Half-Ear's body trembled violently, thinking that he had been discovered by the demon cultists for pretending to be dead. She quietly opened her eyes and, realizing it was just an accident, breathed a sigh of relief. With a look of disgust, it pushed the charred jackal leg aside, then slowly wriggled further into the corner. Feeling uneasy, he hooked his toe onto a bloody, mangled corpse, so demonized that its original species was unrecognizable, and quietly covered himself with it. Unlike those pathetic guys who have been completely brainwashed. When the human forces attacked, Half-Ear realized something was wrong and immediately tried to run away. Back then, those idiots were all yelling and rushing forward. If it had dared to run away then, the demon cultist would have immediately noticed something was wrong, which would have been no different from courting death. Fortunately, it was quick-witted. Just as it broke free of the monster horde, it tripped over its own feet, stumbled out of the group, and crashed headfirst into a rock 20 meters away. After falling unconscious with its eyes rolled back, it rolled twice more before huddling in a corner. If the demon cultist wins, it will then slip away into the monster ranks. If the demon cultists can't win, they'll definitely retreat in advance, and then Half-Ear can take the opportunity to escape. Half-Ear's plan was excellent, but they had been fighting for a day and a night, and most of the monsters they controlled were dead, as were half of the demon cultists, yet they showed no sign of retreating. Although they survived thanks to the protection of the demon statue, this protection did not come without a price. The pool of lava blood in front of the demon statue is disappearing rapidly. Once the pool dries up, the protection of the demon statue will vanish. It's virtually impossible for those crazed ogres to defeat the humans in such a short time. It's more likely that the cannibals were wiped out by humans. Half-Ear couldn't understand the demon cultist's thoughts. Feeling a bit hungry, he secretly picked up the hot jackal thigh again, tore off a piece of meat, stuffed it into his mouth, and quietly chewed it. Just as Half-Ear was secretly eating the takeout his colleague had brought him. Inside the demon's lair, seeing the crimson blood mist suddenly gushing out in front of the demon statue, the demon cultists all showed joy and let out maniacal laughter. Hee hee, the power of my lord has finally descended. It's time to let those foolish and ignorant guys in the Special Affairs Bureau witness the true power of our master. The demon cultists roared and snarled as they walked to the prepared magic circle, whispering as they guided the crimson blood mist into it. Instantly, a strange fluctuation emanated from the demon's lair. On the battlefield, the ogre chieftain, battered and bruised and on the verge of death, suddenly roared. A strange blood mist surged from his body, and he extended countless long, thin tentacles that pierced into the countless monster corpses on the battlefield, absorbing all their flesh essence and demonic power into his own body. The wounds healed rapidly, and the demonic scales on his body grew wildly, spreading all over his body. Curved horns grew from its head, vertebrae pierced its skin, and a thick tail covered in hard scales grew out, completely transforming it into a terrifying demon with a huge body. Apart from the ogre chieftain, all the monsters that were still alive, and even a certain goblin that was lying dead and pretending to be dead, showed similar strange phenomena. On the other hand, the humans' bodies were tainted with a large amount of demonic energy during the battle. After the strange fluctuations appeared, the demonic whispers that had been lingering in their ears became louder and clearer, and various bizarre illusions appeared in their minds one after another, greatly reducing their combat ability. Even Lin Xingfeng, due to the prolonged battle and excessive mental exhaustion, began to be affected by the demonic whispers. The spellcasting became increasingly difficult, and the damage inflicted couldn't keep up with the ogre chieftain's regeneration rate, while his subordinates were constantly finding themselves in peril. Lin Xingfeng realized that the situation was not good and suspected that the purpose of the demon believers was to deplete their power and then use this strange method to lure them into corruption. After a slight hesitation, I made up my mind. He forcefully crushed a magic crystal, forcibly absorbing the scattered magic released when the crystal shattered to replenish himself. A gust of wind was summoned, sweeping everyone away and quickly retreating from the twilight wilderness. Upon seeing this, the demon followers all revealed sinister smiles. Fear, tremble, you poor, ignorant ants, before your master's immense power, indulge your. Wait, why has the blood mist disappeared? I can no longer sense the presence of demonic power. Could it be that the internet is down? Idiot, what nonsense are you spouting? Chapter 183 Merits and demerits cancel each other out. The entire city of Dongchuan was shrouded in the piercing sound of alarms. Numerous armed drones hovered in the sky, working alongside soldiers and special police to search for and pursue the demonic monsters that had escaped from the research area. Every television channel and online page was filled with bright red emergency notices and official warnings. Factories shut down, shops closed, and the entire city came to a standstill. Everyone was guided to take refuge in the nearest shelter. Zhao Huanshi and his sister did not enter the shelter. They were first taken by special police officers from the Special Affairs Bureau for a physical examination, and then taken to the Special Affairs Bureau to give some statements. Zhao Lijiao is fine. It's mainly Zhao Huanshi who has a lot of problems. What was he doing in the West 4 research area? Why kick down the bus door? What abilities does the mimic have, and what kind of effect does it have on demons? In addition to the previous explosion in the park and the demon statue that was blown into the sky, although the energy levels released by the two explosions were completely different, according to the analysis of various collected data, there is a high probability that they belong to the same magical effect. Coincidentally, Zhao Huanshi was nearby in both of the lava explosions. Faced with various incomprehensible data model analyses and other evidence, Zhao Huanshi naturally did not admit it. But the special police officer who was questioning him didn't seem to care and continued talking to himself. The explosion blew the demon statue away, making a huge contribution to the demon attack and earning a generous reward. However, given the significant property damage caused by the previous park explosion and the considerable manpower and resources spent investigating its cause, regardless of whether Zhao Huan was actually involved, the damages were considered to have offset each other. The Dongchuan city authorities will not pursue the matter of the previous park explosion any further. In addition, Zhao Huan used the treasure chest monster to attract the demon's attention, reducing a large number of casualties. The Special Affairs Bureau will also give him a bonus, hoping that he will help again if he encounters a similar situation in the future. Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he had no objections whatsoever. He even felt that he had gotten a great deal. Although he vehemently denies any involvement in the park explosion, if the Special Affairs Bureau is keeping an eye on him, he will eventually slip up unless he never summons mimics in reality again. If merits and demerits are calculated separately, he will likely spend a considerable amount of time in jail for blowing up the park and for repeatedly lying and covering up his mistakes. There have been rumors lately that awakened individuals will be severely punished for their crimes and might even be subjected to some strange human experiments. If you lose your life by then, any reward will naturally become an empty promise. On the contrary, now that the good and bad deeds have been balanced, it means that the matter of blowing up the park is completely over, and he no longer needs to worry about the mimic's self-destructibility being exposed in the future and being held accountable. It's a good thing, but it feels a little strange that they let me go so easily. Upon seeing his younger sister, Zhao Huanshi said with utter bewilderment. Zhao Lijiao nodded. I saw that something was wrong, so I went to find a teacher. Senior sister Gao even offered to ask me if I needed help. Gao Qiqiong, didn't you say before that you didn't have much of a relationship with her? Why would she be willing to help you? Zhao Lijiao was also a little confused. I don't know either, but from our recent interactions, I feel that although Senior Gao has a bit of a spoiled princess temperament, she's actually a really nice person, and she seems to really admire me, especially this time. She even brought people to rescue us. Looking at Zhao Lijiao's beautiful face, which was just as handsome as his own, Zhao Huancher suddenly had an idea. Holy crap, could that guy surnamed Gao actually be a lesbian and has his eye on my sister? High IQ, great personality, and so good looking. She perfectly fits the criteria for a partner for an intellectually oriented lesbian. The more I think about it, the more something seems off. You'd better be careful of that woman surnamed Gao. I have a feeling she might have ulterior motives towards you. Hi. Maybe all that data analysis is nonsense, and Gao Qiqiang just sent people to scare me. Get revenge on the Goblin merchant who cheated you, and you can increase your favorability with her while getting her ring. Wow, what a clever two birds with one stone scheme. Zhao Lijiao gave him a disdainful look. Stop watching those weird things. If you're bored, go find someone. An older guy is fine, but not too much older. TSK, why don't you believe me? Stop talking nonsense. If this gets back to your senior, she might hold you accountable for everything you did before. What do we do now? Should we go to the nearby shelter? What shelter is safer than the Special Affairs Bureau? Just stay here. The demonic rift in the contaminated zone has closed. Once we clear out the demons that have escaped into the city, the alert should be lifted. Thankfully, the demonic rift appeared within the research area. If it had appeared directly on the street, countless people would be dead by now. How long until the alert is lifted? I don't know. Are you hungry? I'll go get you something to eat. Zhao Lijiao shook her head and sighed softly. I heard that a large amount of lava appeared in the research area, and the newly established two-hole aerosol mushroom cultivation base was destroyed. Oh, I do have a few mushrooms here, but they've been sitting for a while and look a bit wilted. Zhao Huan glanced at the greedy space. Although it had a strong preservation ability, too much time had passed, and the few pig-nose mushrooms were somewhat dehydrated. We still have backup plants, but the cultivation environment for the twin-hole air mushroom is quite troublesome. The magic concentration outside the contaminated area is not up to standard, so the growth rate of the twin-hole air mushroom will become very slow. But judging from the current situation, it seems that it will be impossible to establish a new cultivation base in the short term. That kind of thing is none of your business. You're just a lowly researcher. It might affect the project bonus. Damn it. These damn demons. Oh right, I used my profession stone earlier and awakened the alchemist profession. Zhao Huancher's eyes lit up. I knew you were the luckiest person. Zhao Lijiao smiled and said, I originally thought that obtaining a profession would increase my self-defense capabilities, but alchemists don't have much combat ability. However, after acquiring the profession, I gained several points in the spirit attribute, and with the magical equipment you gave me, I was the only one who wasn't affected by the demon's whisper. No one else knows I've gotten a job yet. I need to find a chance to tell my teacher first. Zhao Huancher nodded. We should indeed ask the teacher's opinion first. Chapter 184 Pig Brain, to nourish the brain. Gunfire echoed all night. By noon the next day, the alert level in Dongchuan City had been lowered somewhat. Most factories and schools remain closed, public transportation has partially resumed, and officials advise citizens to continue staying in shelters, but will not prevent those who want to go home from doing so. Television channels and the internet are filled with warnings and reminders, urging citizens to be vigilant against any suspicious signs that may appear around them. Zhao Huancher and his sister stood on the deserted street, waiting for 2 hours before a bus finally came and took them from the West District back to the North District. I scanned a shared electric scooter and slowly rode it towards my neighborhood. I didn't encounter any danger on the way, but I did run into several patrol teams and migrant workers with oxen and horses rushing to work. Capitalists are more terrifying than demons, Zhao Huancher exclaimed. Zhao Lijiao was sitting in the back seat, her head resting against Zhao Huancher's back, chatting on her phone. She looked up when she heard this. Maybe they just love their job? TCH. You think everyone's like you. Who are you messaging? Aren't you afraid of ruining your eyes? Zhao Lijiao pouted. They're treating me like a child again. My teacher said we can't go to the research institute for the time being. All the projects have been brought back to the school labs, and we should go back to school as soon as possible. Huh? So urgent? Is your teacher a capitalist too? Don't talk nonsense. Dongchuan Wei has sent several teams to the school. It's much safer to go to school now than stay at home. The teachers are worried about our safety outside. That's true. Looking at the warning signs playing on the electronic screens around him and the drones that occasionally streaked across the sky, Zhao Huancher said in a low voice. When are you going back to school? Stay home for a couple of days first. When I got back to the entrance of the community, I saw that Grandpa Huang was already sitting in the guardhouse. On the table sat an ordinary rifle equipped with an electronic sight, while he was playing a game on his phone. Judging from his furrowed brow, the situation is probably not looking good. Upon seeing Zhao Huanshi approach, Xiao Huang, who had been lying on the ground looking bored, suddenly raised his head. Hey, little Huang, you're here so early to check on things. Zhao Huanshi raised his hand to greet the dog. Grandpa Huang silently put down his phone and glared at Zhao Huanshi with annoyance. Zhao Huang grinned, thinking to himself, who told you to name the dog that? Zhao Lejia greeted Grandpa Huang politely. Grandpa Huang immediately smiled kindly and started chatting with Zhao Lejia. Zhao Huanshi, however, looked at the group of elderly women chatting together in the neighborhood. No, it's understandable that Grandpa Huang came back early. After all, he's really dedicated to his job. But what's with those old ladies? Pets aren't allowed in the shelter, and these old women are rushing back to feed the dogs. They treat these animals like their own lives. They're out of their minds. Huh. Zhao Huan looked down at Xiao Huang in confusion, thinking to himself, aren't you insulting yourself too? Grandpa Huang snorted. What are you thinking? Little Huang is a military dog. He has special privileges. He's not like those idiots who can't even find a place to poop. Zhao Huanshi pursed his lips. You're older, whatever you say is right. Perhaps because they felt there were few people in the neighborhood, those elderly women didn't leash their dogs and let them run around freely in the green areas. A short-legged corgi spotted a beetle, chased it into the grass, and wriggled around wildly before losing track of its prey. While searching, I saw two long, fleshy tendrils sticking out of the drain in the corner of the wall, and I immediately went over to take a look out of curiosity. As soon as they got close, a dark shadow shot out of the sewer opening at lightning speed. When it hit the corgi, it transformed into a hideous black worm that slithered rapidly across the corgi's body. The corgi hurriedly turned its head to bite, but couldn't catch the worm at all, and frantically circled around in place. Suddenly, the corgi felt something strange coming from its rear end, as if something had forced its way in, and it immediately screamed in fright. Grandma Lu, who was chatting, heard her dog's pitiful cries and rushed over. The dog couldn't speak, it just pitifully snuggled into its owner's arms and whimpered. Grandma Lu thought it was injured somewhere, but after a thorough examination, she couldn't find anything abnormal. After a while, the dog calmed down and regained its original energy. Seeing this, Grandma Lu didn't think much of it, assuming it had just been frightened, and gave up the idea of taking it to the vet. At this time, most of the nearby vets were still closed. But Grandma Lu lost interest in chatting and took the corgi home to rest. Grandma Lu and Zhao Huanshi lived in the same building. Zhao Huanshi lived on the 3rd floor, and Grandma Lu lived on the 6th floor. When Zhao Huanshi and his sister returned home, they bumped into Grandma Lu in the elevator. After returning home, Zhao Huanshi went to his room to catch up on sleep, only waking up in the evening when he felt hungry. When I came out, I saw that the TV in the living room was on, but there was no sound. Zhao Lejia sat on the sofa, wearing headphones and using her laptop to search for information. Zhao Huanshi's lips twitched. He couldn't understand at all what the point of her having the TV on was. Zhao Huanshi waved his hand in front of his sister's eyes. Zhao Lejia took off her headphones, her eyes filled with confusion. We can't order takeout now, so how about instant noodles for dinner? Oh, Zhao Lejia responded and was about to continue looking at the computer. Or, would you be interested in roasted pig brains? They're actually quite good for the brain. Temporary green consumable card, flaming pig brain. Fresh pig brains, collected from live giant tusked boars, are slowly roasted in magical flames. Consuming the flaming pig brains within 15 minutes grants a temporary 5-hour buff. Intelligence +2, spirit +15, significantly enhancing brain activity and thinking ability. Although Zhao Huan was very skeptical, with only 2 points of intelligence bonus, could this pig brain really improve thinking ability? However, the card descriptions usually state that there shouldn't be any problems. Although Zhao Lejia disliked the roasted pig brain, she was very interested in the beneficial effects that Zhao Huan had mentioned. After Zhao Huanshi summoned the roasted pig brain, Zhao Lejia, enduring her physical discomfort, used a spoon to scoop out a small piece from the steaming pig brain, blew on it a few times, and put it in her mouth. I originally intended to swallow the food directly without giving my taste buds a chance to react. But the moment her tongue touched the food, Zhao Lejia's expression changed, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Although the taste is a bit strange, it seems quite delicious. Well, The chef's cooking skills are fine, but his cooking methods are a bit too rustic, and the food cards don't seem to include any seasoning. Zhao Huanshi guessed that Zhao Lejia must be full after eating that bowl of braised pig brains, so he only made himself a bowl of instant noodles. I was eating when the doorbell suddenly rang. Zhao Huanshi told his sister to sit still, his mouth bulging with instant noodles, and darted to the front door in a few steps, cautiously peering out through the peephole. But there stood old lady Lu, whom they had just met, smiling outside the door. Chapter 185. The guests have all come knocking. Did the old lady encounter some trouble, like a light bulb burning out or a cabinet falling over, and she couldn't find anyone to help? Thinking this, Zhao Huan opened the door without looking closely. When the door opened, they found old lady Lu wearing a black lace nightgown, striking what she thought was a very alluring pose, and winking at Zhao Huanshi. The night is long, and I'm all alone in this empty room. It's so lonely. I wonder if you, handsome young man, would be interested in chatting with me about life. No, cough. Not interested. Zhao Huanshi was greatly shocked. He widened his eyes and hurriedly tried to refuse, but he coughed and noodles came out of his nostrils. Zhao Huanshi didn't have time to think about anything else. After refusing, he hurriedly slammed the door shut. After closing the door, he unlocked all the security locks, fearing that old lady Lu might suddenly break down the door. Turning his head, he saw Zhao Lejia staring at him in shock. Zhao Huanshi, what exactly do you do at Lichuan Garden every day when I'm not home? What are you doing? Zhao Huanshi was also shocked by Zhao Lejia's shock. The customers have come knocking on our door. What the hell is this guest? I have no idea what's wrong with this old woman. Zhao Lejia still had a hint of doubt in her eyes. It's really not because you have unique tastes. Don't worry, even if it were true, I wouldn't dislike you. Could your expression be any more sincere? Zhao Huanshi rolled his eyes, pulled the noodles out of his nostrils, and threw them aside. After careful consideration, I finally came to a conclusion. It's still my fault for being too handsome. My smile in the elevator was too charming, which made Grandma Lu misunderstand. When Grandma Lu was turned away, her face instantly turned very ugly. Fine blood vessels appeared in his eyes as he glared fiercely at Zhao Huanshi's front door, looking as if he wanted to devour someone. He stared for a moment, then turned and left. He walked along, a puzzled expression on his face. That's right, the clothes she's wearing are indeed the most alluring garment in this female human's memory, and her posture and movements just now were also the most alluring and easiest way to lure males in, according to her memory. So why did it fail? Grandma Lu muttered to herself as she entered the elevator. She glanced at the elevator camera, then lowered her head expressionlessly and pressed the button for the 6th floor. It was a little after 9 o'clock at night. Not wanting to waste the benefits of the pig brain roast, Zhao Lejia brainstormed in her room, pondering the problems she had encountered in the project. Zhao Huanshi was sitting in the living room playing on his phone when he saw a message from Zhang Daxuan in the group chat. The message said that he had received a rumor that Fengshen's team had failed to wipe out the demon cultists in the Twilight Wilderness. The team suffered heavy losses. Although only 3 people died, most of the team members were seriously injured and their minds were affected by the demon's bewitching influence. They need a long time to recover and will be unable to participate in the battle for a while. Zhao Huanshi frowned immediately upon seeing the message. Just as I was about to type something, my eyes fell on the time displayed on my phone screen. The next second, a piece of information popped into my mind. The shuffling is over. With a thought, the blazing greedy mimic appeared in his hand. As the remaining 10-odd seconds of the repair countdown ended, the fine cracks on the card's surface quickly healed and disappeared. Zhao Huan summoned the treasure chest monster and took it to his sister's room to keep watch. After the lava core finished charging, Zhao Huan didn't dare to let it idle or fight, fearing that something unexpected might happen and it would self-destruct and take him away. Now that it's all been bombed, they can be ordered around as they please. Zhao Huanshi knocked on the door. The treasure chest monster sauntered into Zhao Lejia's room like a giant crab. Its 2 gem-like eyes darted around for a moment. Then it squatted down between the foot of the bed and the wardrobe, tucking its legs in to disguise itself as a large pink treasure chest. TSK, how stupid of you. You're squatting there, blocking the wardrobe door. Come to this spot. At Zhao Huanshi's command, the treasure chest monster immediately got up and moved to a different position. They work hard without complaint and never have a temper. Zhao Lejia leaned against the wall on the bed, her gaze shifting from the computer screen to the mimic chest monster, which had once again turned its body sky blue as it crouched down. He asked curiously, can it conjure up patterns? Like rainbows or clouds? I think so, Zhao Huanshe said uncertainly. Since it can mimic the texture of wood and rust, it should theoretically be able to handle some more complex patterns as well. Then the mimic's face was covered by a two-dimensional male model. TCH. She's not even as good-looking as me, Zhao Huan said with obvious disdain, then turned and saw the blue bracelet with an electronic screen on Zhao Lijia's wrist. Is that a life-monitoring bracelet? Zhao Huanshe recognized this thing. Previously, it was suggested that everyone wear this device to monitor each person's vital signs. If the wearer dies, the bracelet will immediately send an alarm to the monitoring station, and nearby guards will come to investigate to see if the wearer was attacked by a monster or had an accident. However, many people disagreed at the time, saying that the bracelet had a surveillance and eavesdropping function, and that once worn, one would have no privacy at all. The wristbands are not cheap to manufacture, and they occasionally give false alarms. It's fine if there are only a few wearers, but if there are too many, it will lead to a waste of police resources. In addition, due to widespread online opposition, the authorities stopped pursuing the matter. Zhao Lijia nodded. Yes, it was issued by the Research Institute. It has many useful little functions. I'm used to wearing it while working. Don't worry, it doesn't have any eavesdropping function. Nonsense, I'm not one of those idiots. Never mind, don't work too late, get some rest. Good, Zhao Lijia responded and lowered her head to continue pondering her own affairs. Zhao Huanshe returned to his room, summoned the Goblin thief, and handed his phone to it. You can play games, but don't disturb my sleep, and don't let anything in and kill me. The Goblin thief nodded repeatedly, indicating that he could leave it to him without worry. Although it may seem a bit far-fetched, the Goblin thief has a high shadow affinity and a strong ability to perceive things in dark environments. Even if you are focused on a mobile game, you can still detect anything unusual around you. Otherwise, Zhao Huanshe wouldn't dare let it play games while on night watch. Playing games and messing with people is better than this guy getting bored and sneaking into the neighbor's house to rummage through drawers. The next morning, Grandma Lu went downstairs for a walk and chat as usual, but she wasn't leashing her dog. When asked, she only said that the corgi was frightened yesterday and was not in good spirits and was resting at home. Zhao Huanshe went to the supermarket to buy things. Passing by the chat group, I accidentally met old lady Lu's gaze and was startled by her intense look. I quickly lowered my head and hurried away. But if he looked closer, he would have noticed that the burning desire in old lady Lu's eyes was clearly a longing for delicious food. Chapter 186 The Devilish Old Woman. When Zhao Huanshe returned from the supermarket with some groceries, she found that even more people had returned to the community from the shelter. However, Grandpa Huang didn't seem very happy. They say the danger has been mostly eliminated, but demons aren't so easy to get rid of. Many people died yesterday, but the news has been suppressed, Zhao Huanshe said with a smile. The higher-ups have their own considerations, so you don't need to worry about so much. Just be a good guardian of your Lichuan garden. TSK. This title doesn't sound very respectable. Huh? Why didn't you think of this inappropriate name when you were choosing a neighborhood? Just as Grandpa Huang was about to say something, he heard the faint sound of an alarm in the distance, and his expression immediately became serious. Another illusionary rift? This is the 5th one today. Is the world really going to be destroyed? Zhao Huanshe shook his head. Judging from the information online, other cities don't have this phenomenon. It's probably a side effect of the demon rift. As he spoke, he looked down at his phone, where a new message popped up in the exploration team's group chat. Zhang de Yongshi, something's not right. The illusion rifts are appearing far too frequently. The Special Affairs Bureau might recruit explorers to enter the illusion rifts soon, so everyone be prepared. Zhao Huan sighed softly. I wonder if Zhou Liaoshu's shady shop is open yet. I was planning to wait until my sister goes back to school before buying crystal cores from him. Mouse, are you still alive? Closed for business. Damn, you already know before I even asked? Oh well, it won't make a difference if it's a day or two. Anyway, the cook and the knight are the main fighting force right now. Night. The Goblin scavenger sat on the floor watching a TV program and chuckled foolishly. The Goblin thief, huddled in a corner scrolling through his phone, couldn't help but glance up at the Goblin scavenger when he heard the laughter. You're just laughing because you don't understand it. I looked down at the various instructions and prompts on the game interface. The Goblin thief pursed his lips, feeling that the world was full of malice and discrimination against goblins. Suddenly, a heavy thud was heard coming from upstairs. The Goblin thief's ears twitched, and he faintly heard muffled shouts, as if someone's mouth was being gagged. He looked up at the ceiling in confusion, about to start thinking. My phone notified me that my game character had respawned from the fountain. The Goblin Thief immediately refocused his attention on the game. Nothing is more important than the game than anything that isn't about summoners. Whatever happens, let's wait until we destroy the enemy's crystal. 5 minutes later, the Goblin Thief's crystal shattered into pieces. The Goblin Thief muttered curses at his teammates as he looked up at the ceiling again. Since just now, there have been faint, rustling sounds coming from upstairs, somewhat like the sounds of goblin scavengers gnawing on chicken bones. I glanced at the bedroom. The computer screen was a chaotic mess of flesh and blood, with bullets and spell effects flying back and forth. It's clear that Zhao Huanshi is at a crucial moment in the game right now. The Goblin Thief scratched his head, realizing he shouldn't have bothered the summoner at this time. The Goblin Thief plugged his phone into the charger, opened the balcony window, glanced up at the building, and then disappeared into the shadows. Room 402. In the dimly lit living room, blood was spilled all over the floor. Old Mrs. Liu was squatting in the pool of blood. After she had finished gnawing on the flesh, she stuffed the bloody bone in her hand into her mouth and gnawed on it. The old lady was quite old. Before, she had trouble even biting into a piece of meat. Now, with a mouth full of sharp teeth, gnawing on bones is no different from biting into a lollipop. He quickly chewed the thick bone into pieces and swallowed it. Suddenly, Grandma Liu paused and stopped eating. He suddenly turned his head, staring intently into the darkness with his two large, scarlet eyes. After searching for a while and finding nothing unusual, a hint of doubt appeared on his face. But seeing that there were still a few pieces of remains on the ground, he buried his head and began to eat again. Suddenly a dark shadow flashed by, and old lady Liu's head rolled off instantly, landing right in her hand. Foul blood gushed from the neck. The headless corpse swayed slightly and collapsed into the pool of blood. The Goblin Thief stood behind the corpse, pondered for a moment, and fearing that there were some things he couldn't explain clearly, decided to take old lady Liu's head back to report to Zhao Huanshi. It stretched out its claws, about to grab old lady Liu's hair. Suddenly, one of old lady Liu's eyes burst open, and a black worm emerged with a piercing scream, lunging swiftly at the Goblin Thief's face. Uft! The shadow blade pierced through the black worm's body in an instant. Upon seeing the grotesque worm with its ugly appearance and wildly twisting body, the Goblin Thief's eyes lit up at first, but then he frowned. Although it's a variety I've never seen before, it doesn't look very appetizing. Since the Goblin Scavenger is here too, why not let it have a taste first? Having made up his mind, the Goblin Thief plunged the shadow blade into old lady Liu's hideous forehead, securing the struggling demon worm in the middle of the dagger, and climbed down from the 4th-floor balcony window with the worm's head in one hand. Zhao Huan was engrossed in the game when someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Turning around, he saw old lady Liu's face contorted in a ferocious grimace, her bloodshot, hollow eye sockets staring straight at him. Zhao Huanshi immediately let out a blood-curdling scream and raised his fist to smash it. 10 minutes later, the Goblin Thief, his face bruised and swollen, climbed back up to the 4th floor carrying old lady Liu's head. Zhao Huanshi tidied up the traces in the house, rubbed his forehead with a headache, left the house, rushed up the stairs to the 4th floor, and kicked open the security door of room 402. The loud noise woke everyone in the entire neighborhood. After turning on the lights and seeing the terrible state of the room, Zhao Huanshi called the Goblin Thief back and took out his phone to call the Special Affairs Bureau. Ignoring the neighbors peeking out the door to check on things, Zhao Huanshi stared at Liu's headless corpse and couldn't help but mutter to himself. I thought you were just lusting after my body, but I never imagined it was in that way. And what's wrong with this guy on the 4th floor? I know you've been single for years, but you're not so desperate as to be unable to resist even old lady Liu's seduction techniques, are you? If all else fails, why don't you order takeout? Even though delivering food isn't very safe these days, as long as you pay extra, a female warrior will always come to your door to cleanse you of impurities. Why did it have to come to this? A short while later, a patrol team arrived at the scene. Seeing the corpse of the demon worm and the obvious signs of mutation on old lady Liu's body, the patrolling special police officers quickly analyzed the general situation. Although the signs of battle at the scene were somewhat strange. However, after retrieving Zhao Huanshi's information, the patrolling special police did not question him too much about the battle process, but only asked him if he had found any more traces of the demon worms. Chapter 187 City Werewolf. According to information provided by other cities, this demonic parasitic worm itself is not very intelligent. However, once successfully parasitized, The parasitic worm will control the brain of the host, gaining most of its memories and thinking abilities. Moreover, these parasitic worms have a strong reproductive capacity, multiplying tenfold in just a few days. When you find one worm, there are likely many more parasitic worms lurking around. They can parasitize the bodies of humans or animals, or lurk in some corner looking for a target. For example, hiding in a toilet and launching a surprise attack while people are using the toilet. Hearing the patrolling SWAT officer's words, Zhao Huan felt a tightness in his anus and didn't dare go to the toilet. Or, before using the toilet, have a cannibalistic magician disinfect the toilet with a giant fireball? While Zhao Huansher was lost in thought, a police officer walked over, looking somewhat puzzled. The victim's phone was missing, and some gold and silver jewelry in the room was only left in its boxes, but there were no obvious signs of ransacking. Zhao Huansher looked curious, but his heart skipped a beat. He casually pulled out the Goblin trio, staring intently at the greedy space. Sure enough, there were many unfamiliar gold and silver items and an unfamiliar cell phone inside. Damn, no wonder I inexplicably leveled up when I recalled him. I thought he was a goblin thief who had become an assassin and was gaining experience from killing monsters. However, did the goblin thief steal the phone because he thought it was valuable, or did he simply want a phone of his own to play games on? Zhao Huansher felt it was necessary to buy this guy a special phone. Or, how about getting it a computer? Anyway, these things aren't that expensive for Zhao Huan right now. The goblin thief had all the funds ready. Zhao Huansher didn't feel guilty at all about spending the fourth floor guy's money to buy things for the goblin thief. The person is already dead, so this little bit of money won't make a difference. Besides, in the end, it was the goblin thief who avenged him, so it's not unreasonable for him to ask for a reward. In addition to searching the apartment on the fourth floor, the patrol team also searched the apartment on the sixth floor belonging to the elderly woman surnamed Liu. They discovered that her corgi was missing and only found a lot of dog hair scattered in the room. At first, they speculated that the old lady Liu had eaten the dog for dinner. But when the special police entered the relevant information, the city's surveillance system immediately provided the internal surveillance data of the community and found that around the time that Grandma Liu, or rather the demonic parasitic worm, died, a corgi escaped from the door and crawled out through the dog hole in the corner of the community wall. Oh no, the mother worm is on that dog. The special police officer's expressions changed drastically. While calling for backup to track down the corgi, they also took control of the neighborhood, ordering everyone to stay home with their pets and wait for the investigation. When Zhao Huansher returned home, he took a peek into his sister's room. Zhao Lijiao was focused on her research on the computer while wearing headphones, completely unaware of the unusual changes happening outside. The mimic monster is quietly guarding the side. Today's treasure chest is a pink princess treasure chest with a magical girl design. Seeing this, Zhao Huansher didn't disturb them. He went back to the living room, sat on the sofa, and shared what had just happened in the exploration team's group chat. He had just asked the special police, and they said that this kind of thing couldn't be hidden even if they wanted to, and there was no need to keep it a secret. As long as it wasn't intentionally creating panic, it was okay to tell relatives and friends, or even post it online. The exploration team members started chatting in the group, some saying that similar things had happened nearby, others sharing information they had seen online. Besides demonic parasites, other creatures like the goo hard eyeball, shadow demon, and shapeshifting demon also possess the ability to lurk and disguise themselves. For city dwellers, these lurking and parasitic demons are far more dangerous than monsters that only know how to fight and kill. You never know when your neighbor, colleague, friend, or even partner might be replaced by a monster. He smiles at you with a smile on his face, but in his heart he's thinking about when to sacrifice you, or to devour you as a midnight snack while you're asleep. What the hell? How did this suddenly turn into City Werewolf? The next day, Zhao Lijia said she had a new idea and wanted to go back to the school laboratory to test it. At the same time, the development of alchemist's abilities also requires a lot of equipment and materials. We don't have the equipment at home. The school has more and better materials, and since it's public property, it doesn't feel bad about wasting them. Zhao Huansher also felt that compared to a community with only a retired veteran guarding the gate, the area near the school was safer because it was guarded by Donchuan Wei. Even Zhao Huansher himself wanted to hide in the polluted area. The monsters in the contaminated area are best dealt with immediately upon encountering them. But the neighbors in the community can't tell who's human and who's ghost, and you can't just kill them because of a single misjudgment. Zhao Huan now feels something is off about everyone he sees. Anyone who gets close to him makes him want to draw his sword and stab them to test their composition. After all, An ordinary person would run away or be shocked if stabbed, but a monster would probably think its identity has been exposed, roar in anger, and fight back. There's no better way to verify this. It's a pity it can't be used. When Zhao Huanshi took her younger sister back to school, she was also taken for a medical checkup. Although the process was troublesome, Zhao Huanshi felt more at ease. The stricter the checks, the safer Zhao Lijiao will be at school. After leaving school, Zhao Huan endured the pain on the bus the whole way. As soon as I got home, I packed my things, preparing to hide in the contaminated area for a while and level up the monsters. Just as he stepped out of the residential area, he saw a building on the street suddenly split apart as if it had been torn apart by something, accompanied by a sudden roar in the air. Space tore apart, magic surged, and a fierce alarm sounded in everyone's ears. People cried out and scattered in all directions. E-level or D-level? How many rifts have appeared in the last 2 days? Why are there so many mid to high level illusionary rifts suddenly appearing? Is Dongchuan City really going to be destroyed? There are too few rifts. Why? Weren't the rifts in the research area supposed to be high-level demonic rifts? Why is there so much less chaotic aura emanating from them than expected? Wang Jiuzhe looked completely puzzled. The assistant, of course, could not answer Wang Jiuzhe's question, but could only comfort him. Fortunately, the Special Affairs Bureau suffered heavy losses in the Twilight Wilderness and will not be able to recover for a while. They are already preparing to issue a conscription order. This is a critical moment. Let's have the organization members find a way to get involved, cause some damage inside the rift, and prevent those explorers from breaking through the illusion. Seeing his assistant nod, Wang Jiuzhe looked puzzled. Speaking of which, how exactly did that illusion in Lake City manage to take the core of the illusion away from the illusion itself, without it collapsing or disappearing, but instead forcibly merging with reality? If only we could master that method. The information was tightly controlled at the time, and we couldn't find any more detailed information. However, the chairman and his group seem to know something. Those old geezers are too cunning. We can't touch them yet. Chapter 188 Explorers Recruitment Order. A conscription order? A rift appeared in the street, making it temporarily impossible for buses to pass. Zhao Huan had just scanned a shared electric scooter and was about to go to the bus stop a few streets away to wait for the bus when he suddenly received a call from Zhang Daxuan. Yes, didn't you see the notification from the Special Affairs Bureau? Without. After dropping off his sister, Zhao Huanshi planned to seek refuge in the contaminated area and didn't even check the messages he received on his phone. There are too many illusionary rifts, many of which are medium to large-sized illusions. The Special Affairs Bureau is having some trouble, so they're recruiting explorers to clear them out. All spoils gained within the illusion belong to the participants, plus a bonus and mission points. Mission points are the experience points that increase the level of the exploration team and explorers. Besides doing bounty missions, there are many other ways to obtain them. Zhao Huanshi, for example, has only participated in 2 proper missions with the exploration team. The first time, they encountered demon worshippers who ruined their mission. However, thanks to the information from the demon worshippers, the Special Affairs Bureau also awarded a considerable number of mission points. Afterwards, the exploration team submitted materials to complete the bounty mission. Zhao Huanshi participated in the defense and killed the aquatic monkey, held off Li Guangcai to prevent further damage, and even killed Lu Laotai last night, which earned him a lot of points as a reward. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Huanshi's explorer level had already reached level 4. For Zhao Huan, the explorer level is not very useful. Aside from the app's fancy level badges and achievement decorations, the only other improvement is the increased access to accepting tasks. However, accepting the mission was originally the responsibility of the exploration team leader and had nothing to do with Zhao Huanshi. Additionally, you can view more information on the Special Affairs Bureau's official website, which is already available online. This is somewhat useful. Compared to the often dubious, heavily edited, or even tampered information online, the information released by the Special Affairs Bureau is generally more reliable. However, if you fail to break through the illusion, there are no rewards, and you can't take the loot. It's probably to prevent people from just collecting resources without doing anything useful. We definitely need to be careful, Zhao Huanshi replied, while finding the relevant information in the Special Affairs Bureau app. Why are there so many explorers applying to enter the illusion rift? Are they all lined up? Aren't you worried about encountering danger inside the illusion? It's just a temporary conscription, not a breakthrough team. If we can't win, we can still run away. Besides, everyone is actually quite worried that something might happen in Dongchuan City. Even if awakened ones could survive in the contaminated zone, so what? Would they be living as comfortably as they are now? Don't be fooled by the many lunatics online shouting about the end of the world and that magic is the future. But unless you're completely out of your mind, who wants to actually go to a contaminated zone and live like a savage? Zhao Huan smiled upon hearing this. Without electricity or internet, and without the logistical support of urban technology, the awakened ones in the contaminated zone were indeed no different from savages. If you participate, I'll sign up for the E-level small-scale illusion. If you don't come, I plan to take them to clear out low-level rifts below E-level. Why bother reporting it as E-rank? With our strength, let's go straight for the D-rank rift. There aren't any small illusions in rank D, right? And we don't have a mage in our team, so it's easy to get wiped out in rank D rifts. Who said we don't have any mages? Fine, E-rank it is then. We'll show you the power of mages then, and we can also practice our teamwork. Okay, it's been reported. Reputable exploration teams have priority. The Special Affairs Bureau should get back to us soon. I'll tell the others, and you should get ready too. Preparation? There's nothing to prepare. The Goblin had stuffed everything Zhao Huan needed into the greed space, so he could take it whenever he needed it. After some steps on my phone, I returned the e-mule. Zhao Huansher turned around and looked into the distance. The illusionary rift that had just appeared was now surrounded by a cordon, along with the surrounding buildings. Several fully armed police officers retrieved the mangled body from the rubble and placed it in an ambulance. The body was shattered like that. There was no way to save it, but the necessary procedures still had to be followed. A while later, a modified van sped over. After stopping, a dozen or so burly men got out of the van, confirmed with the police officers who had cordoned off the scene, and then menacingly entered the illusionary rift carrying hammers and axes. They arrived so fast. This is a pure melee team, not even a marksman? Are they really not just going to get themselves killed? Zhao Huansher looked puzzled. He glanced at the modified van. They look more like a gangster team than an exploration team. Zhao Huansher originally thought that Zhang Dashuan had just signed up, and even if the frequency of the illusion rifts appearing was ridiculously high, it shouldn't be their turn for a while. Unexpectedly, just half an hour later, Zhang Dashuan called to say that they had been assigned to crack an E-level rift in the East District, and were already on their way to pick up Zhao Huansher. So fast. Are all those explorers in line fake? Zhao Huansher inexplicably recalled the practice of some trashy games deliberately making players queue outside the server in order to create a false impression of popularity. But when you open the app, you'll see that the number of explorers in the queue has decreased by more than half. Damn, so the fake number of people in the queue wasn't the actual number of rifts in the illusion. Zhao Huansher suddenly realized. Not long after, an armored minibus carrying middle-aged unemployed people arrived at the entrance of Lichuan Garden and picked up Zhao Huansher. There are also illusionary rifts here. Do the monsters also want to visit Lichuan Garden? Qian Mantang said with a smile. The driver's joke was too lame. Nobody paid any attention. Li Xiang asked Zhao Huansher with a face full of curiosity. Brother Zhang said you made another mage? Is it a goblin mage or a kobold warlock? Zhao Huan didn't hide anything. He's a cannibalistic magician with amazing barbecue skills. A cannibalistic magician? Everyone in the car was surprised to hear this. Although they had never fought in real life, they had dealt with ogres quite a bit in the Dawn Century and had a deep understanding of the strength of cannibalistic mages. Recalling his game character being burned to a crisp by a cannibalistic sorcerer, Su Duojin couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. A cannibalistic magician's barbecue skills? That's a real hellish joke. Zhao Huan smiled, but didn't explain. He thought to himself, I'll let you try a roasted swamp toad man, and then you'll know how amazing the chef's skills are. No wonder you let me take on the D-level illusion rift, Zhang Dashuan suddenly realized. Zhao Huansher shook his head. The illusion is quite different from the contaminated area. Let's go to the E-level illusion to get used to it first. You can talk, but why are you looking at me like that? I'm already a junior soldier. Li Xiang shouted. Qian Xiaolin snorted. Then you're the weakest player on the team. Li Xiang opened his mouth, but found that he was completely unable to refute it. Chapter 189. The cook must use food to bridge the gap. Standing before the rift in the illusion, Zhao Huan felt a mix of emotions. After being fired by the cleaners, I thought I wouldn't be able to enter the illusion rift for a while. I never expected that only 2 months later, I would be entering the E-level rift with a different identity. After confirming the identities of the police officers guarding the rift, Zhang Dashuan told everyone to prepare for battle. Zhao Huansher raised his hand and threw the Mingguang vine at him. Looking at the bark-like texture that appeared on his body, Zhang Dashuan was immediately surprised. What kind of ability is this? The bright vine's new ability, Enhances skin's defense. Zhao Huan offered a brief explanation. Awesome. Zhang Daxuan left with a sigh of admiration, then grabbed his weapon and shield and charged into the crevice first. Qian Mantang followed closely behind and went inside. Next were Jing Ji, Su Duojin, and Li Xiang. As for Zhao Huanshi, the summoner in support, he was placed at the very back of the team, and he only went in after Lin Honglei and Qian Xiaolin had gone in. I feel like the police officers around me are looking at me strangely. Zhao Huanshi touched his nose and then crawled into the crevice. In a moment of disorientation, the world before my eyes instantly transformed from city streets into a vast wilderness. When I came to my senses, I saw two large green lizards lying on the ground in a pool of blood, twitching slightly. Zhang Daxuan dug open the lizard's skull, searched around, but couldn't find the monster's crystal core. Stop looking. Everyone says that's a lizard's ability to change color, not an invisibility spell. TSK, isn't it better to just live a normal life? With such weak skills, you dare to ambush me, splattering me with blood, and I don't have a single useful item on me. Zhang Daxuan stood up cursing and kicked the giant lizard's carcass aside. At least I have a lot of flesh on my body. How could I be useless? As Zhao Huan spoke, he summoned the cannibalistic magician, intending to make it into a barbecue giant lizard to gain some experience points. Although they were mentally prepared, the sight of the over 3-meter-tall giant wielding a huge club still startled everyone. The cannibalistic magician's scrutinizing gaze was particularly striking, like a chef examining a pile of ingredients. Zhang Daxuan and the others felt a chill run down their spines from the sight of him, and unconsciously tightened their grip on their weapons. Zhao Huan kicked the cannibalistic magician and pointed at the lizard carcass on the ground. Don't glare at me and scare me like that. The food is right there. The cannibalistic magician wasn't disappointed, as long as it wasn't frozen meat. Ignoring Zhang Daxuan's wary and tense expression, he walked straight past him and picked up the two large lizard carcasses. At this moment, Li Xiang noticed the black pot on the cannibal magician's back and whispered to Zhao Huanshi, "Are you carrying a black pot, cannibal magician, ready to cook people and eat them at any time?" That's right, it's really good at dealing with people. It especially likes explorers like you who have just been promoted to junior warriors. The meat is just the right amount of tender and tough. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang's face stiffened, and he quietly moved a few steps closer to Qian Mantang. Seeing Li Xiang's cowardly appearance, Zhao Huanshi chuckled and looked into the distance. Wasn't it supposed to be a small-scale illusion? How come it's such a huge grassland? It's hilly. It's just that the vegetation is quite lush. Lin Honglei corrected. Tear. The cannibalistic sorcerer planted his scepter in the ground, grabbed the giant lizard's skin and ripped it off, then reached in to eviscerate it. Seeing this bloody and savage scene, Lin Honglei quietly asked Zhao Huanshi, "Are you sure it won't suddenly go berserk?" It's nothing, it's just processing the ingredients, and its technique looks a bit rough. Huh. Goblin knights are even more gruesome when they eat, and you guys don't seem to mind. How can that be the same? Goblin knights don't have that kind of imposing aura. A sense of oppression? What's that? Are you referring to body size? Zhao Huanshi felt that the cannibalistic magician was too tall, and his neck would hurt every time he talked to it. Seeing the cannibalistic magician turn his head to look, Zhao Huanshi flicked his hand and summoned the treasure chest monster. The lid was opened, revealing a bunch of seasonings. The cannibalistic magician picked out some spice powder and sprinkled it onto the lizard meat, spreading it evenly. The sight left Zhang Daxuan and his companions completely stunned. Boom! The cannibalistic magician ignited flames in his palm, completely enveloping the lizard meat. Su Duojin asked dumbly, Shouldn't it marinate for a while to let the flavors in? They didn't even drain all the blood from the lizard, so they didn't care about the flavor. All they wanted was freshness and naturalness. Zhao Huan pursed his lips and thought to himself. Seeing that everyone's attention was drawn to the cannibalistic magician, and they seemed to have forgotten why they had come into the illusion in the first place. Zhao Huan wasn't in a hurry, since it was just an E-level illusion anyway. Although the illusionary realm is larger than expected, once you find its core, it's usually the strongest monster in the realm. With all firepower on, the battle should be over in a few minutes. Then we can go home for dinner. At this moment, the aroma of roasted meat wafted out, and Zhao Huanshi heard several people around him swallowing their saliva. You're all drooling over this bloody barbecue? But it smells so good. Alright, let's eat first before we get back to work. Seeing that everyone was attracted by his roasted meat, the cannibal magician smiled slightly. Receiving a wink from Zhao Huanshi, He tore off half of the large lizard, flesh and bone, and handed it to Zhang Daxuan next to him. Zhang Daxuan was slightly taken aback, then quickly reached out to take it. The moment Zhang Daxuan touched the grilled meat, it felt like he was touching a red-hot iron, so hot that he almost jumped up. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned and didn't throw the roasted meat away. He just tossed it between his hands to cool it down a bit before tearing off a piece and putting it in his mouth. He took 2 bites, his eyes lit up, and after quickly swallowing, he looked at the others. Come and try this. This roasted lizard meat is absolutely delicious. Upon hearing this, the others immediately crowded around. First, they tore off a small piece to try it, and after tasting it, they all showed expressions of surprise and delight. They divided the lizard in no time, sharing pieces and eating it all up. While eating, they kept praising the cannibal magician's cooking skills. Although the cannibalistic magician couldn't understand what they were saying, he could guess the gist of it from their expressions and demeanor. His smile widened as he placed the other half of the roasted lizard meat into Zhang Daxuan's hand, then picked up another large lizard from the ground and began to prepare it. Seeing his teammates getting along so well with the cannibalistic magician, Zhao Huan felt gratified. Indeed, a chef should use his culinary skills to bridge the gap between himself and his teammates. After this meal, everyone should get along very well. Perhaps the aroma of the roasted meat was too enticing, attracting the true masters of this illusory territory, a pack of black dire wolves the size of calves. Chapter 190. Why is this wet nurse holding a spear? As the dozen or so demonic wolves ran at breakneck speed, their bodies became blurred, leaving long black afterimages, like a group of wandering ghosts. Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up immediately. This looks like a shadow-type spell ability. Maybe we can extract shadow cores from these demon wolves. However, once the pack of wolves got closer and saw the cannibalistic mage roasting meat, they immediately stopped and refused to approach. He paced back and forth in panic and anxiety, baring his ferocious fangs and letting out a threatening roar at the crowd. But the cannibalistic mage merely turned and glared at them, and the wolves were immediately terrified and retreated hastily. Hey, these demon wolves are much smarter than the swamp toads of the poisonous fog swamp. Zhao Huan was somewhat surprised. Seeing that Zhang Daxuan and the others had drawn their weapons and were ready to fight, Zhao Huanshi waved his hand. You guys eat first. These wolves are perfect for my summoned beasts to practice on. With a flick of his hand, several cards spun out and landed on the ground, transforming into a kobold greatswordsman, a gnollhound crossbowman, a goblin squad, and a goblin wilderness knight. When the goblin squad first appeared, they were a little flustered when they saw how big the dire wolves were and how many there were of them. Apart from the goblin warrior that mutated randomly while carrying an axe, the greenskins showed no fighting spirit whatsoever. However, the moment the goblin wild rider landed, the aura unfolded. All the greenskins seemed to have been injected with stimulants, and they all charged towards the demon wolves with strange howls. What difference in strength or numbers? They're just a bunch of fat wild dogs. Let's just fight them. Although he didn't know what had gotten into these greenskins, the kobold greatswordsman didn't hesitate. With a low growl, he transformed into a blur and dashed out at lightning speed. Holy crap, Li Xiang, that kobold's charge attack is way more skillful than yours. Although Zhao Huan told everyone that he would handle the demonic wolves, the others still kept an eye on the battle between the monsters, ready to join the fight at any time. Seeing how skillfully the kobold greatswordsman charged, Su Duojin turned around and stabbed his teammate in the heart. Nonsense, I've only been learning how to charge for a few days. Those kobolds, those summoned beasts are definitely different. Just as Li Xiang finished speaking, he saw the kobold greatsword master overtake the goblin squad and rush in front of the enemy, ducking to avoid being pounced on by 2 demon wolves. Using the momentum, he spun around, and the inferior greatsword drew an arc of white light, leaving huge wounds on the 2 demonic wolves. Holy crap, this kobold is kind of handsome. No sooner had Li Xiang finished speaking than the kobold greatsword warrior rolled away, somewhat disheveled, and escaped from the encirclement of several demonic wolves. Yes, the retreat was timely. At this moment, the goblin squad finally caught up. Regardless of what weapons they were holding, they jumped up and stabbed at the wolf's face, and the scene instantly became very chaotic. With the aura of the goblin wild riders, the goblin squad is much stronger than wild greenskins, and they can't be killed by a single claw from a dire wolf. Moreover, these guys attack with extraordinary ferocity, unafraid of death, and will keep fighting unless they are killed or maimed. With the addition of kobold, greatswordsmen, and skeleton hounds roaming the battlefield, and Knoll crossbowmen constantly firing arrows from behind. The wolf pack quickly found itself at a disadvantage in the battle. Upon seeing this, the Goblin Wilderness Knight suddenly seemed somewhat uninterested. Compared to these weak enemies, the roasted lizard in the hands of the cannibalistic magician behind it was far more attractive to it. The aroma of roasted meat is so enticing that it makes goblins drool. This guy's kidney deficiency has only just started to improve, and he's already getting arrogant. Zhao Huan glanced at the Goblin Wilderness Knight, but didn't bother with him. He threw out another card, summoning the Cancer Murloc Tidecaller. Zhao Huan was quite curious. The Tidecaller could attack with water bullets, heal with water mist, and control sea beasts. Does it level up by simply standing in the back and healing, or do you have to send sea monsters into battle to level up? Or is it both? As soon as the fiddlesticks and the giant claw crab appeared, Zhao Huan felt a refreshing sensation. Zhao Huan has no magic power, so the mana regeneration effect of the mana tide has nothing to do with him. Therefore, this feeling should be the effect of the totem pole's spiritual cleansing. He looked with some surprise at the totem pole that the fiddler had placed on the back of the giant crab. This can actually be considered placement? Just then, I heard my teammates discussing something in confusion. A merman riding a crab? Could this be a merman knight? I think so. Look, it's holding a wooden spear in its hand. But he doesn't look very strong. He seems more like a spellcaster. If we're talking about physique, how would we categorize cannibalistic magicians? Its technique is called dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. It doesn't use magic and only uses its fists, but you still can't beat it. Maybe he's a merman beast tamer. Then, the Murloc Tidecaller raised his hand, summoning a mist of water that enveloped a heavily wounded goblin lying on the ground. The goblin was severely injured, had lost most of its blood, and was on the verge of death. In a frenzy, the goblin would continue fighting even with broken arms and legs. If it hadn't lost too much blood and been too weak to get up, this goblin wouldn't have collapsed and died on the ground. After being enveloped in the healing mist, the wound stopped bleeding and began to heal slowly. Huh? She's a nanny? Then why is she holding a wooden spear instead of a staff? Qian Xiaolin said with a look of astonishment. Zhao Huanshi's lips twitched. Of course, it was because there was no staff for it to use. Feeling uneasy with his hands empty, Zhao Huan had no choice but to equip the mushroom poison spear to the Murloc Tidecaller. Both are sticks. The poison spear and the staff do share some similarities. If you have nothing better to do, you can pick mushrooms and throw them like grenades, which can be considered a built-in spell of the weapon, right? Perhaps they felt there were too many wounded, and they couldn't treat them all themselves. After casting a few healing water mists, the Murloc Tidecaller jumped off the giant crab, carrying the Murloc totem pole. It threw 2 water bombs, creating a puddle on the ground, and placed the Murloc totem pole inside. Instantly, everyone felt a cool breeze on their faces, and their bodies felt much more comfortable. Huh? I didn't know it could be done like that. Zhao Huan was stunned by the skillful play of the Murloc Tidecaller. Seeing the fishman falconer looking at him with a puzzled expression, Zhao Huanshi quickly coughed. Heh, well done. The Murloc Tidecaller blinked in confusion, then turned and pointed its poisoned spear at the wolf pack. The giant crab, which was standing there dumbfounded, blowing bubbles and picking up grass seeds from the ground with its large pincers, suddenly sprang into action, like a roaring armored vehicle, and charged sideways at incredible speed. Chapter 191. The kobold picked up a pickaxe. The wolves were already at a disadvantage in the battle, and the giant crab went in and rampaged around, killing and maiming several more, and incidentally knocking away 2 unlucky green-skinned creatures as well. The remaining 3 wolves let out a miserable howl, tucked their tails between their legs, and turned to run away. Seeing this, the giant crab turned around and charged again, narrowly missing the fleeing wolf, only realizing it hadn't hit its target after running more than 20 meters. This is really a bit silly. Zhao Huan sighed and turned to look at the cannibalistic magician. Luckily, the cook brought an iron pot. Why don't we take off a crab claw and make a seafood soup? Thinking about it, I decided against it. After all, it's my summoned beast. It would be a bit much to just eat its crab legs to satisfy my craving. Suddenly, the goblin wild rider charged out, caught up with the fleeing dire wolves, and stabbed them to the ground one by one with his spear. They strung the wolf carcasses together with a large spear, held them high, and returned to find the cannibalistic magician. Upon seeing this, Zhao Huanshi immediately went over to the cannibalistic magician and said, "Let's check if there are any monster crystal cores inside." Cannibalistic mages are spellcasters and can sense faint magical energy emanating from nature, making it easier for them to find monster cores. While helping to dispose of the demonic wolf's corpse, Li Xiang asked in confusion, "This E-level illusion is much weaker than I expected? These are just the small fry. The big ones haven't shown up yet," Su Duojin said. Zhao Huanshe frowned as he looked at the monster crystal core, about the size of a fingernail, in his hand. He wasn't sure if it contained any shadow magic, so he decided to wait until he was out of the illusion and then look it up online. Hearing Su Duojin's words, he smiled and said, "Judging from the current situation, these demonic wolves are very likely the rulers of this illusionary realm. The strongest monster is probably their leader, but he shouldn't be that strong. As long as you avoid monster spellcasters or any special variants, dealing with E-rank illusions shouldn't be too difficult." The Knoll crossbowmen, carrying roasted wolf legs, and the skeleton dogs, with bone clubs in their mouths, followed the scent and tracks left by the demon wolves as they approached, leading the exploration team toward the demon wolf's lair. Perhaps due to the lack of human activity, many low-grade plant materials were found along the way, which were collected by the explorers. Although the value of a single plant is not high, the large quantity makes up for it, and the total value adds up to a considerable amount of money. If it weren't for concerns about unforeseen circumstances, the exploration team should have split into two groups, one to gather materials, and the other to go to the wolf den to deal with the remaining monsters. This would have yielded greater rewards. Dividing our forces is a big no-no. Safety is more important. Let's deal with the wolf leader first. If we have enough time, we can cripple it and bring it with us before we go to collect materials. When Zhang Daxuan said this, no one else had any objections. After stopping and starting, it took them more than an hour to cross a dense thicket of bushes. Finally, on the other side of the illusion, they found the den of the demonic wolves, a cave at the foot of a small mountain. Outside the cave lay a giant black wolf, about the size of a van and roughly the size of a giant spider crab, along with 8 adult wolf cubs and 5 wolf pups playing. The exploration team had just emerged from the bushes when they were spotted by the dire wolves. The leader of the demon wolves stood up and let out a ferocious growl. The wolf cubs immediately fled into the cave, while the adult wolves gathered around their leader, baring their fangs and claws at the intruder. Although the wolf leader looked fierce and ruthless, as if he could attack at any moment, his eyes flickered, clearly showing some tension and solemnity. On the other hand, the exploration team immediately relaxed after seeing the appearance of the wolf pack and estimating its strength. "I'll deal with the leader, and you guys deal with those demon wolves. Leave the leader a breath so we can have time to gather materials nearby." After Zhang Daxuan finished speaking, he gave a low shout and led the charge towards the leader of the demon wolves. Qian Mantang led 3 novice warriors to deal with the other demon wolves, while Lin Honglei and Qian Xiaolin provided archery assistance. Zhao Huanshe summoned the Cancer Murloc Tidecaller and the Kobold Greatswordman. Send the Knoll crossbowmen, along with the skeleton hounds and kobolds, into battle, while leaving the Murloc Tidecallers nearby to heal the wounded team members. In the previous battle, the Murloc Tidecaller may have appeared too late. The Knoll Houndmaster, Kobold Greatswordman, and Goblin Squad all leveled up, but the Murloc Tidecaller did not. This time, Zhao Huan really wanted to see if the Murloc Tidecaller could gain experience and level up by only playing support. Lin Honglei fired a chi-gathering arrow into the forehead of an adult demon wolf. The wolf struggled for a while, then quickly became still. Seeing this, Lin Honglei stopped her attack. The remaining dire wolves posed little threat to their companions, but they served as good opponents for them to hone their skills. If you're lucky, you might even get a level up. After using the skill, Lin Honglei could clearly feel that the recovery speed of her fighting spirit was much faster than usual. The fighting spirit within warriors and archers is actually a mixture of natural magic power absorbed into their bodies and transformed into attribute-less magic power. Turning his head to look at the fishman totem pole on the giant crab, he wondered where Zhao Huanshe had found such a magical item, or was it equipment that the monster came with? But she clearly recognized the wooden spear with the colorful little mushrooms on it that the Murloc Tidecaller was holding. She had seen it before in the hands of a goblin. Suppressing his doubts, he turned back to focus on the battle ahead. However, the demon wolves were mostly killed, and their leader was also severely injured by Zhang Daxuan and Qian Mantang. Zhao Huanshe, the kobold, took a small, exquisitely crafted pickaxe inlaid with red gems from his waist, turned, and walked into the wolf den. Cleaning up the wolf cubs? Why use a pickaxe? Could there be a mineral vein inside the cave? Zhao Huan wondered to himself. A mineral vein? If a kobold picks up a pickaxe, then it must be. Boom! A sudden roar came from the wolf's lair, The cave visibly shook, and a large amount of dust gushed out. Lin Honglei was stunned for a moment. You dog-headed man. You also hid explosives? But thinking about it carefully, the kobold had nowhere to hide anything except for a pair of tattered leather shorts. Surely he couldn't have hidden the explosives in his shorts, could he? That's incredibly extravagant. Zhao Huan had no idea what this woman was thinking. It wasn't explosives, it was that pickaxe. I didn't expect it to make such a big commotion. Could it have a special attack on rocks? As Zhao Huanshu explained, he recalled the Murloc Tide Collar and glanced at the card in his hand. Cancer Merman Tide Collar. LV2. Giant Clawed Crab. LV1. Are the levels of combination cards calculated separately? Does that mean that enhancement and evolution are also calculated separately? A thought flashed through Zhao Huanshu's mind, but he didn't think about it in detail. Seeing that the smoke and dust in the wolf den had almost dissipated, he covered his nose with his hand and crawled inside. Chapter 192 The Demon Iron, or in the Demon Wolf's Den. The leader of the demon wolves was enormous, and the demon wolf dens were not like the burrows of wild wolves, with entrances and exits that were deliberately made very narrow and difficult to pass through. However, Zhao Huan had just been hit by the kobold greatsword with a fine pickaxe, causing a large amount of rubble to fall into the cave, making it difficult for him to walk. Deep inside the cave lay the corpses of several wolf cubs, and the kobold greatsword was covered in dust, with several wounds on his body from being hit by rocks. But it paid no attention to its injuries, its eyes shining, and it excitedly hammered the rock wall with its pickaxe. Zhao Huan brought the luminescent crystal close to the rock wall and examined it carefully for a while. Turning to his teammates who came in behind him, he said, "It looks like a small vein of magic iron ore." Magic iron ore? Qian Montang's eyes lit up. Is it valuable? 1 or 2 pieces aren't worth much, but if this entire vein can be mined, it should be worth several 100,000, right? Zhao Huanshu said somewhat uncertainly. The kobold greatswordsman used the fiery impact of his exquisite pickaxe to shatter the rock on the surface of the cliff, exposing the magic iron ore. But these are just the mineral veins on the surface. It's hard to say how many more mineral veins exist underground. However, as soon as Zhao Huanshu spoke, the other team members immediately became excited. What are you waiting for? Get mining. After Qian Mantang finished speaking, he was stunned. Mining? With his fists? Or with the custom-forged greatsword in his hand? The kobold greatswordsman knocked away a chunk of magic iron ore the size of a human head after a series of clanging and banging. Looking around, unable to find a suitable container, he simply tossed it on the ground. Given the mining efficiency of the kobold greatswordsman, let alone whether there are more veins underground, this one spot on the surface alone would be enough for it to mine for 10 days to half a month. How do cleaners usually handle this situation? Go outside and notify the Special Affairs Bureau to find a team of awakened individuals specializing in or mining to enter the site and begin operations. Upon hearing this, Qian Montang's face immediately showed some hesitation. Then, does that mean these ores don't belong to us? At least there should be some reward, right? When we were scavengers, if we discovered a mineral vein, we'd get a reward based on the value of the vein. I heard that the Breakthrough Squad also receives 20 to 30% of the monetary reward based on the value of the mineral vein. Given our current situation, wasn't that mentioned in the recruitment notice? Zhao Huanshu turned to Zhang Daxuan, who was the last to enter the cave, and asked him. Zhang Daxuan scratched his head upon hearing this. It seems to be written down, but there are too many details, I didn't read it carefully. By the way, I think I went too far, the wolf leader looks like it can't hold on anymore. Why don't you ask that merman to heal it? Upon hearing this, Zhao Huanshu immediately stepped out of the cave, summoned the Murloc Tide Collar, and threw 2 healing mists at the dying wolf leader, keeping it in a half-dead state. After a brief discussion, the group decided that Zhao Huan would ride a chocobo to the outside of the rift to report the discovery of the magic iron vein to the Special Affairs Bureau. The exploration team members certainly won't be able to mine much minerals on their own before the Special Affairs Bureau's deadline for breaking the illusion arrives. As for whether the Special Affairs Bureau will send people to mine the veins, given the large number of illusionary rifts appearing now, it's hard to say whether the Special Affairs Bureau can allocate manpower. Compared to magic iron ore, there should be more worthwhile magical metal veins to mine in higher-level illusions. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Huan rode his chocobo like a streak of yellow lightning toward the rift's exit. The expedition team walked for more than an hour, while the chocobos covered the distance in just a few minutes. They even had the leisure to kick away a passing rabbit and a large lizard disguised as a rock on the road. Zhao Huan emerged from the crevice and told the special police officer guarding the side about discovering the magic iron or vein. The special police immediately reported the situation. 3 or 4 minutes later, after the reply came back, a hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of the special police officer. He quickly composed himself and said to Zhao Huan, "Sure. The higher-ups said they will send a mining team over. They will give the exploration team 50% of the value of the ore they dig out." 50%. Zhao Huan was quite surprised. The special police officer also showed envy. That's what it says in the conscription order. Zhao Huanshe returned to the illusionary rift, intending to tell the other members the news. When they returned to the wolf den, they found a large pile of magic iron ore at the entrance. Holy crap, who's so amazing? They mined out so much ore in such a short time. After Zhao Huan finished speaking in surprise, he saw his teammates looking at him with strange eyes. "You'll have to ask your kobold. We just saw the little pickaxe in its hand suddenly flash red, and then with a boom, the ore fell down by itself." "Oh, are precision pickaxes really that powerful? They almost buried us in there. Your kobold didn't escape. We dug up the rocks and found it was gone." Zhao Huan rubbed his fingers together, looking at the cracked surface of the kobold greatsword, and his lips twitched. "Then I discovered that this guy had actually leveled up to level 4. So, for a kobold greatswordsman, mining is faster than leveling up through combat?" Zhao Huan thought with some surprise. Not long after, a high-ranking warrior who looked to be in poor condition, wearing the standard leather armor of a breaker, led more than 20 awakened ones carrying various gathering tools into the illusion rift. After checking the wolf leader's condition and confirming that the core of the illusion was this dying black giant wolf, the warrior nodded to Zhao Huanshe and the others. "No problem, the illusion has been broken. Also, once the mine is excavated and the value of the ore is calculated, the money will be transferred to the exploration team's account. Judging from the exploration, it should be around 300,000 to 600,000. Qian Mantang and the others showed joy on their faces, thanked the one who broke through the realm happily, and turned to walk towards the exit of the illusion. Only Zhao Huanshe glanced at the wolf leader, who was barely clinging to life, with a hint of reluctance. Whether the monster cores of the other dire wolves count as shadow cores is hard to say, but judging from the previous battles, the dire wolf leader should have mastered shadow-type magic abilities, so the cores they dug out definitely contain shadow magic, and they're probably not small either. Zhao Huanshe looked at Zhang Daxuan. "Brother Zhang, you know a lot of people in the Explorers. Can you ask me if anyone has gotten the crystal cores of poison and shadow monsters in the illusion? If so, how much would they sell them for?" "Okay, I'll ask for you once we get out." Zhang Daxuan responded without asking Zhao Huan what he needed these things for. It was already past 4 in the afternoon when we left the illusion rift. Once in the car, Zhao Huanshe summoned the mimic and poured out a large pile of magic iron ore. Then he stuffed the backpack containing the seasonings back into the mimic's body. Looking back, Zhang Daxuan saw that everyone was in good condition, but it was getting dark, so he decided to send them home to sleep first, and then decide whether to enter the illusionary realm tomorrow. Chapter 193 Desert Illusion. After returning home, Zhao Huanshe changed his clothes and went out for a meal. As it grew dark and there were few pedestrians on the street, I strolled over to the small park. Instead of obtaining the monster core from the demon wolf leader, Zhao Huan purchased 6 demon wolf cores at the team's internal price. Monsters of the demon wolf level don't have expensive crystal cores to begin with. According to the team's internal pricing, the total cost would only be around 6,000 yuan. If it were something belonging to Zhang Daxuan or someone else, they wouldn't charge Zhao Huanshe. They would just give it to him for free. However, the team's gains must be handled according to the exploration team's rules. He found a secluded corner, summoned the shadow slime, and threw the demon wolf core onto it. The wolf crystal core quickly entered the shadow slime's body and was devoured and decomposed by it. After the shadow slime had completely digested the crystal core, Zhao Huanshe recalled it. However, there was no indication of enhancement on the card. It failed. The weight of the crystal core is definitely enough. It's probably because the shadow magic content is too low. Zhao Huanshe had actually anticipated this outcome, but he still wanted to take a gamble. Although Zhou Liaoshu's shop was closed, he was still alive. Zhao Huan asked about it. He didn't have many shadow crystal cores to begin with, as they had all been bought up before. Now, the cheapest shadow black gem had risen to nearly 300,000. Zhao Huanshe inquired at other shops that sell materials, and found similar situations. In fact, the black gemstones they quoted were 30,000 to 40,000 yuan more expensive than Zhou Liaoshu's. If he had no other choice, Zhao Huanshi might have gritted his teeth and accepted it. But since the shadow slime can evolve with a cheaper monster core, Zhao Huanshi definitely wouldn't choose the black gem. Anyway, slimes aren't the main fighting force, so let's take it slow. If Zhao Huan really wants to improve his strength, he should focus on improving the cannibalistic mage and the goblin wilderness knight. To level up quickly, the goblin wild knight needs to fight stronger monsters, and then the monster corpses should be given to the cannibalistic mage to be roasted. Zhang Daxuan will apply for a D-level illusion tomorrow, and Zhao Huanshi is quite looking forward to seeing what kind of monsters he will encounter in it. My phone vibrated slightly. Zhao Huanshi opened the message and saw that it was from his younger sister. The teacher said the demon rift appeared man-made, and for safety reasons, my profession will be kept secret for now. Human intervention? The first thing that popped into Zhao Huanshi's mind was Wang Jiuzhi's face. I wonder if the Special Affairs Bureau has noticed this guy. Should we try to remind them? But it's just suspicion, there's no evidence. Zhao Huan frowned and muttered to himself. The next morning, Zhao Huanshi had just woken up when he saw a message from Zhang Daxuan in the exploration team's group chat. Zhang the warrior. At everyone, the magic iron or vein has been fully mined, and the money has been delivered along with the bounty for breaking the illusion. Jing Ji is a total heartthrob. So fast? Zhang the warrior. Also, the news that the middle-aged unemployed front's exploration team discovered a mineral vein in the illusion and earned 800,000 in reward in half a day has spread like wildfire. Jing Ji is a handsome guy. What do you mean? We haven't even received the news yet, but others already know? Zhang the warrior. Yes. Zhao Huanshi stared blankly at the messages in the group chat for a moment. Is the Special Affairs Bureau using the middle-aged unemployment front's exploration team as an example to attract more exploration teams to respond to the call to enter the illusion rift? Has the situation deteriorated to this extent? They're even resorting to marketing tactic like this. Zhang the warrior. I've heard that several exploration teams have already failed in the illusionary rift, suffering heavy casualties, some even losing their entire teams. So that's how it is. Zhao Huanshi. Should we still go to the illusionary realm today? Zhang the warrior, go. But there was a ghostly disturbance in the neighborhood near Honglei's house last night, and she's worried about her family, so she won't be coming with us today. If Lin Honglei, a mid-level archer, doesn't go, the exploration team's strength will be significantly reduced. However, with Zhao Huanshi's card monsters around, this is just a minor issue. Speaking of which, Zhao Huanshi had only met a few other members of the exploration team in group chats. They had never met in person. Zhang Daong, I've already applied. Then, less than a minute later, Zhang Daong, we've been assigned a mid-level D-grade rift, but the system is warning me that we might not have enough members. They suggest increasing the team size, or perhaps assigning us a few solo explorers. Zhao Huanshi, a freelancer? Zhang Daong, yeah, it's just like in a game. Some people who haven't joined an exploration team, or whose own exploration team isn't strong enough, can only match with random explorers in the app as individuals. Zhao Huanshi. They dare to form a random team to enter the illusionary rift? They're really brave. Jing Ji is a real heartthrob. Indeed, they should be given the title of warrior. Zhang the warrior. Zhang the warrior. At everyone, get ready, Lao Qian and I are on our way. Lots of money. Received. Qian Baimei. Received. Half an hour later, everyone stared at the desert before them, their expressions somewhat dazed. The scorching air around him made Li Xiang feel hot all over, and he couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. This seems to be much larger than yesterday's illusion. Do we really have enough time to explore it? Don't worry, the Special Affairs Bureau has given us twice as much time to solve the illusion. A D-level illusion is twice as long as an E-level illusion, so we'll definitely have enough time. As Zhang Daxuan spoke, he pointed to a small, slightly raised sand mound in the distance. There seems to be something there. Xiaolin, shoot an arrow and see. Qian Xiaolin nodded, took a quick aim, and accurately shot the arrow into the sand pile. With a whoosh, a gray figure leaped up from the sand pile and fled into the distance at lightning speed. It startled me. I thought it was some monster hiding in the sand, but it was just a rabbit. Li Xiang breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. Boom! The sand beneath the rabbit's feet suddenly burst open, and a brown figure darted out, opening its ring-shaped mouthparts filled with sharp teeth to swallow the rabbit whole, before quickly burrowing back into the sand. Holy crap! A burrowing worm. Li Xiang quickly gripped the shield tighter, looking nervously at the surrounding sand. Qian Mantang patted him on the shoulder. What's the panic? That burrowing worm is only about 3 meters long. It can swallow a rabbit, but it can't swallow a person. Even if it can't swallow a person whole, the way these burrowing worms attack is dangerous. If you get bitten, Li Xiang looked at the sand beneath his feet and couldn't help but swallow hard. The desert is hot, but some places feel chilly. Hee. That's why I always say you have to wear iron crotch pants when you go out. The most defensive part of my entire outfit is in my pants. Really? I always thought you were joking. Who's joking with you? Such an important place. Of course it needs to be well protected. Zhao Huan looked down at the cards in his hand. Perfect timing. Today's wilderness food would come in handy. Chapter 194 Earth Perception. Temporary green consumable card. Grilled mountain rhinoceros thigh meat. Fresh chunks of meat, cut from the legs of a dying mountain rhinoceros, are carefully roasted over the flames of a cannibalistic sorcerer, unleashing the innate power inherent in the rhinoceros's flesh and blood. Consuming food completely within 10 minutes grants a temporary buff lasting 8 hours, significantly enhanced earthquake perception, and when standing on solid ground, gains plus 10 defense, plus 15 strength, and plus 15 constitution. Rabbits in the desert? That's a sand hare. The sand arrows it shoots from its mouth can kill people, so don't be careless. Why does it smell like barbecue? The group turned around following the scent, and saw Zhao Huan at the very back of the group, taking big bites of a steaming piece of roasted meat. He looked like he hadn't eaten for 3 days, and was afraid someone would take it from him. In this situation, even though the barbecue smells delicious, none of the teammates would say they wanted to share a bite. You didn't eat breakfast? With his mouth full of meat, Zhao Huansher shook his head without speaking, then tossed out cards to summon the Knollhound crossbowman and the cannibalistic mage. He left the cannibal mage to protect him, and sent the Knoll crossbowman and skeleton hounds to the front of the group to scout for danger. After a hearty meal, Zhao Huansher finished the large piece of roasted meat in just 5 minutes, then let out a loud burp while holding his stomach. Burp, oh my god, I almost ate myself to death. Seeing his teammates' astonished and confused expressions, Zhao Huan offered a simple explanation. A magical food that adds a buff. It must be eaten whole to take effect. I'll let you try it next time. As he spoke, he gave Qian Mantang a strange look, leaving him somewhat bewildered. As soon as he finished eating, Zhao Huansher found himself experiencing a mysterious connection with the ground beneath his feet. Not only can you clearly feel the power you draw from the earth, but you can also hear the subtle sounds of insects crawling through the sand beneath your feet. He used his foot to push aside the sand, revealing a black beetle the size of a thumb underneath. Upon being illuminated by the light and realizing it was exposed to sunlight, the beetle hurriedly dug into the sand beneath its body and burrowed inside. Zhao Huan smiled when he saw this, and didn't think much of it. At this moment, Zhang Dashuan pointed to the skeleton dog in the distance, diligently searching for the monster's life force in the sand, and reminded Zhao Huansher, "Won't the intense sunlight harm the undead monsters?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Huansher looked over, and, sure enough, the skeleton dog looked rather unwell. Its tailbone was no longer wagging and was drooping listlessly. I looked up at the sun. The 2 fishmen certainly wouldn't like this dry and hot place, and their combat ability would also decrease. The Goblin Wild Rider's stealth ability is also greatly weakened under such a bright sun. The Kobold Greatswordsman hasn't resurrected yet. However, the photosynthetic efficiency of the bright light vine was maximized. After thinking it over, Zhao Huan decided that he could only switch to the Goblin Wilderness Knight. They are planning to recall the Knoll Dog trainers. Suddenly, the skeleton dog looked up into the distance and made a warning click-click sound. Zhao Huan squinted and looked around, only to see a pile of ordinary sand that looked no different from the surrounding area. After walking a distance and getting closer, Zhao Huan could sense the location of the skeleton dog's warning. Although the surface sand looked normal, the sand underneath was actually slowly flowing. Quicksand trap. Zhao Huansher muttered his guesses and turned to look at the cannibalistic magician. Let's throw a fireball over there and see. Without saying a word, the cannibalistic mage raised his hand and threw a fireball. Flames exploded, and sand and dust flew everywhere. A desert burrowing insect, accompanied by a piercing cry, swiftly burrowed into the sand and disappeared. Qian Mantang frowned. If the core of this illusion lies in the burrowing worm, and it burrows into the sand, wouldn't we be completely helpless against it? If that's the case, we'll have to notify the Special Affairs Bureau and have them send a breakthrough team to handle it. Zhang Dashuan said with a hint of helplessness. Let's take a look first. Maybe it's some other kind of monster? As Zhao Huan spoke, He recalled the Knollhound crossbowmen and released the Goblin Wilderness Knights. The lynx, perhaps feeling the desert was too hot, squinted its eyes and licked its lips with its tongue. The Goblin Wilderness Knight turned his head and saw the cannibalistic mage, and immediately greeted him with a smile. The moment it saw the cook, its mouth naturally started watering, with saliva dripping down to the corners of its mouth. You'd think it was drooling over a cannibal. What are you laughing at? If you want to eat, go find your own prey, Zhao Huan said to the Goblin Wilderness Knight, with obvious disdain. Upon hearing this, the Goblin Wild Knight lowered his head and muttered something to the wild lynx. The lynx in the wilderness twitched its ears, its eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. I understand what the summoner is saying. Why do I need you to translate for me? He lowered his head to sniff the air, then turned and drove off into the distance with the foolish Goblin Knight on his back. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly gave chase. They hadn't gone far when they saw the Goblin Wild Rider crouching on his mount's back, hiding behind a sand dune and secretly observing something. Zhang Dalu made a shushing gesture, lowered his body, and slowly moved closer. Quietly climbing up the sand dune, I followed the gazes of the Goblin Wild Rider and the wild lynx for a long time before finally spotting a huge, grayish-brown lizard lying in the distance, almost blending into the surrounding sand. What kind of lizard is this? I don't know. I don't know much about the types of monsters in the desert. Next time I play the game, I'll have to explore the various contaminated areas. I can't just stay in the city ruins shooting goblins and ogres all the time. As Qian Mantang was speaking, he saw the Goblin Wild Knight and the cannibal mage turn their heads and glance at him at the same time. Huanshe, can they understand me? I don't understand most of it, but I know what goblins and ogres mean. That's all right. But why are we waiting for this now? Let the lizard make the first move. Zhao Huan could sense that the sand in front of where the large lizard was crouching was actually hollow underneath, hiding many small creatures inside. There was also a large rat that darted swiftly under the sand, circled the hole once, and then quietly slipped out. At this moment, the large lizard, which had been pretending to be sand and hadn't moved, suddenly raised its head. A cone-shaped rock suddenly pierced through the sand pile, pushing a large, grayish-brown rat out from under the sand. The large rat's body was pierced, and it opened its mouth to let out a miserable scream. A half-dead, black beetle, about the size of a human hand, fell out of its mouth. After stabbing the large rat half to death, the cone-shaped rock instantly turned into sand and scattered, leaving the severely injured rat in the sand. The big rat struggled to get up, but failed several times. The blood flowing from the wound fell onto the scalding sand, quickly seeped in and dried, and a faint smell of blood spread rapidly in all directions. At this moment, the large lizard did not go up to collect its prey, but lowered its head and hid again. Chapter 195 Desert Giant Lizard. Suddenly, the sand began to boil, and a large number of black beetles emerged from the sand, swarming towards the dying, yellowish-brown rat. Just then, the large lizard that had been lying in wait finally made a move. Suddenly, it stood up, opened its huge mouth, and spewed out a yellow storm that engulfed the entire swarm of insects. Countless grains of sand were blown into the air and then scattered back down. Once most of the sand had fallen, the view became clearer. Zhao Huanshe and the others saw the giant lizard lying in the sand, having already swallowed the large yellow rat into its mouth, with only its tail still sticking out. After finishing the rat, the lizard turned around and stuck out its tongue to pick up palm-sized black beetles, stuffing them into its mouth. The black beetles were covered in a layer of yellow sand, their bodies stiff and completely motionless. Normally, even if a beetle's head is removed, its body wouldn't stop moving so quickly. At least its legs would still twitch a few times. These beetles in front of us are clearly under the influence of some kind of magic, Zhang Dashuan said uncertainly. This is a petrification spell. I feel like these beetles are trapped by the layer of sand on their bodies. Qian Mantang stroked his chin and guessed. Zhao Huanshe also felt that the giant lizard didn't seem to be using petrification magic. We'll know once we test it. With that, he summoned the goblin squad. Upon landing, influenced by the aura of the Goblin Wilderness Knight, the goblins, disregarding the scorching sand beneath their feet, immediately turned bloodshot and scanned left and right for any signs of the enemy. Upon spotting the monitor lizard, they immediately rushed towards it, shouting excitedly. These guys are clearly not well suited to desert terrain. After running a few steps, two idiots tripped over the sand and tumbled down the dunes like rolling gourds. They quickly overtook the two fastest goblins, who were running on all fours like wild beasts. Could this be a goblin roll charge? Jing-ji asked in surprise. Zhao Huan ignored his companion's teasing and pointed to the two goblins running fast on all fours. What breeds are those two? The goblin wild knight scratched his forehead. Go Polyagit. One looked like a goblin trained by a hunter into the shape of a wild beast, while the other resembled a beast-like goblin. What the hell? Goblin hunters. Zhao Huan was quite surprised. Upon closer inspection, he saw a goblin carrying a pitchfork, running and shouting as if it were directing the goblins in front of it. Wait, if there's a beast-like goblin, why train another goblin to look like a wild beast? The goblin wilderness knight looked at Zhao Huanshi with a puzzled expression, not understanding what the problem was. At this moment, facing the goblin squad that suddenly attacked him, the giant lizard did not use the yellow storm he had just used. Instead, it let out a low growl and summoned a rock spike formed from sand, which pierced through the rolling charge, goblin's body, and hung it in midair. In this situation, either the yellow storm consumes too much power, making it impossible for the giant lizard to use it frequently. Either the spell only works on beetles and has no effect on larger goblins. For explorers, knowing this is enough. Zhang Dashuan and Qian Mantang roared and charged out with their weapons in hand, raising clouds of dust behind them. Seeing this, the goblin wild rider hurriedly followed. The wild lynx's running speed was not much slower than the charge of two mid-level warriors, but its forepaws made almost no sound as they stepped on the sand. The cannibalistic mage's magic surged, but he did not unleash any spells. Instead, he stared down at the dark pit exposed when the beetles crawled out of the sand. These vertical pits definitely wouldn't form naturally in the desert. They must be beetle nests. I have a feeling there's a big one hiding inside. Zhao Huan was talking to himself. Hearing his mutterings, the cannibalistic magician suggested, how about throwing a big fireball in there? What if the swarm has already hollowed out the area below, and your fireball collapses it? If you're going to blow it up, wait until I'm far away. Zhao Huanshi looked up. The goblin squad was too far away, beyond the range of the goblin wild knight's aura. The yellow lizard was covered in a thick layer of rock armor, so the goblin squad's weapons did almost no damage. On the contrary, the giant lizard's casual tail flick and ramming were like heavy hammer blows, sending the goblin flying far away, lying on the ground barely alive and unable to get up. Aside from the goblin hunter standing at a distance wielding a pitchfork, there were only two four-legged creatures, leaping and bounding around the giant lizard, dodging several attacks with their agility. Although they couldn't launch an effective attack, these two hyena-like creatures successfully attracted the lizard's attention. This allowed Zhang Dashuan to rush to the side of the giant lizard without any hindrance. With a powerful strike of his sword, the rock armor and lizard scales shattered into fragments, leaving a huge wound on the giant lizard. The giant lizard then realized what was happening, hurriedly turned its head, and opened its mouth to spew out a yellow whirlwind composed of countless sand particles. Zhang Dashuan felt as if his body was covered with a layer of hard mud and sand, which made his movements somewhat stiff. Suddenly, a pitchfork shot out and pierced the giant lizard's mouth, interrupting its spellcasting. At the same time, Qian Mantang circled around to the other side of the giant lizard and slashed down heavily with his great sword, which was imbued with the light of battle aura. The goblin wild's knight leaped high into the air, his lance plunging fiercely into the giant lizard's head. This hunter has a pretty good aim. It's just that his weapon is a bit too dirty. Zhao Huanshi stood on the sand dune and complained. Qian Xiaolin asked curiously, isn't that just a big fork? TCH. City Bumpkin knows nothing. Li Xiang let out a laugh. Qian Xiaolin glanced at him sideways. You rookie warrior, you're just watching people fight, and you're even laughing. Li Xiang immediately stopped laughing, sighed, and said, why should a noob make things difficult for another noob? You're just a noob archer, and you're just standing here doing nothing. Su Duojin and Jing Ji rushed over to provide support, but judging from the giant lizard's miserable state, it probably wouldn't last long enough for the two of them to finish it off. Chapter 196 Desert Insect Fishing. Zhang Dashuan patted his body, and the hard rock layer formed by the sand and gravel on his body surface shattered into large and small stones that fell down. Flames erupted from the cannibal mage's hands as he roasted several beetles encased in rock in his palm. Once cooked, he handed them back to the goblin wilderness knight. Ignoring the goblin wilderness rider's grimace and screams as he was burned by the red-hot insect ball, he ignored it all. The cannibalistic magician turned to look at the large lizard in Li Xiang and the other's hands, which was being skinned, dismembered, and used to extract materials. It would rather roast the big lizard than eat the little bugs on the ground. After the Goblin Wild Knight blew for a while, the bug ball finally cooled down a bit. Peeling away the outer layer of rock like peeling a chestnut, the Goblin Wild Knight stuffed the steaming hot beetle into his mouth and took a bite, his eyes immediately lighting up. Sure enough, food cooked by the cannibal chef tastes different. He stuffed the remaining half of the beetle into the mouth of the lynx in the wilderness. He watched as the lynx's expression changed from resistance to surprise, and it chewed carefully with wide eyes. After finishing, it even stuck out its tongue and licked the corner of its mouth. The Goblin Wilderness Knight burst into laughter. While peeling the outer layer of rock from another roasted beetle, his eyes swept over the yellowish-brown insect balls scattered on the ground, thinking of asking the ogre chef to roast a few more. Turning my head, I saw the cannibal magician taking out various seasonings from the treasure chest monster's body and smearing them on the lizard meat. The Goblin Wild Rider's mouth immediately watered, and he turned his head away, completely forgetting about the insects on the ground. Zhao Huan stared at the dark, deep insect nest pit, less than half a meter in diameter, for a long time, but ultimately did not allow the cannibalistic mage to throw fireballs into it. His gaze swept over the beetles on the ground, and he felt they might be worth a little money. He bent down and collected these insects, which were completely trapped by the rock and unable to move. While enjoying roasted lizard meat, the exploration team continued to explore other areas. Having gained experience in combat and learned about the attack methods of the desert lizard, subsequent encounters with them became much easier. One person draws its attention, guarding against the stone spikes that might suddenly rise from its feet, while the other uses their shield to block the giant lizard sandstorm when the opportunity arises. The others then launch an attack, and the lizard can be dealt with quickly. If the cannibalistic mage were to intervene, the battle would end much faster. However, in the absence of a life-threatening situation, soldiers still need to constantly hone their skills through real combat in order to potentially level up or advance in rank. After becoming familiar with the desert giant lizard's fighting style, even Li Xiang began to join the battle. Zhao Huan also released the monsters and turned to get some help. Although desert conditions are harsh, it's still okay to let the monsters out for a short while. In addition to the desert monitor lizard, Zhao Huanshe also included the desert burrowing worm in his hunting list. These monsters hide underground, only launching a surprise attack when they spot their prey. Once they are injured, they will immediately retreat underground, but there are ways to deal with them. Zhao Huanshe was able to sense the location of the desert burrowing worms by relying on the temporary buff effect. Then, just lure the burrowing worm out and slightly restrict its movement so it doesn't escape back under the sand too quickly. Replace the deep sea pearl pendant that keeps the body moist with the deep sea murloc hunter to summon the fisherman from the card. Upon contact with the scorching air, the cool, damp layer of water on the fisherman's body instantly evaporated into steam. It looks just like a steamed fish that's been taken straight from the steamer. Seeing the fisherman's anxious expression and puzzled look, Zhao Huan pursed his lips and suppressed a smile. How about trying fishing in the desert? The merman hunter paused for a moment. Then his large eyes lit up with intense interest. A moment later, the bone spear whistled as it was swung forcefully, sending the lizard's head, which was hanging on the fishing hook, flying far away in an arc. Hey, didn't we go too far? Seeing that the lizard's head was more than 10 meters away from the target location, Qian Xiaolin whispered a reminder. The others remained silent, some lost in thought, others looking at Zhao Huanshe with puzzled expressions. But he remained calm. Overdoing it? How could that be? When it comes to fishing, the fish hunter is a professional. The fishman hunter simply gave the fishing rod a slight twitch, and the lizard's head, with its two large, unseeing eyes, hopped and skipped across the sand like a rabbit toward the burrowing worm's hiding place. Zhao Huanshe felt the sand in the distance suddenly vibrate and rub against each other. However, the burrowing worm chose to take the initiative after discovering its prey, rather than staying in the sand pit trap and waiting for the prey to come to it. Bang! Sand suddenly sprayed out. The burrowing worm suddenly sprang up, shooting 2 meters into the air and swallowing a large amount of sand and the lizard's head in one gulp. It closed its mouth parts, gripped its prey tightly, and was about to burrow back into the sand when it felt something pull it back. The fishman hunter gripped the fishing rod tightly with both hands, his muscles taut, and steam billowed from between his scales. His eyes were sharp, and his face showed excitement. So that's how it is. Are the fish in the desert these mutated eels? In my bloodline memory, there are similar creatures in the sea. Zhao Huan looked at the expression on the fishman hunter's face and felt a little puzzled. Why does this guy look so excited, not at all like he's been fooled. The moment the burrowing worm was caught, the goblin wild rider rushed out at lightning speed, grinning maliciously, and forcefully pierced the giant sausage's body with his knight's lance. The burrowing worm reacted immediately to the attack, hurriedly releasing its mouthparts and shrieking as it tried to escape. But the goblin wild rider, wielding his spear, was like a toothpick piercing the soft flesh of a conch shell, trying to drag its entire body out of the sand. How could he possibly pull it back? At the same time, Zhang Daxuan and Qian Mantang rushed to the burrowing worm amidst billowing dust and plunged their great swords into the worm's body. 3 toothpicks. With the combined effort of 3 warriors with a strength exceeding 70, they finally pulled the 4 or 5 meter long worm out of the sand. With a flurry of hacking, the burrowing worm's head was severed. Even without its head, with fluid gushing from the severed end, the burrowing worm's body will still burrow into the sand. It wasn't until it was cut into several pieces that things quieted down a bit. The battle was over, but the Murloc hunter looked at everyone with great dissatisfaction. It was clearly fishing, but these people rushed up and killed the fish. What's going on? You can't pull this thing out yourself? I'll find you a smaller one later, and they can start cutting it down after you've fished the whole thing out, okay? Seeing that the Murloc hunter's expression had softened considerably, Zhao Huanshe recalled it back to the card to rest. The desert environment is extremely unfriendly to merfolk. Even with magical equipment to keep their bodies moist, they can easily be dried out and turned into fish jerky if they stay in the desert for too long. Chapter 197. It didn't bite the hook, but it bit the fisherman. It was past midnight. The group sat down to rest on a sand dune. They explored most of the desert, but didn't find the mutant desert lizard or the giant desert burrowing worm they had imagined. The fact that the fisherman leveled up by 1 level after catching more than a dozen desert burrowing worms really struck Zhao Huan as absurd. Besides the fisherman, the goblin squad and the Nullhound crossbowmen also leveled up by getting assists in battle. The ogre chef roasted meat all day, and the goblin wilderness knights ate roasted meat all day as well, but neither of them saw any level increase. On the other hand, Mingguang Tong, thanks to its extremely high appearance rate and constant use of healing and purification abilities, has already reached level 9. Maybe I can reach the maximum level before leaving the desert illusion. We've almost wiped out the burrowing worms and desert lizards, so where could the core of the illusion be? It can't be on the sandhare or the gerbil, can it? It's hard to say. Maybe it's on some cactus or desert thorn fruit. This is ridiculous. If we can't find the core of the illusion, will the exploration team's rating drop? Probably not. We've done our best, but we'll probably have to give up our harvest in the desert. TSK. I should have looked for the core components first. Under the moonlight, the sand rippled, and a black beetle the size of a palm emerged from beneath the sand, trying to find food by following the scent. But as soon as it came out, a lynx pierced its body with its claws. After struggling in vain, he was finally stuffed into the mouth by the goblin wild knight. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshe fiddled with the sand in front of him. The buff from roasted mountain rhinoceros thigh meat only lasts for 8 hours, and Zhao Huanshe had already lost his ability to sense the earth long ago. He wouldn't notice anything moving under the sand unless a beetle crawled out from under his buttocks. Recalling the strange feeling he had experienced in the beetle pit, Zhao Huanshe turned to look at his teammates. Perhaps the core of the illusion isn't on the surface, but underground. The Murloc hunter, holding a fishing rod, lowered a skinned lizard into the insect nest pit. The hole was too small to fit the lizard hole, so they had to cut off its limbs and remove a significant portion of its body. It was just getting light. The sun hadn't risen yet. After a night of cooling, the desert air was no longer hot, but rather very cold. The moist layer of water on the surface of the merman hunter's body froze into ice, emitting a faint chill. The fishman hunter felt very comfortable in this environment, and a look of pleasure appeared on his face. He held the fishing rod and shook it gently, as if he was using bait to entice the fish swimming in the water. Watching the fishman hunter's fish, Qian Mantang was somewhat skeptical. Those beetles are only the size of a palm, and their leader is at most the size of a small car. Could they be the core of the illusion? Who knows? We've searched the entire desert. If it's not here, we'll just have to slink away, Zhao Huanshe said with a shrug. That's true, but can the lizard really lure out the insect king? Give it a try? If it doesn't work, have the cannibalistic mage throw a big fireball in there. As they spoke, a slight tremor came from beneath their feet. Zhao Huanshe and his teammates exchanged glances, instantly realizing their answer, and hurriedly turned and ran back. Boom! The yellow sand beneath the merman hunter's feet suddenly bulged up and exploded, shooting into the sky like a gushing spring. A giant black beetle used its mouth parts to bite the fishman hunter's body, lifting it high into the air. Good news. The angler really caught a big fish. Bad news. The fish didn't bite and went straight for the angler. Fortunately, the murloc hunter reacted quickly enough and activated its frost scales the moment it was attacked. The hard ice covering the scales barely withstood the giant beetle's bites, and frost even spread along the giant beetle's mouthparts. At the same time, the sand dunes churned, and countless black beetles emerged from beneath the sand like a tide, rushing towards Zhao Huanshi and the others with sharp insect chirps. Holy crap! Brother Qian, didn't you say the insect king was at most the size of a small car? This thing is even bigger than your little villa. Li Xiang shouted in a somewhat frightened manner. Although Qian Mantang was also shocked, he still subconsciously retorted, "Bullshit. What small villa? My villa is anything but small." Qian Xiaolan's eyes widened. What kind of life or death situation is this? You still have time to argue about this kind of thing? I think we should run for our lives. Zhang Dashuan looked at Zhao Huanshi. What do you mean? Let's test it. Zhao Huanshi turned to the cannibalistic mage. Give it a shot. Without a word, the cannibalistic mage roared and chanted, conjuring a large fireball that he hurled at the giant beetle. Boom! The fireball struck the giant beetle squarely on the forehead. A wave of fire swept through, igniting half of the giant beetle's body, and the violent explosion also blasted the merman hunter into the air. The giant beetle let out a hiss, frantically flapping its wings and stirring up a storm of yellow sand. Zhao Huan didn't know whether the insect intended to extinguish the flames on its body with a strong wind or with sand. But the moment it stirred up a strong wind with its wings, the little black beetles instinctively spread their wings and took flight with the help of the wind. Then a large number of them were burned to death by the flames swept up in the sandstorm. This bug looks silly, like it's easy to bully. Then let's fight. Zhang Dashuan let out a low roar and charged towards the giant beetle, braving the swirling sandstorm. Oomph! Pot! Qian Mantang spat out the sand that had flown into his mouth, closed his mouth tightly, and chased after it. Are you really going to fight? Jing Ji's expression was somewhat helpless, but he gripped his twin swords and followed closely behind Qian Mantang, using his body to shield himself from the sandstorm. Su Duojin and Li Xiang did not follow. Instead, they drew their weapons and shields and stood guard in front of Zhao Huanshi and Qian Xiaolan with solemn expressions. Giant beetles are terrifying, but a tidal wave of black beetles is just as frightening. The cannibalistic magician threw out another large fireball, but its power was greatly weakened as it passed through the sandstorm. When it hit the giant beetle, its power was even less than that of the small fireball. Upon seeing this, the cannibal mage's face immediately turned violent. He gripped his thick scepter tightly, wanting to rush into the sandstorm and let the giant beetle witness the rage of a melee mage. But seeing the overwhelming swarm of black beetles, he worried that if he left, his summoner would be devoured to nothing. What kind of look is that? Before you came, I could have slaughtered the entire ogre tribe. As Zhao Huan spoke, he flicked his hand, and 9 cards spun and flew out, summoning all the monsters except for the 3 musketeers. Chapter 198: Killing the Giant Beetle. The kobold greatswordsman stood in front of Zhao Huanshi. The merman tie-collar jumped off the crab's back, creating a small crater with 2 water bombs, then planted the merman totem pole inside, before turning to shield Zhao Huanshi in front of him. Ignoring the fact that the water in the puddle would quickly seep into the sand and disappear, I condensed a healing mist and threw it at the monsters in the front row. The giant chevron charged out like a tank, crushing countless black beetles to dust. The green-skinned creatures shouted excitedly, following behind the giant spider crab to pick off any remaining enemies. The 2 slimes slowly wriggled, and before they could do anything, a bunch of black beetles crawled into their bodies, filling them completely. Although a knoll crossbowman can kill a black beetle with a single arrow, the enemy numbers are too great, and a few arrows are simply not enough to change the course of the battle. The skeleton hounds, however, relied on their hard bones to ignore the beetles' bites and wreak havoc among the insect swarm. But the mimic, with its even tougher body, simply stands on the ground, its entire body ablaze, and without doing anything, it can burn the black beetles that approach it until they sizzle and fall silent, emitting black smoke. The goblin wild rider casually picked up a charred black beetle and stuffed it into his mouth. Although it was burnt on the outside and raw on the inside, it couldn't compare to what the cannibal chef made at all, but having something to eat was better than having nothing at all. Ignoring the swarming black beetles, he rode the wild lynx at breakneck speed towards the giant beetle. The chocobo, crackling with electricity, raced through the swarm of insects, kicking them to death and emitting joyful chirps. Seeing that Zhao Huan was not in any real danger, the cannibalistic magician no longer hesitated. He slapped his palm hard on the scepter, and instantly a raging fire erupted. Dragging the flaming club across the ground, it charged into the sandstorm, leaving a trail of sparks and charred beetle corpses in its wake. Zhao Huanshe lowered his head and rubbed his fingers together. The fisherman is still alive. The sky was covered by yellow sand, which made the photosynthesis of the bright light vine almost impossible, but the defensive effect of the bark technique was still working. Zhang Daxuan, relying on his thick skin, attracted most of the giant beetle's attention. Qian Mantang and Jing Ji then looked for an opportunity to attack the giant beetle's body. The giant beetle is enormous with a hard shell, but it's not very bright. After fighting 3 soldiers for a long time and getting a lot of wounds, he suddenly remembered that although he usually hid underground, he could actually fly. After ramming the enemy away, the giant beetle once again opened its elytra, revealing translucent wings that vibrated violently. A strong wind howled, blowing up even more sand, making it impossible for Zhang Daxuan and his 2 companions to open their eyes. The giant beetle slowly took flight. Having lived underground for so long, it didn't know how to fly for a moment. Just then, a tall merman, covered from head to toe in transparent ice crystals, exuding a chilling aura and with eyes as cold as knives, charged out aggressively and hurled his bone spear at the back of the giant beetle. The bony spear pierced through the transparent insect wings and penetrated the giant beetle's almost defenseless dorsal and ventral regions. The spear was made of tough material, and the insect wings were vibrating violently. Almost instantly, half of the giant beetle's wing was torn to shreds, and its body fell to the ground at an angle. The Goblin Wild Knight arrived just in time, yelling as he threw the fishbone shield from his left hand. The shield whooshed through the air, but hit nothing. It traced an arc, plunged straight into the sand, and exploded with a bang. The flying shield fragments and fishbones killed many black beetles. The Goblin Wilderness Knight paused for a moment. Then a massive body rushed past him, roaring as it slammed its flaming club down on the giant beetle's head from below. A loud bang followed, and flames roared. The cannibal mage's attack, combined with the secondary impact of the fiery strike, caused the giant beetle's head to rise high again, its body almost perpendicular to the ground. The embers reignite. The scattered flames coalesced back into the cannibalistic mage's hand, transforming into a massive fireball, which he slammed down on the giant beetle's head. Boom! Blazing flames shot into the sky. The giant beetle let out a scream. The Goblin Wild Knight, however, smelled the charred and meaty aroma emanating from the burning beetle's body and suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Unfortunately, it probably won't have time to eat this meal. As the giant beetle fell to the ground engulfed in flames, Zhang Daxuan sliced off most of its charred head with a wave blade slash. A few minutes later, the entire illusionary realm suddenly began to shake violently. Holy crap! Holy crap! Is this the prelude to the collapse of the illusion? This looks terrifying. Li Xiang shouted in a panic. Should we run away now? Seeing his 3 friends looking quite nervous, Zhao Huanshe smiled and comforted them. Don't panic. The bigger the illusion, the longer the collapse will take. You can take your time to walk out. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang and the other 2 calmed down a little, but only a little. To divert attention, the conversation shifted to the giant beetle. What about that big beetle? We finally managed to kill it. Should we take the carcass with us? You can't take the illusion core out of the house, right? Zhao Huanshe shook his head. The illusion is already showing signs of collapse, and the beetle's corpse is no longer related to the core. Sometimes the core of the illusion will condense on certain items, in which case the items must be completely destroyed in order to destroy the illusion. As for monsters, you can leave their corpses alone, but if the materials they carry are valuable, you can take them with you. However, the exit of this illusionary rift is too narrow. Even such a large beetle can't be taken out. While the group was talking, Zhang Daxuan and his 2 companions had already dug out the monster core of the giant beetle, grabbed some of the more valuable-looking body materials, and quickly ran back. However, Zhao Huanshe's 4-card monsters. The Goblin Wilderness Knight and his mount rummaged through the charred beetle's head, digging out steaming bits of flesh and brains and stuffing them into their mouths. The cannibalistic magician looked at the rare, large insect-like food in front of him, pondering whether to roast it directly over a fire or extract some of its essence to make a soup in an iron pot. The Murloc hunter felt that the meat of this giant beetle would be quite suitable as bait. "You bastards, you want me to come and invite you in person, huh?" Zhao Huan rode over on his chocobo, glaring fiercely at the summoned creatures. Finally, under the expectant gazes of several monsters, Zhao Huansher secretly summoned the goblin scavenger and hurriedly stuffed a sack full of beetle meat into it. "What? You want to take the insect leg back to roast? It's so big. Do you think a scavenger's tattered pocket can fit it? Don't push your luck." Even though Zhao Huan was actually cursing the goblin wilderness knight, the goblin scavenger felt like he had been slapped for no reason. Then, when Zhao Huansher angrily slapped the monsters' bodies to summon them back, the goblin scavenger was indeed beaten up for no reason. In the instant it disappeared, it faintly heard Zhao Huansher's somewhat embarrassed voice. I was playing too smoothly and made a mistake." Chapter 199, Soloing the Poisonous Mist Illusion. Mingguang Vine. Well, Max, the bright light vine has grown, increasing the toughness of its roots and leaves. The magical bark made from its tough bark now grants the following attributes: defense plus 12, magic resistance plus 6. Unable to further upgrade the card level. Radiant Vine Card Enhancement Ritual. Place items rich in life magic, such as crystals and gems, to summon Radiant Vine to cover and wrap the card. Place it in sunlight until the Radiant Vine completely absorbs the life crystals. I felt like I still had a lot of time to kill, but how come I suddenly reached the maximum level after Brother Zhang helped me defeat a giant beetle? Because it was a boss, I got more experience from assists. It's also possible that Zhang Dashuan took the most hits and suffered the most serious injuries in order to attract the giant beetle's attention. Aside from the bright vine reaching max level, only the giant claw crab leveled up by stomping on a bunch of black beetles. The monsters involved in the battle against the giant beetle are a cook and a fisherman, neither of whom level up through combat. The only one who could gain experience from combat, the Goblin Wild Knight, unfortunately didn't contribute anything. He just went along to make a cameo appearance and ate half a beetle's head. Putting away the cards, Zhao Huansher turned to look out the car window. After finishing his conversation with the police officer guarding the rift, Zhang Dashuan turned and returned to the minibus. "How so?" Qian Mantang asked. "Wait a little longer, until the collapse of the fissure becomes more obvious, then we can leave. Everyone, let's rest for a while." Having spent a day and a night in the desert without sleep, the explorers looked extremely exhausted. Zhang Dashuan glanced around. "Go back and rest at home for a couple of days. We'll continue once we've recovered." Jingji nodded. "I feel like I'm about to advance. If I do a few more battles like that, I should be able to reach the intermediate warrior level," Qian Mantang said with a smile. "Soldiers have to be brave and daring to fight to get promoted quickly. Back then, Lao Zhang and I pushed ourselves to the limit to get promoted so fast." Zhang Dashuan checked his phone for information, but didn't mention Qian Mantang. When disaster struck and his family perished, he truly didn't want to live anymore. Zhao Huan felt that he was in good spirits and that he would recover after sleeping for half a day. He planned to use the life orb he had obtained in the underground labyrinth to complete the enhancement ritual for the bright light vine. Then, while the exploration team rests, they can wander around the poison mist swamp to see if they can kill a few poison monsters, dig out poison crystal cores, and find a highly poisonous mud pit to perform the enhancement ritual for the venom slime. At that moment, Zhang Dashuan, who was scrolling through his phone, suddenly turned to look at Zhao Huansher. "Huansher, a small E-level illusion has appeared nearby. The exploration team that went and said it's filled with poisonous gas, like a poisonous fog swamp, and there's a group of giant toads that can spray poisonous fog and venom arrows, as well as a particularly large toad leader." Zhao Huansher looked up. "They got the poison crystal?" No, they never expected the situation inside the rift to be like this, because the illusion is very small, about the size of a football field. The toxicity of the poisonous fog was similar to that of the poisonous fog swamp, so they thought they could hold on and finish off the monsters quickly before the poison took effect. They never expected to be wiped out inside. Now everyone is poisoned and has been sent to the hospital. That rift realm is currently unavailable. If you're interested, we can go now without waiting in line." Qian Mantang asked in surprise. "We didn't bring any anti-poison gear, and the Mingguang Vine can only protect one person." Zhang Dashuan glanced at him sideways. "He can handle this small illusion on his own, so we don't need to go in with him." Zhao Huansher also felt there was no problem. He could withstand the toxicity of the poison mist swamp for a long time, even without the bright light vine. Finding poisonous monsters in the poison mist swamp would take an unknown amount of time. Since there was a group of monsters readily available, and there was a reward for killing them, Zhao Huanshi certainly wouldn't let it go. I'll go in and have the cannibalistic mages unleash their full power to end the battle as quickly as possible so everyone can go home and get some sleep. Alright, I've applied. Huh, that was fast. The application's been approved. We can leave this place for now and head straight to that E-level rift. The crevice was indeed quite close to them. Qian Mantang used navigation and arrived at their destination in just over 10 minutes. After getting off the car and waiting for Zhang Daxuan to complete the formalities, Zhao Huanshi walked straight into the crevice alone. The police officers guarding the rift were puzzled when they saw that only one member of the entire exploration team had gone in, while the other members were either squatting outside the rift playing on their phones or resting in their vehicles. They exchanged glances, and one of the officers silently reported the situation, only to receive a "don't worry about it" reply. Zhao Huanshi passed through the crevice and found that it was a swamp-like environment. The air was filled with toxic fumes and a damp, putrid stench. Underfoot was soft, rotten mud and water that barely reached ankle level. The surrounding area is lush with aquatic plants, and you can hear loud croaking of frogs. Seemingly noticing another intruder, the frogs croaked even louder. With the splashing sound of water, numerous enormous toad monsters, each standing up to be half a meter tall, hopped and gathered towards Zhao Huanshi. Zhao Huanshi raised his hand and threw out several monster cards. The moment the cannibalistic magician's enormous size appeared, the giant toads were stunned for a moment, then turned tail and fled. Huh? That doesn't make sense. Back then, the swamp toads charged straight at us. How can you be smarter than those humanoid toads? When Zhao Huanshi was complaining, the Murloc hunter hurled his frost net with force, catching several large toads that had huddled together and were trying to escape. He then sped up, quickly catching up to another toad and piercing it through with a single shot. The giant crab, carrying the fishman tide collar, moved freely in the mud, and with a single collision, sent the fleeing toad flying into the sky. On the contrary, the cannibalistic magician was too heavy and had great difficulty walking in the mud, so he angrily threw out a string of fireballs, scalding 4 or 5 toads half-cooked. In the distance, a giant toad the size of a tank, seeing its kind being slaughtered by the enemy, roared like a muffled cylinder and fiercely crawled out of the mud. Just as the giant toad emerged halfway out and before it could even get into position to use its magic, a huge fireball streaked across the sky and crashed down upon it. The giant fireball exploded with a deafening roar, blasting countless sludge particles into the sky, which then rained down like raindrops. The enormous toad, its head slightly charred, lay on its back with its belly up, its limbs twitching slightly. It was clear it was going to die. Damn, this guy's supposed to be a water enthusiast. How come his fire resistance is this low? Zhao Huan muttered under his breath as he tossed out the swift chocobo and the goblin trio. I was lucky. I got a goblin scavenger on my first try. Quick, before the illusion collapses, find as many valuable things as possible. After saying that, Zhao Huanshi rode his chocobo and ran towards the toad leader. Chapter 200. The family owes hundreds of millions. Why are they working so hard? Something valuable? The goblin scavenger glanced around, and his eyes lit up when he saw the half-dead giant toads on the ground. He ran over to a large toad with distorted eyes and twitching limbs in a few steps, raised a bone club, and smashed it down hard. After smashing the half-dead toad to death, he picked up the toad by its hind legs and stuffed it into the tattered sack. Unfortunately, the sacks had limited capacity, and after stuffing in only 3 or 4, they couldn't fit anymore. The goblin scavenger scratched his head and turned his gaze to the surrounding aquatic plants. As soon as Zhao Huanshi entered, the spatial rift began to tremble slightly, and the emanating magical energy fluctuations became unstable. Not to mention the police officers guarding the crack. Even Zhang Daxuan and the others showed strange expressions on their faces. I expected Zhao Huanshi to be quick, but I didn't expect him to be this fast, Qian Mantang said with a look of surprise. Zhang Daxuan smirked. I suspect you're slandering him. I thought that since the illusion was showing signs of collapse, Zhao Huanshi would be out soon. I didn't expect to wait for more than half an hour. Zhang Daxuan was worried that something might have happened to Zhao Huan inside, and couldn't help but want to go in and check. The cannibalistic magician emerged from the crevice, dragging a bunch of large toads while holding several toad legs in his left hand and a huge toad leg in his right. Upon seeing this, the surrounding police officers were stunned for a moment. then nervously pointed their guns at the cannibalistic sorcerer. Wait, don't shoot. This is our teammate's summoned creature, not a wild monster. Zhang Daxuan quickly called out. The police officers were skeptical when they heard this. But the cannibalistic magician simply stood aside with a bunch of toads, showing no intention of fighting whatsoever. The officers remained vigilant, holding their guns, but did not make any offensive moves. Then, Zhao Huanshi, dragging a bunch of giant toads and one of the toad leader's legs, crawled out of the spatial rift. Why are you carrying so many frogs? Zhang Daxuan was somewhat puzzled. It looks quite valuable. It feels like a real shame to lose it. With a slight sensitivity to wealth enhanced by the Goblin trio, Zhao Huan vaguely sensed that these poisonous toads might have some special value. Besides what he had in his hands, the toad leader's corpse was cut up and, along with a bunch of poisonous toad corpses, was stuffed into the greed space by the Goblin scavenger in several batches. The things Zhao Huanshi and the cannibalistic magician possessed were mainly used to deceive others. This would save Zhao Huan from having to sell the toad carcasses or use them for other purposes without being able to explain their origin. Zhao Huanshi was instructed to recall the cannibalistic magician to prevent further trouble. Zhang Daxuan and others helped him move the toads to the car and put them in several bags. Unlike exploring the contaminated area, Zhao Huanshi solved the illusion entirely on his own this time, with no help from others, and he didn't need to share the spoils with his teammates. Back at Lichuan Garden residential area, Zhao Huanshi declined his teammates' offer to help him move the belongings, telling them to go home and rest early. He piled the things up in the guardhouse and asked Grandpa Huang to keep an eye on them for him, then made several trips back and forth to carry them home. During the last move, I saw a commotion suddenly break out in the neighborhood. An elderly couple, their faces red and necks bulging, were hurling nasty insults at each other. Zhao Huanshi looked at Grandpa Huang. Aren't you going to do something about it? Grandpa Huang shook his head. I can't persuade them. I don't have law enforcement power, and I can't do anything about it. Huh? It's just an argument, and you need to use law enforcement power? A while ago, when you weren't home, the son of the family in apartment 502 of building 3 was acting strangely. Someone reported him, and when the special police came to investigate, they found that he was worshipping a demon statue, so they arrested him. Isn't this a good thing? If they hadn't been arrested, they wouldn't even know when their son had killed them. That's true, but the kid was supposed to be taken for treatment, but he died during the treatment. They didn't even let them see his body, saying they were afraid the body would mutate and cause pollution, so they cremated him directly and sent back a box of ashes. That's why the old couple went crazy. He died from the treatment? Zhao Huanshi clearly remembered that the special police officer had said that people bewitched by the demon statue could be cured if their symptoms were mild. They say the mental pollution is too severe and there's no hope left. Anyway, it's hard to persuade or manage this. Grandpa Huang's tone was full of helplessness. Zhao Huan nodded, but didn't think much of it. Back home, he took a picture of the poisonous toad's corpse and sent it along with some information to Zhao Lijia. Then, the 3 goblin thugs were summoned, and the items were placed into the greed space in several batches. He left the mimic monster and the goblin thief to guard him, took a shower, and went to bed. Early the next morning, Zhao Huanshi received a reply from Zhao Lijia, saying that she would leave 2 toads for her to study. He replied with an okay, and then took a bus to the poison fog swamp. His original plan was to strengthen the bright vine first. However, now that he had obtained the poison crystal core, Zhao Huanshi planned to first find a poisonous pool and throw the venom slime into it, and then see if he could complete the strengthening ritual of the bright vine in the poisonous fog swamp. He researched online and noted down the locations of several highly toxic mud pits near the exit, intending to complete the enhancement ritual for the venom slime first. Zhao Huanshi felt that venom slime's combat ability was average. The main problem is its poor mobility, and its attacks have poisonous and corrosive effects, which can severely damage loot. However, the buff from the card player for the purple venom slime is quite good, as its poison resistance can be useful in many situations. He still has enough evolution points, and he wants to evolve venom slime to blue quality as soon as possible. However, when Zhao Huanshi was checked at the checkpoint, the guard looked at him but didn't give him a friendly look. Given the tense situation in Dongchuan City, this guy not only refused the call to action to break the illusion, but also thought of taking advantage of the fact that no one was in the contaminated area to do a mission inside. He immediately thought of causing him some trouble and sending him back to the city. However, when the guards at the checkpoint entered their identity information, they were all taken aback. What the hell? This guy just broke through a D-level and an E-level illusion yesterday. and instead of taking a break, he's rushing into the contaminated zone again. With hundreds of millions in debt, why are they working so hard? Seeing that the guards, who had just been gloomy and hostile, suddenly became polite. Zhao Huan was completely bewildered, his mind filled with questions. Perhaps due to the anomalies within the city, the explorer's town outside the poison mist swamp looked even more deserted than when Zhao Huanshire last visited. Apart from the shops where goods are stored, which still have people watching over them, most of the other shops are closed. Zhao Huan didn't really care. In fact, fewer people would be more convenient for him. He summoned the chocobo on the town's road, mounted it, hung the bright vine around its neck, and galloped straight toward the nearest poisonous swamp.